The current year is 2624. The class awakening ceremony is taking place at Lijiang City's second academy. This is a critically important event for all students, but it is even more crucial for this young man. 1 year ago, he transmigrated into this world, taking on the identity of Zhou Yi. Before he could even adapt to his new identity, his mother passed away. Immediately after, his younger sister, Zhou Yun, suddenly contracted a strange illness. Medical expenses kept piling up higher and higher. Income from part-time jobs simply wasn't enough. Therefore, in this class awakening, Zhou Yi is forced to awaken a combat class. He needs to earn money in dungeons to take his sister to see a high-level priest. Heaven does not disappoint those who try. During the ceremony, Zhou Yi actually activated a system. Consequently, he received a newbie gift pack containing a hidden class, a super VIP class in this world. After the goddess's blessing, Zhou Yi received 3 choices: Light Mage, Holy Priest, and Holy Knight. Light Mage is a pure output class. Although it unleashes massive energy, it lacks defensive skills. In a world dominated by alien races, it's very easy to get injured or killed. Holy Priest has many protective skills. Moreover, they possess the heaven-defying skill of resurrection. Unfortunately, their combat ability is too poor. They rely too much on others. That doesn't suit me. The Holy Knight, however, is a comprehensive class with absolute power, able to defend and endure, able to attack and advance. Although there are no standout skills initially with the divine aura and my talent here, it actually suits me the best. Thinking of this, Zhou Yi decided to choose the Holy Knight class. Congratulations on awakening as a Holy Knight. Level 10. After Zhou Yi finished the ceremony, his classmates immediately ran over to suck up to him. Class monitor, that's amazing. Can I join your team for the college entrance exam? I want to be carried. I'm a summoner. Our team can definitely get a high score. I'm a mage. Take me with you. Don't crowd around here. Disperse. An alumnus pushed the students aside. Then, with shining eyes, he looked at Zhou Yi and said, "Your performance isn't bad. Go back and rest well today. Come to the principal's office tomorrow." Back in his room, Zhou Yi finally had time to study his personal stats in depth. Strength, 20. Constitution, 18. Agility, 17. Intelligence, 15. Unassigned attribute points. After the class change, not only did his attributes increase significantly, but he also gained unassigned points. Priority goes to strength, then constitution. Attacks need enough damage to kill demonic beasts efficiently. As he thought this, Zhou Yi operated the system. Accordingly, strength increased by 6 points. The remaining points were split, adding 2 points each to constitution and agility. He could feel a surge of power boiling within his body. This is the change brought about by attribute points. Detected that the class holder has assigned attribute points for the first time. Activated Holy Knight mission. Daily missions will allow you to choose 2 rewards from the options below. Reward 1. Receive an additional 10 attribute points. Reward 2. Receive a random piece of Holy Knight equipment. Accept or decline. Such attractive rewards. Of course, Zhou Yi chose to accept. Matching a random trial field suitable for your level. Match successful. Eliminate the Goblin Beast. Please take this trial seriously. If you are destroyed in the trial, you will also disappear in reality. After the notification line, Zhou Yi was teleported to another space. He vigilantly observed his surroundings. Amine. Makes sense. The textbooks say that goblins mainly live in mines. Although they aren't carnivorous beasts like other monsters, when they see humans, they become violent and bloodthirsty. Sensing danger from behind, Zhou Yi quickly jumped high into the air, easily dodging the goblin's surprise attack. Since it was his first time facing a demonic beast, Zhou Yi decided not to use skills yet, to see if he could handle the beast with basic combat. My body has become much more agile. My jumping power has also increased. It's because my 4 main attributes have increased. Just as Zhou Yi was feeling smug about dodging the goblin's attacks, he was suddenly stabbed in the abdomen by its knife-sharp tail. Zhou Yi immediately stopped messing around. He instantly used a skill. Slow Heal, Level 1, Grade C. Within 30 seconds. Restores a certain amount of health to allies within a certain range. Even low-level beasts can't be underestimated. Seeing the beast rush up to attack again, Zhou Yi successively used 2 moves, Pure White Blade, and Sacred Charge to counterattack. Pure White Blade, level 1, grade C, condenses power, using both arms to draw across, forming a cross-shaped blade to attack. Surrounding enemies. Enemies hit will take light attribute magic damage and enter a stun state. Sacred Charge, level 4, grade D. Grabs an enemy in front, runs forward for a distance, then throws them. Can deal more attack damage to the enemy. Must be used while running. Finally, after Zhou Yi's combo of punches, the goblin was officially wiped out. Eliminated the goblin beast. Trial complete. Rank A. Please choose a reward. Reward 1. Receive an additional 10 attribute points. Reward 2. Receive a Holy Knight skill. Reward 3. Receive a random piece of Holy Knight equipment. Attribute points and skill points are the source of a class holder's power. For now, I don't need to rush leveling up skills. Free attribute points are the best choice. A handy weapon would also be a huge help for my future trials. Luckily, the system rewards weapons. Otherwise, with my current financial ability, I couldn't possibly afford one. I choose attribute points and the random equipment. Received reward, 10 free attribute points. Received reward, crude single-handed sword. Leaving the trial field, Zhou Yi returned to his familiar room. Just then, his phone rang. The screen displayed a preset reminder, 1700 hours. Go to the hospital. Elsewhere, Zhou Yin was sitting on a hospital bed, watching the news when the TV suddenly turned off. The head nurse, holding the remote, held up a bill and demanded loudly, "Time to pay for the medicine. 10,000. 10,000. Zhou Yin took the bill with trembling hands. Why is it so expensive? Wasn't it always 5,000 before? Is there some mistake? My brother works 3 jobs a month just to earn 5,000. Were we supposed to get the rest of the money?" The head nurse replied angrily, "You took a lot of medicine this month. Suppressants, stabilizers. We invited a priest once. You had 3 attacks in the middle of the month, causing all the nurses on the night shift to run back and forth taking care of you. How can a little girl like you speak so ungratefully? If you think there's a problem, check it yourself." Zhou Yin hurriedly explained, "I didn't mean that. Please don't misunderstand. Let me tell you something. If you don't have a rich man's disease, don't get sick like a rich person. Poor people should just accept their fate. If you can't afford it, don't." Before the head nurse could finish, a hand landed heavily on her shoulder, making her jump and turn around. "Nurse, I seem to hear you scolding a patient. Nurse, with that sharp tongue of yours. I wonder if you'll still be able to say a word when we go to the director's office." A middle-aged man said with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Beside him was a tall, dark, and intimidating bodyguard, making the nurse wary. This person doesn't look like a good guy, she thought. She tactfully left. Before leaving, she didn't forget to warn Zhou Yun. "You must pay the medical fees today." "Who are you people?" Zhou Yun asked vigilantly. Thinking to herself, "Are they debt collectors?" The man took out a business card. He replied with a smile, "You're Miss Zhou Yun, correct? I'm a friend of your brother." A moment later, Zhou Yi pushed the door open, holding the payment receipt. "Xiao Yun, I just want to pay the bill. The hospital system shows there are 100,000 in the account. Do you know what happened?" Zhou Yi looked up from the receipt to look at Xiao Yun. Seeing 2 strange men, he asked warily, "Who are you gentlemen?" The middle-aged man introduced himself. "Hello, Mr. Zhou Yi. My name is Zhao Wenbin. I'm a mayor's secretary. I would like to discuss something with you." Saying that, he extended a hand. The mayor is the #1 figure in Guangxi City, and the mayor's secretary can sometimes represent the mayor himself. "Why would someone like that come looking for me?" Zhou Yi politely shook hands with Zhao Wenbin. "It's not convenient to talk in the ward. Let's go somewhere else." Zhao Wenbin happily agreed. Before leaving, he carefully instructed the bodyguard to stay with Zhou Yun. The news of Zhou Yi receiving a hidden class was constantly reported by the media. So now, it wasn't hard to find people discussing him. For example, 3 female students sitting in a coffee shop not far from Zhou Yi's table. "Have you seen the hot search? A hidden class appeared at the second academy. I think his name is Zhou Yi. Here's a photo their school released. He looks pretty handsome too." Zhao Wenbin heard this and smiled at Zhou Yi. "Mr. Zhou, congratulations on receiving an S-rank talent. Holy Angel's protection, an awakening as a holy knight. It was just luck. To receive an S-rank talent in a normal awakening ceremony, that cannot be achieved by simple luck alone. The mayor values you highly. He specifically instructed the media not to disturb you. Speaking of which," he took out a box. Inside was a key. He continued, He also specially arranged some cultivation resources for you to prepare for the college entrance exam. The resources are stored in a safe at the city bank. This is the only key to this safe. If you have any other requests, just say the word. It seems the mayor sees great potential in me becoming a powerful figure, so he's investing heavily. This will only bring benefits, no harm. But there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The mayor clearly hopes that one day I can repay him. Seeing Zhou Yi remain silent, Zhao Wenbin played his trump card. Starting today, there will be a professional medical team serving Miss Zhou Yin 24/7. Additionally, the mayor has contacted a level 36 Second Awakening priest. 1 month from now, she will specially come to Guangxi City to treat Miss Zhou Yun. Hearing this, Zhou Yi immediately accepted the mayor's aid. After talking with Zhao Wenbin, Zhou Yi returned to Zhou Yun and told her everything. Zhou Yun couldn't help but gasp after hearing it. Does that mean you've reached the heavens in a single step? Can I be a leg ornament for you to drag around? Zhou Yi poked Zhou Yun's forehead and scolded lovingly. Talking nonsense again. Right now, you need to focus on recovering. At this moment, Zhou Yun asked curiously, every class has exclusive skills. What are your skills? Hearing this, Zhou Yi remembered something. After the awakening, 3 exclusive Holy Knight skills had appeared. They were Pure White Blade for offense, Slow Heal for healing, and Weapon Blessing for support. Slow Heal can recover health points. I could try it on my sister. Zhou Yi placed his hand on Zhou Yun's head. Then he tried activating the skill. It feels so comfortable, like being in a hot spring, then getting a full-body massage. Zhao Yun, do you feel any better? Zhou Yun, who was immersed in the relaxing sensation, finally snapped out of it. She said to her brother with an excited face, it doesn't hurt anymore. My hand are warming up too. You're amazing. Zhou Yi looked at his sister dotingly. He rejoiced inwardly. Choosing the Holy Knight class. Aside from considering the strength factor, part of the reason was Zhou Yun's strange illness. After all, Holy Knight is partly a support class. Although it can't completely cure Zhou Yun, helping to relieve her pain a little is good enough. The next day, teacher Luo Hung personally, the school principal, led Zhou Yi to the office. On the way, he happily recounted, yesterday, dozens of universities contacted me wanting to recruit you directly. My phone was about to explode. Today, in just a short while, 4 teachers from the top 10 schools called. Perform well. Try to get the best resources. These teachers are all Second Awakening class holders, level 35 or above. If you can get directly recruited by them, your future will definitely receive top-tier training. Principal, which schools are they? Zhou Yi asked. Rongyang University, Chuanan University, Anji University, and Hanqing University. Didn't the top 3 universities call? The top 3 universities have always relied on college entrance exam scores as the standard. They don't look at talent in class, so they don't arrange direct recruitment. As soon as they reached the office door, Zhou Yi and the principal heard arguing inside. Old Zhao, Sichuan province is over 4,000 kilometers from Guangxi City. Don't tell me you used a specialized fighter jet? What's a fighter jet? I used a long-distance teleportation array. Each activation of the long-distance teleportation array consumes a level 30 magic core, and you are willing to use it? For a genius. What is there to be unwilling about? Zhou Yi, our Chuanan University has him in the bag. Then let's rely on our respective abilities. Luo Hung pushed the door open and entered. He said with a proud face, recruitment teachers, the genius student Zhou Yi has arrived. Saying that, he turned to introduce each person to Zhou Yi. This is teacher Zhao Tianfu from Rongyang University, teacher Li Bing from Chuanan University, Ms. Zhu Yu from Hanqing University, teacher Yu Yuan from Anji University. Zhou Yi immediately bowed to greet the teachers. This action made them very satisfied. He didn't become arrogant just because he awakened a hidden class. Not arrogant, not rash. A good kid, not bad. At this moment, Zhao Tianfu went straight to the point. Let me state Rongyang University's conditions. As long as you come to our school, 2 million Zhongxia currency, 3 exclusive Holy Knight skill books. Zhou Yi was a bit surprised hearing this. An ordinary family only earns 6,000 a month. Rongyang University offered 2 million in one go, plus exclusive Holy Knight skill books that ordinary people can't even touch. Even the mayor didn't give me resources of this level. Is that all? Rongyang University is as stingy as ever. Ha! Libing lauga mukingli. Then he made his offer. Student Zhou Yi, enroll at Shounen University and you'll be gifted 3 million. 3 exclusive Holy Knight skill books per year. Personally taught by a level 56 Third Awakening Holy Knight. Level 56. That is an existence close to the peak of the Blue Planet. If I can become his disciple, my future will be incredibly bright. Luo Heng exclaimed. But as soon as he heard Ms. Zhu Yu speak, he was even more shocked. You guys still lack sincerity. Enrolling at Haching University doesn't offer much money. 2 million. But as long as you enroll, I will immediately give you a set of Grade B cultivation resources. Grade B cultivation resources. Luo Heng couldn't help but blurt out. Then he turned to stare at Zhou Yi as if to say, agree quickly. Grade B cultivation resources can't be bought just with money. Smashing those heavenly treasures on a pig could train it into the strongest demonic beast. Faced with these attractive direct recruitment offers from 4 universities, Zhou Yi actually refused, because he wanted to take the exam for the top 3 universities. Among the top 10 universities, the status of the top 3, Suang University, Qingjing University, and Muda University, is supernatural, known as the top 3 universities of Zhongsha country. They only recruit 1,000 freshmen each year, and the enrollment quota isn't limited to humans. Alien races like elves and giants can also take the exam for the top 3 universities. The strength of alien races is inherently greater than humans, coupled with the vast land and abundant wealth of Zhongsha country. Geniuses emerge one after another. Wanting to get into the top 3 universities is truly as hard as ascending to heaven. Therefore, upon hearing Zhou Yi's reason for refusal, Zhao Tianfu unleashed his power. He scolded angrily. I thought you were a good seedling. Turns out you're just someone who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I've seen your file. You lacked too much in the past 18 years. And you didn't have good resources to make up for it. Your strength is poor. Your attribute values are low. Not to mention that relying on your current ability, it's very hard to get into the top 3 universities. Even if you get in, you'll be the lowest ranked existence. Without strong and precise training, you'll only amount to this much in your entire life. Zhou, he tried his best to stand firm, exclaiming inwardly, such strong pressure. If it were the old me, I would have knelt on the ground already. Luo Heng stood in front of Zhou Yi at that moment. Then he also unleashed his power to resist Zhao Tianfu's aura. Teacher Zhao, what is the meaning of this? Trying to bully my student on my turf? Zhu Yi watched Zhou Yi from the side, evaluating him silently. He withstood Zhao Tianfu's pressure for more than 3 breaths. This child is indeed extraordinary. Zhao Tianfu knew he had been a bit rash, so he retracted his pressure and left. Recruitment isn't just about potential, but also character. With a character like that, even if directly recruited, it would be hard to succeed. I'm leaving first. See you again, Principal Luo. Student Zhou, he has great ambitions. It's not convenient for me to stay long either. The other 2 teachers also followed Zhao Tianfu and left. Seeing this, Luo Heng hurriedly chased after them to put in a good word for Zhou Yi. Suddenly, only he and teacher Zhu Yu were left in the room. You have a lot of courage, but what teacher Zhao said isn't without reason. In Zhongsha country, geniuses are countless. Plus, alien races are born with strength greater than humans. Getting into the top 3 universities is truly as hard as ascending to heaven. Zoe replied confidently. I will use my college entrance exam results to prove my strength. There's still a month until the exam. With the system support, he could definitely raise his strength to a terrifying level. By then, the top 3 universities would be his to choose from. How long has it been since I've seen such deep, determined eyes? It's like returning to the days of fighting on the front lines years ago. I've been in a peaceful place for too long. My way of thinking has become focused on stability, creating a generation gap with the young ones. Zhu Yu looked at Zhou Yi for a long time. Then she turned and walked out the door. Smiling, she said, all right then. I await your performance in the college entrance exam. See you again. Student Zhou Yi, time flies like a dog running in the fields. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. The college entrance exam has arrived. In the hall, students were discussing ceaselessly. The question setter for this exam is Demon Yang. We're doomed. A few years ago, he set the questions. Our province's average score dropped directly to the lowest in history. Have you guys heard? Zhou Yi refused direct recruitment. He wants to take the exam for the top 3 universities. No way. He's too arrogant. Even the provincial or city geniuses don't dare say they can definitely pass. What is he relying on? Just because he has a rare hidden class, he's getting cocky. He's going to fall flat on his face this time. Enrollment bonus of over 1 million. If it were me, I would have agreed long ago. What a joke. Just then, Zhou Yi appeared. The young man who was enthusiastically bad-mouthing Zhou Yi behind his back suddenly stared blankly at him. Then he said in a slightly strange voice, "Why does it feel like Zhou Yi isn't quite the same as before? He has a kind of aura of a strong person." Unlocking dungeon. After a loud shout, information about the dungeon appeared. Secret Realm Dungeon. Deep in the gloomy forest. Level 10 to level 13. Difficulty, easy, hard, and nightmare. Required number of people, 1 to 5 people. Note, the depths of the dark forest are filled with cat demons and bull-headed monsters. They are evil by nature and love to eat human flesh. Damn it, it's actually deep in the gloomy forest. Don't tell me there's swamp terrain inside too. Cat demons areagire. Bull-headed monsters have thick skin and flesh. Demon Yang doesn't want us to live. The maximum number of people for a dungeon team corresponds to the dungeon's difficulty. Previous year's exams required a maximum of 3 people, but this time it's 5. Just as the candidates were complaining, Li Xianyang walked up to them. He reminded loudly, "Remember, act within your capabilities. Once you encounter life-threatening danger in the dungeon, immediately use the scroll to return. If you die in the dungeon, you die in reality too. It's better to fail the exam than to lose your life. It's time. All candidates prepare. Enter the dungeon." As soon as Li Xianyang finished speaking, the candidates there turned into light, teleported into the dungeon. At the same time, large screens began broadcasting images of the candidates inside the dungeon, allowing everyone to observe live. Class 1, Sunchang. Class, Warrior. Challenge level, easy. Team size, 1 person. Class 1, Muqin. Class, Assassin. Challenge level, hard. Team size, 1 person. Class 1, Longfei Wangfang, Sun Jian. Class, Elementalist, Archer, Nethermage. Challenge level, easy. Team size, 3 people. Class 5, Zouyi. Class, Holy Knight. Challenge level, Nightmare. Team size, 1 person. Class 2, Zhangbei, Bangli, Zhou Ionarlang. Class, Archer. Fire Mage, Swordsman, Pharmacist. Challenge level. Team size, for people. As expected of the Rocket class, aside from 2-person teams, they are basically soloing the dungeon. Soloing gets all the experience points. The higher the exam score, the higher the risk of death. Only the seniors in a Rocket class dare to do this. While everyone was discussing excitedly, a girl suddenly pointed at Zhou Yi's screen and screamed, "Everyone look, that's Zhou Yi, soloing. Nightmare difficulty dungeon." At the same time, at a VIP seating area, Director of the Education Bureau, Jia Dao, was staring at the screen with his mouth agape. He slammed the table hard, turning to Luo Hong sitting beside him. He shouted angrily, "The supportability of a holy knight is incredibly strong. No matter which team he cooperates with, they would dominate. Why must Zhou Yi sweep the dungeon alone, and choosing nightmare difficulty with a death rate higher than 40%? Principal Luo, within this month, the city has given Zhou Yi a lot of resources so that he could achieve the best results. If he dies in the dungeon, the reputation of the entire Lijiang city government will be heavily affected. By doing this, he simply doesn't value the government's training." Luo Hong hurriedly smiled to appease him, opening his mouth to reassure. "Director Jia, rest assured, Zhou Yi is not a careless person. He definitely has a few trump cards." Back to Zhou Yi. He was moving when he suddenly noticed a shadow moving at high speed across the high branches. Zhou Yi, with a serious expression, took out his weapon. Taking a stance, waiting. Single-bladed axe. After equipping a long-handled axe. Strength +7. Agility -2. Very fast. A monster swooped down from a high branch, extending its claws towards Zhou Yi. Just in time. D. Shouting loudly, Zhou Yi swung the axe down, splitting the monster in half. Strength, 45. Constitution, 51. Agility, 43. Intelligence, 52. Zhou, he closed his personal panel with satisfaction and whispered, in just 1 month. Although I'm only level 10, the average value of each attribute has reached 47 points, equivalent to a level 13 class holder. Looking at the entire Suang province, I can rank among the top candidates. Next, Zhou Yi smiled and spoke up. Dare not come? Then I'll launch the attack. He actively rushed towards the group of monsters hiding behind the bushes. The weapon in his hand at this moment was covered by a layer of golden aura. Weapon Blessing, level 4, grade C. Condenses holy light. Can increase strength, physical attack power, and hit rate of weapons for allies within a certain range. Zhou, he was like a tiger among a flock of sheep. One chop resolved one monster. No exceptions. Under the effect of the S-Rank talent. Holy Angel's Protection. The effect of Weapon Blessing. The exclusive skill of the Holy Knight was also enhanced. The strength of the single-bladed axe increased by another 21 points. Such a strong boost. If other candidates knew, they would definitely be very envious. After all, the college entrance exam dungeon limits the use of weapons to 3-star bronze rank or below. And the single-bladed axe in my hand, after the strength boost, its effect is comparable to a 5-star bronze weapon. In the college entrance exam, every attribute point is extremely precious. This is enough to create a huge gap between me and others. At this moment, another group of monsters attacked Zhou Yi from behind. Zhou Yi retracted his weapon. He turned around, muttering, "Pure white blade." From his hands, a cross-shaped beam of light flew towards the monsters, slicing them into pieces, falling to the ground. Pure white blade has been upgraded to level 5 by me. It already has strong light attribute damage. Boosted by Holy Angel's Protection, it can directly annihilate low-level mobs. He said to himself. Zhou, he casually grabbed a severed limb full of monster claws and threw it hard at a monster in the distance. It was the monster that luckily survived his skill attack. The limb with sharp claws flew towards the monster, stabbing into its belly and pinning it to the tree behind. At the same time, outside the dungeon, through the large screen, the audience observing Zhou Yi's performance cheered excitedly. Wow, that was dangerous. Senior Zhou's timing for unleashing skills is too precise. It seems the moment he was attacked, he released the pure white blade. Too abnormal. This is a one-hit crush. So satisfying. Senior Zhou is truly mighty and domineering. I've seen that axe in them all. It's very heavy. Why does it look like Senior Zhou is playing with a toy when he uses it? Did he put all his free attribute points into strength? Hearing this, as a teacher, his observation skills were better than these students, so he saw more things. Wrong. Look closely, everyone. Zhou Yi's speed is even faster than the cat demons. Not just speed, his skill casting is also extremely fast. The power of his magic is incredibly strong. Among the free attributes, intelligence is definitely not low. The angle of swinging the axe, control of attack distance, and force of the strike are all controlled extremely well. Trudy a combat genius. Finishing his words, Tang Tianjun looked at Li Xiangyang with jealous eyes and thought, how did such a good seed get placed in class 5 initially? In another place, Jia Dao spoke with a serious expression. Zhou, he has a very strong combat sense. But what he's doing is really unwise. Dealing with the first wave of cat demons is just a waste of energy. Nightmare dungeons don't just have strong monsters, but the number of monsters is also extremely high. Even the best mage could fail due to mana depletion. The weight of the battle axe is a heavy burden on the class holder himself. If you just swing the axe once or twice, you might not feel it yet. But swinging the axe hundreds of times continuously, he won't even have the strength to hold his battle axe anymore. Eventually, he'll be torn to pieces by those cat demons. At this moment, on the screen, the audience saw a new wave of monsters rushing towards Zhou Yi and immediately caused a commotion. The next wave of cat demons arrived so fast. Not even a moment to breathe. Too cruel. There must be at least over 100 cat demons. Can Senior Zhou Yi make it this time? Every spectator focused their attention, full of anticipation for Zhou Yi's performance. Inside the dungeon, Zhou Yi did not disappoint them. He fluently alternated between weapons and skills, cleanly resolving these monsters. When the last monster fell, a small vortex appeared in front of Zhou Yi and gradually expanded. This is the entrance to the next level. Or so they say. Zhou Yi decisively walked into the vortex. Just emerging from the vortex, in front of Zhou Yi was a massive horde of monsters waiting. Outside the dungeon, host Kaka pointed at Zhou Yi's screen, reporting live to the viewers. Welcome to the live broadcast of AVA. I am Kaka, your favorite MC. Currently on air is the exam performance of the Second Academy's most famous top student, the one with the S-rank talent, the brightest holy knight, Zhou Yi. He used astonishing efficiency to complete the first level of the Nightmare Dungeon. It only took 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Everyone, oh everyone, what kind of concept is this? 3 minutes and 17 seconds. A full 29 seconds faster than last year's provincial champion. Because he was too enthusiastic. Kaka almost pressed his face against the lens, making his cameraman colleague say helplessly, "I beg you, stop blocking the lens." Nearby, a female spectator spoke up in admiration, running and slashing all the way, only panting slightly after the last one. Exactly how high is senior Zhou Yi's constitution score? Jiang Feifei shook her finger and continued. Director Jia said consuming too much stamina on the first wave of beasts was unwise. Now it seems we can't say for sure. In the front row, Li Xiangyang Raminda, Jiang Feifei. Watch the competition quietly. Director Jia's words could also be fake. Jiang Feifei covered her mouth and teased, teacherly. I see you're smiling very happily too. Don't talk nonsense. Although he said that, Li Xiangyang was also a bit unsure. Pinching his own face, he thought, is the smile on my face that obvious? Senior Zhou entered the portal. Don't know who shouted it, but everyone stopped discussing. Focusing on the big screen, inside the dungeon, thanks to the appraisal skill. Information about the monsters appeared clearly in Zhou Yi's eyes. Monster. Bullshit Monster. Level. 14. Potential. Silver. Skills. Steel Explosion. Savage Charge. Bastomp. Super Armor. Monster. Fluorescent Gat Demon. Level. 12. Potential. Bronze. Skills. Light Mastery. Healing Art. Monster. Flamme Gat Demon. Level. 13. Potential. Bronze. Skills. Fire Mastery, Fireball Art, Fire Breath. Monster. Kursed Kat Dimon. Level 11. Potential. Bronze. Skills. Dark Mastery, Curse Art. Zoe Pondirit. Ordinary cat demons act as warriors. Fluorescent cat demons act as priests. Flame cat demons and curse cat demons act as mages. And a silver bull-headed monster with extremely high damage. Warrior Priest Mage. A classic team combination. If we say, the first level faced scattered soldiers, then the second level faces a well-trained army. The threat of death instantly jumped hundreds of times, not giving Zhou Yi too much time to think. The monsters had already begun to organize an attack. The melee ones immediately rushed up, while the mages stood in place, casting spells. Just then, black arms suddenly sprouted from the ground, grabbing onto Zhou Yi, controlling him so he couldn't move, forcing him to face the monsters mixed with incoming fireballs head-on. Outside, a spectator seeing this scene exclaimed, Senior Zhou Yi got cursed by the cat demon. Oh my god, danger. Inside the dungeon, facing this dangerous situation, Zhou Yi smiled and spoke up. Warriors charge. Priests buff. Mages cast support. The coordination is quite tacit. Zhou Yi waited until the leading monster's claws were just a distance away from him before raising both hands and shouting, Holy Cross! Instantly, a large cross-shaped beam of light appeared, radiating golden light, engulfing the entire herd of monsters inside. Holy Cross, Level 4, Grade B. Summon Holy Light. Condense a cross-shaped rack behind your back, causing enemies within a certain range to be continuously burned by light attribute magic for several seconds. Screams of agony rang out. Wait until the golden light dissipates. In front of Zhou Yi, it was no longer a horde of monsters bearing fangs and claws, but a forest of corpses lying on the ground. Outside, Jia Dao gaped and said, Too strong. All low-level monsters were killed instantly. Who on earth told me Holy Knight is a support class? That's a grade B wide-range attack, divine skill. Like talents, skills are also divided into grades, from low to high. divided into 7 grades. The higher the grade, the stronger the effect, and the rarer it is. Besides that, Jia Dao also had some doubts in his heart. The most resources the government provided were grade C skills. How did he get a grade B skill? This kid Zhou Yi is not simple at all. Back to the situation in the dungeon. All monsters were dead. Only a single bull-headed monster remained standing. Zhou Yi pointed the weapon in his hand at the monster, opening his mouth to provoke. Only you left. Come on. Immediately, everyone saw. The bull-headed monster immediately used 2 skills, Berserk and Super Armor, on itself. Next, it used the skill War Stomp, stomping heavily on the ground, creating a fissure leading straight to where Zhou Yi stood. Zhou Yi reacted swiftly. He jumped high to dodge. While Zhou Yi was in the air, unable to dodge, the bull-headed monster used the skill Savage Charge to rush towards Zhou Yi. Since it was in super armor state, no damage could break its charge. Zhou Yi didn't intend to hide either. He used the skill Air Slash, hard against hard with the bull-headed monster, successfully knocking it backward. Next, seeing Zhou Yi cross his hands, he used the skill Pure White Blade to draw a cross-shaped light towards the bull-headed monster and rushed forward simultaneously. Pure White Blade cut into the bull-headed monster, making it scream in pain. Its massive body fell backward. Immediately after, Zhou Yi appeared in front of it, raising his weapon high. Thick skin and flesh? Let's see. Zhou Yi chopped down without hesitation, cutting the bull-headed monster's body in 2. The bull-headed monster wasn't dead yet. It lay in a pool of blood, staring wide-eyed at Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi walked over with a cold face, lifted his foot and stomped straight onto the bull-headed monster's head. This time, Zhou Yi could be certain the bull-headed monster was gone, because he saw the familiar vortex appear beside him again. Looking at the vortex, Zhou Yi spit it. The next level is the boss level. Outside the dungeon, the audience was now boiling over. Many people couldn't suppress their excitement, standing up and shouting, "Holy crap! One axe chopped off the head of a 4-meter-tall, bull-headed monster. Too shocking. Don't forget this bull-headed monster was in a berserk state. This strength is unbelievable. That combo stage was so handsome. Senior Zhou Yi, I love you." The MC looked at the clock and shouted. The second level only took 59 seconds. Even Jia Dao had to stand up and applaud. Too excellent. Aiming skills precisely. Absolute control of power. It's hard to make people believe. This is just a student who awakened a month ago. Next, Jia Dao turned and smiled at Luo Hong. Principal Luo, congratulations. The second academy is about to have a prodigy appear. Luo Hong also replied happily. Every dog has its day. It's time for our second academy to have a talent appear. His heart was full of anticipation, thinking, since the establishment of the school, the best exam student of the second academy ranked 72nd in the whole province. Perhaps Zhou Yi can take the second academy to a new height this time. Suddenly, someone pointed at the screen and shouted, "Why isn't Senior Zhou Yi resting a bit before entering the boss level?" Everyone hurriedly looked at the screen. Seeing that Zhou Yi indeed entered the vortex without resting, Jia Dao scolded angrily. Foolish. If he enters the fight with the boss without recovering to his best state and loses the advantage, then it's a huge loss. Luo Hong hurriedly opened his mouth to advise. Zhou Yi must have his reasons for doing so. We just need to wait patiently. Luo Hong speculated in his mind. Suan Province is a populous province. Geniuses are extremely numerous, just wanting to stand in the top 100 students in the province. Basically, everyone chooses to solo the Nightmare Dungeon. With the same difficulty, to become the champion, one must clear the level in the shortest time. Back inside the dungeon, as soon as Zhou Yi entered the third level, he saw the boss monster, sitting not far away. So, he used the appraisal skill on the boss. Monster, Minotaur King. Level, 16. Potential, gold. Skills, unknown. Level gap is too large. Cannot probe. Note, King of the bull-headed monster tribe. Human, daring to set foot in my palace. Prepare to die. Saying that, the Minotaur King rushed forward, swinging its weapon down at Zhou Yi's position. Dawn Blessing. Courage Blessing. Divine Grace. Guardian Blessing. A series of skills were simultaneously used by Zhou Yi. Then, Zhou Yi, in full armor, appeared behind the boss. Waving his hand, he spoke up. Little calf, I'm over here. Full buff increase. Primary Holy Knight form. The boss turned its head angrily, and Zhou Yi also rushed to attack. Against Zhou Yi's attack, the Minotaur King simply raised its hand to block. Even with 4 buff skills, he still couldn't damage its physical body. Feeling incredulous, Zhou Yi dodged to the front of the Minotaur King and added another chop to its body. But he felt like he was chopping into a metal plate. Sparks flew everywhere. The Minotaur King roared in anger. It swung its weapon and smashed down at Zhou Yi's position, creating a tremor. Dust and smoke rose high. Zhou Yi luckily dodged that attack. He just escaped from the dust when he saw a flash of purple light. A second later, the Minotaur King suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Yi and swung its weapon. Zhou Yi couldn't dodge in time. His body was knocked flying, smashing through 5 large pillars before stopping. Luckily, there was the Holy Knight's defensive armor. Otherwise, his bones would have shattered. Good. First time fighting. Let me know what to do. That hit just now wasn't in vain. Saying that, Zhou Yi slowly raised his right hand and shouted, "Spear of victory." In an instant, many small golden vortexes appeared around Zhou Yi, followed by sharp golden spearheads protruding from within the vortexes, launching straight at the Minotaur King. Spear of victory, level 3, grade C. Launch spears condense from divine power at the enemy. Enemies hit will take massive damage. Seeing this, the Minotaur King swung the weapon in its hand to block. No matter how many spears Zhou Yi threw, he couldn't hurt it in the slightest. After a while, a notification appeared in front of Zhou Yi. Warning: mana level is running low. Please replenish mana. Zhou Yi just glanced at it and ignored it. He continued to maintain the skill, simultaneously, rapidly thinking of a countermeasure. The Minotaur King is truly strong. Constitution and strength are both higher than mine. Using strength to suppress it is impossible. Normally people would choose to kite it to kill it. However, doing so offers no chance of winning. Thinking about the purpose of the question setter, surely they wouldn't put students in danger. So there must be many ways to deal with it. While I was fighting the Minotaur King, I sensed its agility attribute is very low. If I attack continuously from multiple angles, it will be hard for it to parry. Thinking so, Zhou Yi then controlled the spears to attack from many different directions. The effect appeared immediately. A few spears successfully stabbed into the Minotaur King's knees. Warning: mana level is running low. Please replenish mana. Zhou Yi clenched his fist. Detonating those spears caused the Minotaur to kneel on one leg. Besides poor agility, the Minotaur King also has a resistance weakness. The Minotaur King has high endurance and health points, but when attacked, it is easily susceptible to negative effects and severe damage. Therefore, within a short period, I must continuously cast high damage skills. But to do so requires precise timing of skill casting and the number of releases. Otherwise, before killing the Minotaur King, I will exhaust all my mana, losing the qualification for the exam. Calculations complete. Zhou Yi knew his chance had come. He took advantage of the Minotaur King still kneeling on the ground, fully controlling the spears, launching them at it from all directions and immediately detonating them. Warning: mana level is running low. Please replenish mana. Want to cast a big move? Unfortunately, there's no time left. Saying that, Zhou Yi rushed directly towards the Minotaur King, taking out his weapon, delivering the finishing blow, splitting its body in half. Congratulations on clearing the forest dungeon. Gloomy Secret Realm, Nightmare Difficulty. Clear time: 9 minutes and 24 seconds. Your exam time has been saved. Your clear score is rank SS. Congratulations, you have been confirmed as the first place in this dungeon clear. Hearing this announcement, Zhou Yi was a bit stunned and whispered, "First place? Does that mean I've been confirmed as the top scorer of this Swang exam?" But very quickly, Zhou Yi retreated. He clenched his fist in joy and shouted softly, "Great! I did it!" Zhou Yi told himself. In the 1 year since transmigrating here, Mom died of illness. Sister is seriously ill. Foreign debts are sky high. Xiao Yun's treatment costs. Everything pressed down on me until I couldn't breathe. But in that harsh environment, I didn't choose to give up. No way to increase attribute stats? Then risk my life practicing combat skills, tempering my fighting will. The appearance of the system brought me a chance for a second life, but it also holds my destiny in its hands. I must grasp this opportunity firmly and try harder than anyone else. I have decided. I cannot waver. Time to go back. Finishing his words, Joey adjusted his mood. He dismissed the armor on his body and walked towards the vortex. System notification. Congratulations, you gained 5121 experience points, 20 free attribute points, 20 skill points. Level up to level 11. Level up to level 12. Level up to level 13. Congratulations, received equipment. Jungle Spear. Attributes. Constitution plus 10. Strength plus 7. Required level, level 10. Set effect. While fighting in the jungle, receive continuous buffs based on your constitution. Health recovery speed x3. Stamina recovery speed x3. Mana recovery speed x3. Congratulations, received equipment. Jungle Ring. Required level, level 10. Set effect. While fighting in the jungle, receive continuous buffs based on your constitution. Health recovery speed x3. Stamina recovery speed x3. Mana recovery speed x3. Item, Strawberry x10. Note, recover a certain amount of mana after use. Item, Minotaur King card x1. Gold rank. Note, enchantment material. After successful enchantment, strength plus 20. Can use on equipment. He just stepped out of the vortex. He received a series of cheers. Welcome back, Senior Zhou. I love you, Senior Zhou. You are my god. Senior Zhou is too amazing. Brother E is too strong. Godi, Godi, Godi. Zhou, he was startled. Before he could adapt, he heard click, click, click sounds ringing in his ears. Zhou, he turned his head and saw a crowd of reporters pointing cameras at him. Flashes blinking continuously. Besides that, two people were approaching him. Principal Luo Hong and Education Director Jia Dao. Luo Hong led the way, smiling and saying, "Solo clearing a nightmare dungeon in 10 minutes. That is a glory the Second Academy hasn't seen in 100 years. With years of experience studying the exam, Zhou, he can absolutely achieve the position of top scorer in Suong. The future is wide open." Zhou, he smiled and replied, "You flatter me." Just then, a car arrived, causing a commotion. Whose car is that? Why did it drive directly into the exam grounds? Isn't this the magic-created S-400 that can switch to flight mode? Huh? Is this the S-400 car that can be exchanged for a house in the capital? That's the one. The car stopped not far from Joey. Jia Dao actively opened the car door and said to him, "Results will be out in 3 days at the earliest. We will notify you immediately then." "Thank you, Director Jia." Saying that, Zhou Yi, under Luo Heng's guidance, walked towards the S-400 car. Luo Heng also spoke up. "Go back and rest. Wait for our good news." Not long after, Zhou Yi arrived at the hospital to visit Xiao Yun. After the last conversation, Zhao Wenbin quickly fulfilled his promise. Xiao Yun was arranged into the most luxurious medical room in the hospital. A professional medical team monitored Xiao Yun's condition 24/7. Zhou, he just stepped into the elevator when a nurse smiled and greeted him. "Mr. Zhou, you're here." Zhou, he nodded and said, "I came to visit Xiao Yun. I have good news to tell her. I heard you took the exam today. Your results must be very good, right?" While speaking, the nurse pressed the button for the 26th floor. As the elevator went up, the two people inside the elevator suddenly felt the temperature dropping rapidly. The nurse trembled slightly and said, "How strange. Why is it so cold today? Is the air conditioner set too low?" That is, Zhou, he noticed streams of cold air seeping in from the door gap. His face became serious. Arriving at the 26th floor, the elevator just opened. The scene in front made the nurse scream in fear. What's happening? Only to see the entire long corridor was covered by a layer of ice. Even the people here were no exception, turned into ice statues with faces full of fear. Xiao Yun, taking a deep breath. Zhou, he was worried. He hurriedly ran to Xiao Yun's place, leaving the nurse behind. "Mr. Zhou." The nurse intended to call Zhou Yi, but before she could finish, she was also frozen into an ice statue by the cold air. As for Zhou Yi, he smashed the ice wall of Xiao Yun's room and rushed in, calling out loud, "Xiao Yun." A second later, he was stunned by the scene before him. Xiao Yun was lying on the hospital bed in pain. From her body, cold air continuously escaped, condensing into a large ice dragon in the air. And beside the bed, a person was maintaining magic, seeming to be treating Xiao Yun. Seeing Zhou Yi planning to attack the ice dragon, The girl maintaining the healing spell suddenly shouted, "Lily, stop. Don't attack." Hearing that, Zhou Yi had to abandon the idea of attacking the ice dragon. Zhou Yi walked towards the girl and spoke up. "Sister Qing." Sister Qing explained, "If you rashly hurt it, Xiao Yun's heart vessels might be shocked and rupture." Zhou Yi asked, "Why is there a dragon?" Sister Qing replied, "Xiao Yun's cold illness suddenly erupted. Everyone will be frozen into ice sculptures by the cold air. Right now, I can only suppress the cold air on this floor. You should leave quickly too." Zhou Yi shouted worriedly. "Then what about Xiao Yun?" Sister Qing interrupted. "Lily, without a high-level priest, what I can do is extremely limited." Zhou Yi calmed down slightly. "I understand." Saying that, Zhou Yi silently commanded. "System, put all skill points into upgrading Slow Heal. Slow Heal, level 4. Strengthen. Slow Heal, level 10. Causes team members within a certain range to slowly recover. Simultaneously increases stamina and mana. Effect lasts for a certain time. Immediately after, Zhou Yi immediately used the Slow Heal skill on Xiao Yun." Sister Qing exclaimed in surprise. "The mana contained in a Holy Knight's healing skill is actually this strong. It even surpasses my level 23 priest status." Zhou Yi maintained the skill while saying, "Sister Qing, I'll hold on here. You go inform Secretary Zhao quickly. Tell him he must invite a high-level priest." Sister Qing replied, "The high-level priest schedule is already full. Secretary Zhao has an appointment with her for next week. Even if we rush them now, it won't be in time." Zhou Yi turned his head. With a serious face, he said, "Tell Secretary Zhao, as long as he can invite a high-level priest. In the future, at any time, I, Zhou Yi, will unconditionally agree to one request from him. I absolutely will not lie." Sister Qing looked at Zhou Yi silently for a moment, then agreed, turning around to run and find Secretary Zhao. Zhou Yi continued to turn back to treat Xiao Yun. The cold air outbreak is something Xiao Yun has had to endure every night for a year. Under the influence of the Yin cold qi, her whole body is in severe pain. A living hell. Recently, the Yin cold has become increasingly serious. "I just didn't expect the cold air could affect the outside," he said to himself. Zhou Yi gritted his teeth, continuing to maintain the treatment, even though his hands started showing signs of being invaded by the cold air. Time gradually passed. Night fell. When Zhou Yi's mana was about to run out, suddenly a green ball flew into the room. Like a rubber ball, it bounced continuously, hitting the ice dragon multiple times, causing its body to crack slightly. Zhou Yi noticed the painful expression on Xiao Yun's face and shouted, "Wait! Don't touch her!" Suddenly, the green ball hit Zhou Yi, knocking him backward. Next, a girl carrying a brush as big as a staff appeared in the room, waving her hand to provoke the ice dragon. The ice dragon roared, actively pouncing on the girl. The girl swung the brush like a club, smashing hard on the ice dragon's head, then using the brush tip, continuously waving it, drawing special characters on the ice dragon's body. Then, the girl's eyes suddenly flashed with green light. The brush slammed down on the ice dragon. A formation appeared. The ice dragon was smashed toward Xiao Yun. Its body shrank. In the end, it turned into an ice ball and merged into her body. Seeing Xiao Yun's expression relax, no longer in pain like before, Zhou Yi whispered doubtfully, "It's stable." At this moment, the healing girl turned to look at Zhou Yi and spoke up. "You must be Zhou Yi. I've heard of your reputation for a long time. Isekai, level 35, Second Awakening Priest, from Qingyan City." Zhou Yi spoke up. "Hello, Ms. Cui." Cui Laina said, "Director Jia implored me to come treat your sister first." Observing Zhou Yi, Cui Laina thought to herself, "If Director Jia hadn't said this guy might be the provincial top scorer, I wouldn't have broken the rules. To be able to confront the cold air for so long. Director Jia didn't lie to me." Zhou Yi opened his mouth to ask, "Ms. Cui, what exactly is my sister's illness? Can it be cured?" Cui Liana replied, "Cold air overflowing, condensing into form. This is a sign of Bloodline awakening." Zhou Yi exclaimed in surprise. Bloodline awakening. He knew that when the Eternal Game appeared. At that time, many people chose alien races like elves, giants, demons. But after the game and reality merged, alien race players also manifested characteristics of their corresponding alien bloodlines. For example, people with elf bloodline, eyes turn green, Ears also become pointed and long. People with giant bloodline reach a body height of 3 to 4 meters. Over 200 years, alien race players intermarried with humans. Generation after generation, the bloodline diluted. The appearance and characteristic abilities of alien races also gradually disappeared. Except for one special situation. Bloodline awakening. At this moment, Huiliena explained, Bloodline awakening has both misfortune and fortune. Once successfully awakened, one grasps the power of the alien race. Skill leveling. Learning will all be twice the result with half the effort. But failure lightly leads to paralysis. Heavily leads to death. Your sister is tormented by cold air, precisely because she is too weak to withstand the bloodline power. If I guess correctly, she has awakened the frost bloodline, a rare bloodline. To withstand this rare bloodline, one must change their constitution. As far as I know, only a type of heavenly treasure, the extreme cold ice lotus, can change a human's constitution. However, this thing is very rare. The last time it appeared was in an auction 30 years ago, won by a mysterious person for 1.3 billion. 3 months later, the cold air in your sister's body will completely erupt, uncontrollable. Another way is to use the great sealing art. Directly seal the alien bloodline. After you make a decision, use the token to contact me. However, the price is that your sister won't be able to level up anymore in the future. After Chui Laina left, Zhou Yi held the token in his hand, lost in thought. 5 days later, Zhou Yi had just finished his daily missions. A system panel appeared. Squats, 200/200. Push-ups, 200/200. Sit-ups, 200/200. Weapon swings, 200/200. Daily missions completed. Please choose a reward. Zhou Yi spoke up. Attribute points. Most of the time for daily mission rewards, I choose free attribute points. For a holy night, constitution and intelligence points are extremely important. However, other attributes cannot be ignored either. Usually, I distribute attribute points according to the 2-3-3-2 method. Only balanced development has fewer weaknesses. While pondering, another system panel appeared in front of Zhou Yi. Ding! Detected that exam results have been announced. Achievement mission completed. Congratulations, you're the top scorer of Suong Province in this exam. Distributing rewards based on your achievement. Congratulations, you obtained the divine skill, God Descent. Congratulations, you obtained the S-Rank divine item. Resurrection Cross. Congratulations, you obtained the one-time divine secret art, divine avatar. Congratulations, you obtained the rare skill. Light Barrier. Congratulations, you obtained 30 free attribute points. Congratulations, you obtained 30 free attribute points. Since the college entrance exam ended, news about Zhou Yi flooded all newspapers and media outlets. When Zhou Yi awakened as a holy knight, I knew he definitely had potential. That's why I suggested the city government increase training for Zhou Yi. It's all thanks to my keen eye. A group of students listening to Jia Dao's interview on TV couldn't help but be surprised. The provincial top scorer actually has the Holy Knight class? Isn't that a heavy support class? I study little, don't lie to me. Holy Knights cleared dungeons very slowly. Soloing a nightmare dungeon? Are you kidding? Is there cheating involved? Hearing this, a female student pulled out her phone to vindicate Zhou Yi. I have a recording from that time. Proof speaks louder than words. Now, the students who doubted Zhou Yi's strength had to exclaim in admiration. Such ferocious power. Why does the damage from Holy Cross feel even stronger than a high-level fire mage's magic? Weapon Blessing, Divine Grace. Courage Blessing. Someone help me count how many buffs this provincial top scorer has. In another place, a red-haired young man sat in a luxurious apartment, intently watching Zhou Yi's exam segment, then commented, "Clear time, 9 minutes and 24 seconds. Even faster than me by 20 seconds. This Zhou Yi is interesting." However, speaking of this, Red Hair pointed a finger at a spot not far away, causing it to explode. Then he smiled sinisterly. "Daring to steal my glory. Only death awaits." The next morning, Zhou Yi was on his way to visit his sister when his phone suddenly received a message notifying him that his bank account had just received a large sum of money from the government and the Lijiang City Education Bureau. Zhou Yi immediately called Secretary Zhao and received an answer. "Mr. Zhou, Because of your outstanding performance in the exam, the government rewards you with 5 million in cash. Luxurious villa. Do you like any specific district, or should we choose for you? It seems they also received the news that I'm the provincial top scorer. Thinking to himself, Zhou Yi replied, "You help me choose. I heard the recruiters from the top 3 universities are coming soon. Do you need me to send a car to pick you up?" "No need. They're here." Zhou Yi replied. Then he looked at the man in front of him. He smiled friendly, handed over a business card, and introduced himself. "I am a recruiter from Rongyang University." "Rongyang University?" Zhou Yi was a bit surprised when a strange voice spoke up. "I remember initially Rongyang University said student Zhou Yi was too arrogant, and criticized him for not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. Why come now?" The Rongyang University teacher looked up at the muscular man standing on a helicopter rope ladder. Zhao Tianfu truly had eyes, but failed to see Mount Tai when he said those words. He has been dismissed and expelled from school. Saying that, the Rongyang teacher looked at Zhou Yi in embarrassment. "Student Zhou Yi, if you want to come to our school, Rongyang University is willing to pay 4 million. Whatever conditions Rongyang University offers, Moody University will double it. Moody University will definitely get Zhou Yi. Gentlemen, leave while it's early." The muscular man landed and spoke with a confident voice, making the Rongyang teacher want to slam the table in anger. Just then, a girl's voice rang in Zhou Yi's ear. "Have you asked Qingjing University yet?" Immediately after, the purple-haired girl with angel wings hugged Zhou Yi and flew into the sky before the muscular teacher could grab him. After monopolizing Zhou Yi alone, the purple-haired teacher whispered in his ear, "Student Zhou, Qingjing University might lack other things, but we have enough cultivation resources. For years of university, every academic year will provide grade A cultivation resources." Just as the purple-haired teacher finished speaking, she was sucked in by a formation that suddenly appeared behind her back. At this moment, a female teacher dressed all in black stood in front of Zhou Yi and the other female teacher, slowly threatening. Stealing the top scorer requires competing with resources, finances, and reputation. What Qingjing University can give, my Swan University can also give. What is directly snatching people? If you don't put him down, don't blame me for being impolite. The muscular teacher had also flown up by now. Joining the fun? That's right. Forced melons aren't sweet. Zhou Yi, Moody University not only provides grade A resources once a year, but also provides a set of gold rank equipment for you. You people. Although the purple-haired teacher was furious, she tactfully lowered Zhou Yi slowly. Then she smiled friendly. "I wasn't kidnapping. I just wanted to have a private, intimate exchange with student Zhou Yi for a moment." "Student Zhou Yi, you choose." "Student Zhou Yi Sumai, recruiter for Swan University. Swan University believes strength is king. As long as you can get into the Earth ranking and Heaven ranking in the school, let alone greater resources, even grade S resources are available. Moreover, Swan University has firmly held the first position in the freshman exchange competition for the last 4 years. It can be seen that Swan University's ability to train students also ranks first." The purple-haired teacher said discontentedly, "Sue Meyer, what do you mean? Just winning a few competitions and you're arrogant? Swan University winning is an irrefutable fact. Ms. Sun should make the teachers and students at Qingjing School work harder." While the two female teachers were arguing enthusiastically, Zhou Yi was seriously thinking about which school to choose. The special recruitment benefits offered by the 3 schools were all similar. Choosing any school would lead to a boundless future. But I want to gain stronger practical combat ability in university. The most suitable for me is, after some consideration, finally, Zhou Yi chose to attend Swan University. Hearing this, Sue Meyer immediately pulled out a scroll and said, "This is Swan University's special recruitment contract. Look at it. If there are no problems, sign it." The muscular teacher couldn't help but regret losing a talent, snatched by Swan University again. Ms. Sun still didn't give up, saying, "If you don't find Swan University suitable, welcome to transfer to Qingjing University." Sue Meyer immediately threw a dagger-like glare at Ms. Sun. Evil intentions never die. Instant cast. This is a skill that only high-level mages have. Zhou Yi, who was reading the contract, exclaimed in surprise. Then he asked Sue Meyer in confusion, "Can I ask a question? What level is Ms. Sue's class?" Level 42, Second Awakening Mage. Zhou, he was even more confused. But you look less than 30 years old. The outside world is vast. Wait until you enter Suwon University. You can see even more young powerhouses. That's great. Zhou replied excitedly. After all, recently he basically had no opponents of the same age. Wait until entering Suwon University. If I can meet people to spar with, I can improve faster. After the signing was completed, Sumeyer put away the contract and instructed, "All right, I'll give you a week to pack your luggage. 1 week later, I'll come to pick you up for enrollment." Is Suwon University's reporting time that early? Sumeyer winked and replied, "That's natural. Specially recruited students need to arrive early to receive higher-level training. Strength will also increase faster. Only then can you perform better in the National Freshman Exchange competition." A week has passed. After Zhou Yi and Zhou Yun moved to the new villa, it was time for Zhou Yi to enroll. Before leaving, he asked Secretary Zhao to take care of his sister during his absence. Then he nagged Zhou Yun about everything under the sun before climbing into Sue Meyer's car. Looking at Zhou, he constantly looking back at his sister. Sue Meyer smiled and asked, "Is this your first time away from home?" "Yes." "Then you must prepare well." Before Zhou Yi could understand Sue Meyer's meaning, the car passed through a spatial gate. Suwon University city security immediately appeared before his eyes. "We aren't in a hurry. No need to use a teleportation magic array, right?" Saying that, Zhou Yi looked around. Seeing cars flying out of magic arrays everywhere, he couldn't help but be surprised. Teleportation magic arrays are usually controlled by the military. Like the small teleportation array Priest Chui used, it required a request from the city government. Suwon University cooperates with the military region. Therefore, a large teleportation array was built near the school. Extremely convenient and safe. So Mayid explained. Then she tilted her chin forward. "We're here." Zhou Yi looked at everything appearing in front of him. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This is too exaggerated. Let's go. I'll take you to report in." Sue Meyer said to Zhou Yi. While Zhou Yi was still looking around, he suddenly felt an object fly past. Turns out it was a young man who had just been kicked away by a girl. The white-haired girl's eyes flashed fire as she warned the young man. "I told you. I don't want to get to know you. That kick just now was a warning. Don't provoke me. I won't hold back anymore." Saying that, White Hair left. The crowd gathered to look at the beaten young man and laughed mockingly. Young Master Deng met a Rakshasa this time. Every year at the start of school, he wants to seduce female juniors. Finally met a tough case. Heaven has eyes. Zhou Yi looked after White Hair, thinking to himself, demon markings? She has demon bloodline. Sue Meyer remembered Zhou Yi's background. Looking at his expression, she kindly reminded him, there are many students and teachers in the university city carrying alien bloodlines. In the future, if you meet them, you shouldn't show unusual expressions. Rest assured, even if they're all aliens, as long as they stand on the side of humanity, I won't hate them. I haven't lost my reason to the point of hating the entire demon race because of my parents' death. That's good then. This is your student ID card. Sue Meyer conjured a card and gave it to Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi glanced at the information on the card. Rank. Credits. I'll talk briefly about the school rules. First is the ranking rule. Each academic year will have a corresponding ranking level. The higher the strength, the higher the ranking position. The ranking of freshmen is based on the results of the college entrance exam. You are ranked first, meaning you are the strongest freshman, but it's only a temporary ranking. A month later, a freshman competition will be held. The leaderboard will be rearranged based on these results. From today onwards, you will become a target of attack. Everyone will want to steal your position. If I'm already the top scorer, I won't let this position slip away. Zhou replied arrogantly. Sumeyer smiled, continuing to lead Zhou Yi on a tour, guiding him as they walked. Next is the credit rule. Freshmen will have basic credits based on their serial number. Credits can be used to buy equipment, medicine, skill books, etc. As long as you have enough credits, you can buy anything you want, including skills and S-rank resources. Besides ranking, there are two other ways to receive credits. One is credit missions. You can use your student ID to register and search for missions on the website. Accept suitable missions. Completing missions can earn corresponding credits. The second way is to receive fixed credits based on the monthly ranking on the Earth Board and Heaven Board. This whole university has about 1,000 students. People wanting to get onto the Earth Board and Heaven Board are as numerous as the Yuan army. You cannot be arrogant. Besides, this university also has 3 secret realm dungeons. The first dungeon is the Goblin Underground City. Level limit from 17 to 21. The second dungeon is the Twisted Forest. Level limit is from 23 to 26. The third dungeon, Purgatory. Level limit is from 28 to 31. Besides meeting the level requirements in the dungeon, you also have to spend a certain amount of credits to enter. Before reaching sufficient levels, you can practice in the training area. Training opponents can be real people, or you can fight with robots. The strong possess absolute right of speech. The most resources. This is the path of survival here. A group of students walked in the opposite direction of Zhou, Yi, and Su Meyer. The young man leading the group saw Su Meyer and greeted her, then continued to lead the student group. Just as they passed Zhou, Yi, a few students stared at him and whispered, "Who is he to be led by a teacher?" "Yeah, right. We are all led by seniors in groups of 10 for the tour. Could it be through the back door?" "Bumley." A young man in the group acted knowledgeable and said, "So you guys don't know. The top scorer of the recruitment drive will be specially handled by a teacher for enrollment procedures. 1 is so he can quickly familiarize himself with the school environment. 2 is to attract future top scorers later on, when choosing schools. Putting it like that, he is the top scorer of this recruitment batch." By Xiaosheng. What is his background? Tell us more details. The group of freshmen, including the white-haired girl, eagerly awaited the answer from Bai Xiaosheng. Zoe, top scorer of Suang Province. Level 13 Holy Knight. Just like the others, when first hearing Zhou Yi's class, they couldn't help but be surprised. No mistake, right? Holy Knight is just a support profession. I remember you said the second place is Shunling Feng, a level 14 warrior. How can a support like him surpass a warrior? Oh, come on, what are you guys saying? Don't believe me? My reputation as Bai Xiaosheng isn't undeserved. A female student couldn't contain her passion for beauty and exclaimed, "He's so handsome. He could totally be a celebrity." Whitehair heard Zhou Yi's impressive profile and involuntarily looked at him to evaluate. He is the top scorer among the new students. Lu Jing happened to see his crush Whitehair staring intently at Zhou Yi and felt jealous, deliberately, loudly disparaging. "I think this first place ranking is just a name only." Zhou Yi naturally heard it, immediately turning his head to look at the source of the voice. Lu Jing stepped out in front of the students and threw a challenge at Zhou Yi. "Lu Jing, level 13 Retribution Knight, ranked 38th. I suspect you don't have enough strength to be ranked first. I want to challenge you." "Student, challenging is a private matter. Don't delay everyone's time." The male student leading the group patted Lu Jing's shoulder to remind him, cursing inwardly, "Idiot. Guiding freshman earns me 1 credit. What are you causing trouble here for?" Lu Jing brushed his hand away and replied, "Sorry, senior. I will keep it within limits." The male student leading the group was even angrier. "This idiot. Rankings are decided jointly by the principals and teachers of the 5 major academies. It can't be wrong." Hearing Lu Jing's challenge, the freshmen started clamoring to watch the show. "There's a good show to watch. Wait a bit longer before moving on, senior." Lu Jing wants to use challenging the first place as a stepping stone to polish his reputation. Holy Knight isn't a strong profession. Wanting to steal his position isn't strange. Zhou Yi crossed his arms over his chest. With a nonchalant face, he said to Lu Jing, "So on what basis should I agree to your challenge?" 100 credits. Beat me, and they belong to you. If you lose nothing." Zhou Yi looked at Lu Jing's cocky face, then at the freshman, thinking to himself, "For the sake of future peace, I'm forced to agree to this challenge. However, I just want to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys, so the price he has to pay will be heavier. Only then will they remember well." So Zhou Yi set the stakes. 300 credits. "I'll fight 1 round with you." Hearing this, Lu Jing's face changed color. The students started whispering again. "I'm ranked 40th and only have 400 credits. Lu Jing ranked 38th, probably doesn't have much more. If he loses that many credits, it will be miserable. To start at school and dare to show off. Is he going to be that brainless side character type in comics?" Lu Jing felt a bit guilty at this moment. But as soon as he saw his crush still looking at Zhou Yi intently, jealousy blinded his eyes. Finally accepting the price Zhou Yi offered, 300 it is. Let's go to the arena. You have some courage. But no need to go to the arena. Within 3 moves? If you don't kneel, Consider my loss. In the end, the whole group still dragged themselves to the arena. Sumair personally stood out as the referee. After a 3-second countdown, Lu Jing immediately rushed up to attack, calculating in his mind. Retribution Knight and Holy Knight are similar, both hidden classes. Retribution Knight leans towards explosive power, while Holy Knight leans towards support. Just take him down quickly without letting the Holy Knight use buffs, and I can easily defeat him. By then, Lu Jing involuntarily looked at Whitehair standing below the arena. She will look at me. Regaining his spirit, Lu Jing swung his sword, using the skill Blood Chi Slash to chop at Zhou Yi, resulting in Zhou Yi easily dodging, then kicking him once in the stomach, making him instantly hit the floor. Boring, Zhou Yi said, feeling a bit disappointed inside. Thought he had some good tricks. Collapsed in less than one move. The male student leading the group went to check Lu Jing's injuries and reported to Sumair. Mom. Lu Jing broke 5 ribs. Internal bleeding. Currently in a coma. Bring a priest to treat him, Sumair said while using Lu Jing and Zhou Yi's student cards to operate on the system. After a while, she returned the card to Zhou Yi. 300 credits have been transferred to your student card. The swift battle opened the freshman's eyes. Retribution Knight's Blood Chi Slash is very hard to block, yet he broke it with just one kick. Is this the power of the first-ranked person? Completely on another level. Their strength attributes must differ by at least 20 points. Whitehair couldn't sit still anymore. She stood up and proposed to fight Zhou Yi. When I saw her at the door, I discovered she not only has demon bloodline, but also inheritance equipment. First time seeing inheritance equipment. I also want to see its power. Zhou Yi used the appraisal skill to check the opponent's info. Weapon, Dark Moon Ancient Sword. Quality, Inheritance 3-star. Race requirement, Human. Class requirement, Swordsman. Effect, Unknown. After a while, Zhou Yi replied, sure. Another match was about to take place. Considering the opponent wasn't ordinary, Zhou Yi decided to use the Mystic Light Warhammer to deal with Whitehair. Weapon, Mystic Light Warhammer. Quality, Gold 3 SS. Attributes, Constitution plus 18. Intelligence plus 24. Effect, increases all light skills grade B and below by 1 level. Source, System Lottery. This time, even the second and third year students can't watch. Hey, freshmen just entered school and already conflicting? Just chickens pecking each other. Li Donsheng, one of the ministers of the Aurora Society. Level 29 archer happened to pass by, saw Sumair, and came a greeter, then casually stayed to watch the match. 3, 2, start. The signal sounded, and both sides rushed at each other, while Whitehair used the skill Extreme Shadow Slash. Rushing to slash the enemy with lightning speed, Zhou Yi used the skill Savage Smash, lifting the giant hammer, smashing down hard on the ground, creating AoE damage and knocking back the enemy. As soon as the two moves connected, a loud explosion occurred. Then both were pushed back by the impact of the opponent's move. Strong indeed, truly a monster. Thinking to herself, Whitehair increased the intensity, using Demonic Chi Slash, infusing Dark Attribute into the weapon, simultaneously creating a powerful Dark Slash towards the enemy. To deal with Zhou Yi, seeing the opponent attack, Zhou Yi wasn't afraid at all, even shouting excitedly, wonderful! Finally someone who can confront me head-on. Continue. Upward Slash can perform an upward attack on the enemy, launching the enemy. Strengthen. Triple Stab. While attacking forward, strike a second attack. Triple Slash. Slash a powerful attack in front of the enemy. And release a shockwave. The shockwave causes multiple hits on the enemy, knocking the enemy away. Ice Mountain Strike. Jump a short distance forward and smash the weapon onto the ground. Has multiple attack judgments. The final attack can knock the enemy down. Both sides skillfully use their skills to attack each other, still unable to determine the winner. The audience standing below the arena watched the two figures moving at light speed on the stage and gaped in astonishment. Is it true these are two students fighting? Li Dongsheng, after pondering for a while, spoke up. If the spirit swordswoman doesn't have a trump card, she will lose very quickly. The male student leading the group heard this and was a bit skeptical. Really? I see they seem hard to distinguish victory or defeat. Li Dongxin Analiza. Parry. Absorbs all enemy attacks. Initially, 3 strikes from the Holy Knight. She only needed to block 1. Now the Holy Knight swings 2 strikes. She is forced to use her sword to block again. In defense and offense, when using large weapons, usually one only swings the weapon to a certain extent to conserve stamina. When grasping the opponent's opening, Zhou-Yi will suddenly strike to suppress. Moreover, he has no intention of conserving stamina. Either he's stupid, or he has absolute confidence in his strength. From beginning to end, the Warhammer has been restricting the spirit swordswoman's movements, forcing her to use her sword to block the hammer's attacks. Look at Zhou-Yi. Every strike is quality. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Such a great beauty, yet he strikes without mercy. This Holy Knight is truly brutal." Warm-up is over. Finishing his words, Zhou-Yi immediately activated Divine Grace, Courage Blessing, Weapon Blessing, Dawn Blessing, Guardian Grace. Immediately, a giant pillar of light surrounded him. This oppressive feeling is so strong. Is this his best state? While Whitehair was wary, Zhou-Yi used Spear of Victory and extended an armor point. Whitehair took the opportunity while he needed time to cast the skill to use Ghost Shadow Slash, closing the distance with the enemy and slashing once, aiming to take down Zhou-Yi. Unexpectedly, Zhou-Yi smiled smugly and said, "Knew you would use this move." Finishing his words, he swung a chop towards Whitehair. Whitehair at this moment could only helplessly close her eyes and wait for the beating. Unexpectedly, waiting forever, nothing happened. Want to continue? Whitehair slowly opened her eyes, only to see Zhou-Yi had retracted the skill, standing there leaning on his hammer, looking at her, not fighting anymore. The offensive was almost crushing. Continuing to fight would have the same result. You haven't used your full strength. Zhou-Yi est positif. He knew. In this battle, those powerful swordsman skills and the dark attribute power in her body weren't used. Whitehair smiled brightly like a flower and replied, "Discovered, huh? Just tested my limits once. I won't use my trump card. Moreover, you didn't use your full strength either. I watched your exam video. Let's be friends. We'll compete again later." After both exchanged WeChat, Sue Meyer continued to lead Zhou-Yi to tour the school. Her heart couldn't help but feel some anticipation. First day of school, not only earned 600 points, but also made all the elite specially recruited students wary. The freshmen this time seem about to get lively. The freshman dorms are located on Little Mountain Peak. Ordinary student dorms are at the foot of the mountain and halfway up. Specially recruited student dorms are at the peak. Moreover, specially recruited student dorms are separate villas. Based on ranking, the level of luxury and supported amenities differ slightly. You will live here from now on. Sue Meyer tilted her chin towards the super huge house in front, just swiping the card to enter. Sue Meyer suddenly remembered something. So she said to Zhou-Yi, "Right? Heard you were looking for the extreme cold ice lotus." A squad once saw the extreme cold ice lotus in the Gale Mountain range. But at that time, there was a high-level demonic beast guarding it, so they gave up picking it. This is news from 6 years ago. I can't guarantee its authenticity, based on the information Sue Meyer provided. The following days, Zhou-Yi threw himself into finding information related to the Gale Mountain range. Learned that this is a large mountain range that existed after the Eternal Game and Blue Planet merged. Vast area. Inside are countless heavenly treasures, exotic flowers and rare herbs, demonic beasts and monsters. Even Third Awakening class holders dare not casually go deep inside. With Zhou-Yi's current strength, if he encounters a high-level demonic beast, he can only run for his life. But luckily, after completing the college entrance exam achievement, the system rewarded him with a means to preserve his life. Even if he dies, he can survive. Nothing to hesitate about. Buy a few more skills and equipment, then set off. Zhou-Yi operated on the computer to search for suitable skills, simultaneously receiving a notification. Detected that you are the #1 ranked specially recruited student. Holy Knight skills below grade. It can be learned for free. Immune to all physical damage. Effect is that high. Buy. Long-range spear throw skill. Buy. Free is truly awesome. Accordingly, all powerful free skills were snapped up by Zhou-Yi. Only pity is there's one thing he still has to use points from the exam reward to collect. That is the jungle set. Preparation complete. Zhou-Yi immediately went to the Gale Mountain range to find the extreme cold ice lotus to cure his sister. While wandering in the Gale Mountain range looking for the lotus, he saw an earth-shattering explosion not far away. Curious by nature, he immediately pulled up his pants and ran to check the situation. Elsewhere, Jiang Churen, after adding Zhou Yi on WeChat, actively messaged to get acquainted. But since Zhou Yi messaged he would go to the Gale Mountain Range, he went radio silent, making Jiang Churen bored and call her best friend to confide. I met a very special boy. Yesterday, I went to challenge him. During the fight, I released a bit of succubus power. He wasn't moved at all, not even a look of infatuation. The friend heard this and couldn't help but marvel. Then his will must be terrifyingly strong. Yeah, Jiang Churen replied casually, then decided she would also go to the Gale Mountain Range like her crush. In a certain area of the Gale Mountain Range, a fiery battle was taking place between demons and a 4-person squad, including mechanic Zhu Rao, summoner Wen Tianrun, gunner master Zhu Dan, and swordsman Su Qinglian. First, Zhu Rao drove a tank while throwing out several small discs with bombs attached towards the demons. As soon as the demons stepped on them, the discs automatically exploded. A few escaped and continued to madly rush to attack the tank. When Tianrun used the skill Summon Ice Spirit Dai Z to create an ice wall blocking the demon's advance, not noticing another one jumping, with extreme speed on the tree trunks to approach their tank from behind. 9 o'clock direction. Hearing Zhu Rao's words, Zhu Dan immediately used her gun to fire, wiping out the monster behind. Done. She continued to sweep with the machine gun, simultaneously shouting, "Now is the time." Immediately, Su Qinglian utilized her superior swordsmanship skills to deal with the remaining demons. Success. Du Dao Lauet Hap Bi Li. When Tianrun turned to look at Zhu Rao, planning to celebrate together when suddenly her face went pale. Then, she pushed Zhu Rao aside, quickly casting magic to create an ice shield by the driver's seat window of Zhu Rao. But because the fire magic flying from the forest had too much destructive power, when Tianruan's ice shield was instantly shattered, the tank was also overturned consequently. Are you guys okay? Su Qinglian ran over worriedly to ask when Tianrun shouted a warning. Watch your back. The other 3 simultaneously looked behind Su Qinglian, only to see another group of demons rushing in like evil spirits, preparing to use fire magic to roast them. Our squad used all our trump cards just to destroy 4 demons. Are we really going to die here today? Just as the squad of 4 girls gave up to fate, Zhou Yi rode a white wolf rushing out from the forest, using the move Divine Storm to sweep the demons into one spot. Light converge. Storm descend. Light gathers. The storm has arrived. Zhou Yi finished speaking just as a giant sword flew down from the sky, stabbing directly into the eye of the tornado, directly annihilating the demons. The whole area was suddenly engulfed in a sea of fire. Zhou Yi patted his pet's back lightly. The white wolf understood and immediately opened its mouth. Just one breath extinguished the fire. Only then did Zhou Yi approach the group of 4 girls who were still bewildered, using magic to heal them. Su Qinglian hugged when Tianrun, who was still unconscious. Looking up and smiling, she said, "Thank you, Junior Zhou. I didn't expect you to know me. The Bluebird Squad is the 2nd-ranked battle team in the whole school. Of course I know. That makes me feel even more ashamed." Su Qinglian smiled awkwardly. Then with a serious face, she suggested, "Junior Zhou, your light attribute skills have a restraining effect on demons, but demons are very dangerous. How about returning to the base with us? I've explored the entire outer range for a month, but still have no news of the extreme cold ice lotus. 3 days later is the freshman competition. I can only wait until the competition ends to come back and find the extreme cold ice lotus." Thinking to himself, Zhou Yi replied. Su Qinglian turned to look at Zhu Rao. Zhu Rao understood and nodded, then began reciting a spell. Metal Roar, Soul of Speed, Demonic Growl, Ferocious Mechanical Spider Shine. Assemble. As soon as the spell ended, from a magic circle created by Zhu Rao, a giant spider robot vehicle appeared amidst the admiring gazes of Zhou Yi and the White Wolf. No time to explain. Get in the car quickly, Zhu Rao urged quickly. Su Qinglian saw her teammate acting cool and said nothing, exclaiming inwardly, "She's really good at acting." On the way back, Zhou Yi asked Senior Su, "Is the Gale Mountain Range originally where demons live?" Su Qinglian answered honestly, Our squad has been in the Gale Mountain range for over 2 months. This is also the first time we've encountered them. Zhou Yi heard this and speculated. Does that mean these demons came from the depths of the Gale Mountain range? Or recently, there was an otherworldly rift, and the demons escaped from there? Correct. We must quickly return to the base to inform the military region. Zhou Yi was a bit startled hearing this. Doesn't the military region have mages monitoring the whole area? Speaking briefly about this place, the Gale Mountain range has many demonic beasts. To prevent demonic beasts from attacking the mountain range, raid, enter the city. At the entrance of the Gale Mountain range, there is a trading and supply base built by the military. Moreover, mages from the military base always monitor the movements of demonic beasts in the mountain range. Su Qinglian heard Zhou Yi's question and frowned, answering, there are. However, these demonic beasts are too low level. Zhou Yi was even more confused hearing this. Level 30 silver demonic beasts. Anyway, that's not a low level. As if understanding Zhou Yi's inner thoughts, Su Qinglian explained, mages mainly monitor the deep area of the Gale Mountain range. Movements of high-level epic, legendary demonic beasts. The otherworldly aura on them is lower than the concentration threshold set by the mages, so perhaps the mages couldn't monitor it. Speaking of this, some doubts also appeared in Su Qinglian's mind. But if it's an otherworldly rift, why let low-level demons come here? As soon as the base's army discovers demons, they will immediately annihilate them all. And an otherworldly rift that can accommodate level 30 demonic beasts can also let level 50 demonic beasts pass through. The otherworld doing this is not only sending them to die, but also revealing the location of the rift. Forget it. This isn't something we should be thinking about. Just bringing the news back is enough. Just then, the group suddenly heard the sound of many demons shouting loudly. Food! Food! Simultaneously, a beam of light appeared in the sky and slammed into the ground, causing an explosion not far from Zhou Yi's convoy. Demons! Someone over there is surrounded by demons. This aura is... Thinking to himself, Zhou Yi said urgently, you guys go first. I'll go and come back. Then, ignoring everyone's advice, he rushed alone towards the explosion site. He could never forget this aura. Why did she appear here? Not only Zhou Yi's group, but another squad also knew someone was in trouble. At this moment, one of them spoke hesitantly. Level 20 silver demonic beasts. That girl won't last long. Should we help? Everyone was silent. After a while, one person spoke up. Better not to. We are trapped here. Can't even take care of ourselves. If she can escape, relying on her own strength to destroy the demons. In the future, she will definitely be a prodigy. But unfortunately, they all looked worriedly towards the explosion site. Jiang Churen, covered in injuries, was struggling with the monsters. While fighting the monsters, Jiang Churen gritted her teeth and thought, seems they discover my state has a time limit. Only surrounding, not attacking. Tried to exhaust me to death. These demons are in groups of 10 scattered on the plain. Even if I destroy the 8 in front, the surrounding demons will immediately advance. Basically no chance to escape and return to the base. If the demon's soul power disappears before breaking the siege. Thinking of this, Jiang Churen's eyes became cold. Just as she prepared to use a skill, a bolt of lightning flew straight down from the sky onto the silver demonic beasts surrounding her, instantly wiping them out. Jiang Churen turned around sharply. Where the sound of footsteps came from. Zhou Yi riding a white horse. Wrong. Riding a white wolf, rushing in like a god. Simultaneously shouting at the bewildered Jiang Churen. Jiang Churen, move! The demon behind Jiang Churen was opening its mouth to roar, creating a deafening sound that Jiang Churen couldn't stand, forcing her to cover her ears tightly with both hands. The evil demons used the skill Reinforced Flame Body and roared, simultaneously rushing to attack. Jiang Churen shouted a warning. Zhou Yi, go quickly. That's the demon race's berserk. She worried inwardly. The evil demons' strength multiplied. Zhou Yi is absolutely not their opponent. If I self-destruct, the chance of destroying them is 90%. I can protect Zhou Yi. Suddenly, Zhou Yi riding the white wolf appeared behind Jiang Churen. Slipping his arm around her waist, he lifted her onto the white wolf's back. Jiang Churen exclaimed in surprise. Zhou Yi. Just then, a demon rushed over and threw a punch. Immediately, The white wolf actively jumped forward to dodge. Zhou, sitting on the white wolf's back, turned his head, extending his hand and shouting, "Light of punishment!" In an instant, a massive amount of lightning struck down from the sky, devastating the entire area in front of him. Zhou, smiled and said, "No wonder everyone wants to awaken as a mage. The feeling of destroying monsters from a distance isn't bad. Only, Zhou Yi's move just now caused too much commotion, attracting all the evil demons on the field. They quickly formed a large circle, trapping the two inside. A total of 180 demons. Can use group attack skills to resolve. Just that now they are scattered," he said to himself. Zhou then placed 2 fingers on Jiang Churen's forehead. "Jiang Churen, you go attract the demons to the left. Don't be belligerent." Jiang Churen asked doubtfully. "Zhou didn't speak, but started performing a series of buffs for Jiang Churen. Slow heal, dawn blessing, weapon blessing, divine wall grace. Jiang Churen exclaimed inwardly. It's the Holy Knight's buff army. She hurriedly opened her personal panel to check. Level 16. Class, swordsman. Status, possessed demon body. But stats for strength, speed, constitution, intelligence all increased by 25%, making Jiang Churen gape in astonishment. Zhou, he didn't pay attention to Jiang Churen's reaction. Before she could finish speaking, he had jumped off the wolf's back, taking out his weapon, aiming at the nearest group of monsters, rushing over and swinging the hammer down, causing the whole area to explode. Behind, Jiang Churen also got off the wolf's back. She looked at Zhou and exclaimed inwardly, "Superb. Attributes increased by 25%, equivalent to my strength doubling. According to what I know, a level 16, even a level 20 Holy Knight can't do this." At this moment, a part of the monsters also approached Jiang Churen's position. Without needing orders, the white wolf rushed at a monster, opening its mouth to bite. Now is not the time to think about this. I must follow his request. Reminding herself, her expression, Jiang Churen became serious. She took out her weapon, starting to fight. As for Zhou, he was using high speed to move. Every hammer strike could destroy one or several monsters. Suddenly, a monster successfully sneaked behind Zhou and raised its weapon, aiming at his head to chop down. Just as the chop was about to succeed, a purple whip unexpectedly hit the monster's hand, knocking the weapon out of its hand, neutralizing the danger for Zhou. Zhou turned back to look and saw Jiang Churen controlling the purple whip to attack the monsters. Shadow Lash. Gather demonic energy in your hand to form a whip shape to lash the enemy, dealing heavy damage to the enemy and adding dark damage. Bringing a Holy Light class holder indeed can attract evil demons. Countless evil demons on the plane have gathered here. Can use this move now, he said to himself. Zhou casually threw the skill Guardian Holy Light towards Jiang Churen and the White Wolf, forming a protective shield for them, then instructed. Jiang Churen, wait inside here. Guardian Holy Light, B+. Places team members within a certain range inside a sacred halo and makes them immune to all physical damage. Effect lasts for a certain time. Next, Zhou shouted, Holy Cross, Holy Cross. Summon Holy Light. Collect a Holy Cross behind you, causing enemies within a certain range to continuously take light attribute fire damage every second. Level 7. Casting range 200 m. Only to see the huge cross Zhou summoned suddenly radiated golden light shining towards the monsters. Next second, a golden flame flared up, engulfing them, continuously burning, making them scream miserably. Jiang Churen's eyes sparkled, watching this scene in awe. Wait for the attack wave to pass. Most monsters were destroyed. Only the large monsters with high resistance remained alive. All darkness will disappear under the illumination of the Holy Light. Light converge. Storm descend. Divine Light Storm. Summon a storm condensed by Holy Light at the designated location, dealing light magic damage to all enemies within a certain range. Zhou, he just finished speaking. Many bars of Holy Light condensed in the air. Next, these bars of Holy Light fell to the ground, forming a large circle surrounding the monsters. A second later, at the center position, a tornado quickly formed, sweeping up the monsters, shredding them into pieces. In the nearby bushes, a group of people were gaping at the battle scene outside. Terrifying, isn't it? Who is this? Is that a human? Boss, do we need to go say hello? Hearing the team member ask, the captain pondered for a moment. Our squad, apart from me being level 26, the other 5 are all level 24. Don't talk about 1 versus 100. We can't even beat one cat. This person is truly too terrifying. Moreover, he's still so young. Finally, the captain decided to lead the group to meet Zhou-Yi. He thought to himself, must make friends. But before the group could move, they saw a machine rushing from afar towards Zhou-Yi's position. Wait for the machine to stop. Zhu Dan along with Zhu Rao, Wen Tianrun, and Su Qinglian appeared on the back of the machine. Zhu Dan raised her hand to greet. Junior Zhou, we can't help you. Only, when seeing the surrounding situation clearly, the group of 4 was stunned, frozen for 5 seconds. Zhou, he turned his head to look at them, then took out a recovery potion, tilted his head and drank it all. System notification. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 17. You gained 15 free attribute points, 15 skill points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 18. You gained 15 free attribute points, 15 skill points. Zoe, level 18. 1324/42,000. Strength 160. Constitution 162. Intelligence 172. Zhou, he thought to himself. 180 evil demons. 60,000 experience points. Unfortunately, class holders have a level limit on gaining experience points. Otherwise, this battle could have gained more. Looking at the empty recovery potion bottle in his hand, Zoe spit it. Mana increased quite a bit, but there are too many high-level skills. Still not enough to use. After returning to school, I must ask the teacher. Surely, she has a solution. At this moment, Zhu Dan's group finally recovered, jumped off the mechanical spider, walked towards Zhou-Yi. Su Qinglian spoke up. Zoe, you did all this? Zhu Dan also spoke up. Zoe, your strength is beyond what I imagined. Before Zhou-Yi could open his mouth, Jiang Churen suddenly sat down on the ground with a thud. The girls asked with concern, how is she? Zoe repeated. I guess she overexerted herself and entered a weakened state. The girls went to help Jiang Churen. Su Qinglian stared intently at Zhou-Yi and asked, while you were destroying the demons, did you encounter any particularly difficult ones? Zhou-Yi rubbed his chin in thought for a moment before answering. The highest level demon that died by my hand was gold rank, level 23. None were particularly hard to deal with. Is something wrong? Su Qinglian frowned and explained. The demon army and the human army both have commanders. If there is no commander here, then the main part of the demon army isn't here. This place isn't suitable to stay long. We must return to the base immediately. Zhou-Yi immediately agreed. In the bushes behind, seeing Zhou-Yi's group leaving, a member spoke up asking the captain, Boss, seems they are about to leave. Do we go out now? The captain seemed hesitant. Wait. Before the captain could finish speaking, they suddenly felt their bodies weighed down by an invisible force, making them feel terrified. Boss, what's happening? The boss looked outside. His face also full of fear, he shouted. Dense demonic energy. That is a demon. Only to see. The sky had turned blood red because a large area was covered by a membrane. Immediately after, from the membrane, a hole opened for a dragon to crawl in. On its back, it carried a humanoid creature radiating a large amount of demonic energy. Through the appraisal skill, basic information of the two creatures appeared in everyone's eyes. Monster, demon, level 30. Potential, legendary. Skills. Note: Monster, Fire Dragon. Level, 24. Potential, Gold. Skills. Flame Bombardment. At the same time, at the military zone, the surveillance screens turned red with warnings. Warning. Warning. Emergency state. Otherworldly aura concentration exceeds limit. Analyzing data. Data analysis complete. Level 4, Otherworldly invasion. Location locked. East of Gale Mountain Range. Longitude, east 111,454. Latitude, north 15,305. Seeing this, the surveillance staff immediately took out the walkie-talkie to notify the entire military region. Level 4, Otherworldly invasion. All Legion members please assemble immediately and prepare for combat. Level 4, Otherworldly invasion. All Legion members please assemble immediately and prepare for combat. Warrior Squad, Knights of the Snow Dragon Legion. Please end training quickly. Move to the assembly square. Pre-squad of the Snow Dragon Legion. Prepare well for rescue. Ensure bodies are full of mana. Logistics Squad of the Snow Dragon Legion. Distribute magic core resources. Magic crystals. Mage Squad of the Snow Dragon Legion. Lock position. Longitude east 111,454. Latitude north 15,305. Construct a large transportation magic array. Very quickly, the Legion personnel lined up neatly in the large golden formations on the ground. A soldier went up to the platform to report to the Snow Dragon Legion commander, Suyujo. Reporting to the Grand Commander. All personnel assembled. Awaiting orders. Suyujo drew his sword, pointing forward and shouting loudly. Like a sword, overcoming all obstacles. Like a shield protecting a region. The soldiers below also shouted in unison. Like a sword, overcoming all obstacles. Like a shield protecting a region. Suyujo ordered with satisfaction. Move out. A few minutes earlier, at the demon's lair, the demon commander sat on the throne. Looking down at the crowded demons, he spoke up. Every demon in the Legion is a clansman chosen and screened by me personally. Within half a year since coming to the Blue Planet, we haven't lost more than 10. But in the final hour of joy before returning to the world, 100 clansmen were hunted down and sacrificed. Half a day left until we return to the Holy World. Before leaving, we must run wild once. The demons below roared excitedly. Thank you for your grace, Your Highness. Thank you, Your Highness. Back to the present. The demon commander rode on the fire dragon's head. Looking down at Zhou Yi's group, he said, I absolutely will not forgive. I will seize your souls and burn them with hellfire. Next, the demon commander began summoning his legion. Alamus, son of the devil, use summoning skill. Silver demon summoned. Gold demon summoned. Su Qinglian immediately used the appraisal skill, scanning the demons. Legendary demon. Gold rank demon knights. Silver rank demon shamans. Her face became serious, taking out her weapon. Walking in front of Zhou Yi, she turned back and said, Zhou Yi, wait a moment. The Bluebird Squad will protect you. If there's a chance, you must break through the encirclement and leave here immediately. Correct. Zhou Yi, you must continue to live. Zhu Dan said that and also walked in front of Zhou Yi with the other two girls. They thought in their hearts, Zhou Yi is the most monstrous genius I've ever met. With his talent, he deserves for us to use our lives to protect. Just then, in the sky, a large golden magic array suddenly appeared, attracting everyone's attention. That is the Snow Dragon Legion. The Snow Dragon Legion are all class holders level 30 and above. The Legion commander is even a level 51 warrior. We are saved. Contrary to the joy of Zhu Dan's group. Zoe Fronet, suspecting inyardly. If teleporting here, why not pinpoint and teleport over there? Zhou Yi's doubt was immediately answered, because, on the opposite side, the demon commander suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, Umans. Rest assured, the magic array covering US. Your legion cannot enter. Su Qinglian exclaimed in surprise. What? Impossible. She looked up at the sky and discovered a large number of soldiers standing on the large golden formations, blocked outside by a red membrane. Outside the red membrane, Suyujo looked at Wang Liang and asked, What's going on? Why is the teleportation point wrong like this? Wang Liang placed his hand on the red membrane to sense for a moment before answering seriously. This is the demon race's forbidden curse-level magic array. Dark Flame Wall. After deployment, the space inside cannot be teleported out of, and attacks from outside will also be blocked. Must gather the strength of at least 2 more legions to break it. Otherwise, we can only wait for the time to run out and it dissipates on its own. Suyujo frowned and asked, If we wait for the magic array to dissipate, how long will it take? Wang Liang replied, 5 minutes. Hearing that, Suyujo closed his eyes. Sighing, he ordered heavily, Count all information about those people and keep records. Wait for the battle to end. Notify their families to claim the bodies. Wang Liang replied. At the same time, inside the Dark Flame Wall formation, system notification detected the appearance of a legendary rank demon. New mission has been issued. Achievement mission. Host, please eliminate the demon. Failure penalty, none. Reward, Talent, S+. Fortune's favor. Looking at the system panel, Zhou Yi smiled and whispered, "New achievement mission." Finally arrived. Then, Zhou Yi's whole body radiated golden light. Squeezing past Zhu Dan's group to go to the front, Su Qinglian hurriedly grabbed Zhou Yi's hand and shouted, "Zoe!" On the opposite side, the demon commander focused on Zhou Yi. "Such dense holy aura. Seems you were the one who acted against my clansmen. To show respect to you, I will personally chop you into 100 pieces, letting you leave in endless pain." Finishing his words, the demon commander rode the fire dragon, flying forward. Zhou Yi shook off Su Qinglian's hand, simultaneously pulling out his weapon, preparing to fight. Just then, the fire dragon suddenly opened its mouth, spewing a stream of magic towards Zhou Yi below. Su Qinglian shouted wildly, "Zoe!" Zhou Yi, with a calm face, swung, creating a golden beam of light flying upwards. Attacks from both sides immediately clashed in midair, only to see Zhou Yi's attack tore through the fire dragon's attack and continued flying up, severing one of the fire dragon's wings. The fire dragon lost a wing. Unable to continue flying, it fell straight down. The demon commander also fell freely because of this. A loud crash sounded. The fire dragon's massive body smashed hard onto the ground and lay there motionless. The demon commander landed safely, but still received some impact. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhou Yi appeared behind the demon commander, swinging to attack. The demon commander sensed danger, so he immediately held his weapon and slashed backward, but only hit Zhou Yi's shoulder armor, knocking it off. Immediately after, the demon commander saw a golden light about to make intimate contact with his face. So he hurriedly raised his weapon to block and borrowed the force to jump backward, looking at the ground where he just stood being plowed by Zhou Yi's hammer. The demon commander couldn't believe it and screamed inwardly, "What the hell? This human is only level 18. How can he have the power to confront me?" Zhou Yi didn't rush to attack again. He placed the hammer aside. Cracking his knuckles, he looked at the demon commander and spoke up, "You defend quite well. All right, you're the first legendary monster I've met. You human." Cursing once, the demon commander launched himself forward, stabbing his sword toward Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi grabbed his weapon back, jump high to dodge, simultaneously striking a large cross shape, pressing down on the demon commander below. Pure white. Additional stun status, judgment successful. He said to himself. Zhou Yi raised his hand high and shouted, "Light of punishment." The stun time didn't last long. Before the lightning struck down, the demon commander had time to wake up, shouting, "Flame demon shield." Looking at the shield in front of the demon commander, helping him block all the lightning. Zhou Yi spit it. Even light of punishment can't resolve him? Seems ordinary means aren't enough to destroy a thick-skinned legendary demon. Then I can only use the skill the system rewarded after the exam. As for the demon commander, he ordered his legion, "My dear warriors, destroy him for me." The demons received the order and immediately roared, shouting kill and slash, rushing towards Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi didn't care about them. Around his body currently appeared a lot of holy light. His body gradually floated up, radiating waves of golden mana. Everyone stared intently at Zhou Yi without looking away, only to see Zhou Yi raise both hands high. A large vortex immediately appeared. From within, a giant hand reached out. Why does it feel like some terrifying existence is about to descend? The demon commander just finished speaking. The entire space was dyed gold. The giant hand smashed down from above onto him and his subordinates, causing the ground to shake. Cracking. Tornadoes swept around. Su Qinglian whispered in astonishment. Am I dreaming? Is this Zhou Yi's skill? Jiang Churen felt the succubus bloodline in her body trembling in fear. Outside the red membrane, Su Yuzhou spoke up. This power is equal to a magic crystal cannon. Found out who the people trapped inside are yet? Wang Liang replied. They're all Swan University students. The person casting the skill just now is this year's top scorer. Zoe, Holy Knight. Su Jujiao Sifet Zivet Fuli, saying, top scorer, huh? Unfortunately, the level gap between the two sides is too big. If Zhou, you were given a little more time to grow, then just that skill alone could have destroyed that demon. Sure enough, Su Yuzhou wasn't wrong. After Zhou Yi's attack just now, the demon commander was still alive. His whole body now radiated even more terrifying demonic energy than before. The demon commander roared in anger. Blasphemy! Profaning the great existence, Alamus. Flame Demon Legion. Charge! Flame Shaman Legion. Cast magic. Immediately, from all directions, magic rushed to attack Zhou-Yi, and the demon commander turned to the demon healing him and said, "Just a level 18 Holy Knight." The healing demon affirmed, "Correct. Going through many great battles. The mana in his body must have been exhausted long ago. Without mana, facing our legion of 300, just relying on numbers is enough to make him half dead, right?" Speaking with satisfaction, the demon commander looked at Zhou-Yi again, at the center of the attack. Zhou-Yi thought with an unchanging expression, "Hand of God consumed almost all the mana in my body. Equipment mana recovery speed is too slow. Only way left is to rely on myself." A skill panel appeared in front of Zhou-Yi. Divine Secret Art. One-time Secret Art of the Temple Knight. Releasing this secret art does not consume mana. Also not affected by silent skills. After using this secret art, will receive a portion of a light god's power, depending on the body's endurance. For corresponding attributes will be increased. The level of all divine and light skills will temporarily be increased by 5. And HP recovery speed, stamina, and mana will be x20. Effect will last for a period of time. After the skill ends, will fall into a weakened state. So, a second later, a pillar of light descended from the sky, piercing through the red membrane, shining on Zhou-Yi. What were thing now? TCH. The demon commander looked up and saw Zhou-Yi inside the golden pillar of light was being embraced by a goddess with 3 pairs of wings. Feathers falling from above. Touching any demon caused them to burn, turning into smoke. Su Yuzhou reached out to touch a feather, involuntarily exclaiming, "It's actually God Descent." Wang Liang, the vice commander of the Snow Dragon Legion, standing next to him, heard this and couldn't help but be curious. "Commander, what is God Descent?" "It is a peak skill held by God System class holders. Can use all energy and faith of the gods. I once met a priest casting God Descent. Just one move could restore the Legion's status to peak condition. Also because of God Descent, only our army could persist waiting for reinforcements under the siege of 3 demon legions. Divine energy abundant as the sea. If not for us, he could also destroy the demons." Down below, the demon commander, Demon Lord, seeing the scene, eyes widened, screaming in disbelief. Impossible. Clearly this is a peak secret art. He is a level 18 Holy Knight. On what basis can he use divine energy? The mage standing behind him hurriedly reminded, "Your Highness, once God Descent is cast, only using equivalent divine energy can cut it off. Wait for him to complete the ritual, and our entire legion will perish." Just a skill, right? Offense and defense immediately exchanged. How long to establish the return magic array in the Dark Valley? 1 minute. The mage replied, "I know. Now is the time for you to show your loyalty." "Yes," the mage replied, then shouted loudly, "All demons listen to the order. Dedicate everything you have to the demon Lord Alamus." Immediately after, he was the first to sacrifice his soul. "Great demon Lord Alamus, I, Ruskin, willingly dedicate my everything for respect towards you. Great demon Lord Alamus, I, Bacta, willingly dedicate my everything for respect towards you." Just like that, hundreds of demons chanted the slogan and voluntarily sacrificed their souls. Then, their souls were all absorbed by the demon lord. Looking at the dark power radiating from the demon lord growing larger, the goddess expressed disdain. "Pathetic, ugly lower creatures. Holy Knight, I grant divine energy to you," God says. While speaking, the goddess lifted Zhou-Yi's hand pointing at the demon lord. Zhou-Yi's eyes immediately glowed. Then, a beam of light from his hand went straight to the demon lord, absorbing the sacrificed souls. The ground shook. An earth-shattering explosion occurred, kicking up blinding dust. But as soon as the dust cleared, everyone saw that demon lord could actually still stand up. Even, he accumulated a giant fireball. Power of the fire demon is the strongest innate skill, condensing fire elements to the limit. Surface temperature can reach 15 million degrees Celsius. If not for the clansman's sacrifice, I couldn't cast this skill either. Thinking to himself, the demon lord shouted, D. Holy Night. Then, threw the fireball straight at Zhou Yi's position. Only pity that he had to be disappointed. As soon as the dust cleared, he still saw Zhou Yi standing tall there without a single injury. Now he knew he and Zhou Yi were not on the same level. So he dared not delay, immediately pulling up his pants to run towards the magic array to return. But Zhou Yi naturally wouldn't give him that chance. Heretic, in the name of God, I sentence you. Death penalty. Finishing his words, Zhou Yi waved his hand, causing a beam of light to descend from the sky, directly taking the demon lord's life. Return. I have completed the mission. My glory. Return to the world. The demon lord muttered a few sentences, then breathed his last. Witnessing that scene, the remaining demons were like snakes without a head, screaming in fear. What to do? The demon lord sacrificed himself. The return magic array is destroyed. How can we return to the holy world? Finally ended. Zhou Yi said a sentence, then fell into a weakened state, gradually losing consciousness. Accordingly, his body fell freely downwards. Zoe, Jiang Churen, and the Bluebird Squad ran over worriedly. The vice commander of the Snow Dragon Legion hurriedly ordered, Priest, quickly check Zhou Yi's body condition. Team 1, Team 2, quickly search for surviving class holders around the mountain area. The remaining Legion personnel charge with me. So heavy, can't breathe. Seems like something is pressing on my chest. Can't move. Is it sleep paralysis? Am I about to ascend? Thinking to this point, Zhou Yi woke up. Now he knew he was lying in a hospital room. Moreover, it was true he was being pressed by this 50-kilogram shadow. Jiang Churen rubbed her sleepy eyes and said, Zoe, you're awake. You've been in a coma for 2 days and 2 nights. Let me go tell everyone, right? Thank you for saving me. Jiang Churen suddenly kissed Zhou Yi on the cheek, then shyly turned and left. This girl, Zhou Yi said helplessly. Just then, the system panel suddenly appeared. Daily missions. 200 push-ups incomplete. 200 squats incomplete. 200 sit-ups incomplete. I slept for 2 days straight and missed 2 days of daily rewards. Let's see if the achievement mission completion can make up for it. Achievement mission. Eliminate demon completed and corresponding mission rewards have been distributed. Congratulations, you received talent S+. Defy death. Defy death. Your body can resist death and can quickly recover from any damage received. Congratulations, you received S-Rank Magic Potion. Fortune's Favor Potion. After drinking, increases the drinker's luck for 12 hours. Talent that can recover damage. Every class has this kind of talent, but the effect is different. But being both in S+ talent and called Defy Death, it must be extremely special. Thinking of this, Zoe excitedly conjured a knife. Without hesitation, stabbed lightly into his chest, then pulled the knife out and waited for the result. Watching the wound heal at light speed, Zhou Yi couldn't help but marvel. Recovered in 2 seconds? Excellent. With this situation, during combat, I won't be affected by ordinary damage. Survival ability is also improved. What if it's a serious injury? Thinking of this, Zoe conjured a knife. But after some calculation, in the end, he didn't dare play stupid, put the axe away, and continue to study the reward. Fortune's Favor Potion increasing luck. Luck? Increased by how much? Go out and pick up a legendary weapon immediately? Huh? Or randomly lead an old lady across the street who turns out to be a third awakening class holder. Or suddenly buy top-tier equipment on the roadside. A bottle of divine medicine can open up infinite possibilities. Use it later. Just as Zhou Yi was about to close the system, a notification panel caught his attention. Holy Flame Halo, Grade A. Condense a holy flame halo around the body, giving oneself the ability to control fire elements. Increasing fire and light damage of oneself and surrounding allies by 20%. Effect lasts for a period of time. Holy Flame Halo? What is this? Divine Cannon skill? Zhou Yi recalled the moment fighting the Demon Lord. It was at that time. Holy Angel's Protection, Grade S+. Holy Angel binds with the user. Your light system is enhanced. All light and divine skill effects are increased manifold. Holy Flame Halo, Grade A. Condense a holy flame halo around the body, giving oneself the ability to control fire elements. Increasing fire and light damage of oneself and surrounding allies by 20%. Effect lasts for a period of time. Holy Flame Halo belongs to light attribute skills. Can be enhanced by Holy Angel's protection. Once Holy Flame Halo is used, it can increase light and fire skill damage by another 40%. If during the use of Holy Flame Halo, I also use Light of Punishment, won't I turn into a dual element lightning fire mage? While Zhou was thinking wildly, a knock on the door pulled him back to the present. A strange young man, to Zhou, came to visit him. After settling in his seat, he introduced himself. I am a vice commander of the Snow Dragon Legion, Mage Wang Liang. Student Zhou, thanks to you promptly destroying the monster this time. Destroying the teleportation array. Otherwise, we couldn't have captured so many demon prisoners. Zhou replied modestly. You are too polite. I just did a small thing. Do you have business with me? Originally, the commander should have come to thank you personally. But he is busy now, so I have to go in his place. Although student Zhou Yi's ultimate goal destroyed half of the Dark Barrier, the traces of the demon descent were perfectly preserved. The Legion has found the demon's secret. Commander Su has gone to report the matter to superiors. Saying that, he took out a sphere. As soon as the sphere was activated, the whole room turned into a virtual space with all kinds of items appearing before Zhou Yi's eyes. Resources of the Snow Dragon Legion accumulated over hundreds of years are here. Don't be polite. Just tell me what you like. Wang Liang said generously. Zhou Yi looked through once and couldn't help but marvel. There are even high-level S-rank heavenly treasures? After searching for a while, Zhou Yi opened his mouth to ask. Vice Commander Wang, does the Snow Dragon Legion's warehouse have an S-rank extreme cold ice lotus? Wait a moment, let me look. Wang Liang performed a few operations, then pointed at the screen and asked, is it this thing? Correct. Zhou Yi shouted excitedly. Okay. Wang Liang tried to look fine on the outside, but inside his tears were an ocean. 100 million contribution points straight away. Equal to my salary for 3 years. Probably have to ask the commander to pay. The extreme cold ice lotus is at the headquarters warehouse, so you need to wait here a few more days. If you feel bored, I will arrange more people to go with you to hunt demonic beasts in the mountain range. Wang Liang said, while pretending to be cool, walking towards the door. But at an angle Zhou Yi couldn't see. He couldn't help but smile. Let the young ones of the same age in the Legion go with Zhou Yi to destroy demonic beasts. Strengthen feelings. Wait for Zhou Yi to become a top powerhouse. The Snow Dragon Legion will also get some glory. This operation of mine can be said to be perfect. While Wang Liang was secretly smug, Zhou Yi's next sentence was like pouring a bucket of cold water on him. Tomorrow I have to return to school to participate in the freshman competition. Just send the extreme cold ice lotus to my dorm is fine. Forgot he is still a student. Wang Liang sighed and replied. The extreme cold ice lotus will be delivered to you at Swan University Dormitory 001 in 2 days. In the future, if you encounter unsolvable problems in the Gale Mountain Range, be sure to contact the Snow Dragon Legion. Finished speaking, he left. Zhou Yi slumped onto the sofa. Couldn't help smiling happily. Xiao Yun is saved. Really should thank that whatever demon. If not for it, I wouldn't have had the chance to get the extreme cold ice lotus from the Snow Dragon Legion's warehouse. Glancing at the clock, Zhou Yi said to himself, almost 12 o'clock. Must complete today's daily missions first. At the Bluebird Squad, Su Qinglian just stepped out of the bathroom when she was surrounded by her teammates pleading. Captain, we want to invite Zhou Yi to join the Bluebird Squad. Do you think it's okay? Su Qinglian acted indifferent and said, I think he probably won't agree. With his strength, destroying demonic beasts alone is more efficient. Zhu Dan smiled and said, how do you know without trying? Moreover, doesn't the captain also want him to join us like we do? When Tian Run chimed in, I saw the captain sneaking off to visit Zhou Yi several times. Su Qinglian didn't reply, but secretly recalled the time she visited Zhou Yi. At that time, she indeed offered to invite him to the team, but was politely refused by him. Although Su Qinglian regretted it, it wasn't convenient to insist. Just before leaving, she still couldn't help but say, right, to thank you for saving us in the Gale Mountain Range. This is a special thank you for you. Saying that, Su Qinglian placed a kiss on Zhou Yi's cheek and smiled brightly before leaving. Zhou Yi involuntarily remembered Jiang Churin's similar action and couldn't help but feel a bit shy. A special reward? A special thank you? Girls nowadays are so bold. In another development, Su Yuzhou was reporting to his superiors. According to investigation results, compared to 3 years ago, during this otherworldly demon invasion, they took turns appearing in the Gale Mountain Range. The investigation shows the demons have mastered the method of moving through medium-sized rifts. Are you sure? Do you know what this report means? Historically, otherworldly creatures could only invade the blue planet through large spatial rifts. Because there aren't many large spatial rifts, the danger of otherworldly invasion wasn't great. But medium rifts on the blue planet are countless. If otherworldly creatures can invade through medium spatial rifts, the blue planet will face an extinction crisis. Therefore, this investigation result has been checked many times. Fortunately, we discovered that only otherworldly creatures below level 30 can pass through medium rifts. Hearing this, the man with horns on his head instructed, "If so, we need to quickly propose a strategy to deal with this problem. Quickly notify the major legions across the country. Immediately investigate all medium spatial rifts within their garrison range. Counselor Zhang, attend the International United Nations Congress this time to report this discovery and see the reaction of other countries." At this time, Wang Wei, principal of Swan University, asked, "Commando Su, was this intelligence obtained from an 18-year-old boy?" "Correct." Su Yuzhou projected Zhou Yi's image on the screen. This young hero is named Zhou Yi, a newly risen holy knight. Top scorer of the Swan Province College entrance exam. Top freshman of Swan University. Cast divine descent magic to defeat the demon. Also destroyed the teleportation array. This action brought immense benefits to us. Others hearing this couldn't help but be surprised. A holy knight becoming the provincial top scorer? This is a bit rare. Swan Province. And surnamed Zhou. Could he be a descendant of the Frost General? At this moment, that high-ranking official turned to speak to Wang Wei. "Counselor Wang, after returning to school, help me check how Zhou Yi is. If he's a good seedling, remember to notify us. Don't hide him away." Someone spoke up teasingly. "Admirat Zhou Yi. Here are all the top powerhouses in the country. If he gains their favor, his future will certainly skyrocket." 2 days later, the freshman competition officially began. A robot flew around Swan University announcing, "Attention students, the freshman competition will start at exactly 10 a.m. Students, please hurry to the gymnasium to assemble." Approaching G Hour, the Dean of the War Academy, representing the judges consisting of deans from the Weapon Academy, Element Academy, Tactics Academy, and Logistics Academy, stood up to speak. "I am Wu Mang, Dean of the War Academy. Welcome everyone for choosing Swan University. This freshman competition is divided into 2 stages. The first stage is the Dungeon Challenge. Ranking is decided based on difficulty and clear time. The second stage, Free Challenge. Each person has 3 chances to challenge those with higher rankings. Success changes the ranking." While Wu Mang was speaking, Su Meyer, standing next to him, was constantly anxious. Zhou Yi and Jiang Churen still hadn't appeared. If they don't come to the exam site, they will lose the qualification to participate in the freshman competition. Really shouldn't have told him when there was no certain news about the extreme cold ice lotus. Now it's over. Not only Su Meyer noticed Zhou Yi's absence. Other students not seeing Zhou Yi anywhere started whispering, "Have you guys seen Zhou Yi? Haven't seen him. Did he forget the freshman competition?" That's very possible. After all, he hasn't returned to school for a month. Good thing, huh? We directly eliminated a rival. Shun Lingfeng, standing in the crowd, heard these words and laughed secretly. "Zhou Yi, you didn't stay in school to practice. Wasted a month of time yourself. Now you don't even have the courage to participate in the freshman competition. Opportunity placed right in front of your eyes, and you don't grasp it. Truly pitiful." Next, first stage of the freshman competition. Dungeon Challenge. Silver Secret Realm. Wu Mang finished speaking just as the gate leading to the secret realm opened. A dark flame surged out, covering the vast space. The scale and strength of the freshmen this time are the strongest in history, to allow everyone's strength to be maximized. This dungeon challenge, besides having easy, hard, and nightmare levels, specially added abyss difficulty. A student heard this and couldn't help but be excited. They actually opened abyss difficulty. No wonder the secret realm gate has such burning flames. Absurd. I remember the difficulty of the abyss model is 10 times more terrifying than nightmare. Next up will be fun. This young master will definitely sweep the abyss-level dungeon later. While speaking, students began preparing gear to enter the secret realm. Bring equipment, potions, everyone's best weapons. Move out. As soon as Wu Mang finished speaking, information about the secret realm appeared. Dungeon Challenge. Furball Lair. Level 12 to level 19. Difficulty. Can choose simple, easy, nightmare, abyss. Require number of people. 1 to 6 people. Note: in the dark and gloomy forest, where a group of ferocious furbolgs live, it is said that a human body can't even fill the belly of a small furbolg. After that moment, all freshmen were teleported inside the secret realm. Wu Mang looked at the screen, showing choices of nightmare or abyss difficulty, and exclaimed inwardly, "Not bad, not bad." All are energetic children actively moving forward. Just then, Wu Mang noted an anomaly. Why don't I see numbers 001 and 003? Sommelier replied hesitantly. Reporting to the dean, 001 and 003 went to the Gale Mountain Range to practice earlier. Still haven't returned. Presumptuous. Wu Mang sautait en vili. The freshman competition decides the direction and cultivation resources for the future. How can they be late for such an important matter? Young age, but relying on high ranking to become arrogant. Doing things without knowing propriety. Dean, Zhou, he isn't that kind of person. He is because... Su Meyer was trying to defend Zhou. Before she could finish explaining, she was interrupted by Wu Mang waving his hand. Such students need their temperament tempered. If they don't come, no need to participate anymore. Directly rank last. Just then, Zhou, carrying Jiang Churen, ran over panting. "So sorry. We are late." Saying that, he and Jiang Churen directly chose abyss difficulty. Then, both were quickly teleported inside the dungeon. You have arrived at the Furball Lair. You have chosen abyss difficulty. Note: monsters in abyss difficulty are extremely crazy. Please pay attention to use the return scroll at the right time. Hope the difficulty is as rumored. Zhou, he said while activating a series of buffs like Dawn Blessing. Gift of Courage. Gift of God. Guardian Gift. Simultaneously pulling out his weapon ready to fight. Monster. Furball Warrior. Level 17. Potential. Silver. Skills: Speed Burst, Attack Bite. Monster: Furball Shaman. Level 18. Potential: Silver. Skills: Résilience Sora. Vadrams. Zhou, he glanced at the information about the monsters roaring, preparing to rush towards him. Hope they can make me exert my full strength. Zhou, he said eagerly, then jumped high, swinging an axe. In another place, Jiang Churen was utilizing the B-rank skill Shadow Army Slash, continuously wielding the weapon, successively releasing sword energy, creating heavy strikes, penetrating enemy defense. Meanwhile, Shunling Feng condensed flame power all over his body, releasing extreme fire fist, dealing massive damage to a single target to deal with the monsters. Another student chose to use the C-rank skill Whirlwind Heart-Shattering Stab, spinning then jumping up, smashing the enemy to the ground, temporarily stunned. However, 16 furbolgs attacking at once still overwhelmed him. The judges watching the student's performance through the screen started giving their first comments. Overall performance of this year's freshman isn't bad. The Furball Dungeon is the hardest secret realm our school has. Previously, freshmen entering the dungeon would be beaten until they couldn't fight back, thereby being eliminated from the competition. This year, they actually all held their ground. At this moment, Wu Mang ordered the technical team. Project Window 001. I must see, after wasting a month in the Gale Mountain Range, exactly what level 001 has reached. The screen immediately showed Zhou Yi's image, only to see at this moment, around him was smoke and fire. Simultaneously, the system showed a notification. Congratulations, passing the first gate. Eliminated 16 furbolgs. Time, 5 seconds. The result was so magical it made the dean of the Element Academy, Chu Huayang, exclaim in surprise. 5 seconds. Wow. Because Zhou, he only used the support skill Holy Flame Halo to get the most intense flame effect to directly destroy the monsters. Song Qi, dean of the Weapon Academy, speculated vaguely. Unless Zhou Yi's intelligence attribute points are extremely high. Wu Mang, seeing this scene for the first time, didn't dare make a strong conclusion but analyze cautiously. There are many reasons for high skill damage. Intelligence attribute, strong buffs, heavenly treasures. Just one battle can't determine correctly yet. Someone with years of combat experience, like me, can't even figure out what kind of skill that strange halo is. How effective is it? He didn't waste this month at all. This kid is interesting. He didn't know he was causing a stir among the judges and was still very focused on the match. Punishment of light. He finished speaking just as thousands of lightning bolts descended, striking straight at the monsters, directly sending them to meet their ancestors. Accordingly, the notification board continued to appear. Congratulations passing the second gate. Eliminated 200 furbolgs. Time, 1 minute 23 seconds. Taking advantage of the victory, he continued to use the move Wind of Victory, successfully passing the third gate with a time of 3 minutes 29 seconds. Cleared Abyss Difficulty Dungeon. Clear time, 4 minutes 57 seconds. Evaluation, Rank SS. You have been recognized as the record holder for the dungeon. Clear reward, Skill Book Grade B+. Hammer of Repentance. 13,212 experience points. 25 free attribute points. 25 skill points. Hammer of Repentance. Swing a hammer with divine power at the enemy. Will cause the enemy to suffer extreme damage. As the first person to clear the level, you have unlocked a talent achievement. Please choose one of the three below. Focus Aura, a dash. Neural reaction speed increases by 30%. When using skills, there's a 30% chance not to be interrupted. Sprint, a dash. After entering combat state, movement speed will continuously increase, at most increasing by 50%. Steadfast Guardian, a dash. While using a shield as a weapon, defensive power increases by 30%. Receiving the notification, Surprise Joe-E. Clearing a dungeon can actually receive a new talent. Whether a professional is strong or not is largely related to their talent. Initially, I relied on the S+ talent to activate the change to Holy Knight at the Awakening Conference. This must be a privilege of silver rank dungeons and above, right? After all, I set new records in the bronze dungeon of the exam. But there was no such reward. 3 choices are quite humane too. No need to worry about getting a useless talent. Thinking of this, he began to calculate. Steadfast Guardian suits a Holy Knight going the tank route, but I don't have much use for it. Sprint isn't bad either, just slightly inferior to Focus Aura. In actual combat, from seeing the enemy to proceeding to cast attack and counterattack takes a lot of time. The stronger the enemy, the faster the attack. Therefore, neural reaction speed is naturally the more advantageous and precious. Combat changes constantly. Focus Aura can lower the danger of skills being interrupted. Can be used as a pivotal point in the battle. Just then, another gate full of dark aura opened. Simultaneously, a notification appeared on the gate. Abyss Difficulty Dungeon cleared. Do you want to activate the side gate? The aura making others disgusted transmitted from the teleportation door. Hope the side gate can make me a bit happy. He was full of anticipation. Without hesitation, stepping through the gate. Outside, Zhou's performance just now made the judges marvel once again. Each person relied on their expertise to give comments. Combat technique is quite fierce. Perfect control of elemental power. Quick thinking. Strong adaptability. Abyss Difficulty Dungeon indeed wasn't in vain. Zhou is very versatile. Not only mastering extremely strong attack magic, also calculating the ability to enhance strength. Even melee combat is equally surprising. But Zhou Yi's Holy Knight skills are too comprehensive. Leveling up like this, plus huge consumption, result might be mediocre performance. Wu Meng heard Zhongling, Dean of the Tactics Academy, speak and nodded in agreement. This is indeed a problem. Wait until the freshman competition ends. I will personally speak to him. Song Qi and Chu Huayong heard this and chimed in. Dean Wu, Zhou, he hasn't decided which academy to go to yet. Still worrying about his choice? It's more reasonable to let the dean of that side speak. Correct. Everything has to wait for which academy Zhou Yi chooses before speaking. Zhou Yi is very proficient in elemental magic. Very suitable for the Element Academy. This is starting to snatch people already. Words just spoken immediately attracted everyone's attention. Principal. Seems everyone is very satisfied with Zhou Yi. Pity I came late. Haven't seen him display his full strength yet. Wang Wei smiled and said, "Back to Zhou Yi." As soon as he stepped into the side gate, a gloomy scene of death appeared before his eyes. Looking at the pile of dry bones stacked into a mountain not far away, Zhou Yi asked himself, "This scene, don't tell me an evil god ritual was held here before?" He stared at the skeleton on the throne placed atop the pile of dry bones and whispered the answer. This world already has a light god. Naturally, there will be a corresponding evil god. Evil god is not only the name of the dark god, but also a general term for chaotic, crazy gods. These two have a huge difference. Worshipping light or dark gods only requires loyal worship, but worshipping evil gods requires pure life and soul. The Blood Abyss incident a few years ago was caused by a Third Awakening class holder worshipping an evil god. He secretly planned to sacrifice a medium-sized city. Tens of millions of lives gone in just one night. And in an instant, he leveled up from 54 to 89. Although he was destroyed by the Legion and Patrol envoys, the tens of millions of souls swallowed by the evil god could not come back to life. From then on, Zhongsha country strictly prohibited worshipping evil gods. Once discovered, immediate execution. However, forces worshipping evil gods continue to increase. Many people willingly take risks. Of course, not only the human race worships evil gods. Beast race, elf race, angel race all have the possibility of worshipping evil gods. Thinking to himself, Zhou Yi stepped into the red formation on the ground step by step. Immediately, a dense purple smoke surrounded the dry skeleton on the throne. And then, the monster awakened. Monster. Wraith Furbolg. Level 19. Note. Leader of the Furbolg tribe. Ghost body evolved after evil god ritual. Pure flesh and blood, haven't seen in a long time. Human. You smell really good. Unexpectedly, an undead creature immune to physical damage. If fighters saw this final boss, they would probably faint immediately. Zhou Yi carried the hammer on his shoulder, tone full of interest speaking to the boss. Delicious? Come. Then, he used the skill Divine Light Storm. Summon a storm condensed by holy light at the designated location, dealing light magic damage to all enemies within a certain range. To replace words, striking a stone with an egg. The boss just finished speaking when it was sucked into the eye of the tornado and crushed. But just a moment later, the boss recovered to its original state, simultaneously opening its mouth to praise. Human, I admit your holy light is indeed very powerful, but before the immortal power Lord FC granted me, everything is just like taking an egg to strike a stone. Seeing the aura surrounding Zhou Yi becoming denser day by day, the boss speculated. Dense to this extent. Seems you intend to use a killer move. Useless. Everything you do is just futile struggle. Using up the killer move, how much power is left in your body? Wait for the next time I revive. It will be the time you must sacrifice. Oh, is that so? Zhou Yi sneezed, then extended his hand towards the boss. Immediately, a giant light ball shot straight at the boss, making it scream miserably. But before disappearing, it still spoke toughly. I said already, you can't destroy me. Nonsense. Finishing his words, Zhou Yi stood in place, continuously firing light balls at the boss, making it directly gone forever. Congratulations, you have completed the dungeon. Completion time, 1 minute and 12 seconds. Clearance reward. Congratulations, you have received 7,113 experience points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 19. Congratulations, you have received the Ghostly Bear Monster's core. Gold grade. As expected, the idea that it could be revived infinitely was just a fantasy. It seems I just needed to drain all its power to destroy it. Before leaving the Secret Realm instance, Zhou Yi glanced back, lost in thought. The moment I entered this space, I sensed a faint, violent power. This power wasn't an elemental force, but it felt similar to the power I sensed when using the god-subduing art. That's why I guessed it was the remnant power of an evil god. And when the ghostly bear monster revived for the first time, that strange power diminished slightly. That's how I deduced that the ghostly bear monster's revivals were limited. The correct way to clear the stage was to kill the ghostly bear monster over and over again, forcing it to continuously draw upon the evil god's energy in this space until it was all used up. While Zhou Yi had completed his task, the other students were still struggling to pass the test. While some students were defeated by the boss, others managed to defeat it. Shun Lingfeng was one such example. The bonus stage really is the hardest part of the dungeon. I had to kill the ghostly bear monster 10 times to finally finish it off. Luckily, I leveled up twice not long ago. I managed to keep my clear time within 8 minutes. Thinking of this, Shun Lingfeng felt a surge of pride. He then quickly left the dungeon. Hand of God. Zhou, he can use an S-rank skill. Wu Kachin, the dean of the Logistics Academy, couldn't help but be surprised. He smiled happily. When the other teachers saw Zhou emerge, they started whispering again. Did Zhou just stumble his way into a shortcut? Let's see another freshman try to find a shortcut like that. That's true. It seems our holy knight has his own secrets. An S-rank skill isn't something a student from a barren region should have access to. Could it be? Before the teacher could finish his sentence, he heard the principal's meaningful cough. He immediately got the hint and fell silent. But he couldn't help but feel bewildered. The principal is covering for a student? At that moment, Su Mei, who was watching Zhou intently, let out an interested "Oh." There's something wrong with his level. Why is he level 19? Hearing this, the others began to murmur. Is he really level 19? When the exam rankings were announced, Zhou, he was only level 13. Even an abyss-level dungeon couldn't have let him jump 6 levels like that. This guy is truly terrifying. I know a bit about this. Wang we spoke up to explain. After reporting in, Zhou, he left the school to hunt monsters and level up. During his trip to the Kung Fong mountain range, he gained quite a lot. He was already level 18 when he entered the dungeon. He could single-handedly wipe out the Flame Demon Legion. For him now, the freshman tournament is as easy as flipping his hand. If the tournament wasn't the basis for resource allocation, I doubt he would have even bothered to show up. The moment Shun Lingfeng stepped out of the dungeon, he was shocked to see Zhou already standing outside. Why is he here? Could he have finished the dungeon before me? At this thought, he started deluding himself. Impossible. He must have failed the bonus stage challenge and retreated early. Carrying the glory of the 8 great families of Jiangning, I absolutely cannot lose to someone from the impoverished north. Shun Lingfeng told himself, then retracted his skill and returned to his normal appearance. He shot a hostile glare past Zhou without a word of greeting, leaving Zhou feeling rather confused. He seems pretty angry. Did he fail the dungeon? Just then, he heard a scream not far away. Zhou immediately looked toward the sound and saw Jiang Shanyan in free fall from the dungeon portal. Watch out! Zhou grunted and rushed over like a flash to catch Jiang Shanyan. Brother Zhou, you really did clear the stage faster than me, didn't you? Jiang Shanyan said as she naturally wrapped her arms around Zhou. Brother? Zhou looked at Jiang Shanyan with a puzzled expression. I'm only a few months older than you. Shouldn't you be calling me brother? Jiang Shanyan replied nonchalantly. All right, since it was a small matter, Zhou went along with Jiang Shanyan's wish. Just then, a series of students, just like Jiang Shanyan, came tumbling out of the dungeon portal in free fall. However, they weren't as lucky as Jiang Shanyan, who had a handsome guy to catch her. Moreover, it seemed they didn't have an easy time inside the dungeon. The moment they returned to the real world, they cried out in pain and begged for help. Healing team, quick to the rescue. Hurry, Su Mei urgently commanded as she ran to treat a severely injured male student. An hour later, all the students were finally out safely. Wu Meng closed the entrance to the secret realm and announced, the first stage is officially over. Now, we will announce the rankings and clear times. Finally, they're announcing it. I was getting tired of waiting. Shun Lingfeng was smiling smugly, but when he read the scoreboard, his face twisted. First place, Zhou. Dungeon clear time, for minutes, 57 seconds. Bonus stage clear time, 1 minute, 12 seconds. Second place, Shun Lingfeng. Dungeon clear time, 13 minutes, 35 seconds. Bonus stage clear time, 7 minutes, 42 seconds. Third place, Jiang Shanyan. Fourth place, Song Xiaolan. Fifth place, Qin Feng. He really cleared the Abyss dungeon before me, and he was a whole 15 minutes faster. I can't accept this. Shun Lingfeng, as if possessed, climbed onto a pillar carved with a dragon. He cursed inwardly. Zoe, you stole my position as the top scorer of the grand examination, and now you've stolen the top spot in the freshman tournament. No matter how you did it in the second stage, Shun Lingfeng glared at Zhou Yi with daggers in his eyes. I will definitely crush you under my feet. Zhou Yi was oblivious to Shun Lingfeng's inner turmoil. He was only drawn by his over-the-top action. Why is he climbing so high? Next, the second stage, the free-for-all challenge, officially begins. Wu Meng clapped his hands once, and a series of floating arenas appeared in the air. Each person has 3 opportunities to challenge. After each challenge, there is a 5-minute rest period. The second stage is finally here. I want to challenge rank 754. My class isn't suited for fighting monsters. On the contrary, it's perfect for dueling against others. I want to challenge rank 86. I want to challenge Zhou. Shun Lingfeng shouted as he leaped directly onto an arena. He looked at Zhou Yi with a challenging gaze. Come on, Zhou. Let's see who's stronger. Jiang Shanyan gave Zhou Yi some information. That's Shun Lingfeng, rank number 2. He's from Jiangning. He possesses the flame dragon bloodline, which is extremely rare. Because of your appearance, his dream of being number 1 in Suong was shattered. That's why he hates you so much. His strength is clearly leagues below mine. Yet he's so unaware of his own limitations. What a man blinded by hatred. Thinking this, Zhou Yi leaped onto the arena. I hope you can give it your all. Come on, Zhou Yi. Holy Knight versus Berserker. Let's see who is truly stronger. Shun Lingfeng said arrogantly. As soon as the referee shouted begin, he immediately unleashed his power, using Crimson Flame Fist and Blood Fury to charge at Zhou Yi. Below the stage, Wang Hui saw this and realized Shun Lingfeng's intention. The Berserker's signature skills. Shun Lingfeng wants a quick victory. Wu Meng agreed. He immediately activated Blood Fury and Crimson Flame Fist to launch the first attack. He wants to cut off Zhou Yi's ability to apply buffs. Zhuhuang et Gelim. Shun Lingfeng is truly a descendant of a great family. His combat decisions are incredibly decisive. Although Shun Lingfeng had good combat sense, he was still a step behind Zhou Yi. When he realized his attack had no effect on Zhou Yi, Shun Lingfeng couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Holy Protection! When did you cast that? Holy Protection is a B+ rank skill. It can resist a portion of physical damage. This was the one skill I didn't want him to use. In the end, I was still a step too slow. Shun Lingfeng thought with regret. A wise choice. Your attack was indeed very fast, but it only takes me 0.1 seconds to deploy Holy Protection. Zhou Yi said smugly, simultaneously taking out his penance hammer. I was hoping you could give me a decent fight, so I deliberately didn't attack first. But you're not getting me excited. With that, Zhou Yi swung his hammer high and slammed it straight into Shun Lingfeng's face, sending him crashing from the air to the ground. He shattered my flame shield in an instant. How can he have such powerful energy? While Shun Lingfeng was distracted, he suddenly realized Zhou Yi had already closed in on him. The hammer in his hand was ready to swing. I can't dodge it in time. I can't lose. Just as Zhou Yi's hammer came crashing down, Shun Lingfeng was once again knocked off the arena. But unlike last time, this time he used Flame Dragon's Drive. After blocking Zhou Yi's hammer blow with one hand, he lunged forward, punching towards Zhou Yi at the speed of light. Flame Dragon's Drive. So this is the power hidden in your bloodline. Zhou Yi spoke as he moved like a gentle breeze, effortlessly dodging Shun Lingfeng's high-speed attacks. At the same time, a thought crossed his mind. Jiang Shanyan is like this, and so is Shun Lingfeng. Professionals who possess powerful bloodlines all seem to hold strong trump cards from their lineage. It really makes me a little envious. Even if you activate your bloodline power, you're still no match for me. Zhou Yi grabbed Shun Lingfeng's furiously attacking arm and swung his hammer once more. But unlike before, Shun Lingfeng actually managed to dodge the blow, which surprised even Zhou Yi. My Flame Dragon bloodline isn't limited to close-quarters combat. Today, I'll show you the power of the Flame Dragon's Drive. Dragon's Breath. With that, Shun Lingfeng opened his mouth and spewed fire at Zhou Yi. Whoa, it's actually Dragon's Breath. It's the bloodline skill of the Flame Dragon bloodline. Shun Lingfeng was forced to use his trump card. On the other hand, Zhou Yi isn't using any special bloodline. He might be at a disadvantage. Zhou Yi has lost. Jiang Shanyan was already worried, and hearing the crowd's comments made her even more anxious. On the arena, Zhou Yi used the Holy Flame Wheel, absorbing all the breath from Shen Lingfeng's Dragon's Breath attack, which gave Shen Lingfeng a sudden, ominous feeling. Zhou Yi's gaze at that moment made him feel like a subject facing his king. Impossible. Refusing to accept the reality before him. Shen Lingfeng stubbornly continued to spew Dragon's Breath at Zhou Yi. It's useless. Your flames can't escape my control. Zhou Yi gathered all of Shen Lingfeng's Dragon's Breath with his hand, then pushed the flames back towards Shen Lingfeng. The fight has come this far. It's time to end it. Using my own flames to defeat me? In your dreams. Watch me take back control of the flames. Shen Lingfeng used a skill to counteract it. But to his surprise, the flames continued on their path and struck him squarely in the face, knocking him flat on the ground. Shen Lingfeng has lost consciousness. Zhou Yi wins. As the referee announced the result, the rescue team immediately rushed to treat Shen Lingfeng. Shen Lingfeng, that reckless berserker, was completely crushed throughout the entire process. Moreover, he didn't even seem to use his full strength. If he were to unleash his full power, how terrifying would that be? His level combined with his incredible combat knowledge is just too strong. Crushing Shen Lingfeng is completely normal. That's true. Who would have thought that he could level up 5 times in a month? While everyone was buzzing, Wu Meng nodded towards the arena. He said with an interested tone, "Look, there's another top scorer." A petite girl in a Taoist robe challenged Zhou Yi. "I am Song Xiaolon, level 17 Spirit Taoist. I hope for your guidance." A Spirit Taoist. That's a special advanced class in the Xia Kingdom. Extremely rare. They specialize in using various talismans and sealing arts. After determining that Xiao Yun's strange illness was due to her bloodline awakening, the priest suggested using sealing arts to control it. I never expected to have the good fortune to meet one here. Zhou Yi silently assessed his opponent, then replied, "Level 19 Holy Knight, Zhou Yi. Kudas mate Zhou Yi. You probably weren't using your full strength just now, were you? When we start fighting later, could you let me experience your full power state? Don't worry, I won't interrupt you while you're casting your enhancement skills." Below the stage, many students were stunned. Unbelievable. When did Zhou Yi reach level 19? No wonder I couldn't use my appraisal skill on him. It's because he's 3 levels higher than me. Exactly. When Zhou Yi fought Shen Lingfeng, he didn't use any enhancement skills at all. This is incredible. Isn't Song Xiaolon the young lady of the Song family from Guiyun province? The only family with official certification to operate outside their territory. Seeing Song Xiaolon's request, Zhou Yi smiled with interest. "No need to hold back. I'll do as you wish. Then it's settled," Song Xiaolon said with a smile, clasping her hands. After that, the battle between them officially began. Zhou Yi activated his skills one by one: Dawn's Blessing, Courage's Bestowal, and Protection's Bestowal, leaving Song Xiaolon gaping in astonishment. "This is my peak state. Now let's enjoy our fight." With that, Zhou Yi waved his hand, sending a beam of light flying towards Song Xiaolon. "Since it's come to this, I'll have to fight with all I've got." Song Xiaolon's expression turned serious. She began to activate her talismans. Repentance Cone. A series of talismans flew through the air, forming a circular barrier between her and the light beam from Zhou Yi. Then, she took another talisman, enchanted an incantation, causing the light beam to explode. As Song Xiaolon used the cover of the dust cloud to retreat, she realized Zhou Yi was no longer in his original position. As she cautiously scanned her surroundings, she heard Zhou Yi's voice from behind her. "Did you think you could escape my pursuit just by changing your position?" As he spoke, Zhou Yi swung his hammer. Song Xiaolon reacted quickly, immediately spinning around and using a talisman to create a shield. She successfully blocked the surprise attack from Zhou Yi. However, she couldn't help but feel a little troubled. When did he get here? Damn it. Even though all my passive defensive equipment activated, I could only barely withstand it. I'll have to risk it with this move. Having made her decision, Song Xiaolon shot several fireballs at Zhou Yi to buy time. Then, she chanted an incantation to summon a legion of soldiers from scattered beans. Seeing this, Zhou Yi smiled with amusement. Interesting. I didn't expect to see the Taoist art of scattering beans to create soldiers. At Song Xiaolon's command, the bean soldiers charged forward in unison. Zhou Yi took down the Bean Soldier Legion with a few swings, but they quickly revived and continued their attack. These Taoist soldiers themselves aren't hard to deal with, but they possess a regenerative ability similar to the ghostly bear monster. This is a bit troublesome. It seems the only way to truly destroy these soldiers is to cut off their mana supply. As he thought, Zhou Yi continued to fight, much to Song Xiaolan's bewilderment. This is absurd. My Taoist soldier formation is strong enough to hold back a level 30 professional. Yet Zhou Yi is handling it with ease. As Song Xiaolan was lost in thought, Zhou Yi once again swept behind her like the wind and swung his hammer. Song Xiaolan immediately raised her hands in surrender. I give up. Zhou Yi wins. Zhou Yi halted his attack. He asked with a puzzled expression, "Didn't you want a proper fight with me? We're not on the same level at all." I admit my defeat wholeheartedly. Song Xiaolan replied with a grin, adding inwardly, "Are you kidding me? This free-for-all isn't just one match. If I stubbornly push on, I'll just end up like Shen Lingfeng. I'll ask for your guidance again when I have the chance." With that, Song Xiaolan jumped off the arena. Zhou Yi twirled the hammer in his hand and looked down below. He asked coldly, "Is there anyone else who's not convinced? I'll wait here for anyone who wants to challenge me." Of course, no one wanted to get beaten up, so they came up with all sorts of excuses not to challenge Zhou Yi. Jiang Shanyan looked up at Zhou Yi. She pursed her lips and said, as expected of brother Zhou. Su Mei also looked up at Zhou Yi. The more she looked, the more she liked what she saw. His physical strength surpasses a warrior's. His agility and intellect are superior to a mage's. Zhou Yi's strength is completely beyond my imagination. At this moment, a teacher doubtfully asked his male colleague, standing next to him, is he really from an ordinary family in the resource-scarce North, and not from a prestigious noble family? He's at the top of the freshman rankings. The word genius is no longer enough to describe him. This is a monster. At the same time, Wu Meng looked at the tense expressions of the other academy deans. He thought to himself, the second round is about to end. It's time for the academies to recruit students. It doesn't take a genius to know that Zhou Yi will definitely become the target of a bidding war among the academies. Su Mei was also aware of this issue. So she turned and quietly asked Wu Meng, "Dean, should we?" "Don't worry. I've long been prepared. This Zhou Yi, I must have him." In another development, taking advantage of Shen Lingfeng's injuries from his match with Zhou Yi, quite a few students challenged him, successfully raising their own ranks. Meanwhile, Shen Lingfeng's rank plummeted uncontrollably. Although Shen Lingfeng was furious, there was nothing he could do. He could only curse inwardly. Just wait until my injuries have recovered. I'll show you what it means to regret it when it's too late. Half an hour later, the second round, the free-for-all challenge, finally concluded with Zhou Yi, Jiang Shanyan, and Song Xiaolan leading the ranks. The entire freshman tournament has officially come to a close. Now, everyone has been re-ranked. Your accommodations and credit points will also be reallocated accordingly. Even if you're ranked lower and have fewer points, there's no need to worry. The school has many ways to earn points. As long as you all work hard, you'll be fine. Next is the introduction of the academies. First, the five of us deans will briefly introduce the educational philosophies of our 5 academies. Wu Meng said, then was the first to introduce his own academy, the War Academy. Although the dark age of massive invasions by otherworldly creatures has passed, countless professionals still sacrifice their lives on the battlefield every year. The goal of the War Academy is to cultivate stronger practical combat abilities in our students to increase their survival rate on the battlefield. Extreme, brutal. That is the motto of our War Academy. The Elemental Academy only enrolls disciplines focused on elemental magic power. I will lead you to explore the truth of elemental power. The Weaponry Academy, a place that trains students to enhance their effective use of weapons rather than relying on a variety of skills. Come to our Weaponry Academy. With only your body and a weapon, you will possess ultimate power. The Tactics Academy is designed to train students with effective command and operational capabilities, regardless of your profession. Join our Tactics Academy. Everyone must know that in war, top-tier tacticians can significantly reduce the casualty rate of an entire legion. A strong logistics system is the foundation for the success of any operation. Hello, all you life class professionals. Choose our Logistics Academy. Here, although we are not known for our combat abilities, you will learn specialized knowledge about life class professions. Once we mature, who knows, even warriors might have to beg us for help. Huh? The dean of the Logistics Academy laughed heartily and slapped his belly, making the other deans wish they could disown him. Wu Mang cleared his throat and concluded. The relevant information about the academies has been fully introduced. Now, students can log into the system to choose their preferred academy. Brother Zhou, which academy do you want to choose? Jiang Shanyan asked probingly. Zhou, he remained silent, staring intently at his phone screen. At that moment, Wu Mang made an offer to Zhou Yi. Kudasmate Zui. If you come to the War Academy, I will become your private tutor. A private tutor? Zhou Yi asked curiously. Umang et lai. Each tutor can recruit one outstanding student for private instruction. The resources held by the private tutor will also be prioritized for that student. In addition, I have also prepared some welcoming gifts for you, including 3 A-rank skill books and 1 A-rank resource exchange token. The other deans, my mistake. The other deans also began to join the race to recruit the top talent. Zoe. Choosing a private tutor is no small matter. You need to consider it carefully. If you come to our Elemental Academy, I guarantee I will equip you with a full set of legendary gear. The Dean of the Weaponry Academy, who was standing next to the Dean of the War Academy, suddenly teleported in front of Zhou Yi and proposed. As long as you become a member of the Weaponry Academy, everything outside that is beneficial to enhancing your strength will be freely available for you to choose and use. Hey, I was here first, Wu Mang said with dissatisfaction from the upper floor. How can this be about who came first or last? What matters is sincerity. Zhou, he scratched his chin, feeling a bit troubled. He thought to himself, I feel like this has happened before. The other students witnessing this scene couldn't help but feel envious. 3 deans are personally fighting over Zhou Yi. Is this the special treatment for the top scorer of the entrance exam? It's enough to make anyone jealous. The position of a private tutor student is equivalent to a direct disciple in a clan. And you also get the privilege of priority access to the tutor's resources. But the conditions offered by the 3 deans seem a bit too generous, don't they? A-rank skill books are already extremely rare. But the Dean of the Elemental Academy is even more generous, offering a full set of legendary gear. Old Chu. Old Song is really going all out this time. The Weaponry Academy is one thing. But why is the Elemental Academy trying to snatch a holy knight? While Wu Mang was silently condemning his 2 old friends, he heard the principal say something shocking. Zoe, become my direct disciple. Principal. Everyone turned to look at Principal Wang Hui. I will perform the Bloodline Fusion Art for you once. What is the Bloodline Fusion Art? The Bloodline Fusion Art is a forbidden magic that requires combining the blood of other races to perform. This magic can grant you a special bloodline. This technique will significantly enhance your physique. Each time you level up, you will receive more free attribute points and skill points. The news that Principal Wang wanted to take Zhou Yi as a student immediately caused the other students to gasp in awe. He went straight for forbidden level magic right off the bat. It's been a long time, hasn't it? You should know. Principal Wang Hui's most senior disciple is the Guild Master of the Tianyu Guild, a top-tier guild in the Central Xia Kingdom. If Zhou Yi becomes Principal Wang's disciple, he can immediately leverage Principal Wang's connections for help. He'll soar to the heavens in a single step. Shun Lingfeng, standing at the front, heard this and felt even more jealous. That bastard is so lucky. If it weren't for Zhou Yi, I would be the top freshman. I would also have a strong backer like Principal Wang Hui. Chu Huayang knew he couldn't compete with Wang Hui and could only smile bitterly. I didn't expect Zhou Yi's appeal to be so strong. Even the principal couldn't resist making a move. There are still many surprises to come from Zhou Yi. Wang Hui replied, then took something out and handed it to Zhou Yi. This is a reward that the commander of the Snow Dragon Legion specifically asked me to deliver to you. Shun Lingfeng recognized it at a glance. A gold medal. How is that possible? Even the Shun family, one of the 8 great families in Ning'an, doesn't have a gold medal. What has Zhou Yi done to deserve such a rare medal? Oh my god, I'm not seeing things, am I? That's a medal of honor. Song Xiaolan exclaimed in shock. Jiang Shanyan said excitedly. And it's a gold contribution medal. My father has fought on the front lines for many years and only managed to get a silver contribution medal, in recognition of outstanding contributors who have overcome all obstacles and advanced the civilization of the Central Xia Kingdom. Zhou Yi read the information on the medal, feeling puzzled. When did I make such a great contribution to the Central Xia Kingdom? As if reading his thoughts, Wang Hui spoke up to explain. I know all about your performance in the Kung Fong mountain range. You deserve this gold contribution medal. The Kung Fong mountain range. But just destroying the Demon Legion shouldn't be enough to get a contribution medal. Could there be something more to it? Thinking this, Zhou Yi still accepted the gift. He didn't forget to say, "Thank you, Principal." Zhou Yi so distant, still calling him Principal. Zhou Yi immediately understood. He bowed his head and addressed Wang Hui. I am greatly honored to become your student, teacher. We can't delay. I'll take you with me. With that, Wang Hui used his spiritual power to teleport away with Zhou Yi. Wu Mang approached Jiang Shanyan with a smile. But before he could say a word, Song Qi cut in. Classmate Jiang Shanyan, if you agree to become my personal disciple, I promise to treat you the same way I would have treated Zhou Yi. Old Song, are you deliberately trying to obstruct me? Since Zhou Yi has already been claimed by the principal, I certainly can't let you have Jiang Shanyan. Returning to our protagonist, Zhou Yi was brought by Wang Hui to his private villa, a place he mainly used to store some extremely precious items. If you need anything in the future, you can come find me here. First, I'll take you to choose the necessary materials for the Bloodline fusion art. Zhou Yi thought to himself, this villa must be Principal Wang's private vault. You have to teleport in and out. It might be located outside of Suang Province, or even outside the Central Xia Kingdom. At that moment, a magic circle appeared before Zhou Yi. Wang Hui gathered his elemental power and reminded him, after performing the Bloodline fusion art, it can fundamentally alter your bloodline. Moreover, most people are drawn to the forbidden level magic, but they ignore the key element, the origin blood, which is the core of the bloodline transformation. The bloodline potential of ordinary people like us is extremely limited. As we level up, the benefits gained from each level up will gradually weaken. Because many professionals, after finding it hopeless to level up further, have chosen to fuse with the blood of other races to enhance their strength. Zhou Yi was surprised to hear this. What? Could it be that even at your level, teacher, you still worry about the difficulty of leveling up? Of course. After a professional enters the third advancement, each level up requires a massive amount of experience. And I am currently level 64. Otherworldly creatures of the same level are typically Lord-grade warriors. They're by no means easy to defeat. I have prepared 3 types of origin blood for you. They are from the angel race, the titan race, and the giant dragon race. They are all divine descendant races. The bloodline fusion art can bestow upon you a special grade bloodline. Therefore, you only need to choose one of the 3 origin bloods. This angel origin blood is an essence extracted from the remains of an angel. The angel race are the divine descendants of the god of light. If you fuse with the angel material, you will gain a high affinity for the light attribute. The Titan race believes the god of thunder was born with the ability to master lightning. Fusing with it will increase the power of any lightning skills you use multiple times over. The giant dragon race are direct descendants of the dragon god. They have the purest dragon bloodline. After fusion, you'll have the ability to suppress all beast-type races. Angel, Titan, Giant Dragon. These are all high-level races, at least level 60. Even with the system's help, I still don't fully understand this world. I can't make a rash decision. Thinking this, Zhou Yi asked Wang Hui with some hesitation, Teacher, in your opinion, which one should I choose? Which one is most suitable for my current situation? Faced with these 3 extremely rare origin bloods, an ordinary young man might be swayed and just pick one based on intuition. The fact that he can remain rational and thoughtful enough to ask for advice at this critical moment is a testament to this boy's calmness and stability. Wang Hui silently praised him. Then he offered his advice. The Titan origin blood and the Giant Dragon origin blood are both very powerful. But after fusion, they will mainly enhance your energy and magical abilities. Considering your close connection with the god of light, the angel origin blood would be the best choice. Perhaps you will gain an enhancement beyond your imagination. After some consideration, Zhou Yi finally decided to follow Wang Hui's advice and chose the Angel Origin Blood. It seems the Angel Origin Blood is a perfect fit for you. You are my 5th student. You have 4 senior brothers and sisters. When there's a chance, I'll introduce you to them. I have one more question. Why did you give me that outstanding contribution medal? Just destroying the Demon Legion surely isn't enough to earn such a precious medal. Wang Hui replied with a serious expression. Then I won't hide it from you any longer. Your destruction of the Demon Legion in the Kung Fong mountain range exposed their plans. The military discovered that otherworldly creatures can invade through medium-sized cracks. Hearing this, Zhou Yi immediately understood the gravity of the situation. In that case, doesn't that mean there are many otherworldly creatures hiding in the Central Xia Kingdom? That's right. A preliminary investigation across the entire Central Xia Kingdom has already found hundreds of otherworldly creatures from various spatial rifts. Fortunately, those otherworldly creatures are all low-level. The legions can handle them. Many legions across the country have been ordered to eliminate these otherworldly creatures. In the future, the school system will also issue related missions. As my student, I hope you can become as strong as your seniors. Contribute your strength to the nation. Zhou Yi clenched his fists. He replied with a determined expression, Yes, teacher. Wang Hui handed a cube to Zhou Yi. He also instructed, The Bloodline fusion art still requires some preparation. Go back and rest. Take this transportation device. Use it to come to my place at 9 tomorrow morning. The next morning, Zhou Yi opened the system panel and looked over the rewards. Which one should I choose? Teacher said before. The effect of the bloodline fusion depends on one's own physique and individual fortune. In other words, luck. Thinking of this, Zhou Yi chose the luck elixir. Item, luck elixir. Grade, S effect. After drinking, one will be lucky for 12 hours. I hope this S-grade divine potion I got after killing that monster. This luck elixir will work its magic. With that, Zhou Yi used the divine potion. Then, he proceeded to open the random treasure chest. Congratulations, you have received an S-grade heavenly treasure. Dragon Condensation Fruit. Dragon Condensation Fruit. A strange fruit grown from the corpse of a giant dragon. It can enhance one's physique and increase magic damage after consumption. Zhou Yi jumped for joy. It's actually an S-grade heavenly treasure. The random treasure chests I opened before were all filled with junk. After drinking the luck elixir, I really hit the jackpot. It's almost time for my appointment with teacher Wang Hui. Zhou Yi quickly used the transportation device to go to his teacher's house as scheduled. When he arrived, he happened to hear Chu Huayang say to Wang Hui, Principal, are you really willing to part with it? The remains of a divine descendant from the angel race are incredibly few. Creating angel origin blood is as difficult as ascending to heaven. A single portion of that origin blood, if put on the market, would have legions fighting over it. I've always been waiting for someone for whom I would willingly give the origin blood. Zhou Yi is the one I have chosen. I'm very satisfied with him. Of course, there is no reluctance. Zhou Yi, pretending not to have heard, spoke up. Dean Chu. Wang Hui looked Zhou Yi over and said with a smile, Good. It seems you've successfully adjusted your body to its optimal state. Come over here. This is the bloodline fusion art I have prepared for you. Take off your shirt and sit in the center of the magic circle. Zhou Yi did as he was told. At this moment, Wang Hui said to Chu Huayang, Dean Chu, please activate the magic circle. I will stand guard beside him. Chu Huayang nodded and began to activate the magic circle, initiating the bloodline fusion art process. Instantly, Zhou Yi's body was enveloped in the light of the light element. But soon after, that golden light was suppressed by the blue light of ice. Chu Huayang witnessed this and couldn't help but be astonished. What terrifying ice power! So Zhou Yi's body already has a special bloodline. Before long, the entire villa was covered in a thick layer of ice. Looking at his own frozen arm that was casting the spell, Chu Huayang was even more amazed. If Zhou Yi had advanced to a mage class, with his terrifying ice power, he could become a top-tier ice system mage in the future. I knew Zhou Yi's sister was awakening an ice bloodline. I suspected Zhou Yi might have a similar bloodline. The angel bloodline is one of the top-tier bloodlines. During the fusion process, it should suppress other lower-quality bloodlines. So, I didn't pay too much attention to it. But now, the angel bloodline and the ice bloodline are intertwined, and they're even resisting each other. For an ice bloodline to possess such high quality, I'm afraid Zhou Yi's background is not ordinary, Wang Hui said with a frown. Thinking to himself, the foreign bloodlines in humans seem to all come from the earliest players who participated in Eternity. After Eternity and reality merged, professionals with higher level classes could inherit the full bloodline legacy. The ice power on Zhou Yi can resist the angel bloodline. This means his ancestors were high-level players who joined the world of Eternity early on. Otherwise, as a descendant, Zhou Yi couldn't have activated such a terrifying ice bloodline. If the ice bloodline weren't obstructing it, the angel bloodline could have been completely integrated into Zhou Yi's body. Now, the ice bloodline and the angel bloodline are fighting each other. Even if the ice bloodline is eventually fated, not much of the angel bloodline will be left. Losing a large amount of angel origin blood essence might lead to a final result no better than using a B-grade heavenly treasure. Now we can only leave it to fate. Forcibly interrupting the fusion ritual will only cause Zhou Yi to suffer from cultivation deviation and die. I hope Zhou Yi has good fortune, Chu Huayang said with a sigh. At this moment, after enduring the pain caused by the two clashing bloodlines, something unexpected happened to Zhou Yi. Specialized consciousness has been activated. Do you wish to enter the spiritual zone? In his subconscious, Zhou Yi found himself in another space. In the distance, an angel smiled and said to him, "My son, you've finally come. Could this be my spiritual zone?" While Zhou Yi was still skeptical, the angel continued to speak. "My son, congratulations on receiving the god's blessing. The god has sent me to bestow upon you true power. You will not be bound by morality or limited by principles. You will only need to follow your own desires and will. So, are you willing to accept that power?" Behind that hood was not the face an angel should have, but the cruel smile of a demon. So disgusting. Why does the sight of her make me want to summon a holy light pool and destroy her immediately? Don't be afraid, my son. Rest assured and accept this gift. You will have a power you've never had before. The fake angel said, extending her hand toward Zhou Yi. But a split second later, she got a mace to the face. Zhou Yi slung the mace over his shoulder. I feel somewhat refreshed inside. I feel much better now. Sure enough, I should have followed my own instincts. At this moment, the fake female angel was watching Zhou Yi from somewhere. Seeing this scene, she burst into laughter. The servant looked at her with bewildered eyes. It's nothing. I just saw someone very interesting. Saying that, she waved her hand, secretly anticipating in her heart. Little brat, don't disappoint me. Back to the main events. After being physically impacted by Zhou Yi, the fake angel screamed out loud. What are you doing? You dare to offend a god? God will bring down punishment, making you die without a grave to be buried in. Kneel down immediately. Beg God for mercy and forgiveness. I might consider asking God to spare your life. No need. Zhou Yi pointed his weapon at the fake angel as a declaration of war. You little brat. You really don't know what's good for you. A cruel smile appeared on the fake angel's lips once again. Then, she reached out her hand with sharp claws and made a grasping motion. Immediately, thousands of chains surrounded and restrained Zhou Yi. Countless red eyes appeared. The fake angel laughed with satisfaction and said, "What a pleasant sound. This is the consequence of disrespecting Lord Exka. He is the servant of the evil god." As soon as Zhou Yi finished speaking, he got slapped. Insolent wretch. You brat. You have successfully attracted the master's interest. The master has specially sent me to cleanse your sins. Bless yourself. Lord Exka will guide you to the right path. Immediately after, the evil power constantly corroded Zhou Yi's consciousness. At the same time, outside, a stream of dark aura surrounded Zhou Yi. Realizing it was the power of the evil god, Wang Hui immediately used his power to prevent the magic array from breaking. At the same time, he raised a question. Why did the evil god's power appear in the angel's bloodline? Unless that angel's remains were from one killed by the evil god. Seeing the energy Wang Hui added being pushed out by the magic array, Zhu Huayang's face turned pale. Not good. Zhou Yi is in danger. The evil god's power will use every means to destroy the angel's power. Just then, suddenly, Wang Yu spoke joyfully. Wait, it seems the angel power in Zhou Yi hasn't weakened. On the contrary, it's increasing. The ice and angel bloodlines are gradually suppressing that dark aura. Meanwhile, in his subconscious, Zhou Yi also used these two bloodlines to break the fake angel's chains, shocking her. I clearly wanted to devour this brat's soul. Why did such powerful holy power suddenly appear? Zhou Yi had now transformed into a warrior of light with wings of ice. He pulled a weapon from behind his back and stabbed the fake angel directly. The fake angel disappeared, replaced by the true form of the evil god's servant. He laughed cacklingly. Brat, you're just scratching an itch for me. Your resistance is merely adding a small trouble to my plan. Having said that, the evil god's servant continued to throw iron chains at Zhou Yi, but the result only broke an ice wall. While he was surprised and unable to react, he saw a magic array under his feet. Then, sharp ice spikes rose from the magic array, piercing through him. I acknowledge this great gift. What you humans call energy is just a tiny light granted by God. As the most devout believer of Lord Exk, what I call energy is something immortal like you will never understand. The evil god's servant's body grew larger. Thousands of eyes on his body shot beams of destructive light at Zhou Yi. Yet, Zhou Yi easily dodged all those deadly beams. Sure enough, insects only know how to run. Saying that, the servant used chains to bind Zhou Yi, immobilizing him, then unleashed his ultimate. He just didn't expect Zhou Yi to break the chains and create a shield, successfully escaping his fatal blow. What? The evil god's servant couldn't help but be astonished. But he quickly regained his composure and continued using thousands of eyes to shoot beams at Zhou Yi. Just like before, Zhou Yi grandiful dodgit. He even gradually approached the servant's main body. Then, using one frost finger, he successfully wiped out the evil god's servant. At this moment, a ball of light fell from the sky. Zhou Yi retracted his power, reaching out to receive the ball of light. Immediately outside, a pillar of light shone directly on Zhou Yi, making Zhu Huayang and Wang Hui both surprised and excited. The angel power has completely eradicated the evil god's energy. Fusing the angel bloodline with the ice bloodline seems to be an incredibly clever method. An angel appeared, hugging Zhou Yi from behind, then gradually fading away, marking the official conclusion of the fusion process. Zhu Huayang stroked his long beard, smiling brightly. Zhou Yi's destiny is truly excellent. To think he could receive the blessing of the god of light at such a critical moment, directly turning danger into safety. Wang Hui couldn't hide his pride as he smiled, concernedly asking his favorite student, Zhou Yi, what do you feel now? It seems my strength has taken a leap forward. Zhou Yi replied. Just then, a series of notification panels appeared before his eyes. Special bloodline. Six-winged angel. Bloodline. Light God's rune. With the Light God's rune, you will have a very high affinity with the light and ice elements. With further evolution of the bloodline, your affinity with other elemental magics will also gradually increase. Bloodline talent. Magic immunity. B+. There is a certain probability of being immune to spells and skills cast by enemies, including Dispel, Cleanse, and other skills that do not cause actual damage. It's the six-winged angel bloodline, and I inherited 2 bloodline talents. Zhou Yi claimed it. Hearing this, Chu Huayang's eyes widened in astonishment. The six-winged angel. It seems your bloodline fusion and evolution were incredibly successful, and it's the highest tier six-winged angel bloodline within the angel race. Moreover, the talent you inherited from the six-winged angel bloodline. As your level increases, it can continue to evolve to S+ rank. And an S+ rank bloodline secret art also appeared, called Angelic God Form. Zhou Yi stammered as he read the new notification. Bloodline secret art. Angelic God Form. S+. Release a portion of the bloodline power stored in the body and transform into a divine, descendant six-winged angel. The higher the level, the more bloodline power can be released. Note, before level 50, the angel bloodline power has not been fully absorbed and refined. After casting this secret art, you will enter a period of weakness. Try activating the secret art now. Let me see just how much your strength has increased. Following Wang Hui's words, Zhou Yi began to channel his power, Using the Bloodline's secret art, angelic god form, an immense angelic power erupted, leaving Chu Huayang gaping in astonishment. Such strong elemental energy fluctuations. Wang Hui activated his spiritual power, scanned Zhou Yi, and assessed. After Zhou Yi cast the Bloodline's secret art, his power increased by more than 5 times. Zhou Yi, what do you feel now? It's truly unbelievable. My whole body is filled with an unprecedented amount of energy. The light and ice elements are my loyal partners. I can control and command them at will. The overwhelming power caused the safety system in Wang Hui's villa to blare an alarm. Warning, warning. High-level elemental energy detected. Activating level 3 defense state. The six-winged angel is truly the favored child of elemental energy. Quickly retract the secret art. If you continue, the room's defense system will attack you. Zhou Yi quickly retracted his power. The system in Wang Hui's house immediately returned to normal. Just then, Zhou Yi suddenly felt unwell and used a healing skill, causing Chu Huayang to worry. What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable anywhere? Although the technique significantly increased your strength, you haven't experienced any prolonged battles yet. But I feel a soreness all over my body. Wang Yu explained. The Bloodline's secret art can indeed cause your combat power to skyrocket. But the power of the six-winged angel Bloodline is too strong. For you right now, it consumes too much. It should be reserved as a final trump card. Chu Huayang watched Wang Hui and Zhou Yi converse, thinking to himself with awe. The six-winged angel Bloodline. 2 great evolving talents. And the S+ rank Bloodline's secret art, angelic god form. For the other freshmen, catching up to Zhou Yi will likely become a distant dream. Based on your Bloodline awakening, I guess the ice Bloodline in your sister's body is no weaker than yours, right? If you want her to awaken her Bloodline in the best way possible, refine the extreme cold ice lotus into an extreme cold pill for her to use. Swan University has a department specializing in pill refining. You can directly place a refining order through the school system. Now, go back and get some good rest. Wang Hui said, patting Zhou Yi's shoulder. As soon as Zhou Yi left, Chu Huayang's smile vanished. He asked with a serious expression, Principal, why was the equipment tainted with the evil god's energy? If anything unexpected had happened to him, it would be a great loss for our Swan University, and even for the entire Central Xia Kingdom. Zhou Yi managed to escape death. It was thanks to the blessing of the God of Light. I will conduct a detailed investigation. I won't overlook any possibility. Back in the dormitory, Zhou Yi was preoccupied with his sister's situation. To refine the extreme cold pill, besides the main ingredient, the extreme cold ice lotus, I also need an A-grade heavenly treasure, ice dragon grass. The Snow Dragon Legion will be sending me the extreme cold ice lotus very soon. As for that ice dragon grass, Zhou Yi calculated in his head. A bronze medal is worth 500 credits. A silver medal is 1,000 credits, and the highest gold medal is 2,000 credits. I have enough credits for now. I should be able to buy it easily from the school's general store. Just then, Su Mei, under Dean Wu's instructions, arrived to deliver the resources the War Academy had promised to Zhou Yi. I don't know why, but after just one day, Zhou Yi has become much stronger. This oppressive feeling isn't from a level increase, but from the nobility of his bloodline. Su Mei thought to herself with awe. Hearing Su Mei's words, Zhou Yi was somewhat surprised. Didn't I choose teacher Wang Hui? Why is Dean Wu giving me resources? Su Mei explained. Principal Wang Hui is your personal tutor, but your regular classes are still held at our academy. Besides, these resources are allocated by the War Academy. All top-ranking freshmen are entitled to them. So that's how it is. But why our War Academy? Teacher Su, aren't you a mage class? Are mages not allowed to teach at the War Academy? Su Mei yoked, then distributed the resources to Zhou Yi. A-grade heavenly treasure. Heavenly mountain dragon root. A-grade heavenly treasure. Ice dragon grass. A-grade weapon. Chaotic claymore. B-grade equipment. Eternal white chest plate. B-grade enchantment material. Wind chasing hide tendon. B-grade enchantment material. Earth dragon's fresh blood. C-grade skill book. Ice touch. C-grade skill book. Ice beast body protection. C-grade skill book. Blade of light. Although there were many items, only one caught Zhou Yi's attention. It was the ice dragon grass. Ice Dragon Grass. Effect. Can be used with the Extreme Ice Lotus to refine the Extreme Cold Pill. This pill can significantly increase the chances of awakening the Ice Bloodline. This is exactly what I wished for. The Luck Elixir is truly amazing. Once the Extreme Cold Ice Lotus arrives, I'll just need to buy a few more supplementary materials, and I'll be able to refine the Extreme Cold Pill. After Zhou Yi signed for the items, Sumeni said, "All right, the official business is done. Now it's my turn to lecture you. Your strength is greater now. So training in the Kung Fong mountain range is indeed not a problem. But entering the inner region is just reckless. You should always ensure you can protect yourself before taking action." As she spoke, Teacher Su's expression turned a little sad. Every year, many talented students graduate from Suwon University, but very few truly become shining gems. You must know, many talented individuals encounter unforeseen situations outside and end up dying prematurely. Don't think I'm nagging. It's always better to be a little more careful. I can't tell Teacher Su that I have the system to protect me. The risk factor of entering the Kung Ma Gorge was within a controllable range. Thinking this, Zhou Yi chose his words carefully. I understand your good intentions, Teacher Su. I will take it to heart. There's something else I'd like to ask you. My strength has increased again. Could you recommend some safe training spots and practice combat with me? You're truly a monster, Su Mani exclaimed, then led Zhou Yi to a place filled with robots. You can activate the training robots for practical combat exercises. You can also set different difficulty levels to challenge. These training robots have combat modes from level 1 to level 10. And the more robots there are, the more their combat power will increase exponentially. In level 10 combat mode, the robot can defeat a level 20 expert. Also, your challenge will be fully recorded, with detailed images captured by the surrounding telescopic robots. They can also monitor your various data during the challenge and generate a detailed report after the challenge ends. Although you can pause at any time, I still advise you to start the challenge from a low difficulty level. I have to go to class now. Take it one step at a time. Remember to know your limits. Don't push yourself too hard. All that's left is for you to give the command to the visual sphere to start the challenge. As soon as Su Mani left, Zhou Yi gave a command. Visual sphere, begin. Activate combat mode, level 7. Command received. Execution program has responded. Combat monitoring has begun. 50 training robots have been fully deployed. Please be aware. Level 7 combat mode is now officially starting. As soon as the visual sphere finished its announcement, a storm of bullets and bombs rained down on Zhou Yi. But for a golden boy of dodging like him, these little tricks were nothing. After escaping the robot's attack, Zhou Yi began to counterattack with the ice power he had newly acquired after fusing with the ice bloodline. With one punch, he destroyed a giant robot. The ice power seems to be usable, Zhou Yi thought with satisfaction. He then switched to using Ice Storm. With a single move, he wiped out the entire robot legion. Kudasmate Zhou Yi. Congratulations on successfully passing the level 7 combat mode test. Compiling training results. Total of 50 level 7 robots. Time elapsed, 3 minutes and 40 seconds. All have been defeated. Overall evaluation, excellent. The ice power really works wonders for controlling enemies. Level 7 combat mode. If it's this easy to pass, I wonder if the highest difficulty can make me go all out. After a moment of thought, Zhou Yi decided to give it a try. Visual sphere. Start level 10 combat mode directly. Given the excessive damage to the training robots, level 10 combat mode has activated the backup plan. Accordingly, the robots began to be upgraded. Level 10 combat mode. Transcendent level training robot has taken over. The attribute values of the transcendent level training robot are equivalent to a level 25 ordinary professional. Supreme Intelligence Authority has also been activated. If the combat threatens your safety, please issue the command to cease fire immediately. Hearing this, Zhou Yi was even more thrilled. This is exactly what I wanted. I can finally fight with all my strength. After a 3-second countdown, a robot attacked Zhou Yi with ice power, which surprised him. But very quickly, he leaped high to dodge and used Ice Light Phantom Body, utilizing the properties of light and ice to create an ice crystal clone of himself, making it difficult for the enemy to distinguish the real from the fake. He then used Holy Light Pool, hoping to destroy the robot's weapon. To his surprise, it copied his move and attacked him back, knocking the weapon from his hand. How can it copy the skills I use? Could it be that the visual sphere has synchronized my combat data with it? Attack system synchronized. Combat effectiveness enhanced. Weapon module optimization complete. Returning to online status. Is that? Zhou, he stared in shock as one of the cannons transformed into a mechanical wolf. It can even copy the swift wind wolf. It seems I can only fight it head-on. Thinking this, Zoe Siait gives. With one punch, he sent the robot wolf flying in an instant. Activating World Drive. Let's see if you can copy this. In another development, after agreeing to become Dean Song's direct disciple, I've obtained a large amount of rare resources. I made significant progress in my cultivation. Last time, I kept failing the level 7 combat mode challenge. Let's try again now. Jiang Shanyan confirmed her fingerprint to enter the training room with the robots and received a notification. We regret to inform you. The training robot is currently severely damaged. Please return a challenge tomorrow. This training area is for freshmen. Usually, people don't challenge past level 6. Even if Brother Zhou, you wanted to challenge level 10, it wouldn't be easy. Who on earth is in there? Back to Zhou Yi. After activating World Drive, he used Holy Light Chains, unleashing chains made of holy light. Fine. He restricted the enemy's movements. Then he used True Sight of Light to understand the enemy's weaknesses and hidden abilities, providing guidance for his next attack. As soon as he learned that the robot's weakness was the energy device on its chest, Zhou aimed straight for the robot's chest and delivered a punch, turning the robot into a pile of scrap metal. It even blew away the entire training area. Level 10 combat mode has been successfully defeated. Access authority reactivated. Due to severe damage to the training field, it is recommended to schedule your next challenge for next week. Level 10 combat mode. Challenge successful. Who in the world is inside? Jiang Shanyan was bewildered. She cautiously stepped forward. Kudasmate Zoe. Congratulations on successfully passing the level 10 combat mode test with a time of 5 minutes and 32 seconds. Overall evaluation. Outstandingly excellent. Strongest single physical attack. 27,304. Strongest single magic damage. 56,021. Highest combined damage of a single skill. 106,021. If it weren't for the surprise attack from the robot wolf, I probably could have won this match easily. It seems I urgently need to form a contract with a magic pet that can fight alongside me. As Zhou Yi was thinking, he heard a call from behind. Brother Zhou Yi. Jiang Shanyan ran over. She asked with a happy expression, Brother Zhou Yi, have you completed your bloodline fusion? How did you get so strong after just one day? It's nothing. I just finished the bloodline fusion technique this morning. I now have a 6-winged angel bloodline. Jiang Shanyan said with an admiring gaze, that's amazing. That's an extremely rare divine descendant bloodline. My succubus bloodline is just one of the relatively high-quality ones. Zhou Yi chuckled and asked Jiang Shanyan to take him to the magic pet market to form a contract with a pet to enhance his combat power. Of course, Jiang Shanyan happily agreed. An hour later, at the magic pet market, a silver rank crimson flame fox cub can grow up to level 20 at most. Right now, you can have it for just 110 study points. A level 19 adult horned dragon rhino with a dragon bloodline. 210 points. Only one available. First come, first served. Jiang Shanyan led Zhou Yi around the market and asked, Brother Zhou Yi, do you like any of these magic pets? Zhou Yi replied with a thoughtful expression. I once tamed a swift wind wolf in the Kungfong Mountains. Unfortunately, I fell unconscious after defeating the demon corpse and missed the best opportunity to form a contract with it. I hope to find a swift wind wolf cub with a wind element magic talent to form a contract with. As soon as Zhou Yi finished speaking, someone started advertising. A swift wind wolf cub. I happen to have one right here. A young man wearing glasses approached them. Classmates, hello. I'm a third-year student from the Logistics Academy, Lu Jishua. I'm also a level 2 beast breeder. I happen to have a swift wind wolf cub that I raised myself. Would you like to see it? Jiang Shanyan suggested. A breeder belongs to the life skills profession. This classmate is also a student of our Swan University. Compared to the outsiders at the other stalls in the market, the quality of the magic pet he provides is likely better. Hearing this, Zhou Yi replied. At this moment, Lu Jixue held up a beast with 2 different colored eyes and chattered on. This swift wind wolf was born about 10 days ago. Its mother was a silver rank swift wind wolf. I've used an appraisal skill to confirm its potential is silver rank. If you want it, it's only 60 points. Zhou Yi was a little disappointed. Silver rank. Do you have a gold rank one? Gold rank. Forget me. There are hardly any in this entire magic pet market. If you really want one, once I get news of a gold rank swift wind wolf cub, I'll inform you immediately. But the price will definitely be much higher. Then never mind. Let's see this one first. Zhou Yi picked up the swift wind wolf cub. The little swift wind wolf seemed to like Zhou Yi, whimpering as if seeking affection. Brother Zhou Yi, I feel like there's something wrong with this cub. Its body is too small. It's clearly underdeveloped. Hearing this, Lu Jixue felt a little guilty. Swift wind wolves are naturally smaller than other magic beasts. A cub size is generally like this. Zhou Yi held the swift wind wolf cub up and replied with a smile. No problem. I'll buy this one. You have to know, there are no useless magic pets. Only useless masters. I can see its future. After the transaction was successful, Liu Zidie, Beaming, Handed Zoe A scroll. This magic pet contract scroll is a free gift. The total is only 60 points. You can now form a contract with this swift wind wolf cub. In the future, you can keep in your contract space. How convenient. Lu Jixue was overjoyed. In this litter of swift wind wolf cubs, this was the one in the worst condition. I was worried I wouldn't be able to sell it. I didn't expect to run into such a reckless fool. Good thing he already paid the study points. If this weak cub ends up dropping a rank during the contract process, it will be difficult to deal with. Come on. I believe you can definitely become stronger. With that, Zhou Yi began to form a contract with the little swift wind wolf. Like the luck elixir, which can make a person lucky for 12 hours after drinking. It was still in effect. And the little swift wind wolf went from being a defective product to an incredibly rare magic pet, shocking all the onlookers. This purple light. Could it be the birth of an epic rank magic pet? To be able to buy an epic rank magic pet at this market. What incredible luck. Hey buddy, are you selling that swift wind wolf cub? I'll offer 1,000 points. Brother Zhou Yi, you truly have a discerning eye. It turns out this swift wind wolf cub was a devolved epic rank magic pet. After receiving your magical nourishment, it immediately restored its original potential rank. Zhou Yi scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. He thought to himself, epic rank. It seems I've underestimated the effect of the luck elixir. The gasps of admiration made Lu Jixue grind his teeth in frustration. Damn it, I actually sold an epic rank magic pet to a freshman for a low price. All right, Brother Zhou Yi, you haven't named it yet. Jiang Shanyan reminded him. Zhou Yi thought for a moment and replied, let's call it Xiao Hui. While Jiang Shanyan and Zhou Yi were playing with Xiao Hui, Lu Jixue went back on his word. Classmate, my apologies. Due to my oversight, this cub was sold to you at a silver rank price. Now, if you still want it, you'll need to add another 1,500 points. Of course, you can also break the contract and return the magic pet to me. I will refund you 300 points. You'd better decide quickly. If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being impolite. The surrounding crowd began to whisper. It's obvious Lu Jixue didn't check the cub's rank carefully. Otherwise, how could he have sold it so easily? Lu Jixue has the Lu family backing him, and the Lu family is a long-term partner of the school. They're in trouble this time. It seems he won't be able to keep the epic rank magic pet he just got. This is unheard of. To sell something and then want to take it back. Zhou Yi unleashed his power. He said with a menacing expression, stop dreaming your foolish dreams here. Get lost. With just a glare, Zhou Yi made Lu Jixue feel a fear that made him question his own existence. He's clearly just a freshman. Why is he so powerful based on his aura alone? Watching Zhou Yi approach step by step, Lu Jixue trembled with fear. He stammered, brother, it's my fault. This is all a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Please just take this swift wind wolf cub. You know what to do. You'd better not let me see you again. Otherwise, you'll bear the consequences. With that, Zhou Yi and Jiang Shanyan turned and left. The soft feeling in her hand made Jiang Shanyan endlessly delighted. Brother Zhou Yi, Can I come to your place to pet Xiao Hui in the future? You can come anytime. At that moment, some passers-by recognized Zhou Yi. Wait, that looks like Zhou Yi, the #1 ranked freshman, Zhou Yi, the one Principal Wang Hui accepted as his exclusive disciple. I heard he was also awarded a gold contribution medal. Lu Zhixue always relies on his family's name to act like a fool. This time, he finally picked on the wrong person. Move aside, please. Make way. Oh my. Is that Lu Wuqing? Is he here to back up his younger brother? Lu Wuqing walked through the crowd to Lu Zhixue. Seeing him, Lu Zhixue complained, "Big brother, you have to get justice for me." Before Lu Zhixue could finish, he was kicked in the face. "You useless thing. Do you have any idea what it means for a freshman to receive a gold contribution medal? If he let you go, consider yourself lucky. From now on, don't be an eyesore here. Get as far away from me as possible." Lu Zhixue clutched his swollen face, wondering in his heart, what on earth did I do to provoke such a terrifying figure? Returning to our protagonist. It really is a newborn epic rank swift wind wolf. Even at such a young age, it can instinctively use its wind element abilities. As Zhou Yi was testing Xiao Hui's abilities, someone from the Snow Dragon Legion arrived with the extreme ice lotus and handed it to him, making him grin from ear to ear. I didn't expect the Snow Dragon Legion to be so efficient. It's been less than 3 days since I left the Kung Fong mountain range, and they've already brought it to me. The extreme ice lotus is finally in my hands. As long as I can refine it into the extreme cold pill, the danger of Xiao Yun's bloodline awakening can be easily resolved. Remembering what teacher Wang Hui said, Zhou Yi scheduled an appointment with an alchemist. "We have scheduled an appointment with teacher He Tian, a level 9 alchemist for you. Because the materials and security required to refine an S-grade heavenly treasure are extremely precious. Please come to the alchemy department for a detailed discussion." Upon receiving the notification, Zhou Yi quickly went to the alchemy department. Unfortunately, teacher He Tian was out for a lecture. Only his student, Lin Yi, was on duty. "What kind of pill do you want to refine? If you have any questions, I can answer them for you first." "An S-grade pill, the extreme cold pill." As Zhou Yi spoke, he brought out the refining materials, causing Lin Yi to exclaim in shock. "An S-grade heavenly treasure, the extreme cold ice lotus, and an A-grade ice dragon grass. You seem to be a freshman. How do you have so many rare heavenly treasures?" "Zoe similit modesti. Just lucky, that's all. Since you've already prepared the extreme cold ice lotus and the ice dragon grass, you just need to pay an additional 800 study points for the S-grade pill refining fee. Leave your contact information with me. Once my teacher finishes refining the extreme cold pill, I'll notify you to come and pick it up immediately." After they exchanged contact information, Zhou Yi went to class. There, he happened to overhear 2 students talking. "Did you know? Recently, otherworldly creatures have been discovered in many places." "Really? You haven't heard? Many legions and guilds have been recalled from the front lines recently. My friend in the legion revealed it. He said it's because traces of otherworldly creatures have been found all over the Central Xia Kingdom. It seems the news of the otherworldly creature invasion has spread everywhere." As Zhou Yi was thinking, someone suddenly tapped his shoulder. "Song Xiaolon, you're in this class too?" "Of course. My guiding instructor is Dean Wu Meng. It seems we'll be classmates from now on." Song Xiaolon extended her hand, saying playfully, "Kudas mate Zhou Yi. I hope you'll guide me more in the future. I look forward to your guidance as well." Song Xiaolon chuckled. "You're so skilled. It seems impossible for me to teach you anything. But if you need any help in the future, just let me know." Just then, the teacher for the Magic Beasts course entered, and this person was none other than Su Mei. "Before we officially start the class, I have a few important announcements to make. Just as the rumors say, many otherworldly creatures have indeed appeared within the Central Xia Kingdom. Even though these creatures are not very strong, the nation is taking their appearance very seriously. Facing this potential threat, the legions of the Central Xia Kingdom have entered a level 3 state of readiness. At the same time, the major schools' resources have been doubled. Therefore, our Swan University will increase the monthly resource allocation for students based on their ranking by 70%. Also, after completing school-assigned missions, you will receive far more study points than before. The Abyss mode for the 3 major dungeons at the school will be opened. However, You will need to use study points to purchase Abyss Keystones to unlock it. The students began to buzz with excitement. The nation is distributing a large amount of resources. They're determined to cultivate strong individuals at all costs. The Abyss mode is finally open. This way, I'll be able to get even more resources. Even the study points. The mission rewards have been increased. It seems the school is making a big move. Students, I hope you can calm your excitement. Sumani, standing on the podium, snapped her fingers, releasing a wave of energy. It instantly silenced the students, no matter how the resources are adjusted. As students, you just need to focus on cultivating stronger abilities. It seems I'm not the only one who's been improving. Teacher Sue is much stronger than when I first met her. Zhou thought to himself, all right, everyone, let's begin today's lesson. Turn your books to page. A few hours later, the class ended. I'm already level 19. I have the extreme, cold ice lotus. There's no need to enter the dangerous Kung Fong mountain range anymore. The abyss-level goblin dungeon is the ideal place for me to gain experience and level up. As Zhou was lost in thought, he saw Jiang Shanyan standing not far away. Xiaoyan, why are you here? I heard the clearance rewards for the 3 school dungeons will also increase. I wanted to invite you to try them with me. What a coincidence. I was just thinking the same thing. After teleporting to the dungeon lobby, Jiang Shanyan asked Brother Zhou, which difficulty are you planning to challenge? Abyss level. What about you? Jiang Shanyan quickly waved her hands. Abyss level is way too hard. There's a huge difference between you and me. My strength is only enough to challenge the hard difficulty. Zhou took her hand to comfort her. It's okay. After I clear the abyss level, I'll team up with you and we'll challenge it again. Then it's a deal. I'll go try the hard difficulty first. Good luck. Jiang Shanyan replied shyly, then turned and left. At that moment, the appearance of one person caused a stir in the entire lobby. Ji Mingxian, why is he here? It's been a long time since I've seen an expert come to challenge a dungeon. You don't know? Setting a new clear record for an abyss-level dungeon can earn you a Talent Achievement Award. Is that true? You can't get a talent achievement without a special opportunity. No wonder Ji Mingxian rushed over here. Ji Mingxian. Profession Mage. Level 23. Rank. Earth ranking 86th. Boring. I need to hurry up and challenge the abyss-level dungeon. Zhou thought to himself as he looked at Ji Mingxian's information. He then selected the abyss-level goblin dungeon and entered, causing another wave of commotion in the lobby. Zoe. Isn't that the number 1 freshman? Huh, a level 19 holy knight dares to challenge abyss difficulty? He really doesn't know his own limits. He's overestimating himself. His 400 study points are probably going down the drain. Ji Mingxian, standing nearby, heard this. He sneered inwardly. It seems the resource adjustment has made some people overly confident. You have chosen to challenge the abyss difficulty level. Therefore, your account will be automatically debited 400 study points in exchange for an abyss keystone, teleporting to Goblin Lower City. Note: monsters in abyss-level dungeons will become more ferocious as the difficulty increases. If you find it difficult to cope, crush the abyss keystone to escape the dungeon immediately. Why is this place so desolate? Is this the result of the goblins occupying and destroying it? As Zhou was thinking, a goblin ambushed him from behind. But with a light swing of his hand, Zhou sent the goblin to meet its ancestors. Just a few seconds later, an entire legion of goblins surrounded Zhou and charged at him in unison. Monster. Goblin Warrior. Level 22. Potential. Silver. Skills. Ambush Charge. There seems to be a lot of goblins this time, but the stronger the enemy, the more challenging the trial. With that, Zhou swung his mace. In one sweep, he wiped out the entire group of goblins. Another group of goblins immediately appeared, forcing Zhou to strategize this time. It seems the difficulty of this stage is that a large number of goblin soldiers will launch suicide attacks. This will lead to excessive mana consumption. I have to conserve my mana to ensure I have enough to cast skills against the boss. Thinking this, Zhou decided to use Radiant Phantom Slash. He continuously swung his weapon at extreme speed to create a series of slashes at the speed of light, inflicting a powerful attack on the enemy. He wiped out the monsters. Congratulations, you have defeated the goblin group. You have received 11,236 experience points. Level 19. 22,743/54,000. As expected, the higher the level, the harder it is to level up. Even if I kill this many goblins, at most, I'll only reach level 20. I hope that after defeating the boss, the amount of experience will help me break through soon. He continued deeper inside. Soon, he found the boss. Monster. Goblin King. Level 24. Potential. Epic. Skills. Unknown. Note. The Goblin King has led the Goblin tribe to occupy several human cities. A puny human. Welcome to the land of death I have prepared for you. You dare to slaughter my entire tribe. You human die. With that, the Goblin King swung his axe down, forcing to leap high to dodge. This goblin is surprisingly strong. Despite its large size, its speed isn't affected at all. Thinking this, gathered his strength and launched a counterattack. But the result, under its unflinching state. In this state, it will resist all physical attacks. It can also activate a shield to reflect a portion of the damage of the boss. That last move was like a mosquito biting an iron plate. Knowing it would be difficult to rely on physical attacks, switched to using magic, creating magical chains. He successfully controlled the combo, immobilizing it. Then, with a single palm strike, he took the boss's life in an instant. Congratulations, you have completed the Abyss level dungeon. Completion time is 10 minutes and 56 seconds. Based on previous records, you have set a new speed record for completing this dungeon. Congratulations, you have defeated the boss and received 30 free attribute points, 30 skill points, and 24,119 experience points. This Goblin King is an Abyss-level dungeon boss, after all, and yet I finished it with just one move. I even deliberately saved a large amount of mana. I was even prepared to use other powerful skills to deal with it. Just then, another notification panel appeared. As you have refreshed the clear record, you will unlock the talent, Swiftcast. The casting speed of your magic skills will be significantly increased. Even low-level spells can be cast instantly. As expected, refreshing the clear record of an Abyss-level dungeon can grant a new talent. With the support of the A-rank talent, Swiftcast, my power has been elevated to another level. It's time to go back. The only regret is that I'm still just shy of level 20. Since I have a lot of study points now, I'll take Xiao Yin to challenge the Abyss-level dungeon again later. At the same time, outside in the dungeon lobby, many who chose the Abyss-level dungeon had to give up because they couldn't handle the heat inside. At this moment, they, along with those who chose other difficulty levels, looked up at the ranking board and chattered excitedly. So far, no one has successfully cleared it. This Abyss-level dungeon is too difficult. The moment I stepped inside, I was surrounded by hundreds of silver-rank goblins. If I hadn't escaped quickly, I might have been trapped in there. No wonder it's Abyss difficulty. The intensity is just too insane. It seems we can only rely on Earth ranking experts like Ji Mingxian. Jiang Shanyan stood in the crowd. Hearing this, she thought to herself, it's a good thing I only chose the medium difficulty, which is why I cleared it so smoothly. Now I just hope Brother Zhou, he can pass this stage. I heard that the Abyss-level dungeon was also open during the freshman competition this time. And how many people succeeded? That's right. I think there was a guy named Zhou, a level 19 Holy Knight who was the top freshman. He even set a new record. As the two young men were talking, someone shouted, "The dungeon record has been refreshed again." The young man pointed at the ranking board with disbelief in his eyes. You're saying, it's that Zhou at the top of the board? Number 1, Zhou. Difficulty, Abyss level. Clearance progress, 100%. Time, 10 minutes, 56 seconds. This record has been confirmed as the fastest clear record for the Goblin Dungeon at the Abyss level. The crowd erupted. Finally, someone cleared the Abyss difficulty. Zoe. Why have I never heard of that name? Could he be a third-year senior? Zoe. That's the guy who's number 1 among the freshmen. But even if he's strong, he can't possibly defeat the level 24 Epic Goblin King. I also participated in the freshman competition. It's only been a few days. How did Joey improve so quickly? Let's wait a bit longer. Brother Xin probably entered the dungeon later than Joey, so he's a little behind. A young man laughed confidently. He added inwardly, when Brother Xin sets a new record and comes out, Zhou Yi's rank on the board will definitely drop. To his surprise, at that very moment, Ji Mingxian emerged from the dungeon, looking battered, causing the young man to rush over and support him. He said, "This abyss-level dungeon is too damn hard. I wasted so much gold-grade equipment. And I still failed." Ji Mingxian cursed. Then he noticed that hardly anyone in the crowd was paying attention to him like they were a few minutes ago. They were all gathered around the ranking board, buzzing. Although he was a bit confused, he didn't dwell on it and took out a potion to heal his wounds. It wasn't until his underling informed him that Zhou Yi had cleared the abyss-level dungeon in an unbelievably short time that he was so shocked he choked on his potion. "Look, Zhou Yi is out. Impossible. He's just a level 19 freshman. On what grounds can he pass? The abyss dungeon? How can I be inferior to him? I must get to the bottom of this. He's only coming out now. He probably cheated." Ji Mingxian angrily threw the potion bottle in his hand and forced a fake smile to strike up a conversation with Zhou Yi. But before he could finish his sentence, Zhou Yi completely ignored him and walked past to Jiang Shanyan. "Congratulations on successfully clearing the stage. As for me, I barely managed to pass the hard difficulty. I feel like I'm being left further and further behind by you." Zhou Yi walked over and patted Jiang Shanyan's head comfortingly. "Don't worry, the Goblin King is easy to deal with. I'll show you all the tricks to pass this stage. Besides, I'm not short on study points now. I'll take you through it a few more times until you've mastered the key points. Then you can challenge the abyss difficulty too." While the lovebirds were being sweet, the crowd was still singing Zhou Yi's praises. Meanwhile, Ji Mingxian sat slumped in a corner, accepting the fact that under Zhou Yi's spotlight, he had become a has-been. True to his word, Zhou Yi took Jiang Shanyan to conquer the abyss-level dungeon together. As they fought, he buffed Jiang Shanyan's power, and also pointed out the goblin's weaknesses so she could easily defeat them. Everything went smoothly until they reached the boss. The abyss-level boss is no joke. How did brother Zhou Yi manage to pass it successfully? It looks strong, but it actually has very weak magic resistance. You can easily defeat it with powerful magic skills. Hearing this, Jiang Shanyan volunteered to fight the boss. Since the boss had weak magic resistance, Jiang Shanyan decided to first test the magic power in her succubus bloodline with the skilled demon tracking blade, unleashing a massive wave of charge. The demonic power hidden in the wave will explode upon hitting the target, dealing additional dark attribute damage to the enemy. To her surprise, instead of destroying the boss, this move buffed the boss's magic power, making it even stronger. At this moment, the boss stomped on the ground, creating a seismic wave. It caused the ground to shake, creating several waves that pushed back enemies and could cause a stun. Zhou Yi unleashed his power to counter this attack. He called out worriedly, "Xiaoyan, are you okay?" "I'm fine, brother Zhou Yi. It's all my fault. I didn't control my magic power well, which allowed the boss to absorb it and become stronger. Don't blame yourself. First, let me test a few ways to deal with it and see if they're effective." With that, Zhou Yi used Light's long spear to attack the boss, but the result was blocked by its shield. Strange. The skill's effect isn't as great as before. Its magic resistance seems to have increased quite a bit. Thinking this, Zhou Yi said, "It's indeed a bit tricky to handle. Let me try one more time. If there's no way to win, crush the abyss keystone. Don't forget that this is just a challenge instance. Don't get yourself hurt." With that, Zhou Yi created magical chains to try and control the boss. But the boss easily shattered the magic chains in an instant. Witnessing this, Jiang Shanyan blamed herself even more. "It's all my fault. I've made things so complicated. What should I do? What should I do?" This negative state of mind caused the demoness within Jiang Shanyan to awaken. "That's right. It's all because you're too weak. If you could completely master the demonic power in your succubus bloodline, you wouldn't have to quietly watch brother Zhou Yi fall into a difficult situation. Only by becoming stronger can you help brother Zhou Yi. It's time. Unleash your true power. Get stronger." Jiang Shanyan mumbled, as if hypnotized. Her eyes gradually turned a deadly red. Up ahead, after several failed attempts, Zhou Yi was about to activate his angelic god form to protect Jiang Shanyan when suddenly, a dark power shot from behind him, slicing off the boss's weapon-wielding arm. "Xiaoyan!" Zhou Yi stared in shock at the girl behind him. "Brother Zhou Yi, Let me destroy this monster. Jiang Shanyan, in her demoness form, said with a seductive smile. Why can't I absorb this magic power? Instead, it's constantly invading my own power. The boss screamed in confusion. Don't be hasty. This is just the appetizer. With that, Jiang Shanyan waved her hand, sending more power into the boss. I want it. Give it to me. Give me more magic power. You look so disgusting right now. Jiang Shanyan looked at the boss with contempt. Then, with a single move, she sent the boss to its grave. Congratulations, student Jiang Shanyan, for defeating the boss, the Goblin King. You have gained 15 free attribute points, 15 skill points, and 23,200 experience points. Finally, that disgusting monster is gone. Jiang Shanyan retracted her power and approached Zhou Yi, seductively touching him, which gave him a culture shock. It took him a moment to notice something was off. He asked with a cold gaze, Are you really Xiaoyan? At this, the demoness Jiang Shanyan froze. Then, she gradually returned to her usual form. Jiang Shanyan explained shyly, Brother Zhou Yi just now, that's right. Everything that just happened was caused by the demonic power in my succubus bloodline acting up. Zhou Yi lifted Jiang Shanyan's chin, examined her for a moment, and then let out a sigh of relief. That's a relief. I thought you had been possessed by a demon. How could that be? All right, Xiaoyan. Why don't we team up and challenge it a few more times? I believe that once you get used to the demonic power, you'll be able to clear the abyss-level dungeon on your own. Besides, the Goblin King and we are old friends now. I think it will understand us. After all, students are like this. The boss just needs to be beaten. But for students who want to get more dungeon rewards, there's a lot more to consider. Zhou Yi said with a cunning smile, which would have made the Goblin King in heaven tremble in fear. Outside, everyone was still reeling from the shock of Zhou Yi's successful clear record when they saw a new record appear on the ranking board, with a clear time a full minute faster than the old one. And the one who completed it was none other than Zhou Yi, which sent them into another frenzy. No way, it's Zhou Yi again. Can't he let anyone else clear the stage in peace? He actually managed to clear it again, even faster. So terrifying. The board displayed a new clear record, breaking Zhou Yi's record. First place, Jiang Shanyan. Difficulty chosen, Abyss level. Clearance progress, 100%. Time, 9 minutes, 23 seconds. This record has been confirmed as the current fastest clear record for the Goblin Dungeon at the Abyss level. Isn't she the freshman who could only challenge the hard difficulty? Now she can solo clear an Abyss level dungeon. Jiang Shanyan is the second-ranked freshman, after all, under Zhou Yi's guidance. It's not surprising that she surpassed her limits. At this moment, Ji Mingxuan's underling clutched his head and lamented, Brother Xian, now I finally understand how you feel. After realizing the gap between myself and a genius, that feeling of helplessness is truly unbearable. And so, Zhou Yi and Jiang Shanyan continued to challenge the Abyss-level dungeon solo, teamed up together once, and then returned to the lobby. Brother Zhou, I heard the Elemental Academy is having a fireworks display for the freshmen today. Let's go watch it together. Zhou Yi smiled and replied, That's great. We can take this opportunity to relax a bit. So, the two of them set off for the Elemental Academy. Looking at the surrounding scenery, Zhou Yi couldn't help but be impressed. As expected of the Elemental Academy, even the streetlights are controlled by magic. I can't believe we were clearing dungeons until evening without even realizing it. This time, conquering the Abyss-level dungeon was a huge success. It was all thanks to your help. Your effort was the key. I just provided a little support. Zhou Yi replied with a smile. Just then, he saw a giant statue. He couldn't help but stop and ask, This is Mage Wei Yang, also known as the guardian god of mages. He once single-handedly blocked several fierce attacks from the Otherworldly legions. Therefore, his heroic deeds have been widely celebrated. Unfortunately, during the great decisive battle, he was ambushed by a Lord-level demon. In the end, he died a heroic death. Because his soul was completely obliterated, he couldn't be revived. He was truly a great hero. I still know very little about history. Could you briefly tell me about the Dark Age? Of course. Jiang Shanyan began her story. To talk about this period of history, we have to start from the Golden Age 80 years ago. Starting from the year 2544, many professionals with innate talents emerged one after another. This year was thus called the Golden Age. Heroes like the Swiftwind Sword Saint Shang Pinghai and the Awakening Flame Saber Saintly Xiaoyang. Even now, they're still holding the front lines of the battlefield. But just as everyone was filled with hope and preparing to counterattack the Otherworld, the Dark Age suddenly descended, bringing with it the most frantic invasion of otherworldly creatures. The powerhouses of the Golden Age, facing the threat of the otherworldly invasion, sacrificed their precious lives one by one. After a long struggle of 30 years and the heroic sacrifice of hundreds of millions of professionals, we finally achieved the period of peace we have now. Now, the invasion of otherworldly creatures has descended once again. I am afraid. I hope this is just my imagination. Don't worry too much. Zhou patted her head to reassure her. The large-scale appearance of otherworldly creatures this time is only through spatial rifts. Their strength is not great. Besides, we are not the same as we were before, even if the darkness descends again. This time, the unlucky ones will be those otherworldly creatures. Jiang Shanyan was amused by Zhou Yi's words. You're right. We've been resting and building up our strength for so long. We've long been prepared to fight the otherworld again. Just then, fireworks were launched into the sky, brightening the entire night. Jiang Shanyan excitedly grabbed Zhou Yi's hand and pulled him along. Let's hurry to the viewing point up ahead. It will be even more beautiful. Okay. Zhou Yi replied to Tingli. The next day, Zhou Yi took a train back to visit his sister. Sister Qing, why isn't Big Brother back yet? Don't worry. Your brother just said on the phone that he'll be back very soon. As soon as Qing finished speaking, Zhou Yi arrived at the door. Welcome home. Xiaoyan ran to hug Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi caught his sister. He replied with a radiant smile. On the way here, I was worried about your condition. But seeing you in such high spirits, I can rest assured. I'm back. Zhou Yi looked at Qing, smiling. Sister Qing, long time no see. Xiao Yi, how long are you planning to stay this time? Probably about 3 or 4 days. After all, I took leave to come back, mainly to complete the final treatment for Xiaoyan. That's short, Xiaoyan said sadly. Then, very quickly, she asked eagerly, did you prepare any gifts for your adorable little sister? Of course. I specially brought this abyss-level dungeon clearance reward for you. As he spoke, Zhou Yi took out a horn from his inventory. Just below this horn, and a gold-level ghostly bear monster will immediately appear to protect you. Xiaoyan clapped her hands excitedly. As expected of my big brother. It sounds so powerful just hearing about it. Zhou Yi patted his sister's head and said, I believe that once you're cured, you can become as strong as me. A few minutes later, Secretary Zhao brought Tuo Laina to Zhou Yi's mansion. Secretary Zhao, Ms. Tuo. You're here. Mr. Zhou, I contacted Ms. Tuo yesterday. She traveled here overnight from the neighboring city. Tuo Laina said with a smile, Secretary Zhao, you should know that an invitation from Zhou Yi is not something my current self can take lightly. Zhou Yi replied modestly. You're too kind, Ms. Tuo. I should be the one thanking you for coming all this way to help me. I almost forgot to congratulate you. Not only did you obtain the extreme cold ice lotus, but you also refined it into the even more effective extreme cold pill. The extreme cold pill. Secretary Zhao couldn't hide his surprise. An S-grade pill is a priceless treasure on the market. Zhou, he scratched his head and chuckled. This was thanks to the help of a third advancement pill master recommended by my teacher. We should proceed with the final treatment ritual for my sister. Right. The main business is more important. A moment later, Xiaoyan tugged at the corner of Zhou Yi's pants, asking nervously, is it really going to be okay? Xiaoyan, you don't need to be so tense. Don't worry. In a moment, you just need to take this pill, and you'll be able to awaken your ice bloodline. The ice power won't bother you anymore. With that, Zhou Yi handed the extreme cold pill to Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan took the pill. Then, she calmly stood in the magic circle. She said with a determined expression, I'm ready. Hearing this, Zhou Yi used skills like Dawn's Blessing, Bestowal of Protection, and Bestowal of Courage to buff Xiaoyan, creating the most favorable conditions possible for Tuo Laina to perform the treatment. Although I'm a second advancement priest, in terms of the purity of holy light, I still seem to be inferior to Zhou Yi. As Tuo Laina was lost in thought, Zhou he urged her. Next, I'll have to trouble you to activate the magic circle, Ms. Ta. A small matter. With that, Tuol Aina unleashed her power and activated the magic circle. She also instructed Xiao Yun to immediately use the extreme cold pill. In an instant, an immense, icy aura erupted, forcing everyone to instinctively step back. Xiao Yun's cold energy is erupting. Will this be a problem? Qing asked worriedly. It's fine. I'll handle it. Zhou used the holy flame light wheel to neutralize the erupting ice energy. He said confidently, under the effect of the extreme cold pill, I believe this is the last time Xiao Yun's cold energy will erupt. Tuol Aina carefully observed Xiao Yun's condition. Then she said joyfully, the most difficult part is finally over. Now we just need to wait patiently for Xiao Yun to complete her bloodline awakening. A while later, Xiao Yun's treatment process was finally complete. Zoe approached Xiao Yun, asking anxiously, how are you feeling now? My illness seems to be completely cured. Xiao Yun replied cheerfully. Xiao Yun, quickly, check your personal information. See if it has changed. Xiao Yun tested her power and replied, my ice bloodline seems to have granted me the bloodline talent of ice element control. Now the ice element and I are in perfect sync. I can control them and do whatever I want. Could it be that awakening a bloodline can also grant a new talent? A normal bloodline awakening certainly can't grant a bloodline talent. But you're my Zhou Yi's sister, awakening the rare ice bloodline. Zoe replied proudly. He thought to himself, both of us have benefited greatly from the ice bloodline. Could it be that our ancestors were truly powerful ice bloodline professionals? But even if that's true, considering our past situation, it's very likely that the family has long since declined. Ms. Tua, although Xiao Yun's ice bloodline has successfully awakened. To be safe, could you please give her another comprehensive checkup? No problem. At this moment, Secretary Zhao spoke up. Mr. Zhou, Ms. Zhou Yun's body has fully recovered, and she has even awakened the ice bloodline. The city mayor places great importance on this matter. He has specially arranged for a batch of cultivation resources to be sent over for you and your sister. Zhou shook Secretary Zhao's hand, replying gratefully, thank you. I will be returning to school very soon. After that, I'll have to trouble you to help take care of Xiao Yun. You're too kind. It is my honor. Watching Xiao Yun happily laughing and playing with the Qing, Zhou suddenly asked, have you thought about what profession you want to pursue in the future? Profession? Of course it's a mage. Hearing this, Zhou nodded. That profession is quite suitable for you. When you reach level 10, I'll help you find a hidden advanced class book for mages. That's great. I can already feel the dark power in my body awakening. I believe the day we unleash our power is not far off. Dark power. Xiao Yun's malicious gaze and words stunned everyone. Tuol Aina immediately rushed over to check. Could there be something I missed? How could there be dark power? Zhou remembered the days when he and Xiao Yun were little, before they had awakened their powers and often role-played as superheroes saving the world. Don't be deceived by the power of darkness. We must seal it to protect world peace. The 3-year-old Xiao Yun had said, back in the present, seeing that his sister was about to recite her childhood lines. Zhou took the initiative to pull Xiao Yun outside. I should take you to experience true ice. Sister Qing, save me. My brother is going to sacrifice his own family for the greater good. Looking at Ms. Zhou Yun's performance, I believe she will definitely become an outstanding figure in the world of mages in the future. Actually, she's not usually like this. While Secretary Zhao and Qing were trying to cover for Xiao Yun's childish behavior, Tuol Aina thought with a serious expression. Dark power. The awakening process had just ended, and Zhou had already suggested a martial arts exchange with Zhou Yun. I will summon the spirits and freeze all the power that stands in my way. With that, Zhou Yun shot ice elements straight at where Zhou Yi was standing, but they were all blocked by Zhou Yi's holy light protection. It seems your body has fully recovered. Next, I can arrange a training regimen for you. Zhou Yun started to try and slip away. Oh dear, I feel the cold energy in my body acting up again. It seems I can't continue training with you. And then, under Zhou Yi's strict supervision, Zhou Yun though unwilling, had to participate in the training. After the high-intensity training session, Zhou Yun lay on the ground, completely exhausted, and lamented. So, training is this tiring. The great mission of saving the world will be left for you to complete alone from now on. I really don't know what to do with you. Zhou Yi sighed helplessly and summoned Xiao Hui. Xiao Hui is the magic pet I just formed a contract with. For the next few days, let it train with you. But don't let it get to the point where you can't even beat Xiao Hui. That would be truly pathetic. No problem. Now that I have Xiao Hui with me, I will definitely train hard, Zhou Yun said while happily petting Xiao Hui. Xiao Hui, come with me. Let's quickly sign a dark contract and become partners. Zhou Yi looked at Xiao Hui's expression of paternal resignation and chuckled. Xiao Hui, the price you're paying, I will remember it. A few days later, as Zhou Yi was preparing to return to school with Xiao Hui, Su Mani came to his house, which surprised him. Teacher Su, why are you here? The National Inter-University and College Freshman Exchange Competition is about to begin. The team battle requires a group of 5 to participate. I came to find you this time, mainly because I want you to confirm the list of members for our school's expedition team. You were ranked first in the freshman competition. The important responsibility of being the team captain naturally falls on your shoulders. Moreover, the formation of the team is to be completed by you, the captain. No problem. Zoe replied cheerfully. This is the information on the top 10 students in the freshman competition rankings, excluding you. You need to choose 4 of them to be your teammates. Zhou Yi answered without thinking. Teacher Su, I plan to choose the 4 highest-ranking freshmen as my teammates. Hearing this, Su Mani chided him. You're being too careless. In a team battle, it's common for the match to be dragged into the later stages. This tests the team's sustained combat capability. Therefore, a priest class that helps maintain the recovery state of other professionals is an extremely important factor. Even though you are a holy knight and can add many buffs compared to a priest, your recovery ability is still insufficient. Moreover, for a 5-person team battle, you should choose 1 more priest. Zhou Yi replied confidently, there's no need. As long as we can quickly defeat our opponents, we don't need to worry about recovery ability. Teacher Su, in the individual category of the freshman exchange competition, I am confident I can win the championship. Furthermore, in the team battle, when I activate my angel bloodline, I can even single-handedly take on the entire opposing team. In the freshman competition, Zhou Yi's strength far surpassed the other freshmen. With Zhou Yi, a priest really isn't necessary. He can just crush the opponents from other schools. Thinking this, Su Mani had to compromise. If you're so sure, then I'll report this list to Dean Wu. All right, has the matter of your sister's bloodline awakening been resolved? It's been taken care of. I have to thank you, Teacher Su, for telling me about the extreme cold ice lotus in the first place. That's good then, Su Mani replied with a smile. At this moment, Zhou Yi remembered something and asked, Teacher Su, do you know where I can find a hidden profession advancement book? A hidden profession advancement. Is it for your sister? Zhou Yi answered honestly. After learning that otherworldly creatures are coming through medium-sized rifts, I felt a vague sense of pressure. Therefore, I have to find a way for Xiao Yun to quickly gain the power to protect herself. You're very thoughtful. Besides, hidden profession advancement books are available on the school's website. But buying one isn't that easy. Su Mani said cryptically, then quickly left. Zhou Yi was confused by Su Mani's words. But when he checked the school's website, he understood. Restrictions on purchasing hidden profession advancement books. Lowest student level must be level 25. Must have a grade of A or above. Complete an A rank or higher school mission. Achieve a top 10 rank on the Earth ranking or a top 100 rank on the Heaven ranking. So that's how it is. To buy a hidden profession advancement book, it's really difficult. Even the cheapest hidden profession advancement book requires 20,000 study points to obtain. There's no way to get one for Xiao Yun in a short amount of time, but I will try to achieve this goal within half a year. Just then, Zhou Yi received a new mission from the system. The National Inter-University and College Freshman Exchange Competition is about to begin. Announcing the achievement mission now. The system will grant corresponding achievement rewards based on the host's overall performance in the National Inter-University and College Freshman Exchange Competition. After reading the information, Zhou Yi couldn't help but be overjoyed. The achievement mission rewards from the last 2 times gave my strength an incredible boost. It seems I'll have to go all out this time as well. I'll strive for the best result to get the most generous reward. Elsewhere, the deans were in a meeting discussing the upcoming national inter-university and college freshman exchange competition. The list of chosen participants for the team battle sent by Zhou Yi has arrived. I'll briefly go over it with everyone. The captain is Holy Knight Zhou Yi. Spirit Sword Master Jiang Shanyan. Dao is Song Xiaolon. Mei Dang Ling Si. Warrior Wei Tiexin. Hearing Dean Wu's words, Wu Kichin asked with confusion, "Why is there no priest on the team?" Song Qi agreed, "That's right. Isn't a team composition like that very risky? After all, without a priest support, the team's margin for error will be reduced to a minimum." While the other deans were worried about this lineup, Chu Huayang thought differently. On the contrary, I feel that this plan is not a problem. I believe that with Zhou Yi's abilities, adding a priest would be redundant. He thought to himself. After Zhou Yi underwent the Bloodline fusion, no one here probably understands Zhou Yi's strength better than I do. Even without teammates, Zhou Yi might be able to win the team battle all by himself. Come to think of it, Zhou Yi can not only provide buffs, his defensive capabilities are also extremely outstanding. Furthermore, many of his skills are even more powerful offensively. It's as if he's taking on 3 different roles by himself: Swordmaster, Tank, and Support. The Dean of the Tactics Academy, Zhang Ling, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. "I have no objections. With Zhou Yi's abilities, he has a full advantage. He also has effective tactics of his own." Song Qi thought for a moment and then decided, "Then my side approves as well. I hope that in the exchange competition, Zhou Yi can display a strength that will surprise others." Then it's decided. Wu Meng announced, "The team composition issue has been resolved. Now about the training. Dean Wu, the training for them from now on will be up to you. After all, although this group of freshmen is not weak, their teamwork still needs more practice." "No problem. I'll have Su Mani inform them. They will gather at the War Academy in 3 days." Returning to our protagonist. While Zhou Yi was diligently doing his daily missions, he received a message from teacher Wang Hui about starting his private lessons. "This is the first lesson since I became a student. It's very likely that he will teach me a new skill. But today I should still choose the skill point reward. Please choose today's reward. Reward 1. Gain 15 attribute points. Reward 2. Gain 15 skill points. Reward 3. Random skill book. Reward 4. Random chest." Zhou Yi selected the skill point reward. Immediately, he felt a change in his body. Just by completing the daily mission, I can gain attribute points and skill points. With the system here, widening the gap with others is really easy. The next day, Wang Hui and Zhou Yi arrived at the training ground. Looking at the pack of level 23 Shadow Forest Demon Wolves before them, Zhou Yi asked, "Do I need to drive these demon wolf away?" "This is the Henku Forest. The Tianyu Guild that I founded has a leveling spot here. No need to worry." As expected, less than a second later, a giant dragon appeared in the sky and let out a roar, causing the pack of wolves to flee in terror. Seeing Zhou Yi's surprised expression, Wang Yi explained, "That level 62 epic giant dragon is your senior brother's magic dragon. It's usually responsible for intimidating all the magic beasts in the forest. If even the magic dragon is this strong, I can't imagine how powerful my senior brother must be." Wang Hui smiled proudly and said, "Your senior brother was already on par with me in the past. He has reached level 64, and his practical combat ability is even above mine. That's why I felt at ease handing over the Tianyu Guild to him." After hearing this, Zhou Yi couldn't help but feel admiration. Level 64 at 30 years old. Senior brother's talent is too heaven-defying. In all these years, I've met many professionals, but you are the most talented one. Work hard. I believe your future achievements have the potential to surpass even your senior brothers. Aldikt Xiaoyi. Watch closely. I will demonstrate a special skill to teach you. So, Wang Hui used a combination of Holy Light and Judgment Shield skills, creating 2 giant shields. Then, the 2 shields gradually closed the distance, and when they touched, boom, a world-shaking explosion occurred, leveling a large area of land, leaving Zhou Yi stunned by the power of a 3rd advancement professional. When it was over, Wang Hui handed Zhou Yi a book. "Xiaoyi, this is the first skill I'm teaching you. Link your consciousness to the surface of the skill book. Use your skill points to learn it." "Understood," Zhou Yi replied and closed his eyes, following Wang Hui's instructions. He successfully learned the new skill. Holy Light Judgment Shield. A plus. Level 1. Creates 2 shield walls in a certain range in front of you. The 2 shield walls will slowly approach each other. After approaching, they will collide and cause a massive explosion, inflicting a large amount of light attribute magic damage to the enemy. At the same time, your side can pass through the shield walls, but the enemy cannot. Note, this skill belongs to the Holy Knight's legacy skills. After reading the skill information, he couldn't hide his curiosity. A Holy Knight's legacy skill? How do you know a Holy Knight's skill, teacher? Holy Light Judgment is a skill that your senior sister created herself when she was a 3rd advancement Holy Knight. I inherited this skill from your senior sister back then. Now, I will pass it on to you. You've learned the skill, right? Unleash it for me to see. He did exactly as he was taught. Although the power wasn't great, Wang Hui still looked satisfied and praised him. Right now, your Holy Light Judgment Shield is only at level 1. To be able to do this much is already very good. This skill was especially prepared for your team battle. You can use the shield walls to divide the battlefield, thereby restricting the enemy's normal movements, since you've grasped the new skill. Next up is the practical combat training session. As soon as Wang Hui finished speaking, a dragon descended and stood behind him. Glaren will mobilize the surrounding magic beasts to attack you. How many experience points you can gain by defeating them depends entirely on your own efforts. No problem, teacher. Receiving the answer, Wang Hui signaled to Glaren. Glaren let out a roar. The magic beast within the sound wave's range immediately became aggressive and targeted Zhou-Yi. A magic beast lurking in the bushes behind Zhou-Yi lunged out, aiming to bite his head off, but he anticipated it. With a single basic move, he sent it to its grave. After that, Zhou-Yi used a combination of all his skills, from buffs to light and ice elements, to deal with all the monsters attacking him throughout the night until the sun rose. Looking at Zhou-Yi's exhausted, breathless state, Wang Hui teased him with a smile. Fighting so desperately? I didn't expect you to have completely depleted even your last bit of stamina and mana. Aren't you afraid there are still magic beasts around? Well, aren't you still here, teacher? Zhou-Yi replied with a grin. He drank a potion to restore his stamina while thinking to himself, but this feeling of crazily gaining experience is really too satisfying. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 22. You have received 20 free attribute points and 20 skill points. Zhou-Yi immediately used all the newly acquired points to upgrade Holy Light Judgment Shield from level 1 to level 3. Not bad. I originally predicted you could defeat nearly 100 magic beasts. I didn't expect you to end up defeating nearly 400. It's all thanks to your guidance, teacher. If it were just me, it would have been difficult to level up in 1 or 2 months. Zhou-Yi said gratefully. Wang Hui then instructed, after all, you boldly formed a team without a priest for the exchange competition. As my student, you must remain calm at critical moments. Absolutely do not let your guard down. Don't worry, teacher. With me here, this year's championship title is definitely ours. At the rest stop in the Kung Fong Forest, an announcement played over the speakers. The National Inter-University and College Freshman Exchange Competition is about to begin. 218 colleges and universities from across the nation will participate. Which school will the championship title ultimately fall to? I'm not seeing things, am I? Suwon University doesn't have a priest? Isn't such an extreme team composition something only low-tier schools would use? Zhou Duo and Zhou Dan happened to be passing by. Hearing the 2 female students, they came closer to look at the list and gasped. Zhou-Yi is indeed the captain, and Jiang Shanyan is the vice captain. After skimming through a few comments online, Zhou Dan burst out laughing. There are actually people in the comments saying our school's team composition is wrong. Lacking a priest. This comment says a team without a priest is bound to lose. That's hilarious. Zhou Duo chimed in. They have no idea how terrifying Zhou-Yi's strength is. The 2 girls looked at Zhou Duo and Zhou Dan with questioning eyes. They asked with a hint of anger, "Who are you?" A young man sitting not far away, seeing the 2 sides start to argue, said to Wenshurun, "Erun, inform the service staff. I'll be paying their bill today." She thought to herself, with Zhou-Yi here, even if the school's expedition team doesn't have a priest, it won't matter. This year's championship is definitely ours. Returning to the main event. After his meeting with Wang Hui, Zhou, he spent the whole day in the training ground fighting against robots. Since reaching level 22, the intensity of the robots in the training ground had become too simple for Zhou Yi. The training effectiveness was getting worse and worse. Just as Zhou Yi was about to ask for Su Mei's opinion, she called to inform him that Dean Wu would be starting special training today, with the students participating in the exchange competition. So she told Zhou Yi to immediately gather at the War Academy's assembly hall. Besides the familiar faces of Jiang Shanyan and Song Xiaolan, there were two more people in the assembly hall: Wei Tiexin, a level 18 warrior, and Tang Lingxi, a level 18 mage. While the students were getting acquainted, Wu Meng used an appraisal skill to scan Zhou Yi. Come to think of it, under Principal Wang Hui's guidance, Zhou Yi I didn't expect him to level up so quickly. Hearing this, Jiang Shanyan turned to look at Zhou Yi in surprise. You leveled up again? With the help of my teachers, I was lucky enough to level up a bit. Alright, time is short, so I'll keep it simple. To help you prepare for this National Freshman Exchange competition, I will be your training instructor. Next, I will lead you in the team battle, and in the individual and survival matches, we will conduct specialized training. In today's training, I will mainly assess your team's cooperative combat abilities. First, you need to form a team and challenge the Abyss-level Goblin Dungeon. Of course, the school will cover all the study point costs for your participation in this Abyss-level dungeon. No wonder teacher Su kept pushing me and was so determined for me to quickly reach level 18. So as to prepare us for the Abyss-level dungeon challenge in advance. Everyone's strength is quite good, and we're in a team. Even if it's Abyss level, we should be able to pass it easily. Besides, thinking of this, Tang Lingxi secretly glanced at Zhou Yi sitting next to her. Zhou Yi alone can clear the Abyss level. With the four of us added, it's probably impossible to fail. Noticing Tang Lingxi looking at him, Zhou Yi turned and gave her a sunny smile, which made Tang Lingxi so embarrassed that she quickly hid behind Tiexin, leaving Zhou Yi a bit bewildered. Is my smile that scary? After being briefed, the five-person team immediately entered the dungeon. Zhou Yi said with a serious expression, "This is our team's first time cooperating. I will arrange the tactical plan for everyone." "No problem," the others replied in unison. Wei Tiexin is responsible for defense and drawing fire. Jiang Shanyan and Tang Lingxi will be responsible for magical and physical attacks, respectively. Song Xiaolan will be in the rear, responsible for supplementary power attacks. And I will be the one supporting everyone. As soon as Zhou Yi finished assigning roles, the goblins appeared. Wei Tiexin charged forward first. She slammed her fists on the ground, knocking the monsters back. The power of her punch surprised even her. The effectiveness of my skills has increased by over 40% compared to before. Is this the captain's support ability? Tang Lingxi was amazed as she watched Zhou Yi cast his skills. No way. His casting speed is so fast. The captain actually cast 3 buff skills in less than a second. Even a professional mage like me would find it hard to match that speed. Very quickly, Tang Lingxi didn't dare to be careless and cast a destructive magic skill to slow down the goblin's advance. Jiang Shanyan also took the opportunity to rush forward and cut down the monsters with her sword. "Shanyan, Tiexin, watch out for an ambush." As soon as Zhou Yi finished speaking, a rain of arrows flew towards them. Thanks to the warning, Wei Tiexin managed to use a shield wall in time, successfully blocking the goblin's ambush. Jiang Shanyan suddenly noticed something unusual. This is completely different from before. How can there be goblin archers? Monster, goblin archer, level 23. Potential, silver grade. Skills, ambush volley. Reading the monster's information, Zhou Yi said with a smile, "It seems that because we have more challengers, the goblins have also upgraded their attack methods." As he spoke, Zhou Yi used punishment of light to eliminate the goblin archers. "I'll take care of these troublesome ones first. The rest is up to you guys." After all, the purpose of Zhou Yi entering the dungeon this time was to improve the team's synergy. Fighting alone would go against the original intention. "No problem," Jiang Shanyan and Wei Tiexin replied, seeing everyone trying so hard. Song Xiaolan felt even more motivated. She began to use talismans to attack the goblins. At the same time, Wu Meng was watching the students battle through a monitor and couldn't help but nod in approval. Compared to the freshman competition, Zhou Yi's casting speed has more than doubled. Some skills can even be completed in an instant. So many gist. It seems that after he cleared the Abyss-level dungeon, the talent he chose is related to increasing casting speed. Come to think of it, Zhou Yi's rate of progress is truly astonishing. He just enrolled, and he's already leading Jiang Shanyan to the top of the Abyss-level dungeon rankings. Wu Mang chuckled and said, "That's why I want to test Zhou Yi further. I've specially added a bit more difficulty for them inside the dungeon." Thanks to their smooth coordination, the overwhelmingly numerous goblins were soon being beaten senseless by Zhou Yi's team. Towards the monsters approaching her, Jiang Shanyan snorted coldly. She used the skill Phantom Slash, slashing continuously at high speed, easily dispatching the monsters. The others were not idle either. They began to display their own abilities. Song Xiaolan tore Talisman. She used the move Five Thunder's True Law to attack the monsters. Tang Lingxi used a wind element magic spell, Dragon Fist, creating an ice tornado that swept through the monsters, then shouted, "Tiexin, give them one final blow," replying with a grunt. Wei Tiexin immediately leaped high into the air. She used the move Sky-Piercing Kick, delivering a flurry of kicks to the monsters. By the time she landed, all the monsters were on the ground, benefiting from the increased buffs. The feeling of effortlessly overwhelming all these goblins is just too satisfying. Feeling exhilarated, Wei Tiexin wasn't done yet. She smiled and asked Tang Lingxi, "By the way, have we dealt with all these goblins?" Tang Lingxi zeep leap. Xiaobai told me there are no more goblins around. Zhou Yi laughed and reminded them, "This level is just a warm-up. The next boss fight is the main event. We can't let our guard down." Wei Tiexin cracked her knuckles. She said with a confident face, "What's there to be afraid of, brother Yi? Your buff skills have double my strength. With your support, won't we just breeze through this dungeon?" Song Xiaolan cheerfully added, "That's right. Classmate Zhou Yi alone can easily clear this dungeon." Tang Lingxi nodded in agreement. "The captain's strength is truly... I'm very impressed." Hearing this, Zhou Yi felt a bit of a headache and said to himself, "Are you girls trying to set me up?" Jiang Shanyan said nothing, just stood to the side, covering her mouth and snickering. A while later, the group arrived at a large door. Wei Tiexin asked, "The final boss must be inside, right?" Zhou Yi replied, "That's right." But as he approached the door, he felt that something was not right. "Forget it. Let's go in first and see." Having made his decision, Zhou Yi reached out and pushed the door open. When everyone stepped inside, a boss, enormous in size, appeared before their eyes. It opened its mouth and said, "You've finally arrived, you fools. Monster, second generation Goblin King. Level 25. Potential, epic. Skills, unknown. Note, after the death of the old king, he is the new leader of the Goblin tribe, replacing the old Goblin King." Tang Lingxi exclaimed in shock. "A level 25 epic boss. Huh, knowing that esteemed guests were visiting, I specially prepared some gifts for you." With that, the boss let out a strange laugh. It raised its weapon, creating a massive fireball and throwing it towards Tang Lingxi. "This is fireball? How can it be so powerful?" she whispered. Tang Lingxi still hadn't recovered from the shock. She stood rooted to the spot, staring blankly at the approaching fireball. "Lingxi, move!" Wei Tiexin shouted. She rushed forward, pushed Tang Lingxi back, and immediately created a shield, bracing for the fireball. But the effect was not promising at all. The shield only lasted for less than a second before cracks started to appear. "It's no use. I can't block it at all." As soon as Wei Tiexin finished speaking, the shield shattered, putting her in a perilous situation. Facing the fireball head-on, Wei Tiexin gritted her teeth and lamented, "Damn it, with the captain's buff, my strength has clearly doubled, yet I can't even block a normal attack from this monster." The boss suddenly let out a strange laugh. "Don't be in such a hurry. This is the end I have long prepared for you." Turn to ash. At the same time, its movements didn't stop, continuously creating more fireballs and throwing them at the group. One fireball had already left them helpless, and now they had to face many more. Despair was inevitable, and this was precisely when the value of a team captain was shown. Everyone fall back. Zhou Yi commanded. He stepped in front of everyone, using his ice power to create an ice wall much larger and thicker than Wei Tiexin's shield, bracing for the incoming fireballs. Captain, watch out. This isn't a normal fireball attack. As soon as Tang Lingxi finished her warning, she saw the fireballs lose most of their energy against the ice wall, shrinking into fireballs the size of a baseball. Absorb. The mini fireball was pulled into Zhou Yi's palm. He squeezed it hard, causing it to vanish, and said, "It's indeed a bit tough to deal with. This boss's strength far exceeds the one I dealt with before." Hearing this, Song Xiaolan took the initiative. "Then let me take the first shot this time." After that, Song Xiaolan's hands quickly formed hand seals, creating a series of talismans that flew around the boss. Heaven's mandate is clear. The stars guide the way. The sacred talisman manifests, obey the command. As the word explode left her lips, the talismans detonated, forming a massive blaze that engulfed the boss. A second later, the flames were sucked into the boss's mouth. The talismans were crushed in its palm. As for the boss itself, it was completely unharmed. Song Xiaolan cried out in disbelief. How did it have no effect at all? At this moment, Tang Lingxi spoke with a serious expression. "Sister Lan, let me try attacking with my magic." Next, Tang Lingxi used a fire element magic spell, Long Arrow, creating a series of fire arrows that shot towards the boss. "Let it take my move too," Jiang Shanyan shouted, using the skill demon's lingering blade, slashing several times toward the boss. Their two attacks intertwined, flying straight at the boss and causing a massive explosion. A shockwave spread out in all directions. However, the result was that the boss was still unharmed. It was now surrounded by a layer of purple energy. A little interesting, but that's as far as it goes. With that, the boss opened its mouth. A small purple orb immediately condensed in front of its mouth, continuously absorbing the surrounding purple energy and growing larger. In the end, the orb shot towards the group. Tang Lingxi said in despair, "Our levels are too far apart. It seems we can't fight this boss." Just when everyone had given up resisting, Zhou Yi once again stepped forward. "Don't be afraid. I'm still here." With that, Zhou Yi created a golden shield, blocking the boss's attack. As Zhou Yi's voice rang out, the boss's ultimate move was once again neutralized by him. Wei Tiexin spoke up. "Brother Yi, let me try a close-range attack." Zhou Yi simulated, placing a hand on Wei Tiexin's shoulder and saying, "A level 25 epic boss is indeed a bit too much for you all right now. Leave the rest to me." After that, Zhou Yi used the skill True Sight of Light on the boss. True Sight of Light. Know the enemy's weaknesses and hidden abilities. Provide guidance for the next attack. Actually, this Goblin King is one level higher than the previous one, but its attributes are doubled. If I use my S-Rank Bloodline secret art, I can also boost my strength several times over. This is so clearly aimed at me. It's very likely a special test deliberately left by Dean Wu. If that's the case, I'll take this opportunity to show everyone the divine angel body, my true strength. With that, Zhou Yi immediately transformed into a divine angel. His left hand held the power of holy light, while his right hand held the power of ice. Outside the dungeon, Sumani asked worriedly, "Dean, the difficulty setting of this boss is unavoidably too high. Is it really necessary?" Although their strength now is indeed not ordinary, other schools also have outstanding talents. And in the exchange competition, the geniuses from Mado University and Qingjing University will be their strong enemies. Therefore, I need to use a defeat to make them understand the cruelty of the competition. Sumani said softly, "A defeat?" Then, she chuckled and said, "Dean, you are really underestimating Zhou Yi." Wu Mang also smiled and replied, "I hope he can slap me in the face." At the same time, inside the dungeon, the boss looked at Zhou Yi's transformation and said with interest, "Interesting. You've turned into a little glowing bird. Whatever skills you have, use them all. I'll grant your wish." Zhou Yi said, and used the move Radiant Pulse to attack the boss. The boss said, "Little brat, you talk big. You should know that you are the challenger." After that, the boss used the move World-Ending Meteor Fire to retaliate. Their attacks collided, causing a massive explosion. Energy waves immediately spread out everywhere. Jiang Shanyan quickly stabbed her sword into the ground, using her own magic power to protect everyone inside. Song Xiaolan exclaimed in amazement, "Is this the strength of classmate Zhou Yi?" Only now did she realize that everyone's strength and Zhou Yi's were not on the same level at all. Song Xiaolan suddenly looked at Jiang Shanyan and asked, Xiaoyan, has classmate Zhou Yi used this form before? Jiang Shanyan smiled and replied, this is the first time I've seen it too. It seems brother Zhou Yi has really brought out his full strength. After the first exchange, both the boss and Zhou Yi were completely unharmed. The boss grinned and asked, little brat, is this all you've got? No matter what form you take, you can't possibly defeat me. Is that so? In response, Zhou Yi used holy light chains, creating chains that flew towards the boss, binding its limbs and body tightly. This is just as the boss was surprised by the chains on its body. Zhou Yi used the move Javelin of Victory, forming multiple javelins that rained down on the boss from above. Next, it's time for a change of form, Zhou Yi said, then added another move, Light Flamestorm, creating a fire tornado that engulfed the boss. No longer just single moves this time, Zhou Yi's combo dealt a massive amount of damage to the boss. Damn it, the boss roared in pain. Seeing this, Zhou Yi smirked and said, don't be hasty. There's more. Zhou Yi rushed forward, plunging one hand deep into the boss's screaming mouth. Thunder Light Beam. A moment later, after Zhou Yi's attacks had passed, the boss reappeared. Black blood trickled from its mouth. It spoke in a weak state. It seems you still haven't used your full strength. I couldn't let you have your fill. I am truly sorry, Zhou Yi said with a smile. It is indeed a bit of a pity. I originally wanted to try Hand of God in my six-winged angel form. I'll just have to save it for next time. But seeing as you're on your last breath, I'll send you on your way. With that, Zhou Yi extended two fingers, gathered energy, and shot it towards the boss. At this moment, outside the dungeon, Wu Meng exclaimed in fear, my goodness, this is a boss that I painstakingly adjusted. Even a level 26 professional would have a hard time defeating it. Zhou Yi's strength now is just too terrifying. Then, Wu Meng turned to Su Mani and asked, Teacher Su, do you have Zhou Yi's usual combat data from the training ground? Su Mani smiled and replied, I do. Coincidentally, before Zhou Yi came here today, he did a test run in the training ground. He only took 6 minutes and 12 seconds to easily pass the challenge of the level 10 combat mode. Hearing this, Wu Meng laughed and said, no wonder you and old Chu have so much confidence in him. Su Mani also smiled and replied, but it's a good thing. Zhou Yi was able to prove his strength in front of you. Back inside the dungeon, as soon as the boss was defeated by Zhou Yi's final move and vanished, a notification panel immediately appeared. Congratulations on clearing the Abyss-level dungeon. Clear time is 21 minutes and 16 seconds. The clearance rewards will now be distributed. Instantly, a leveling up light enveloped Tang Lingxi's body. Her face was full of surprise as she wondered, I got 8,000 experience points? Wei Tiexin's face was equally surprised as she spoke. I also got 8,000 experience points. Clearing the Abyss-level dungeon once. The gains are more than a week of training outside. As for Zhou Yi, he had already deactivated his transformation, returning to his original form. Beside him, a notification panel appeared. Congratulations, you have gained 11,236 experience points. Congratulations, you have gained 10 free attribute points and 10 skill points. Zhou Yi said to himself, if this continues, I feel like I can level up again very soon. At that moment, Jiang Shanyan ran over, asking with concern, Brother Zhou Yi, how are you? Are you injured? Zhou Yi stood up, dusting himself off and saying, I'm fine. I just used up a lot of energy. We should go see what rewards this boss dropped. So, the group went to where the boss was defeated and found a golden chest lying there. When they opened it, the items inside appeared before their eyes. Gold grade weapon. Flame staff. Required level. Level 24. Gold grade weapon. Flame spirit heavy shield. Required level. Level 24. Gold grade weapon. Ring of demonic flame. Required level. Level 24. Wei Tiexin exclaimed happily. This reward is way too generous, isn't it? And they're all gold grade equipment. Brother, so many great items dropped. Zhou Yi said with a smile. It seems our luck isn't bad this time. These 3 pieces of equipment. Does anyone need them? The other 4 gave their opinions one by one. First was Wei Tiexin. The level requirement for this equipment is too high. I can't use it at all. Tang Lingxi said. The fire attribute boost isn't suitable for me. I can't use it either. Jiang Shanyan spoke up. These pieces of equipment also don't fit my or Xiaolan's profession. Song Xiaolan suggested. Kudas mate Zoe. You contributed the most this time. You should just take these. Zhou Yi didn't refuse. He collected the items and said, what a pity. Then I'll take this equipment for now. When we get back, I'll auction it at the school for study points. I'll divide it equally and send it to each of you. Wei Tiexin quickly refused. No way, brother. No matter what, you should get 70%. Without you, we couldn't have cleared it so easily. Song Xiaolan said shyly. That's right. After all, you were the key to defeating the boss. I barely helped at all. Zhou, he said decisively. An even split is fine. This way, none of us will have to worry about study points for a long time. Jiang Shanyan, standing beside him, also smiled and advised. Everyone just accept it. After all, Brother Zhou Yi is the one who lacks study points the least. Since it had come to this, the others couldn't refuse any longer and happily accepted. All right then, after dividing the rewards, Zhou Yi smiled and reminded them, you have to know, our goal is not just to win the championship in the competition, but also to protect the honor of our school. Wei Tiexin said with determination, Brother Yi, I won't let you down. In the upcoming training, I will work twice as hard. Song Xiaolan spoke up, classmate Yi, I will also give it my all. Captain, me too. Zhou Yi replied with satisfaction. Everyone's determination to work hard is the key to success. I believe that in the exchange competition, our team will definitely achieve a glorious victory. As soon as Zhou Yi's group left the dungeon, they were met with a round of applause from Wu Meng. Congratulations on successfully clearing the specially crafted Abyss-level dungeon. Dean Wu, Teacher Su. Wu Meng continued to praise them endlessly. Your performance was excellent, exceeding my expectations. Of course, especially Zhou Yi. You brought me a huge surprise. Zhou Yi simidit shipipish. He scratched his head and said, I just did what I was supposed to do. Wu Meng asked Zhou Yi regarding the first place in the exchange competition. What are your thoughts? Zhou Yi clenched his fist and affirmed, first place. Of course, we will definitely take it. Very good. To win the championship, you must have this kind of confidence. Su Mei offered her opinion. Zhou Yi's support and attack abilities are all-encompassing. We can devise 2 sets of combat plans. Initially, we can have Zhou Yi in a support position, temporarily concealing his strength. Then, at a critical moment, he can go all out, catching the opponent off guard. If so, the first place in the exchange competition will probably be even more secure. Wu Meng smiled in agreement. A good idea. When the time comes, let those old geezers see how formidable Zhou Yi is. Even geniuses have to be ranked. So many continue. However, their team's coordination is still a bit lacking. This aspect needs more practice. That's right. Tomorrow, we can conduct special training targeting their weaknesses. All right, that's all for today. Everyone, go back and rest first. Of course, to maintain your training enthusiasm, we have also prepared some punitive measures. Zhou Yi was startled. He asked uneasily, punitive measures? Can you reveal a little? Teacher? If I tell you, it won't be interesting anymore. We have other matters to attend to, so we'll be leaving now. With that, Su Mei and Wu Meng left. Teacher Su. Zhou Yi wanted to call her back, but Su Mei seemed not to hear him. In a few steps, she was out of sight. Forget it. Zhou Yi turned to his teammates and said, if that's the case, let's all train hard together and prepare to face the challenges of the exchange competition. The group replied in unison. Time passed. On a normal day, like any other, in front of the dungeon gate, a random person, A sighed. The nightmare level goblin dungeon is really too hard. A random person, B, said, that's right. I've tried twice already, and I couldn't clear it either time. If even nightmare level is this hard to deal with, it's hard to imagine how insane the difficulty of abyss level is. As soon as random person A finished speaking, he heard someone say, Ling Si, do you think we have a chance of completing this abyss level dungeon challenge in under 10 minutes? The 2 random people were startled and let out a small cry. They turned towards a voice and saw a group of 5 people laughing and joking as they walked by. The one who spoke was the girl with black hair in the group. This group was none other than Zhou Yi's group. Today, they had come to challenge the dungeon. Regarding Wei Tiexin's question, Tang Lingxi replied with a smile. We've all been training together for so long. Plus, with the captain's buff, 10 minutes probably won't be a problem. Wei Tiexin admitted. That's true. Besides, Dingwu even gave me some special pointers yesterday. Tang Lingxi said with a smile. Then I'll be looking forward to it today. After Zhou Yi's group entered the dungeon, random person A asked. They're treating the abyss-level dungeon like a race. What's their background? Random person B replied. They're the team representing our school in this year's National Inter-University and College Freshman Exchange Competition. Random person A exclaimed in shock. Freshman? I remember the expedition team from our year. The highest level was only level 19. The lowest among them is level 20. It's truly unbelievable. The strength of that male student just now didn't look bad either. Random person B pointed to the ranking board. He sighed with emotion. It's not just not bad. Look up. He is the Zhou Yi who holds the #1 clear record. Another random person C heard this, curiously looked up at the ranking board, and immediately shouted, Zhou Yi. So that's him. An existence that even the experts on the Earth ranking can't surpass. About 7 minutes later, inside the dungeon, you little brats go first. The boss was too big. It used a move world-ending meteor fire to attack Zhou Yi's group. Wei Tianxin laughed excitedly. I've finally been waiting for you to make a move. Taste this, she shouted, her hands enveloped in red energy. She bravely charged forward and punched the boss's attack into pieces. She thought to herself, under my teacher's guidance, I now have enough strength to withstand your attack. Suddenly, the boss's voice rang out. The weak are ultimately still weak. Don't think that just because you've made a little progress, you could be arrogant in front of me. Wei Tianxin was startled and turned her head to see a huge fist just inches away from her. Tianxin, fall back. Zhou Yi commanded. He moved in front of Wei Tianxin, punching straight at the boss's fist. In the next moment, the boss's entire arm was twisted into a mess, causing it to scream in pain. My arm. Zhou Yi turned back to look at Wei Tianxin and said with a smile, Tianxin, you did very well to block the boss's first attack on your own. Next, let's work together and defeat it together. Tang Lingxi also smiled and said, Tianxin, you rest for a bit. Leave the rest to us. At this moment, the boss roared in anger. Damn it, I want all of you to die. However, before the boss could act, it was bound by golden chains. Following that, a large amount of lightning traveled along the chains into its body, causing it to scream in pain once again. Zhou Yi held one end of the chain and said with a smile, hurts now, doesn't it? But don't worry, even if you scream louder, we won't spare you. Song Xiaolan spoke up, that's right. Her expression was serious. Her hands quickly formed hand seals. Heaven and earth sealing lock. A large number of talismans flew out, sticking all over the boss's body. Following that, Tang Lingxi also spoke up. Let me let you taste this move that teacher Su taught me. Magic detection system, lightning strike. From above, a thick bolt of lightning struck the boss directly. Finally, it was Jiang Shanyan's turn. She rushed forward and shouted, one final blow, accompanied by a powerful slash. She sent the boss's head flying into the air. System notification. Congratulations on clearing the abyss-level dungeon. Clear time is 8 minutes and 36 seconds. The clearance rewards will now be distributed. A moment later, Zhou Yi's group left the dungeon. Wu Meng immediately came over to praise them. Not bad. Your clear time has broken the 9-minute mark. Your performance this time, even I can't find any fault with it. Zhou Yi asked in surprise, Dean Wu, why are you here? Wu Meng's expression turned serious as he replied, I'm here to inform you that the date for the exchange competition has been set. It will be in 1 week. Because tomorrow I have to lead everyone to the venue for the exchange competition, Qingjing University. Hearing this, Song Xiaolan cheered happily. That's great. The exchange competition is finally starting. Jiang Shanyan clenched her fists. She said excitedly, we've been training so hard for so long. All for this moment. Wei Tianxin also said with a smile, after training for so long, I can finally fight in a real match. Tang Lingxi said curiously, Qingjing University, I wonder what it's like over there. As for Zhou Yi, he cracked his knuckles. He thought to himself with a smile, full of anticipation. I've long grown tired of fighting the bosses in the dungeons. I finally have a chance to clash with the top geniuses from other schools. The next day, as scheduled, Wu Meng came to take Zhou Yi's group to the venue for the exchange competition. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind them, to ensure safety, I will lead everyone through the school's dedicated teleportation point. teleporting directly to the venue of the exchange competition, Qingjing University. At the teleportation point, Principal Wang Hui and the other deans were already waiting. After some formal greetings, the principal said to the students, "As the outstanding members of the freshman class, you carry the honor of our school on your shoulders. We have been champions for 4 consecutive years. I sincerely hope that you can bring home the honor of being champions for the 5th time for our school." "Yes, sir," Zhou Yi's group replied in unison. At this moment, Wang Hui ordered Chu Huayang to activate the teleportation circle. And so, in the blink of an eye, Zhou Yi's group, Wu Meng, and Su Mani arrived at Qingjing University. This couldn't help but surprise Zhou Yi. "We've arrived at Qingjing University so quickly? Didn't they say the two schools are over 2 million kilometers apart?" Su Mani replied with a smile. "This is thanks to Dean Chu's spellcasting. Otherwise, we would have had to take a train for several days to get here. However, only a 3rd advancement mage has the ability to cast such a long-distance teleportation circle." At this moment, a voice rang out. "Welcome, teachers and students of Suan University, to Qingjing University. Your arrival is a great honor for us. Old Chung, why did you come over?" Shaking hands with Chung Yongchun, a 3rd advancement mechanist. "When old friends visit, I must personally come to escort everyone to their accommodations." Chung Yongchun replied warmly. He then looked at Zhou Yi's group. "The kids you brought this time look really good. I heard your school has a few freshmen whose strength is not to be underestimated. Then we'll see each other on the competition field." Of course, after the greetings, Wu Meng turned to instruct his students. The opening ceremony of the exchange competition is officially on the 10th. After the opening ceremony, the competition will officially begin. After a month of training, the team has probably been pushed to its limits. For the next few days, there will be no more excessive training. You can all relax a bit. However, recently, a large number of visitors have entered Qingjing. It's possible that spies from other races have infiltrated. At these major events for geniuses, almost every year, demons from other races make a move against human geniuses. All right, that's all for today. For the next few days, you can go out and have some fun, but you must pay attention to your safety. When he was done, Zhou Yi's group was led by a robot to their individual rooms to rest. "Welcome to the residential area of Qingjing University. If you have any problems, you can ask me for help at any time," the support robot said. "No need, but the service at this Qingjing University is quite novel." Zhou Yi stood by the window, admiring the city for a while, then opened his system panel. He used up all the experience points he had accumulated before, smoothly leveling up to level 23. He received another 20 free attribute points and 20 skill points. The gap to level 24 is so large again. After all, many of my skills are still only C rank and B rank. After advancing to the 2nd tier, the skills a Holy Knight can learn must be at least B+ rank. I can even learn A+ rank skills. The Orb of Light. The Orb of Light can enhance the attributes of teammates. The Orb of Darkness can deliver a devastating blow to the enemy. As for the 3rd advancement, it's still too far off to talk about the 3rd advancement now. Forget it. I should focus on completing this system achievement mission perfectly first. A week later, the 157th National Inter-University and College Freshman Exchange Competition of the Central Xia Kingdom officially began. And the first match was between the students of Suan University and Rongyang University. The overwhelming and lively atmosphere in the stadium made Zhou Yi exclaim. No wonder everyone wants to participate in the National Inter-University and College Freshman Exchange Competition. A scene like this is truly shocking. Jiang Shanyan, standing next to him, added, "Today is just the opening ceremony. By the time of the finals, the number of spectators will at least double." While Zhou Yi's group was looking around with interest on the other side of the battlefield, the students of Rongyang University were not so cheerful. "What bad luck. We drew Suan University. There's nothing we can do. Who told us our luck was bad? We can only be treated as a stepping stone. Suan University was the champion of the previous year. Whoever faces them has to accept their fate." Hearing his teammates, the brown-haired guy snorted. "What's there to be afraid of? Our ranking last year was also in the top 30. No matter what, we can put up a fight." At the same time, in the stands, everyone also began to buzz with discussion. The Holy Knight, standing in the back, seems to be level 23. That's right. That level can really suppress the others. Luckily, he's just in a support position. If he were in an attack position, it might cause even more trouble. It seems Rongyang University is sure to lose against them. Next, we'll have to see how many trump cards Rongyang can force the Suwon University representative team to reveal. On the arena, the brown-haired guy had also noticed Zhou Yi's level. Although he was nervous, he still said bravely, "The representative team of Suwon University has some skill." However, on the arena, level doesn't prove everything. The teams from both sides have taken their positions, beginning construction of the competition field. At the same time, activating the defensive field. The robot announced and began the countdown. As soon as the 3-second countdown ended, the Rongyang students were about to charge forward for a preemptive strike when the brown hair guy stopped them. To be safe, let's focus on defense first. Let's see what tricks the opponent has. In that instant, the brown hair guy saw the Holy Knight on the opposing side wave his hand. A halo of light enveloped the Suwon University students. Their stats skyrocketed in an instant. The audience witnessing this scene couldn't help but be horrified. He cast several buff skills in just a few short seconds. Can you believe that? Holy Knight Zhou Yi is truly worthy of being the captain of Suwon University. Seeing this, Chung Yon-chun was also surprised. Old Wu. This Holy Knight captain, Zhou Yi, is quite something. If he continues to buff them, your team's collective strength will have increased by 50%. Wu Meng replied with a proud smile. The Holy Knight is a hidden profession. Its greatest effect is to provide large-scale enhancements on the battlefield. In this small team battle, its performance is naturally not lacking. Chung Yon-chun fell silent. He thought to himself, "Luckily, my school's team also has a few trump cards. Otherwise, just dealing with Zhou, it would be tiring enough." Next, let's see if Rongyang University's response is worth learning from. Unfortunately, at this moment, in the eyes of Rongyang University, Zhou Yi's group was no different from terrifying demons. One of them was so scared that he trembled and dropped his weapon. "Captain, what should we do?" The brown-haired guy's face was pale, but he still said with a brave front, "I think I can block it." After observing the situation clearly, Zhou Yi suddenly gave a contemptuous smile and said, "It seems the opposing team's strength is average. Then let's go with the simplest plan. Everyone attack directly and try to crush them in one blow." Jiang Shanyan and Song Xiaolan replied in unison, "Understood." Upon receiving the order, Tang Lingxi excitedly created a fireball and said, "Captain, let me take the first shot this time." Immediately, Tang Lingxi launched countless fire arrows at the Rongyang University group. Fire element magic, long arrow. The sudden attack forced the Rongyang University group to grit their teeth and create a defensive shield. Shield of Light. The captain of Rongyang University said while defending, "We've defended against it. It seems they're not all that." Suddenly, a classmate behind him said with a pale face, "Captain, here they come again." Before them was the image of Wei Tiexin charging forward with sharp eyes. Air-breaking fist. Her powerful fist shattered the defensive shield. It didn't stop there. Jiang Shanyan then slashed down from above with countless sword strikes. Demon's lingering blade. Next came a surge of lightning energy. Under the continuous attack, a huge explosion was created. Their barrage of attacks completely wiped out the Glory University team, seeing them completely defenseless. System announcement. This battle has ended. The winner is Suwon University. The system rises higher and continues speaking. "Thank you to both teams for bringing us such a spectacular battle. Please wait a moment. The next team match is about to begin." As soon as the match ended, Jiang Shanran started complaining. "My opponent is a warrior, but I'm in match 27. I have to wait forever." Song Xiaolan sighed beside her and said, "I've got even worse. I'm number 45. How long will I have to wait to win?" Zhu Yi heard this and amusedly chimed in, "I'm in the 6th match. My opponent is a swordsman. Seems my luck isn't bad. I can go out in the 2nd batch." Jiang Shanran and Song Xiaolan could only look on with envy. So jealous. Now in the stands, people started whispering among themselves. Zhu, he didn't even make a move in the last match. I actually want to see just how strong he really is. Can a support class paladin really participate in the individual matches? I bet Zhu Yi is definitely hiding his true strength. After all, he is the captain. Very quickly, Zhu Yi's match arrived. The crowd immediately cheered in excitement. Zui, Zui, go, Brother Lu. Seeing the two step onto the arena, the system announced the 9th match of the individual competition. Zhu Yi of Swan University versus Lu Chong of Chuanan University. Both students, get ready. The match is about to begin. This time, Zhu Yi's opponent is Lu Chong, level 18 swordsman. Chuanan University. Lu Chong curled his lips in a sneer and thought, he's nothing but a support class. Seems my luck isn't bad. I picked up such a big bargain right off the bat. The people behind Lu Chong were also discussing animatedly. Brother Lu's opponent is the captain of Swan University. That's right. Looks like it'll be a fierce battle. Haha. A paladin is just a support. Brother Lu will definitely crush him directly. Without keeping everyone waiting, the system began a countdown. Start. As soon as the words fell, Lu Chong quickly raised his sword and attacked first. He said disdainfully, if you surrender now, I can let you lose with a bit of dignity. On the contrary, Zhu Yi smiled calmly and replied, haha, asking me to surrender? Can you even last standing in front of me while talking big like that? Lu Chong slashed down with his sword and shouted, Brat, letting you be arrogant in front of me. Fish Dragon Corpse Blade. But Zhu Yi easily dodged these countless sword strikes. His speed made Lu Chong exclaim in surprise. So fast, he continued disdainfully. But it should end here. But Lu Chong's feet were suddenly restrained by ice. He was completely bewildered. When he looked up, Zhu Yi had raised his fist high and was rushing over. Lu Chong cursed angrily. Damn it, still playing these tricks. But Lu Chong used fire magic to escape the grip of the ice layer beneath his feet. Lu Chong furiously rushed forward to return a sword strike and scolded. Petty tricks. Unexpectedly, Zhu Yi blocked it with his bare hands. His defense confused Lu Chong to the extreme. He blocked it. Next, Zhu Yi punched straight into Lu Chong's stomach with immense force. He screamed in panic. Impossible. The attack sent Lu Chong flying back dozens of meters. The people below asked each other in panic. Whoa, what just happened? The captain just sent him flying like that? I didn't even see Zhu Yi's attack clearly. The teacher sighed and said, the opponent is the captain of Swan University. Lu Chong inevitably underestimated his opponent too much. Even though he is just a support class, his actual combat ability absolutely cannot be underestimated. After the smoke gradually cleared, the image of Lu Chong appeared with a bloodied face. His body could no longer move. The system quickly moved in to observe and announced, Lu Chong cannot continue fighting. System announcement. Winner, Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi retracted his fist and said disdainfully, too weak. I didn't expect he couldn't even block a single C-rank skill punch of mine. The crowd in the stands went wild upon hearing this. What a terrifying punch. He crushed his opponent in just a few moves. Truly unbelievable. Ha! That might not even be Zhu Yi's full strength. Outside, Zhu Yu, the instructor from Qingjing University, exclaimed in surprise. It's only been a few months since I went to Lijiang for recruitment. This Zhu Yi's strength has leveled up too fast. Dean Chang beside her smiled and said, Ms. Zhu, speaking of which, Zhu Yi almost became a student of our school. Zhu Yu said regretfully, that's right. If I had known earlier, I should have fought tooth and nail to get a top scorer like him. If we had Zhu Yi now, wouldn't we be slaughtering everyone? Xie Lang. The level 19 archer looked at Zhu Yi with interest and slowly spoke. Zhu Yi seems to be the special boy Xiao Ran mentioned. His strength is really not bad. Unexpected for support. He's quite proficient in both melee and magic. On the other hand, Zhu Xiaobai, the level 18 priest, seemed worried as she thought. The speed at which Zhu Yi released that freezing skill isn't right. Even the ice mages in the family can't cast it that fast. Suddenly, her bracelet glowed. Zhu Xiaobai was stunned and whispered, wait, this is the reaction of the family treasure. Could he be an awakener of the ice bloodline? Seeing Zhu Xiaobai's silence. Suddenly Xiaolan turned and asked, Xiaobai, what's wrong with you? Zhu Xiaobai was startled, clutched her bracelet, and replied, I'm Fine. Immediately, Zhu Xiaobai hurriedly made an excuse to leave. Sister Lan, I suddenly have an urgent matter, so I have to go back first. Her strange attitude left Xia Lan bewildered. Zhu Xiaobai hurriedly ran to a quiet place and called Zhu Heng. As soon as the phone rang, Zhu Heng picked up immediately. He picked up the phone and asked, Xiaobai, Isn't today the day of your competition? Why are you free to call Dad? And you're specifically using the encrypted line. As soon as she heard Zhu Heng's voice, Zhu Xiaobai spoke urgently. I discovered an awakener of the ice bloodline. Moreover, his surname is also Zhu. The purity of the ice bloodline on Zhu Yi is even over 70%. Upon hearing the news, Zhu Heng immediately froze. He asked in panic, "Are you sure? And it's an ice bloodline with such high purity?" Zhu Xiaobai replied, 80% probability. Whether it's truly real or not, still requires close contact to know for sure. Zhu Heng calmed down slightly. He pushed up his glasses and said, "All right, find a chance for Dad to make contact with Zhu Yi. My side will simultaneously start an investigation to see if this Zhu Yi is actually from our Zhu family." After hanging up the phone, Zhu Heng stood up and looked out the window. He couldn't help but feel joy in his heart. Zui, ice bloodline. If it is truly accurate, perhaps our Tianlan Zhu family is saved. Now, in the arena on the right, everyone cheered in unison. Zui, Zui. The left side was not to be outdone and shouted, Li Xin, Aklasmata Bazida Li Xin Lauga. Brother Xian, don't show any mercy later. Li Xian smiled maliciously and said, "Don't worry, I'm just afraid that Zhu, you won't be able to make me use my full strength." Wei He beside him suddenly spoke up to remind him, "Little Xian, be a bit careful for me. Zhu Yi's strength is very strong. Even I can feel an extremely dangerous aura coming from Zhu Yi." Li Xian immediately became serious. He replied, "Brother Wei, I understand." Immediately after, Li Xian revealed his skills. The classmate standing next to Li Xian earlier said admiringly, "Worthy of Brother Xian. This aura is amazing. A set of level 18 Gale armor. I'm afraid, Zhu, you won't even be able to touch a hair on Brother Xian." Jiang Feng agreed. "That's right. Zhu, he might be beaten until he cries by then. The match is about to take place." The stands exploded with excitement, cheering continuously. Zhu Yi is the strongest. Go Zhu Yi. Zui. Zui. Motto University. Go Li Xin. At this moment, Zhu Heng had appeared. He said wearily, "Luckily I made it in time." Zhu Donger looked around with interest and said, "This arena isn't inferior to our clan's grounds." Zhu Xiaobai appeared behind the two of them. Zhu Donger quickly noticed. She turned around excitedly and called out. She rushed over and hugged Zhu Xiaobai. Zhu Xiaobai hugged her back and asked in confusion, "Dongya, why did you two come here?" Zhu Heng replied calmly, "Isn't it to investigate Zhu Yi's identity? He is very likely from a main branch that was scattered during the Dark Era. Knowing a clansman awakened the ice bloodline, the clan leader ordered me to come over and verify it. It's also a good chance to bring your sister to broaden her horizons with the style of Su Hong's top freshman." Suddenly, Tudong pouted unhappily. "TCH, what's there to see about a support class paladin?" Zhu Xiaobai quickly and sternly corrected her. "Dongya, your thinking is wrong. So what if he's a paladin? If Zhu Yi's bloodline purity really exceeds 70%, he is fully qualified to switch to the hidden class within a clan." Hearing this, Sudong asked excitedly, "The young generation of our main branch. The highest bloodline concentration is only 40%, right? 70%. Is Zhu Yi's bloodline purity really that high?" Suddenly Zhu Heng scolded. "Dongya, I told you before coming here, you must respect Zhu Yi a bit. According to seniority, he is also considered your older brother." Su Dong'er replied annoyedly, "Even if he really is a member of our clan, if he wants to be my brother, we have to see if his strength is qualified or not." Zhu Xiaobai hurriedly spoke up to comfort them. "All right, since Dad is already here, we'll know once we check Zhu Yi's bloodline concentration. We should still watch Zhu Yi's match in peace." Finally, Zhu Dong'er agreed. "Fine then." At this moment, the system announced, "The first match of the third round of the individual competition is about to begin. Please welcome the two contestants to the stage. Li Xin, Motto University. Zui, Suang University." Li Xian appeared with armor surrounding his body. He spoke arrogantly. "Originally, I planned to wear light armor in a battle and quickly finish you off, but the captain said you are very strong, so I have no choice but to give it my all. Zui replied calmly. Then do your best." Zhu Yi observed Li Xian for a few seconds. In his mind, he thought, to be able to detect my strength. It seems the captain of Motto University cannot be underestimated. It's just that He stared at Li Xian and thought. Turns out he's only level 18, 5 levels lower than me. I'm afraid if I just release one light of punishment, he'll pass out immediately. Li Xin, Motto University, level 18 fighter, already in a state of combat readiness. But when facing Zhu Yi's gaze, he jumped in surprise. Facing Li Xian gave Zhu Yi a headache. The team match tomorrow is against Qingjing University. I have to hold back a bit in this match. Must not reveal too much strength. Melee skills will become my only choice. The feeling of being restricted is really not pleasant at all. Seeing that they were ready, the system announced, inviting players on both sides to prepare well. The match officially begins. Start. Just as it started, Zhu Yi used Protection Blessing, creating a huge light. The light shone straight at Li Xian, making him hurriedly cover his eyes. Zhu Yi's appearance made Li Xian even more disdainful. On the contrary, he has some aura, but it's just for show. Immediately, Li Xian quickly ran towards Zhu Yi, arrogantly raised his leg to attack. Low kick. Yet Zhu Yi easily blocked it. He thought, is that it? Zhu Yi quickly countered with an upward elbow strike. Light strike. The blow forced Li Xian to hurriedly raise his armor to block. He thought in pain. So painful. Why does it feel like my equipment has absolutely no effect? But not long after blocking, Zhu Yi knocked Li Xian away. Li Xian's body slammed straight into the barrier wall. The audience was completely surprised. A fighter being suppressed and beaten by a support class? Truly, you have to live long to see everything. What is this situation? Zui, Inju, Li Xin, Li Xian's awakened talent is Iron Bones, a rank. His defense power probably far exceeds Zhu Yi's. Li Xian, after being beaten up, recovered and stood up asking, are you really not from a martial arts family? Otherwise, how could your fighting skills be so much stronger than mine? Zhu Yi waved his hand and replied, No, I just have a slightly stronger physique, that's all. Saying that, he immediately unleashed countless punches. Holy fist combo. Li Xian could only grit his teeth and defend. He cursed angrily. Damn it. He's so strong, I basically can't escape. Zhu Yi's barrage of attacks forced Li Xian further and further back. Suddenly, Zhu Yi spoke coldly. It should end now. Looking at the incoming punch, Li Xian was secretly worried. I basically can't block this punch. Immediately, Li Xian screamed in fear. Stop. Zhu Yi, I surrender. Hearing this, Zhu Yi hurriedly punched to the side. The intense destructive power of the attack sent Li Xian flying far away. Li Xian fell painfully onto the arena floor. Seeing that Li Xian's armor and body were shattered, the system announced, this match, Zhu Yi wins. Congratulations to Zhu Yi for advancing. Won a slot in the 4th round of the individual competition. Zhu Yi scratched his neck and thought, sure enough, hiding is really too difficult. Just started and couldn't help hitting a bit too hard. The entire stadium was terrified by his power. Everyone said in panic, truly unbelievable. I didn't expect a support class paladin could play like this. A paladin actually defeated a fighter with bare hands. Where's the logic in this? Zhu Yi's melee slaughtering ability is actually this terrifying. Zhu Yi slowly walked to Li Xian's side. He chivalrously acted to save him. Holy light art. Seeing 2 nurses arrive, Zhu Yi immediately apologized. Sorry, he surrendered too late. I really couldn't pull back my strength in time. As he passed the nurse, Zhu Yi said, however, I did cast a bit of healing magic. Stabilized his injuries. The rest is up to you guys. The nurse replied blankly. But when she saw Li Xian's body, the nurse couldn't help but be stunned. Li Xian's trembling appearance made the nurse exclaim, such heavy injuries. Li Xian groaned in pain. It hurts. The 2 nurses hurriedly administered first aid. Observing the wound carefully, the nurse said, this wound, without 2 or 3 days, I'm afraid it won't heal. Unexpectedly, as a paladin, Zhu Yi could actually create such a huge explosion. When a match ended, Zhu Xiaobai spoke up. See, I said Zhu Yi's strength is very strong, far exceeding those in the clan and geniuses of his age. After observing the match just now, Zhu Hong replied seriously. An opponent wearing heavy armor was sent flying by one of his punches. Truly the strength of a monster. The ice bloodline in the clan can switch to a hidden class. It seems it also possesses a special attribute strength. Zhu Yi's superior strength completely impressed Zhu Donger. She shyly humphed and said, I admit his strength is indeed very strong. Happy now? Her cute appearance made Zhu Heng laugh. Huh, seems Zhu Yi's strength has conquered Donger. He turned and told Zhu Xiaobai. Xiaobai, then please arrange a meeting with Zhu Yi for Dad. Zhu Xiaobai nodded and said yes. At this moment, the system announced the battle between Jiang Shanran of Suan University and Jiang Feng of Mado University has entered a fever pitch. The final winner is about to appear. Let's look forward to it together. Outside the stands, Zhu Yi thought, Jiang Feng's strength is even weaker than Liek's science. Shanran can probably easily win. Sure enough, in the arena, Jiang Feng is at a disadvantage. She thought annoyedly, Suan University's players this year are truly strong. I feel like I'm reaching my limit. Don't know how many more moves I can withstand. On the contrary, Jiang Shanran continued to rush forward and attack madly. She whispered, quickly end the battle. The move before her eyes terrified Jiang Feng. She widened both eyes and screamed, this is... Jiang Shanran slashed countless sword strikes through Jiang Feng. Shadow slash. Finally, Jiang Feng couldn't hold on and collapsed. The system announced, Jiang Feng of Mado University cannot continue fighting. Congratulations to Jiang Shanran for advancing. Won a slot in the 4th round of the individual competition. The stand were once again amazed by Suan University's strength. They said in horror, Jiang Feng of Mado University actually had no resistance at all. Unexpectedly, Suan University, besides Zhu Yi, has a Jiang Shanran who is also this strong. Don't know if their team match tomorrow against Qingjing University will have anything interesting to watch. Below the arena, Zhu Yi walked over and praised. Shanran, you fought quite well in this match. Especially that last move, it was very cool. Jiang Shanran replied politely. I was just lucky. The opponent I met was also too weak. Jiang Shanran suddenly changed her tone to tease. If I met Brother Zhu Yi, I could only surrender. Zhu Yi scratched his head shyly and replied, You're joking. How could I lay a hand on you? Suddenly someone ran over and called out, Kudas mate Zhu Yi, please wait a moment. Zhu Yi turned around in confusion and asked, Are you looking for me for something? Zhu Xiaobai panted and introduced herself. I am Zhu Xiaobai of the Tianlan Zhu family. I came to find you because you awaken the ice bloodline. You possess an ice bloodline with such high purity. You must be a member of our Zhu clan. Zhu Yi asked in confusion. Ice bloodline? Tianlan Zhu family? Jiang Shanran beside him whispered in explanation. Brother Zhu Yi, I know the Zhu family. They and my Jiang family are considered ancient families. Moreover, standing tall in Tianlan province for hundreds of years. They're considered to have ancient origins. Their strength cannot be underestimated. Jiang Shanran continued, but I heard, in recent years, the Zhu family has had fewer and fewer clansmen awakening the ice bloodline. Based on this, the Zhu family is very thirsty for ice bloodline awakeners now. Brother Zhu, he might be able to get a large amount of cultivation resources. Jiang Shanran's blunt words made Zhu Xiaobai say embarrassedly, This is indeed possible. But Zhu Yi calmly refused. No need. I don't need these. But you claim I am a member of the Zhu clan. Is there any evidence to prove it? Hearing him ask that, Zhu Xiaobai took out an appraisal stone and said, My dad just happened to come here too. He even brought the Bloodline appraisal stone. If you're a member of our Zhu family, the appraisal stone can produce resonance with you. Zhu Yi reached out to touch the appraisal stone and said, Then let me try. As soon as he touched it, the appraisal stone emitted a huge power. Zhu Xiaobai screamed in horror. Zui, the purity of the ice bloodline you possess actually exceeds 90%. But Zhu Yi smiled calmly and said, I indeed felt a sense of kinship in the bloodline with you. I didn't expect that participating in an exchange match, I could actually find the origin of the ice bloodline on me. After the bloodline appraisal, Zhu Xiaobai asked, Kudas mate Zui, Brother Zhu Yi, my dad wants to meet you. Is that okay? Zhu Yi readily agreed. Zhu Yi turned to Jiang Shanran and said, Then, Xiaoran, you go back first. I have to go with her for a trip. Jiang Shanran smiled and replied, But Brother Zhu Yi, you don't need to feel any pressure. The Zhu family is only big in Tianlan. They still aren't equal to our Jiang family. Zhu Xiaobai immediately retorted, Our Zhu family is actually quite powerful. And then, Zhu Xiaobai led Zhu Yi to meet Zhu Hong. When entering the room, Zhu Xiaobai stopped and said, "Brother Zhu Yi, my dad and sister are already waiting for you in the room." At this moment, Zhu Yi couldn't help but think. Originally, when Xiao Yun was seriously ill, during the hardest times, their Zhu family didn't lift a finger to help. Now that I've awakened the bloodline, they come knocking on the door. Really don't know what to say is good. Suddenly, the room door opened. Zhu Hong stepped forward and said, "You two finally arrived." Zhu Xiaobai called out. Zhu Hong walked up to Zhu Yi and introduced himself. "Hello, young friend Zhu. I am Zhu Hong." Zhu Yi politely shook hands with him. "Hello, I am Zhu Yi." Zhu Hong smiled and said, "I've long heard of young friend Zhu's reputation. Meeting now, truly extraordinary." When his necklace glowed, Zhu Hong said excitedly, "You actually have an ice bloodline with such high purity." Suddenly realizing his attitude was a bit excessive, Zhu Hong hurriedly became serious and said, "Speaking of which, your father and I share the same great-grandfather, and Xiaobai is your distant cousin. Unfortunately, your father left a step too early. Zui sepulk kadimni. These are all things of the past." Zhu Hong said excitedly. Back to the main point. "Zui, you just need to agree to return to the main branch and switch back to the ice-type hidden class. Our Zhu family will bring the power of the entire clan, provide all kinds of resources unconditionally, helping you quickly reach the third transfer." Hearing this, Zhu Yi asked, "Hidden class? But I've already transferred to a paladin. Can I still switch back?" Suddenly, Zhu Hong said excitedly, "You don't need to worry about this point. We have long prepared this kind of top-tier class change item. Moreover, with an ice bloodline as pure as yours, you can display the true power of the ice-type hidden class even more." Zhu, he started to think seriously. "The strongest support system in my body has long been bound to the paladin class. At the same time, under the guidance of the holy light, I was able to surpass the speed of ordinary people and grow to this level. For the current me, the so-called hidden class of the Zhu family is basically not worth mentioning." After careful consideration, Zhu Yi asked, "Listening to you, if I don't switch classes, there's no way to receive the Zhu family's nurturing, right?" Zhu Hong replied, stunned. "Putting it that way isn't wrong. It's just that once you switch back, countless skill books in our Zhu family library are waiting for you. You'll get a large amount of resources. No need to worry about leveling up anymore." Zhu, he shook his head and refused after hearing this. Getting a large amount of resources sounds really not bad, but I still choose to refuse. Hearing the refusal, Zhu Hong panicked. He hurriedly offered countless other options. After switching back, all your skills will be reset. Skill points returned. Thinking attributes won't be reduced either. Moreover, after you join the Zhu family main branch, in less than 6 years, we can absolutely let you reach level 50 and proceed with the third transfer. Zhu, he said firmly, "Actually, the conditions you mentioned have no appeal to me. I can get a large amount of resources from the school. Basically, don't need to worry about improving strength. Moreover, I prefer this current paladin class." Zhu Hong asked dazedly, "A paladin is just for support, but our Zhu family's hidden class is absolutely a top-tier position. Zui, what are you dissatisfied with?" Zhu, he said angrily, "Just a support?" Your words have touched his pride. He said angrily, "In your perception, a paladin is just a support class. I can only say you are too shallow. Just in time, we have a match against Qingjing University tomorrow. I will prove to you what a real paladin is." Zhu, he turned decisively to leave. Before leaving, he waved goodbye. "Classmate Xiaobai, I bid you farewell. Tomorrow we will meet in the arena." Zhu Xiaobai hurriedly tried to stop him. "Brother Zhu Yi, wait a moment." Seeing that he had left, Zhu Xiaobai turned to question Zhu Hong. "Why didn't you keep him a bit longer?" Zhu Hong said with a dark face, "Just let him go. He still hasn't realized the limitations of a paladin. Let him broaden his horizons with the strength of your Qingjing University tomorrow. Finding him then won't be too late." Suddenly, Zhu Donger raised her hand from the back seat. "Wait a moment. I have a different opinion." Zhu Donger looked up and said, "You guys are being too lenient with Zhu Yi. Just to persuade him to join our Zhu family main branch. Is it necessary to waste so much effort?" Zhu Xiaobai replied awkwardly, "It's all because." Zhu Hong said helplessly, "Let Dad explain." He explained seriously. Our Zhu family ancestor was the first awakener of the ice bloodline on the blue planet. The Zhu family rose to power under the ancestor's leadership. Descendants also constantly awakened the ice bloodline. Even several third transfer powerhouses appeared. Everything changed because of the descent of the Dark Era. Zhu Heng recounted. In the Dark Era, a large number of demons from the Otherworld invaded. The ancestor immediately led the strong in the clan to battle. But the ancestor went missing during a deep expedition into the Otherworld battlefield. Without the ancestor's protection, all third transfer elders were buried along with the Otherworld strongmen. Although 5 third transfer elders revived themselves through resurrection magic, they were still affected by the eternal curse of the Otherworld demon lord. Zhu Heng sat down gently and said thoughtfully, "Since that time, the rate of awakening the ice bloodline in our Zhu family's descendants dropped drastically, even less than 1% of the original. This eternal curse is extremely domineering, just relying on extending the bloodline. Cannot remove or purify it. Under the situation of having no successors later on, the Zhu family looks strong, but in reality, it is extremely weak." He smiled and explained. Therefore, if Zhu Yi has an ice bloodline with such high purity, and returns to our Zhu family main branch, we will use the power of the entire clan to nurture him. Zhu Yi's strength in the future might even equal the ancestors. He said seriously, now Zhu Yi has been winning continuously in the individual matches. He is at his most confident. Wait until he faces the Qingjing University team. Then he will understand that our Zhu family is the key to him becoming stronger. So Dong asked in confusion, then what if Zhu Yi wins? Zhu Heng hesitated. This. Zhu Xiaobai went over, rubbed her head, and scolded. Why are you starting to side with Zhu Yi? Tomorrow is also your match. So Dongyak feet. Boo-hoo. I was just saying what if. The next day, in the arena, the audience waited with excitement. The atmosphere at this match is truly impressive. Bro, you also came specifically for the battle between Suong and Qingjing, right? Of course. This is a top-tier team battle among universities. I didn't expect that just the third round would feel as exciting as the finals. Everyone laughed and talked animatedly. Don't know if meeting Qingjing University, Zhu Yi can continue his miracle of continuous victories. This time, Qingjing University is fighting on home ground. I feel it's shaky. Zhu Donger sat behind looking sad. My sister's winning chance is indeed bigger. But brother Zhu Yi, will Zhu Yi really win? Now, the system announced. Please welcome the representative teams of Qingjing University and Suong University to the stage. Seeing the two teams step up, the stands immediately exploded with cheers. Suong University, Qingjing University, Suong University. As soon as he stepped onto the arena, Zhu Yi immediately used a skill. Mystic Light Warhammer. A giant hammer appeared and smashed heavily onto the arena floor. The stand were immediately stunned by this weapon. Bahama? Captain Zhu Yi of Suong University actually knows how to use a weapon. Since he's a paladin, it's not strange. But Zhu Yi's whole aura seems to have changed, right? Even hundreds of meters away. Seeing his figure makes me feel a bit uneasy. Zhu Donger widened her eyes and said, the aura Zhu Yi is showing today. Why does it feel not just a few times stronger than before? Zhu Heng asked suspiciously. Could it be that before wasn't even Zhu Yi's full strength? At this moment, Li Bei, level 22 warrior, suddenly spoke up and asked, Zhu Yi standing so far forward, what does that mean? Does he still want to take on the output role? Xie Lang, level 19 archer. With Zhu Yi's performance in the individual match yesterday, being an output role is also very normal. Zhu Xiaobai, level 18 priest, reminded them. Moreover, Zhu Yi's level is the highest among the contestants of this batch. Lu Zhou, level 20 mage, spoke disdainfully, just a paladin with some output ability. What's the use of a high level? Wang Xian, level 22 mechanic, also smiled disdainfully and said, as a captain level character, only having that little strength is really not enough. Li Bei spoke seriously. Last year, we were suppressed by Suong University in the team battle, and everything went down the drain, losing first place. He coldly stabbed his sword into the arena floor. Li Wei ordered sternly. This year our opponent is still Suong University, so we must give 100% of our spirit. Later, you must attack with full force for me. Even if we injure or cripple them, don't hold back. They replied in unison. No problem. Outside, Dean Sheng smiled and approached Wu Mang. Joe, old Wu. Zhu Yi alone has to handle both support and output. Can he handle it on the field? Don't pick up the sesame seeds, only to lose the watermelon. Wu Mang smiled and replied, Haha, no need for you to worry. Everything in the match relies on strength to speak. I have confidence in him. Wu Mang's confident attitude made Dean Sheng secretly worried. Strange. Normally, first-year freshmen have very limited skill points. Being a jack of all trades is definitely not as good as mastering one. Could old Wu still have some hidden trump card he hasn't used? On the arena, Zhu Yi said seriously, wait until the match starts. Just like in training at school, I will launch the attack first. Everyone behind just adapt to the situation. Wang Tiexin said excitedly, Haha, brother, you going full power. We can finally slack off. Even if the opponent is Qingjing University, we can easily fix them. Zhu Yi turned back and warned, still better to be careful. After all, the opponent was the runner-up last year. Later, if anyone gets injured, remember to come close to me. I will add healing magic for everyone. Everyone replied in unison. Understood. Now, the system began the countdown. Match start. As soon as it started, Zhu Yi spoke up. I'm going in first. As soon as he rushed out, countless skills appeared. God's blessing, protection blessing, dawn blessing, courage blessing. On the big screen, the system commented, facing Qingjing University. Zhu Yi of Suwon University has no hesitation. He chose to directly launch a charge at the opponent. The whole stand was buzzing, with equal strength on both sides. Shouldn't they do a round of long-range attacks first? Probe the opponent a bit? This is clearly a sign that Zhu Yi is extremely confident in his own strength. He can cast spells quickly while running fast. He must have mastered this skill very proficiently. Seeing this, Li Wei got excited. He smiled maliciously and said, Oomph. In such a hurry to die? Just right. We prepared the fiercest long-range strike for you. Behind, Xiaolan was ready with her bow raised. Immediately, she fired an arrow. Suffocating arrow. The arrow immediately flew fast toward Zhu Yi. Facing this arrow, Zhu Yi didn't flinch at all. The arrows flew fast toward Zhu Yi. Xiaolan said excitedly, My A-rank skill, Suffocating Arrow, can lock onto the target's evasion direction, without teammates blocking. Zhu Yi, let's see how you block these arrows. When the arrows were about to touch, Zhu Yi said annoyedly, a bit troublesome. He calmly crushed that arrow with his bare hand. His skill surprised Xiaolan endlessly. What? Crushed the Suffocating Arrow with bare hands? That's my A-rank skill. Moreover, it's enhanced to level 8. Li Wei beside her snorted coldly and said, a paladin in an output position also means he has defense values. But it should end here. Wait for Lu Zhou's skill chant to finish. I'll see how you block it. At this moment, a power appeared on the staff. He immediately released that power and said, Zhu, you take this. My strongest attack. A fire phoenix appeared. Extreme Fire Phoenix. That Fire Phoenix aimed at Zhu Yi and fired a fireball. That ball immediately released a giant flame. Phoenix Breath. Zhu Yi quickly jumped back to dodge that attack. Not stopping there, Lu Zhou continued to attack. Extreme Fire Phoenix. Flame Rush. Seeing the phoenix flying over, Zhu Yi stood there calmly and asked, Just fire? Lu Zhou shouted angrily, still not running away. Looks like Zhu Yi will be handled by me. On the stands, everyone couldn't help but marvel. Worthy of being a top player of Qingjing University. This Extreme Fire Phoenix is an A+ rank skill. Such a strong skill. You basically can't block it. Don't know how Zhu Yi will cope. Zhu Yi rushing out alone, sure enough, was still too arrogant. Zhu Yu in the stand smiled and said, Before, I think Zhu Yi should still choose to run away. It would be wiser, relying on his speed advantage. He still has a chance to return to the team behind to defend. Sumi heard that and laughed. Run away? Zhu Yu shouted angrily. Sumi, what are you laughing at? Sumi de comedy. Sorry, just hearing you feel that relying on an A+ skill makes you want Zhu Yi to run away. I couldn't help but laugh. Zhu Yu scolded angrily. Wait until Zhu Yi loses. You just wait to cry. Sumi said comedy. Is that so? Hope you guys really have this ability. Inside the arena, The image of Zhu Yi moving forward panicked everyone. Zhu Yu asked blankly, "What happened?" Suddenly, a huge power appeared surrounding Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi's current state appeared as Holy Flame Light Wheel, Rank A. The light wheel condenses holy fire, allowing oneself to possess the ability to manipulate fire elements. Increases light system for self and nearby allies by 20%. Damage of fire system skills. Effect lasts for a period of time. Zhu Yi arrogantly ordered. Holy Flame Light Wheel. Collect it all for me. Lu Zhou screamed in shock. How is this possible? The phoenix was sucked back. He said, "Little fire bird, come over and become my power." Immediately, the phoenix was completely subdued by him. Song Xiaolan behind saw this and said proudly, "Seems Qingjing University basically doesn't understand the true gold content of this paladin captain of ours." Jiang Shanran continued, "Even Shen Lingfeng's fire dragon bloodline couldn't hurt brother Zhu Yi, let alone this fire system skill." The phoenix was held neatly in Zhu Yi's hand. He smiled and said, "Sorry, I have to disappoint you. I possess the Holy Flame Light Wheel skill, which can also manipulate fire elements." In the stands, everyone's eyes widened. People called out in surprise. "I seem to have felt the aura of a god. Too terrifying. Zhu Yi actually obtained a god-given skill. Too strong. Zhu Yi can truly be called a god." Zhu Yi was equally surprised. She asked annoyedly, "God-given skill? It can actually be a god-given skill? Holy Flame Light Wheel. Even third transfer professionals can't easily obtain it. What does Zhu Yi rely on to get it?" Sumi smiled and replied, "Maybe Zhu Yi is quite lucky. After all, it's normal for a genius to have a fortuitous encounter." Zhu Yu said, unconvinced, "Don't be smug. We still have many trump cards unused." Sumi shrugged and said, "Still the same sentence. Hope you guys really have this ability." Sumi's indifferent attitude drove Zhu Yu crazy. At this moment, Zhu Donger looked at Zhu Yi with admiring eyes. She asked, "What is called a God-given skill? Why do I feel like everyone is very excited?" Zhu Heng replied, "Because God-given skills are the most special skills." He explained, "It cannot be learned through any skill book, cannot be inherited through any inheritance method. Only professionals blessed by gods are qualified to obtain this God-given skill." Clearly, Zhu Yi's Holy Flame Light Wheel is from the God of Light. Personally gifted, Zhu Heng began to recall the past and recounted, as the Zhu family possesses the ice bloodline. There are naturally many believers in the clan following the ice goddess. But since the bloodline suffered the curse, the ice goddess's blessing also vanished from then on. He bowed his head helplessly and said, "Therefore, those professionals worthy of a god's blessing possess potential that is hard to predict. The conditions we offered might indeed be very small to Zhu Yi." Zhu Donger turned and said, "Speaking of which, we made a wasted trip this time." But Zhu Heng said firmly, "There's still a chance. Wait until the match ends. Dad will find Zhu Yi to negotiate. Maybe he is the hope for the Zhu family's revival. Dad absolutely won't give up easily." At this moment, on the arena, Lu Zhou looked at Zhu Yi with shock in his heart. How can this be? Why did my extreme fire phoenix disappear? Seeing Lu Zhou's dazed look, Li Wei behind him patted his shoulder to comfort him. Although I don't understand how Zhu Yi did it, it's certain that fire magic is completely ineffective against him. Lu Zhou, don't be discouraged. Try using other elemental skills to attack. He immediately regained his spirit and replied. Li Wei raised the sword in his hand and ordered, "Xie Lang, you also continue to use long-range magic to stop Zhu Yi from advancing. Absolutely cannot let him easily break through to our front." Xiaolan replied, while firing a series of arrows. "No problem." Lu Zhou also enthusiastically continued attacking. He suddenly smiled slyly and said, "Zhu Yi, don't be smug. We have ways to deal with you." Immediately, a stone wall appeared, blocking Zhu Yi's vision. Lu Zhou shouted, "Rock Fortress!" Besides that, Xiaolan's arrows flew to attack from a flank. Arrow rain. Zhu Yi thought seriously, "You think this can stop me from moving forward?" Good thinking, but still too naive. Zhu Yi stood still and raised his hand to attack. Holy Light Heart Shield. Immediately, a shield appeared, deflecting all incoming arrows. Zhu Xiaobai was stunned seeing the skill. She said, "It's actually the A+ rank Holy Light Heart Shield. Moreover, looking at the level, it doesn't seem low." Even Xiaolan had to admire. Zhu Yi's defense is indeed very good. But finally, he has no way to quickly break through. Hearing this, Zhu Yi nodded and replied, "This indeed interrupts my battle rhythm a bit. Seems I also have to use long-range skills to break their formation a bit." Suddenly at this moment, Li Wei realized something was wrong. He shouted, "Not good. Retreat quickly." But right at this moment, Zhu Yi created a giant tornado of fire, sweeping everything around. Holy flame storm. Li Wei jumped back and said, "Everyone dodge. Wherever the storm goes, it destroys everything there. The destructive power is immense." Sielan Hudi den dot get. She was secretly terrified. A holy flame storm of this level. If unfortunately caught inside, I'm afraid I'll be directly eliminated. Suddenly Li Wei asked, "Not right. Where did Lu Zhou go? Could he still be inside?" Indeed, Lu Zhou was using all his strength to hold on inside the tornado. He cursed angrily. Damn it. Is he really a paladin? The elemental skill he released is even more terrifying than a mage like me. Seeing Lu Zhou still holding on, Zhu Yi smirked and said, "Seems the fire isn't strong enough yet. But don't rush. After all, I absorbed your extreme fire phoenix completely." The fire grew stronger and stronger. Lu Zhou's shield also completely cracked. Zui shouted coldly, "Burn!" Inside the tornado, Lu Zhou screamed in pain continuously in despair. His staff also fell and broke. After the storm, Lu Zhou's body was char-black. He lay down in pain and groaned. "Help! Help me!" Zhu Yi fought more and more enthusiastically. He said regretfully, "Couldn't finish you off in one breath. But next time you won't be so lucky." His arrogant appearance drove Li Wei crazy. He shouted loudly, "Arrogant thing! Xiaobai! You quickly go heal Lu Zhou. Leave Zhu Yi to me." Zhu Xiaobai replied. Zhu Yi raised the hammer in his hand high and said, just in time, a golden light rushed straight at Li Wei. Light slash. However, Li Wei stood there and said disdainfully, "Watch me block it directly." As soon as the attack arrived, Li Wei quickly activated his shield. Shield block. Seeing the large shield hovering in the air, Zhu Xiaobai said in surprise, "This is the captain's shield." Light slash hit shield block, creating a huge explosion. After this attack, Li Wei also knelt down tiredly, gasping for breath. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This Zhu Yi's strength is truly terrifying. No wonder Li Xin with his Iron Bones talent couldn't defend against a few of his punches. Suddenly Li Wei's eyes burned with fire. He shouted furiously, "However, I'm not a pushover." He quickly launched a counterattack. Slash. Zhu Yi calmly used his hammer to dispel this attack. He said disdainfully, "Just flashy moves." Seeing his attack destroyed in an instant, Li Wei was stunned. How is this possible? On what basis did he block it directly? Normally, this slash of mine could even handle a level 20 gold rank magic beast. Li Wei was unconvinced. He held his sword and rushed up. "I don't believe it." Zhu Yi again. Just as Li Wei jumped up to slash down, Zhu Yi quickly took out his hammer to respond. "Try it. Then I'll beat you until you submit." The attacks of the two collided, creating a huge power. Li Wei's strength made Zhu Yi feel very refreshed. He said excitedly, "So satisfying. Worthy of being the captain of Qingjing University. You're still the first person of the same age who can compete with me head-on in strength." Li Wei struggled to block the attack while thinking annoyedly. Damn it, Zhu Yi's attribute strength is actually higher than mine. If this continues, my stamina will very quickly be unable to hold on. The next second, Zhu Yi knocked Li Wei's sword away. He scolded angrily. "Can't even hold your own weapon? Lost all your strength so quickly?" Zhu Yi rushed to Li Wei's side and shouted, "Get back." Li Wei was stunned. Not good. Basically no time to dodge. In a moment of danger, a shield appeared protecting Li Wei from the fatal attack. The attack being blocked made Zhu Yi feel unhappy. A sure kill attack was actually blocked. At the same time, from above Zhu Yi, a giant centipede robot suddenly appeared. He quickly turned around and activated his shield. Holy Light Guardian. But the horn of that centipede chipped the shield. In just a moment, Zhu Yi's defensive shield was shattered. He angrily rushed to attack. "Break for me." After attacking, Zhu Yi quickly landed on the ground. He silently evaluated. The damage of this robot's sneak attack is really strong. Level 9 Holy Light Guardian was broken by one stab. Li Wei stood up. Seeing Wang Xian just helped, he hurriedly thanked him. Xiao Xian, thank you for saving me. Wang Xian replied calmly. It's what I should do. If I didn't step in, I'm afraid we would have lost. Leave Zhu Yi to me next. You go deal with the others. Wang Xian slowly revealed his skills and said, Originally, I thought to hide my strength to deal with Wei He of Mado University. Prepare to hide strength. Unexpectedly, Zhu Yi alone could push our team to such a miserable state. Wang Xian continued to create another robot. This time it was a monster. Robot B Model GX 100. Level 21. Silver Aptitude. Then a series of other robots. Light Rocket Robot DS. Level 21. Silver Aptitude. Ranger BT Kit Nulo Nulo. Level 22. Silver Aptitude. Seeing a pile of robots in front, Zhu Yi thought in surprise. Wang Xian is only level 19. But the levels of these robots are all around level 21 or 22. Wu Meng in the stands glanced at Dean Cheng and smiled. Dean Cheng, seems your Qingjing University also has hidden trump cards. Dean Cheng replied confidently. Of course. He looked proudly at Wang Xian and said, Wang Xian possesses the S-rank talent mechanical heart. Can create robots higher than his own level. Wu Meng said with interest. S-rank talent? So that's how it is. The victory of this team match depends on the two of them. On the arena, Zhu Yi suddenly smiled and said, Mechanical human wave tactic? His eyes burned with fire. Zhu Yi said excitedly, Let me see the intensity of this human wave tactic of yours. How strong is it? Wang Xian angrily ordered the robots to advance and shouted loudly, You dare to charge directly into my mechanical army? Seeking death. Those robots immediately fired countless bullets. The bullets flew fast toward Zhu Yi. Next, the robot bees also flew up powerfully. Finally, the tank stood from afar and fired continuously. Zhu Yi quickly activated his shield to block. Holy Light Heart Shield. Zhu Yi looked coldly at the bullets coming nonstop. Suddenly he spoke up. The shield immediately moved forward, pushing back all bullets and robots. Next, Zhu Yi immediately used the skill Holy Light Cross. A giant cross appeared surrounding his body. The robots started to get electrified. In just a moment, they were blown to pieces. Wang Xian saw his robots explode and cursed angrily. Damn it! My robots use fireproof materials, yet they couldn't withstand it. Wang Xian suddenly pulled out a keyboard and said, I have plenty of robots at this level. Then he suddenly pressed a key. A series of robots continued to be created. Wang Xian said angrily, I don't believe your mental power won't run out. Charge for me. At the same time, on the side of Zhu Yi's teammates, Wang Tiexin comfortably destroyed robots while laughing. Ha ha. Wang Xian definitely couldn't expect. Brother Yi specializes in dealing with this situation. At this moment, Zhu Yi glanced at the notification board and calculated silently. Time is just right. A move is about to appear. Holy Storm. Wang Xian saw it and hurriedly ordered, It's that terrifying skill again. Retreat quickly. But it was a step too late. Holy Storm was activated. It destroyed all robots present on the arena. At the same time, Wang Xian's screen constantly flashed red notifications. Unit 74 lost connection. Wang Xian gritted his teeth in anger. Just started and already lost a third. Damn it. Suddenly he took a deep breath and thought. Seems the human wave tactic doesn't work on him. No choice. Can only use the final trump card. Wang Xian quickly summoned a giant machine. Come out. I shall be thee. A machine appeared with a jaw full of teeth. It was like a shark preparing to release a huge power. Simultaneously, the clamps around the HX body also moved up. Wang Xian screamed madly. I shall be thee. Combine. Immediately, H created a small hole to put Wang Xian inside for combination. Besides that, the body of HX grew larger and started touching the arena's protective shield. As soon as it touched the shield, the system immediately sounded a warning. Detected that this place is restricted. Emergency upgrade of defensive field intensity. Seeing this giant robot, the viewers all felt extremely panicked and said, This is really too exaggerated. First time an epic rank mechanical creation appears in the National University competition. Finally, a new monster appeared. Ashabite. Level 23. Epic aptitude. Now, a girl was looking towards the arena and constantly exclaiming, The freshmen of this batch are all monsters. At this moment, on the arena, seeing Wang Xian take out the secret weapon, Li Wei couldn't help but laugh. Haha. Brother Xian's arbiter has appeared. Li Wei looked towards Jiang Shanran and said, "You guys are sure to lose this time." But Jiang Shanran ignored those words and continued to rush to attack. She angrily slashed at Li Wei and said, "Brother Zhu, he won't lose." Li Wei panicked and dodged back. He continued to speak disdainfully. "Still going? Why bother doing this?" On Zhu Yi's side, Wang Xian inside HX shouted loudly, "Zui, first let you broaden your horizons with the Arbiter's heavy firepower." Firepower rounds were fired. Zhu Yi watched them fly over without flinching. He calculated silently. Firepower coverage. Cannot hit head-on. Immediately after, Zhu Yi started to take stones and jump up. He nimbly dodged back and forth to avoid those firepower rounds. Zhu Yi looked at the firepower rounds behind and whispered, "Can there be anything new?" But he didn't know. There was also a firepower round rushing towards him in front. Luckily, Zhu Yi did get see device. Just as it passed Zhu Yi, that firepower round immediately exploded. Zhu Yi looked at its destructive power and couldn't help feeling lucky. That was close. Wang Xian inside laughed madly. "Run, run." Wang Xian continuously attacked. He asked, "This time you have nowhere to run, right?" In a critical moment, Zhu Yi had to take out his hammer to smash all the incoming firepower rounds. At the same time, H suddenly reached back and pulled out a sword. It coldly slashed out, a slash straight into the ground. With just one sword strike, the ground was split in two. Wang Xian inside the Arbiter constantly mocked, "Zui Yi, do you only know how to run?" He continuously slashed countless other strikes, then continued to speak. "Is Suan University all cowards like this?" His words touched Zhu Yi's pride. He immediately replied, "Run? Let's fight head-on." Seeing Zhu Yi provoked, Wang Xian secretly cursed. Couldn't hold back after a little provocation. Stupid behavior. He quickly pulled the lever down. Couldn't help but look down on him in his heart. With such composure, he can still be the captain of Suan University? Seems Suan University is going downhill. The Arbiter continued to slash down. But this time, Zhu Yi didn't choose to dodge, but used his hammer to fight back. The hammer immediately knocked the Arbiter's sword away. Then, Zhu Yi immediately attacked. Hand of God! Above, a powerful light appeared. It seemed like that light was absorbing everything around. The Arbiter also started to get electrified. The match monitoring system also scolded angrily. What exactly is going on? The energy of the protective shield is suddenly being absorbed. Suddenly, a system outside the stand spoke up. "Open emergency plan." The systems below also quickly flew up. Those systems hurriedly entered inside the shield. Every match uses supervisors controlled by a strong light magic stone. Can be used to restore the match's protective shield. On Li Wei's side, naturally, that light attracted Jiang Shanran's attention. Seeing Li Wei rushing over, Jiang Shanran hurriedly jumped back to dodge. Jiang Shanran looked towards Ling Shi and shouted. On Xiaolan's side, arrows were rushing out rapidly. Song Xiaolan and Wang Tiexin hurriedly retreated. As soon as Jiang Shanran's words came out, the two glanced at each other and simultaneously retreated. On this side, Li Wei also noticed the abnormality. He ordered loudly, "Don't chase anymore." But Lu Zhou asked angrily, "They're scared now. Why not chase?" The Qingjing University group hurriedly gathered. Li Wei looked towards that energy source and said, "Something is wrong. This power source is incorrect." Right at this moment, a giant hand shape appeared from within that light. The whole stand screamed in fear. "This is what?" Wang Xian sitting inside also saw it. He was terrified to the extreme. God-tier skill. Such a terrifying aura. Absolutely a skill that only S-rank can display. Wang Xian's face started to pale. Although only one rank higher than the A+ rank Arbiter. But the distance between the two is like heaven and abyss. However, he started to feel excited. Wang Xian said excitedly, "Haven't fought yet. How can I be afraid? Just a God-tier skill. I don't believe you can defeat me." Wang Xian seemed to merge as one with the Arbiter. He madly unleashed attacks. Arbiter, limit mode. The saw teeth on the sword started working at full capacity. Wang Xian madly created a series of slashes. His face started losing control. Wang Xian immediately attacked. Chain slash. A series of slashes rushed straight towards that hand. He thought he had defeated it. Success. But a light appeared, shattering that joy. That hand powerfully pressed down on the arbiter. A huge energy created immense, destructive power. Everyone in the stands was terrified. Everyone was panicked by the destructive power and screamed. Now, on the arena, robot fragments slowly flew to Zhu. Zhu coldly kicked them away. After the attack, just now, the arbiter was shattered. Wang Xian was also knocked down. Xilan spoke da zhao. We. She sadly uttered 2 words. Lost. At this moment, Wang Xian painfully endured all wounds, raising his hand to call. Zui. His trembling voice kept calling out. Zui. But answering him was Zhu Yi's cold back. The whole stand immediately exploded. So strong. So cool. Terrifying. Like a nuclear explosion. The whole stand chanted his name in unison. Zui. 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 He walked happily amidst the cheers. Zui. Zui. Dean Chung spoke dazedly. God tier skill hand of God. Our Qingjing University losing is not unjust. His heart was in extreme pain. Originally thought having Wang Xian, the championship of this batch, would be easy for Qingjing University. After watching the match, Dean Chung sweated profusely. Unexpectedly, a freak like Zhu Yi appeared. Melee, support, magic. No matter which category, he is extremely strong. Even all-round, Dean Chung turned to leave. Before leaving, he spoke to Wu Meng. Dean Wu, your Swan University has a very good seed. I have been teaching for over 30 years. Zhu Yi is the brightest one. He continued regretfully. Among the many geniuses I have met. Wu Meng laughed in response. In the stands, everyone happily called the names of Swan University and Zhu Yi. Swan University. Zui. Swan University. The cheers were endless. Zui. Jiang Shanran looked at this scene and couldn't help feeling overwhelmed. Too crazy. Wang Tiexin walked and said happily. Too easy. Qingjing University is just SOSO. Song Xiaolan asked suspiciously. Easy? Without Zhu Yi. Just relying on that Wang Xian, we couldn't handle it. Ling Shi nodded in agreement. That's right. Level 23 epic rank robot. Without classmate Zhu Yi, we would have lost 100%. Wang Tiexin laughed heartily and said, everyone is talking about the situation without Brother Yi. Don't we have Brother Yi now? Jiang Shanran smiled and replied, next year, half a year later, the gymnasium will be expanded. The scene of this year's freshman exchange match has a full 200,000 spectators. Jiang Shanran said happily, plus the live broadcast and the heat of the freshman exchange. After this battle, the whole of Central Xia country will know Brother Zhu Yi's name. Zui scolded lovingly. Little girl, you're getting less and less polite. In a certain room, a woman was watching the live match. She evaluated. Zhu Yi's strength is not bad. She said arrogantly, a prodigy like this is the talent our Tianwu guild needs. It's just that his level is a bit low. Have to wait until after the second transfer to invite him to the guild. A man walked over and suggested. Tianwu is the top guild in Central Xia country. Even for logistics staff, the level must reach level 32nd transfer. However, after this battle, Zhu Yi's combat data will definitely be sent to the high-level executives of major guilds. By then, if we invite him, it might be too late. She immediately retorted. No. The woman looked at Zhu Yi with interest and said, with the old guild master here, even if we can't recruit him immediately now, she said confidently, this little junior brother of mine will eventually be a member of our Tianwu guild. At the hospital, everyone in Wang Xian's ward was constantly worried. Doctors discussed endlessly. Recovery spell. Calming spell cannot stop. Before everyone's mana is completely exhausted. Must write a report. Everyone was trying to save Wang Xian. During this time, everyone was extremely busy. Second team priests prepare well. Replace the first team's healing priests. Damn it. Why is this holy light so violent? Even the dispel spell can't remove it. Zhu Yi hit too hard. At this moment, Li Wei spoke up. If it weren't for triggering the arena's protective magic, it's hard to say if Wang Xian could live or not. We couldn't escape being injured either. Everyone in the team bowed their heads in apology. Li Wei stood out to speak. Dean, sorry, we lost. We failed the large amount of resources the school gave. Dean Chung waved his hand and said, I don't blame you this time. Zhu Yi is too strong. This time, Our Qingjing University's team match can only take third place. Hearing this, everyone asked in surprise. Third place? Dean, although we lost to Suwon University, but we can also defeat Mado University. That's right, Dean. If we also lose to Mado University, our school will lose a lot of face. This is a huge humiliation. Dean Chun glanced at Wang Xian and said, Wang Xian is heavily injured. All 200 machines in the battle just now are damaged. Our Qingjing University no longer has team members who can fight Wei He of Mado University. Wang Xian lay on the hospital bed, constantly recording hatred. Zui. He secretly felt unconvinced. He is indeed very strong. But after the second transfer, my mechanical heart will truly release the power belonging to an S-rank talent. Wang Xian angrily gripped the bedsheet. By then, I will definitely have a decisive battle with you. At the same time, in a certain room, Zhu Hong sincerely bowed and apologized to Zhu Yi. Zui, I apologize to you. I really had blurry vision. A paladin can be a support and also possess extremely strong output ability. Of course, I've lived for so many years. I've only met Zhu Yi, who can do it. Zhu Yi, you are truly a genius among men. 1 in a million. However, Zhu Yi calmly exposed the truth. Mr. Zhu, say these fake words. Just say what you have to say. Zhu Hong smiled and said, people with strength are indeed straightforward. He said frankly, I have reported to the clan. The clan leader and the council of elders simultaneously promised. As long as you return to the clan, we will definitely use the full power of the clan to nurture you. Zhu Yi asked in confusion. Clan leader and council of elders? Seeing his confusion, Zhu Hong explained. The number of Zhu family clansmen is very large. Every year, when distributing resources, how much resources each branch can get depends on their own ability. The vast Zhu family is mixed with various interest groups. The largest interest groups among them are the Council of Elders and the clan leader. Zhu Hong pushed his glasses seriously and said, under normal circumstances, the two sides absolutely cannot cooperate. But on the matter of you, Zhu Yi, both sides have reached a common goal. It seems everything stemming from himself made Zhu Yi a bit confused. This is actually not bad. With the promise of the Zhu family power group. No need to worry about some messy things after returning to the Zhu family main branch. But my teacher is Principal Wang Hui. Without the Zhu family's help, I can also get resources to quickly level up. Zhu Yi thought carefully. The most important thing is that I still have the super sharp weapon that is this system. After thinking, Zhu Yi decided, I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. I don't plan to switch classes back. His answer devastated Zhu Hong. He asked sadly, could it be that our Zhu family really has no way to rise again? Seeing his sad face, Zhu Yi comforted him. But I know someone who possesses the ice bloodline. Maybe she will consider your Zhu family's hidden class in the future. Zhu Hong wanted to bang his head against the wall and said, no. The 3 great hidden classes of the Zhu family, besides possessing the ice bloodline, must also reach a certain concentration. Ordinary ice bloodlines have no way to proceed with a class change. Zhu Yi pointed at him and asked, my sister's ice bloodline concentration is at least 3 times higher than yours. That should be enough, right? Hearing him say that, Zhu Heng's eyes lit up. He happily held his hand and asked, your sister also awakened the ice bloodline? Suddenly, Zhu Hong laughed, trembling all over. His spirit began to revive. Zhu Hong laughed happily. Great. I can also see the day the Zhu family rises. I can be worthy of the ancestors. Huh. God bless my Zhu family. God bless my Zhu family. Really? Is the ice bloodline concentration really 3 times higher than mine? Then that is a bloodline concentration of nearly 10 points. The 3 great ice-type hidden classes can be chosen at will. His crazy appearance made Zhu Yi secretly curse. Crazy. Can't let him get too excited. Zhu Yi reassured him. Don't be excited yet. Whether she chooses to take the Zhu family's class nurturing path or not. Must ask for her opinion first. Zhu Hong nodded in agreement. Yes. Whatever you say. When we go meet your sister. Hearing this question, Zhu Yi pondered silently. For me, joining the Zhu family doesn't have much effect. First, I can't switch classes. Second, the resources I can get from the system and teacher Wang Hui. But for Zhu Yun, it's completely different. Although I can also provide cultivation resources for her, It definitely cannot compare with the full-force nurturing of a family. If Father Zhu and Mother Zhu met with misfortune, and the Zhu family didn't help, then now, having all compensation on Zhu Yun is not excessive. After careful consideration, Zhu Yi decided to call Zhu Yun. His heart was anxious. Before the match, I left little Kuei with her. Don't know if it has been mistreated yet. When he just called, Zhu Yun quickly picked up. As soon as connected, Zhu Yun hugged little Kuei and called excitedly, "Brother." Seeing this image, Zhu Yi thought to himself, "I knew it." She excitedly spun little Kuei around and laughed praisingly. This battle was really too amazing, completely crushing. Many girls in our school admire you. They all want her contact info. Zhu Yun kept talking. "I won't give it to them. My sister-in-law must be strong. Very strong. Super strong. She must possess broad shoulders, 2 firm arms, firm skin, 2 muscular legs," Zhu Yun said with interest. "She can hold a sword weighing hundreds of kilos. Can also use an embroidery needle to sew clothes for you. Stop talking nonsense. If there's something, say it." Speaking of this, Zhu Yi Reincarnated seriously. Some time ago, some people found me, saying they are the Zhu family. He whispered. The Zhu family main branch has a total of 3 great hidden classes, distinguished as Ice Archer, Frost Swordsman, Ice Master. Archer and Swordsman are physical output classes. Ice Master is a mage class, based on your Ice Bloodline concentration. You could choose all 3 types. Hearing this, Zhu Yun watched even more intently. She looked seriously at the 3 images in front of her and decided to choose the mage class. "I will choose this class. Attacking with ice attribute magic suits me." Zhu Yi reminded. Once you accept the Zhu family's class planning, you need to go to the Zhu family clan land in Tianlan province for at least 3 to 4 years of study and training. You have to think carefully. Zhu Yun answered firmly. "I've thought it through." Zhu Yun sighed with emotion. Brother shines so brightly. As a sister, I absolutely cannot be inferior. She thought to herself, can get Zhu family resources. Then I won't need to consume brother's resources, becoming his burden anymore. After choosing, Zhu Yi Puromi said, "Wait until I finish everything here. I will go with you to Tianlan province." And then, the two finished chatting. After chatting with Zhu Yun, Zhu Yi continued to go to the freshman arena. The system happily welcomed everyone. Welcome everyone to the 4th round of the National University Freshman Exchange Match. Today we will select 8 peerless prodigies to advance to the 5th round of the individual competition. System announcement. Before that, I will announce the Xia Yin Professional Alliance. Rewards for the top 8 strong players in the individual competition. The system presented a potion bottle and said, S-Rank Magic Potion. The audience was extremely excited. Damn, it's actually S-Rank Magic Potion. Worthy of the Xia Yin Professional Alliance. So generous. Great. Even for 3rd transfer professionals. They would crave it. Jiang Shan ran beside him, turned and said, Brother Zhu Yi, last year's champion reward was only S-Rank Magic Potion. Zhu Yi repeated, because of the 3rd level, the Alliance needs to nurture more geniuses. Jiang Shanra nodded and replied, that's right. Suddenly the system continued to present rewards. Players advancing to the top 4 can obtain S-Rank resources. And the champion of the individual competition, it presented a new weapon and said, will win a legendary rank weapon crafted by Master Blacksmith Qi Jun of the Xia Yin Professional Alliance. This reward surprised even Zhu Yi. Legendary rank weapon. This is the highest rank weapon humans can craft. The amazing reward made every player desire victory. Champion. Must definitely get it. After announcing the rewards, the system announced, inviting all players to enter the arena to prepare for the match. Jiang Shanran turned to go first. She smiled and told Zhu Yi, Brother Zhu Yi, cheer for me. Zhu Yi cheered. You can definitely do it. At this moment, Zhu Yi's opponent stepped onto the arena. The two officially faced each other. Feng Chang put on his armor and said, Zhu Yi, I know you are very strong. He drew his sword and shouted, but I'm not bad either. In his heart, he secretly felt happy. Ordinary professionals pursue balanced attribute development. But I'm different. Feng Chang thought with full confidence. I only chose strength to add points. So I'm absolutely confident in my strength. At this moment, the system sounded. Match start. As soon as the words fell, Zhu immediately advanced with his hammer. Feng Chang also started to rush up. He laughed provocatively. Zhu is coming. Dare to fight head-on with me? He quickly attacked first. Violent slash. Two forces collided. In just a moment, that guy's sword showed signs of breaking. The very next second, Zhu Yi's hammer shattered the sword. He continued to smash straight into Feng Chang. He fell down in pain. Voice full of disbelief, he said, "How is this possible? I only use strength values. How can your strength crush mine?" Zhu Yi shouldered the hammer and mocked. "Is that it?" At this moment, the whole stand immediately exploded. Just adding strength points and still got crushed? How terrifying is this Zhu Yi's strength exactly? Zhu Yi's attribute values are too mysterious. Seriously, suspecting hacking. Teammates of Mado University also shouted unconvinced. How is this possible? Competing in strength. Feng Chang actually lost? Din suspook dasli. Feng Chang plus equipment boost. Strength reaches about 370 points. To achieve the effect of this crushing hammer blow, Zhu Yi's strength attribute must be at least over 450 points. He suddenly remembered the terrifying scene just now and couldn't help admiring. Plus his intelligence attribute is extremely high. Too terrifying. Dean Su asked worriedly. Wei He, are you sure you can beat Zhu Yi? Wei He thought for a few seconds, then replied, 30% certainty. At the same time, on the arena, Feng Chang tried to get up. He gritted his teeth and said, I haven't lost yet. Feng Chang jumped up and shouted, Come on, knights only die standing. No kneeling in defeat. Zhu Yi said admiringly, I respect you as a man. Feng Chang immediately rushed to attack. Air slash. Zhu Yi was not inferior and counterattacked. Hammer of Repentance. This heavy hammer smashed straight into Feng Chang. Feng Chang screamed in pain, then was knocked far away. People from Mado University below immediately shouted, Declare the match over. We surrender. The system quickly received the information and announced, Mado University surrenders. The winner of this match is Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi was immediately drowned in cheers. Zui Citrongist. Zui, I love you. After the nurses stepped forward to observe Feng Chang, everyone said wearily, It's this difficult holy light again. Quickly proceed with treatment. Nonsense. He is Zhu Yi's opponent. Saying that, the three immediately took Feng Chang for treatment. On Zhu Yi's side, one day after the match, the Swan University group gathered in a room to discuss tactics. Wu Mang spoke up. Very good. Our Swan University has 2 people entering the top 8. Wu Mang Pai Shong Xialan. Your advancement is also considered a surprise. Hope of advancing to the top 4 is not big, but still need to try harder. Song Xiaolan replied happily. I understand. Next, he spoke to Jiang Shanran. Jiang Shanran, with your strength, probably can advance to the top 8. It's just that luck is a bit poor. Meeting Wei He. He is a seeded champion. Wu Mang said seriously. Only the last 2 slots remain for the top 8. Will be chosen from the losers. Hope you can grasp the opportunity. He turned to tell Zhu Yi. Zui, I am very reassured about you. The task of getting the individual champion is handed to you. Zhu Yi accepted seriously. Understood. Next, Wu Mang continued. In the team match tomorrow, there are 2 matches for us. Both are ordinary universities. He looked at the group behind and said, So you substitutes can go on the field to practice a bit. After deciding, Wu Mang immediately taught them about tomorrow's tactics. Jiang Shanran sat on a nearby chair, thinking deeply. The half match of the 4th round individual competition is called the Cruel Losers Match. 70 contestants only choose 2 to enter the 5th round individual competition. Later, just advancing to the top 4 of the 6th round can get a rare S-rank resource share. Jiang Shanran determinedly thought, even for a financially powerful expert, S-rank resources are not given just like that. If I can get it, strength will definitely improve by a level. Suddenly a voice rang out. Zui, your strength has been exposed. Wu Mang said happily. With your strength, one person can sweep the team of ordinary universities. But tomorrow's team match focuses on their training. You just need to protect them. Try not to take action. Zui nodded. I understand. Suddenly 2 girls walked in. Seeing Zhu Yi, they screamed in surprise. It's a god. This voice attracted countless other girls rushing over. They swarmed him. Kadasmate Zui. Kadasmate Zui. It's really classmate Zhu Yi. Classmate Zhu Yi is so handsome. Oh my god, really too handsome. He is looking at me. Zhu Yi asked confusedly. You are? They immediately replied. I am your fan. Can you sign for me? He asked blankly. Sign? Immediately after, the group took out countless photos of Zhu Yi and shouted. And me. And me too. I want to. Thank you, God. You are really super handsome. Yi Goth. We will always support you in the next match. Go for it. Oh my god. Classmate Zhu Yi actually blushed. So cute. God, you must take good care of yourself. Absolutely don't get injured. Boo-hoo. Seeing these photos, Zhu Yi's face turned black. Is this me? Song Xiaolon, sitting nearby, whispered. Zhu Yi is quite popular. At this moment, a soul appeared in Jiang Shanran's mind saying, will brother Zhu Yi be taken away by them? So worrying. Not keeping up with brother Zhu Yi's footsteps. Will be left behind. Jiang Shanran secretly determined. 70 only has 2 slots. I must get one no matter what. She whispered. Brother Zhu Yi, I will definitely get it. Seeing she was provoked, that soul was extremely happy. At the same time, suddenly Zhu Yi felt a chill down his spine. He turned around blankly to look. Why suddenly feel like being stared at? That night, the half match of the 4th round individual competition began. The contestants were transported into a wild forest. Everyone asked in confusion. Why is a forest? Could it be that the venue is different every year? I remember last year was a castle. Someone spoke up to reply. The half match of the 4th round is a dungeon simulated by teachers and military big shots, inputting war data information, then integrated by AI to create the dungeon. A girl holding a staff looked around warily and continued. To make the dungeon more like a battlefield, the initial production input random settings. So the venue every year will not be the same. That girl continued. Not only that, the monsters faced each year are also different. Jiang Shanran walked carefully, secretly observing in her heart. The environment is really humid. Suddenly someone asked, so what should we do now? We have to. Speaking of this, suddenly the voice was cut off. The system appeared and announced, welcome students. This dungeon, Misty Forest Maze. The system explained the rules. Every half hour, mysterious monsters will appear around the desolate village. Total of 3 waves of monster attacks. The monsters' minds only have devouring. You need to try to kill the monsters before being devoured. Finally, the 2 students who kill the most monsters will advance to the 5th round individual competition. Before starting, the system reminded, this dungeon has no danger to life. No return scroll set. After hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Someone said happily, just killing monsters is enough. Still very simple. That's right. Nothing to worry about. We entered dungeons so many times to practice. No problem. Jiang Shanran silently observed everyone around. Unknown monsters appearing randomly. Makes everyone very uneasy. System announcement. First wave of monster attack is about to start. As soon as the words fell, a purple smoke appeared. Jiang Shanran looked seriously towards the direction of the smoke. It's coming. However, although the smoke cleared, no monsters were seen. Only saw leaves shaking constantly. Jiang Shanran wondered silently. Still haven't appeared? At this moment, the person behind suddenly clutched his neck and groaned. So itchy. That person cursed angrily. Damn it. Why is it so itchy? Hearing this, Jiang Shanran was horrified. A purple substance grew on that man's neck, making him scream incessantly. So itchy. So itchy. The more he scratched, the faster that substance spread. So itchy. So itchy. He rushed towards Jiang Shanran, screaming for help. So itchy. So itchy. So itchy. Help me. Classmate, help me. Then, that classmate was officially taken down by the monster. System announcement. Lin Shu of Mingcheng University, devoured by monster. Exited the dungeon. Jiang Shanran suspected silently. Completely didn't see the monster appear. Is it a monster that can hide its body? Next, more students were hit. Everyone panicked and screamed constantly. What happened to them? Not seeing the monster, but witnessing so many classmates taken down, made everyone panic. What happened? Where did these monsters appear from? Basically can't see the monsters. How to fight? Amidst that chaos, only Jiang Shanran thought silently. Cannot panic. First must calmly find where the problem lies. Monsters definitely have flaws. Jiang Shanren wondered. Transparent? Ethereal? Or non-existent itself? Can hit so many people in an instant. Is it a contagious monster? What do they rely on to spread? While she was pondering, a small purple object suddenly flew and stuck to her arm. Seeing that purple object growing, Jiang Shanren stared at it sharply. Bacteria? Immediately, she created a flame to burn the purple object. After killing it, Jiang Shanren immediately realized the problem and spoke up. So that's it. Jiang Shanren transformed into her demon form, then announced loudly to everyone, there are spores in the sky. Once they fall on a person, they will grow quickly. Use fire skills to wrap yourselves. Others immediately followed Jiang Shanren's words. Wind fire ring. But there were also students without fire skills. They were forced to call for help. Damn it, I'm a warrior, basically have no fire skills. Classmate, help me. No, we are in a competitive relationship. At this time, shouldn't talk about friendship. After a period of time, those students without fire skills were immediately taken down by monsters. System announcement. Elian of Imperial City University, devoured by monster. Exited the dungeon. Zhang Xiuji of Lumine Academy, devoured by monster. Exited the dungeon. Liu Banban of Ivy Academy, devoured by monster. Exited the dungeon. At the same time, Jiang Shanren said seriously to herself, destroying these spores doesn't count as killing. Must find the monster releasing the spores. Now, suddenly mushrooms grew from the tree trunks. They bared their fangs and released countless bacteria. Also because of that, Jiang Shanren quickly found the monster. She rushed up telling everyone. On the tree, as soon as Jiang Shanren took down a monster. System announcement. Jiang Shanren of Swan University killed monster +1. Other monsters also emerged constantly. Jiang Shanren fearlessly flew to attack. Flame Dance Shadow. D. The system sounded a series of notifications. Jiang Shanren of Swan University killed monster +1. At the same time, at the freshman arena, the team match also took place. The system spoke up. Both teams are in position. Start constructing the arena. Open defensive field. Team match Swan University versus Meigao University. Now, start. As soon as the words fell, both sides rushed into fierce attacks. Seeing the other side rush up, the other side was not inferior and rushed in. A redhead immediately used his skill to attack. Explosive drill. Countless fire tornadoes were created rushing straight at the opponent. Facing him, the cloak guy also countered. Water attribute. 2 moves collided. Water blades cut off that fire tornado. But at this moment, Tanwei appeared and extended his claws to cut off the cloaked guy's water blade. He said disdainfully, your water blade's hardness has dropped. While Tanwei was still rejoicing, an arrow was rushing from behind. Luckily, Zhu Yi timely gave him shield. Zuyiremindit. Tanwei, don't let the adrenaline of battle disturb your judgment. Watch your back. Then, Zhu Yi turned to the blonde girl behind and called, Zhang Jing, your responsibility is to provide protection for teammates. Must definitely see 6 ways. Here, 8 directions. Such a mistake cannot appear again. Zhang Jing, being reminded, was extremely scared. She panicked, closed her eyes tight, and screamed. The red-haired girl on the opposing team looked at them angrily. Actually treating us as training tools? The green-armored guy shouted angrily. Brothers, can we tolerate such a thing? Answering him was the determined voice of the whole team. No, he ordered. Charge. The green-armored guy shouted loudly. Charge for me. Deal with him. Both sides immediately rushed at each other. But at the same time, Zhu Yi's phone had a notification sound making everyone stop their movements. Jiang Shanren happily showed off her victory to Zhu Yi. Successfully advanced. Zhu Yi thought helplessly. This girl, the cloaked guy, seeing Zhu Yi's action of despising the opponent, was very angry. He shouted, actually playing on the phone in the arena, not respecting the opponent at all. I will definitely let you know my power. But in just a second, that guy heroically lay down. System announcement. This university team match. Swan University wins. The next day, news about the freshman match was spread everywhere. After the half match of the 4th round, individual competition ended. Early next morning, the 5th round advancement match will begin. For matches, selecting 4 people from 8 contestants to advance. The afternoon of the second day is the 6th round advancement match for advancing to 2. The advancers of the two matches are Zhu E. Wei He. A streamer immediately filmed introducing this hot news. Classmates, today is the day of the individual championship duel witnessed by many people. This guy imagined Zhu E and put on a heartbroken face when talking about his background. He comes from a humble background. Parents both died. Relied on himself to become stronger step by step. The strongest paladin in the history of the college entrance exam, amazing others. Zui then changed tone to talk about Wei He. He is a prodigy, top family inheritance for 100 years, simultaneously possessing top talent and special bloodline. Berserker Wei He. This guy put on an interested face, saying, "Who can ascend to the throne of the individual champion? Let's look forward to it together." Streamer Quan promised to live stream the entire battle process for everyone. Remember to follow, don't get lost. After watching Quan's video, everyone started discussing animatedly. It got fighting Wang Xian. So this team battle is really very attractive. This time fighting Wei, he is definitely a crush. Did you not watch Wei He's match a few days ago? The style of that battle was very brutal. I feel this battle won't be that easy. Unfortunately, goddess Jiang Shanran met Wei He in the 4-2 match. Otherwise, Suwon University fighting for champion and runner-up would be interesting. At this moment, the clear blue sky was suddenly shattered by the sound of helicopter propellers. Everyone quickly dispersed to make room for the helicopter to slowly land. As soon as the door opened, seeing the people inside the helicopter, the locals were all buzzing. It's Suwon University. Suwon University, stepping out, received countless praises from around. Goddess Jiang is truly beautiful. Godly beauty. God, I support you forever. Song Xiaolan, don't be discouraged. Next time you can definitely do it. God, asking for a photo together. Asking for an autograph. Wherever Zhu E went, cheers followed there. Zui, Zui. Suddenly someone discovered another helicopter arriving. He shouted loudly. Mado University also arrived. The cheers immediately shifted to Mado University. Wei He, Wei He, Wei He, Wei He, Wei He. Dean Su stepped forward to greet Wu Meng. Good morning, Dean Wu. Today, the champion and runner-up of the individual match will appear between your school and mine. Competition second. Friendship first. Umang Ziplit Happily. Good morning, Dean Su. But inside his heart, he said disdainfully, relying on your Wei He's strength. Really think he can fight Zhu E? Truly daydreaming. At this moment, Wei He noticed Zhu E from afar. Wei He secretly determined. Zui finally reached the final battle. I will definitely defeat you. Get the championship. Finally, the battle also took place. Before entering the match, Zui Suden de Similite Weirdly. The system spoke up. Let's welcome the contestants of both sides. Zui, Wei He, enter the arena. Match about to start. Inviting audience to take seats. Observe civilly. Countdown time. In the stands, the audience cheered excitedly nonstop. Make a big scene. Yi, Gold Mighty. He got super cool. Senior brother Wei. Absolutely don't lose. Way you go. Defeat Suwon University's prestige. So many people who stepped on my foot. At the Zhu family. Zhu Heng was also watching this match with Old Master Zhu. The match only had 3 seconds countdown left. Suddenly Old Master Zhu asked, this kid from the Wei family, called the #1 prodigy since childhood, accepted all resources provided by the top family for nurturing. Can Zhu win? Zhu Heng replied seriously. Possible. After I analyzed Zhu Yi's exam, all battle records, his growth speed is very amazing. Strength absolutely far exceeds peers. Top level. Zhu Heng looked at the screen and continued. Wei He is the outstanding one of the Wei family's later generation, worthy of the word genius. But Zhu E. On him, I seem to be able to see the shadow of the ancestor. At this moment, on the arena, countdown ended. System announcement. Start. As soon as the words fell, Zhu E used God's blessing. Weapon blessing. Holy light cross. Protection blessing. Weapon blessing. Wei He held his sword, aiming straight at him, and rushed. Wei He flew up, face angry, slashed a move towards Zhu E, his whole body emitting a golden light. Two forces collided, creating a sky-shaking noise. Wei He frowned, staring at him. Zhu Yi's face was cold. Zhu E swung a move towards Wei He. He immediately jumped up to dodge. Wei He's sharp eyes narrowed as he rushed down. Wei He's eyes red, face scary, roared loudly, berserk, whole body emitting red light. Wei He gripped the blade in his hand, shouting blazing blade technique. Wei He in fighting stance, slash sharp blade paths. Zui dodgit kaimni. Zhu Yi dodged the violent attacks silently. Berserker's special skill. The user's thinking attributes will all gain different levels of improvement, but correspondingly, after the 3 minutes of berserk ends, his whole person will enter a weakened state. Besides the accident of the berserk skill, he also released the blazing blade technique skill. This skill is like a buff. Can let attacks simultaneously carry fire, attribute magic damage. Zhu Yi dodged each attack. Wei He rushed fast toward Zhu Yi, but an arrow. Zhu Yi, ready to fight, thought silently, worthy of being the top freshman of Motto University. Zhu Yi's eyes sharp, face showing no fear, dodged. Wei He shouted angrily, Thunder Slash. The blade in Wei He's hand appeared a ring of red light. Thunder Slash. A-rank skill of warrior class, using extremely fast speed to swing the blade for a slash. The higher the skill level, the higher the strength attribute will be. The slashing speed will be faster. The limit can reach a slashing speed like thunder. Wei He's eyes red, face angry, thinking, I have long practiced tens of thousands of times in training to raise this skill to level 9. Air slash. Wei He slashed hard down. Zhu Yi held the hammer in hand to block. Both sides collided, creating a dramatic scene. Wei He gritted his teeth, angrily thinking, such great strength. Wei He increased force on the blade, thinking, my warblade weighs thousands of pounds. Under the enhancement of Thunder Slash, the kinetic energy produced is extremely terrifying. Even if it's a sturdy metal alloy, I still have confidence to slash through. Zhu Yi's face showed no expression of fear at all, but I'm being suppressed in the contest of strength with him. Can't hold out against him. Zhu Yi pushed hard, sending Wei He flying back. The weapon in Zhu Yi's hand transformed into a golden light. Holy Cross level 9, rank B. Zhu Yi's hands cast a golden light appearing like a giant sword. Wei He smiled confidently, saying, already guarded against this move of yours. Wei He knelt down, face scary, shouting, war cry. His whole body emitted red light, an extremely strong golden light. Dean Su watched the scene in front in horror. Two forces collided, creating a huge explosion. Wei He knelt in the middle. Wei He's whole body seemed to have an extra layer of protective armor. Wei He stood up, smile even scarier, hand placed on his large blade. System panel appeared in front of Zhu Yi. Wei He's awakened talent. War Maniac. Rank is S. Va Maniac duration. Wei He's thinking attributes increase. All wounds will be reduced by 80%. But after War Maniac state ends, these wounds will double and return to Wei He's body. Wei He rushed fast to Zhu Yi. He looked at him thinking, actually used it so quickly. Seems he wants a quick fight with me. Wei He's War Maniac talent lasts at most 2 minutes after activation. The best way is to drag it out until the War Maniac time ends. However, even if damage is reduced by 80%, I can also defeat him. Wei He swung the blade at Zhu Yi. He blocked every attack. Two weapons collided. A loud noise rang out. Wei He attacked. Zhu Yi thought silently. In front of a paladin possessing many healing recovery skills, fighting a long battle is a very stupid tactic. Therefore, when just starting, I chose to open Berserk skill and War Maniac talent, bringing my own strength to the limit in an instant. A big explosion occurred. The crowd below discussed. People surprised. One guy said, how can he choose a head-on collision? Wei He is currently in peak state. The best way now is to stall for time. He got acting like this. Proves he is extremely confident in his own strength. I believe in God. Wei He moved fast, slashing a path towards Zhu Yi. His whole body leaned back to dodge. Zhu Yi raised his hand, a golden ray shot out. He said, Spear of Victory. A large mark appeared in front. Behind Zhu Yi appeared a giant golden arrow. Wei He wrapped in red light. Face fierce shouted, come on. A big explosion occurred. Wei He laughed triumphantly. Haha, your Spear of Victory is also useless. Zhu Yi calmly put his hand on his forehead, casting a spell, saying, laughing a bit too early now. Light of punishment. Rumble. Lightning bolts fell quickly and violently, attacking Wei He. He had a protective shield again. Wei He frowned, thinking, worthy of being the strongest offensive means. Wei He held the blade to resist the lightning, thinking, experiencing 80% damage reduction still hurts a bit. If I didn't open War Maniac, I'm afraid one hit would be enough to make me lose. Wei He looked up at the weakening lightning, thinking, but light of punishment needs at least more than a second cooldown each time it summons a lightning bolt. Wei He stomped hard on the ground, thinking, if so, just need to take advantage of the cooldown gap. To quickly defeat, Zhu Yi rushed up but was hit by lightning again. Wei He, surprised, face panicked in disbelief, thinking, how is this possible? How can a lightning attack of light of punishment be so fast? I clearly studied all skills he used in the match. Could it be? His light of punishment is already above level 20? Lightning struck Wei He. A powerful attack. A small ball emitted an excited voice. So violent. So brutal. I have to emphasize again. You are currently watching the finals of the National University Freshman Exchange match. People covered eyes exclaiming, so cruel. A girl screamed, ah, covering her face. Wang Xian smirked. Wei He screamed in pain. Ah? Why? Wei He looked at Zhu Yi in front in disbelief, thinking, why? He and I are clearly only 10 meters apart. Zhu Yi seems to become giant while Wei He is tiny. Just one finger of Zhu Yi can crush him like an ant. Cannot step over. Cannot break through. Wei He shouted, I don't believe it. Palm seemed to move a red light. Wei He gritted teeth, eyes rolled back, shouting, secret art. Tous en shadow blood formation. A strong explosion with smoke rising. Big explosion made dust fill the air. Zhu Yi still stood tall, face unchanged. A red streak flashed. Zhu Yi glanced at the cut on his face. Red blades stabbed hard into the ground, appearing cracks. In front of Zhu Yi, countless blades fell. Zhu Yi looked at the scene, thinking, body as weapon? Rumor has it the ancestor of the Wei family realized the Tao in the battle of the demon world, mixing soul and magic power together, then refining countless blades and swords, can kill monsters of a city in an instant. Thousands of blades lined up in front of Zhu Yi, carrying a gloomy red color. Wei He still hasn't reached the level of the Wei family ancestor, but the form of this body as weapon is still eye-opening. Zhu Yi smiled, saying, finally don't need to play with you anymore. Suddenly blades moved, falling at extreme speed. Thousands of blades fell. Zhu Yi raised hand, casting spell, gently moving finger, saying, if using previous moves, the audience will be very disappointed. So this time I will show the fusion skill I created myself. Everyone watch. A cold air blew over. Icebound 1,000 miles. Zhu Yi stood in the middle of a giant blue vortex, hand extended forward, controlling power. Zhu Yi stepped 1 foot forward. Underfoot immediately started freezing, spreading everywhere, creating an ice screen covering the whole arena. Flycam flying excitedly, voice emitted. Audience and students. Classmate Zhu Yi's skill has covered the whole arena. Now, we cannot see the situation on the arena. Crowd excitedly shouting. What happened? One person angrily cursed. Damn it. What big move is this again? Why is there ice magic? Elder excitedly stood up. Zhu Heng, surprised, called, Elder. Elder face surprised and panicked, pointing forward, shouting, Zhu Heng, have you seen it? Such pure ice element power. Zhu Yi placed hand. In front, casting spell, thousands of blades slowly froze. Thousands of blades frozen and bound by golden threads. Zhu Yi clenched fist, eyes sharp. Golden rays pierced through ice fragments, immediately shattering into pieces. Zhu Yi held the pendant on the other wrist, surrounded by golden threads. Ice pieces flew everywhere. Wei He was knocked flying. Wei He fell hard on the ground, spitting a mouthful of black blood. Ice screen slowly faded. Host's voice rang out. Contestant Wei He lost consciousness. This battle, contestant Zhu Yi wins. Crowd happily shouted, 1. Zhu Yi number 1. School too strong. Host's voice rang out. Congratulations, Zhu Yi. Thank you, contestant Wei He. They brought a wonderful peak duel for the audience. This is absolutely the most spectacular battle in the exchange match of the last 10 years. Let's cheer for the top prodigy of this young generation. Zhu Yi raised hand, high, smiling. Behind, fireworks exploded in the sky. Flycam voice rang out. Individual match category ends. Next will be team match and survival match. Let's wait together. Wu Meng happily said. Young, but can use Wei family's secret technique. Body as weapon. If placed in the exchange match a few years ago, without doubt would be top 1 strength. Unfortunately, he met Zhu Yi. Jiang Shanran stood next, stroking little Kuei, smiling happily. Wu Meng looked at Zhu Yi walking while stretching and yawning, thinking. Based on current imagination, Zhu Yi wanting to defeat Wei, he probably had to use Angel Body. This time only used a light of punishment and fusion skill of light and ice elements. The younger generation is formidable. Wu Meng put hand on Zhu Yi's shoulder, praising, did well. This time our Suang University also took the individual match champion. Song Xiaolan spoke up. That's right. Although we won team match 4 years in a row, but this individual champion once every 4 years hasn't been taken. Brother, he really made us proud. Wang Tiexin happily, confidently said, team match the day after tomorrow is against Mado University. Now Wei He is heavily injured. Mado University is no threat to us. Team match first place is in the bag. Song Xiaolan surprised said, hey, remember to be humble. Don't be too arrogant. Jiang Shanren hugged Ling. She smiling brightly said, Brother Zhu Yi. Just now little she said wrong. This brother can definitely disguise as a great mage. Ling, she shyly blushed, pulling hat to cover face, saying, Classmate Zhu. Jiang Shanren happily called, Brother Zhu Yi. Tonight let's relax with everyone. Zhu Yi scratched head. Bustling scene of a street at night. Eternal game and reality merge for about 300 years. The birth of magic beasts, ruins, and chef. The arranger profession appeared, causing thousands of delicious foods of the whole blue planet to increase. In the most prosperous administrative district of Qingjing City, East District, there's a famous food street. Whether flying in the sky, running on the ground, everything can become a delicacy, satisfying customers' appetite. Stall owner's voice rang out, grilled dragon meat. Grilled dragon meat. 20-year-old young dragon. Meat fresh. Melts a mouth. Wolf King blood jelly. Wolf King blood jelly. Nourishes yin streng tensiang. Maintains beauty. Deep sea monster fish balls. Choosing fish meat of level 30 deep sea overlord fish. Crunchy and chewy. Delicious taste, don't wait. Song Xiaolan linked arms with Ling, she walking with Wang Tiexin, saying, look at that. Seems very delicious, right? Ling, she holding candied hawthorn, smiling. Jiang Shanran and Zhu Yi walked in front, laughing happily. Aoyang stood from afar looking at Jiang Shanran, saying, top quality. Aoyang threw 2 skewers to the guy behind, adjusting hat, saying, 100 points. 100 points. That guy startled said, what are you doing? Aoyang said, hitting on such a top quality woman is hard to meet in a lifetime. Missing it will be a lifetime regret. That guy surprised. She has a boyfriend. That guy mocked. So what if she has a boyfriend? Aoyang, me going out there, want to be fine? Zhu Yi turned back, face cold, sharp red eyes. Aoyang suddenly scared. That guy seeing so mocked, asking, gave up? This isn't your style. Aoyang pointed at Zhu Yi's tutoring. Yi good. A while later, Jiang Shanran panted, saying, food paradise. Reputation not false. We walked for an hour already, yet haven't even finished half. Song Xiaolan linked arms with Wang Tiexin, saying, here are 6 streets connected together. Of course not easy to finish walking. You two choose a seat here reserved for us. We will go buy some food. Wang Tiexin scratched his head, saying, I also want to rest. Song Xiaolan stood behind, pushing him, saying, rest your head. Let the couple have some peace. You being a third wheel? Ling, she stood behind, turning back to look at the specialty of the 50-year olive wine shop. The owner happily introduced. Olive wine can increase agility level. Each bottle is 800 milliliters. Buying to drink yourself or give others is not bad. Jiang Shanran heard, so pointed at the wine bottle, saying, we want a bottle. The owner brought a bottle and 2 small glasses out, saying, dear guests, olive wine costs 20,000 Central Xia coins. Please pay. Immediately after phone rang. Transferred 20,000. Jiang Shanran held the wine glass, looking at Zhu Yi, saying, brother Zhu Yi, congratulations on winning the individual champion. Both clinked glasses. Zhu Yi said, cheers. Jiang Shanran drank the glass in one gulp. Jiang Shanran finished drinking, then suspiciously said, the degree of this wine seems not very high. 10 minutes later, Jiang Shanran blushed, drunk, asking vaguely, brother Zhu, why are there 2 brother Zhu Yis? Zhu Yi looked at her, asking, drunk so fast? Jiang Shanran smiled, happily counting, 1 brother Zhu Yi, 2 brother Zhu Yis, 3 brother Zhu Yis. Zhu Yi looked at her, sighing, said, as a level 19 professional, Normal drinks naturally can't make one drunk. But this olive wine uses D-rank natural treasure olives to brew, although the degree isn't high, but extremely easy to get drunk. He stood up saying, time is not early anymore. Little Song and the others haven't returned yet. Let's go find them. Jiang Shanran reached out whining, Brother Zhu. I'm not going. Before she finished, a voice rang out. Handsome guy. That girl holding a wine glass face, seductively looking at him saying, my wine glass is empty. Can you treat me to a glass? Zhu glanced at her. Zhu pointed to the table behind saying, there's half a bottle of olive wine here. 10,000 Central Xia coins. Pay up. The girl laughed loudly. Handsome guy is really interesting. Makes sister here like it very much. Why not find a quiet place to continue talking? Jiang Shanran face shy confused. Long hair covering part of eyes, lips slightly parted. Jiang Shanran angrily pushed her away shouting, you are too close. She whispered in Jiang Shanran's ear, little beauty, you being like this is not right. I see you and this brother are not lovers. How can you block his peach blossom luck? She thought. Zhu Yi, the strongest newcomer this year, and Jiang Shanran his friend. Too many people think Jiang Shanran is Zhu Yi's girlfriend. But I know these two are not lovers. Eyes mesmerizing, a silly boy. A young girl just knowing love. These two wanting to pierce the paper window. Still need some time. This moment is really a good chance for me to act. If I can make Zhu Yi kneel under my skirt, then the resources he can win will all become mine. She approached him saying, brother, am I right? Jiang Shanran blushed, angrily stuttering. No, you. Zhu Yi held her hand. Jiang Shanran, surprised looking at the hand being held by Zhu Yi. Zhu Yi face unchanged said, I don't mind a villain blocking my peach blossom luck. Zhu Yi held Jiang Shanran's hand, leaving not forgetting to drop a sentence. Moreover, I see you are also quite ordinary. Not considered peach blossom at all. She gaped. Ordinary? Zhu Yi held Jiang Shanran's hand, walking through the crowd. Jiang Shanran stopped. Brother Zhu Yi. Brother Zhu Yi turned back to look at her. Jiang Shanran looked up blushing, saying, I like you. Zhu Yi surpriset. Zhu Yi surprise called. Xiaoran. Jiang Shanran cheeks flushed said, I know I shouldn't say words like this before the match. But I don't like so many girls surrounding you. I see them then I want. Behind her seemed to appear another incarnation. Kill them all. Jiang Shanran fell into his arms saying, Can I be girlfriend? She fell into his arms asleep before hearing his answer. Can I? Wang Tiexin holding Bun, not yet bitten jaw dropped. Huh? Song Xiaolan, Wang Tiexin and Ling, she holding Bun's eyes wide surprised looking at the scene in front. Blue sky, white clouds. Alarm clock rang. Jiang Shanran and Days remembered last night. I like you. Immediately sat up. Jiang Shanran blushed, poking head out to look. Wu Meng seeing her called. Xiaoran. Woke up a bit late today. Breakfast. Wang Tiexin waved at her. Ling Shi, Song Xiaolan, and Zhu Yi looked towards her. Zhu Yi hurriedly turned back, eating voraciously. Song Xiaolan and Ling, she squinted looking at him. Jiang Shanran pulled chair, suspiciously thinking. Could it be I was dreaming? Really just a dream? Jiang Shanran blushed face blank picking food. Zhu Yi still calm, but sweating. Ling Shi and Song Xiaolan leaned close together looking at her. Last night Zhu Yi carried her looking at the three saying, Please pretend you didn't see what just happened. Song Xiaolan didn't understand, asked, Why? Don't you two both like each other? Zhu Yi looked at Jiang Shanran, sleeping soundly saying, Jiang family of Chuan province is an ancient family existing before Eternal Game descended. Eternal Game hundreds of years ago became a first, second rank family power of Central Xia. Now I have some reputation. Also am teacher Wang Hui's personal disciple. Looking seems not bad. Zhu Yi looked up at the sky saying, But such achievement in front of Jiang family is not enough to look at. I don't want to make it hard for Xiaoran. When I possess absolute strength, even if power, family, or whatever are all dust, this is all just a matter of time. Song Xiaolan used bread to cover mouth whispering, Brother Yi, true pure war god, I support you forever. For now on, I am a CP fan leader of you and Sister Ran. Zui Sivitin Bullets. Wu Meng put down chopsticks saying, Universities participating in the finals of the National University Freshman Exchange Team match total 10 schools. Each university needs to play one match with the remaining 9 universities. Total will conduct 45 matches. Based on winning order, and ranking top 3. Today is our 9th team match. Just need to win this match. Team match champion is ours. I hope everyone cannot be arrogant and defeat Motto University. All unison said, understood. Wu Meng happily raised hand high. She looked at Sun Xiao saying, Sun Xiao, you as a substitute member going on field, don't have too much pressure. Jiang Feng standing next said, Sun Xiao is a summoner, will bring huge support to the team. Everyone on the arena must see protecting her as top priority. Dean Su spoke up, as the leading teacher, I can use words to encourage everyone, but no need. Wei He is heavily injured, still not awake. Our representative team's strength dropped greatly. Moreover, there is Zhu Yi here. We cannot take first place. Dean Su thought, I never thought there would be such an all-round freshman. If comparing the strength of all our school's contestants as one, then Zhu Yi is 2 or 3. He is strong to an unbelievable level. Just like a monster. No, he is a monster. One person nearly can sweep all top universities. Dean Su clenched fist encouraging saying, but I still have to say, today's match, even if lost, cannot lose Motto University's honor. Letting other universities look down on us. I need everyone to give their all. Can you do it? Crowd unison, can. Let's go. Leading is Dean Su, behind are 5 students of Motto University with great momentum. Sun Xiao calculated saying, even if Wei He was here, it's also a losing outcome. Motto University this time wouldn't be 3rd place again, right? But 7 years ago, Captain heavily injured still couldn't go on field, relying on coordination and super strong strength of team members defeated opponent. Speaking of which, coincidental, that year was also Motto University and Swang University. Sun Xiao touched her face thinking, if using that way, can I let Motto University turn around in desperation? Recreate the miracle of 7 years ago? Flycam flying high voice emitted. Motto University team match. Swang University that everyone expects will immediately start. It's just that before the match starts. Please let me announce the top 3 rewards of Xiayan Professional Alliance for team match. First, all contestants of a university ranking 3rd in team match, including substitute staff, will all obtain a set of custom-made 3-star gold rank equipment based on level. Second place of team match. All will obtain a set of custom-made 4-star gold rank equipment. In first place of team match, all members of university Xiayan Professional Alliance will gift each person a set of 2-star epic rank equipment. Crowd below surprise shouted, wow. Heroic spirits soaring. So envious. Rewards of this exchange match not only doubled compared to last year. Truly rich. Inhumane. I will risk it with you rich people. Zhu Yi chin on hand, thinking saying about value. Legendary rank weapon of individual champion is even higher than epic rank equipment, but not equal to team match champion reward. Also, a set of equipment has 7 pieces. Upper, lower, belt, weapon, necklace, and each representative team of university plus substitute contestants totaled 10 people. 70 pieces of epic rank equipment added value is enough to forge 2 legendary rank weapons. Wang Tiexin happily laughed, hands clasped. In front confident. Haha, this time truly profitable for us. Epic rank equipment quickly into the bowl. Host's voice rang out. Rewards announced finished. Please invite representative team of Swang University. Representative team of Motto University. Both sides advanced, crowd below cheered. Swang University. Zui, Zui, Zui. Motto University go. Contestants of both sides in position. Zhu Yi's group full of confidence. 3, 2, 1 start. Sun's group face cold atmosphere tense. Zhu Yi's group immediately rushed up. Zhu Yi holding a hammer. Wang Tiexin happy. Sun Xiao closed eyes, raised hand, casting spell in front, accumulated a ball of light. Sun Xiao raised 2 hands forward, chanting spell. Summon spirit baby dragon rig. Summon spirit bee swarm Jia Jia. Summon magic beast giant snake Hadith. Summon magic beast hell guard Cerberus. Summon spirit lion king Kamala. Around Sun Xiao, 5 spirits appeared with majestic momentum. Spirits roared, rushing toward Zhu Yi. Lion King Kamala roared, unleashing a powerful attack with golden energy from its body. Ling Shi holding staff dissolved the attack. Ling Shi immediately countered the attack just now. Bee swarm rushed up, tails curled up. Song Xiaolan, 2 fingers clasped, casting spell, talismans flew out. Talismans stuck to be swarm tails. Song Xiaolan raised hand, all immediately exploded like fireworks. Wang Tiexin here fought with Hadith. Jiang Shanran hand, rotating weapon in hand, rushed up. Jiang Shanran slashed a few lines at Cerberus. Zhu Yi here dodged attacks like storm of opponent eyes sharp thinking. Not bad. Actual combat indeed can make people improve fastest. Coordination degree compared to before at least raised 30%. Jiang Feng and the blonde girl dropped their jaws in shock, while Sun Xiao calmly cast her spell. Zhou Yi knocked away everyone in front of him with just a few moves. Zhou Yi punched hard towards Sun Xiao, but she remained calm, eyes closed, casting her spell. Sun Xiao kept her eyes tightly shut. Immediately after, she abruptly opened her glowing, sharp eyes. A giant hand appeared, blocking the hammer. Zoe fronit in Anoyanje. The giant hand caught the hammer. Sun Xiao frowned, trying to resist. The Lingyan ape, with red eyes, caught the attack with its hand. It slammed down hard, causing Zhou Yi to grit his teeth, struggling to withstand it as the ground beneath him shattered. The Lingyan ape roared, a blue circle surrounding it as it fired projectiles. Sun Xiao was astonished. Sun Xiao gritted her teeth and summoned Hades. The Lingyan ape, eyes glowing red, grabbed Hades by the neck and squeezed hard. The Lingyan ape exerted force, black blood splattering everywhere. The Lingyan ape tore off Hades' head, looking at Sun Xiao. No need to use these tricks. Why did you summon me? Sun Xiao shielded herself with her hands, speaking in fear. Fight! Sun Xiao pointed tremblingly at Zhou Yi. Defeat him. Monster. Lingyan ape. Level 24. Potential. Legendary. Note. The Lingyan ape is a legendary rank magical beastborn with control over fire. Extremely rare. Meeting it, one doesn't know whether to feel lucky or unfortunate. The Lingyan ape roared. Zhou Yi looked solemn. A legendary rank summon. The Lingyan ape. The Lingyan ape looked at Sun Xiao. Phoenix. Prepare for death. Sun Xiao waved her hands in fear. Wait a minute, I didn't. Debris flew everywhere. Sun Xiao covered her face. Mean that? The Lingyan ape leaped up. Wang Tiexin asked in shock. Why is it a legendary rank summon? Ling Shi held her staff, casting layered water shield, surrounding them with a sea of blue light. The Lingyan ape dodged. Song Xiaolan spread her hands, chanting loudly. Yellow earth as the muscle. Earth energy as the source. Spirits of the four directions. Heed my command. A rock rose up. She thought to herself, layered water shield is an A+ defensive skill. Moreover, little she boosted it to level 8. In the singles match before, it withstood a combo attack from the assassin of Qingjing University. But now, it can't even block a single hit from the Lingyan ape. The Lingyan ape shattered the rock with a single punch. Wang Tiexin rushed forward. Song Xiaolan cast Shield Wall, and a red barrier appeared. The Lingyan ape leaped up. It clasped its hands together and smashed down on the barrier. Song Xiaolan turned back and said, Luckily, Brother Yi's buff increased the skill's effectiveness by more than double. Otherwise, the Lingyan ape would have already broken my defense. A legendary beast is too strong. Brother Yi, what should we do now? Zhou Yi raised his hand high, casting Holy Light Heart Shield, and a sigil appeared. The Lingyan ape swiped its claws fiercely at Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi looked at everyone and said, Leave the match to me. You guys get off the ring. Song Xiaolan, Ling Shi, and Wang Tiexin shouted in unison, What? Wang Tiexin immediately said, Are you kidding, Brother Yi? This isn't a student from Mado University. This is a legendary magical beast. It doesn't know how to hold back. Zhou Yi looked at her. Look at me. Do I look like I'm joking? I have a way to deal with the red flame ape monkey. However, once we start fighting, I won't be able to look out for you guys. Jiang Churen looked at him with worried eyes. Brother Zhou Yi, no need to worry about us. We can. Ling Shi interjected, although my power is small. I hope to contribute some strength. Song Xiaolan's eyes widened as she shouted, Brother, we are a team. The Lingyan ape punched hard. Zhou Yi spoke up to explain. Fighting a legendary beast. If you're not careful, you will die. Even if the healer revives everyone. After revival, you lose 30% of your stats. At the same time, you'll enter a weakened state for 3 months. Unable to do combat training. Have you calculated these losses? Zhou Yi placed his hand on Jiang Churen's head. He patted her head and said, I know you're afraid I can't deal with it alone. But in reality, your presence distracts me. Besides, Zhou Yi looked at Jiang Churen with gentle eyes. It's just a legendary magical beast. The crowd below the ring was shocked. A girl spoke up, a shocking reversal. A scene from 7 years ago might be replaying. Summoner Sun Xiao, the substitute from Motto University, summoned a legendary magical beast. The announcer held the mic and said, Can Zhou Yi successfully turn the tide? Which house will the team championship title fall to? The redhead smiled sinisterly. Ha, a legendary beast. Fantastic. Zhou Yi is dead meat. Don't use equipment. Beast potential is divided into bronze, silver, gold, epic, and legendary. At the same level, if the potential is different, the strength is also different. For example, take the charge skill. In the hands of a bronze beast, it might only show the effect of a human F rank or E rank skill, but placed in the hands of a legendary beast, the power of a charge skill is at least A rank. It can even reach S rank. Even more terrifying is that legendary beasts possess various negative resistances. Extremely tough. Not easy to kill. The Goblin King in Swan University's Abyss Dungeon was merely epic rank. For a legendary beast to appear in the team match of the exchange tournament, it's truly unbelievable. Zhou Yi's myth of being undefeated is about to end. The announcer said in surprise, What's the situation? Why do they forfeit? Song Xiaolan, Ling Shi, and Wang Tiexin all had sigils appear beneath their feet. When forfeiting, one cannot be harmed within the arena. Zhou Yi turned to look at Jiang Churen behind him. She understood immediately. Jiang Churen said, I also forfeit. Rectangular fragments appeared around Jiang Churen. Zhou Yi stood there defending. Jiang Churen stopped, turned back to look at him, and said, Brother Zhou Yi, good luck. The Lingyan ape punched the barrier hard. Zhou Yi jumped to dodge. It roared, red light surrounding its arms. The ground began to crack, debris flying. Dust filled the air. 2 drops of red blood fell. The Lingyan ape looked pitifully at its severed tail and said, I'm injured. Zhou Yi transformed, holding a giant hammer, standing high up surrounded by golden light. Since they have all left the ring, I have nothing left to worry about. Next, let me see just how powerful your legendary beast is. Tan Wei said in shock, Am I dreaming? Sun Xiao said, Zhou Yi actually managed to injure a legendary beast with 1 hit. The Lingyan ape looked at Zhou Yi and said, Human, I sense the aura of a high-tier bloodline on you. The Lingyan ape thought to itself, the Lingyan ape clan is a legendary race by birth. Born kings, dominating a region. And in my memories, Mother warned me there are several supreme bloodline races that absolutely cannot be offended. The image of the past where it was embraced by its mother appeared. Now, on this human, for the first time, I sense the aura of a supreme bloodline. If he wasn't so weak, I would risk the backlash of the summoning magic and flee immediately. Luckily, he's just a lucky human who fused with a supreme bloodline. The Lingyan ape clenched its fist, surrounded by energy. I figured out. Human. Next, I will unleash my full power. It leaped up. Blue energy appeared in its hand. Eyes glowing red, it brought 2 fingers together. A weapon appeared in its palm. A spiked end connected to another bar by a chain. The Lingyan ape grasped the circular weapon. Zhou Yi calmly said, Come here. Zhou Yi raised his hand, holy light shining, and a golden chain shot out. The Lingyan ape raised its hand to cast a spell. It threw the weapon in its hand, clashing with the chain. Zhou Yi immediately cast light charge, and a powerful blue energy source appeared. The Lingyan ape was knocked back. It stabbed its weapon into the ground. Dragging a line through the earth, it looked up with red eyes. Zhou Yi looked at it in surprise. No injuries at all? Elder Zhu panicked and said, Quick! Pause the match. We cannot let our family's hope be lost here. Zhu Heng hurriedly turned and ran, saying, I'll go find Wu Meng now. Elder Zhu turned back and shouted, Even if we offend Swan University, we must pause the match and protect Zhou Yi. Dean Chung said worriedly, Teacher Wu, give up. If Zhou Yi dies because of this, our China will lose a great general. Another person agreed. That's right. Zhou Yi will definitely grow into a regional ruler. If he dies for a match, delaying his growth, It would be putting the cart before the horse. Zhu Heng rushed over and said, Teacher Wu, I beg you, please give up. My Zhu family is willing to compensate Swan University 100-fold. The person standing next to Wu Mang said, We absolutely cannot delay Zhou Yi for this illusory ranking. Teacher Wu, announce it quickly. Wu Mang picked his ear and asked, What do you take me for? Wu Mang recalled the past. Principal, what exactly is Zhou Yi's true strength? The principal of Swan University clasped his hands behind his back and said, Don't worry. As long as it's not a legendary beast above level 26. Zhou Yi can handle it. Wu Mang looked at the screen and thought, after level 20, whether human or beast. The gap in strength between levels is extremely large. Under the condition of equal potential, a level 26 beast is equivalent to a level 24 beast. It's only level 24, still 2 levels short of level 26. He then said, wanting Zhou Yi to win is basically impossible. Zhu Heng panicked. Aren't you afraid Zhou Yi will? The Lingyan ape raised its weapon high, eyes red, and smashed down. Zhou Yi cast Light's Punishment. A bolt of lightning flashed. The Lingyan ape's whole body was struck by lightning. It roared in pain, thinking, This holy power is making my limbs go numb. Zhou Yi said, One more shot. Light's Punishment. It roared violently in pain. It blocked with a strike. It roared, Human. Let me see what skills you have. Come on. Zhou Yi, from high above, thought, Light's Punishment is now an A-rank skill at level 14. Asterisk enhanced by Light Element. Divine Protection. Angel S-rank talent. Asterisk. After transforming into the angel body, my stats increased twofold. The power of Light's Punishment I summoned could easily instant kill the epic rank Goblin King in the Abyss dungeon. But striking him only causes temporary damage. Then he immediately recovers to his original state. It looks like he hasn't been hit at all. Zhou Yi looked at the unscathed Lingyan ape and thought, terrifying recovery power. It leaped up. With one leap, it stood right in front of Zhou Yi. Golden energy flashed across its eyes. Chains. Surround him. It looked up angrily and shouted, Annoying tricks. Zhou Yi looked at the scene before him and thought, I once fought a legendary demon and defeated it. But that opponent was severely countered by the light attribute. It basically couldn't unleash its full legendary potential. I need to research a bit to win against a legendary rank next time. The Lingyan ape increased its attack speed. His speed has become faster. This proves his resistance to light magic attacks is getting higher and higher. What strong adaptability. No wonder we humans sacrificed so many people during the Dark Era. Magical beasts are indeed much stronger than humans. Attacks came relentlessly. Zhou Yi spread his arms and chanted, God's grace. Grace of protection. Blessing of dawn. Grace of courage. Zhou Yi thought, asterisk buff skills. Opening with buffs before the angel body transformation. Asterisk. Using buff skills after I use the angel body is the true peak state. The Lingyan ape jumped high, the ground cracking, rocks flying everywhere. Li Xian said in surprise, Zhou Yi can actually get even stronger? The person next to him said, Luckily he didn't attack little Xiao directly. If the summoner dies, the summoned creature will also disappear. Jiang Feng spoke up. Could he have forgotten this? The lion roared. Jiang Feng shouted, Don't be careless. Protect little Xiao well. Li Xian responded, and the three got into position. At this moment, Zhou Yi appeared with a golden energy covering his golden body. Lightning crackled in his hands. Divine Punishment. And Wukong also seemed to explode with power. Flames erupted around him. Flame armor. Then he combined his two weapons into one, immediately transforming into a giant Rui staff. At the same time, a hand dozens of times larger descended upon him. Everything shattered into fragments by the power of the two of them. Then the hand landed, leaving a deep imprint, immediately causing an explosion. Everything around crumbled. Everyone was terrified, running chaotically to dodge. At this moment, the third transition mage of the Cheyenne Alliance stepped forward, opening a book to cast magic. Then water droplets circled and gathered in one place as she shouted, Water Guardian. A few seconds later, the water droplets formed a circle with violent currents, finally becoming shield, protecting them from the raging mechanical force. Seeing this, the person with the black bun sighed in relief. Saved. The pink-haired girl clapped happily and said, It's the third transition mage of the Cheyenne Alliance. We can rest assured this time. And the boy in the t-shirt next to her also spoke up. Scare me to death. Just now I was thinking, if we die in the gymnasium, will the healers revive us? Right then, with a serious face, the third transition mage of the Cheyenne Alliance. She pondered while using her hand to control the magic, turning pages. Anticipating a fierce battle today, the Cheyenne Alliance raised the protective barrier level to level 7 before the opening match. A level 7 barrier is enough to block a full force strike from a peak second transition mage. But she paused, holding the magic book, still immersed in her thoughts. One skill from Zhou shattered it completely. This is something that hasn't happened in 100 years. It seems our China has gained another supreme genius. The glory of China. The glory of humanity. At this moment, a foot stopped. The four of them stood silently with panicked faces, seeing the violent lightning. A moment later, the Lingyan ape appeared. Its face was aggressive and full of killing intent. It gritted its teeth, breathing out smoke and fire, thinking, damn it, relying on the power of light and ice elements, swimming within my flesh and blood, constantly destroying my recovery power. Asterisk, damn human. Damn tower, asterisk. Then it angrily slammed both hands on the ground, cracking the earth, and shouted, how can the great evil sun be killed here? Immediately, Zhou landed a heaven-shaking punch on its face. His body was smaller compared to the Lingyan ape, but the punch was powerful enough to knock it backward. Then it roared. The very next second, he rushed towards it with his leg and voiced out, D. Zhou kicked with powerful force, making it lose balance and fall backward. At this moment, blinding golden light fell. Fragments of stone, soil flew into the air. Suddenly, a bird and a lion appeared, roaring ferociously. Then a voice spoke up, making Jiangfeng and Sun Qiao sweat in fear. Admit defeat or continue? Then Sun Qiao closed her eyes, retracting her magic. She replied, we. Her voice echoed throughout the stands. Admit defeat. At this moment, Dean Su sighed in relief, and Elder Zhu smiled with satisfaction. A moment later, the surveillance camera broadcasted the announcer's voice. The winner of this team match is Suwon University. Let us congratulate Suwon University for winning the championship. Let us cheer for contestant Zhou. Without his turnaround, we wouldn't have been able to see such a spectacular battle. Everywhere people cheered joyfully. Zoe, Godi. He continued. 10 universities and colleges. 45 matches have all concluded. I now announce the final rankings of this team competition. First place, 9 wins, 0 losses. Suwon University. Second place, 8 wins, 1 loss. Mado University. Third place, 7 wins, 2 losses. Qingjing University. All the audience screamed in excitement. Suwon University. Zoe, Godi. Suddenly, a brown-haired person commented. Hard to imagine. Zhou is only 18 years old. His combat power is already this strong. In the future, among the peak professionals of China, there will definitely be the name Zhou Yi. After that, he returned to his original form, tired and sweaty from the match. Suddenly, a white-haired person's voice spoke up. Brother Zhou Yi. It was Jiang Churen. She ran over to ask about him. You used the angel body. What do you feel now? Immediately, the orange-haired person hurriedly pulled the cameraman back to film this scene. Quick, aim the camera at the couple. My traffic relies on this pair. The live screen displayed. Number of viewers watching the live stream. 50,000 people. At this moment, he gently patted her head and whispered, I made you worry. Although I'm still a bit weak. But because of the level up. His action made the viewers comment excitedly. They really are a couple. Definitely can't be mistaken. One person commented pleadingly. Please, stop spreading PDA. I'm tortured to the point of a heart attack. God, he belongs to everyone. Another exclaimed. But the fairy is too beautiful. Suddenly, a hand covered the screen and coughed lightly. Ahem. Then a series of comments popped up continuously. Who is blocking the screen? I was just watching the good part. Streamer, can you do it or not? Streamer, deal with this person and I'll send you a big rocket. It was Wu Mang. His hand squeezed hard, breaking the camera, but his mouth still smiled brightly. He said, after the match ends, Private live streams are not allowed. Don't you understand this rule? Let me teach you. Immediately, their faces turned pale as ghosts. Then he turned to Zhou Yi and spoke. Return to the villa first. I will explain the final event, the survival match, to everyone. Survival match. A while later, at the villa, a voice rang out. The survival match is the final event of the team competition. All contestants from the 10 universities and colleges will enter a free dungeon to explore. Wu Meng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, speaking seriously to everyone. Unlike the simulated dungeon of the fourth round individual match, the survival match dungeon is a realistic open-type dungeon. Therefore, in the survival match, everyone will encounter many unexpected situations. Even someone with very strong abilities might have bad luck and be eliminated right at the start. He simulated a person gaining points after defeating many monsters, points plus 100. The rules of the match are also very simple. Killing magical beasts of different levels can earn points. Next, if a person holding a flag surrenders, points minus 500, and the opponent gets points plus 500. He continued. Eliminating a contestant from another school earns half of the opponent's points. Within 7 days, whoever has the most points wins. Next, he spoke about the map in the Secret Realm. The scope of the Secret Realm dungeon is extremely vast. Each day, contestants can only explore a certain area. As the match progresses, the explorable area will gradually shrink. Everyone must enter the new exploration area within the specified time. Otherwise, you will be automatically eliminated. There is one more point you need to remember well. The entry point into the Secret Realm dungeon is random. Once you encounter the void area at the border, leave immediately. At this moment, Wu Meng's eyes showed a hint of sadness as he spoke. The void area is full of countless spatial rifts. It can kill a third transition professional in the blink of an eye. Immediately after, everyone chorused. Understood. A while later, one night, a pair of feet was slowly approaching. The person walking was Dean Su. He arrived at a base. Then the door automatically opened. The atmosphere inside sank. A silence stretched so long one could hear others breathing. At this moment, a voice spoke up. Dean Su, you finally arrived. He walked to the table and asked, gathering all the team-leading instructors of Suwon University except me. What are you planning to do? Dean Chung replied calmly. Dean Su, if there are no accidents, first place in the survival match will also be Suwon University. Pausing for a moment, then he continued, are you willing to accept that? Scene changed to another location. Right now, a blue-haired girl was casting magic. Above, a camera was broadcasting live with the MC's voice. Everyone, the final event of the National Freshman Exchange Competition for universities and colleges. The survival match is about to begin. Therefore, this match will last for a long time. A total of 7 days and 7 nights. Thus, no audience is arranged at the venue. Switch to uninterrupted live stream on the app. Please let me introduce the Secret Realm dungeon of this survival match. Then a sturdy stone object covered in smoke gradually appeared, and the announcer's voice rang out. It is not a normal dungeon. According to reliable news, this is a battlefield relic of the Beast Tribe. Its name is... Immediately, the gate gradually appeared. The MC continued. Myriad Beast Ruins. Seeing the gate, all players were filled with excitement. Intrigued, a voice spoke up. There's no need to check which year or month this Beast Tribe battle happened, but we can be sure it is full of the unknown and danger. In the wild, high-level, ferocious magical beasts are hiding. Their sharp claws and fangs are always ready to welcome the challenge of anyone who dares to intrude. He continued, every inch of land, every rock has the potential to hide forgotten divine artifacts. It is also possible that heavenly treasures are buried there. Only those with enough intelligence and courage can unearth its secrets. Hearing this, someone happily spoke up. Divine artifacts? Heavenly treasures? If I get them, will I be successful? The black-haired guy heard him and frowned, thinking to himself, which school is so naive? This dungeon can be released for free exploration, so it must have been thoroughly searched by the military long ago. How could there be any treasures left? At this moment, the door gradually opened, and the announcer spoke. Contestants, take up your weapons. Firm your beliefs. Bravely welcome the challenge. We will awake your legends. The black-haired guy saw Zhou Yi and suddenly worried, thinking, Hope I don't meet him too early in the dungeon. Just seeing the shoulders of the person in the t-shirt was enough to exude majesty. At the same time, another figure appeared, revealing only a long cloak draping down to the ankles, creating a sense of elegance and power. It was Zhou Yi and Wei He standing back to back. At this moment, Zhou Yi was thinking, even if our bodies touch, there is no way to teleport together. It seems finding them will also consume some time. Immersed in his thoughts, he heard Wei He's footsteps leaving and immediately turned his head. Immediately, Wei He used his power to increase speed. 1,000-mile walk. In the blink of an eye, he was gone. He said faintly, "Stupid fool. Right now your points are 0. Why would I make a move on you?" Then he created a hammer. With a villainous look on his face, he exclaimed, "Of course, I have to fatten you up before killing." Meanwhile, at another location, in the forest, a green light emitted. It was Xiaolon. She closed her eyes, silently concentrating on observation. Suddenly, a red figure was moving in the trees. She maintained her posture and judged the intruder's position. North direction, 1,000 meters away. Cannot determine who it is. At this moment, Xiaolon opened one eye, drawing her bow and aiming at the target. Thinking, if it's Zhou Yi, then the arrow flew out. The person saw the arrow coming towards him and guessed. Spirit arrow? The very next second, Wei He quickly dodged. Then he spoke up. "Xiaolon, it's me." His eyes looked sharp and straight ahead. Immediately, the arrow stopped. At this moment, Xiaolon said, "Lucky you spoke up in time. By the way, why are you running in such a hurry?" Hearing her speak, he touched his face and hesitantly replied, "Did you meet someone from Swan University?" Then he thought to himself, "I can't say I was so nervous I directly used an escape skill." Then both of them moved together. She walked and said, "No, the plant empathy skill only allows me to search within 10 miles around. Moreover, in places covered by plants. You are the only one who entered my search vision." He understood and replied, "According to that promise, we will set off together. Seems like a good idea." She replied. Elsewhere, the black-haired guy was watching the match on a tablet. Dazed and confused, he spoke. "Strange. One Mado University. One Qingjing University. Why did they choose to travel together?" Hearing that, the guy wearing glasses lying on the bed reading a book slowly replied, "The level difference between contestants isn't large. Everyone is wary of each other. That's why they don't attack. Moreover, the Secret Realm dungeon is full of dangers. Choosing to cooperate right at the start is the smart move. The survival match gets more spectacular the later it goes. This is only the first day. By the 7th day, the devices the contestants carry will show the locations of others. Eliminating other contestants is what makes it exciting." Hearing those words, the boy nodded. "So that's how it is." Right then, in the middle of the battle, a horde of monsters of different species charged aggressively. Zhou Yi used his ability, lowering 2 fingers and uttering, "Lazy." In an instant, he took them all down. After that, he received a continuous stream of points. Accumulated points plus 100. A moment later, in another place, green monsters charged forward, speaking fiercely. "You wild brat, how dare you barge into my territory? Kill him! Kill him!" The next second, his right arm glowed with blue energy as he spoke. Ice room. In an instant, the monsters were frozen solid, unable to move. Then he snapped his fingers and walked away. The ice immediately shattered into pieces. Next, he exterminated giant spiders. Accumulated points plus 500. Then, another 50 points were added consecutively. At that moment, Zhou Yi swung his hammer hard behind him as spider, taking it down with ease. The system announced, accumulated points plus 1,200. A while later, he had defeated the horde of monsters. Then, Zhou Yi smiled with satisfaction and touched the blue ring, thinking to himself, "Took care of a tough one. Let me see how many accumulated points I have now." He looked at the information panel. A single mechanist can march alone. They can use scout robots to avoid high-level threats and search for low-level magical beasts. They can also divide their forces to cover multiple paths and wipe them out simultaneously. No wonder Dean Wu said the survival match is a stage for mechanists and summoners to shine. The system displayed. First place, Zhou Yi, 15,792 accumulated points. Second place, Wang Xian, 5,547 accumulated points. Third place, Li Mengze, 2,547 accumulated points. Then Zhou Yi pointed at the information, thinking, Xiao Rance, He lands, and Jiexin's rankings. And Lingxi's are all within my expectations. The information displayed. 9th place, Jiang Shanren, 2,049 accumulated points. 10th place, Wang Jiexin, 2,017 accumulated points. 11th place, Helan, 2,002 accumulated points. Suddenly, he froze, confused. Zhou Yi's eyes narrowed, unable to believe what he was seeing. Tan Wei and Zhang Zhe, although their level and combat abilities aren't on par with Jiexin's group, they're still about average among the students participating in the match. Why are their accumulated point rankings so low? The leaderboard displayed. 72nd place, Tan Wei, 540 accumulated points. 81st place, 470 accumulated points. At that moment, his hand suddenly froze. Zhou Yi's expression was filled with surprise and confusion. Tan Wei has been eliminated? The leaderboard updated. 72nd place, Tan Wei, 540 accumulated points. 81st place, Zhang Zhe, 470 accumulated points. Then he pondered. There are only 3 possibilities for elimination: the secret realm, magical beasts, or other contestants. The circle hasn't started shrinking yet, so it's impossible that he was eliminated by the secret realm for not reaching a special area. Then Zhou Yi recalled Tan Wei's resilient appearance while fighting a ferocious giant snake and contemplated. Although Tan Wei is a substitute member, it doesn't mean his strength is weak. Among all the contestants in the match, Tan Wei can definitely be considered upper middle tier. He's cautious. He wouldn't take risks easily. If he encountered an opponent stronger than a magical beast, he's fully capable of escaping. Suddenly, he had a bad feeling. Could it be that other contestants teamed up? Then Zhou Yi thought of people cooperating with malicious smiles. In a situation where you have to guard against not just magical beasts and individual contestants, weaker teams, for their own greatest benefit, will use cooperation. They'll take the opportunity to act and look for chances to eliminate members of other teams. The entry positions into the secret realm are random. At the beginning, members of each team will be isolated. It's basically impossible to form alliances. Therefore, this kind of situation would likely only happen in the later stages. At this moment, the announcer's voice rang out. Attention, all contestants. The secret realms area is about to shrink. Please proceed to the safe zone within 3 hours. Otherwise, you will be considered to have failed the challenge. Hearing this, he was surprised. A moment later, elsewhere in the secret realm, something was moving through a ravine at lightning speed. The person exclaimed, "What bad luck!" It was Zhou Yi. He was rushing somewhere at top speed. He thought as he ran, "The first shrink is unusually far. I'll have to run with all my might to reach the safe zone in time. I'll have to put Tan Wei's matter aside for now." Suddenly, a blue light flashed on a mountaintop. Then, he changed direction. Then Zhou Yi used a skill to run to the mountaintop. Ling Xiesoha. At that moment, Tang Lingxi was using magic to attack a girl with orange hair. Water arrow. Wukong appeared, weapon in hand, and launched a surprise attack on her. Tang Lingxi turned around in alarm. He unleashed a powerful blow and spoke. Annoying side character woman. She quickly created a shield to block the attack. The next second, she counterattacked. Stone type. Then a giant, spiky sphere appeared above his head. The sphere fell, crushing Wukong. He stared wide-eyed, his jaw dropped. Tang Lingxi frowned in annoyance and spoke. "Tisk, how annoying. Didn't your teacher ever teach you not to underestimate any opponent? Also, do you think I have a bad memory?" At that moment, Luo Sheng leaped up, seemingly launching a surprise attack on her. Tang Lingxi got into a fighting stance and said, "As if I'd forget there are 2 of you." Then she slammed her staff hard onto the ground. As she prepared to strike, rocks of all sizes suddenly flew towards her. Stone Spirit Spectrum. Then Luo Sheng was encased in a sphere of rock, and Wukong was crushed. Both were immobilized, unable to fight back. At this moment, Tang Lingxi, breathing heavily, spoke. "Are you going to surrender on your own? Or should I seriously injure you and get you eliminated?" Suddenly, the sound of clapping hands was heard. Tang Lingxi was surprised to see Li Jian hiding in a corner and thought in shock. There was another one hiding? He also saw her and exclaimed in admiration. I never expected Swan University to have such an outstanding elemental mage. It seems Miss Tang's talent has always been overshadowed by her teammates. What a pity. As soon as he finished speaking, the hounds beside him immediately pounced on her. But she shouted back, "You talk too much." She used the water arrow skill to deal with the hounds. In that instant, a hound suddenly appeared behind Tang Lingxi, and it bit straight into her arm. Seeing this, Li Jian shouted with delight, "Good chance. Bite her arm off." He thought to himself, without a staff, her casting speed and power will be greatly reduced. She's already at a disadvantage. There's no way she can be my opponent. Without a hint of fear, Tang Lingxi gave a cunning smile and said, "A good chance is only good if you can seize it." As soon as she finished speaking, a magic circle appeared beside her. This made Li Jian scream in terror. Without a staff, how can you? Following that, a huge explosion occurred. The force of the explosion sent Li Jian flying. Even his two hounds were blown to bits. After the explosion, the system immediately displayed a notification. Contestant Li Jian of Tsinghua University has been detected to be severely injured and unconscious. He is unable to continue the match. This announcement is made public. Contestant Li Jian has been eliminated. Contestant Tang Lingxi has gained plus 1,050 accumulated points. At the same time, Tang Lingxi lay gasping on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "This is bad. My magic power is depleted." One of the guys who ganged up on her saw this and immediately took the opportunity to finish her off. Wukong decisively threw a dagger at her. Suddenly, a foot appeared out of nowhere. This scene shocked him. What? And the person who blocked his dagger was none other than Zhou Yi. He raised his leg and angrily cursed, "You're courting death." A single kick from him caused a massive explosion. At this moment, Tang Lingxi struggled to open her mouth and call out, "Zhou." She used her last bit of strength to call out the last two words before fainting. "Second brother." Then the match moderation system announced. Contestant Wu Kong of Yuechi University has been detected to be severely injured and unconscious. He is unable to continue the match. Contestant Wu Kong has been eliminated. Contestant Zhou Yi has gained plus 1,240 accumulated points. Suddenly, while Zhou Yi was healing Tang Lingxi, he glanced over at someone. It turned out he was looking at Luo Sheng, who was planning a sneak attack. His murderous gaze startled him. And so, the system announced again. Contestant Luo Sheng of Zhaoyang University has been detected to have forfeited. Contestant Tang Lingxi has gained plus 1,860 accumulated points. After those three announcements, Zhou Yi thought, these three are clearly not from the same school, yet they teamed up to eliminate Lingxi. This can't be achieved through a coincidental alliance. A while later, he helped Tang Lingxi to another spot to rest. Suddenly, his AI bracelet sent a notification. 69th place, Zhang Zhe, 680 accumulated points. Eliminated. Even Tang Lingxi received the same notification. 69th place, Zhang Zhe, 680 accumulated points. Eliminated. This made her exclaim angrily. Zhang Zhe must have been surrounded and attacked too. These despicable, shameless people. Next, she turned to Zhou Yi with a question. Second brother, this whole thing is very strange. The entry points into the secret realm are clearly completely random. How did they manage to gather so quickly on the first day? And how could they accurately locate our people and launch a coordinated attack? He voiced his thoughts on the matter. I suspect they used some special method to track others' locations. Her words made her shout in anger. That's cheating. How dare they do that in a national tournament? However, he added, if this is a special skill possessed by one of their members, then it's hard to rule it as cheating. But if they use some underhanded means that can't be seen by others, his eyes filled with killing intent as he declared, I will make them pay with their reputation. Suddenly, Tang Lingxi said sadly, Sister Ran and the others are still scattered everywhere. It's very likely they've already been surrounded and attacked. I am scared. Hearing this, Zhou Yi gently comforted her. 9 schools have joined forces. They must be trying to weaken me in the first 6 days, which means targeting all of you. Then on the last day, they'll target me. It's an unavoidable fact that Xiao Ran and the others will be ambushed. Moreover, he confidently asserted, but in the face of absolute power, any and all schemes are useless. Everything they've done today, I will make them pay back double in 6 days. His arrogance made her blush with embarrassment as she thought, second brother. After she had calmed down, he quickly picked up his sword to leave, but not without giving instructions. Don't get agitated. Your wounds haven't fully healed yet. Drink some magic potion. Just rest here tonight. I'll go clear out the magical beasts around here. A few days later, the match's reconnaissance drone announced. November 20th, 2064. The final day of the survival match in the National University and College Freshman Exchange Tournament. Today, 74 contestants will engage in the final slaughter. The final rankings of the survival match will be decided. The location of every contestant will be displayed on their AI bracelets. Let's wait together. To witness the birth of the strong, the audience began to buzz about the final day of the match. The final day's slaughter in the survival match. This is something to look forward to. After 6 days of fighting, Suwon University only has Zhou Yi, Tanglingsi, and Jiangchuan left. Isn't that right? The 9 schools have a total of 71 people. The advantage in numbers is too obvious. I wonder if Zhou Yi can withstand the combined attack of 9 schools. At this moment, the reconnaissance drone announced, revealing locations. Inside the secret realm, in a vast desert, a group of people was waiting for someone. Someone spoke up. Zhou Yi and Tanglingsi are heading our way. Wei He looked at the map and quickly gave an order. Jiangchuan is to the northwest. Her strength isn't bad, but she's not on the same monstrous level as Zhou Yi. Moreover, there are more than 10 people closing in on her. Helan, take 5 people and rendezvous with the group over there. You must eliminate Jiangchuan. We have 47 people here to deal with Zhou Yi together. Helan replied without hesitation. Right after the orders were given, Wei He loudly encouraged the other contestants. Based on Zhou Yi's speed of advance, he'll probably be here in about an hour. This battle will determine our final ranking in this exchange tournament. Everyone must be at 100%. Be fully prepared. Elsewhere, a sharp, cold slash cut through the air. Jiang Churin easily sent other contestants flying. Whoever charged at her got a beating. Helan was also there and spoke up. Churin, it's been a long time since we had a serious fight. She reached out towards Jiang Churin and said, this time, I'll be the one bullying the weak. After the match is over, we'll have a fair duel. Her words made Jiang Churin scoff and reply, Shaolon, why wait until later? Her power began to surge, and she arrogantly declared, before, Brother Zhou, he was always the one doing all the work, which made you all think I was easy to bully. Today, I'll open your eyes. Helan saw her transformation and realized in shock. It's the full transformation effect of a succubus. She couldn't believe it herself. I never thought Xiao Ran had already mastered the succubus bloodline so well. This battle, even if there are 24 people, we must use all our strength. So she quickly fired arrows to support the other contestants attacking Jiang Churin and simultaneously shouted orders. In the desert, 2 monsters were fighting enthusiastically, but suddenly a massive power appeared from nowhere, causing both of them to flee. Wei He and Wang Xian waited patiently. Suddenly, an aftershock appeared. Sand and dust flew everywhere, making Wei He realize who was coming, and he called out, Zoe. Right when he finished saying those 2 words, it's over. From nowhere, a giant stepped forward. On the head of this giant were 2 people. It was Zhou Yi and Tang Lingxi. As soon as he saw him, Wei said smugly, Zoe, perhaps you feel very honored. He revealed that, in order to deal with you, we have gathered 47 top contestants from various universities and colleges here. His words made Zhou Yi sneer and ask sarcastically, 47 contestants. Then he bluntly disparaged them. Just a disorderly mob. His insult touched the pride of the contestants, making them angrily scold. Arrogant. Too arrogant. However, Zhou Yi showed no fear. Instead, he arrogantly asked them, what? Did I say something wrong? Is there anyone among you who isn't my defeated opponent? Next, he pointed at them and challenged. Relying on numerical advantage, you eliminated more than half of my Suwon University contestants. Now you join hands to deal with me. If you didn't have a numerical advantage, I'm afraid you wouldn't even have the courage to stand in front of me. Come on. You weaklings are useless even if you unite. His contemptuous words made them extremely furious. As for him, he calmly declared, I will let you know, no matter how many ants there are, they cannot bite a dragon to death. Without hesitation, the battle began with Wang Xian being the first to start. Judge. Next were his two other friends. Arrogant. Heed my summons. Blazing blood technique. Following that, others charged together. Zhou Yi jumped down from the giant's shoulder and loudly told Tang Lingxi, "Wait for me there." At the same time, the system panel displayed a series of notifications. Grace of Courage. A moment later, he landed on the ground with a thud. Without any hesitation, he rushed forward with a weapon in hand, and the system skill panel appeared. Blessing of Dawn. One move from him easily took down countless other contestants. With every swing, a group of contestants fell. His ability made a contestant exclaim, "His speed is really fast." However, another contestant thought, "No matter how strong he is, he's just a freshman. How can a freshman fight against 47 people?" At this moment, in front of Zhou Yi were summoned monsters. He rushed towards them without hesitation. A monster reached out for him. Its fist and his collided, and then his power shattered that monster. The contestants still hadn't stopped their attacks. Angel Body. Defensive Field. Open. Guardian of Light. Mana Defense. Layers of defense were opened. Zhou Yi's power shattered one defensive layer, but not all. Seeing this, the three pink-haired contestants said smugly, "There are still 6 layers of defense." "I blocked it." Their words made Zhou Yi feel amused, asking back, "Blocked it?" Then he pointed at them and said smugly, "This is just the beginning." As soon as he finished speaking, a giant hand descended from the sky. The appearance of this hand made Wang Xian turn pale with fear. The other contestants were no exception. They were frozen with fear, but then they quickly reacted and shouted to each other, "Quick dodge! Run! Dodge quickly! We'll die!" Unlike everyone else running away together, Wang Xian stood his ground, ready to fight. Seeing this, Wei He screamed, "Wang Xian, what do you want to do?" Ignoring the system, sending red notifications. Extremely dangerous. Wang Xian said with determination, even if the success rate is almost 0. "I want to try." He revealed, "This is a countermeasure I came up with during the dungeon match." Iron plates were pieced together along with his analysis. "In that match, I fought you. I watched it 100 times. The strength, the impact range under the hand of God." While trying to assemble the iron plates, he explained, "The hand of God looks extremely solid, but in reality, it's dispersed. If I can gather all the machines to form a dispersed, force-bearing defensive screen, maybe I can withstand a fatal blow." Just as Wang Xian finished assembling the iron shield, Zhou Yi's hand of God was about to strike. Without a hint of fear, Wang Xian shouted, "Bring it on." The hand of God collided with the protective screen, and in the hand easily crushed the shield. It crushed it until the very ground shattered. Dust filled the sky. Zhou Yi, with the posture of a god from above, questioned them loudly. "Your lives are in my hands. Surrender or be killed." Wei He still refused to give up. He shouted his name and unleashed an attack. "Zhou Yi." He charged towards him, shouting, "Blood Excel." After unleashing that attack, Wei He panted, exhausted, and thought to himself, as long as Zhou Yi can block this move, he won't have to worry about what's behind him. Right after that, the other contestants charged forward one by one. Windblade, Azure Silver Sword, Shell Kick. Watching them gang up on Zhou Yi, Wei He thought confidently, "Our people are ready. Even if we can't eliminate Zhou Yi in one go, we can still seriously injure him." Watching the crowd attack him together, Zhou Yi sighed and said, "I finally." With one hand, he blocked the attacks while shouting, "Been too merciful with you all." Without hesitation, he attacked each person in the group of contestants. Punishment of Light. After being defeated, Wang Xian thought with regret, "He's even stronger than before. I thought it would be a great battle, but it turned out to be a one-sided slaughter. If I had known this earlier, there would have been no need to ally with the 9 universities and colleges." He looked at the system panel asking if he wanted to surrender and thought sadly, "This time, we'll become a laughingstock for the entire nation." Wu Meng laughed heartily with satisfaction. He looked up at the screen broadcasting the battle and remarked, "The 9 schools allied. Dean Chung. To deal with Suwon University, you must have put in a lot of effort." Hearing this, Dean Chung feigned ignorance and replied, "Dean Wu, what you're saying? I don't understand it." Wu Meng was annoyed by this attitude and said, There are no outsiders here. Stop pretending. Then he listed a series of names who participated in the group attack and concluded, Wei He from Otto, He Lan from Shengjing, Li Jian from Qingcang, Wu Kong from Yuechi, Luo Sheng from Zhaoyang. If you're not an idiot, you can see what you all are up to. Moreover, he asked a question that was more of an assertion than a query. Ordinary universities don't have the guts for this. Mado University is firmly in second place. They have no need to get involved in this mess. Unless it's Qingjing University, the organizer of this event. Who else could have the ability to make 9 universities and colleges ally with each other? At this moment, Dean Chung thought anxiously. Qingjing University had the home field advantage in this competition and was still beaten so badly. To save face, we could only resort to this last-ditch effort. Back when they met to find a way to deal with Zhou Yi, he had questioned loudly, Principal Su, if Swan University takes first place in all 3 major categories of the exchange tournament, where will that leave the other universities and colleges? That Dean Su wasn't afraid to retort, Dean Chung. Don't use that as an excuse. My Mado University has been third for years. This year, we're satisfied with getting second place. We have no time to compete for first. Hearing this, Dean Chung immediately offered good terms to entice cooperation. As long as you agree to join, my Qingjing University is willing to contribute a portion of S-grade resources to each school. This is, of course, a sign of our sincerity for this cooperation. Taking this opportunity, that Dean Su immediately demanded 2 portions. Anything less is off the table. At this point, Dean Chung had no choice but to agree. Done. Next, he explained the plan to the deans present at the meeting. Tell your people not to eliminate contestants from other schools. Cooperate as much as possible. It's best if you can cooperate as much as possible. It's best if you can eliminate all of Swan University's contestants except Zhou Yi within the first 6 days. If you encounter Zhou Yi, run immediately. Wait for everyone to gather before dealing with him together. Back in the present, Wu Meng asked the guilty-looking deans who had participated in the plan. You all are usually considered reputable figures. Why are you all so silent now? Then he turned and called out, Vice Dean Fu. Seeing him being called upon, he quickly replied. He said in a stern voice, Vice Dean Fu is a man of good morals. Highly respected. He always acts as a man of integrity. Aren't you afraid of ruining your reputation by participating in this dishonorable affair? He answered slyly without hesitation. Dean Wu, why would you say that? Cooperation in this match is a perfectly reasonable strategy. We haven't broken any rules. His attitude made him snort coldly in annoyance. Suddenly, Wu Meng's voice became sharp as he questioned. Do you think you can stop Zhou Yi from winning the championship with a few petty tricks? How ridiculous! He asserted confidently. Zhou Yi's strength is plain for all to see. He's not someone you can deal with using such tricks. A true expert is never afraid of a challenge. No matter who targets us, Swan University can still take first place. On the other side, a contestant pressed the teleportation button, but the system sent a red warning. Unable to teleport. Please wait patiently. This made Wang Xin shout in alarm. What? At the same time outside, the contestants defeated by Zhou Yi were all groaning. It hurts. I surrender. I surrender. Let me go back. I need a healer. Why can't we teleport? It seemed Wang Xian had sensed something was wrong. This is bad. At that moment, a strange space appeared in the void. A pair of giant eyes appeared from behind Zhou Yi. At the same time, the deans all saw this through the screen. Wu Meng wondered in a daze. Why did it appear in the secret realm? Dean Chung hurriedly ordered, quickly, forcibly teleport all the students back. Something strange suddenly happened at the teleportation gate. The person in charge of the gate said anxiously, Space-time is unstable. I can't open the teleportation magic. This made all the deans panic and speak out in fear. The students in the secret realm are the most elite warriors of our Xia country's future. If we lose them here, it will be a huge blow to the nation. This is a national live stream. If other countries see this, our nation's honor will surely plummet. No matter what it takes, we must rescue all the students. Even Wu Meng was equally worried and wondered, will Zhou Yi be able to return safely? Suddenly, the screen was filled with static. Signal lost. Please reconnect. This startled the deans into a commotion. What's happening? They shouted at each other in panic. At such a critical moment, What are you doing? Did you see that strange magical beast appear behind Zhou? Just now? No, I didn't. Hearing your warning. He immediately reacted and turned his head to look. The void beast instantly passed through his body, so he quickly summoned his weapon. Then he struck it with a powerful blow. However, it suddenly disappeared, leaving him bewildered. He said to himself, "It's gone." At this moment on the ground, Wang Xian's robot had landed. He stood safely on the ground. Immediately, Zhou asked, "What do you know?" The moment he landed in front of him, he said the name of the beast. It's a void beast. Furthermore, he revealed, it has always been sealed within the secret realm. It hasn't appeared for decades. It's a creature that only exists in the old stories of the previous generation of professionals. Born in the endless void, it transcends common sense. It freely travels through the cracks of space-time. It shifts its form between reality and illusion, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. It's extremely hard to catch. Its most terrifying ability is that it can tear space apart, creating space-time turbulence. Once you're caught in it, there is absolutely no way out. Just as he was asking him, how did it break the secret realm seal? Suddenly, a sky-shattering scream was heard. The appearance of the void beast made the contestants scream in terror. What the hell is that thing? Run. So Zhou prepared to punch it. His punch, filled with immense power, flew towards it. The void beast sensed the pressure of this attack and opened its eyes. It suddenly appeared in front of Zhou, and it gave him 2 slashes right on the leg. The gash made him grit his teeth in pain. Just then, another spatial gate opened. The gate sucked Zhou inside. He wasn't panicked at all and prepared to counterattack. His attack went straight into the spatial gate. Just as he was struggling against the gate, the void beast suddenly prepared to attack him from within it. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a skill and shouted, "Holy Fist!" The attack, carrying terrifying power, tore through the air. It shot forward horizontally like a roaring, angry lightning bolt. That brilliant, dark pink arrow was completely controlled by the void beast in half a second. Charon quickly hugged Zhou to escape the aftershock of the fierce attack. Under the immense pressure, both of them slammed into the cold ground and were sent flying a considerable distance. Helan, holding her bow tightly, shouted, "Wei He, gather everyone and attack the beast together." Amidst the thick, white smoke, Charon propped herself up on Zhou. The young man's face below clearly showed exhaustion from the ordeal he had just been through. With great difficulty, he managed to ask about her condition. "Charon, why did you come here?" She simply replied with relief, "I'm glad I made it in time." Then she calmly explained the whole situation. "I found out that the others couldn't leave the secret realm. I figured there must have been an accident, so I came here." But just then, Zhou suddenly noticed something unusual. Danger. The void beast target seemed to have shifted to a new one. Fortunately, a golden ray of power managed to block it in time. The result was a world-shaking explosion. It tore apart all the earth and rock. Helan, who was standing nearby, was directly caught in it. Charon immediately cried out her teammate's name in alarm. "Helan." Zhou took the opportunity to assign her a task. "Charon, I've been poisoned. I need time to remove the toxin. Try to protect the other students." The void beast, gaining momentum, became even more rampant. Facing it now was only Jia. The moment it brought its sharp claws down, Charon managed to arrive just in time to create a defensive barrier. "Get back." The young man could only stammer helplessly, I. It didn't stop there. The monster's other giant hand suddenly swept across. It clearly had no intention of letting its prey go. In this critical situation, a familiar voice suddenly appeared, preparing to activate a power. "Move. Skill. Enchanting sound." And Jia's body was immediately pushed back. He escaped the fatal blow at the decisive moment. The void beast roared in anger. "Trash. You don't know your own limits." Chong San could only dodge again and again against an enemy that overwhelmed him in both size and physique. Where did this thing come from? He struggled to defend, knowing the situation was becoming increasingly unfavorable. A terrifying pressure rolled through the space. Along with it came a savage and contemptuous laugh. "Haha, you're no match for me at all." A bunch of ants delusional enough to challenge the god of space-time. Zhou was currently activating 2 skills on himself: slow heal and death resistance. This void beast skills are too bizarre. If you get close to it, it will immediately open a space-time rift. making it impossible for others to approach. If you use a long-range attack, once it's detected, it will flee. The entire battlefield had now turned into a chaotic scene. A large group of players had gathered, but could do nothing against the ferocious beast. Among the group in trouble, Olivia was suddenly wrapped by a pink rope that shot toward her. The one who had just saved her was none other than Sharon. After entrusting her to Ling Si, she immediately rushed in the opposite direction. Ling Si, take care of the injured students. She, of course, quickly agreed. Olivia suddenly panicked and screamed, it's over. Ling Si tried to treat her frozen arm. Calm down a bit. Let me seal your wound. Her face suddenly darkened with fear. It's over. We can't be saved. We're all going to die here. It shouldn't be like this. She gently reassured her. She seemed to have great faith in Zhou Yi. Cheer up a bit. Brother Yi is very strong. He will save everyone. But her words didn't seem to register with the other person at all. This isn't like what the teacher said. Ling Si indignantly grabbed Olivia's uninjured arm. What do you know? Meanwhile, she was now so panicked that her words became incoherent. It's not the same, not the same. How can it not be the same? It shouldn't be like this. What she said next was what truly left her stunned on the spot. It was as if the whole world was suddenly shrouded in a dark, gloomy color. The battle between the Void Beast and the contestants continued fiercely on the distant battlefield. Countless lights from diverse attacks flashed across the battlefield. The more Ling she listened, the more her expression revealed extreme tension. Her eyes widened, unable to hide her horror. A sharp slash rushed from a distance. Without hesitation, it sliced an innocent victim's body in half. She didn't dare delay for another second and immediately turned to leave, hoping to salvage the perilous situation. The battle reached its climax when Sharon was now caught in a mouth, completely clamped tight by the sharp teeth of the Void Beast. The moment all three, Zhou, Xiaolan, and Ling Shi, realized the truth, it was too late. Before he could regain his composure, it continuously unleashed violent shockwaves to stop the enemy from advancing. Zhou Yi desperately rushed towards the black hole, sucking everything in the distance. Sharon, Ling Shi behind him hurriedly called out his name. Brother. She tried to explain the situation. The dean of Qingchong Academy placed a void-guiding insect egg on us. Under the condition of the mother insect, using a special method, they can locate people within thousands of miles. Then she deduced from the clues mentioned. That's why the contestants from the 9 universities and colleges could quickly gather together. His sudden turn of the head made Wang Xian startle. He immediately clarified. I didn't know about this. I thought it was a coincidence. Ling Shi continued disseminating knowledge. Besides positioning, the void-guiding butterfly is a companion beast of the Void Beast. That's why we encountered it in the dungeon. It misunderstood, thinking we were thieves, so it kept attacking. Charon is likely in grave danger. Zhou Yi stared intently at his glowing hand while secretly plotting. Ling Shi, do me a favor. Find the insect eggs on everyone and the mother insect. Hearing that, she gradually imagined what he was about to propose. You want to? His whole body was currently covered by overflowing vitality, as if every cell had awakened simultaneously. I didn't protect Charon well. As long as I can find her, even if I have to level the secret realm, or traverse the void, I won't regret it. Those golden eyes clearly didn't know how to lie. Instead, they were filled with burning determination. Let me be the bait. Just then, another person's voice unexpectedly interrupted their conversation. Zoe, I have a way to subdue the Void Beast. Sun Xiao presented with difficulty while trying to stand up. Zoe, the Sun family has an extremely special sealing secret technique. Even when facing an existence far exceeding one's own level, it has the ability to seal it. However, great power always comes with unpredictable risks. Only once the sealing technique is activated, it will drain all the mana of the caster. If one cannot withstand the shock brought by the mana withdrawal, or survive the moment of life and death, then there is only a dead end. Sun Xiao's eyes revealed clear sadness, as she expressed her own helplessness. But I can't do it. Ling, she shouted angrily again. Then why did you bring it up? But things had reached this dead end. Zhou Yi could only desperately grasp the last thread of hope. Tell me how to do it. Through the methods Sun Xiao provided, Zhou Yi immediately took action. The spirit butterfly, carrying miraculous light, gently probed the pile of insect eggs. Almost instantly, several eggs exploded. Waiting for the smoke to clear, the space before them suddenly tore open. Because his wish was achieved, he clenched his fist even more powerfully. He was in a different form, ready to face the challenge. Zhou Yi is not a summoner. If he wants to use it, he can only borrow a tool. And the summoner herself is the most special and best tool. Then he calmly made a decision. I will gather all my mana into this eyeball to make it a summoning tool. Zhou Yi shouldered his hammer and teleported continuously, sweeping aggressively while muttering. You hold on to it. It can activate the ceiling's secret technique. Seeing the brat still standing firm, the void beast began to falter. What? You can still fight me for this long? However, it was always blindly confident. It even sighed for him. What a pity. Trying to meet me is useless. Suddenly, a blinding light exploded and slammed into its body. The shockwave that followed made his golden hair flutter, and the void beast, hit by the terrifying attack, was extremely horrified. How can you? Zhou Yi continued to swing his hammer, threatening loudly. You can't leave. It immediately burst into laughter. Fool, haven't you realized yet? You basically can't catch me. As soon as it finished speaking, the tear quickly closed. Although smug, it still nervously observed every movement. Yet he completely caught up, making it gasp in horror. Not good. Just as the void beast worried, Zhou Yi decisively gained momentum. A heaven-shaking blow smashed it to pieces. So much so that its environment was mashed into paste. This guy, the anger accumulated for so long, finally erupted. It was just a coincidence that you met me once. Do you think you could be so smug? Its blade-like tail flexibly charged forward to tear him apart. Arrogant and conceited human. Let me open your eyes to the true power of the god of space-time. At that critical moment, he suddenly remembered. Zhou Yi, listen carefully. What Sun Xiao had carefully instructed was, a summoner's magic power can help you traverse two powerful summon beasts. So, by taking it, you can not only open the seal, but also trap it in the rift. But my magic power is limited and cannot keep you completely safe. Zhou Yi seized the opportunity, using everything from holy light, giant peak, to punishment of light to protect himself. The more perilous the situation, the faster his brain worked. After entering the space-time turbulence, you must fight for every second. Launch an attack on the void beast to expose its weakness. Make it fall into a weakened state. Despite his own gradual exhaustion, he still unleashed his ultimate move. Holy Fist Combo. After enduring torment and accumulating injuries, Zhou Yi persevered, watching for the right moment. He activated the secret art. The void beast, which had the upper hand, naturally became careless. You little brat, don't get cocky. Today's humiliation, I will definitely. Before the opponent could finish, he trembled and thought to himself, I'm about to lose it. At the same time, he raised his hand because, finally, the punishment of light shone brightly under his guidance. He forcibly condensed a formation to trap the opponent's soul and body, making its actions sluggish, unable to attack him anymore. However, to kill 1,000 enemies, one must sacrifice 800. Zhou Yi was almost completely exhausted. I've wasted too much magic power on two angelic bodies. A magical halo slowly formed along with his whisper, plus the continuous use of skills. My power. Only when it realized its movements were restricted did it become stunned. His fingertips, shrouded in holy light, twitched slightly. Sacred runes quickly formed a cage, trapping the void beast on his command. What else could it do but surrender? Zhou Yi, depleted of energy, let himself fall, faintly recalling memories. The expectation of winning the championship for the school for the 5th consecutive time. The gentle and shy Charon. All the vivid memories suddenly stirred his sleeping heart. He saw her suddenly land and gaze at him intently, or even when she, in her succubus form, lightly touched his lips. It seemed Zhou Yi could feel what she was trying to convey to him. Amidst the intoxicating haze and heavy breathing, his vision was suddenly drawn. Charon held a bewitching heart, invitingly. Remember to find me. At that very moment, he woke up. His eyes glowed with a strange, crimson light. A domineering Zhou Yi swiftly launched a move. He exhausted all his strength just for the chance to lock down the void beast. Be a good boy and stay here for me. It hurriedly and confusedly asked itself, what? Golden ribbons of characters moved one after another. They transformed into countless threads, binding the void beast. Finally, it could no longer be smug. The absolute control forced it to beg in a daze. I surrender. I surrender. I surrender. The system displayed at the same time. You have subdued the magical beast. Do you want to accept it as a summoned beast? Faced with the tempting offer, Zhou-Yi only cared about interrogating it. Give me Xiaoran. It whispered in confusion. Who is that? Only to scream when he attacked. On my eyes. I know. You mean that girl, right? Haha, she's fine. She's still doing great. In the icy area he hadn't noticed. The flower bud suddenly stirred. Its petals, shaped like the universe, gently opened. It turned out Charon was sleeping soundly amidst the flow of the space-time flower. Lingxi, who was anxiously waiting outside, suddenly noticed and tilted her head, and she had waited for a safe Zhou-Yi to return. The surrounding students also asked, how is Xiaoran? Zhou-Yi, did you subdue the void beast? And the faction that wanted to overthrow him began to waver. Hey, the teleportation is back up. Should we still attack? On the other side, after receiving Charon from him, she stammered in confusion, second brother. He said nothing and lunged forward. The giant hammer was immediately pointed towards the heavens. Wang Xian was stunned and shouted, Zhou, what do you mean by this? His friend beside him quickly chimed in. What are you trying to do? In the end, what they got was, the match is still on. It scared the whole group into dodging. Zhou-Yi is gone. Zhou-Yi continued to stand tall, weapon in hand, resolutely facing everyone. Surrender or challenge me. He knew what to do, and with no other choice, he chose his answer. I am truly impressed. At a time like this, we aren't enemies to begin with. News of Sun Xiao from Motto forfeiting flashed simultaneously. Xiaolon rushed over to explain. That's right. We just wanted to care about you a bit. Even the contestant from Ecchi Choyang University helplessly admitted. God Yi's desire for victory is too heavy, and calmly reached out his hand. The string of points Zhou-Yi possessed increased at a dizzying speed. More than 10,000, nearly 50,000, were all sucked up by him, causing the group to curse loudly. Everyone's gone. Only we are left. What's the point of fighting? Waiting for everyone to leave, Zhou-Yi went limp and collapsed, scaring her out of her wits. Brother, Lingxi supported Charon while worriedly asking. Your injuries. His weak voice faintly rang out. I've depleted my mana. If they took advantage of the situation, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to endure it. It seemed his eyes began to lose focus, but his determination still burned. The top 3 on the points leaderboard are us. The survival match must definitely be first place. And indeed, first place belonged to Zhou-Yi with nearly 36,000 points. Following him were Jiang Charon and Tang Lingxi. Seeing the system acknowledge the result, Zhou-Yi suddenly laughed softly. A captain like me didn't lose face for Suwang University. At that time, the live battle report also updated. Suwang University reached 500,000 points, winning first place. Qingjing University took second place. Third place was Motto University with a gap in scores. The National Freshman Exchange survival match for universities and colleges has now been held for 183 sessions. From it, countless geniuses have emerged. The host poured his heart out, sincerely advising. Among these geniuses, many have become pillars of the motherland. And you all now will also represent the hope of our country and all of humanity. But the students were only busy chatting. Tomorrow I can go choose an epic set. Too awesome. Fighting for 20 days, finally I can relax. Tonight I want to eat a really full meal. As for Zhou-Yi, after resting, he immediately attended to business. He observed each line of the system notification. Congratulations, you received Heaven and Earth Essence. 50 free points and 50 skill points. His heart was filled with joy. God-tier talent. God-tier skill. God-tier heavenly treasure. What was thought to be a difficult task has now borne sweet fruit. The exchange match lasted 20 days. Every event required first place to be considered completing the mission. Much harder than the college entrance exam and the mission to kill the demon son. I didn't expect the mission rewards to be so generous. The happy smile on Zhou-Yi's lips couldn't be hidden anymore. An S-rank sword Dao talent. An S-rank skill. plus a heavenly treasure. It will definitely bring immeasurable upgrade space for me. Naturally, he chose accept. Immediately, a stream of light covered every corner of his cells. The miraculous feeling was so clear it made him immersed. Is this the power of the divine sword heart? A type of high-tier, pure energy gradually gathered on top of Zhou Yi's head. Waiting until he completely grasped it, they dispersed. He felt dazed, as if just waking up from a long sleep. And before his eyes was a vague, chaotic void. Faint golden light. Early in the morning, Zhou Yi swung his sword to test his strength after leveling up. Although he only moved gently, the surrounding rocks and ground were heavily destroyed. Zhou Yi stood stunned amidst the sea of dust and pondered. Casually waving it can create such terrifying destructive power. This strength is truly unbelievable. Moreover, it seems the divine sword heart also granted me another ability. He then observed the gift meticulously. Compared to the light of the blessed weapon, it's even sharper. This is a special sword energy attack that appears only when one masters swordsmanship to a certain degree. It even exceeded his expectations, so he quickly raised his hand again. Only in the day-to-day practice of professional contestants can a swordsman have the ability to activate sword energy. Yet I possess it now. The blinding aura instantly sliced the air in two. Before, I was just barely managing. Now it's like I become a Sword Dao Grandmaster. If I learn more skills, everything will definitely go smoothly. For example, the system's Sword Flash skill. One normal attack combined with Sword Flash can reach 18 damage. Not to mention this is still just level 1 enhancement. That slash carried immense pressure, shattering the stone wall along with his speculation. Later, as the level of the Sword Flash skill increases, the damage will double, becoming even higher. However, Zhou Yi wasn't deluded. Extremely clear-headed, he sighed. But this ultimately can only be empty theory. If there's a Sword Dao expert to spar with, I can better calculate the upgrade power the divine sword heart brings me. Unexpectedly, just thinking about it, he reached out to Charon. Brother Zhou Yi, you urgently called me here because you want to use swordsmanship to spar with me? His request for her support was completely grounded. As a direct descendant of the Jiang family, Jiang Charon practiced swordsmanship under the Grandmaster's guidance since she was 3. She always engraved responsibility in her heart and persisted unceasingly. Because of 10 years like one day, later they called her the Genius Sword Maiden. Charon shyly thought to herself. Speaking of overall strength, naturally Brother Zhou Yi is the strongest. But speaking of sword techniques, I absolutely have confidence. At the moment the confrontation sparked, the aura around Zhou Yi immediately changed. Xiao ran. You have to give it your all. She wasn't afraid at all. She even seriously took a stance to start. Brother Zhou Yi, be careful. As soon as she finished speaking, Charon swung her weapon, creating an overwhelmingly powerful attack. It was so terrifying that it broke the item he was using in two. However, this was the moment Zhou Yi had been waiting for. While she was still suspended in midair, he had already made his move. A hint of panic flashed in Charon's eyes. I'm not mistaken, it's sword chi. After landing and stabilizing, she exclaimed in admiration. So Brother Zhou Yi's swordsmanship talent, is this exaggerated? Unexpectedly, before she could even stand firm for a few seconds, the next wave of attacks suddenly closed in. Charon, without flinching, used her experience to raise her weapon and defend. The demon shadow sword, filled with immense energy, immediately counterattacked. They went back and forth, constantly clashing for 100 rounds. The two fought so intensely that they didn't even notice Wu Mang's appearance. Am I still dreaming? Since when did Zhou Yi become so proficient with a longsword? He carefully observed everything and analyzed. Every one of Zhou Yi's sword moves gives off a feeling of surging divine power. Jiang Charon's sword moves are fast and unpredictable. His years of experience helped him see even more. Jiang Charon seems to be able to fight back and forth with Zhou Yi quite skillfully. If it weren't for his greater number of skills and higher level, it must be that Zhou Yi is intentionally suppressing his power, as well as his agility, which is almost the same as Jiang Charon's. The moment the weapon flew from her hand, Wu Mang immediately concluded. It's just that when the blades clashed, the shockwave produced could still numb both her arms. The treasured item Charon always carried was thus caught by him. She panted, unable to catch her breath. Brother Joey, no more fighting. I admit defeat. Joey gently asked right away, are you okay? Seeing his concern, she assured him, I'm fine. I'm just a little exhausted. As soon as they stopped, he approached and praised them. Truly amazing. So, Joey, you're a sword master. Why didn't I see you use swordsmanship during the competition? He quickly replied, hello, Dean Wu. Then he laughed foolishly and scratched his head, explaining, haha, just keeping a little something up my sleeve. But inwardly, his heart was pounding. The conditions for obtaining a new talent are extremely strict. It can't be from resetting a high-level dungeon record, nor from a class change ceremony. Just getting a new talent out of thin air is indeed a bit conspicuous. Still can't fool him. Joey remembered and asked, Dean Wu, were you looking for me for something? He then explained the reason. I came to pick you all up for the victory celebration organized by the Alliance. Also, there's something I want to tell you. The scene of the incident suddenly flashed through Wu Meng's mind. Feng He is dead. When the Xiaoyan Professional Alliance investigator found Feng He was already dead in his dormitory. He recounted the details of the crime one by one. According to the testimony of Feng He's student, he used the excuse that the insect eggs could help locate people in the secret realm more conveniently. He also promised S-grade resources as a benefit. It's clear that the dean had been plotting this for a long time. He tricked people into sneaking into the locker room and placed the insect eggs in the contestants' clothes. Unfortunately, the trail didn't go on forever. He then revealed the current dead end. The student doesn't know anything else. Joey was startled and suspicious. The trail has gone cold? However, Wu Meng was determined to give him an answer. Don't worry. The Alliance is thoroughly investigating everyone Feng he has been in contact with for the past 10 years. There will be results in a week. The victory celebration is about to start. Let's go first. At the same time, he frankly pointed out the deeper meaning of this event. At the victory celebration, the top powers of the Central Xia Nation will appear. Their main purpose is to invite you all to join their teams. Their guilds. Wu Meng led the group. Using his knowledge, he introduced the lavish party. In order to attract you, they will offer what can be called very luxurious conditions. Money, beautiful women, power, resources. As expected, as soon as they arrived, someone came to greet them. Once you accept these conditions, you will be bound to this power. As your team leader, I don't object to you joining any power, but you must make your choice carefully. At this moment, applause rang out. To attract everyone's attention. Everyone. Feng Yu raised his voice to give the opening speech. You are the students of the 10 most elite universities and colleges in this year's National University and College Freshman Exchange Tournament. It wasn't easy to get to this point. Therefore, each and every one of you will receive a reward from our Xiaoyan Professional Alliance. After that, everyone was given their own item. The bank card in your hands. Inside it contains 20 million Central Xia currency provided by our Xiaoyan Professional Alliance. This item immediately aroused considerable curiosity. At the same time, the authority of each of you in our Xiaoyan Professional Alliance will be upgraded to the level of an elite external member. That is the highest authority outside of the core members of my Xiaoyan Professional Alliance. The benefits Feng Yu offered sounded very attractive. In any rescue base in the Central Xia Nation, you can enjoy a 20% discount on all equipment and medicine purchases. Of course, if any of you wish to become a core member of our Xiaoyan Alliance, you can also contact me directly. After hearing this grand speech, Joey couldn't help but think to himself, 20 million per person. That's 2 billion for 100 contestants. The Xiaoyan Professional Alliance is truly wealthy. The people around also started discussing among themselves. 2 million Central Xia currency. We've never gotten this much before. With this money, I can buy a B+ grade resource. This is really a bit much. Reason quickly helped him realize, but this is also the most direct way to show their strength. At the same time, an announcement rang out. The solo match, the team match, and the survival match. The rewards for the top 3 will be distributed tomorrow. Finally, Feng Yu raised his wine glass. To all our honored guests, the victory celebration officially begins. Please eat and drink well. The crowd below also responded with enthusiastic shouts. At this moment, Wu Meng proactively gathered the team members. Congratulations to Suwon University for winning first place in this exchange tournament. The contestants immediately joined in a lively atmosphere. Cheers! Tanwei happily came forward to join the celebration. Second brother. The reason we were able to win first place in the exchange tournament this time is all thanks to you. I toast you with this glass. Wu Meng also quickly nodded in agreement. A well-deserved toast. If it weren't for Zhou, our school's final ranking among the top 3 universities would likely have been last. The beautiful girls followed suit, running over like passionate fans. Zhou, I'll toast you too. Brother Zhou. Me too. Me too. Almost everyone around wanted to take this opportunity to greet him. And us too. The awkward situation made him a bit embarrassed. Are you all trying to get me drunk? Suddenly, Chang-san's familiar, powerful voice rang out. Zhou. He respectfully clasped his hands. I'm taking this opportunity to thank you. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have held on until the healers arrived. You saved my life. If you need me in the future, I will not hesitate, even in death. Then he immediately drank the entire glass of wine, symbolizing a gentleman's oath. I will not hesitate, even in death. Chern had been standing by, witnessing everything. She felt very curious. It seems Brother Zhou, he has gained another group of special fans. Right after that, Wang Xian also rushed over. He pushed Chang-san aside to get to the front. Me too. Me too. Xiao Bai quietly observed from behind. She had quite a few questions in her mind. Is it my imagination? Or has the divine aura around Zhou become much stronger? Zhou Heng affirmed with a firm statement. It's not your imagination. The aura on him has surpassed that of most second transition divine professionals. This information left her stunned. What? It's only been a few days. He also found it hard to believe, but the truth was right before his eyes. Such a clear change. It proves that his strength has leveled up again. Truly a terrifying rate of advancement. The party gradually came to an end after that. Very quickly, it was the next day. A modern aircraft appeared on the school grounds. The modern machine landed gently before the eyes of all the students. The cabin door slowly opened. When everything was ready, Feng Yu spoke from the cockpit. Everyone's on board. You need to go to the headquarters of the Xiaoyan Professional Alliance to receive your rewards. The headquarters is located in the Dingshan area of Qingjing City. Only specialized fighter jets can enter. Tin Wei sat inside. Seeing such advanced equipment for the first time, he was extremely excited. These are all the latest X-1000 Ghost fighter jets. Churin, in front, was also very knowledgeable. The X-1000 Ghost fighter jet is from the largest fighter jet manufacturer in the Central Xia Nation. Its top acceleration speed is 3 times the speed of sound. It only takes 10 seconds. Her words made the curious Tan Wei even more excited. Yes, that's the one. The price is nearly $1 billion. At the same time, Feng Yu had finished his preparations. He told them to pay attention. Hold on tight. As soon as the plane took off, Tan Wei's whole body slammed into the cabin because he hadn't worn his seatbelt. With a speed faster than an ex-girlfriend changed her mind. He was continuously thrown around in all directions. It flew so fast that he could only see a faint streak of light left behind. Finally, when the plane came to a stop, stars were spinning around his head. I'm here. Char inside experienced a similar situation. But what was special was that she ended up lying on top of Zhou. As soon as she came to her senses, she quickly ran back to her seat. Her face flushed red with embarrassment, and he tried to say a few awkward words. Zulfust, a fighter jet. The Dingshan area is 20 kilometers from Qingjing University. Accelerating forward, we'll be there in 20 seconds. And so, they successfully arrived at the inspection gate. Everything around them was operating smoothly. Feng Yu now took on the role of a tour guide. The Dingshan area has a total of 40 ground passages and 15 air passages. External fighter jets entering the Dingshan area must undergo a comprehensive scan. Therefore, we have the queue. A drone then approached according to its programming to conduct a thorough inspection. Registration number 0638. The Xiaoyan Professional Alliance's aircraft has special passage rights. Then they were allowed to pass through the teleportation gate. Let them in. Entering inside was the magnificent headquarters. Charan excitedly admired the view from the cockpit window. Besides that, it seems to be the flag of Qingjing University. Feng Yu also enthusiastically explained. That is the floating island of Qingjing University. Apart from a school, many legions and guilds are also built on the Dingshan area. Zhou, he stood behind, quietly assessing. The mechanical floating island of the Xia Yin Professional Alliance exhibits an even stronger magic energy fluctuation. Every machine on the island has an enhanced defensive mechanism. All the students then gradually disembarked from the spacecraft. They walked in a single file line. Feng Yu once again formally introduced. This is the headquarters. Suddenly, a voice caught Wang Xian's attention. Let me through. But as soon as he turned around, he was greeted by the sight of a giant creature. It's a huge dragon. On the contrary, a student happily explained. A mythical race that can be considered a pet at an average level of 60. It must be an extremely powerful third transition professional. Then Feng Yu explained the procedure. Each of you must go to the headquarters office to receive your reward. A staff member will take you there. Each student was guided attentively. Student Wang Xian, please follow me. Student Jiang Churen, please follow me. Student Wei He. As for the most special person, she personally led him. Zoe, you won first place in the solo match, first place in the team match, and first place in the survival match. I will take you to get your rewards. Please follow me. Since the journey was a bit long, the two started making small talk. You were the best performer in the entire exchange tournament. The Xiaoyan Alliance holds you in high regard. I wonder if you have any intention of becoming a core member of the Alliance. I am sorry. I currently have no plans to join any power. Don't you want to hear the conditions of our Xiaoyan Alliance? Our alliance has very few rules. No, thank you. He rationally saw the loophole in her words. Rules that are beneficial will also be binding. Besides, I'm only a freshman. I can't be tied down by another power right now. But Feng Yu was very expectant. Geniuses always have their own plans. Haha, no ruse. When the two arrived in front of a secret room door, she dramatically announced some news. Your rewards are divided into 3 categories. First is the champion of the solo match. A custom-made legendary grade weapon. The champion's reward for the team match. A full set of custom-made epic grade equipment. The champion's reward for the survival match. In the Xia Yin Alliance's resource warehouse, you can choose any one item. Then she led the way while not forgetting to explain. Now I will take you to the place of the highest level weapon forging master in the Xia Yin Alliance, Qi Jun. He will forge a legendary grade weapon for you. This room is Master Qi Jun's forge. The special door in front of them gradually opened. It will be a little hot. A cloud of smoke immediately billowed out from inside, obscuring the view. Feng Yu stepped forward to introduce them. Master Qi Yun, the champion of the solo match, has arrived. His murderous aura seemed like it could crush anyone. A deep voice spoke up. Your name is Zhou? He replied politely without a hint of fear. Master Qi Yun, I am indeed Zhou. His scrutinizing gaze flashed. He silently sized him up from head to toe. It seemed he was quite satisfied. His tone also softened somewhat. Very good. Your current level is 23. According to the requirement of 1 piece of equipment every 5 levels, I will design a level 25 legendary grade weapon for you. Speak. What kind of weapon do you want? Zhou quickly made his request. I want a longsword type weapon, with attribute enhancements focused on strength and intelligence. Observing their conversation, Feng Yu was secretly amazed and somewhat admiring. To forge better equipment, Master Qi Jun learned an extremely special eye technique skill. An ordinary professional suddenly exposed to this kind of light would be suppressed to the point of being speechless. Truly the all-around champion of this session. Facing Master Qi Jun, his expression didn't change at all. At the same time, Zhou added more details about his desired weapon. As for the equipment special effects, I don't have any major requirements. As long as it fits my Holy Knight class and has sufficient damage output, that's fine. But in his mind, he had already made careful calculations. A gold-grade weapon has 2 types of 4-dimensional attribute enhancements. A legendary grade weapon will have 4 attributes with full growth. But as a Holy Knight who has to fight in close combat and also cast spells, both strength and intelligence attributes are more important. Based on his prior research, Qi Jun gave a serious assessment. Your combat videos. I've seen them all. Sharp and imposing. Choosing a long sword is very suitable. Then he excitedly materialized a radiant holy light stone. A bold idea came to his mind. I have some thoughts. Feng Yu recognized at a glance. That's something that only has a chance to drop from the Holy Domain Ruins dungeon. An epic grade material with an annual output of no more than 10 pieces. Then, as if by telepathy, she And Zhou, he exclaimed in surprise. Radiant Holy Light Stone. Chi-Jun went into scholar mode. He explained in simple terms. The Radiant Holy Light Stone is a treasure from the center of the sun. A weapon forged from it will purify and quickly destroy undead, demons, and dark creatures with holy light. As soon as he finished his lecture, he focused his mind and summoned the materials. Star Iron Essence. Along with his shout, a series of stones were pushed up by a layer of lava. Gold grade Starfall, Silver Steel. Legendary grade Obsidian. Epic grade Spirit Fragment. Gold grade Dragon, Soul Crystal Core. Legendary grade Holy Spirit's Tear. He waved his hand, and a blazing fire pulled the stones into a vortex. Wisdom's Heart. Void Essence. Sands of Time. Eye of the Storm. Chi-Jun focused all his consciousness to form a seal. He began the process of refining the essence. Lava smelting. Under a high temperature of thousands of degrees, the volcano immediately erupted, creating a world-shaking explosion. It helped purify the evil creatures, making them cry out miserably. So hot, I'm going to die. He used his supreme forging technique, refining the essence into a towering column of lava. Divine Hammer. The flow sucked the dark spirits inside. The power of the Thunder God imbued the hammer. All the power gathered and emitted a dazzling golden-orange light, making Feng Yu and Zhou look up to admire the powerful scene of weapon forging. Heavy strikes shatter the impurities. At this point, Chi-Jun began to pour the molten stone into the mold. Internal stress is eliminated. Its nature is softened. Great lightning condenses. When the material was solidified, he used tongs to take it out. The light flows. The surface is like a mirror. The edge is sharp. The brilliance is dazzling. He skillfully hammered continuously on the surface of the blade, engraving runes. The runes flicker. Magic power flows everywhere. The divine weapon follows all laws. Next is the quenching stage. He submerged it in water to cool it quickly. The might of all demons. It becomes an ornament. The runes flicker. Magic power flows everywhere. The divine weapon follows all laws. The soul of the war god, imbued into the blade's body. Fearless battle intent. Into the sharp edge. Break the enemy's formation. Blood does not stain. Moving to the final shaping step. Chi-Jun hammered the metal with all his might. Central flame forging. This action created sparks that flew everywhere. Feng Yu quickly created a protective shield. Only when the product was finished did he exclaim in admiration. The radiant holy sword he created had a powerful golden color. It was so sturdy it seemed it could pierce through anything. Then he took a deep breath and shouted to gather his strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Chi-Jun threw the sword with the speed of a rocket. It shot past, leaving only a blinding streak of light. Zhou, he managed to catch it accurately. His hand felt a bit heavy. He raised the sword and carefully examined it. He let out a sigh of relief after the arduous process. He kindly instructed the final step. A legendary grade weapon needs to recognize you as its master. Release your energy. Subdue it. He quickly followed the advice. He closed his eyes, focusing his consciousness and pouring his power into it. The two sources of energy combined, releasing incredibly powerful sparks of electricity. At that moment, the system indicated. Special Bloodline, 6 Desires Angel. Zhou began to observe it carefully. From the polished blade that could be used as a mirror to the sturdy wooden handle. He thought to himself with satisfaction. From major attribute enhancements. 3 special effects, truly worthy of being a legendary grade weapon. Especially this first attack speed enhancement. It means that in actual combat, while the opponent swings once, I can swing 3 or 4 times. Looking at the expression on his face, Chi-Jun could easily guess his thoughts. It seems you're very satisfied with it. Zhou, he couldn't help but be startled by his unusually changed appearance. Master Ki, you are. The person opposite him explained tiredly. Forging a high-level weapon consumes a large amount of magic power. Transforming like this is a common occurrence. Feng Yu also came over and whispered, the creation of a legendary grade weapon requires many processes. Only Master Chi-Jun's special talent can complete it in such a short time. An ordinary weapon forger would need at least 2 or 3 months. He slowly turned his back to them. Before saying goodbye, he didn't forget to kindly remind them, you may go. I need a rest. The materials used for the Radiant Holy Sword are mostly of the Holy System. In the future, if you want to upgrade its star level, it's best to also use Holy System materials. Otherwise, it will damage its power. Zhou, he was extremely grateful and quickly bowed his head to thank him. Thank you, Master Qijun. Feng Yu quickly came to pull him away. She changed the subject. Next, let's go get the reward for the team match. At the same time, Qijun refreshingly jumped into the boiling lava. The next predicament made him a bit awkward. Several tailors cosplaying as black bunnies surrounded him to take his measurements. Hello, Student Zhou E. We are the team in charge of your full set of epic-grade equipment. The purple-haired girl flirtatiously lifted his chin. May I ask, regarding this set of equipment, what are your requirements? Zhou, he hastily pulled his shirt down and answered in detail. I need a set of light armor, with attribute enhancements leaning towards strength and intelligence. The other person professionally scheduled the delivery. Understood. The equipment will be forged in a month. Someone will be specially assigned to escort it to your school. With the official business done, the tailors began to chatter excitedly. Such a slim waist. His muscles are also very nice. He's also very pure. Witnessing the scene of an innocent deer lost among a pack of hunters, Feng Yu couldn't help but remark, a naive student being played with in the palm of their hands. Then she snapped her fingers to signal a new announcement. Next is the reward for the survival match. You can choose from here. Following that gesture, a circle of information appeared around the two of them. You can choose one item. Zhou, he carefully read the dense information on the selection panel. Faced with the countless treasures before him, he remained calm and examined them thoroughly. They are all S-grade, life-saving divine items. Any one of them would make a professional risk their life. He furrowed his brow. Then he decisively pointed at the item he wanted. I want this one. Feng Yu highly praised this decision, but she was also a bit curious. The spatial leap stone is indeed a useful escape tool, but you're not choosing a resurrection type? He asserted confidently, without hesitation. Definitely. I want it. In fact, he had already made his own calculations. Resurrection type items are indeed very rare, but I already have the rebirth cross that the system gave me. Moreover, the spatial leap stone has other uses for me. Feng Yu immediately granted his wish. Then she handed over the box containing the mysterious blue gem. It's yours. Zhou, he looked at his spoils with satisfaction. Suddenly, a trembling voice, as if torn by inner conflict, called out to him, continuously crying out, "Let me out! Let me out!" Noticing his strange expression, she asked, "What's wrong?" Your face suddenly turned very pale. He forced a smile and replied vaguely, "It's nothing. Maybe I just need some rest." After finishing her work, she professionally handed him a business card with a message. All right, the rewards have been collected. My task is also considered complete. Of course, if you have any dissatisfaction with the epic grade equipment and legendary grade weapon, you can contact me directly. The other students are probably waiting for us in the hall. Let's go. Soon, he was brought back to the gathering place. As soon as the Shao Bai siblings saw the familiar figure, they eagerly ran over. Brother Zhou-yi, Zhou-yi. He turned around and asked, "What's up? Let's find another place to talk privately." However, that was not their intention. No need. We just came to say goodbye. This afternoon, all the teachers and students participating in the exchange will be teleported back by Shengjing University's magic circle. I also have to go back to the clan with Dong. In a hidden corner that few noticed, a beetle was secretly observing the conversation below. If you have time, I hope you can bring Xiao Yun to Tianlan province. Both of you are descendants of a Zhou family. The family will surely do its best to cultivate you. This was good for both of them, so he nodded in agreement. Wait until Xiao Yun graduates in half a year. I will take her there. I wish you all a smooth journey. After the brief meeting, Zhou Yi stood there, seeing everyone off. Only after they had all left did he glance up with a sharp gaze. In a flash, he appeared on the tree branch where the beetle had been. Looking around and seeing nothing suspicious, Zhou Yi frowned slightly and thought, was that feeling of being watched just now an illusion? Suddenly, someone called up from below. Brother Yi, we're about to go to the market to buy some local specialties. Are you coming? He bluntly refused. I'm not going. A while later, Zhou Yi returned home and slammed the door shut. His mind was currently in turmoil. Could it be that the previous injury hasn't healed yet? Am I too mentally strained? Suddenly, a severe headache struck. It felt as if a giant set of teeth was devouring his brain. A voice suddenly rang out. "Human, let me out." Strange patterns and a strange light suddenly appeared on the floor. In the very center, a bizarre figure gradually emerged. Zhou knew full well why it had appeared, but he couldn't help but try to reason with it. "You've already signed a contract with me. Why must you struggle?" The void beast, truly unwilling, roared in frustration. "Ridiculous. I've lived for thousands of years, and I have to obey a brat who still smells of his mother's milk? If it weren't for that strange, final spell, you would be no match for me." He bluntly exposed its crimes. "You injured 63 people. You sent 10 people to their deaths. You caused the Xiaoyan Professional Alliance to spend a huge investment to heal and repair the secret realm. If they knew the culprit was still alive, what do you think your fate would be?" The void beast still stubbornly resisted. "Threatening me is the only skill you have." After talking so much and still not getting through, Zhou, he was gradually losing his patience. A third transition made from the Alliance can use a soul erasing technique to wipe the consciousness of high-level magical beasts, turning them into obedient puppets. You probably aren't afraid of that. But even if you die, your flesh and blood can still be sold for a high price. Angered by these words, it gritted its teeth and spat out a word. "Go!" But right after that, he caringly offered an S-grade spatial leap stone. "Fighting with me left you seriously injured. It's not convenient for me to take you to a healer. You need to replenish your energy." The void beast paused for a moment. It stared at the stone. A complex emotion appeared in its eyes. Zhou, he suddenly said something out of the blue. 1 year. He paused for a moment and then continued with his condition. "Your energy is useful to me. Obediently help me for 1 year. I will then cancel the contract and give you back your freedom." It held a great deal of hostility towards humans, so it wasn't easily swayed. "Why should I believe you? Why bother explaining? He just threatened it, and it was done. You have no other choice. Either trust me or die." Then Zhou Yi took out another item as a token. "Your semi-symbiotic beast. I'm returning it to you." The void beast cautiously took it and placed it on its head, handling it as if it were an egg. Just as he was about to leave, it suddenly called out, "Wait a minute." While tossing the stone into its mouth, it said as a preface, "There's something you might want to know." The void beast slowly uttered each word. "Little Butterfly told me that when it was first captured, it ultimately revealed a shocking piece of news. It wasn't a real human. At the shopping district, the calls of small merchants were everywhere. Blazing Fury Blade. When used, it comes with a fire special effect. Only 998. Sir, don't hesitate any longer. Today is a special price. Buy a set of battle armor and get a free nail clipper. Genuine goods at a fair price. No scams." At one stall, Churn was busy trying on jewelry. Nadia beside her was enthusiastically promoting her wares. "Miss, this hairpin is inlaid with an ice crystal. Not only can it level up, but its aura also has a defensive effect." She was engrossed in introducing their benefits. The gem also contains the magic power of a wood system mage. It can speed up wound healing. It's perfectly suited for a beautiful and strong professional like you. Zhou Yi suddenly appeared from behind and gently placed a hairpin in Churn's hair. "This one suits you better." It made her unable to hide the joy in her eyes. "Brother Zhou Yi." His appearance made Churn curious. "Didn't you say you weren't coming?" He smiled and explained, "I finished my business, so I came over to take a look and to buy some local specialties to bring back." Seeing the two of them being so affectionate, Nadia smiled and thought to herself, "A handsome guy and a beautiful girl. This scene is too beautiful. I ship it, I ship it." Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. "Miss Jiang." 3 pairs of curious eyes looked over. The owner of the voice was none other than Wang Hao. "I didn't expect to meet you here. It must be fate." Ironically, Churn didn't know him. "Who are you?" Temporarily ignoring this rudeness, he respectfully introduced himself. "Miss Jiang is quite forgetful. I am Wang Hao, the nephew of Wang Batian, the second-ranked lightning system genius of the 3rd generation of the Thunder Prison Wang family." Nadia couldn't help but find these words amusing. Meeting for the first time, and someone calls themselves a genius, and the second-ranked genius at that. Ha! He still wanted to ramble on. "A year ago, for Miss Jiang's birthday, I once gifted you an ice soul sword, but she was already tired of it. It's the Wang family again. They're like lingering ghosts. Zhou Yi knew what to do and coax her. On my way here, I saw a food street over there. Let's go for a walk there. Then he put his arm around her shoulder and left. We have something to do, so we'll be leaving first. But someone found this scene offensive. Wang Hao angrily summoned a thunderball. Insolent. Just a commoner daring to touch the pearl of the Jiang family. He shouted an order. Kneel for me. And at the same time, he threw the ball at him. But before it could even touch a single hair, it was blocked by a shield. Although he was a bit surprised, thanks to his discerning eye, he had already found out Zhou Yi's information. He sneered contemptuously. So it's just a holy knight hiding in a turtle shell. This commoner's level is very low, and his class is useless. Defeating him will be as easy as flipping my hand. Churin was furious that someone dared to insult her boyfriend. What kind of man lets a girl protect him? So he quickly stepped forward to propose a challenge. I'll play with you. Then Zhou Yi set the rule. 3 moves. If you can touch the corner of my clothes, I will apologize to you. Otherwise, you have to kneel and apologize to me. A word of warning. If you break anything, you have to pay for it. The people nearby smelled drama and quickly came to watch. It was a good show to watch now. Young people are so quick to anger. They can start a fight just by walking down the street. Wang Hao gritted his teeth. A vicious glint flashed in his eyes. What kind of thing dares to challenge me? He didn't hold back and immediately went all out. Courting death. Thunderstorm frenzy. A barrage of lightning bolts rained down from above, but none could penetrate the shield. Zhou Yi emerged from inside, perfectly unharmed, as majestic and imposing as a god. The surrounding crowd watched and chattered. He doesn't know his own limits. He can't even break through the other person's defense. Witnessing this scene, Wang Hao also began to feel a little intimidated. Outwardly, he stubbornly made excuses. This turtle shell is quite tough. I'm afraid all his attribute points were added to defense. Ridiculous. But inwardly, he was cursing. Damn it, I didn't expect this guy's defense to be so hard to deal with. However, the one known as the second-ranked genius wasn't going to admit defeat so easily. He quickly gathered energy and summoned 2 purple lightning leopards. But that was just an appetizer. This lightning leopard shadow is my killing move. I'll let you know the consequences of offending me. Wang Hao. Under their master's control, they charged straight at Zhou Yi. For this move, he also had to draw his weapon. Divine Body Elite. Salvation Order. Then he immediately threw the 2 holy light items forward. In an instant, the 2 lightning leopard shadows were shattered to pieces. Wang Hao had to quickly shield himself to avoid the aftershock of the attack. Only now did he feel fear. How can this be? What is this guy's background? While he was struggling on this side, Zhou Yi on the opposite side was relaxed. One more move. Make your move. His mind quickly searched through his memories, but he couldn't identify the person in front of him. Impossible. I've never met this person among the geniuses of the major families. He's just a useless holy knight. His strength can't possibly be above mine. Wang Hao still didn't want to give up. He slowly drew his sword from its sheath. I don't believe you can block this move. Like a flash of lightning, he charged straight at Zhou Yi with his sword. Using the move Lightning Flash Slash. He also reacted quickly. He used the Holy Light Cross to counter. Instantly, a beam of light shot down from above, right where he was. Rocks and dust flew everywhere. He looked down from above at the person lying face down on the ground with a look of contempt. The lightning system genius is just this and nothing more. It took a few minutes before Wang Hao could lift his face. A rather deep pit was left in the ground. Nadia at the stall suddenly realized something. That person just now, why does he look so familiar? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. A holy knight. A holy knight. Finally, she remembered. She quickly discussed it with her colleague next to her. It's Zhou Yi, the first-place winner of this year's freshman exchange. The other person also exclaimed, No wonder, no wonder. The girl next to him is his girlfriend, Jiang Churin. The discussion was quite loud, so he overheard everything. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He was shocked. A freshman? So he's just a freshman? Following the 2 figures as they left, Wang Hao was determined to get revenge. Zhou Yi, I'll spare your life for now. Wait until my big brother gets back, and I'll teach you a lesson. As for that woman, his hatred seemed even deeper. And Jiang Churin, you shameless flirt. Flirting with the Wang family. Big brother won't let you off. The next day, the warm sunlight shone everywhere. Zhou Yi's group entered. The students, standing on both sides, whispered among themselves. It's the representative team of Suwon University. Look, that's Shou-yi. He's even more handsome than on stage. TSK, TSK. As expected of Goddess Jiang. His body and face. Even as a girl, my heart is moved. Wu Meng smiled until his eyes crinkled. He expressed his sincerity. Thank you for the warm hospitality of Qingjing University. Chung Tian was furious at the thought of being their stepping stone, but he still had to act friendly. This session's exchange tournament has really made your Suwon University stand out. We've all become your stepping stones. He was so happy he couldn't close his mouth. He replied modestly, "Why do you say it so harshly? The competition is secondary. Friendship is first." The other person added, "Haha, that's right. I'm third." They couldn't talk any longer because the mage urged them. "Everyone, please prepare. Teleportation magic circle." All the mages shouted in unison, "Activate." Helan took the lead in bidding farewell to her new friend. "Goodbye, Xiaoran." She also smiled and waved. "See you next time, Xiaolan." Everyone also took the last moment to say a few words. "Next time, I will definitely defeat you. In your dreams. Goodbye." In an instant, everyone disappeared with the teleportation circle. And then they suddenly appeared in their school's hall. Wang Hui opened his arms wide to welcome the nation's young talents. "Welcome back, the young heroes of Suwon University." They greeted the three in unison. "Principal, Dean Zhou, Dean Song." He smiled with satisfaction. "Our Suwon University has stood out. All the hot topics are about our championship news." Songja also smiled and praised. "You all performed very well. And so, next, the principal stepped forward to give instructions and award prizes. The exchange tournament is actually a battle between universities and colleges to test each person's teaching ability. Naturally, we will talk about merits and rewards." He called out the names of 5 people one by one. Although you were substitute team members, you also showed your outstanding abilities in the matches. Then he announced loudly, "Each of you will receive a reward of 5,000 academic credits." It made them widen their eyes in surprise. For those who don't know what 5,000 academic credits means, simply put, based on the 500 academic credit fee for one run of an Abyss-level dungeon, that's enough to run it 10 times. If an ordinary student wants to accumulate 5,000 academic credits by doing school missions, it would take at least 1 academic year. The awards ceremony continued. Jiang Chuan, Song Helan, Wei Shixin, Dang Lingxi. You all performed very well in the match. The reward is 20,000 academic credits. The 4 of them replied in unison. "Thank you, Principal." It was the last person's turn. Also the most important person. Zhou, he was the team captain. He won first place in both the team and individual categories. He defeated both Wang Xian and Wei He. He also turned the tide and saved his teammates in the survival match to remain at the top. Therefore, Wang Hui announced, "You will receive 100,000 academic credits as Suwon University's reward." Hearing that number, his eyes lit up. 100,000. The crowd around was also stunned. 100,000 academic credits is equivalent to 3 billion Central Xia currency. Zhangzhe frowned and retorted, "Who taught you to calculate like that? 100,000 academic credits is enough to exchange for several S-grade divine skills in the school's warehouse. What can Central Xia currency buy?" Huang Bin was so shocked that he blurted out, "With 100,000 academic credits, even if you buy a pig, you can raise it to be a top-tier magical beast." Su Chong, seeing his friend's silly remark, angrily smacked him on the head. "What are you talking about? How can you compare Brother E to a pig?" He clutched his head, painfully defending himself. "That's not what I meant." Another person also exclaimed, "It's truly insane, but Brother E deserves it." Zhou E smiled with satisfaction. He had already started planning how to use them. "I was just about to run out of academic credits. I don't have to worry about the next dungeon anymore. The school's Twisted Forest dungeon is limited to levels 23 to 26. I'll go try it later." The award ceremony was over. Wang Hui then instructed, "Suwon University will not be stingy with those who have contributed. Everyone go and rest." Everyone cheered. After they had walked for a while, he stepped forward and called out to him. He stopped and casually asked, "Is there anything else?" Zhou, he hesitated and expressed, "I have something I'd like to ask you, sir." He had already guessed the purpose of this student. "It's about Feng He, the dean of Qingsan University?" He nodded. "Yes." But Wang Hui had no intention of revealing the truth. This matter involves many things. Even someone of Wu Mang's level. The dean cannot know about it. Not telling you is also for your own good. However, with just one sentence, he managed to make Wang Hui stay. What if I'm already involved? Then he turned his head to look behind him and suddenly saw him cut a line into the void. Zoe Aplanet. The void beast, semi-symbiotic beast, told me that the one who captured it was not a real human. Is this related to Feng He? Looking at the crack in the air, he remarked, I originally thought your bloody battle with the void beast was a life or death struggle to drive it away. I didn't expect you to have enough strength left to subdue it. At this point, Wang Hui had no other reason to refuse and took out a book. If that's the case, I'll tell you. Feng, he is a pseudo-human. Hearing the strange term, he couldn't help but wonder. A pseudo-human? The other person flipped through the pages. They were all filled with ancient writing. Pseudo-humans are half-human, half-demon creatures. They were created by the evil god, the seed of chaos. They possess the appearance of humans, but the heart of a demon, monsters that serve the evil god. In a monotone voice, Wang Yuisudi explained, based on the evidence, the chaos caused by the void beast was Feng He's doing. It was to show loyalty to the evil god. He analyzed further. Death and chaos are the two things the evil god loves most. Zhou, he recalled the rumors he had heard. So he's dead? The other person didn't quite agree with this. That's just the official story. Because the truth is not like that. When he was being investigated, he transformed into a servant of the evil god. He attacked the investigator and escaped. Wang Hui tried to give the student in front of him a hint. Zoe, do you know why Feng He chose to act during the exchange tournament? He answered confidently. Because the exchange tournament gathers the most elite freshmen of the Central Xia Nation. Once something happens, the impact will be huge. But the other person added another reason. That's only one of them. The most important thing is that beneath the myriad beast desolation secret realm is a weak point in the evil god's seal. He recalled what had existed in the past. The reason it's called the myriad beast desolation is because 1,000 years ago, a war of the beast races took place there. However, the cause of that war was the descent of the evil god, the Lord of Chaos. This was a life and death struggle. The evil god, the Lord of Chaos, also wanted to descend into the human world through the crack in a myriad beast desolation. Descend into the mortal world. The beast races used the strength of their entire race to seal the Lord of Chaos. But their civilization was also destroyed because of it. Zoe Fronit. He listened intently to the warning. Besides causing chaos, Feng He could use the void beast to probe the crack in the myriad beast desolation. If he finds out you've subdued it, he will definitely come back. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared beneath their feet. Wang Gui mention reluctantly. Decades ago, the Tianyu Guild obtained a skill book of the angelic god race's attack. It was originally planned to be given to you during this period. It seems we have to do it sooner. A moment later, at the entrance of the Tianyu Guild's headquarters resource warehouse, he led him forward while pointing out, the resource warehouse is the heart of the Tianyu Guild. It stores rare skills and divine artifacts from 100 years ago. To protect it, the guild has set up multiple layers of protection. The door is guarded by 2 level 60 legendary magical beasts. The Azure Leaf Earth Dragon. He also diligently explained the small details. The door is carved with magic sealing runes. Any unauthorized magic power fluctuations will be absorbed and amplified by these runes. Even a third transition professional cannot force their way through. Yang Ba looked up in surprise when he saw someone approaching. Wang Hui greeted him cheerfully. Old Yang, it's your turn to guard the resource warehouse this month. He also replied casually, someone else will take over tomorrow. You came at a good time today. Let's have a few drinks. Zhou Yi, standing beside him, silently assessed the other person. Although he's suppressing his aura, his magic power fluctuation is even stronger than the dean's. This proves he is a third transition professional. He then formally proposed. But you have to give me the Divine Thunder skill book first. He keenly realized, you want to give it to your new student? Nothing could escape Yang Ba's notice. Wang Hui smiled and introduced the two to each other. That's right, Zoe. This is the brother who went through life and death with me back in the day. You can call him Uncle Yang. He spoke politely. Hello, Unchle Yang. He was not unfamiliar with this face either. I've seen your match. A young hero, your reputation is well-deserved. He scratched his head in embarrassment. You're too kind. While using his skill, he lectured, "Modesty is a good thing, but don't be too modest. Otherwise, it will make others think you're weak. Trouble will come knocking at your door." Wang Hui, seeing that his words were a bit too much, quickly reminded him, "Old Yang, you're still nagging like that. It's just because you like to lecture. The kids don't like you." Yang Ba still stuck to his own way. "If you don't listen to your elders, you'll suffer right before your eyes." Then he took out a book from the glowing circle. He turned and handed it to Zhou Yi. "Take it." He, standing beside him, suggested the best way to his student. "You probably still have many spare skill points. Just use them on this skill book directly." He carefully took it. Then he checked his points. "The daily missions have increased more than the missions from a few days ago. I've really accumulated quite a bit." Looking at the book in his hand, he commanded the system, "Begin." Instantly, the pages of the book turned into glowing sheets of paper that flew into his mind. In the center stood a six-winged angel with a shining golden sword. The system announced, "Skill points consumed, 100. Rank skill, Divine Thunder. Heavenly Revelation stance has been learned. At level 1, it increases resistance to abnormal statuses by 50%. Increases lightning system skill damage by 50%. Lasts for 14 seconds. As a divine move shattered the shadow." The screen displayed, "Skill points consumed, 100. Rank skill, Divine Thunder. Heavenly Punishment Blade has been learned. At level 1, it can summon Divine Thunder to condense on the weapon and strike at extremely high speed. It deals lightning attribute damage." Next, countless golden chains appeared, with a skill point consumption of 100. Rank skill, Divine Thunder. Heavenly Prison Chains has been learned. It can control Divine Thunder to form a prison to trap enemies at level 1. While Yang Ba and Wang Hui were chatting happily, Zhou Yi, behind them, was enveloped in lightning and levitating in the air. Right after that, everything with him at the center began to shine intensely. Thousands of violent lightning bolts shot out in all directions. This unexpected bombardment accidentally destroyed the surrounding area. It kicked up a cloud of dust that obscured the situation. The Golden Lion also had to growl and look at the explosion with caution. He looked at the screen displayed before him. Divine Thunder skill has been activated, level 1. The skill effect has merged with the Divine Sword Heart talent. Thunder damage has been upgraded by 20%. Even the owner himself didn't expect it. One skill book actually contained 3 god-level skills. This is a bit much this time. After the lightning phenomenon gradually subsided, Wang Hui approached and commented, "It seems the harvest is not bad. As a race of divine descendants, the skills learned by the angelic race must be at least A+ rank." No one understood his current strength better than Zhou Yi himself. Strong physical strength, extremely high elemental affinity, plus the many high-level skills I've mastered. No wonder these divine descendants are all so strong. On the contrary, Yang Ba's assessment was much more direct. A+ is considered low among the race of divine descendants. There are even skill books above S+ rank. Learning this for the first time made him a little surprised. Could it be that S+ is not the highest rank? While pouring wine, he explained, S+ rank skills are the highest level that human professionals can master. But divine descendants master skills above S+ rank. Wang Hui suddenly had an idea. "The skill you've learned, I'll have a young one take you to get acquainted with the guild." Right after he snapped his fingers, a pair of legs and high heels suddenly appeared beside him. "Ning bovet respectually. Old guild master, you were looking for me?" He still remembered what she had expressed last time. "Deacon Gue, haven't you always wanted to meet my student? I brought him here. This noble and beautiful woman is one of the 3 great deacons of the Tianyu Guild." She proactively extended her hand to introduce herself first. "Student Zhou Yi. Hello, I'm a deacon of the Tianyu Guild, Gue Ningxin. I originally wanted to find you at Qingjing University. Unfortunately, by the time I got there, you had already returned." He politely extended his hand to shake hers, but didn't forget to ask, "Looking for me?" Wang Hui stepped forward to explain for her. Deacon Gue is responsible for recruiting new members for the Tianyu Guild. When she sees a good seed, she can't help herself. Yang Ba also reminded them with a few words. "Zhou, he is only a freshman. Don't bother him with guild matters. The old guild master and I will catch up for a bit. You take Zhou Yi for a walk around." Ningxin immediately followed the orders of the two. During this process, she also introduced some basic things. The Tianyu Guild was established 45 years ago. This is the first base of the guild. Many family members of the guild members are also arranged to live here. Originally, this was just a forest and mountain range. After many years of development and 5 expansions, this place has gradually grown to the size of a prefecture-level city. The two stood observing the scenery on the city wall. She added about future plans. Moreover, we will begin the 6th expansion. Just then, Zhou seemed to notice something and looked up. Right after that, his pupils contracted as if he had seen something beyond imagination. On the cliff above, a silver dragon was slithering. Every time it stepped, the ground crumbled a little. After finding a comfortable spot, it continued to fall into a deep sleep. He looked at the majestic scene before him, as if he were dreaming. He couldn't believe it was a legendary Eastern dragon magical beast. Even on TV shows, it's very rare to see. Ningxin's expression also became proud. This dragon is the guardian beast of the Tianyu Guild. It has protected us for 32 years. Standing near that mountain range, its spirit doesn't seem to be very good. Being reminded, Zhou didn't ask any more questions. He turned to observe below. The long line of people made him curious. What are they going to do? She explained patiently. That is a dungeon tower. The guild headquarters has 3 dungeons: gold, epic, and legendary. They are provided for guild members to challenge. Then she generously shared the opportunity with a newcomer like him. Do you want to try? Use my card. Zhou was also planning to, so he didn't refuse. It's a good time for me to test my new weapon and skills. Ningxin could only helplessly watch her accumulated points plummet. You little brat, you really have no sense of loyalty. As soon as he was teleported inside, a notification also appeared. Entering the nightmare-level dungeon, Plague of Size. He had only been here for a few seconds, and he was already surrounded by a large number of local monsters. Dungeon requirement, level 20 to 30. Number of people, 1 to 8. On the border, there's a place eroded by a plague. Those who enter will face monsters transformed by forbidden magic into the dying. They will lose their minds and frantically attack the living. The first stage is the tide of rotting corpses. The pale, ugly creatures rushing forward are level 20 normal zombies. They have the skills Pounce and Bite and Claw Strike. There are also level 22 intermediate zombies. They have one more skill, Howl. At this point, Zhou began to unleash the power of golden lightning that surrounded his hand. The lightning bolt shot forward, slicing through the zombies like a fruit-cutting game. The move just now was the S-Rank Divine Thunder, Heavenly Revelation stance. Minus level 1. Abnormal status resistance, 50%. Lightning system skill damage increased to 50%. Lasts for 14 seconds. It made him quite satisfied. The Heavenly Revelation stance can increase my strength to a higher level in a very short period of time. The skill's limitations were also fully utilized by Zhou. Although the level 1 Heavenly Revelation stance can last for 14 seconds. It's enough to be used in actual combat. The next move was even more powerful than the previous one. The power released was like a golden lightning vortex. He was very confident that with just this, it was enough for him to dominate for several rounds. A notification quickly appeared. Congratulations, you have passed the first stage. You killed 200 zombies in 35 seconds. The passage to the second stage, the mutated village, has been opened. The trial just now made him very happy. The power is not bad. If I level up, I can deal with these monsters even faster. As soon as he stepped into the teleportation gate, Zhou had to cover his nose. The smell of rotting corpses. The second stage, the mutated village, has opened. He began to be more cautious. It's even stronger than the poisonous gas of the Gongfeng mountain range. My vision is also affected. It's better to be careful. A strange sound echoed around him. Give me your eyes. They quickly disappeared completely. This stinky human. He very quickly chose his next skill. The second stage will be a test for the legendary grade weapon. The nameless figures hidden in the shadows were still discussing animatedly. Kill him, kill him, kill him. His level is so low. Another piece of trash has come to die. My darlings are very hungry. He's a useless holy knight. It stinks so much, I'm about to puke. I'll tear him to pieces later. They hadn't been gloating for long before they were hit by a slash from Zhou. I found you, now get out. The dark clouds and mist gradually dissipated, revealing their forms. Level 25 zombie hounds. Skill, super fast bite. Pounce attack. Its head took a direct hit from his shining sword. But they didn't fight alone. They were controlled by something behind them. Level 25 Butcher Zombie. Skill, Powerful Strike. Whirlwind Claw. A violent roar. In its hand was an extremely large and sharp blade, ready to attack its prey. But this appearance made Zhou even more excited. You come at the right time. The final new skill is S-Rank Divine Thunder. Heavenly Punishment Blade. Level 1. Summons Divine Thunder to condense on the weapon and strike at extremely high speed. Deals extra lightning attribute damage. He didn't hesitate to slash straight forward decisively, slicing the zombie that was about to attack in half. As soon as the move ended, he praised himself. Not bad. Its body is even tougher than the zombies from the first stage. And yet it could only last for 2 seconds. The ground in front was split in two. The zombie forces, as if divided, stared at each other, frozen for a few seconds. Then they began to communicate and discuss strategy with each other in their specific language. Right after that, another one unleashed a furious roar. With itself as the center, its comrades within a certain range were immediately triggered into a state of fury. They bravely and fiercely attacked the enemy. As expected, the group that was frozen suddenly became much more enthusiastic. Their mouths also opened wider. The stench is very strong. Today is the day you die. Just a tiny human. Coming here is truly not knowing your own limits. Zhou Yi, standing opposite them, didn't understand why they were spouting nonsense. What are you babbling about? He only wondered for a moment before charging in to collect them all. S-Rank skill, Sword Flash. Unleashes a strike at extremely high speed. Deals a large amount of mixed damage. The zombie hound's body contorted at a dizzying speed. Its fangs grew so large that its flesh tore apart in chunks. Then its head split in two, extremely bizarrely. That brutal evolutionary scene did not diminish Zhou Yi's determination. On the contrary, he jumped up. He swung his hand, creating a beautiful parabolic slash, sending the zombie hound flying far away. Only the dangerous aura from the level 26 plague spreader made him shiver. Zhou Yi turned in time to block the attack, while the system provided more information. Plague breath. Once a player is infected by the poisonous gas, they will immediately be infected with the plague. They will lose a certain percentage of their health every second and may be paralyzed until defeated. With surprising accuracy and skill, he skillfully turned his hand and rotated his weapon horizontally. He decisively severed the monster's head, making it fall limply. Zhou Yi was annoyed by the plague clinging to his hand. How disgusting. Then the cold, mechanical voice announced, "Death resistance. Any injury the body suffers will be healed at a rapid speed." As he sheathed his weapon, he analyzed. Before, I used the battle hammer for long-range attacks. But in close combat, I would drop it to use the pure white blade skill. Then I switched to a long sword for easier counterattacks. Among the zombies swarming towards him, Zhou Yi was somewhat disappointed. The efficiency of defeating 20 monsters in 1 minute is too slow. Not satisfying at all. Perhaps I should only use the Heavenly Punishment Blade on stronger monsters to achieve maximum effect. No sooner said than done. He didn't hesitate to form a seal on his forehead. At the same time, he focused his mind to activate his hidden energy. Dealing with this scene is still better with a magic skill. Soon, the Divine Storm skill created a giant vortex. An uncountable number of enemies were sucked into that fierce force, successfully killing the butcher zombie, the plague spreader, and the zombie hound. Zhou Yi immediately stepped through the teleportation gate as soon as the notification appeared. Congratulations, you have passed the second stage. You killed 100 zombies. Time taken, 1 minute and 50 seconds. The passage to the third stage has been opened. The Forbidden Altar. Please continue forward. He thoughtfully observed the Forbidden Altar, which was shrouded in a dark, gloomy red. The level 45 zombie bishop arrogantly descended the steps, while speaking in a sophisticated, fiery tone. You who have entered this place are probably full of doubts about life. As he approached, the bishop skillfully planted a bait in the other's heart. It's okay. The gods welcome all who have lost their way. Zhou Yi was skeptical of the information he had just received. Gods, he continued to whisper to build faith. That's right. Under the guidance of the God who holds life and death, we will find the truth of life. Then the bishop slowly wove a fantastical illusion. Life is inherently weak and short, but if you follow our God, You will be granted immortality and escape the bonds of reincarnation. This is the highest honor, helping you surpass the mortals struggling in life and death. Finally, he made an attractive offer to catch the big fish. Come, lay down the sword that represents narrow-mindedness and join us. Together, we will enjoy the endless blessings that eternal life brings. It seemed that this powerful benefit had drawn Zhou Yi into a vortex of inner conflict. Eternal life. Noticing that he was mesmerized as intended, the bishop smiled with a calculating grin. That's right, young man. This is an opportunity that people have always dreamed of. Zhou Yi voiced the question that had been brewing in his mind. I have a question. He benevolently accepted all questions. Young man, the gods are willing to listen, but it certainly didn't include a slash across the head and the arrogant words of the other. I'd rather not. The shining blade, as well as the contemptuous words, exposed that filthy decay. To achieve eternal life by becoming like that is just selling out one's life. It's better to just die. When preaching his religious ideals failed to persuade anyone, the bishop turned to cursing. Foolish human, you will regret this. Even though his body was severed, he still commanded in a firm voice. Go, my holy maidens. Let him know the consequences of offending the gods. The nun quickly accepted the order. She immediately summoned her weapon. Then she slowly opened her eyes, revealing a dark gloom in their crimson red. They gathered in 2 rows. Spears at the ready, prepare to fight at any moment. Faced with this murderous aura, Zhou excitedly gripped his staff. Sparks of electricity crackled around his body. The ordinary wooden staff instantly transformed into the S+rank divine sword heart. He swung his hand to meet the attack from the enemy legion descending from above. That counterattack created a world-shaking explosion. Dust flew everywhere. Zhou Yi completely disappeared after the aftershock, while the nuns were still dazed by the enemy's ghostly appearance and disappearance. He suddenly unleashed the S-rank divine thunder, heavenly punishment blade, quickly finishing them off. One nun could only watch in horror as her comrade turned to ash. Then she tilted her head back and shrieked in anger. Zhou Yi approached with a look of great interest. So you can make sounds. Then he eliminated the nun with a single slash. The speed at which the opponent was defeated was so fast that he couldn't help but comment. You look imposing, but you're surprisingly weak. Zhou Yi killed countless elite zombie holy maidens with just a single swing of his sword. Again and again, the blade in his hand continuously drew eye-catching curves, severing their limbs. Even their sharp spears were knocked away and slid across the tiled floor. The storm of blows swept away countless enemies. The bishop observed the chaotic battle from the sidelines. Only now did he speak. Look at this lightning. This flesh and blood are all used to fill the cracks of this world's sins. Even at this moment, that fanatic was still stubborn. Our cries are a symphony dedicated to the gods. The higher the pitch, the deeper the foundation of the altar will sink into the lava of hell. Zhou Yi stood firmly on the decaying floor. Behind him were countless burnt remains. His face darkened as he issued a challenge. It's your turn. The bishop just smiled gently, as if facing a rebellious sheep. Right after that, his pupils glinted with cruelty as black smoke gradually gathered. Just you? Zhou Yi was momentarily taken aback by what was happening before his eyes. But before he could react, he was bound by tendrils of dark energy at his feet. When he came to his senses, Zhou Yi quietly observed the magic circle laid out around him. Shock and doubt continuously invaded his emotions. When was this formation set up? Recalling the easy victory just now, Zhou Yi came to his own conclusion. It was an attack. In reality, it was building a magic circle. No wonder their attacks, though dense, had very weak damage. So it was a covert operation. Suddenly, a hand reached up from under the formation and grabbed his leg. Zhou Yi was stunned and looked down to see many nuns continuously emerging. A look of utter confusion appeared on his face at this incomprehensible situation. Zhou Yi looked down. His expression gradually became serious. His body suddenly became heavy. His strength was also draining away. The pressure made him feel suppressed. It was as if a giant monster under the ground was pulling him down. The thing holding Zhou Yi back was a formation called the Touch of Withering. It's a group skill that takes 10 seconds to set up. It inflicts a rotting curse. It weakens enemies within its range. confusing their minds and wills. As soon as the system's words ended, he immediately took 2 instances of damage from it, causing both his health and mana to drop by 100. He activated a skill. A golden light appeared, shattering the tentacles clinging to his body. Luckily, I have death resistance. Magic immunity can block a portion of the rotting curse. Zhou Yi looked at his arm, which was nearly half infected, and thought deeply. From afar, the bishop continued to entice him. Young man, accept the blessing of the gods. You will exist in this world in your most beautiful form. In contrast to his arrogant appearance at the gate of hell, half of his body was stuck in the magic circle. He paid no attention to the force trying to grab him again. Zhou, he said contemptuously, you keep saying the same things over and over. Are you a robot? From within the red light, a bright spark flickered. A halo condensed from behind Zhou Yi's head. It was the crown of divine flame. It grants the ability to manipulate the fire element. It enhances self and fire system skill damage. The light system of the entire army is nearly 40%. A pillar of flame descended. It enveloped both him and the magic circle. Zhou Yi broke free from the restraints. He flew up, engulfed in flames. He shook off the burning nuns. They were burned to ashes. They looked like fireballs flying everywhere. The spear of victory, an arrow of light, was summoned and shot straight at where the bishop was standing. But the dark shield blocked the attack. Not only did it absorb a large amount of damage, it was also immune to physical and magical attacks, and it reflected a portion of the damage back as dark corrosion. Zhou Yi didn't back down. He continued to swing his sword, unleashing the sword flash skill aimed straight at the protective layer. Faced with the immense force of the attack, the bishop's shield gradually shattered, leaving him speechless with astonishment. Then he raised his hand to defend himself. He shouted the invitation. Great Oseon, show your wrath. Punish this ant. Zhou Yi, who was in the middle of his attack, heard this name and had to think deeply. Oseon. Suddenly, he noticed the 3-eyed statue glowing with a golden light. Then his pupils contracted. He showed a look of stunned disbelief. Is this Oseon the evil god that Shounen mentioned? It's here too? He stopped his attack. He looked straight at the bishop, who was transforming with black energy surrounding his body. Zhou Yi gripped the divine sword hard and carefully analyzed. Although I don't know what will happen, I definitely can't let it get what it wants. This shield can absorb a large amount of damage, and it also reflects. Then I must use a powerful force to break his shield. He swung his sword, unleashing a powerful divine thunder, heavenly revelation stance. At the same time, he roared, Ah! If one isn't enough, then I'll add another. He continued to use the divine thunder, heavenly punishment blade. This slash not only shattered the bishop's shield, but also severed his head from his body. His body, shrouded in black energy, collapsed. His half-transformed head, still wearing a look of shock, flew far away. It landed on the ground. Horrifying liquids splattered everywhere. This scene did not make Zhou Yi let his guard down. He quickly transformed into his angelic body. The dark corpse gathered into one entity, creating a dark entity with glowing red eyes. You rotten brat. You don't want to submit. Then let me devour you on behalf of Lord Oseon. Zhou Yi laughed challengingly. You look much better now than you did before. The bishop charged forward in a rage. He launched black orbs straight at the enemy. He didn't just stand there and take it. He dodged them all. Zhou Yi's figure skillfully weaved through the pillars of red power emanating from the black orbs. He seriously scanned the surrounding situation again. Then he calmly clasped his hands and cast a spell. Holy Lightheart Shield. Under his summons, a blade appeared from above. It struck straight down. Zhou Yi continued to cast. Divine Thunder. Heavenly Prison Chains. As soon as he finished speaking, the streams of power turned into lightning bolts, pinning the bishop to the ground. He was still conscious and cried out in agony. Let me go, you despicable person. Even though he was suppressed, he refused to submit. He screamed with hatred. You will pay for what you have done. Great God, punish this person who scorns the gods. Zhou Yi contemptuously shattered the bishop's dream. Don't fantasize that your evil god can save you. Accept the punishment of the light. He raised his hand to deliver the final blow. The final skill, Heavenly Prison Chains. Along with his words, thousands of chains stabbed straight down into the formless body. He screamed in pain. Let me go. Lord Oseon will surely crush you to dust. The system panel appeared with the skill details. Divine Thunder. S. Rank, Heavenly Prison Chains. Controls Divine Thunder to form a prison. Locks the enemy in place. He looked at the golden screen and analyzed again. Professional skills are divided into 5 main types: attack, defense, enhancement, weakening, and restriction. There are also summoning and crafting, but they are less common. Among them, restriction skills are extremely rare, ignoring the bishop who was trying to break free from the golden chains. His thoughts continued. And control is one of the most effective types of skills. Restriction-type skills used in actual combat can also produce unexpected effects. Then he came to a conclusion as he helplessly struggled with a control skill. Some powerful but easily dodged abilities no longer need to worry about their hit rate. Even though he was imprisoned, the bishop still cried out in desperation. The wrath of Lord Ocean will burn you to ashes. Your soul will be tormented in eternal suffering. He then asked, this Ocean you speak of, what exactly is it? The main eye of the entity widened. Black veins spread to the iris, extremely horrifying. It looked up at the giant statue and screamed a long tirade. Lord Ocean is the supreme god. He possesses boundless power. With a raise of his hand, he could destroy 10,000 enemies. Traitors will be devoured. The loyal will be granted eternal life. He contemptuously kicked the disgusting, deformed head of the bishop closer. Eternal life? In your current state? A deformed monster. The bishop immediately screamed in rebuttal. Ignorant fool. Then he recalled his painful past. Before, he was an unknown bishop living in a small, peaceful village. He was loved by the villagers and treated like family. Therefore, he had always tried to cure the villagers of their illnesses. But a terrible plague swept through the entire village. Everywhere was suffering and helplessness. They begged for help, but he was too weak. He could do nothing. He continued to recount how he had repeatedly run into the city to find higher-level bishops to beg them to save the villagers. Under the disdainful gazes of those people, the bishop ignored the shame and shunning. He only hoped they would have some compassion and lend a helping hand. Then he went to the perverted archbishop to beg. But the harsh reality was that they did not want to step into his village. They considered the villagers to be a bunch of ants, not worth wasting their power on. Nevertheless, he rushed back to report the good news in desperation. I'm back. We're saved. From that moment on, even though the bishop's body was rotting, and his stomach was stained red and black by dark power, he still smiled brightly and ran quickly towards the villagers, holding a demonic cross. The bishop knelt down beside the cursed person. He tightly gripped the cross, secretly hoping for some miracle to happen. The corpse suddenly exploded, sending him sprawling to the ground. At this moment, he realized in shock that he had been deceived. It's fate. After that, the bishop and the villagers piled up the remaining bodies with infinite sorrow. The people in the village grew weaker and weaker. The number of dead increased. Their cries always echoed in his ears. Lord Bishop, please save me. My lord, it hurts so much. It hurts so much. Please have mercy on me. At that time, he hated his own uselessness. He hated the coldness of the high-level bishops. His helpless tears flowed, making his words tremble. I'm sorry. But just at his most desperate moment, a mysterious power summoned him. After that, the bishop used his great power to drive away the plague. The villagers were no longer in pain. Even the dead were resurrected. From faces tormented by suffering, smiles bloomed again. No one was troubled by the plague anymore. Looking at those soulless bodies, the bishop thought he had done the right thing by making the trade-off. This appearance is just a small price to pay. It was all worth it. Even now, he is still a loyal fanatic. Lord Ocean has chosen us. I will definitely spread the glory of Lord Ocean to farther places, so that more people can receive the blessings of Lord Ocean. He sighed wearily at this blind devotion. This guy is beyond saving. I'm afraid I can't get any useful information from him. Then he decisively swung his blade, splitting his body in two vertically, even on the brink of life and death. The bishop still earnestly prayed to the god he worshipped. Lord Ocean, show your power. Save your loyal servant. Destroy this enemy. He looked at him sarcastically with a sharp gaze. Still hoping for your evil god? Then he casually revealed the cruel truth. Like a final blow. I'm afraid he abandoned you long ago. Today is the day you die. Yet the bishop still screamed, stubbornly holding onto his undying faith. How dare you look down on Lord Ocean? Even if I die, I will drag you down to hell with me. He responded to those arrogant words with a faint smile. Self-destruction is not that easy, without letting the opponent act. Zhou Yi threw a magic chain to stop his attempt. Then he raised his hand to summon a sacred light. His voice echoed like a verdict. Holy Light Cross. The seal was instantly activated, locking the bishop tightly. Though writhing in agony, he still pleaded with the god who would never answer. Ocean, save me. But the stone statue did not react, ignoring the black liquid splashing towards him. And the system notification killed the zombie bishop. Zhou Yi returned to his normal state. He landed gently on the ground. The reward chest immediately announced the items he received. 12,323 experience points. High-level health recovery potion. Mana recovery crystal. Guardian's breastplate. He reached out to take them and commented casually, "Not bad, I guess." Even though the experience points weren't enough. And I didn't level up. Zhou Yi suddenly sensed something unusual. It seemed the evil aura hadn't completely disappeared. He kicked the weapon on the ground up. Then he quickly caught it. After that, he advanced towards the statue. He prepared to deliver the final blow. This disgusting thing ends here. A stream of dazzling golden light shot through, shattering it into pieces in an instant. The system once again sent a signal. Congratulations, you have destroyed the statue of the evil god. You have received an extra reward. This surprised him slightly. Red text appeared along with an information box. Detailed description of the new item. Divine Crystal, an ancient relic containing divine power. It helps a holy professional with their second-class change. It appears in dungeons related to gods or evil gods. Zhou Yi observed the glowing object floating in front of him. This is the first time I've come into contact with an item related to the second-class change. It seems I'll have to run this dungeon a few more times. As soon as he stepped out, Ningxin approached and praised him. Not bad. First time clearing it. In your dungeon, clear time reached 10 minutes and 25 seconds. You could be ranked in the top 20 on the leaderboard. Zhou Yi handed her the spoils. He hastily made a bargain. Deacon Gue, these are all for you. I want to enter the dungeon again. Ningxin quickly tried to dissuade him. You just cleared it and you're going back in? Why? This dungeon is not for fun. It's very draining. In Zhou Yi's mind, the record set by previous players suddenly appeared. He clenched his fist and declared decisively. The first time was a scouting run. This time, I want to challenge the fastest clear speed. The time to clear, the first place record. I feel like I can break it now. She tilted her head and thought for a moment, then reminded him. The top 10 are all level 30 professionals. If you want to clear the new leaderboard, you should at least wait until you're level 27 to challenge it. Zhou Yi asserted without wavering. I know what I'm doing. Don't worry. Realizing she couldn't stop him, Ningxin could only give him a few words of advice. All right, be careful. The rewards from this dungeon, I won't take them from you. Keep them for yourself, kid. At the same time, Zheng Ming suddenly appeared. Aunt Gue, you're here? She exclaimed in surprise. When did you get back, Zheng Ming? He scratched his head in embarrassment. Just now. It took 2 months to deal with that bunch of otherworldly creatures. Those disgusting things. I'm dead tired. Zhou Yi happened to overhear their conversation. He asked himself a question. Wiping out otherworldly creatures? Is it that spatial rift? He quietly entered the new dungeon. His mind was still preoccupied with what he had been taught. When I went to the Gongfeng mountain range, I discovered that low-level otherworldly creatures could pass through a common spatial rift. I heard from my teacher that the country immediately raised the combat alert to level 3 and dispatched legions to clear the area around the rift. On the other side, Ningxin asked with concern, were the casualties in the battle high? Zheng Ming's expression darkened as he recalled his fallen comrades. Our team had more than 12 people. Only 8 came back. And this was with the Legion protecting us. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to come back either. After a few seconds of contemplation, she allowed a soft sigh. The casualty rate in the battle was 1/3. What a pity. Ningxin suddenly crossed her arms. She gently scolded Zheng Ming. Have you called your mother yet? You child. Such a dangerous mission. And you didn't say a word. He replied with a forced smile. Isn't that why I came to find you, little aunt? I hid the mission from her. If I tell her now, I'll definitely get scolding. She shrugged and said casually, I can't help you with that. He immediately clasped his hands. He earnestly begged her to cover for him. Please, little aunt, please. I'm fine, aren't I? Instead of answering him, Ningxin turned to look at the person approaching and asked with surprise, Zhou, why haven't you entered the dungeon yet? He explained calmly, Deacon Gay, I've already come out of the dungeon. She was so surprised she covered her mouth. He pointed to the achievement board. The dungeon has just been reset. Plague of Size. Nightmare difficulty. Rank, Zhou, level 23. Clear time, 1 minute and 59 seconds. Then he smiled smugly. See? Ningxin muttered as if she couldn't believe her eyes. Clearing a nightmare difficulty dungeon in less than 2 minutes. And he's only level 23. Zhou quickly made a new request. Deacon Gui, I want to try the abyss difficulty. She let out a sigh. Her eyes showed a mix of helplessness and admiration. You're truly a monster. Go on. Take my card. You can run it as many times as you want. At this moment, Zhang Ming couldn't hide his astonishment. Aren't you Zhou, the top freshman from Swan University? 2 months have passed, but the achievement of clearing the Plague of Size is still being talked about everywhere. The students in the school couldn't hide their admiration. The clear record for the abyss-level Plague of Size has been refreshed. 1 minute and 29 seconds. This is also unbelievable. 1 minute and 29 seconds. At that time, I was still stuck on the first stage. Terrifying. This is the strength of Principal Wong's personal disciple. Right away, someone in the crowd also chimed in with admiration. Did you guys see the nightmare-level Plague of Size from a few days ago? He only used 59 seconds. My whole body went numb. Even a second transition professional's clear speed isn't as fast as his. Zhou, he left the dungeon with a joyful expression. He couldn't help but think about the happy events of the past few days. These 2 months have been really fulfilling. After Teacher Wang Hui found out I was running the Tianyu Guild's dungeon, he directly gave me his accumulated points card so I could run it as much as I wanted. Then he assessed his own information panel, with no limit on accumulated points. Of course, I have to try to level up as quickly as possible. So I spent 2 months at the Tianyu Guild and finally reached level 29. I can accept the class change mission now. Zhou, he silently calculated his next plan. I'll contact Teacher Wang Hui later. From there, I could get the Holy Knight's class change letter. Just then, his phone rang. It was a summons message from Principal Wang Hui. His phone even had a cute keychain that Charon had given him. The hottest magical pet blind box in Ningen City. It took me a long time to get this couple style. A while later, Zhou, he was in the principal's office. Hello, sir. As soon as he saw him, Wang Hui praised him profusely. Just as I predicted, gaining 6 levels in 2 months is not bad. He approached. He gently patted his shoulder and said cryptically, I could have taken you into the wilderness to hunt magical beasts to quickly level up to 40 or even 50. But do you know why I didn't do that? He answered without hesitation. Because that way, the third transition professional created would be of a lower class. Lacking fundamental training, they wouldn't be able to fully utilize their strength. Zhou, he added seriously. Only a professional who has been tempered through life and death situations on their own can be a top-tier expert. Wang Hui cast a spell, causing a golden light to flash as he commented. It's not easy for you to understand this point. He placed a class change letter in front of him and began to explain. The world of experts is not lacking in those who level up thanks to their parents' resources. But at the second transition and third transition, it's still difficult for them to survive. Since you're already level 29, you should prepare for your second transition. Wang Hui continued to explain. The Holy Knight's second transition is the Oracle. It greatly enhances the ability to control holy light and improves the abilities that were weak in the first transition. But for you, your strength has already far surpassed the norm. This is the class change letter. Open your consciousness, and you will see the conditions for the transition. The system panel appeared before Zhou. Item, Holy Knight's class change letter. Effect, meets the conditions for class change. Activating it can change the class from Holy Knight to Oracle. He calmly closed his eyes. He focused on absorbing the power from the class change letter into himself. At this moment, lines of notifications appeared. Class change conditions. First transition class is Holy Knight. Level has reached 29. 1 divine crystal. 100 wisps of penitent will. Zhou, he scratched his head and asked, Penitent will? It refers to the penitent will of heretics who worship evil gods and demon lords. Sir, do you remember what I got from the abyss level Plague of Size? Wang Hui heard his question and answered, "You must use a special skill to make it produce penitent will. It must be used within half an hour after death. Otherwise, the soul will dissipate." Zhou Yi's face darkened as he raised another issue about the penitent skill. "How did you know I have this skill?" "Wang Yuanswell de Academy. I heard you ran the Plague of Size dungeon. You must have gotten that skill. With your strength, you must have collected enough divine crystals, right?" He was a bit moved and thought to himself, so the teacher had already planned my second transition for me. Then he answered him, "Yes." Wang Hui then continued, "Then you just need to complete the fourth mission to proceed with the second transition." He also advised Zhou, "Recently, there's a mission on the school's network related to heretics. The chance of getting penitent will is very high. Go back and check it out." After hearing this, he just replied with a yes. After arriving home, Zhou Yi immediately searched for information about the missions on the school's official website. A series of information appeared, making him ponder. The university, Suong, is one of the top 3 universities. The total number of students is not considered large. All 4 years combined is only a little over 5,000 people. That's not even a third of the number of students at other universities. As he pressed the search button, he analyzed. Due to Suong University's high resource input, it cannot recruit many students. Although the number of students is small, the missions are diverse. Above are all academic credit missions. Right now, I'm only interested in missions related to heretics. The results were displayed immediately after. The target of the combat mission is defeat the level 34 fleeing heretic Zyke with a reward of 400 academic credits. And the investigation mission's content is traces of heretics have been found in Longfeng City, Chongshan Province. Investigate and report. Reward 100 to 1,000 academic credits. Zhou, he stroked his chin and thought for a long time. I need 100 wisps of penitent will. The first mission can be ruled out. Let's see where Longfeng City from the second mission is. No sooner said than done. He immediately searched for this location. Although it's not a big city, it has a specialty, the UI fruit, so it should be more developed than Lijiang. If there are heretics active there, the chance of getting penitent will is not small. Zhou, he clicked to accept the mission. Suddenly, a warning popped up. This has been confirmed as a high-risk mission. 2 people who accepted the mission have lost contact. Do you wish to continue accepting? This situation surprised him. So it's a high-risk mission. Then he frowned and analyzed, just like the difficulty of a dungeon. The school's missions are also divided into 4 levels: simple, normal, dangerous, and high risk. A cautious glint appeared in his jade green eyes, and a high-risk mission has a death rate of at least 70%. However, these things did not deter Zhou Yi. As expected, missions related to heretics are never simple. Before I go, I need to prepare a little. He raised his hand to summon the void-guiding butterfly. The butterfly replied respectfully, "Master, do you have any instructions?" He didn't answer, just silently used the positioning skill. A glowing map immediately appeared with detailed information. Skill using the void-guiding butterfly. Use magic power to mark the spatial coordinates of the void beast. Sense its location and instantly teleport to the designated point. Zhou, he instructed the void-guiding butterfly. Once I encounter a danger I can't handle, I can also rely on its fast speed to escape. This trip to Longfeng City to carry out the mission will have an extra layer of assurance. After everything was done, Zhou, he stepped out onto the school grounds and thought. On the school's website, I bought enough mana recovery potions, so I can set off now. From a distance, 2 female students from the school exclaimed when they saw his figure. It's God, he is alive. The other one also smiled and praised, as expected of the one called the leader of the Golden Age. This level of aura, even a 4th-year student can't compare. In the Dean's exclusive alloy training room at the War Academy, Wu Mang was training by single-handedly facing 7 robots. While fighting Hyasumi, you said Zhou Yi accepted a high-risk mission and left the school? She answered Wu Mang's question. That's right. The mission location is in Longfeng City, Chongshan Province. It's related to heretics. Wu Mang knocked away a few robots and continued. A heretic mission. It seems he's preparing for his second transition. This kid has some ideas. Besides, that familiar name made him suspicious. But I think I've heard another teacher mention that mission in Longfeng City before. Sumi glanced at the information in her hand and confirmed. The mission in Longfeng City was initially just a normal level. But after 2 students, level 26 and 28, lost contact, it was upgraded to high risk. The school predicts that only a second transition professional can handle it. Wu Meng replied while still fighting the robots. There's probably some trickery hidden over there. For other students, it might be a bit troublesome. But for Zhou Yi, on the contrary, it's not a big deal. As he finished speaking, he took off the head of the opponent in front of him. Then he pushed off with his foot and launched forward. His analysis continued. He's trained a lot in the Tianyu Guild's dungeon these past 2 months. A level 29 Zhou Yi won't be at a disadvantage even against a second transition professional. Not to mention, he has many trump cards. Wu Meng took down the robots with 1 move. At the same time, he made a decision. Change Zhou Yi's class schedule to a leave of absence status. The rest doesn't need to be managed. Finally, e instructed sumi. When he gets back, remind him a little. The leave of absence procedure still needs to be followed. The high-speed train was running at full speed on a railway. This is a direct route from Suong to Longfeng, 10,000 kilometers long. It has to pass through many dangerous areas. To get there, one needs to depart from the teleportation square of Ning'an University. It takes 12 teleportations and 7 high-speed train rides to reach Yongxing, Chongshan Province. Zhou entirely rested his head against the window. Next, I just need to take the subway for 2 hours, and I'll be there. His phone buzzed with a message notification. Brother Zhou Yi, have you arrived? He quickly replied. Almost. Another hour to go. Then the other end replied. Call me when you get there. Baina, sitting next to him, praised. Your phone keychain is the specialty magical beast of Ning'an City, the chittering mouse. Are you also from Ning'an? Zhou Yi friendly confirmed. Yes. Are you too? With a bright smile on her face. She confided in him. I can be considered half a person from Ning'an. My grandmother is over there. I grew up there as a child. Now I can only go during the summer vacation. After all, Suong Province is too far from Chongshan Province. Are you going to Longfeng City for tourism or something else? Zhou Yi, while using his appraisal skill, replied vaguely. I have some business to take care of. What about you all? Are you going to Longfeng City for tourism? The results showed that both of them were level 13 pharmacists. Baina didn't know she was being investigated. She still casually revealed. That's right. We're planning to go to Longfeng to soak in the hot springs and relax. I'm Baina. This is my best friend, Lu Jia. Your level is high. I can't appraise it. Looking at your aura, you seem to be a combat type, right? After a hum from Zhou Yi, she began to praise herself. I told you, my sixth sense is quite accurate. I really admire you combat type professionals. But in his eyes, these words were a bit clumsy. The difference in aura between a lifestyle professional and a combat professional is very clear. It's very normal to be discovered, with a sincere desire to connect deeper. Baina proactively took out her phone. Little brother, add me. My best friend and I are both pharmacists. In the future, if you need to buy any medicine, whether it's recovery potions, mana potions, or healing potions, we'll give you a 20% discount. Zhou Yi was a bit embarrassed, but couldn't refuse. Thanks. The high-speed train finally arrived in Longfeng City. Baina spoke up after getting off the train. Time really flies. She and Lu Jie dragged their luggage along and said goodbye to Zhou Yi. If you need anything, feel free to contact me anytime. But because she was busy talking, she bumped into someone walking the opposite way. Seeing a beautiful young girl with a fair complexion in front of him, the man shamelessly began promoting his cult. Beautiful lady. I'm so sorry. The Holy Spirit sect can bring endless happiness to everyone. He continued preaching to Lu Jie. Our church recently has a very special activity. It will demonstrate the grace of God. If you are interested, you can come learn a bit about it. He didn't even spare Zhou Yi. This little brother, your aura is extraordinary. You must be someone destined to be with the gods. Although these words were just flattery to him, he still glanced at the flyer the man handed over. After reading it, Zhou Yi's suspicions multiplied. He let out a cold snort. This attitude made the cultist turn pale and forced him to step back. Immediately after, he snatched the paper back and ran away, leaving behind a blessing. May the Holy Spirit Lord protect you forever. It seemed Lu Jie didn't know much about the Holy Spirit sect. She read the paper and asked, is religious culture this popular in Longfeng City? But Baina quickly snatched it away. Hurry up and throw this away. It's bad luck. Lu Jie was puzzled by her friend's strange behavior. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with it? By now, I had to explain in detail the experience her family had gone through. It's normal that you don't know. My older brother has worked here for many years. He told me that a year ago, Longfeng City started showing traces of religious activity. Back then, the Holy Spirit sect was considered a mysterious organization. Many people saw their stats increase and leveled up after joining the religion. But then everyone realized, although their appearance didn't change, their personalities changed completely, as if they had become different people. Bai Na continued recounting the sad experience. My brother's friend was originally gentle, but after joining the Holy Spirit sect, he became hot-tempered. He got angry easily, terrifying his whole family. Even though the sect claimed it was a sign of a loyal believer, I still felt there was something abnormal. After hearing her story, Lu Jie asked, "So what is a miracle?" But by this time, Bai Na had already thrown the flyer into the trash can. She replied with a weary look, "Why care about it? We can't touch these things. Who knows what's really in there?" He crossed his arms, assessing the situation. Although when I was at Cheongfeng Mountain, I briefly saw the light with my consciousness. Miracles are not good things. Perhaps this is a clue to track down the cult, since they often disguise themselves as normal religions. Soon, night covered all of Longfeng City. At 8:30 p.m., neon lights from the Hingyang shopping mall shone brightly, illuminating a street corner. A crowd gathered on the 9th floor. Everyone was buzzing with excitement. Can we really see a miracle today? I don't know. I also came here aiming for the miracle. My neighbor said. After he encountered a miracle, his wisdom stat directly increased by 20. His strength also increased. Gu Man stood amidst the sea of people. Hearing this, he sneered, using a miracle to lure people to a gathering. They have some skills. Jiang Shang naturally realized this too. Nonsense. The Holy Spirit sect became a major religion in just 1 year. How could they do it without tricks? Although he was being sarcastic, he still focused on the mission. True. Remember to record their entire faking process later. Zhao Ling stood beside them and whispered a reminder. Guman, collecting evidence of the fake miracle is enough. Don't investigate too deeply. This is an A+ rank mission. One slip up means death. Since the level 19 duelist had spoken, how could he say no? Okay. We'll listen to you. Only collect clues. Absolutely no direct contact. Hearing a satisfactory answer, she immediately turned to ask her level 18 mechanic. Jiang Shang, are the small robots arranged? He replied with a beaming smile. Don't worry. The whole room is under surveillance. Wu Han was using an appraisal skill when she suddenly spoke up. Why can't I see that person's class level information? Zhou Yi stood clearly in her line of sight, but the screen kept reporting errors. The other three simultaneously opened their appraisal functions. I can't see his level either. Guman, what about you? He was no different from Zhao Ling, can't see it. None of us can probe him. This proves the opponent's level is at least level 20. Jiang Shang looked suspicious. A normal gathering of the Holy Spirit sect. How could it attract a powerhouse above level 20? Wu Han continued, dropping shocking information. There's a holy aura on him. Is he a member of the Holy Spirit sect? While they were whispering, Zhou Yi suddenly shot a cold glance their way. All four of them panicked. The blood in their bodies seemed to freeze. Zhao Ling didn't hesitate to give an order. That look terrified me to the core. He's likely a second transition expert. Absolutely do not attract attention. Wu Han whispered a clear Roger. The two men remained silent, accepting their fate. At the same time they were assessing him, Zhou Yi was also analyzing them. These four don't seem like ordinary citizens, but it has nothing to do with me. My target is the Holy Spirit sect. Suddenly, the ringing of a bell cut through everyone's calculations. The atmosphere immediately became dead silent. The representative opened with a welcome. Welcome everyone to the Holy Spirit sect gathering. Everyone present here is destined to be with the Lord. I am Father Le Shuyuan. I will guide you to divine grace. Zhou Yi stood in the back, observing quietly. 1 level 18. 2 level 17s. Not very high. Let me see what tricks they want to pull. Meanwhile, Shuyuan was still rambling on. The Holy Spirit sect worships the Lord. Our doctrine leads to light and salvation. In the eyes of the Lord, all living beings are equal. He kept painting a rosy picture for the believers. As long as you are sincere enough, the Lord will grant favors, from free training dungeons to precious cultivation resources, like mana potions. heavenly treasures that increase vitality. We have everything. Finally, he threw out an attractive bait. Every month, the church will give each member 8,000 Zhongsha dollars as activity funds. This bombshell made the crowd boil with excitement. I work hard all month for only 4,000. Yet, joining the church gets you 8,000? And free cultivation resources too? Maybe I could change my luck. What if I become a real powerhouse? Xiao Yuan kept pouring honey into everyone's ears. This is the Lord's love for everyone, so that everyone doesn't have to worry about life's troubles. You can wholeheartedly focus on your faith in the Lord. His next words were a signal to the two assistants beside him. Everyone, the divine power of the Holy Spirit Lord is infinite. Next, I, as the Father, will personally demonstrate the Lord's immense power to everyone. He walked to the foot of a statue of unknown quality, an unknown effect to perform. This is a rare opportunity granted to us by the Lord. Witness the glory of God with your own eyes. Feel the vast divine grace. Zhou, he looked thoughtfully at the item in front of him. I can't appraise it, but I can feel the dense magical aura on this statue. It's probably a magic prop. Zhao Ling's group also had their own thoughts about it. The Holy Spirit statue. They're about to start faking the miracle. This time, we must collect the evidence properly. Xiao Yuan stood facing the statue, raised his hands high, and shouted with all his might. Holy Spirit Lord, please show your power. The expectant looks of the crowd below made him speak even more enthusiastically. Let these devout believers witness your great miracle. As soon as he finished speaking, the assistant shook the small bell in his hand. Following the ding, ding, dang, dang sound, the statue gradually emitted a soft golden light. Soon, it formed a blinding halo, forcing Zhou Yi to raise his hand to shield his eyes. He stared in astonishment at the so-called miracle, now manifesting in the form of a goddess embracing the believers in her arms. Someone screamed out, "What is this?" This sentence was like a switch for everyone's excitement. A miracle. It's a miracle. This light fills my body with power. The figure from the statue began to emit a series of incantations. The crowd of believers couldn't help but check with each other in bewilderment. Strange. Do you hear any sound? That miracle is talking. Guman's group was also being surrounded by the incantations, except for Wu Han, who had the mind stabilization art. Then Zhao Ling suddenly looked at her trembling hands and spoke. I have become a second transition job holder. This made Wu Han, standing inside the protective barrier, shocked. Sister Ling, beside her, Guman laughed maniacally. So much Zhongsha currency. These resources are enough for me to become the strongest warrior. Jiangshang didn't escape the magic tide either. Now, I'm the top mechanic in Zhongsha country, enough to make the family proud. She shuddered witnessing this scene. It's high-level hypnosis magic. Wu Han stared helplessly at the continuously expanding miracle. The necklace grants immunity to mental control. It can only be activated once every half hour. Now I can only wait for the necklace to cool down, wake up a teammate, and then force a breakout. Zhou, he was the second person not to fall for the trick. He grabbed the head of a person nearby and calculated. Hypnosis magic? Does the Holy Spirit sect rely only on this method to attract believers? Xiao Yuan was extremely satisfied with the result brought by the miracle, worthy of being a holy relic bestowed by the Lord Bishop. The effect is superb. He immediately ordered the subordinates standing behind him. Start the operation. We wasted some time talking just now. That side is also in a hurry. The enchanting chant rang out again. Sound waves spilled out from all directions. Soon, the entire hall was covered by rings of bright golden waves. As soon as the chanting stopped, ripples of evil energy infiltrated every corner of the 9th floor. 5 strangers followed the black smoke and slowly appeared on the altar. Xian bowed respectfully to greet them. Lord Bishop. Zhou Yi's eyes suddenly flashed. This feeling is cultists. Feng Li opened his mouth and spat out a questioning sentence. Xiao Yuan, why did it take so long? He hurriedly clasped his hands to explain. Lord Bishop, there was a reason for what happened. Propagating the Holy Spirit sect took a bit of time. He warned indifferently. They're just some consumables. Don't waste time next time. Feng Li reached out and touched the statue. This time, after the sacrificial ceremony, you will officially join the Holy Spirit sect. Receive the Lord's blessing. Xiao Yuan was hit in the face by unexpected joy and was extremely excited. Thank you for the recommendation, Lord Bishop. Zhou Yi observed for a while and was enlightened. Cultists look like ordinary people when they don't use the evil god's power. It's hard for job holders to distinguish them, but a holy knight like me is blessed by the holy light, extremely sensitive to evil energy. The evil god's aura on those five is as clear as ink on white paper. On the altar, Feng Li continued his deification speech. Eternal Holy Spirit, immortal forever, great Lord, the sacrificial offerings are fully prepared for this day. Please rest assured and enjoy. Watching this scene, his mind continued to drift. The bishop is level 27. The one commanding him must be a higher level person. Wait and see if I can get more information. After all, 5 cultists is never enough. In front of the statue, golden light flickered. Feng Li's group spread their arms and chanted a sentence in unison repeatedly. Eternal Holy Spirit, immortal forever. After hearing Eternal Holy Spirit 5 times and immortal forever, the statue grinned from ear to ear in satisfaction. It opened its mouth and spat out waves of glittering sound. The group of believers below felt refreshed and excited, like summer sun meeting a rain shower. Zhou, he felt the crazy atmosphere around him and secretly clicked his tongue. This is extracting souls. The chant, Eternal Holy Spirit and immortal forever, was now emitted from every believer around. His mind kept turning. The soul is the key factor for resurrection. Whether it's a priest saving people or a powerhouse saving themselves. Ordinary people have weak souls, so they won't manifest after death. But whether strong or weak, the soul is still extremely important. Zhou Yi truly felt the evil nature of the sect. The chant is a net controlling everyone's mind, but this illusion is actually draining their soul power. He couldn't forget the violent situation he had heard about. People who join the cult look the same on the outside as before, but their personalities are completely like 2 different people. Finally found the answer to the series of bizarre events recently. People who join the Holy Spirit sect. The major change in personality must be related to the damaged soul. Zhou Yi watched waves of gold being drawn from the bewildered believers around him, secretly puzzled. That statue collects the souls of these people. What exactly does it want to do? Zhao Ling entered the 9th floor with a belly full of determination. But now she was ignoring her soul being eroded. Wuhan used all her strength to pull her hand back. Her heart kept pounding. If this continues, Sister Ling, they will all die. We can't sit and wait for death. Sister Ling, wake up quickly. She decided to risk everything and activate the ice spirit art. Spirits of ice, he my summons and condense. Freeze with your power. Seeing layers of thin ice covering Zhao Ling, she cheered happily. There's hope, but the joy was short-lived. The ice layer melted in an instant. Useless. Dispel the ice magic and transform again. Wuhan's blatant action attracted attention from Xiao Yuan, so there's someone not hypnotized. He waved his hand, unleashing a monstrous force like a storm. Zhou, he watched the stream of evil energy flying towards her, and didn't hesitate to unleash the holy light hand. But surprisingly, among the believers, there were more than 2 people who didn't fall for the trick. Lu ran quickly threw out a light shield. A solid golden shield blocked in front of Wuhan, successfully intercepting the magic stream. Since she was exposed, she pressed the attack. She continued to launch a brilliant light spell fireball towards Feng Li, worthy of being a Holy Spirit bishop. He just flicked his hand lightly and deflected the dangerous attack. After dealing with the scratching attack, he immediately exposed her. Brilliant light spell? You are from the Church of Light. Although she was a level 25 light mage, having her ultimate move easily broken still made Lu Ran panic. How is this possible? I have practiced the brilliant light spell to level 15. This skill once instantly killed a level 26 gold tier bear. Being suppressed in strength made her quickly sober up. She didn't hesitate to open a teleportation scroll. But now, the cultist waved his hand and blocked it. Not good. The cultist's strength far exceeds my imagination. I must leave here immediately. Easy come, easy go is just a song title. How could Feng Li let her escape his grasp, intending to sabotage the ritual? And yet you want to run? You think this is a place where you can come and go as you please? Want to leave? Dream on. He unleashed the swamp art. A layer of sticky mud rose from the floor and wrapped tightly around her. Lu Ran keenly used force to step back. But on Feng Li's side, two cultists joined forces simultaneously, unleashing wind blade art and fireball art. A rolling golden light covered her inside. Power of light, gather by my side. Form an unbreakable shield. 2 against 1, even a mouse would struggle. She fell into a pincer attack, enemies front and back. I'm done for. Among the 5, there are actually 2 more mages. If there was only 1 mage, I could have taken the chance while they chanted to tear the teleportation scroll and leave. Although her calculations failed, Lu Ran still had to brace herself to continue fighting. Power of the holy light. Purge the evil in the world. But she wasn't very optimistic inside. Worse, other melee job holders are coming over. If he gets close to me, he will definitely die. She frantically attacked the opponents, hoping to break their barrier. At 18, after changing her class to the hidden job, Light Mage, I was directly recruited into the Church of Light for training. The Holy Spirit sect people weren't vegetarians waiting to be slaughtered. They counterattacked, forcing her to struggle to dodge, ending the 4-year training period. This is my first time out training. I originally thought I could destroy this religious activity on my own. But do I have to pay with my life? Zhou, he watched the battle situation and sighed in exasperation. He couldn't watch anymore and waved his hand, unleashing the repentance finger. The Hainyang shopping mall had been dead silent just now. But in the blink of an eye, the floors exploded one after another, emitting ear-splitting asterisk boom 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 asterisk sounds. Lu Ran knelt, staring blankly at the devastated deep trench before her. This is, on the other half of the building. Wuhan was struggling to support her teammates. Is this an instant kill? Xie Yuan pointed in a direction in panic, warning. There is another saboteur. Such a dense holy light aura. Feng Li naturally wasn't blind. He opened his mouth to question Zhou Yi. Are you a high-level knight of the Church of Light? He didn't answer, but condemned him directly. Cults gather scum with heavy sins. Lu Ran trembled all over, wanted to stand up. She seemed to have her own judgment. 2 mages, 1 warrior, all above level 25, plus support magic. Yet they were instantly killed like that. Could it be a second transition job holder? Longfeng City has indeed long been noticed by the church. Feng Li was naturally unhappy to hear the criticism. Decisively waving his hand, he sent the remaining 2 cultists charging out. You don't know your own strength. Zhou, he didn't even put him in his eyes, let alone 2 insignificant pawns. He swung his sword once and neatly disposed of the opponents. He couldn't believe what had just happened before his eyes. Just 1 move? This is impossible. His dark, old mind calculated rapidly. Run. I must run. He decisively kicked the sacrificial pawn, Xie Yuan, forward to clear the way. Block him. He didn't expect to fall into this situation. It was clearly a dead end. Zhou, he didn't reject the prey offering itself, coldly cutting across with a blade, fulfilling his wish. Then he didn't delay, summoning the blue butterfly. Void guiding butterfly. Follow. It obeyed and rushed into the door of evil energy before it disappeared. Lu Ran timidly approached him. Respected high-level cleric. She introduced herself humbly. I am Light Mage Lu Ran of the Magic Capital Branch. Church of Light. Standing closer, her heart became clearer. If you look closely, the concentration of holy light is not just terrifying. This is truly the incarnation of holy light. I can even feel the aura of joy brought by the holy light around his body. Zhou, he asked curiously. You are from the Magic Capital Branch. Why did you appear here? She didn't hide anything and expressed her gratitude. I came out for training. I accepted a mission, so I came here. Luckily, your lordship was here. Otherwise, I would have been in danger this time. He turned and walked away, replying indifferently. It's a small matter. She hurriedly ran after him to confirm. May I ask which cleric of the Church of Light your lordship is? I have never seen such powerful holy light power. Zhou, he made a hand gesture and said frankly, I am not a member of your Church of Light. With a boom, Lu Ran asked herself in confusion. Not a member? She looked at the devastation caused by a snap of his fingers, stubbornly wanting to confirm again. Such a dense holy light aura. Except for the clergy of the Church of Light, who else could possess it? Her small head jumped to a bold speculation. Could it be the Holy Sun? Lu Ran frantically searched her memory. Odi Song. Holy Son and Holy Daughter are titles reserved for the top geniuses within the Church of Light. This is also a kind of authority. They can get the top training in the church. They're trained to be invincible among their peers, even capable of fighting above their level, to avoid being targeted by cults. The holy son or holy daughter always hide their identities before they emerge. Only high-level priests know. Having decided enough, she looked around. My lord, we have to wake everyone up now, right? He naturally didn't want unnecessary trouble. No need. It has caused chaos now. Wait for the security bureau people to come and handle it. The situation is complicated. Waking them up will easily causes unnecessary fear. Zhou walked towards the corpse of a Holy Spirit cultist and explained. The security bureau people have experience handling abnormal situations. They will comfort the public better. She trotted after him, flattering him. Your lordship is indeed thoughtful. He clapped his hands together, creating the repentance move. In the name of the holy, awaken the conscience of the soul. As soon as he finished speaking, a cloud of golden dust fell from his hand onto the corpse. The surroundings were even covered with lilies. Repent. Black shadows of evil energy flew out, twisting at the call. Next were twisted souls hovering in midair. The space echoed with melancholic sounds. I have sinned. I repent for the sins I have committed. After the battle, Zhou stretched out his hand to withdraw the magic. He clenched his fist. His heart was full of thoughts. Only 4. Too few. I let the bishop go so the void butterfly could track him, aiming to find more cultists. It should have caught up by now. Lu Ran stood behind, quietly observing, then questioned herself. My repentance has the basics, but it's far inferior to the Holy Son's. If I could train with him, I would definitely become much stronger. Just don't know if he would notice me. While they were lost in thought, outside, the security bureau people had arrived. They rushed in and shouted warnings immediately. Hands up. Everyone, put down your weapons. Law enforcers of the Longfeng Security Bureau. Standing in the middle of the circle of soldiers was a tall man. That was the captain of the Security Bureau's action team, Wang Hao. He approached Lu Ran and asked politely, I am Wang Hao, captain of the Security Bureau's action team. Respected job holder, may I ask what happened here? She reflexively raised her hands in surrender, innocently replying, Hello, Captain Wang. Then she quickly recounted the incident. The Holy Spirit sect is a cult. They use tricks to gather ordinary citizens here, preparing to extract souls for sacrifice. Wang Hao showed clear worry. Extracting souls? Did you stop them? Lu Ran hurriedly waved her hands, stammering in denial. No, it wasn't me. She turned to Zhou, but he had disappeared. Where is he? Lu Ran sadly blamed the other person. Lord Holy Son, why did you leave me alone again? Meanwhile, Wang Hao is actively directing the scene cleanup. Team 1 is responsible for evacuating the crowd. Ensure their safety. Be careful not to cause panic. Team 2 check the scene. Collect evidence. Any suspicious items must not be overlooked. A mysterious hand reached out from somewhere, casting magic. His voice echoed everywhere. Team 3 proceed with treatment. Prioritize the seriously injured. Move fast. Ensure safety of life. Everyone hit by the magic immediately showed signs of being brainwashed. Who are you people? What are you doing? I want to go home. Just now? Wasn't I attending a gathering? Where am I? Strange. Why do I feel pain all over my body? My head is also heavy. It feels like someone is knocking inside my head. Jiang Shang rubbed his eyes while complaining. My head hurts so much. After he finished, he went to his teammate and asked, Did we succeed? No wonder the guy in front is pitifully naive. Wuhan spoke up to explain. What are you thinking? You were hypnotized by the Holy Spirit sect. I had many magic tools, so I luckily escaped. But I didn't expect there were 5 experts behind them. At least level 25 or above. He was completely shocked hearing this. Level 25? Then how do we survive? She continued to reply. He was a tier 2 cleric. He wiped out the Holy Spirit sect in one go. Jiang Shang was overjoyed as if he struck gold. A tier 2 cleric big shot. That's right. My robot definitely recorded his battle process. We can post it online. It will definitely cause a sensation. No sooner said than done. He brought out the robot to verify in front of everyone. Before they could watch, the surroundings shook violently. Jiang Shang's group stood there stunned, motionless for a moment. In another place, a gloomy atmosphere covered everywhere. In the center, a figure was wrapped in magical slime. Family Spuka Razanfuli. His tone was full of hatred. Damn it! Who exactly was it? Why did such a character appear in Longfeng City? He staggered along, asking himself hundreds of questions. Is it someone from the Church of Light? Incorrect. From past to present. I've always kept a low profile. It's impossible to attract the attention of Church of Light experts. They were all hypnotized, leaving no trace. Where exactly did it go wrong? Feng Li threw open the large door in front of him. The sacrificial ritual was sabotaged. Also lost 4 cultists. The Lord will definitely be extremely angry. The more he spoke, the more confused he became. What should I do? In another development, from the influence of magic power, a blue butterfly appeared out of nowhere, bringing hope to turn the tide. A mysterious crack also appeared on the wall. Zhou used his hands to pry open the crack, revealing a handsome face. Spatial positioning, borrowing the power of the void beast to sense and determine spatial coordinates, thereby opening a spatial rift leading to the destination to perform instantaneous teleportation. Back to reality. Du Feng saw the familiar figure and asked, Bishop Feng, you're back. It didn't hold back and went straight to the point. I sensed the disappearance of the life force of 4 precious cultists. What exactly happened? Feng Li hurriedly knelt down to apologize. An accident occurred during this operation. There was a person possessing strong holy light power. He intervened and sabotaged, disrupted the sacrifice, and killed our people. That person's strength is super strong. I am basically not his opponent. Du Feng kept making things difficult for him. Then why are you still alive? He begged it to spare his life. This lowly one deserves to die. I beg the Lord to spare my life. I am willing to atone for my crimes. Search for more sacrificial offerings to make up for this loss. It coldly uttered, Success is little. Failure is plenty. Hearing this, his whole body trembled. Lord, I really did my best. But that mysterious person was too strong. I really am. Zhou, he had disguised himself as an apostle, standing in their ranks for some time. He quietly observed the situation. The evil energy from the black sphere is too dense. This is definitely the center. Over 100 cultists gathered. This conspiracy is definitely not just collecting souls. Du Feng didn't want to waste any more time. Had to turn a blind eye. Forget it. Your explanation is useless. Fortunately, although the sacrifice was interrupted halfway, the ritual was completed. It doesn't affect the big picture. Feng Li was cowardly. Hesitantly spoke up. Lord, you mean the sacrifice was successful? But the sacrifice was clearly interrupted. The souls the master needs haven't been fully collected yet. Could it be that we anger the master? It couldn't help but scold. Idiot. Do you think we are organizing sacrifices in various places in the city just for that pitiful bit of soul power? Really hopeless. It turned to ask another apostle to clarify. Bisopsu, there's a lowly one. Explain to this idiot a bit. This lowly one obeys. Su Ling showed an evil face. Slowly explained. Lord, this is the grand plan to destroy the world. In the past 5 years, the Holy Spirit sect has conducted 307 sacrificial ceremonies, all located at key points in Longfeng City. Each sacrifice activates a node. He just enthusiastically explained every detail. Zhou, he focused on listening, not missing a word. If the nodes are connected into a line, they will create a magic array covering the whole city called the Chaos Purgatory Array. To implement this plan, we have planted many cultists in all strata of Longfeng City, spreading the Holy Spirit sect doctrine among the people. More and more secrets were revealed by him, attracting people with desires to join the Holy Spirit sect, expanding power, providing enough manpower for the plan. At the same time, adding colorless and odorless magic potions to the city's water source. The potion affects the body and spirit unknowingly, weakening them and making them easy to control. Hearing this, Zhou Yi's heart was filled with thoughts. No wonder those job holders were easily hypnotized. What is the purpose of them activating the so-called Chaos Purgatory Array? Meanwhile, Su Ling's voice still echoed in his ears. We have dug many secret passages under the city connecting to the sacrificial points. Inside are fully arranged rune magic arrays guiding energy convergence. He continued to reveal the timing. Tonight, the magic array has started. The souls and vitality of the whole city's living beings are constantly being taken away, following the passages, constantly transferring to the seal of the Lord of Chaos. The more he spoke, the more his face was stained with the color of evil. The lives and souls of the whole city are sacrificed. The great Lord of Chaos is about to awaken. He will bring endless chaos and darkness. Reshape this world. The great Lord of Chaos is about to awaken. He listened, his expression gradually becoming serious. Lord of Chaos, evil god, then summon magic, preparing to act. Using the lives of the whole city to wake up the evil god. I absolutely will not allow it. Feng Li hurriedly admitted his mistake at this moment. Lord, please forgive me. I didn't know anything about this. Du Feng spoke up to blame. Bishop Feng, you are so stupid. How can I rest assured in trusting important matters to you? While speaking, it suddenly raised its voice and shouted. Who is there? Zhou, he was startled. Eyes wide open. It aimed at where he stood and activated magic. Cousin Shuking Explosion. Fortunately, he defended in time, so he was safe and sound. As soon as the smoke cleared, oui assume la combustance. Holy Thunder. Stance of Divine Revelation, Level 1. Enter the Revelation stance, increasing abnormal status resistance by 50%. Increase lightning attribute skill damage by 50%. Last for 14 seconds. Sword Flash activates extremely fast, hitting the target causing a large amount of mixed damage. Feng Li recognized the acquaintance immediately. It's you again. Su Ling didn't hesitate to rush in and cast magic. Shadow Rift Slash gathers shadow power into the weapon, creating a black crescent blade containing strong cutting force. He didn't give up. Holy Thunder. Blade of Divine Punishment, rank S- level 1. Summon Holy Thunder. Condense on the weapon, slashing at extremely high speed, causing massive extra lightning attribute damage. Unexpectedly, Du Feng also knew him. Zhou, it's you again. Enemies really meet on a narrow road. Hearing that, he tattled incessantly. Lord, it was him who sabotaged the ritual at Hengyang Shopping Mall. He dared to come to the headquarters. Today we must make sure he comes, but never returns. It couldn't hold back anymore. Directly gave him a slap in the face. Carelessly being followed by others like this. Idiot, I really want to take your life right now. Feng Li rubbed his cheek in pain. It kept criticizing the opponent beside him. Stupid brain, but dares to brag. If not for some bloodline, how could you be a bishop? Looking somewhat miserable and lowly. Without my mercy, you would be an ant for life. Still dare to say, he comes, but never returns. You won't even know why you died. Meanwhile, the other two were still fighting fiercely. The collision between gold and purple magic created earthquakes bombing everywhere. After a while, both temporarily separated. Zhou retreated to keep a safe distance. He used magic to analyze the opponent, but couldn't appraise. Inner Heart had some praise. Much better than the bishop met before. Is a second transition expert. No more, no less. This time meeting, I'm at a match. Su Ling below didn't let time die. Raised the scythe to cast the ultimate move. Shadow Scythe Strike. Waves the scythe summoning black moon-shaped blades from multiple angles. Attack the enemy, causing multi-stage damage and disrupting actions. His scythe spinning speed quickly formed a magic circle. Absolute domain. He stared at him, sparing no praise. Just a level 29 Holy Knight, yet able to block 3 of my strikes. Have some skills. Then he coldly cast the next move. Wanted to finish the opponent. But you only stop here. Dark Vortex, taking oneself as the center, condensing dark power to create a giant black vortex. Has strong suction force on all living beings around, causing continuous dark corrosion. Su Ling's magic was like sharp slashes. They flew out slashing wildly everywhere. In the center where he stood, a black hole had already formed, waiting to swallow everything around. Zhou braced himself against that intense suction force. The situation is getting worse. He summoned Holy Light Guardian, stuck the holy sword firmly into the floor to create a fulcrum. Both sides continuously tugged back and forth. Rocks around just shattered into pieces. Su Ling raised his voice, despising the opponent. My dark vortex devours even light. You're just struggling in vain. First transition is considered skilled, but compared to second transition, it's like an ant to a dragon. You're still 14 levels below me. He had already realized the disadvantageous situation. Inner Heart full of calculations. Angelic Guardian can withstand most dark corrosion. But this black vortex is crazily draining my stamina and mana. Continuing to consume like this, I will be sucked dry sooner or later. His eyes burned, stained with darkness. Confidently raised his voice to challenge. in front of absolute power. How long can your candlelight endure? He didn't give up. Strongly replied, my light is enough to crush your tricks. Behind Zhou, he flashed a brilliant aura. He made up his mind, devising a battle plan. Competing in stamina and mana against him is definitely not beneficial. Fight fast, win fast. At this moment, Su Ling hesitated a bit. He questioned himself in his head. The purity of this holy light far exceeds that of ordinary holy knights. Could he be the secret weapon of the Church of Light? But this level is really too low. But no matter what his background is, today don't even dream of leaving this place alive. Du Feng feared a long night brings many dreams. Impatiently spoke up. Bishop Su stopped him quickly, but it was too late. He had completed the transformation process. Talent, concentration aura. Skill, Holy Light Wheel level 11 rank A. Secret art, Angelic Divine Body S. Then, summoned a photon beam aimed straight at the opponent. Su Ling was scared witnessing the scene above. He didn't believe in reality yet. This dark vortex fuses a trace of chaos origin. Even a full-force attack of a level 50 powerhouse can be devoured. How can it be easily torn apart? Impossible. All cultists kill him at any cost. He wanted to use numbers to crush the opponent. Although the cultist's strength isn't strong, there are many people completely can consume his stamina and mana. Su Ling shouted orders. Feel the binding of darkness, the pain of chains. A series of chains rushed to seal him. Next was the water array, rushing in, wanting to drown the opponent. Zhou calmly raised his hand to draw the light sword. Eyes became sharp, then waved his hand once. Successfully broke the water array. However, the battle didn't stop yet. The large crowd of apostles just crazily rushed in. Too many small fries. Must clean up first. Zhou spread his arms wide, feet steady as a mountain. Summon light shields blocking both sides. Twin magnetic shields, level 11. The apostles rushing in were mercilessly knocked back. Just like that, a series of absolute domain moves were executed. He alone bombed the entire battlefield. Su Ling saw himself being overwhelmed, hurriedly defended. Then he also unleashed a move to respond. Shadow triple slash. He didn't move his limbs much, just gently stretched. Magic light radiated powerfully, so much that it knocked the opponent back. A while later, the battlefield also became less lively. Su Ling was beaten into the wall. Du Feng Gongri cursed. Trash. Can't even catch a level 29 Holy Knight. Feng could only tremble and exclaim. What is that? How to fight this kind of monster? Zhou on one side clenched his fist, feeling the power flowing in his body. Luckily, transformed into angelic divine body, all stats buffed. Outwardly level 29 combat power. In reality, approaching level 40. Plus the restraint of holy light against evil power. So I can suppress opponents above my level. Du Feng was angry, releasing blood-red killing intent. Useless thing. When the ritual ends, you all have to pay the price. However, seeing the coward kneeling on the ground, it raised its voice to question. Bishop Feng, what are you doing? Feng Li was scared witless, stammering unclearly. Impossible to be level 29. Must be carrying some hidden level prop. Lord, I will take the opportunity. I can't go up to seek death in vain. Zhou took advantage of their distraction, rushed to attack. Du Feng Kazidi order. Cowardly trash greedy for life and afraid of death. Rush up for me now and block him. However, the coward only knew how to stand rooted to the spot. Lord, I'm looking for a good opportunity to attack. Now is still not the time. He focused divine power, eyes like a hawk pinned on the two in front, then rushed forward, holding the weapon tightly, pressing close to Feng Li. Du Feng took the opportunity, used its hand to grab his head tightly, using him as a meat shield. Feng Li just took the full brunt of the knife handle. Father, what? Then it coldly threw the teammate's corpse down, mouth incessantly cursing. Trash. He witnessed the inhumane scene just now and questioned. He's your son. Have or not. Doesn't matter. Dying for the Lord of Chaos is the honor of his life. Zhou, he was speechless with it. For that void, evil god, you can even abandon your relatives. Truly lost your mind, it replied. Tone, 3 parts mocking, 7 parts indifferent. When chaos descends, billions of living beings are my children. Zhou is not an opponent. Don't die in vain for a city about to be destroyed. Hearing the opponent mention his name, He couldn't help but wonder. You know me? Du Feng didn't hesitate to reveal. First place in the National College Freshman Exchange Tournament. Had outstanding performance. Heard of the name from the exchange tournament long ago. While engrossed in conversation, he suddenly felt something abnormal. Turns out Su Ling wanted a sneak attack. He swung his sword in time to defend. Haven't finished dealing with this one. Du Feng behind had made a move. He exclaimed worriedly. Not good. In just a blink of an eye, he teleported and disappeared from the enemy's encirclement. Then suddenly appeared, giving Su Ling a blow from the sky. Skill, Void Beast, Void Jump. Following that were thousands of invisible punches aimed straight at him. Azure Fist Combo, Level 9 Rank B. He was punched repeatedly, screaming in pain. Du Feng watched the spectacular scene just now and laughed out loud. Huh, sure enough, you stole the Void Beast. Got it without spending any effort. Not replying to it, he coldly cast the next skill. Skill, Light's Punishment, Level 16 Rank A. Quickly disposed of Su Ling. However, in his heart he wondered, knowing I might have subdued the Void Beast. After a while of deduction, Zoe Fidemni affirmet. Dean Feng, you are that crazy traitor. Knowing he couldn't hide forever, he confirmed. Correct answer. Feng, he stepped out from the magic array. Tone gloatingly said, the Lord of Chaos will reshape this world, and I will become one of the rulers of the new world. His eyes turned white from desire for power. He staggered while threatening the person in front. If not for you sabotaging the ritual, the Lord of Chaos would have awakened 2 months ago. Today you and the Void Beast both belong to me. One is a gift, one to nourish the Lord of Chaos's power. He still stood facing him without fear, mindful of thoughts. Believing in the evil god really increases strength significantly. Feng, he is a level 49 second transition assassin, but the pressure is greater than Dean Wu level 52. I opened Angel Body, buff stats, strength increased, but facing him is still very difficult. Suddenly beneath the ground, thousands of sharp spikes rose up. In just a blink of an eye, he was sealed by them. He quickly summoned light magic. Struggling amidst the stone spikes, Feng, he looked at the bloody scene in front and was extremely gloating. Struggle. Every minute prolonged. 5 souls will become nutrients for the Lord of Chaos. He spread his arms wide. Summoned more spike arrays raining down on the opponent. Luckily, he defended in time by casting magic. Skill, Holy Light Guardian, level 13 rank B+. His attack suddenly changed direction. He looked up to follow, but basically couldn't react in time, so he was hit in the right bicep. Blood splattered everywhere. He looked at the heavily injured shoulder, slowly healing. Not normal corrosion. This is materializing the evil god's power. The dull pain made him uncomfortable to the point of gritting his teeth and gouging out the flesh corrupted by magic. Feng, he drowned in the blackened state and laughed crazily. His mouth spewed a massive shockwave of energy towards him. The sudden wave of power couldn't make flinch and run. With just a sword, the hero deflected the energy beam, tearing the sky apart in the roar of the apocalypse. His body teleported in a flash, controlling Feng, from behind. He stood still, looking up at the light, rushing towards him, unable to do anything. A pillar of light slammed down like heavenly thunder hammering on Feng, he's head at Zhou Yi's request. Skill, Light's Punishment, level 16 rank A. Lucky for him to enjoy a sharp head to formulate. A timely countermeasure. Want to control my actions. Then use Light's Punishment to deal a fatal blow to me, right? Thin lips kept uttering words that made others uncomfortable. The tactic is conversely very standard. Unfortunately, your opponent was once the dean of the War Academy. In a corner of the room, there were iron chains covered in mysterious red aura like they had souls rushing to support turning the tables for him. They quickly pulled him back to free Feng He. He was dragged towards the stone table while his voice kept echoing in his ears. These combat mindsets are all content I taught students 10 years ago. Unfortunately, he was paying attention to something more important. Abyssal chains, formed by condensed chaos power, especially restraining holy attributes. Once entangled, not only will all light skills be sealed, it also continuously drains the victim's vitality. While Feng, he was kneeling waiting for the glorious moment about to happen. Struggle. This is your end. Zhou, he lay on the stone table with limbs chained and stretched in 4 directions, looking very uncomfortable. Dangerous. These chains have the effect of suppressing holy power. Thunder appeared noisily in the high sky, signaling bad omens. Feng happily squeezed Zhou Yi's cheek. Long black fingernails dug deep into the face, causing him pain to the point of coughing up blood. His face eager for the new era of human suffering, licking the blood left on his hand. Feng felt the smell of evil energy gradually appearing in the air, making his lifeless eyes look much sharper. Suddenly rocks fell from the sky like a thunderstorm at night. Although standing in the middle of the yard, both were still intact, as if falling rocks also knew to avoid people. Zhou, he looked at the vague red shadows gradually materializing around him. That is, unjust souls appearing wandering because evil energy is covering the mortal world. Feng He's mood became happy like a clown immersed in chaotic delusion. Listen, this is the sound of the Lord of Chaos's footsteps approaching. Thunder crashed down noisily, shaking the continent. Bodies lay scattered on the ground, leaving a gloomy atmosphere right before the apocalypse. Meanwhile, Zhou, he was still shocked by the scene in front of him. Hundreds of souls passed by the stone table he was lying on. Walking with that group of strangers were 2 acquaintances of Zhou, passing by him like soulless robots. Baina Luye. Both stood silently, with others waiting for the layer of evil energy surrounding their souls. The stream of evil energy swirled around people, turning them all into soulless rocks standing tall around him. Zhou, he couldn't help but be angry at the inhumane behavior of the one Feng he worshipped. Beast! He just coldly replied to the one with different ideals. This is the necessary price. Stupid people like you will never understand. The chaotic situation forced him to silently think of a new plan. Although I can directly let the void beast take me away from here, but the people of Longfeng City will definitely all die. Therefore I must stop him, even if I am not his opponent. Absolutely cannot be a deserter. A glass bottle containing golden liquid was secretly summoned by Zhou Yi. Innate Earth Milk S. Greatly increases various negative resistances. Increases body recovery speed. He tilted his head and gulped down that strange water quickly. Negative resistance plus 100%. Body recovery speed plus 100%. That behavior caught in Feng He's eyes was just like a fish trying to escape in the last moments of life. Struggling, Zhou, he ignored that sarcastic remark. A halo shone behind his back, increasing his fighting will. In the name of the holy, awaken the conscience of the soul. Seeing the confident look of the enemy, Feng He suddenly showed clear panic. What do you want to do? In return, he friendly pronounced the sentence for the world destroyer himself. Repent. Zhou, he used a skill to suck the remaining spiritual power from the figures lying scattered on the ground. Fatigue was evident on his dreamy face. Collected repentance thoughts 104 times. Inside Zhou, 2 streams of true energy and internal energy were forced by him to collide with each other. Extreme pain due to reckless behavior beyond endurance made him spit a mouthful of blood. Heavenly warriors rose strongly within him. Besides, the Ice Corp's army also gathered at Zhou Yi's call. 2 incompatible energies collided, creating a powerful shockwave inside him. Zhou, he gritted his teeth and endured, forcing the body to absorb 2 streams of energy inside. Feng he stared blankly at the spiritual energy surrounding him. This power, was he trying to break through? His dirty mind suddenly jumped unexpectedly fast. Second transition, knowing his intention clearly. Feng he held his face and laughed out loud. Forced second transition? Huh. Truly opened my eyes. Seems you have been blinded by despair. He understood this unique skill thoroughly with the person gritting his teeth performing it inside. Under normal circumstances, second transition needs a large amount of resources to support magic gems. Precious rare pills. These are necessary items used to strengthen the body and level up power. And strong experts protecting to prevent disturbance from the outside world during breakthrough. Now you're being suppressed by abyssal chains sealing holy power. Imprisoned all alone, without any energy supply. The fierce battle of 2 elite armies made Zhou Yi's nerves flare up continuously. The power in your body will be uncontrollable, like a wild horse escaping the reins. They will fiercely impact your body, tearing you into pieces. Once failed, his face rose with interest seeing the enemy writhe. Lightly, level drops. Heavily, soul scatters. Although confident like that, Feng still cast a spell preparing to finish him off. But you brat are very strange. Even if there is a 1 in 10,000 chance, I cannot let you succeed in second transition. Zhou Yi's mind was hazy, feeling the conflict happening tensely inside. Two forms of energy silently fused, while Feng, he was still arrogant. Die right in the second transition. The final melee took place silently, marking the end of the prolonged, dull pain. Icy ghosts gradually turned into sharp crystals. Angelic guardians turned into vague, golden leaves. Two battlefronts now turned into items merging together. The pain ended, giving Zhou Yi sweet fruit on the dark path of salvation. Congratulations on obtaining the exclusive skill of Adjudicator. Judgment Descent, Divine Summoning, Divine Restoration. Obtained 100 extra undistributed stat points. The body wrapped in miraculous power also made his face look fiercer. Because of his cool debut, Feng took the full brunt of the tornado, flying straight into the stone wall. Zhou Yi threw a whip in the air to send force in him. His body froze, falling into a stiff state, unable to resist. Feng's whole body flew in the air because of the powerful hit. The ancient citadel also enjoyed the jagged tear from Zhou Yi's rage. Because of being thrown high, it took a long time for Feng to land like a crude sack of earth. His eyes widened in astonishment, not believing that he had lost his lower body. But instead of anger, he smirked, smiling a ghastly smile. Useless. You think the kung fu of a second transition holy knight can hurt me? A layer of dense black gas was released to fill the hole for him. Just scrambling up thanks to evil energy, he beckoned the unjust souls waiting to rush into battle. Ants like you, I don't know how many I have eaten. Zhou, he wasn't afraid of that deadly aura. No need. Your last words are too noisy. He raised his hand to the sky, setting up a complex array in the sky. Judgment Descent, level 1 rank S. Using mortal body to guide divine punishment, summoning holy power to punish, causing massive damage too. Dark creatures, after skill ends, fall into exhausted state. All stats decrease by 40%. Last for 2 hours. His fiery eyes stared at Feng, he rushing towards him. Sinner, I judge you. The hero played the judge, deciding the fate of the tenacious, cowardly rat himself. Death penalty. Lightning poured down like angry rain. Each stream aimed straight at the traitor. The more he was hit, Feng seemed to have more spirit to provoke Zhou Yi. You won't succeed. My master's power is still here. The unexpectedly serious atmosphere made him look suspiciously at Feng's next action. Just like other souls, offering his body to serve chaos. Several black magic strings were suddenly unleashed immediately. They surrounded him, so fast that Zhou Yi couldn't react in time. Chaos emitted a booming voice of unknown identity. Submit. Together destroying is so good. Dense resentment, like poison, infiltrated his body through skin cells, making him spit a mouthful of jet black blood. The ground jagged with piles of skeletons covered by its resentful cries, turning the confined scene into a true hell on earth. Suffering is the truth. Join us. Red eyes imprinted on a motionless face. Zhou Yi had fallen into a version he himself didn't recognize. Luckily, strong reason helped him regain control of his true mind. Chaos used tentacles to squeeze his body tightly, screaming brainwashing. Become an eternal part of me. Holy power on Zhou Yi reacted strongly, causing some painful backlash on his mind. He used skillful combat skills to escape its encirclement. Whole body wrapped in power by holy light helped Zhou Yi confidently hold the sword to rush in. Reverse polluted consciousness is much higher level than hypnosis. The broadsword thrust straight into the heart of chaos. Unfortunately, you chose the wrong opponent. Deep wound causing dull pain made the shapeless monster hiss incessantly. Open wound revealed the little vitality of chaos. You actually dare. Zhou Yi didn't care about that meaningless anger. Emotionlessly replied, why wouldn't I dare? Holy Knight. Soft words could cover the sound of collision between evil tentacles and holy swordblade. Specializes in treating all kinds of dissatisfaction. Powerful aura of divine power made the layer of tentacles vanish into the wind. An explosion erupted because evil energy vibrated. unable to maintain stability to control the main body. He stood stunned watching that scene and conveniently lowered the defensive shield to rest between rounds. A magic blade silently rose from underground. He heard a noise behind and turned his head in confusion. But before understanding what happened, he was slashed across the back by chaos, making him choke on saliva. Quick attack splashed his blood onto its white teeth. The grotesque tongue licked clean that delicious layer of blood. Blood scent just entered. It quickly cut the mental chain, sealing its wild instinct. I am very satisfied with. I am a lord of chaos. A deity. A deity cannot be killed by a tiny human. The outcome between you and me was destined from start. Become my slave. I will give you the power of a demigod. He heard those dirty words, and his fighting spirit rose even more while healing himself. Power of a demigod? Why don't we make a deal? You treat me as a punching bag. I teach you what is called God-killing power. Also, pretending to be a ghost must have a limit. He smiled contemptuously while talking to chaos. At most, you are just a clone of the evil god. That's why I, as a human, can hurt you. You still speak arrogantly. People will laugh their teeth off, suddenly feeling something wrong. It hesitantly said, unsuccessful. This is impossible. He held his head, whispering to himself. Unfortunately, this body can at most only hold on for 2 minutes. My time is running out. Subtle holy power was summoned by him. A sky-piercing pillar of light was created from a cold wave of his hand, shaking a vast land. The heavenly holy army appeared in combat readiness at his call. Divine summoning level 1 rank S. There were those who drew bows waiting for orders from above. Contract art of the Angel Legion inherited from ancient times needs to consume 30% of life value to summon angels to fight. Note, existence time of angels will prolong mental consumption of a host. There were silent ones considering everything quietly. Seeing that mighty army, chaos was a bit flustered, also screaming to keep face. Lowly creatures like you, don't dream of stopping me. Under Zhou Yi's silent command, the closed eyes of the army now opened. Initiate purification, execute divine punishment. The entire headquarters descended onto the battlefield, causing holy light to explode, acting on behalf of heaven to punish the rebel. A furious explosion swept away everything in close range. Stone architectural works also gradually passed away with terrifying power. Violent shock-wave spread to the vast forest, making trees shake incessantly. Right at the center of the crater created by the shock just now, he knelt on the ground on one knee, whole body covered in wounds with golden cracks running along. Notification quickly displayed next to the floating dark red crystal. Obtained Evil God's Power Crystal. Damage occurred. Cannot evaluate quality. From his mouth suddenly spat a mouthful of turbid plasma. Voice whispered extremely heavily. So, the whole body soon completely collapsed onto the cold stone floor. You don't even count as a clone. In the empty ground with no one around. Only misty dust swirling as if he had been forgotten by the world. The moon and bright stars above silently watched the lonely back of the pitiful boy. Thought he would just lie there sleeping a long sleep after the exhausting battle. However, even though bones cracked painfully, the hand still propped up again very bravely. However, with the current condition, even turning over became a luxury. Warning sounds rang continuously. Vital signs unstable. Please treat quickly. Zhou Yi's dull eyes intently watched each line of text appearing. Vital signs critical value breached. Heart rate currently 8 beats per minute. Blood pressure 50/30. Whole body fractured in 17 places. Internal organ damage reached 63%. Recommend immediate treatment. He dedicated all his last strength to cast his trump card. Blinding light slowly accumulated in 2 trembling palms. Genesis. Recovery. On the other side, Lu Jie continuously called the name of the person lying motionless on the bed in extreme worry. Na, wake up. Bai Na. Luckily, Bai Na showed signs of waking up. Her mind was still a bit hazy after deep sleep. Weren't we soaking in hot springs? Why suddenly? She immediately updated the situation for the other. Miracle. It's a miracle. At this moment outside, a massive pillar of light erupted, tearing through the clouds. from their distributing countless entities looking like lovely angels. They tried hard to dance around the bodies of people lying scattered all over the street. This phenomenon is Divine Restoration, Level 1, Rank 5, just summoned by Zhou-E. It has the ability to release a holy domain covering the entire city. Purify pollution. Save all people whose souls haven't dissipated within range. After skill ends, fall in a state of divine depletion. All stats return to 0 lasting 10 days. In the pitch black night, conversation between Void Beast and Zhou-E rang out, risking 4-second transition. Meridians all broken, still activating life-saving skill. This time not dying is considered huge luck. Why not let me take you away? You could have, huff huff, could have hidden behind. Then what's the difference compared to those cultists? He panted and weakly uttered each word. Before deciding on second transition, I remembered before the college entrance exam. Job change day at school. At that time I chose Holy Knight. Images of himself wearing shiny armor flooded back to his mind. Confidence. Next were skillful movements, swinging the weapon in hand. Honesty. Bravery. The bright cross acting as undying faith and justice engraved on the hammer. Compassion. Finally finishing with a powerful blow to the ground. Fulfilling duty. Doing honorable things. Even though coughing up blood, Zhou-E still held a deep belief in his heart. Pursuing justice and righteousness all this life. This is a holy night. He breathed out tired breaths with difficulty. If I was greedy for life and afraid of death, then I would go against my original intention. What's the use of being strong? Activating skill again. Positioning. A blue magic array immediately activated right where Zhou-E lay. Swang University. Just then, suddenly someone's voice from the cliff above transmitted. Captain, what happened here? Wang Hao frowned, observing the situation below, while silently deducing. This scale of battle is not something we can speculate. But I dare to be sure a powerhouse in the night used his life to protect the entire Longfeng city. He is the hero of our Longfeng city. By now, Zhou-E had successfully teleported back to his dormitory. Huff huff. Notification screens simultaneously turned red, showing the situation is extremely critical. Detected soul damage. Vital signs in high danger. State of divine depletion. All stats returned to 0 lasting 10 days. Before his eyes gradually closed, he still managed to utter a very affectionate sound. The last line of text was only the countdown, showing 239 hours, 55 minutes, 5 seconds. A while later, vision gradually recovered. This time, no more warning system panels. Zhou-E slowly opened his dull eyes. Breath suddenly appeared, bubbling phenomenon. He slowly sat up from the biotank, surrounded by countless medical wires attached to the body throughout the recovery process. I have been in a coma for 2 days. Wang Hui, sitting nearby, suddenly spoke up questioning. Woke up. How does it feel to be on the brink of death? Single-handedly sabotaging the evil god sacrifice ritual. Should I say you are brave or reckless? Zhou-E could only clumsily scratch his head. The situation was urgent back then. Golden veins running along his body were still there, making him cough hard. Teacher, he calmly explained in detail. Your whole body's meridians are like a fishing net torn to shreds. Ordinary healing arts can only heal your physical body. Therefore, I put you in the medicinal spring to maintain your vital sign stability. Also, didn't forget to instruct carefully with a threat. Soaked in this medicinal spring are 5 dragon pearls. They are precious healing holy items. You must absorb them all, if you dare waste a drop. Suddenly, Zhou-E interrupted directly. But teacher, he shouted indignantly. This is clearly your foot wash water. Wang Hui just smiled extremely cluelessly to change the subject. Don't care about these details. Keeping your life is what's important. His face instantly became serious again. Hands skillfully opened the electronic panel, telling him what happened during the 2 days of coma. The captain of the Longfeng City Security Bureau action team not only completely preserved the battlefield traces, but also specially collected residual samples of holy light. Both intently observed the image displayed in midair. Look at this fluctuation graph. The frequency of the wind attribute and your holy power match perfectly. If someone has the intention, they can immediately investigate you. Therefore, the matter of Longfeng City announced to the outside that I did it. Zhou-E clearly didn't agree with this view. I don't need to hide behind you. But Wang Hui still insisted. You're still young. Level not high. if we don't refrain from publicizing your achievements. I'm afraid it will attract the pursuit of evil God believers. Those guys won't spare anyone threatening them. Therefore, I use some privileges. Classified your matter as SS level secret. Wait until after your third transition. These honors will naturally be returned to the original owner. His delicate eyebrows frowned slightly in dissatisfaction. Mind recalling the life and death moment in the fierce battle just now. Seconds later, boldly declared, after I defeated the evil god, discovered its main body was just a crystal of evil god's power. Simultaneously summoned it as tangible proof. Zhou, he was ready to let Wang Hui look as long as he liked. This is the true face of the evil god. Looking nothing special, but harmed so many people. Just touching it could clearly feel a series of resentful souls full of hatred. They gathered into a slimy pile, looking extremely disgusting mixed with sorrow. Witnessing this horrific scene made the anger in his heart reach the peak. Just a fragment, yet dare to cause waves. Wang Hui immediately accumulated a massive amount of aura in his palm, making the surrounding space constantly ripple. Within barely a moment, he successfully covered the cursed crystal with a glowing seal. Scene change. Hong Ling's pruning motion suddenly stopped upon hearing the familiar name. Wang Yui. He turned back with a somewhat puzzled attitude. Wang Yui. Why'd he go there? Ghost honestly reported. Insider intelligence says Wang Hui's direct disciple Zhou, he went to Longfeng City to complete a mission. Midway discovered Feng, he acting. Immediately contacted Wang Hui, who just arrived. Hong Ling placed his hand under his chin looking thoughtful. Discovered by Wang Hui. Indeed not easy to deal with. Go inform all branches to enter deep dormancy state. Try to avoid provoking the military side. The opponent immediately accepted the order. Yes. His eyes still maintained a stare at the bright rose in front. Why do I feel this name Zhou is a bit familiar? The next sentence from Ghost made Hong Ling suddenly realize. 2 months ago, Zhou sabotaged Feng, his plan in the freshman tournament. At that time, we even suspected he subdued the Void Beast. Monitored him for a period of time. He now realized Zhou Yi's identity. It's him. I remember now. It's the brat with some skills. Lips suddenly curled up, forming a scheming smile. Then let's give an unforgettable meeting gift to our little friend. It was a firm reply. Roger. Along with that was the scene of the flower being plucked from the branch extremely ruthlessly, quietly falling onto the cold floor in the dark night. At this time on another side, Shun Lingfeng was standing alone under the pouring rain. In front was a high-rise villa still lit up. His mind now was extremely messy, mixed with doubting life. That brat in such a shabby place. Without family background support, how could he cultivate such weird strength? Truly strange. Just then, suddenly a strange object crashed into the window of the building. Inadvertently attracted Ling Feng's attention. Who is it? The very next second, an ear-piercing sound came out, tearing the quiet night apart. His eyes instantly widened in surprise because he hadn't digested the situation yet. Inside, a tall shadow was threatening the safety of Zhou Yun. Women and children are what I like best. Smelling their fear is also wonderful. A hoarse voice emitted from the mouth with even white teeth, looking extremely savage. Just right, 2 people, 1 woman, 1 child. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ping immediately gathered black energy into his palm and rushed straight forward. Joy multiplied by 2. However, at the most critical moment, suddenly something rushed in to intervene, causing a strong collision, making dust spread everywhere. His brain temporarily couldn't process this overly sudden situation, so his movement completely stagnated. That was none other than Ling Feng in power outburst form, who timely saved people in the nick of time. The opponent saw that and exclaimed in surprise. Flame Dragon Bloodline. Lu Ping angrily attacked again. There is someone coming to seek death. On his side, also ready to fight anytime. At the same time, suddenly a lightning bolt flashed across Zhou Yi's mind. As if detecting something abnormal from a far distance, he decisively broke free from the binding of medical wires. Whole body slowly floating in the air amidst splashing biological water. Void Beast. Void Guiding Butterfly. Just a second later, saw Zhou Yi dressed neatly again. Voice sternly giving orders. Space teleportation. Locate Zhou Yun. His expression currently full of seriousness. Little Yun's life value is decreasing. Proves little Yun is in grave danger. Cut the crap. Locate. Void Beast closed its eyes tight to easily focus on sensing spirit. Butterfly-shaped array quickly displayed clearly. It revealed from the start to avoid future trouble. I will do my best to protect your body. But after teleporting, how much damage exactly? You pray for yourself. Space suddenly appeared cracked like fragile glass. Zhou Yi's figure simultaneously plunged straight down. Soon could see the tense battle situation between Ling Feng and Lu Ping at that time. Although falling into disadvantage, he still solicitously asked about the situation of the person behind. Little girl, can you stand up? Zhou Yin hesitantly confirmed. He immediately made a suggestion. Quickly go find your brother. He encountered an evenly matched opponent and also suffered quite a few injuries on his face. Little devil, you really don't know life and death. Risking yourself like this for a woman. Is it worth it? Ling Feng breathed heavily with difficulty. Worth it or not? Then, without hesitation, released a massive fire beam, piercing through the enemy's body. You can't control it. Lu Ping seemed to take the full brunt of the dragon's rage and officially turned to dust. What remained were only pathetic screams. Heat rose rolling, gradually fading with the cold wind of the night. Ling Feng wiped the hot blood dripping down his chin. The wet and burning sensation made his mind more awake amidst the chaos. Zhou Yin rushed into Zhou Yi's arms as soon as both reunited. Brother. However, it seemed he hadn't fully recovered yet. Face suddenly sank significantly. She hurriedly recounted the whole story. Finally you came. That person just now was too scary. He injured little Yin. Zhou Yi gently patted her head to comfort. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Attention suddenly bumped into Ling Feng, struggling in a trembling state far away. Why did Shen Ling Feng appear here? However, he still had enough strength to utter provoking words. Savior Zhou finally arrived. This brother of yours is truly worthy of the title. I thought your sister would turn into roasted pigeon. Zhou Yin stood blocking between both and spoke up to defend. Not allowed to speak about my brother like that. Ling Feng just smiled sarcastically. Little sister, your words hurt my heart. Good or bad, I risk my life for you. However, her stance was still very clear. I will definitely repay the life-saving grace. But you're not allowed to say that. From small to big, no matter what danger encountered, brother would block in front of me first. He is the best brother in the world. He difficultly used his hand to stop the bleeding wound on his chest. Hey, surname Zhou. Your sister knows how to say thanks. Why coming to you, not even a word of thanks? Drops of plasma slowly dripped onto the cold ground, accompanied by stabbing words completely intentional. Is the upbringing of a holy knight only at this level? Zhou Yin again intended to retort indignantly. Hey, when stopped by Zhou Yi grabbing her shoulder. Little Yin, he is jealous that I have such a good sister. Unhappy in his heart. That's why he talks crazy here. Two siblings just performed a back-and-forth act together. Although Shun Ling Feng indeed saved little Yin. But this could be a bitter meat trick. This is typical psychology of wanting something but can't get it. Denying its value. Really, absolutely correct. Making Ling Feng angrily mutter. He wanted to vomit blood, literally. Talking nonsense. I am jealous of you? How can I be jealous of you? But because of overexertion, temporarily lost consciousness. Eyes completely turned white like an empty shell. The moment Ling Feng's body lost balance and fell. A stake piercing through the abdomen became a fulcrum pinning the whole person in midair. Dark red fluid dyed the steel bar as he slowly slid down by inertia. Zhou Yi just stared, witnessing the whole gruesome scene from beginning to end. Hand gently pressed Zhou Yun's head into his chest to protect her from psychological trauma. Weak voice suddenly transmitted again. Zhou Yi, don't dawdle anymore. Quickly save me. I haven't logged out yet. Don't stand there like a log. He just replied with another provocation. Shun Ling Feng. Injured like this still can run your mouth. Seems the injury isn't heavy. Then slowly exposed Ling Feng's unusual action. Compared to you, I am more curious why you appeared at my house. Just happened to meet? Right when Zhou Yun was ambushed? He momentarily didn't utter half a word. Memory flooded back to mind like a rewinding film. Do you know? Recently, there's a popular way of playing, called Hero's Memory Lane. What is that thing? Turns out Ling Feng heard news from lively discussions. It is visiting the old residents of a powerhouse. There feel the traces of growth left by the powerhouse. If can learn a bit, won't our strength increase? What the hell? Don't you deceive me. Why would I deceive you? Recently many people go. He coughed hard while making up a random excuse. Damn, passing by is not allowed. Could it be you think the whole world is like you? Wherever you go, people will flatter. Secretly considering in heart. Such a shameful reason absolutely cannot be said. On Zhou Yun's side, suddenly felt extremely panicked when Zhou Yi's body gradually became heavy. Brother, what's wrong with you? He completely blacked out now due to physical exhaustion. It still managed to leave final comforting words. Saw the... Scared you. Arm covered in golden veins, even oozing thick liquid. She bewilderedly called the other person with intermittent voice. An ear-piercing sound rang out in the deadly silent atmosphere. Witnessing Zhou Yi lying motionless with countless wounds all over his body. Zhou Yun was extremely terrified, hurriedly covered her mouth, choking back sobs. Teary eyes slowly shed tears rolling down cheeks. In extreme panic, she grabbed a nearby phone like grabbing a lifebuoy, voice trembling. What to do now? Zhou Yun called on the phone, tears streaming down her face, begging, Brother, don't scare me. Quickly call the phone. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind, accompanied by loud, teasing, making Zhou Yun even more panicked. Zoe, this room of yours is even livelier than a battlefield. Turns out the person who just arrived was Wang Hui. He approached, snatched the phone still in Zhou Yun's hand, then reassured her. Don't rush. Let me handle it. Just then, Chu Yin rushed in from outside panting. Mouth kept calling loudly. Brother Zhou Yi. She hurriedly helped Zhou Yi up, then gave him a strange green liquid. Worriedly said, Brother Zhou Yi, quickly drink these. It will be better. Wang Hui wasn't idle either, hands skillfully casting energy to treat Zhou Yi. Mouth kept nagging. You brat really know how to torment. Just pulled you back from the gates of hell. You brave enough to rush into space-time turbulence without mana protection. Surviving is a miracle. I am not a healing type. Can only help you barely hold the wound for a bit. After a while of trying to treat, Zhou Yi finally woke up, looking blankly at the people standing in front. Couldn't help wondering. However, why did they come here? Wang Hui frowned, showing clear annoyance on his face, then spoke. Void Beast knew you were heavily injured when crossing space-time turbulence. After bringing you here, quickly went to find me. I was with Chu Yin at that time, so followed it here. This aura, exactly like on the cultists in Longfeng City. But they didn't go find your trace. Instead, sneak attacked Zhou Yun. I guess they didn't know everything in Longfeng City. Just because you revealed your face, so wanted to use Zhou Yun to vent anger. Wang Hui urgently reported bad news. The military has secretly launched a nationwide purge targeting the Holy Spirit sect. Enemy in the dark, we in the light. Cannot stay here anymore. You need to immediately go to the Zhou family home. Zhou Yi heard that and completely agreed. Go to Zhou family. Just take this opportunity to bring little Yin home. There she will also be very safe. Although feeling a bit uncomfortable inside, Wang Hui still worried about Zhou Yi's injury, so said. Now you're injured too heavily. Cannot perform any form of teleportation. Can only take the Sky Sovereign airship nearby to go to the Zhou family. Sky Sovereign is an A-class safety airship, equipped with armed protection. Within 48 hours can reach Zhou family territory. I will notify Zhou family people to go to the Sky port to pick you up. Chu Yin heard that and immediately replied. I'm going too. This time I must go protect Brother Zhou Yi. While everyone was discussing, a voice suddenly rang out. Wang Hui seemed to notice that strange sound too, so continued speaking while probing around. We don't know to what extent the Holy Spirit sect has infiltrated. Therefore your trip must be disguised as ordinary tourists. The less conspicuous, the better. Then that weird sound rang out again. This time, Wang Hui's eyes finally stopped at the damn corner, where a figure was huddled and screaming miserably. Don't you see me? Did I disappear? Did I become transparent? Do you see me as air? I'm also injured. Wang Hui walked over to observe the person, once then slapped his forehead laughing. Look at this memory of mine. Let me see how your injury is. Aren't you the brat defeated by Zhou Yi in the freshman tournament? Ling Feng heard that and laughed bitterly. Thank you, principal, for caring. Soon at the Sky Sovereign port, Zhou Yi was seated in the familiar wheelchair. Beside were Zhou Yun with Chu Yin and the strange man just met. Seeing Zhou Yi naturally sitting in that position, Ling Feng immediately showed clear dissatisfaction. Face grumpy, objecting. I protest. Based on what does he sit in a wheelchair disguised as a noble young master? letting a descendant with flame dragon, bloodline like me act as a servant for him? Not flinching at all, Chuyen looked straight into Shun Lingfeng's eyes, uttering sharp words. One more mouth means one more risk. Originally didn't want to take you, if not for you making a fuss. Hearing that, Shun Lingfeng immediately jumped up, tone full of dissatisfaction. Principal was summoned urgently, specially ordered me to participate in this operation. You think I want to? I am dignified flame dragon bloodline. Just speaking up to hear Zhou Yun beside suddenly happily interrupted him. The airship is here. A thick fog covered the front, completely obscuring the view. Quite a long time later, the fog layer gradually dispersed, revealing the scene behind. Standing before their eyes was a massive spaceship, far exceeding all imagination. From a ship, a golden tentacle slowly lowered to the ground, graceful like a silk ribbon. Upon seeing it, Zhou Yun was overjoyed. Rushed forward, mouth kept shouting loudly. It's a big flying octopus. Hello, Mr. Octopus. She was excited, eyes shining pointing forward. Excitedly said to Zhou Yi, brother look, the tentacle is glowing. Hearing that, Chuyen immediately spoke up to explain. Tone calm, that is magic light charging energy. The airship stops here precisely to charge energy. Only when magic energy is fully charged can the airship fly up. Moreover, these tentacles have additional functions. When picking up guests, they're stairs. When fighting, they can turn into protective shields. Finally, can also fire magic cannons. In just a blink of an eye, they had stepped onto the airship. Inside was a luxurious world, natural to the point of overwhelming. Right then, loudspeaker rang out urgent announcement voice. Sky Sovereign passengers, please pay attention. Boarding passage will close immediately. Passengers who haven't checked tickets, please hurry up to check tickets. Seeing Zhou Yi's complexion didn't look good, Chuyen worried his injury relapsed. Hurriedly supported his arm, then solicitously asked, Brother Zhou, do you want to go back to the room to rest? Airship operation will generate a bit of discomfort. In the room, there is a specially reinforced isolation array. Hearing those caring words, Zhou Yi's lips curled up into a slight smile. He deliberately teased Chuyen. Little Chuyen wants to treat me like a child and protect me? This sentence made Chuyen's cheeks blush. She stammered explaining. I didn't mean that. I was just afraid you would feel uncomfortable. Zhou Yi seemed not wanting to let her off. Continued speaking. On this way, you worry I get hungry, then worry I get sunburnt, then remind me to take medicine. Zhou Yi looked straight into Chuyen's eyes. Tone gentle but firm. My body condition. I know clearly. You don't need to worry too much. Suddenly, a flashy figure appeared. A girl with gaudy clothes approached. Eyes shining exclaimed. So beautiful. Without any shyness. She reached out to stroke Zhou Yi's face, exclaiming, look at this skin. Even whiter than snow. Her eyes clearly showed craving. Both infatuated and pitying. She seduced. Looking at you, I like you, but also feel heartache. Why not follow sister? Sister will invite the best priest to treat this disabled body of yours. Hearing those words, all three people accompanying Zhou, he couldn't help but be surprised. Disbelief clearly shone on faces. Chuyen quickly regained composure. Eyes flashed with anger. Immediately swung the whip towards that woman with amazing speed. Too outraged by that molesting action, Chuyen raised her voice. Eyes spitting fire. Take your dirty hand off. Otherwise I will cut it. The magnificent woman admired her well-cared hands, then sighed resentfully. She smirked, tone full of teasing. Little guard actually made a move. Sister just wanted to invite the young master for tea and chat a bit. But your master hasn't even spoken yet. What are you in a hurry for? My, little young master. Could it be the guard is a lover? Chuyen gritted her teeth, face frowning. Seemed just waiting to rush up and tear her in 100 pieces. No wonder. I just touch you a little. Her eyes looked like she wanted to eat me alive. Little sister, if you like men, just say it straight. Sister understands this taste best. When Chuyen almost lost control, preparing to rush up again, Zhou Yi hurriedly held her hand tight. Chuyen. Zhou Yi glanced at the warning sign, hung solemnly in front. Then gently reminded Chuyen. She is provoking you. Don't fall for the trap, because the sign says very clearly. Private fighting is strictly prohibited on the Sky Sovereign. Violators will be imprisoned. Magic sealed in the lowest level of the ship's hold. After reassuring Chuyen, he turned to the gaudy woman, smiled a social smile. If madam likes to play, Why not go to the third-class cabin? There are entertainment items more suitable for you there. This body of mine, I'm afraid, can't stand Madam's enthusiasm. Outwardly polite words. Inside, he was constantly guarding against the woman in front. Deliberately used casual tone to cover up. She's observing the four of us now. Her purpose is definitely not as simple as joking around. The colorful woman also had her own thoughts. Third-class cabin is full of porters with no talent. Is this using those dirty lowlifes to insult me? Thinking so, she spoke up to reply. Little young master also knows how to spoil the mood, making sister lose interest. Before disappearing, she didn't forget to utter a threat. Everyone calls me Madam Hong. In this world, there is nothing I can't get. Not long from now, you will willingly come to serve me. Wherever Madam Hong set foot, staff bowed to welcome respectfully and fawningly. Chuyin just turned intending to say something to Zhou Yi, but he hurriedly interrupted her, turning to ask Shun Lingfeng. The bracelet on her wrist looked strange. There is still a bit of moisture on it. Have you ever seen it? Shun Lingfeng heard that and replied immediately. I have seen it. It is the symbol of the Mermaid Chamber of Commerce. Shun Lingfeng added with extensive knowledge. Chuyin stays in the province every year, so definitely doesn't know. This Mermaid Chamber of Commerce is a wealthy financial group recently in Jiangbei, outwardly doing proper business, but secretly doing illegal wrong things. For example, noticing job holders with special bloodlines. Also extremely beautiful, catching them to be playthings then selling. Those poor people, if not raised in perverted noble mansions, then tormented to death in cruel transactions. This woman calling herself Madam Hong is probably a small leader of the chamber. Level not low. Her the boss of Mermaid Chamber of Commerce has connections everywhere. Behind relations are complicated. Even my father warned me not to easily provoke them. Avoid if possible. In words he kept in his heart. Moreover, the person in charge of Tianlan Province Mermaid Chamber of Commerce and Tianlan Zhou family had a confrontation 3 years ago. Zhou family lost. Shun Lingfeng struggled inside. A worry arose. Should I tell Zhou Yi this or not? And Zhou Yi, after hearing Shun Lingfeng's confidences, pondered diligently, trying to chain disjointed events. So Madam Hong spoke unpleasantly. She provoked Chuyin because she wanted to see the trump card, judging the value of goods. Among the four of us, Zhou Yun is the weakest. If one to catch us, Zhou Yun will be the best breakthrough point. Silent for a moment, Zhou Yi spoke up to suggest. Shun Lingfeng, on the ship for 2 days. Can you follow Zhou Yun, protecting her safety without leaving half a step? Madam Hong is cruel. Very likely will think of ways to reclaim elsewhere. I worry she will make a move on Zhou Yun. Hearing that, Shun Lingfeng immediately nodded excitedly. Don't worry. Can I even watch over a little girl? The spaceship glided in absolute silence, seeming to cross the endless Milky Way silk. Cleaning staff pushing work hard, slowly walking along the hotel corridor. Right behind her figure, a bright red halo suddenly flared up, tearing the night apart. A strange light suddenly pierced straight into Zhou Yun's cramped bedroom. That weird light brightened the whole room. Next, that ghostly light found Shun Lingfeng's room. Bright red light, like spreading blood, gradually swallowing every corner of the room. Turns out the intruder was Madam Hong. Her eyes scanned each person, like a poisonous spider admiring fat prey. Little young master, I'm here. Her greedy eyes stopped first on Zhou Yun. Already saw you have succubus bloodline. Conversely, very rare. Can sell for a lot of money. Next, Madam Hong looked at Chuyin. Another little girl, also a rare beauty. After that, Madame Hong approached Shen Lingfeng. Her hand didn't hesitate to grope his abs, then uttered vulgar evaluation. This bird, although looks very ordinary, but body is strong. Sending to the mind, can dig, or for 10 years. That sentence of hers was like a bucket of cold water splashed straight into Shun Lingfeng's face, making him feel insulted to the extreme. Anger exploded. Your whole family looks very ordinary. Just uttered bitter curses. He immediately swung his leg, kicking hard into Madam Hong's stomach, witnessing Shun Lingfeng's violent reaction. She smirked, showing clear disdain. Anger in Shun Lingfeng's heart still boiled. No sign of cooling down. He rushed again, roaring, "You say who looks ordinary?" So both of them, no one willing to step back, rushed into a tense, head-on confrontation. Right at that moment, a strange streak of light suddenly flared up, tearing the night apart. Shen Lingfeng gritted his teeth. Anger burning, continued attacking relentlessly. Madame Hong dodged dangerous blows fast as lightning. Didn't forget to use soft silk ribbon to strangle the opponent's neck. Meanwhile, Chuyin also woke up and joined. Surprisingly, a wild wolf appeared out of nowhere. Suddenly rushed to attack Madame Hong, right when just entering battle. Its muzzle was tightly wrapped by her silk ribbon. Witnessing that dangerous scene, Chuyin panicked, screaming. Little wolf. Cornered. Madame Hong finally realized. Bitterly uttered. Good. Turns out all deceiving me. Madame Hong's eyes coldly observed the enemy holding fire in hand. She whispered, Flame Dragon Bloodline. Then, her sharp eyes turned to Chuyin and Little Wolf. Smirking. Succubus Bloodline. I'm afraid you besides beauty are also not simple. Just then Zhou Yun supported Zhou Yi walking in. He solemnly bowed, thanking Madame Hong. Thank you for Madame Hong's prop. Letting Sky's sovereign security system not detect movement inside. We could act. However, that seemed not to make Madame Hong annoyed. Conversely, she smirked. So what if you act? A brat smelling of mother's milk. Today's sister will let you broaden your eyes, what is called crushing. Not letting Madame Hong have time to play tricks. Shen Lingfeng immediately rushed forward with amazing speed. Originally not someone easily bullied, plus discovering being used made him extremely angry. Madame Hong gritted her teeth. Blood silk puppet. Original form. Beat the red-haired one crippled. The others don't injure their faces. Shen Lingfeng angrily threw a fiery punch at her, shouting, bullying people too much. But unfortunately, what he touched was just a fragile silk ribbon. It quickly vanished, making his punch miss. Just a moment later, that silk ribbon suddenly knitted into human shape, quietly appeared behind his back, preparing for a vicious counterattack. A powerful and decisive attack was launched, aimed straight at Shen Lingfeng with terrible power. Seizing the opportunity, Chuyin immediately launched a lightning attack towards Madame Hong. Phantom combo. But who expected? When she just approached, she was strangled by that silk puppet. Tied tight, unable to move. Her whole body, from limbs to body, were wrapped tight by white silk ribbons like a silkworm cocoon. Not a gap to escape. Not flinching at all. Madame Hong looked, eyes full of mockery at Chuyin. Little beauty, how does it taste being clung to by sister's silk? When the silk puppet brandished sharp silk threads, preparing to attack Chuyin from afar. She desperately thought she had exhausted all options to resist. A fatal blow, heavily struck straight down on Chuyin's fragile back. Madame Hong turned her eyes to Zhou Yi, arms crossed, looking gloating, waiting to watch the show. Little young master, do you have any way out left? Quickly use it. Otherwise I can't wait. This time you provoked me. We'll make you into a specimen. Zhou Yi tried to keep his voice calm, analyzing every detail thoroughly, because he understood he was the last ray of hope for both. Every time the silk puppet attacks, Chuyin uses magic to resist. Continuing like this, magic will be consumed very fast. The prop teacher gave definitely can destroy the space Madame Hong created. Just that using the prop, the whole cabin will be blown through. Sky's sovereign security will definitely swarm in. Still better wait for her to get a bit closer. Using another prop to trap her will be safer. On Chuyin's side, she was struggling to withstand cruel attacks from the silk puppets. Suddenly, her eyes glowed dark red, as if a hidden power source was rising strongly. Madame Hong's hand reached out, accompanied by enchanting pink smoke. She constantly lured. Don't force yourself anymore. Quickly use my power. Chuyin panted, each heavy breath. Breathe out like a warning. Get away. Seeing that, Madame Hong not only didn't flinch, but advanced a step further. Tone full of sarcasm. Why reject me like that? I am you. You are me. Moreover, think of brother Zhou Yi. Now he is heavily injured. Shen Lingfeng is just a trash who likes to brag. You are the only one who can protect him. You are so selfish. Don't you even care about Zhou Yi's life? Chuyin, choked by Madame Hong, spoke with difficulty. No. Seeing her like that, she tried harder to persuade. Zhou Yi also once ignored his life for you. Now when he falls into a trap, you pretend to have no way? Look at him. Can't even stand, yet still wants to protect you. She smirked contemptuously, then uttered harsh words. But what about you? Can't even escape this old silk. Based on what protect him? Give up suppression. Let the true succubus power. On the other side, Zhou Yi quietly activated the treasure. The thing lying in his hand was glowing with mysterious lights. Suddenly, an ear-piercing explosion tore the silence covering the space. Silk puppets were thrown into the air, and at the same time, a weird laughter echoed everywhere. A familiar figure approached, bearing beauty both innocent of Chu Yin and seductive of Madame Hong. Graceful smile spoke up. Brother Zhou Yi, long time no see. Zhou Yi was stunned, surprised to the point of not believing his eyes. Then he suddenly recognized the girl in front. It's her. It's the weird aura always in Chu Yin's body all along. Even Madame Hong couldn't suppress the surprise clearly shown on her face. Pure-blooded succubus. Her eyes flashed with craving. A devilish smile bloomed on lips. Food. This is top quality. Zhou Yi was still stunned, not over the surprise at what was happening before her eyes. Shunling Feng also stared blankly at Chu Yin. Her new beauty and power made him unable to take eyes off. Zhou Yun and Little Wolf were completely silent. Witnessing this extraordinary scene made them speechless. After completely mastering the new power source, Chu Yin spoke coldly. Is it you who wants to harm Brother Zhou Yi? Just a tiny level 30 puppeteer. She exposed Madame Hong's level decisively. Class, puppeteer. Level 30. Madame Hong immediately retorted arrogantly. Just a succubus bloodline. Really think can rebel? As soon as finished speaking, she immediately swung countless sharp silk ribbons, attacking Chu Yin. Succubus specimens at Mermaid Chamber Commerce are enough for a cold storage. Seeing Chu Yin fall into disadvantage, Zhou Yi couldn't suppress worry screaming. Chu Yin, responding. Chu Yin just slightly curled lips, smiling a smile full of mockery. Her jade hand gently but decisively touched the rushing silk ribbons. A confident movement, long slender legs. Her graceful figure flexibly tore those soft silk ribbons into fragments. Chu Yin waved hand. While speaking with contempt, insects should stay in cages. Witnessing terrible power exploding from the opponent, Madame Hong seemed to suddenly realize something. This is a domain. More precisely, what she was witnessing was actually Demon Rune Domain, Purple Abyss, innate skill of pure-blooded succubus within the domain. All enemy combat abilities will be weakened in many aspects. Zoe's tooth, silently acide. Eyes showing extreme surprise sensing. Chu Yin's aura now is 10 times stronger than before. Realizing disadvantageous situation, Madame Hong crazily released countless silk puppets, trying to stop the opponent. On Chu Yin's delicate face appeared not a trace of panic. She calmly raised her jade hand, making a movement as if controlling something invisible. Right at the moment Madame Hong sensed disaster approaching, a terrifying power rose from the ground, flinging her away. What? A giant stone hand suddenly appeared, ruthlessly choking her throat. The hand squeezed so tight that Madame Hong's face kept turning red, accompanied by fragments of ancient memories appearing in her head more and more. A while later, she spat a mouthful of fresh blood, weakly speaking. What did you do to me? Chu Yin, with eyes sparkling with joy, witnessing Madame Hong's collapse. Voice mocking, helping you recall youth. Look, how cute you were back then. This is what makes others fear. Obsessive memory, forcibly taking away vitality and materializing negative memory fragments, creating mental shock to the target. Madame Hong, in extreme despair, almost went crazy, uttering, searching memory, mental seal, destroying my brain, unable to resist mental torture any longer. Madame Hong screamed Kazidi, pretending to be innocent for what? Pure-blooded succubus worthy of being a monster among monsters. If the brat you care about knows your true face. Hearing those poisonous words, Chu Yin didn't flinch, even wanted to end this game quickly with the next move. Purple Abyss, Demon Sword Seed. A weird energy source suddenly rose, spreading and binding Madame Hong in an invisible circle. Madame Hong's face changed color, eyes wide in horror, showing clear extreme shock. Witnessing the opponent's horrified face, Chu Yin couldn't help but let out a laugh full of delight. Chu Yin heard Madame Hong's meaningless, provoking words as if they were cheap jokes. Smirking back, what use is saying many words to provoke me? In my domain, why say counts? Saying that, Chu Yin, with boredom clearly shown on face, wanted to speed up this process and coldly ordered, end it. The power Chu Yin released became more intense. It overwhelmed, making everything around shake and gradually shatter into fragments. And then, on Madame Hong's face, traces of time also began to etch. Youth gradually faded, giving way to wrinkles. Just in a moment, her skin suddenly covered with wrinkles, like an old statue about to crumble. Exhausted and completely lost vitality. Turns out the one just collapsed was just a sacrificial pawn of Madame Hong. She still sat there calmly, leisurely smoking pipe mouth, gently exhaling smoke. Snap! She stretched, twisting waist to dispel some fatigue surrounding. Then muttered, "A bit interesting. Succubus. Flame dragon. Surname Zhou." Eyes probing the newly appeared ones made Madame Hong suddenly have a thought. Could it be related to Tianlong Zhou family? Silently, she ordered subordinate. Notify the old man. This year's tribute. I will personally choose. On the other side, Chu Yin was still coquettish like that. Sweet voice deliberately prolonged. Brother Zhou Yin discovered abnormality, immediately wanted to step up. Brother Shun. Sister Chu Yin, looks like something is wrong. Shun Lingfeng quickly stopped her. Don't go there. She is very dangerous now. Chu Yin, with strange appearance, stubbornly clung to Zhou Yi. You agreed to come find me. Chu Yin has waited for you very long. Zhou Yi seemed not to hear. Eyes still indifferent, asking softly. Since when? Chu Yin approached, signaling him to be silent, then gently blocked Zhou Yi's words. Like this you will remember, right? A flash of memory passed through Zhou Yi's mind about intimacy with Chu Yin. Image of the kiss between them appeared clearly. He suddenly realized. It's you. It was the person who stayed with him in the moment he was almost demonized. Zhou Yi was stunned. Eyes not leaving the figure in front. He stammered. You were at that time? Because I kept the last breath. I could resist forbidden art, subduing void beast. Chu Yin heard that eyes sparkled with joy, smiling radiantly. Brother Zhou Yi. You remembered me. So happy. Shun Lingfeng suddenly rushed from behind. Aura sky high like wanting to crush the obstacle. Roaring angrily. Let go of Zhou Yi. Immediately. Chu Yin counterattacked with a thunderous punch. Chu Yin's eyes flashed with cold killing intent. She pinned Shun Lingfeng with gaze sharp as knife. Warning. Little flame dragon is so angry. We are teammates. Although beaten dizzy, Shun Lingfeng still tried to hold on, replying with tone full of indignation. Don't pretend in front of me. You are basically not Jiang Chu Yin, also possessing bloodline power. You think I don't know you are a monster? While arguing passionately, suddenly he froze. Eyes bewildered as if witnessing something terrible. He horrifiedly witnessed Chu Yin's fist containing destructive power, preparing to strike him, her voice cold to the bone. Believe it or not, I will pull your tongue out for appetizer. Zhou Yi Punichkit hurriedly shouted. Chu Yin, wait a minute. Luckily, Shun Lingfeng dodged that vicious attack in time. Chu Yin seemed to have no intention of letting Shun Lingfeng go. She chased him with terrifying speed. This time, he took the full blow. Body thrown far away. Face extremely painful. Seeing Chu Yin uncontrollably grabbing her hair, Shun Lingfeng smiled sarcastically. Made angry by me? Monster! Zhou Yi looked at the two, panicked, coughing uncontrollably. Chu Yin vented anger with continuous punches to Shun Lingfeng's face, making him completely lose ability to resist. Her eyes glued to Shun Lingfeng like a predator stalking prey. Ungrateful. Her hand tightened more, twisting Shun Lingfeng's hair. Chu Yin glanced at the weird thing hiding behind his back. Couldn't help sarcasm. This claw of yours couldn't even scratch Madame Hong's skin. Still want to hurt me? Flame Dragon is still arrogant like before. From behind, Zhou Yi shouted, simultaneously threw something holding in hand forward. Stop! A brilliant golden halo suddenly lit up. And that was Holy Power Shield. Rechargeable type, consumes no mana. Instantly deploy Holy Power Shield. Resist magic energy. Physical attack. After one use needs recharging. Source principale one regifted. Zhou Yi struggled to stand up from the wheelchair. Tone extremely gentle, almost begging. Chu Yin, don't hurt him. Wiping hasty fresh blood smear on lip corner. Shun Lingfeng frowned slightly. Tonekarin urgenjiremindink Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi, I did it all to save you. If you are bewitched by succubus, the mission principle gave me will fail. I tell you, she is basically not the Jiang Chu Yin, you know. It is consciousness mixed in bloodline taking upper hand. If she doesn't disappear, real Jiang Chu Yin will have life danger. Unexpectedly just finished speaking. The girl in front of both didn't hesitate, immediately confessed. Correct. I am not Jiang Chuyin. Trash like her can't even protect herself when begging me to come out to save you. Cry like a dog. Like that. Hearing those bitter words, Zoe Gurititit. Grab her wrist tight. Strained voice rejecting. Shut up. More than anyone. His heart understood Chuyin better than anyone. Zoe Uroarit. She ignored bloodline power to save me. How can you laugh at me? You are not allowed to insult her. Chuyin is the strongest girl I have ever met. All her choices I support and understand. After words full of emotion, Zhou Yi slowly let go of her hand, eyes full of complexity. Thank you for saving me 3 times. Once in dungeon, once in freshman tournament secret realm, once just now. If possible, I will definitely repay you 3 times. But can you let Chuyin come back? Without hesitation, Zhou Yi poured his heart, expressing earnest wish. Tell me, how to let her return to where she needs to return. Hearing him say so, the girl pondered for a moment, then spoke. Lucky boy. Suddenly, Chuyin gave Zhou Yi a light kiss on the cheek. This is the first time you repay me. Shen Lingfeng, witnessing that scene, quickly covered Zhou Yun's innocent eyes. That moment, she gradually faded into nothingness. But before completely disappearing, a cold voice echoed back. For Zhou Yi, the price of summoning me. She can't afford to pay. Hearing that, Zhou Yi frowned slightly. Heart couldn't help rising a vague worry. Every time she loses control is to protect me. But this price exactly is... A while later, Chuyin, with appearance back to normal, lay in Zhou Yi's arms. He hugged her, whispering, Shun Lingfeng. Hearing himself called Shun Lingfeng, startled. What? Don't see my face about to be disfigured? Following you bunch of killing stars to team up. I will be tricked into crematorium sooner or later. Zhou Yi didn't care much about his dissatisfied attitude, continued speaking. Bloodline mixed consciousness, you said. What exactly is it? Shun Lingfeng fixed his tight shoulder while replying to him. Specifically how I also don't know clearly. My family's old man said, high-level bloodline is like an old monster sealed. When host is strong, it is help. When host is weak, it is evil demon seizing body. This word made Zhou Yi feel very strange. Possession. Shun Lingfeng didn't hesitate, confirming. Right? Possession. Otherwise you think why Jiang Chuyin turned into another person? People speculate that. Some think this mixed consciousness is second personality gone mad appearing. Also some say inside bloodline hides remnant soul of ancestor level, taking opportunity to seize body for rebirth, while preparing to gently put Chuyin down. Shun Lingfeng continued explaining. Specific situation is hard to say, but can affirm, many times borrowing bloodline power far exceeding own level. 1 is person will go mad. 2 is directly turning into another person. Even, there is a possibility that power and body rejects each other, tormenting self to death. Hearing this information made Zhou Yi feel confused. With current news I hold, the price of asking her for help is at least yielding body control, right? He pondered, then continued to Shun Lingfeng. So recently she kept losing focus. Is it because couldn't suppress mixed consciousness? However, Zhou Yi still wanted to ask Shun Lingfeng, do you know any way to solve mixed consciousness? And the answer was not unexpected. If I had, just now already acted. But suddenly Zhou Yun, standing behind him, asked, Brother, you definitely know how to save Sister Chuyin, right? Her words made Shun Lingfeng not know what to do. Also not right. Questioned by 2 siblings relentlessly. Shun Lingfeng felt dizzy, replying, You go back to Zhou family, ask Zhou family patriarch. Those old guys lived half-life, what weird thing haven't met. Moreover, Zhou family can't handle, then go to Jiang family. Jiang family, big house, big business. This little problem of hers 1 minute can be solved. At the same time, from outside, echoed, rushing footsteps approaching. A team of airship security guards, with urgent faces, quickly ran towards where dispute just happened. Just arrived. They rushed straight in. Voice full of sternness rang out. Who's fighting here? Destroying Sky's sovereign order. The guard shouted, You better confess truthfully to me. Sky's sovereign is not a place where you rich young masters can do whatever you want. Both Zhou Yi and Zhou Yun kept silent, because no one knew how to reply properly. Both simultaneously pointed at Shun Lingfeng. Same thought flashed in mind. The person chosen to take the blame is him. As soon as finished speaking, guards rushed to escort him out. Shun Lingfeng struggled, screaming, I destroy. Do you have conscience or not? At low level of sky, Sovereign Shen Lingfeng cried without tears. I'm so wronged. Person Jiang Chuyin beat, based on what I take blame? Wait until I get out. Dismantle your wheelchair. Time just quietly passed. Finally, familiar announcement sound rang out. Sky Sovereign has arrived at Skyport. Passengers please queue in order. Person arrested few days ago, now stood very neatly in front of everyone. Just look, no, he is person spending big money to be released. Shen Lingfeng looked at crowd below, solemnly said to Zhou Yi. Zhou Heng, good or bad, is famous figure of Zhou family. Yet sent to pick you up. Your face is big enough. Indeed, below the pier there were few people waiting for them. A young girl enthusiastically waved to welcome. Noticing Xiaobai beside, showing too much excitement. Zhou Heng hurriedly reminded. Lower voice. Xiaobai. Low profile. Principal Wang Hui handed this over as top secret. Must not let others find out. Being reminded, Xiaobai replied immediately. When figures of people stepping down from ship became clearer, Zhou Heng stepped up to welcome. Smile welcoming. Finally arrived. Ear worked hard. Get in car to rest first. Hearing intimate address of Zhou Heng, Zhou Yi was a bit surprised. Stopped scratching head, then replied. Yeah. Are we that close? Troubled you. Very quickly luxury car started rolling with extremely fast speed. Behind it only remained a screen of dust gradually fading into air. Madame Hong unexpectedly chased to this place. Eyes flashed greed, then muttered. Zhou Yi. First place freshman of Swan University. Direct disciple of Wang Hui. Turns out Zhou family secretly hid such a genius. If and let me use. Status in my chamber definitely can increase one level. Chu Yin carefully observed scene inside. Immediately recognized what this item was. Exclaimed. This is S-class prop. Snow Spider Ice Soul. Zhou Heng heard that laugh loud. Miss Jiang truly has good eyes. That matter, Principal Wang said, can only be spoken inside this protective shield. It can block all spiritual eavesdropping. Zhou, he politely replied to him. Zhou Heng wasted effort. Zhou Heng also politely waved hand. No, things should do. His other hand was constantly signaling person beside him as if wanting to say, Xiaobai, don't be so slow. Act now. Receiving signal, she turned to Zhou Yun smiling. Little Yun, I am your cousin Zhou Xiaobai. This is first meeting gift for you. Hope you will like. Zhou Heng sat aside, quietly observing, silently calculating. Although Zhou, he doesn't want to change to Hidden Eye's job, but willing to let Zhou Yun cultivate in Zhou family is a good signal. Just need to coax her. Zhou, he naturally will be roped in. Zhou Yun receiving gift also very politely replied. Hello, cousin. Thank you, cousin. Witnessing Zhou Yun's joyful face when opening gift, Zhou Heng couldn't help feeling proud. Mind appeared deep calculations. Zhou Yi's talent is excellent. Plus Principal Wang Hui and Tianwu Guild as backing. If can frequently come to care for family. Zhou family definitely can together with Zhou Yi return to peak power. He didn't want to waste time on meaningless social words. Went straight to core issue. Voice low but powerful. Yeah. I once said Zhou family power mainly divided into Patriarch and Elder Council. Ice Dragon Fort where old Patriarch sits. In hand holding intersect inheritance and core resources. Elder Council is led by 3rd Elder Zhou Feng. Managing outer sect, disciple cultivation resources. Old Patriarch and Elder Council frequently confront each other. Old Patriarch fears someone covets your talent ruining things. He lowered voice. Face serious. Therefore matter of receiving, you can only be told to me and Xiaobai. Secret road, we go even guards don't know. Hearing finished Zhou, he just smirked. Calmly replied. Wasted effort. Zhou Heng. Ice Dragon Abyss secret realm teacher mentioned. Is what kind of place? Hearing him ask, Zhou Heng quickly replied. That is Zhou family ancestors. Place burying dragon bones. Not stopping there. He continued telling. Tone full of pride. Our ancestor when young in extreme North Ice Plain met an ice dragon named Frostfang. Scales all over Frostfang were even harder than black iron. Breath could crack whole glacier. Ancestor spent 1 year time. In glacier fought with it 49 battles. Finally used own blood to sign contract. Only then subdued it becoming mount. Later demons attacked. Frostfang carried ancestor rushing forward. Final snow demon battle. Frostfang to protect clansmen retreating. Used dragon body to block demon cave entrance. waiting for Ancestor to bring people back to kill. Frostfang's dragon body died. Soul still remained. But this matter is a difficult problem. Ancestor feared its soul dissipate, so used Dragon Jade Sword to carve Seal Curse, sealing Frostfang's soul into its own dragon body. Ancestor originally intended, after finding way to resurrect, would come rescue Frostfang, who knew in chaotic battle after. Ancestor unknown whereabouts. After that, Frostfang's body and soul also transformed into Secret Realm. Conversation on car just continued, until wheels crushed first thin ice layer. Signaling car entered road covered in white snow. Zhou slowly recounted. Eyes looking far away. Ice dragon abyss of now. Ice wall outside is Frostfang's dragon scales. Ice pillar in middle is its bones. Ice lake is its blood. Secret realm divided into 3 stages. Anyone descendant of Zhou family can enter Ice Dragon Abyss, accept challenge. If can go to central area or 3rd floor, then can directly enter intersect. Hearing here Zhou, he spoke up, interrupting him. Frostfang's soul now still actively tests clansmen? Hearing this question of his, Zhou replied without hesitation. Of course. Previous years, every Zhou family descendant could enter Ice Dragon Abyss conduct training. But Ice Bloodline concentration, not enough. Majority of Zhou family descendants can only go to outside of Ice Dragon Abyss. When I was 30, just entered 3rd floor, was broken 3 ribs by Frostfang's remnant soul, then thrown out. After wound healed. Bloodline concentration directly increased 15%. Zhou explained for Zhou to understand better. Just need to enter 3rd floor, definitely will get extremely huge benefits, but also accompanied by risks. Frostfang doesn't distinguish Zhou family bloodline anymore. 50 years ago, a 3rd transition elder rushed into 3rd floor, directly frozen into ice pillar by a dragon breath of Frostfang. Zhou dedicatedly guided. You need to reach 3rd floor stage where Frostfang's remnant soul is. If want to subdue remnant soul, need to bring out life-risking strength of ancestor that year. Only then have possibility to make Frostfang bow head. Zhou face full of thought. He pondered, replying, I understand. Zhou continued asking, when you plan to enter Ice Dragon Abyss? If now body feels unwell. Near Ice Dragon Abyss, there is a secret base can temporarily rest. Zhou didn't rush to reply. He silently observed system panel. State, divine depletion. All stats return to 0 lasting 10 days. Countdown 3 minutes 52 seconds. Zhou silently calculated in heart. Time just enough. Car stopped at a place. Zhou calmly said, no need. Now can enter Ice Dragon Abyss. He got off car with everyone. Cold air covered everything. Trian aprurochid Zui. Heart extremely worried for him. She shyly suggested, Brother Zhou, can I go with you? Zhou skillfully refused. Wait for me outside. Trust me. Saying so, he turned to Lingfeng. Not waiting for Zhou to speak, he understood his meaning. Okay, got it. I will take good care of this little girl. Zhou looked at Zhou. Didn't forget to thank him. Thank you, Uncle Hong. Then he walked alone, seriously preparing for upcoming things. System notification. Divine depletion, innate talent recovering all stats. Name, Zhou. Class, Adjudicator. Level 30. 12.000/1. 000 On Zhou Yi's hand gradually appeared vague shape of a sword. It is called Blessing Weapon. Dawn's Blessing. God's favor. Zhou held sword tight in hand. He walked confidently, radiating powerful aura. In this place, there were butterflies flying around an ice block. Wrapped around ice block was a monster body like snake with shiny blue scales. It also had 2 hands holding a sharp knife. Not just one, but many like that gathered here. They are called Ice Snake Men. Level 25. Potential, Gold. Skill, Ice Breath. Group Link, Ice Spike Assault. Zhou arrived now. He waved sword, warming up. Calmly spoke. 10 days, couldn't move freely. Bones almost rusted. Ice Snake Group, seeing Zhou, hurriedly rushed to attack. They aggressively bared fangs, stuck out tongues like hungry beasts for years. Zhou, not afraid at all. He excitedly said, use you guys to warm up a bit. Zhou, fast as cutting chopped few parts of Ice Snake Group. His attack was very fast, creating blinding flash amidst thick dust. Ice Snake Group still rushed in massively. Zhou unleashed ultimate move. Holy Storm. He created a big tornado, sweeping all ice snakes into one place. On this side, an ice block showing signs of cracking. Amidst cold, snowy space, there was a monster with head frozen. Appearance winding like dragon motionless. It is Ice Abyss. Level 55. Potential, gold. Skill, Ice Breath. Ice Spike Barrage. Distort magnetic field. Zhou tornado gradually approaching it. Zhou shouted Lude. Face full of determination. Light's punishment. Power of light flared up. Light beams swallowed the monster. Its giant body fell behind Zhou Yi. He showed no emotion, just walked leisurely. By morning, snow stopped falling. Space became brighter, clearer. Zhou Yi was still here. He walked commenting, "This place makes me have a familiar feeling." Void Beast appeared explaining, "It is because of ice bloodline in your body. Ordinary ice job holders coming here would have been frozen long ago." Zhou Yi happily greeted. "Long time no see." He sent thanks. "Last time you went to call teacher. I haven't thanked you yet." Void Beast bluntly replied, "You stopped tormenting considered thanking me. If you die before 1 year promise, see if appropriate." Two sides silently looked at each other. Right then suddenly appeared a group of monsters surrounding them. Zhou Yi and Void Beast still stared at each other. Void Beast unleash move. Void Cut. Appeared light beams cutting through monster group, destroying them all, knowing Void Beast protecting him. Zhou Yi activated harmonized. "Thank you." Void Beast coldly replied, "Small fries only." But danger hasn't stopped there. Monster group just now hasn't been completely destroyed. They used their giant bodies to break ice road. Place Zhou Yi stood broke apart. He tried to keep balance not to fall. Thought Zhou Yi would fall, but he managed to jump to another falling ice block. In this situation, Zhou Yi decided to jump down the abyss. Looking at scene in front, he wondered. This is under ice layer were countless figures standing there. Hands holding sword and shield seemed to be warriors. Zhou Yi saw a skeleton wearing crown on head. From skull shone blue light. It sat there full of majesty. Looks like, seems to be leader here. Zhou Yi did it. Demon race. Ice blocks after that all fell down in front of demon group. Skeletons wearing warrior armor called Ice Abyss Bone Demon. Level 35. Potential, legend rank. Skill, Bone Spear Dance. Ice Coffin Cage. Skeleton Symbiosis. Remains of demon army died under Frostfang during demon invasion period. Seeing movement, it awakened. Body shone blue light. Zhou Yi stepped out from ice pile. He cast power. Appraisal art. In front of him appeared a small circle. Evaluated situation. Void Beast warned. At least more than 200,000 demons. Risking life equals suicide. Moreover, you just reached second floor of Secret Realm. Need to preserve strength. Skeletons now searching for something. One spoke up. Intruder. Zhou Yi heard that, not afraid at all. He cast power. God's favor. Dawn's blessing. He controlled dangerous light beams on hand, radiating extremely powerful aura from person. Zhou Yi confidently said, "Ice element concentration here is 10 times higher than outside world. Enough to bury them." Saying so, Zhou Yi controlled power spreading out. Those light beams flashed in gloomy sky. Sans signe danger. Leader shouted warning. All alert in air. Suddenly power stream merged into a tornado. From inside appeared a giant hand. That hand pressed hard down on demon group, crushing them. Under misty snow, some remaining skeletons continued rushing in. Zhou Yi also didn't stop unleashing moves. His eyes lit up. He shouted, "Freeze!" Power stream quickly formed a vortex. In middle appeared a sparkling light beam. From high above grew countless sharp ice shards surrounding demon group. Zhou Yi waved hand. He continued controlling. Holy Storm. Suddenly appeared strong wind carrying ice shards. Wind blew into demon group, making them divided into parts. It merged into tornadoes, sweeping away many skeletons. Leader seeing that extremely angry. He shouted, "Villain hiding, head showing tail. My clan's war soul never extinguishes. How can let ants like you provoke?" Skeletons after that all continuously hit their shields. More they hit, more strange soul pieces flew out. On high solid walls, a row of skeletons standing in long line, radiating blue light. Zhou Yi held head confused, eyes glued to that demon, missed thinking. What's wrong with them? Demon skeletons unexpectedly merged together, creating a horrific skeleton. Giant. Symbiotic skeleton. Demon army. Died many years ago. Autonomously formed skill. Give power to dead companions. Resonate vitality. Reborn together with companions. He was a bit horrified at huge object in front uttering few sentences. Fragments pieced together. These bone demons could be kill not die, but indeed didn't receive notification reminding killing ice abyss bone demon increases experience. Big eye in middle of symbiotic skeleton's forehead flashed. It mumbled saying, "Found it." Zhou, he had some skills, immediately bravely drew sword saying, "Legend rank not simple, but I don't believe." His sword raised straight up, symbiotic skeleton immediately radiated blinding golden light, dazzling eyes. Zhou, he difficultly continued, "Can't kill you." On skeletal tower hand. Light beam kept emitting steadily like sun, shining all lands combined. Several small skeletons started jumping scattered down below as designated. They were armored. Each one a different weapon. Small skeletons fell freely in air. He swung sword few strokes, creating zigzag shape. Eyes always kept seriousness to coldness. Symbiotic skeleton stood watching everything happen intently. Zhou, he jumped up in the sky, letting feet touch ground under wooden bridge. He fast as lightning. Face cold, ran towards symbiotic skeleton. Zhou, he stopped right in front of its big eye. He raised sword. It suddenly opened mouth wide as if planning some dark scheme. Zhou, he didn't care what it did. Immediately jumped up, raising sword, intending to kill symbiotic skeleton by all means. Suddenly he paused a bit. Cold sweat started flowing. Zhou, he recalled days before. His eyes sad mixed with some regret, aimlessly looking at everything around. Cries beside continuously rang out. Left wing about to collapse. Quickly come support. Zhou, he walked dazedly step by step. Behind was a tall man, trying to walk fast towards him. He walked up, patted Zhou Yi's shoulder once, saying, "Focus on supporting." He confusedly looked back. What? Zhou Yi's eyes attracted by a young man shot by arrow and stomach thrown past him. Tall man's voice still didn't stop. By time for Lord Frostfawn. A pink-purple vortex hole appeared to surprise of everyone around. That is demon race Otherworld teleportation gate. Skeletons wearing armor, holding spiked hammers rushed down from that vortex hole. Knights also didn't mind any difficulty. Tried hard, ready to fight, bravely speaking loud. Zhou family descendants listened to order. Risk death fighting. Absolutely cannot let demon race escape my Tianlan territory. A knight was hit by hammer and stomach flying far away. That tall man still fought fiercely, fighting while speaking. Coexist, co-perish with Tianlan. A huge white-blue dragon appeared in sky. His voice still rang very loud. Coexist, co-perish with Tianlan. That dragon, open mouth, spitting a green thing shaped like a gem. It spat straight green light beam down to ground. Everything returned to what originally was. Everyone around cheered happily. Lord Frostfang arrived. We are saved. Frostfang. Zhou, eyes a bit shocked, mixed disappointment, speaking words in heart. So now isn't it I am on battlefield of demon invasion 100 years ago? Frostfang twisted once amidst lights emitting around it. It aggressively flew down to ground, looking closely at knights. Suddenly few swords flew from somewhere, hitting straight in a Frostfang's stomach. It roared in pain miserably. Frostfang twisted in pain, making knights thrown. Scram. People far away panicked looking. Far away skeleton, wearing armor, was swinging its long sword tens of meters. It started acting that sword, one stab pierced through few knights consecutively. Joey now looked like a wolf. Eyes somewhat full of resentment, shouting, "Demon scum!" Skeleton, wearing armor, riding black crow, flew fast. His voice rang again. "Go die." Flying not yet reached destination, it was bitten by Frostfang on crow wing, making skeleton fall. Crow kept also useless. Frostfang immediately spat out mercilessly. It glanced down at wounds, spurting blood from sword withdrawal wounds just now. Frostfang eyes looked up to sky again. A pink vortex hole with a skeleton in middle appeared, showing only face. Frostfang looked intently, as if guessing something, thinking, "That aura is Herald Demon." Its train of thought rang continuously. If let them rush in, whole Tianlan territory will become demon domain. All living beings will become nutrients for demon race. To keep all lives of innocent beings, Frostfang angrily stomped foot, once making floor break into many pieces, thinking, no, cannot let them break through. If demon tide, difficult to block. It flew fast, still continuing, thinking more. Then used dragon body as offering. Frostfang flew straight to skeleton, wearing armor, calmly, sitting in middle of vortex hole. It flew straight deep in a hole, drowning both itself and skeleton inside. Vortex hole closed door, emitting blinding pink light. Zhou, he stood watching, had to use elbow to cover eyes before that light. Strength strong enough that ground collapsed, broken into pieces. Door flashed, then started gradually narrowing. Everyone waited, looking towards door, intently, unblinking. After a while that door faded, then disappeared. Everyone happily, softly cried. Teleportation door disappeared. Whole group happily cheered. Demon race was beaten back by Lord Frostfang. Great, we kept Tianlan defense line. Only Zhou, he stood pondering, thinking. It just threw dragon core into teleportation door, causing explosion. Besides, still continuously rang cheers. Long live Lord Frostfang. Frostfang remains, Tianlan remains. He looked at mess after battle, secretly rejoicing. Great, I didn't fail promise with you. Suddenly from behind someone called, making Zhou, he hurried, turned back. Frostfang, a handsome man, ran to making him think. That is Zhou family ancestor. Zhou, he woke up from memories. Wake up. A huge sharp knife swung towards him. Zhou, he only had time to take weapon shielding from strong attack power. He flew like flying to dodge blow and landed on ice surface. Light from monster's side made him uncomfortable, speaking up. Inside this has what thing? A blue light beam lying amid skeletons. Seeing clearly thing inside made him surprised. Dragon scale. Zhou, he smiled bitterly, speaking proudly. Why from start I didn't discover. Movements of these bone demons too complete. Attack method also very singular. Zhou, he looked at loose skeleton frames of monster. He pondered for a long time. Zhou similit sureli affirming. Sure enough, not wrong. They are culprits leading to Frostfang dying miserably. Zhou family ancestor that year, how could let enemy easily die? Sunlight shone on motionless skeleton. His voice still rang evenly. After smashing bones is cycle curse. Resurrecting infinitely is using Frostfang's dragon scale as energy commanding. Refining them into grave keepers for Frostfang. When someone uses martial force rushing and will be attacked. Moreover, these bone demons, after being smashed, will recombine. Zoe Yalkit Muttiring. Even second transition, expert hard to resist such attrition battle. No wonder Zhou family descendants usually stop at second stage. But giving up attack. Using harmless state to appear. These brainless things naturally will lose target. He walked each step on thick snow layer. He pondered, saying, truly extremely smart, yet complicated revenge method. Using enemy body as barrier. Using state of most despicable dying person of them as punishment. This revenge is even crueler than killing. Cold wind blew, making Zhou close when I tight, but still didn't stop that thought appearing. Zhou family ancestor. Amidst cold snowy sky, he was still firm. Then there will be a day. I definitely will be stronger than you. Zhou, he stood on snowy mountain peak looking down at Frostfang's huge skeleton. He flew his body straight down to ground, but unexpectedly hit by invisible resistance force flying out. Zhou, he hit repeatedly against rocks. He painfully tried to recover, confused with everything happening, thinking. What happened? Frostfang appeared vaguely, but somewhat huge, voice majestic. Who are you? Why did you break into this place? Are you sent by scum locking me in this broken ice block? Zhou, he struggled up, calling two sounds. Frostfang. Frostfang angrily bared fangs, threatening. Are you here to laugh at me? Trash of level 30. Even giving me tooth cleaning not worthy. You worms. Only know absorbing dragon race power. Blood flowing in your body. Stinks like those murderers. It got angrier, opening mouth wide, slandering. You all want to see me go mad. Greedy. Selfish. Just arbitrarily doing sick things. Noticing my body. Wanting to refine me in a weapon. Zhou, he tried to explain. Wait a minute. I am Zhou family bloodline. I came to... Frostfang didn't let him finish, still complaining. Zhou family bloodline again. Zhou family bloodline. Frostfang angry added anger, starting attack. You still want to deceive me until when? Trash. I want to chop you in 100 pieces. Its blow made him difficult to dodge. Zoe silently Aniclimax. Zol fust. It opened mouth wide, shooting power beams out. He dodged each blow, still trying to explain. Frostfang, do you still remember? That year you self-destructed Dragon Core, closing demon teleportation door. You were Zhou family hero. Even so, Frostfang didn't listen to a word, immediately criticizing. Nonsense. Dragon Core is heart of our dragon race. How can self dig out? Clearly you people dug out my Dragon Core. Still here bewitching me. Pretending fake. Lies all just lies. Attacks faster and faster, shooting straight down ice surface. Making them shatter. It screamed. I want to tear apart all who deceived me. Zhou Yi, despite pain, still reassured it. Frostfang, calm down, listen to me. Do you still remember? It whipped its huge tail towards him. Scram. Zhou Yi was thrown quite a distance, but still stood firm. He silently told himself. Frostfang lost memory. Moreover, long time locked up made its pain blame all on person approaching. Its spirit completely chaotic. Worthy of being ancestors' contract magic pet. 100 years later, remaining dragon's soul power still makes others tremble in fear. He darkened face. Body full of injuries, but not submitting, thinking. My level and strength lower than Frostfang. Only thing wanting me to give up here is impossible. Since I reached Ice Dragon Abyss. Then absolutely won't go back empty-handed. Zhou Yi revealed glowing cross shape on forehead. He tried shouting loud to provoke. Want to vent anger? Then come here, fight. Fight until you remember. He cast magic, creating blinding golden power stream. Huge power stream of both Zhou Yi and Frostfang slammed into each other. It again spat huge power, hitting straight towards him, making snow, dust rise white. From white smoke, Zhou Yi holding sword rushed up. Come on. Zhou family ancestor could contract you. I also can let you acknowledge ancestors return a clan. Slashes swung down continuously. Sword flash. On other side, Ling Feng calmly enjoying dragon-shaped ice cream. Ling Feng mouth continuously munching ice cream stick. Zhou family exclusive ice cream. Saying, you stood there 3 days, 3 nights already. Almost becoming a waiting husband stone. Chuyin annoyedly glanced at him through glass window, threatening. You don't need your tongue anymore? Ling Feng face darkened. Teeth gritted distorted, speaking nonsense more. Now you are Jiang Chuyin, right? Suddenly Xiaobai panicked, running hurriedly. Pushing room door, speaking loud. Not good. You guys quickly go. 2 of them confused asking. Happen what matter? She didn't answer question, immediately rushed straight inside, rambling continuously. While now she hasn't arrived here yet. Father told me to take you guys quickly leave this place. Where is little Yun? Ling Feng lost patience, asking continuously. What meaning? Speak clearly. Xiaobai grabbed Chiyun's hand tight. She said with a worried look on her face. This is something I can't talk about. You need to follow me right now. She calmly replied to the request. If you don't tell us, we can't possibly offer a solution. Besides, Brother Zhou Yi is still in the Ice Dragon Abyss. I absolutely cannot leave this place so easily. The man, agreeing with Su Yin, chimed in. That's right. I, Shun Ling Feng, am not some useless bum. Just tell us what happened. If we can help, we definitely will. Xiaobai waved her hands frantically, trying to explain. No, it's not like that. I don't mean anything else. This isn't something you can handle. If we don't leave now, it'll really be too late. Zhou Heng's attack shot straight forward, streaking past Madame Hong. Leaving her stunned, he spoke sternly. Madame Hong, this is the territory of the Tianlan Zhou family. You're not allowed to act so presumptuously. Ling Feng and Su Yin transformed their power. Thin threads of energy, sharp and nimble, wrapped tightly around Madame Hong's fingers. She spoke with a contemptuous tone. Zhou Hong, in order to suppress your frozen bloodline, your power isn't even at 30% of a level 40. And you want to stop me? Zhou Hong shielded Zhou Yun behind him, trying to speak calmly. Even if the Zhou family is facing difficulties, we will not allow an outsider to touch our guests. He thought to himself. Zhou Yi is at a critical moment of his breakthrough in the Ice Dragon Abyss. I absolutely cannot let Madame Hong ruin this. At worst, I'll risk injuring my frozen meridians. I have to hold out until Zhou Yi comes out. He created a line of ice that shot towards Madame Hong. In another scene, she moved her lips. And where do you think you're going? Madame Hong casually leaned her shoulder against the doorframe. Her voice rang out again. It's been a while, little girl. The 3 of them, Xiaobai, Ling Feng, and Su Yin, froze, and exclaimed in unison, "You're still alive?" Half an hour earlier, in a spacious, luxurious, and somewhat traditional room, Madame Hong, along with a few others and an old man, the patriarch of the Zhou family, were sitting and talking. Madame Hong spoke first. "Patriarch of the Zhou family, here is this year's cold water crystal." Another voice rang out. "We've troubled Madame Hong to make this trip. If Madame Hong had just said the word, I would have sent someone to retrieve it." Beside them were sparkling treasure boxes. Cold water crystal, rare consumable. Tier, epic. Type, energy crystal. Another old man, Zhou Feng, the third elder of the Zhou family, called out, "Men, bring them in." Sitting next to him was Zhou Hong. A line of people brought in treasures one by one. Heavenly secret snow-soaked silk. Effect. When used to craft equipment, it can be infused, granting the equipment a stealth effect. Mystic ice jade. Effect. When tempering a weapon, it can add a passive ice fissure effect. He continued speaking to her. "As per last year's promise, we have prepared all the heavenly treasures." Madame Hong let out a faint smile. After fiddling with them for a moment, she replied, "Just these are not enough." She spoke with a mocking tone. "Your Zhou family is hiding the good stuff and refusing to bring it out. It seems your desire for the cold water crystal is not sincere." Zhou Hong quickly stood up to retort. "Madame Hong, what are you saying? Our Zhou family has done its utmost every year to collect precious items to trade with you." In her hand, she held a treasure. Ice Fisher Halberd. Level requirement, 30. Base stats, physical attack plus 350. Ice attribute attack, plus 120. He thought to himself, "This greedy Madame Hong. Her conditions increase every year. What trick is she trying to pull this year?" She snapped the treasure in half and said, "This kind of flashy-looking junk. I'm tired of looking at it. This year's collateral will be something different. If the Zhou family patriarch agrees, I'll provide enough cold water crystals for the entire year." The Zhou family elder asked with a pleasant smile, "What does Madame Hong wish to trade for?" Zhou Hong, standing beside him, thought suspiciously, "Something's not right." Madame Hong said in a low voice, "A living person." He asked again, "A living person? Who?" She replied calmly, "Zhou Yi." Hearing this, Zhou Hong lost his composure. "What?" He calmed himself and continued, "Madame Hong must be joking. How can a living person be traded?" But in his heart, Zhou Hong was worried. Why would Madame Hong be interested in Zhou Yi? She replied with a straight face, "Joking? You're quite the comedian. One person in exchange for saving your entire clan. Isn't that a great deal?" Hearing this, the Zhou family patriarch made a firm decision. "Madame Hong, please see yourself out. Zhou Yi is a junior of the Zhou family. He absolutely cannot be traded." Madame Hong, indifferent, didn't even bother to look at him, simply fiddling with her nails as she replied, "You refuse to hand him over? Can your Zhou family even last another 2 months?" Seeing this, the elder turned to the patriarch. "Last year, 3 children died young because of the frozen bloodline patriarch. If the supply of cold water crystals is cut off," the old man thought with concern, "the Manhwa Merchant Guild. They have a mine that produces cold water crystals. The Zhou family's ice bloodline curse is causing it to thin with each generation. Not only do we need cold water crystals to quickly strengthen the concentration of the ice bloodline for cultivation, we also need them to alleviate the freezing condition of the bloodline. Therefore, the Zhou family has no choice but to continue exchanging a large amount of resources with the Manhwa Merchant Guild every year." Finally, he confessed, "Say no more. Even if our bloodline is severed, the Zhou family will never trade a person's life for survival." Hearing this, the Zhou family elder said unwillingly, "Patriarch, you. Even if you don't think about us old folks, you must think about the children in the clan. Zhou Yi is a genius, that's true, but he is still too young. He cannot save the entire Zhou family." Hearing this, the patriarch was displeased. He shot up and shouted, "Our Zhou family must survive to see the day of our resurgence. If we all die, then there will be nothing left." The old patriarch still spoke in a low voice. "Zhou Yi has never been protected by the family. He should not be burdened by the family." The elders still shouted, "Patriarch, the children can't wait any longer." But the old patriarch remained resolute. "Madame Hong, please see yourself out." He thought to himself, "Fool. Madame Hong is forcing me to choose between Zhou Yi and the Zhou family. She clearly sees Zhou Yi's bright future. If we cannot protect Zhou Yi, the Zhou family will truly have no chance of rising again. Madame Hong's attitude changed as she said coldly, "Very well. Since the Zhou family wants to protect Zhou Yi, starting today," she stood up to leave with her entourage, speaking harsh words. "The supply of cold water crystals is cut off. Let the Zhou family and you old geezers perish together." Returning to the present, Madame Hong said to Xiao Bai, "Thank you for leading the way, little lady." Madame Hong's tough threads wrapped tightly around Xiao Bai's neck, causing her to choke before losing consciousness. She lay motionless on the floor. She thought back to the earlier event. She spoke maliciously. "The Zhou family patriarch dared to signal Zhou Hong right in front of me. Does he think I'm blind?" Su Yin, worried, rushed over. Xiao Bai, Shun Lingfeng, not to be outdone, dashed forward even faster, shouting, "This time you'll die at my hands." Her attendants charged forward. Their bodies were like silk ribbons, but they didn't faze Lingfeng. He unleashed a series of attacks. The other creatures rushed towards Su Yin. With just a few slashes, she cut them into hundreds of pieces. Their fragments scattered across the floor. Lingfeng began to cast a spell. He created a barrier of fire to protect the other two. She spoke smugly again. "It's only been 3 days, and you've learned to coordinate your attacks. Su Yin has clearly been training. A little interesting. I'm starting to like you all more and more." Madame Hong thought to herself. The succubus girl and the flame dragon both show faint signs of a breakthrough. She began to speak. "I suppose you could be considered geniuses. A pity, with a treasure right before your eyes. You will ultimately become dust." Su Yin helped Xiao Bai up, thinking to herself, "I have to split my attention to protect Xiao Bai. My hands are a bit tied. Wasn't this woman already destroyed last time? How did she appear at the Zhou residence?" She was lost in thought, not noticing a thread slowly approaching her. The person Xiao Bai couldn't name was her. The thread got closer and closer, but Su Yin still didn't notice. Then Brother Zhou, Yi being at the Zhou residence means... The threads wrapped tightly around her body. Madame Hong's voice rang out. "It's just that your combat experience is a bit lacking." Even Lingfeng was ensnared by threads erupting from the ground. She continued, "I just love young masters and misses from prestigious families like yours, so-called geniuses who are utterly useless. The warm-up is over. Let me deal with you personally." The threads pulled Su Yin. She continued speaking. "Succubus girl. Whereas all that power from last time gone?" Lingfeng was slammed hard against the wall. "My blood puppets, quite like your flames, little fire dragon." Both of them were hoisted high into the air, unable to move. Madame Ong sneered. "Want to challenge me across tears? You're still a bit lacking." She became serious and asked, "Tell me, where is Zhou Yi?" He ignored her words and roared, "Let me go. Do you believe I'll burn you to ashes?" Madame Hong walked slowly towards the curtain, continuing, not talking. "I heard that to save his sister, Zhou Yi single-handedly charged into the Gongfeng mountain range. With her, I don't believe Zhou Yi won't come out." He shouted in anger, "Don't you dare touch her." Behind the curtain was Zhou Yun, who had been hiding but was discovered by Madame Hong. That voice rang out again, hiding behind the curtain. "Can you see your brother in the distance?" Su Yin refused to stay still and yelled with all her might, "Lend me your power one more time." Madame Hong's hands were wrapped in numerous red threads. This time, she was truly enraged. "Then I'll let you see what true suppression is." Immediately, a legion of puppets controlled by Madame Hong rose in unison. The puppets had enormous bodies. They charged forward frantically. Blue cracks appeared on Zhou Hang's face. He said, "This is really going to be tough. To go so far as to use so many puppets for Zhou Yi." As the puppets were about to close in, Zhou Hong held a chain in his hand. He leaped high into the air and shouted, "Jiang Su Yin, Shun Lingfeng, get Zhou Yun and Xiao Bai out of here. I'll hold them off here." Seeing him about to flee, Madame Hong shouted, "Leave the living ones behind." Su Yin was holding Zhou Yun in her arms, and Lingfeng was holding Xiao Bai tightly as they shouted in unison. At that moment, Zhou Yi was holding a sphere of power in his hand. He looked at the monster before him and shouted, "Remember this." He charged forward. He slammed a powerful blow into the opponent's head. "For me, holy fist combo." After that, Zhou Yi quickly dodged to the side. Another stream of power instantly flew past. Zhou Yi held his hand out in front of him, using a single palm strike to subdue his opponent. "Holy Light Cross," he shouted. "Submit to me." Before being struck, the monster's eyes only saw Zhou Yi's approaching figure. It called out weakly, "Master." A punch carrying immense power descended. Hand of God. After the attack, the surroundings fell completely silent. Only thick dust and smoke remained. Zhou Yi landed on the ground and said coldly, "Finally, some peace and quiet." The giant beast asked him, "You are?" Zhou Yi didn't hide anything and stated his identity frankly. "I am Zhou Yi, a descendant of Zhou Fan." He sat on the ground, letting his body slowly recover. Then he began to recount the monster's past deeds. 100 years ago, you used your life to destroy the demon clan's teleportation gate. In exchange for peace in Tianlan, my ancestor was your master, Zhou Fan. After sealing your body and soul here, he went alone to find a way to save you. But he too disappeared. Zoi Simidet. He extended an invitation. "Come with me. From now on, I'll make sure you live a good life. Your soul was trapped here, unable to escape, and you gradually lost your sanity. I had no choice but to use some tricks to bring you back to your senses." After learning everything, the dragon closed its eyes tightly and replied sadly, "So that's how it was. My dragon core is shattered. How can I be revived?" And he actually believed it. "It's been 100 years. Master must have." Then it looked straight at Zhou Yi and asked, "You came looking for me for my dragon soul, didn't you?" "Swang Yikesbland. I can see that your foundation has been damaged. You need pure energy to restore it. Absorbing the dragon soul will make you taste the agony of 10,000 ants gnawing at your heart. Your body will feel like it's being torn apart 10,000 times over. Are you willing to accept it?" Zhou Yi answered without hesitation. "I am willing." Compared to physical pain, being helpless and weak, unable to protect the one I love, is the greatest suffering. After hearing this, Xuanya couldn't help but admire him. "Kid from the Zhou family. You got guts." It sent a stream of power towards Zhou Yi and commanded, "Come." An orange vortex carrying tiny blue specks suddenly appeared. The frozen blood vessels seemed to be gradually recovering. Zhou Yi's entire body was emitting a blue mist. Inside his body, the layer of ice covering his blood vessels began to break apart. Zhou Yi clenched his eyes shut, gritting his teeth. His face was contorted in pain. Xuanya immediately reassured him. "Hold on a little longer. Your meridians were shattered. If you hadn't found me, you wouldn't have lived for another month." The blue specks of light were also moving to regenerate Zhou Yi's bones. The cracks, the deep internal wounds, were being healed step by step. However, Zhou Yi had to endure excruciating pain. Blood flowed from his eyes, nose, and mouth. The blue light continuously flowed in, healing Zhou Yi's heart. Zhou Yin smiled, her face filled with joy. Helan's group was the same. Suyin closed one eye, looking behind her in surprise. The dark night seemed to be tearing apart. A hazy figure stood before the giant dragon. A series of notifications appeared continuously. Detecting 100% fusion with the ice dragon's soul. Detecting complete restoration of foundation. Ice element affinity plus 500%. At this moment, 2 dragon horns appeared on Zhou Yi's head. "Congratulations on completing the hidden quest. Perfect second-class advancement. Reward, skill, dragon god's body." Xuanya instructed him, "In my place." In his protect Tianlan, Madame Hong used the puppet strings in her hand to tightly bind. A girl's body. She stepped forward, loosening the strings and letting the girl fall to the ground. Madame Hong threw the red silk in her hand toward Zhou Yun and coaxed her gently. "Good little sister, come here. Big sister won't hurt you." Zhou Yun's body was bound tightly by the red silk ribbon. Madame Hong commanded, "Good girl, take me to see your brother." Just then, a dirt-covered hand reached out and grabbed her ankle. Madame Hong looked down with contempt at the person gripping her leg. The little fire dragon is quite stubborn, even on the verge of death. "You want to be a knight in shining armor that badly?" Ling Feng used the last of his strength to stop Madame Hong from taking Zhou Yun away. "You are not allowed to touch her," Madame Hong said with disgust. "Right now, you're like a stray dog. You can't even protect yourself. And you still want to protect others? How utterly ridiculous." Although Ling Feng was on the verge of collapse, he was still determined to protect Zhou Yun. What the hell do you know? Even if I, Shun Ling Feng, die, I won't let you touch a single hair on her head. Madame Hong ordered coldly. Let go. Ling Feng shouted, never. Seeing his stubbornness, Madame Hong lifted her foot and stomped hard on the hand gripping her leg. How about now? Despite the pain, Ling Feng held on tight, refusing to let go. I won't. At this moment, Zhou Yun's face was streaked with tears. She said heartbrokenly, Brother Shun, let go. Don't worry about me. Please let go. My brother won't blame you. Ling Feng opened his mouth and shouted, then bit down hard on Madame Hong's leg. I won't let go. Zhou Yun screamed, Brother Shun. Madame Hong was truly furious now. She kicked Ling Feng back with great force. You lunatic! Ling Feng planted his hands on the ground to break after the kick. Zhou Yun shouted worriedly, Brother Shun. Madame Hong thought to herself with hatred. This kid is tougher than I imagined. To be able to make the proud flame dragon bloodline submit so wholeheartedly. This Zhou Yi is indeed an extremely valuable person. Madame Hong flicked her fingers in disgust. You thing that doesn't know life from death. I have no interest in you. If you're in such a hurry to be reincarnated. She wrapped a puppet string around Ling Feng's neck. Then farewell. The puppet string began to tighten around Ling Feng's neck. His eyes widened, his mouth agape. His face was contorted in pain. Zhou Yun screamed in fear, Brother Shun, run! Seeing that Ling Feng seemed to have lost consciousness, Zhou Yun cried out loudly, turning to beg Madame Hong. Don't! Please don't hurt him. I'll go with you. Just then, an immense pressure suddenly appeared. Madame Hong was also affected by this pressure. She said in fear, what terrifying pressure! As soon as she finished speaking, a massive force rushed forward and struck her. Zhou Yi, with golden wings and 2 dragon horns on his head, suddenly appeared and saved Zhou Yun. Zhou Yun called out in disbelief, Brother! Zhou Yi looked at the battered, wound-covered body of Ling Feng. Shun Ling Feng. Su Yan was also pierced by numerous puppet strings. Xiao Yan. Zhou Yi looked at Xiao Bai and Zhou Hong, unconscious on the ground. Xiao Bai. Uncle Hong. He gently blew out a puff of smoke. Instantly, Zhou Yi's eyes changed. One eye was gold, and the other was blue. He used his power to form an iron chain. Holy thunder. Chain of judgment. Madame Hong's eyes widened, and she licked her lips. Her face was filled with excitement upon seeing Zhou Yi appear. Numerous puppets appeared in her hands. All of these puppets looked like Madame Hong. Zhou Yi, you finally come out. All the puppets that got close were easily destroyed by Zhou Yi. Madame Hong appeared behind Zhou Yi out of nowhere. She advised him, be a good boy and come home with me. Zhou Yi didn't reply. He stomped his foot, causing the ground beneath him to shatter. Instantly, a wave of power sliced across Madame Hong's neck. Zhou Yi held his sister in his arms. His power pushed his opponent far away. Madame Hong thought in fear. What terrifying power! Besides the puppets that had been destroyed, a few of Madame Hong's high-level puppets still remained, but they were struggling to dodge Zhou Yi's attacks. Those level 20 puppets are one thing. But the level 30 elite puppet and a level 40 guardian puppet were painstakingly crafted by me. Yet he rendered my army powerless to fight back. After thinking, she immediately leaped up and charged forward. Madame Hong unleashed a barrage of puppet strings. Her eyes widened as she shouted, This is impossible. You're only level 30. There's absolutely no way you can overcome a 15-level gap. This just makes me want you more. She ordered one of her puppets, trap him. The puppet strings formed a giant red sphere, trapping Zhou Yi and Zhou Yun inside. Madame Hong was still very confident in the move she had just unleashed. With a burden in your arms. So what if you can fight above your level? After speaking, she and her puppet charged forward, striking the red sphere hard. Even though he was trapped inside, Zhou Yi was not afraid. He calmly shouted, Holy storm! Instantly, a massive explosion occurred, shattering the giant sphere. The aftershock of the explosion spread far and wide. Only the area where Zhou Yi stood was calm. Madame Hong quickly came up with another plan. This is no longer a power that can be measured by levels. The situation is not good. I'll retreat first. Zhou Yi koldi apruroshiter. Eschautit, swangya. Realizing the situation was dire, Madame Hong quickly yelled, Wait a minute. She issued a threat to Zhou Zoe, if you dare touch me, the Manhwa Merchant Guild will absolutely not let you go. This is the guild's highest level wanted order. As soon as I tear it, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, you will be hunted down to your death. Certain that Zhou would be afraid, Madame Hong continued to threaten him. I'm sure you don't want the Zhou family to be implicated, do you? The dragon's murderous eyes stared straight at her. Madame Hong trembled in thought. What kind of monster is that? Knowing she had met a powerful opponent this time, she clasped her hands and forced a smile. She quickly begged for mercy. Brother Zhou, a misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. As the dragon bound her tightly, Madame Hong quickly explained, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have touched Zhou Yun. I shouldn't have hurt Jiang Su Yin and the others. And I especially shouldn't have opposed you. As long as you spare my life, I am willing to offer up all the cold water crystals. I am willing to share the Manhwa Merchant Guild's cold water crystal mine with the Zhou family. Zhou, he asked doubtfully, a mine? Madame affirmed. She said, that mine produces cold water crystals once every 1,000 years. Enough for the Zhou family to use for 100 years. Just think about it. With this mine, the Zhou family will no longer have to suffer from the frozen bloodline. You can also cultivate in peace. Why bother with a small fry like me? In order to live, Madame Hong even said, I can even become your subordinate. Just say the word, and I, Madame Hong, will go through mountains of blades and seas of fire without hesitation. But in her heart, she was thinking, as long as the puppet string makes contact with me, I can instantly teleport back to the guild's residence. Just need to stall for a little more time. Just a little longer. After hearing her words, Zhou pressed his lips together, thinking, a person like Madame Hong, how could she suddenly beg for mercy? Unless it's a trap. After thinking, he immediately rejected her offer. No need. A truly strong person is not afraid of threats and does not yield to temptation. Madame froze. Speaking in disbelief, Zhou waved his hand, creating a massive wave of power. She hurriedly used her puppet strings to create a shield in front of her. However, Zhou Yi's power easily shattered the shield. Madame Hong's eyes widened. In disbelief at what was happening before her, before the blow landed, she could only think, this is no ordinary holy knight. This is clearly a god cloaked in holy light. Truly unbelievable. After dealing with Madame Hong, Zhou placed Zhou Yun on the ground. He used his power to shatter the strings imprisoning Su Yin. Then he opened his arms to catch her. Looking at the unconscious girl in his arms, Zhou, he said gently, I'm back. Ling Feng thought in disbelief. The person I couldn't defeat, even with all my strength. Zhou, he defeated her in just a few moves. How on earth is it possible? He stared blankly at Zhou, approaching him. To be like him? Zhou, he bent down, placing a hand on his chest, and said gratefully, thank you. He sincerely thanked Ling Feng. Thank you for doing everything you could to protect my sister. After hearing this, Ling Feng suddenly smiled, and then burst into loud laughter. Then hurry up and heal me. I'm about to bleed out. In another scene, the Zhou clan patriarch stood pensively before a giant painting. The painting before him was of Zhou Yi. Just then, someone called out clan patriarch. The Zhou clan patriarch looked at Zhou Yi behind him and said, You're here. This is the first time we've officially met. For you to witness this disaster, it is my failure as the patriarch. I am truly ashamed, ignoring the patriarch's pleasantries. Zhou, he got straight to the point. There's no need for formalities. I want to know why the Zhou family needs the cold water crystal. The Zhou family must have absolute strength to protect Zhou Yun. Otherwise, I won't let Zhou Yun return to the Zhou family. The Zhou patriarch guessed. Did Zhou Hong tell you? Zhou Yi repeated. Zhou Hong mentioned it once, but he wasn't clear. He secretly observed Zhou Yi and felt extremely surprised. This child just went through a fierce battle, yet his aura is as steady as a deep lake. The ruthlessness in his eyes is 100 times stronger than those pampered kids raised in a greenhouse. The patriarch said, the curse not only greatly reduces the awakening rate of the ice bloodline in the Zhou family, it also makes the descendants of the Zhou family too physically weak to withstand the backlash of the bloodline's freezing. Every year, someone in the Zhou family dies because of the frozen bloodline. Your sister, Zhou Yun, once had an episode which was the mildest form of the frozen bloodline condition. That's why it could be treated with the extreme cold ice lotus. But the frozen bloodline syndrome of most Zhou descendants can only be suppressed with the cold water crystal. The Zhou clan patriarch continued. Madame Hong exploited this weakness. That's why she dared to increase the tribute every year. This time, she went too far. Want to trade you for the cold water crystal. His voice, filled with coldness, continued, tribute, before the old man could finish. Zhou interrupted. Starting today, there's no need to pay it anymore. The Zhou patriarch, leaning on his cane, looked in a direction and began to analyze for Zhou. Zhou. Driving Madame Hong away only solves the immediate problem. The Mamet merchant guild behind Madame Hong is very powerful, and they control the cold water crystal, or we have to beg them. Zhou announced an important piece of news. Madame Hong is dead. As soon as he finished speaking, the Zhou patriarch's expression immediately changed. His eyes widened, and he exclaimed in disbelief. What did you say? Faced with this surprising news, the Zhou patriarch trembled and said stubbornly. She was a level 45 second advancement puppet master. She had hundreds of puppets protecting her. Even if you broke through in the ice dragon abyss, it's absolutely impossible. Zoe kaimnu. She was too arrogant. She didn't bring any backup. Furthermore, the ice dragon abyss tripled the power of my ice type skills. Zhou summoned Shuangya and brought it before the Zhou patriarch. More importantly, I awakened Shuangya in the ice dragon abyss. The Zhou patriarch's eyes widened as he asked joyfully, Shuangya has awakened? Does it still remember our ancestor? Zhou answered on behalf of Shuangya. It remembers. It was the one who restored my body and helped me defeat Madame Hong. It's just that its dragon soul is extremely weak. I've stored it inside my body. I won't awaken it unless necessary. After hearing this, the Zhou patriarch raised his head high, laughing uncontrollably. He was so happy he threw his cane to the ground. Then he suddenly knelt down, bowing to the painting before him. Ancestor, did you hear that? To gain Shuangya's recognition at such a young age. This level of courage and fortune, even our ancestor might not have compared. The younger generation is truly formidable. The Zhou patriarch thought with pride. I originally thought he was just exceptionally talented. I never expected he could actually achieve this. He raised both hands to the sky, shouting with joy. Heaven has not forsaken my Zhou family. Zhou, he picked up the cane. He said worriedly, Patriarch, perhaps we should stand up first. After being helped up by him, the Zhou patriarch said with a laugh, You must think me a fool. I was just too excited. Then Zhou, he suddenly said, Please tell me the inside story of the merchant guild. He thought to himself, the evil cult has its eyes on Zhou Yun. I can't always keep Zhou Yun by my side. If I can help the Zhou family deal with the merchant guild, it will be the best safe haven for Zhou Yun. The Zhou patriarch no longer concealed anything from Zhou Yi. He stroked his beard and began to recount what he knew. The Mamet Merchant Guild. It was just a small shop on a street corner. The owner was a low-level martial artist named Lu Xian. He scraped by smuggling, or the turning point was the winter 10 years ago. He recounted. That year, Black Wind Valley had a once-in-a-century blizzard. All the trade routes were frozen over. Lu Xian took a few companions into the valley. Half a month later, only Lu Xian came out of the valley. After that, he suddenly had an endless supply of cold water crystals, mystic ice jade, and luminous sunstones. He could even produce silver essence, or which is only seen once a century. The Zhou patriarch took out a wooden box for Zhou Yi to see. Lu Xian claimed to have found a mineral vein. Somehow, he obtained the mining rights. Over the years, many people have tried to sneak into the valley to scout. They either got lost or froze to death outside the valley. No one has ever seen the so-called entrance to the cave. After hearing this, Zhou Yi realized a problem. Too much of a coincidence. The Zhou patriarch's expression became extremely serious. He continued, The coincidences continue. 3 years ago, we could still buy a stable supply of cold water crystals from traveling merchants. Although it was a bit expensive, it was enough to meet the clan's emergency needs. But that spring, the traveling merchants suddenly disappeared collectively. There were no cold water crystals for sale on the market anywhere. Just as we were worrying, Madame Hong came to our door. At that time, Madame Hong made them an offer. Madame Hong said they had a mineral vein and were willing to supply us at half price. The condition was that the Zhou family had to help them deal with a few minor troubles. Zhou, he exclaimed in confusion. Minor troubles? The Zhou patriarch recalled the past and explained, to put it bluntly, it was to have the Zhou family act as their front, to suppress the smaller families in Tianlan province who refused to submit to the merchant guild. He continued, most of the smaller families have bloodline defects. The merchant guild provides them with cultivation resources. The price was to hand over the most talented child in their clan. But those children never returned home after they left. Those families hate the merchant guild, but they're afraid the guild will cut off their resources. So they can only vent their anger on the Zhou family. The merchant guild's lackeys. For the past 2 years, when Zhou family descendants go out, they are often secretly targeted. This move by the merchant guild is to completely isolate us, leaving us with no aid. After hearing this, Zhou, he stroked his chin, beginning to speculate on the real conspiracy behind this story. First, they monopolize the supply routes. Then they use low prices to show goodwill. Then they use the Zhou family's hand to wipe out dissenters. Finally, they make the Zhou family the public target. The Zhou patriarch affirmed. Correct. After that, every time the merchant guild delivered goods, they would add new conditions. We clearly knew it was a trap. But the children in the clan were waiting for the life-saving cold water crystals. We could only close our eyes and accept. He took out a cold water crystal and showed it to Zhou. Look at this. This is the cold water crystal the merchant guild delivered last year. 3 years ago, the cold water crystal was still a pure ice blue color. These past 2 years, it has gradually become stained with some black. Zhou reached out and took the cold water crystal. The Zhou patriarch continued his story. Madame Hong said, these are natural impurities from deep within the mine. However, our physician believes that these cold water crystals seem to have been corroded by something. When Zhou touched the cold water crystal, a wisp of golden smoke suddenly appeared, wrapping around his finger. That power continued to spread outwards. Strangely, following the golden energy was a stream of dark energy. But soon, the dark energy was also dispersed by the golden energy. Zhou thought to himself, the demonic energy is very faint. It gives me a very familiar feeling. I must have encountered a similar aura somewhere before. He suddenly remembered something. There's one more thing. Madame Hong once said something to me. The Zhou patriarch interrupted him. When the great Lord awakens, your Zhou family's curse will be a trivial matter. Zhou, he speculated, the great Lord? It's not Lu Xian. But the Zhou patriarch immediately denied it. To be able to produce so many rare ores. To make a level 45 puppet master like Madame Hong willingly serve as a lackey. There must be someone truly in power behind the scenes. Lu Xian is not worthy. Zhou, he clenched his fist. I understand. Madame Hong is dead. The merchant guild will not let this go. I will bear the consequences of my actions myself. After hearing this, the Zhou patriarch shouted emotionally. How can you say that? You are the Zhou bloodline. You have the same blood as our ancestors flowing through you. The old man patted Zhou Yi's shoulder and affirmed. Your business is the Zhou family's business. Whatever storms may come, the Zhou family will face them with you. Zhou Yi smiled and grasped a hand on his shoulder. I understand the patriarch's sentiment. It's just that. He turned his back and walked towards his teammates. I've never been alone. Ling Feng closed his eyes and complained. You're so slow. Tai Xian reported to him, second brother. The headmaster said there was trouble on your end. So he packed the 3 of us up and threw us over here. Zhou Yi's teammates were a level 23 spirit Taoist, a level 24 mage, and a level 24 warrior. Seeing this, Zhou Yi couldn't help but be surprised. We haven't seen each other for 2 months, and you've all improved quite a bit. Tai Xian laughed loudly and puffed out his chest. Of course, we follow you, second brother. We can't be holding you back. Helan placed her hands on Ling Shi's shoulders, her eyes seeming to hold a hidden meaning. She said, on the way here, Ling, she was saying, she wanted to ask brother Yi for advice on ice magic. Why are you so scared now that you've met him? Ling, she clasped her hands in front of her chest, shy and hesitant. Brother Yi. Amidst the lush green courtyard, Zhou Yi, with his flawless face, stood there with a slight smile, looking even more striking. He walked ahead to urge them on. The situation is urgent. We'll talk on the way. The group followed behind him. Behind the chattering group stood an old man, leaning on a cane, observing them quietly. His eyes, fixed on Zhou Yi's group, were gentle. He said softly, "Zhou Yi, you are truly like our ancestor." The group chattered noisily amongst themselves. "I want to bring snacks to eat on the way. Is Black Wind Mountain cold? I have a really nice pair of boots. They're perfect for snowy areas. I'm not afraid of the cold. Our family has a strong resistance to the cold." Zhou Yi stood aside, lost in thought. He suddenly felt like a third wheel. Suddenly, his eyes seemed to brighten. A thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. If it were before, I would have definitely snuck in there alone. A map appeared with a brightly lit route. After all, the demonic energy of Black Wind Valley is ineffective against me. If I were to encounter an enemy several times stronger than me, I could also borrow the power of the Void Beast to retreat and scathe. An image of a man carrying a girl appeared. After killing Madame Hong, aside from the usual mission notifications, the system has been quiet for a long time. It's like a compulsory order, completely sealing off the path of acting alone. A bright golden system panel appeared before his eyes. System reminder. Timed mission activated. Uncover the secrets of the Mammoth Merchant Guild with your teammates. Mission reward. Each participating member will receive S-Rank Plus. Skill book X1. Zhou Yi, bare-chested and only his underwear, lay with his arms outstretched, panting heavily. In front of him was the glowing system panel. The system is called the strongest support system. That means it wouldn't make a meaningless arrangement. This time, what it wants is probably not the mission itself, but the shared experience with my teammates. Images of his teammates, covered in injuries and unconscious, flashed through his mind. My teammates. I always thought I was strong enough, that I could protect everyone I care about. But I forgot that only when everyone is strong is the proposition truly valid. A dangerous glint appeared in his eyes. Madame Hong's appearance made me understand that. Even a mighty lion has moments when it dozes off. At that time, if there's no one else around, even a dog will come and take a few bites. Tai Xian's shout pulled him back to reality. "Brother, if we don't go now, it'll really get dark." Seeing his state, Suyen approached. "Brother Zhou Yi, are you okay?" Zhou Yi closed his eyes and replied, "I'm fine. Let's go." He turned to the others and said loudly, "Let's head to the teleportation array." Before the gate closes, someone replied, "It's about time." Someone else chimed in, "Aren't we going to eat first? I am hungry." The image of his teammates moving forward but still turning back to wait for him with smiles. He felt proud of the excitable and brave Tai Xian, of the boastful yet meticulous Song Helan, of the sharp-tongued but passionate Shunling Feng, of the shy but resilient Tang Ling Shi, of the gentle and persistent Su Yan. They're all my good teammates. They're the foundation that allows a lion to dare to sleep soundly. Teammates are not a burden. Time flew by. A day later, the scenery had changed. The mountains were covered in white snow, but in contrast, a crimson mist enveloped everything. Black Wind Valley. At the end of the year, Black Wind Valley is covered in snow. The valley is thick with a blood-red mist. Very few who enter can retreat unscathed. A military-style vehicle sped through the snow. But what's even stranger is that the Mammoth Merchant Guild's lair has no guards here. It seems Lu Xian isn't afraid of the secrets in the valley being discovered. Zhou Yi's team stood together. Everyone was wearing thick coats. Su Yan said, "This is the place. The public map only marks the valley. The interior of the valley is blank." He calmly put his hands in his pockets. As expected, Zhou Yi held out his hand, summoning a blue butterfly, and commanded, "Pinpoint." The butterfly was nimble. Yes, the skill information panel appeared. Skill, Pinpoint. Use the Void Butterfly's own magic to construct a magic circle to mark spatial coordinates. The Void Beast can use its perception ability to locate it, tear through the void, and instantly arrive at the designated location. Tai Xian brought his hands to his face, breathing warm air onto them. This godforsaken place. The wind feels like it's carrying thorns. Hearing this, Zhou Yi thought to himself, that's right. It's actually 3 times colder than the Ice Dragon Abyss. He activated a skill, causing himself and everyone else to glow with a golden light. Blessing of courage. Weapon blessing. Blessing of dawn. Blessing of the gods. Blessing of protection. He didn't forget to remind them. Everyone, stay alert. Ling Feng looked at the light on his body and marveled to himself. This is the first time I've received his enhancement skills. Just like the rumors. His information panel appeared. Name, Shun Ling Feng. Class, Warrior. Level 22. Strength, 204 plus 61. Increased by 30%. Speed, 190 plus 57. Increased by 30%. Constitution, 210 plus 63. Increased by 30%. Intelligence, 170 plus 51. Increased by 30%. While someone was discussing skills, combat power directly increased by nearly. I can test it out later. Small threads, as if possessing souls, were gradually approaching the feet of a team member from behind. Ling Shi was dragged away, panicking and raising her hand for help. Ling Feng suddenly turned back and shouted, "What's the situation?" A pair of feet quickly turned on the snow and leaped up. Zhou Yi majestically held Ling Shi tight in his arms. His other hand cut the threads, creating a beautiful golden line. He carried her princess style and slowly landed on the ground. Ling Shi was flustered. "Thank you, brother." Ling Feng looked at the threads growing out of the cliff, constantly wriggling, and suspected. What the hell is that? It looks a bit like Madame Hong's puppet strings. Could it be she isn't dead yet? Zhou Yi stepped forward with a serious face. He raised his hand, transmitting a part of his spiritual power into the thread in front of him. The threads were covered by spiritual power and electrocuted, causing them to shrink back. Not puppet strings. They are tentacles of a living creature. Zhou Yi turned around. Xiaolan, use spirit Dao arts to scan the wall a bit. Xiaolan deployed her technique. Her whole body floated up, surrounded by hovering, glowing talismans. Heaven and Earth mysterious sect. Root of 10,000 energies. She clasped her hands together and pushed hard forward. The talismans flew in that direction, sticking to the cliff in front, row by row. The talismans arranged to form a bagua shape, emitting a brilliant golden light. Xiaolan shouted, "Open!" The formation activated. Her whole body floated, creating gusts of wind below. Everyone had a worried look on their faces. They shared the same thought. Could this snow mountain be? The mountain disappeared. In front of Xiaolan were tentacles intertwined with hundreds of eyes, looking truly gruesome. These things are, among them, tentacles suddenly flew over, spinning to form arrows. Seeing that, Xiaolan waved her hand, drawing a talisman in the air. Thunder hidden faintly. Talisman command clear. Suppress evil. Exorcise demons. Protect my formation prison. In front, she manifested a giant talisman to block the attack of the tentacles. Spirit Dao. Evil suppressing talisman. After blocking the attack, black streaks appeared on the talisman. From those black streaks, the talisman gradually corroded. Evaporating, the talisman was destroyed. Xiaolan flew up to dodge the tentacles continuously rushing towards her. Its slime can absorb spiritual power, she thought to herself. Spirit Dao art's magic relies on spiritual power to control. This thing counters my actions too much. Zhou Yi saw the scene before him and was startled. The tentacles surrounded Zhou Yi's group. Everyone was vigilant and defensive. Ling Feng was surprised. Ling Feng angrily created a fireball. His hair changed color, fluttering like a flame, wanting to burn everything. Disgusting. The flames flew like waves towards the tentacles, reaching out powerfully. It seemed ineffective. The flames were extinguished, and the tentacles still reached out. Ling Feng saw this and clicked his tongue. In the mass of tentacles, terrifying eyes appeared along with human-like figures resembling puppets, surrounding Zhou Yi's team from all sides. Their whole bodies were wrapped in tentacles. Faces pitch black except for glowing cloudy white eyes. They advanced soullessly, looking truly terrifying. Tiexin excitedly cracked his knuckles, preparing to fight. Just in time, Charon beside him had a cold face, hand on her hilt, ready to draw her sword at any moment. Zhou Yi raised his hand to stop them. Following his hand, a screen of light appeared with a notification panel. Talent, Divine Sword Heart S, Light Guardian. He spoke his thoughts. Leave it to me. You guys just stand there, no need to move. It seems they are afraid of holy light. Sword in hand, he rushed like a storm towards each one, taking them down before they could react. Zhou Yi drew a conclusion after destroying most of the enemies. No reaction to weapons. Effective against physical attacks. He called out loudly, Tiexin. However, Tiexin and Churin, weapons in hand, rushed forward quickly after hearing Zhou Yi's call. He analyzed and assigned tasks to the two. Tiexin, break the defense from the front. Churin, from the back. The three of us will push in from 3 corners of the formation. Tiexin was excited. My turn to show off. Zhou Yi ordered the remaining people. You 3 stay inside the light screen. You're not allowed to go out. Ling Feng was dissatisfied. He was slightly dissatisfied, pointing to himself, wanting to join the fight. Wait a minute. I'm also a warrior. I don't just know how to use fire. Ling Feng summoned a sharp red spear with flames surrounding its tip. He smiled with great excitement. Zhou Yi approached Ling Shi and Helan. Shun Ling Feng and I will go together. Ling Shi and Helan, stay in the rear and observe the enemy's weaknesses. Ling Shi and Helan turned around and responded in unison. Ling Feng leaped quickly, creating dazzling golden rings of light behind him. I'm coming too. Tai Xen jumped up, swinging the large axe in her hand high towards the eye among the black tentacles. Bone-shattering strike. After the blade struck, the tentacle part seemed to gradually disappear. She smiled with satisfaction. This move works. Beside her, Ling Feng and Su Yan were no less impressive. He used his spear to skewer the monsters like pieces of meat, shouting, How's my strength? And she, with a swing of her sword, cut the monsters in 2. Zhou Yi used his golden sword, swinging it powerfully, causing the monsters to vanish. Ling Feng and Tai Xien attacked relentlessly. The black tentacles writhed and intertwined. Zhou Yi observed and quietly realized, the monsters and the threads seem endless. Cut one down, and a new monster jumps out, or it emerges from the mountainside, over where Ling Shi was. A black object flew past her as fast as the wind, but with her agility, she quickly caught a glimpse of it. She paused for a moment. That is, Ling Shi turned towards where Zhou Yi was fighting and waved, calling out, Brother Yi. Zhou Yi approached. Ling Shi presented the token in her hand. Brother, I found this token on the monster's body. It's from the Tianlan Qing family. Beside her, Helan picked up a piece of cloth with writing on it. Looking at the object, he analyzed it in his head. Most likely, those small families came to Black Wind Valley looking for their people and left this behind. So these silver threads, besides devouring magic and spiritual power, I'm afraid they also devour life force. In the end, even the remains are transformed. Realizing something, he took a stance. The sword in his hand was swung back powerfully. The source of the silver threads is in the mountain. The thread of every monster is connected to the wall. From that stance, Zhou Yi swung his sword forcefully, creating a line that ran across the ground in front of him. Instead of cutting the monsters, it's better to cut the threads. Following the sword's path, the ground split open, forming a fissure. Let me see what's hidden inside. The rocks on the surface, marked with symbols, began to crumble. They collapsed rapidly. Zhou Yi's team stood unharmed within a protective barrier amidst the rain of falling rocks. The smoke after the collapse gradually dissipated, revealing the scene behind it more and more clearly. Ling Feng and Tai Xien suddenly froze. Her pupils dilated. She gasped. This is... The smoke cleared. At their feet were skeletons half buried in the ground. Surrounding them were enormous ice blocks. Inside each ice block, their reflections could be seen. Tai Xien rested her weapon on her shoulder, full of questions. Was that an illusion just now? Zhou Yi walked forward, his reflection appearing on the ice blocks. He denied it. It wasn't an illusion. He stood facing the ice block and stated his conclusion. It's the camouflage for the entrance to a dungeon. Zhou Yi explained it. Black Wind Valley is not a natural mountain range at all. It's a large, hidden dungeon that is fused with Blue Star. It's just that the fusion with Blue Star was so perfect that no one discovered this secret. Everyone listened intently. Zhou Yi raised his hand thoughtfully. He analyzed. Lu Xian discovered this secret. The Merchant Guild dared to leave Black Wind Valley unguarded because he knew the dungeon itself was the best protection. It can turn intruders into nutrients. Ling Feng put his hands in his pockets, disdainful. So many tricks. She realized. So, the monsters we just encountered were all transformed from people who broke in here. He didn't deny it. His hand lightly touched the ice block, creating a gentle ripple. The monster of the first gate was the mountain. Intruders, after dying, become a part of the mountain. From where he touched, a light began to glow. He reminded everyone, get ready. The monster of the second gate is coming. The glass-like layer covering their heads shattered with a sparkle. Everyone pressed their backs together in a defensive circle. Ling Feng said loudly, this broken mirror wants to launch a sneak attack. He ordered, Shi, add 2 more layers of defense, ice and earth. Don't let them take advantage of the chaos. She quickly replied. On each shard, the team's worried and vigilant reflections could be seen. Zhou Yi's face was tense as he stared straight ahead, waiting to see what would emerge from the dissipating mist. From the mist, a figure was slowly approaching him. In another area, Shi was surrounded by a dense forest. She looked around in confusion, calling out, Brother Xiaolan. Where is everyone? Shi nervously clutched her staff. She cautiously scanned her surroundings. The scene shifts to Ling Feng. His upper body was bare. He clenched his fists, growling in anger. What is this disgusting thing? Over to Helan. She was hiding behind a pillar with a large talisman in her hand. Heaven and earth, the mystic ancestor, the root of all qi. The scene shifts again to Su Yan. She stood on a transparent platform, holding her sword tightly, and shouted, come out. Over with Tai Xian. She was swinging her axe amidst tombstones. Bone-shattering strike. Her attack was blocked by someone who looked exactly like her. The powerful impact caused the ground to sink and water to splash violently. She cursed angrily. An illusion? A copy. It even copied my strength. The person opposite her, with the same face but soulless eyes, repeated her exact words. An illusion? A copy. It even copied my strength. Tai Xian's face twisted in disgust. So nauseating, she pulled her axe back from the identical axe. Her other hand balled into a fist and swung forward. The clone quickly raised its hand to block the punch. Taking advantage of the moment, she swung her leg in a powerful kick from behind, catching the clone off guard. Hit by the powerful force, the clone flew back, crashing into the tombstones and shattering them. Tai Xian walked over, cursing contemptuously. Idiot! You don't even understand a feint. The clone, lying amidst the rubble, repeated soullessly, Idiot! You don't even understand a feint. Tai Xian looked down from above, crossing her arms and raising an eyebrow in frustration. It only knows how to mimic complete techniques. It doesn't know how to adapt. It doesn't know how to modify its moves. Suddenly, there was a massive tremor. Tai Xian took a defensive stance, covering her face with her arms. From within the smoke, the clone attacked, but she blocked it. While fighting the clone, Tai Xian realized, I can feel its learning speed getting faster and faster. I have to end this quickly. The scene shifts to Ling Feng's location. A brilliant light stabbed down into the ground. Dragon's breath. Ling Feng, his arm covered in dragon scales, was being pushed back. Why did you stop learning? Did you start coveting my flame dragon's body? His clone leaped forward, but Ling Feng had already jumped away. Ling Feng now looked like a half-dragon. The weapon in his hand burned like a flame. Today, I'll let you know the difference between the original and a cheap copy. He unleashed a powerful slash, but the clone quickly dodged it. A similar spear suddenly appeared in the clone's hand. Ling Feng sneered. The replication is quite fast. He charged forward, the spear in his hand spinning like a fiery drill. If you're going to learn my moves, then I'll let you learn them all. The fire drill grew larger, advancing with formidable power. Heaven-burning strike. The two spear tips collided, creating a blinding flash of light. The force of the impact caused the surrounding ground to crack and fly apart. From the rubble, the clone launched a horizontal attack, but Ling Feng ducked to avoid it. Ling Feng held his spear tightly, gathering strength for the next attack. With momentum, his spear spun, creating a circle of fire that blocked the clone's attack. The clone approached, slowly touching the tip of its spear to the circle of fire. It skillfully dodged each ring of fire with a soulless expression. The spear tip plunged straight into Ling Feng's chest, causing blood to spurt out. Ling Feng's entire body glowed brightly. His face darkened, his eyes glowing. You can replicate my completed techniques, But you can't keep up with the changes of the flame dragon power in my body. But you can't feel the pain. He reached out and gripped the spear tip embedded deep in his chest. The clone still stared at him with a soulless expression. Ling Feng shouted, "You stupid, foolish thing." Behind Ling Feng, a golden vortex grew ever brighter. The image of a dragon became clear. He now looked like a god about to punish the wicked. Go to hell. Elsewhere, talismans flew like sharp blades. They created a massive explosion. Smoke enveloped everything, obscuring the view. Helan was covered in wounds. She held a talisman hidden behind her back. She looked cautiously towards the smoke. Suddenly, 3 talismans formed a shape and flew towards her, causing her to startle and turn sharply. Helan quickly ran away as the talismans created a large explosion. The clone's face appeared, still as soulless as ever. Helan ran around, sneering. "I thought you were so skilled. That's not how you use Taoist talismans." Helan moved ceaselessly. She brought her hand to her mouth and bit down hard, drawing blood. Taoist talismans need to borrow the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. You can copy the form, but you can't copy the spirit. Around her, raindrops condensed, glowing as they floated in the air. Look at this rain, this wind. They're all part of the Taoist heart. Helan raised her hand. Following her hand was a line of golden light. Her face was stern. "The heart is the body, power is the tool," she shouted. "You have no heart. You don't understand respect for the Tao, the power of the Tao. Therefore, you cannot use the nature of heaven and earth. No matter how many you copy, they're just empty shells." The raindrops flew rapidly towards the clone. The clone also bit its hand, trying to copy her technique. But from the bite, only tentacles emerged. The clone's eyes widened in panic. This is impossible. The clone's entire body was pierced through. The tentacles crawled out from it, a horrifying sight. The scene shifts to a large tree. Ling Shi was crouched down, covered in wounds. Beside her, the clone stood defiantly behind a shield that blocked her attacks. "Little sister Ling Shi, stop struggling. Even if I'm a copy of you, you can't beat me." Ling Shi, covered in wounds, clung tightly to her staff, thinking, "I'm not struggling. I'm waiting for you to reveal an opening." She looked down at her injured legs and analyzed silently. "It's only been 10 minutes. You've gone from copying sound and appearance to simple skills to being able to attack proactively. And now you can even set traps specifically for me. Your growth rate is astonishingly fast. But if you're a dungeon monster, there must be a way to defeat you." The clone launched a series of attacks. Ling Shi could only dodge them quickly. The clone said smugly, "See, you're still just dodging." It launched a series of attacks like ice shards, accompanied by taunts. "Little sister Ling Shi, come to my side. Let us become one." Ling Shi looked at the ice shards and realized there are no frost patterns. She suddenly jolted as if she had realized something. "I get it." The clone approached arrogantly. Ling Shi, supporting herself with her staff, said loudly, "From the beginning, I had my doubts. What kind of powerful skill could completely replicate decades of another person's power? It turns out you only copied the outer shell, but you couldn't replicate my precise control over the elements." Blood dripped continuously from her body. The clone was confused. "What do you mean?" Ling Shi placed her hand on the tree trunk, creating lines that ran along it. Behind the tree, a brilliant blue flame erupted. Take the ice element, for example. A novice can only summon water beads. An expert can condense them into water needles. But the ice element you use doesn't even have the most basic frost patterns. It shows how crude your understanding of the elements is. She held her staff tightly and slammed it into the ground. Light seeped out from the cracks. But you can't learn it. It's not about the details. From the cracks, ice spikes shot straight towards the clone's face. "Ling," she shouted. "The power of an all-element mage is to make the elements cooperate." Ling, she furrowed her brow, gaping at the scene before her. In front of her were numerous magic circles of all kinds. A weak voice rang out. "Magic is not a rigid technique. It's an understanding of the elements. I believe, given time, you could replicate these spells too." Then, a blinding light suddenly appeared. "But why should I give you that time?" The fake Ling, she was vaporized by the light. Nearby, Zhou, he was also facing his own imposter. Holy storm. The swords of the two clashed directly. Because of the impact, A massive explosion occurred. From within the dust and smoke, two blinding lights suddenly flashed. Zhou Yi thought in surprise. He used the Holy Light Cross skill just 0.5 seconds after the previous skill. The force deviation was reduced to 0.1 degrees compared to the previous move. His simulation accuracy is constantly improving. When facing his opponent, he had discovered something. His movements are no longer mechanical. But what's more interesting is, fighting him, I can feel that he's analyzing my weaknesses. After thinking, Zhou Yi charged forward with his sword. To train and grow at such a fast pace. I can't pass this up. The two clashed continuously in midair. It seemed their strengths were equal. Neither was willing to give in. This time, the simulation was half a second slower. Why? So, when replicating attribute skills, the delay increases significantly. Does your database get confused when merging with different information? Zhou Yi gritted his teeth in frustration. He looked coldly at the person who looked exactly like him. The fake Zhou Yi sheathed his sword and landed on the ground. The real Zhou Yi said coldly, "You don't like to talk, yet you act just like a chatterbox." He asked him coldly, "What do you want to get from me?" The fake Zhou Yi stroked his chin and spoke hesitantly. "Probably." He flashed a very sinister smile. "I just want to see to what extent your replicated body can perform." Faced with Zhou Yi's power, the imposter confidently declared, "I know everything about you. You can't kill me." Zhou Yi replied with contempt, "Is that so? In the country where I was born, there's an old saying." He held his hand forward. Golden threads wrapped around his hand. Those who boast, Zhou Yi finished his sentence, are likely to bite their own tongue. At that moment, a large hole appeared in the imposter's stomach. His entire body began to crack. "You knew all along." Zhou Yi calmly explained. "From the moment the fight began. This mirror has been reflecting me the entire time, and every one of your delays happened after the mirror's reflection. Therefore, everything you've learned comes from my real-time observation of this mirror. Although you were extremely covert, using a continuous barrage of attack skills to distract me, to weaken its presence." He reminded him coldly, "But don't forget, you come from me. I know everything about you." Ling Shi looked to the side in astonishment. Zhou Yi bent down, slowly emerging from the dust. Ling Shi hurried over to him. "Brother, Yi, you're finally out." Ling Shi was extremely anxious. She hurriedly urged Zhou Yi, "Hurry and save Sister Yin." Zhou Yi asked worriedly, "What's wrong with Xiao Yin?" At that moment, Su Yin was facing the demon within herself. It smiled and said, still suppressing it. Then it continuously provoked Su Yin. "You don't even dare to accept your own bloodline power. So scared. And you call yourself a female prodigy?" Suyan guritit hertit. She thought to herself, "I can feel the succubus consciousness in my body throbbing relentlessly. It's like countless hands wanting to tear my body apart and break free." But another voice echoed in her head. "Let me help you." Su Yin told herself, "I absolutely cannot lose control again." But the mysterious voice said, "You won't be able to dodge her next attack." Su Yin tried to suppress her desires. "At the very least, I have to stay clear-headed and complete this mission with Zhou Yi." The mysterious voice continued to echo. "Zhou, you will be very disappointed to see you defeated." It continuously tempted Su Yin. "I am your true power." Su Yin closed her eyes tightly and shouted, "Get out. My power is mine to command." The demon held its sword, charging straight forward. "Yours to command? Then try to block me with those hands that don't dare to unleash your bloodline." It swung its sword, but Su Yin successfully dodged. The demon sneered. "You dodged." Although the last attack failed, the demon continued to attack without giving up. "See, the gap is so obvious." It smiled, listing all of Su Yan's hidden fears. "You have too many inhibitions." Zhou Yi's gaze. "The fear of losing control. But I am afraid of nothing." Another sword strike was unleashed. Su Yan leaped up, continuing to dodge. No matter how proficient your blood techniques are, no matter how powerful your magic is, if you don't dare to use your bloodline, you're essentially no different from an ordinary professional. The demon relentlessly provoked Su Yan's limits. "That's right. In your memory, your brother Zhou Yi told you that kindness is not a weakness." It posed a question, "But your kindness is being suppressed. When you are crushed by me, will he still remember you?" the kind-hearted weakling? Suyin mumbled, I'm not. I can't. The mysterious voice echoed once more. Look, this is the result of you suppressing me. Let me out. But it's just a clueless replica. Does it think it can cause trouble just because it holds a bit of demonic power? I can tear it apart, and I can protect you. Ling, she said worriedly to Zhou Yi. After we kill the replica, we'll return to the starting point. Then we discovered that these mirrors can show each person's fight with their replica. Su Yin is clearly stronger than us. Why is she constantly being suppressed by the replica? Ilan explained. The longer it goes on, the stronger the replica becomes. Moreover, it will develop its own consciousness. Su Yin is in great danger right now. Ling Feng found it extremely hard to understand. I can't hear their conversation, but the situation doesn't look right. Why is she holding back and not using her bloodline power? Zhou Yi thought silently. I know better than anyone. Xiao Yin is competing with herself. Xiao Yin is being suppressed, not because she lacks strength, but because her past experiences of losing control make her afraid to use her bloodline power. The replica's only advantage is one thing. It has no inhibitions. It can unleash all its power without any burden. Ling Feng, enraged, slammed his fist on the mirror in front of him. Let her out to fight. Why be polite with that fake? Tai Xian grew increasingly worried. Brother, Yi, what do we do now? Can we smash this mirror? Zhou Yi didn't answer the question, thinking to himself. The world in the mirror can invade Xiao Yan's consciousness. Forcibly breaking the mirror might injure Xiao Yan. He stepped forward and said, the usual methods won't save her. I can only force the situation. Zhou Yi reminded the others. All of you back away. As far as possible. Immediately after, he began to transform. Then he reached out and crushed the mirror in front of him. Ling Shi's group was also stunned by the sight. Brother Yi is forcibly destroying the second stage's energy node. He's trying to save Sister Yin by destroying the dungeon. The demon pinned Su Yin to the ground, saying contemptuously, look at this pathetic state you're in. Su Yan gulped weakly. She looked to the side in fear. In front of her, something seemed to be shining brightly. Then the light shot straight towards them. Immediately after, the demon simply vanished. Su Yan esquinteth. Wearily sitting up, Zhou Yi from outside the mirror extended his hand and smiled. He gently reassured her, don't be afraid. I'm here. After hearing this, Su Yin bit her lip, her face filled with grievance. Just then, the space around her suddenly changed. Something seemed to be cracking. Su Yan's eyes widened. She looked at the scene before her in fear. She held her sword, and with all her strength, she shattered the wall that was imprisoning her. However, upon escaping, Su Yin attacked Zhou Yi with her sword. Zhou Yi couldn't believe what was happening before him. He called out silently, Su Yin, to avoid hurting Su Yin. Faced with her attack, Zhou Yi could only raise his fist to block it. But with just that one blow, Su Yin was easily sent flying backward. The others who saw this were also wide-eyed, gaping in disbelief. After the recent collision, Su Yin fell straight to the ground, causing the ground behind her to completely shatter. Zhou Yi thought seriously, the holy light will burn her. What's going on? Her constitution shouldn't be afraid of holy light. Su Yin once again charged forward with her sword. Zhou Yi used holy light to deal with her. Zhou Yi retracted the holy light. He realized, thunder and holy light will harm Xiao Yan. Then he raised his hand, unleashing a stream of blue smoke. The smoke formed small threads that tightly bound Su Yan's hands. Then they continued to bind her legs. At this moment, Su Yan's body was tightly bound. This is the only way I can think of. It can restrain her movements without hurting her. Zhou Yi approached and called out, Xiao Yan, look at me. Suddenly, the surrounding walls began to dissolve again. This scene left Zhou Yi's group confused. The fragments of the wall were gradually gathering to form the face of a stranger. Then, a voice filled with anger rang out, interfering with the dungeon's rules. Initiating ultimate elimination sequence. That face was Silver Thread Leech. Level 20. Quality Epic. Skills Silver Thread Spit. Mirror Image Clone Thorn Kill. Name Magma Soldier. Level 30. Quality Gold. Skills Magma Collision Harden. Va Stomp. Name Bone Vine Puppet. Level 34. Quality Gold. Skills Bone Spike Assault. Vine Entanglement. Bone Warrior. Level 23. Quality, epic. Skills, shattering slash. Will plunder. Slime water monster. Level, 33. Quality gold. Skills, acid spit, regeneration. Ling Shi jumped into the midst of the monsters. Then she swung her sword, easily cutting them in half. However, after being cut apart, the bodies of the monsters began to stitch themselves back together. Ling Shi shouted, "It's fusing." The silver threads are forcibly stitching them back together. Ilan took out a talisman and began to cast a spell. Peace and order, command of harmony. Break the illusion, shatter the falsehood. Explosive spirit talisman combined. Immediately, the monsters began to burn. Tai Xin ran forward with her axe. She raised her weapon, striking straight at the opponent's head. Tai Xin threw her axe, creating a projectile that swept through all the monsters in its path. Ling Feng smirked coldly. He grabbed a monster with his bare hands. Zhou Yi thought to himself, these silver threads are all being manipulated by one thing. He looked straight at Su Yan. The central logic of all dungeons is to select the strong. Just like the first gate, the losers in the selection will be controlled by the silver threads and become monsters of the stage. Although I forcibly destroyed the energy node of the second gate, Xiaoyan couldn't completely escape the mental test. Many silver threads existed around Su Yan's body, and the succubus bloodline is unstable, which the dungeon took advantage of. That's why her consciousness was controlled by the silver threads, and the one manipulating all this sees me as the biggest threat. It has no choice but to release all the monsters to clear out the final boss of the dungeon, which is me. Zhou, he summoned his power, determined to catch the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. This kind of person who relies on mental power to manipulate everything usually hides their true self very well. They won't show themselves easily. But to completely free Xiaoyan, I must force the final boss out. He looked at Su Yan and said, I am sorry, Xiaoyan. Next, what I'm about to do might make you temporarily unhappy. A wall slammed straight down into the ground. Then another wall appeared next to it. The walls joined together to form a box, trapping Su Yan in the middle. Zhou, he stood outside, coldly looking at the box. Then he turned and said to Helan, use a chi-locking talisman to seal the energy around Xiaoyan. Helan shouted, coming. She took out 3 talismans at once, preparing to do as Zhou said. Heaven and earth have boundaries. The flow of chi has its limits. All manner of evil and perverse chi seal the chaotic knowledge within. The 3 talismans split into 3 directions. Surrounding Suyan. This wall is the boundary. By decree, movement is forbidden. Ling Shi, while fighting the monsters, called out, second brother. There are too many monsters. If this continues, we won't be able to hold on much longer. Ling Feng also began to feel uneasy. There are more and more of them. He continued, this thing can devour and evolve from each other. Zhou, he thought to himself, endless stamina. The dungeon released all the monsters. If we resist, they won't last half an hour before running out of energy. At the same time, I have to distract myself to protect them. Thinking this, he closed his eyes briefly, condensing a stream of power in front of his chest. Asterisk, therefore, now is not the time to conserve strength. To resolve this, asterisk, I need to use the most direct and powerful method. Zhou, he warned the others. Everyone step back. Use your strongest defense to protect yourselves. No matter what you see, do not be distracted. Ling Feng, Ling Shi, Xiaolan, and Tiexin shouted in unison. Ling Feng added, I know, you just focus on doing your thing. At this moment, Zhou, he was covered by a massive stream of power. Charon looked out from inside the box. The power surrounding Zhou, he spread further and further outward. Before that massive pressure, the monsters paused, then began to gradually dissolve. The outer bodies of those monsters dissolved, revealing the threads inside. Tiexin shouted in disbelief. What the hell is that? Those monsters aren't dissolving. They're gradually merging together into one entity. Does the dungeon want to merge all monsters into one? Ling, she said, my magic sense. Its energy is like a vortex at the center of the silver threads. The intensity is double that of all previous monsters combined. Zoe Ahalit. From the sky, a series of blinding lights suddenly appeared. Divine Summoning Level 1, S-Rank. A pair of giant white wings appeared, covering the sky. A person in silver armor, holding a bow in hand, aiming straight at the opponent. Behind Zhou, many knights in silver armor were standing. Ling Feng pointed there, asking wide-eyed. That brat Zhou, he can actually summon helpers of this rank. Tiexin continued. Is this the ultimate skill of a holy knight? Ling Shi thought to herself. Terrifying energy. Even the chaotic dungeon space appeared stagnant for an instant. After being stagnated by Zhou Yi's ability, the giant monster roared once again. Zhou Yi pursed his lips tight. He thought to himself, summoning angels for a moment drains 30% of my health. Moreover, every second the angels exist consumes my mental strength. After this is over, I must upgrade the level of divine summoning. Lower the cost. He shouted orders to the holy knights. Target. Eliminate all monsters. Immediately, a series of arrows were fired. Those arrows aimed straight at a single target, the giant monster. The monster raised its hand to block the arrows. However, under that mighty power, the monster was quickly defeated. That stream of light showed no sign of stopping, but continued to rush straight forward. Ling Shi exclaimed, too strong. Such great power. It has exceeded the tolerance of the dungeon. Xiaolan felt worried. But brother, he can't hold on much longer. Summoning of this rank is destructive to mental strength consumption. After dealing with the monster, Zhou Yi breathed a sigh of relief. He turned his head, looking towards Churin. Leave those to the angels, that's enough. My target is only one. Thinking this, he walked straight towards her. He unleashed a stream of power and ordered, count to 3. Get out. 1 second late, and I will destroy this place. Churin pursed her lips, looking at him coldly. Zhou Yi started counting. When he counted to the last number, a giant black shadow appeared behind Churin. Zhou Yi affirmed. Dungeon boss, he said, finally willing to show your face? Sure enough, seeing the dungeon boss's body was blackened, Zhou Yi understood. It's been polluted by dark creatures. Polluted Heart Devourer. Level 50. Potential, legendary. Skills, unknown. Zhou Yi looked coldly at the dungeon boss. The Heart Devourer observed and evaluated Zhou Yi. A bit interesting, it said. For so many years, people have intruded here. You are the youngest among the strong ones. But your aura is even stronger than those older ones. The Heart Devourer used many silver threads to manipulate Churin. Zhou Yi gritted his teeth, raising his hand to cover his eyes. The Heart Devourer leaned in close. Asurin Zhou Yi, don't be so tense. I'm not here to fight you. It looked behind him and continued. On the contrary, I want to give you a choice. After hearing this, Zhou Yi's eyes widened. He looked in disbelief at the scene before him. Many treasures appeared before him at once. Purification Crystal contains pure, purifying energy. Can remove all curse-type statuses. Heart-calming Jade suppresses the berserk factor of bloodline power. Stabilizes abnormal constitutions. Red-patterned Dragon Crystal contains berserk flame energy. Can be directly infused into a weapon, adding 50% fire damage to attacks. Mystic Iron Core, a high-density metal ore, contains spatial waves. Can be used to craft teleportation boots. Reduces skill cooldown time by 15%. Spirit Nourishing Jade contains the breath of life. Inlaid in defensive gear, it can automatically restore health. Doubles the effectiveness for healing-type classes. Group Nurturing Scroll. After use, summons a supportive energy field within a 10-meter radius. Lasts for 10 seconds. Know thy weakness for 1 hour. You can see through the enemy's level and weaknesses. Ling, she said excitedly. If I could infuse that dragon crystal into my dragon-patterned fist armor, I could probably blast those monsters to ash with 1 punch. Gilan was also overjoyed to see the item she wanted. Healing system. Defense system. This is truly a grand gesture. Zhou Yi thought coldly. The Zhou family's eternal curse. This purification crystal. Faced with that item, he also wavered a little. And the heart-calming Jade. It's perfectly made for Su Yan. The Heart Devourer put its arm around Zhou Yi's shoulder. Tempted, look how uncomfortable she is. A single drop of heart-calming Jade could let her sleep soundly for several nights. She wouldn't have to fear her bloodline exploding anymore. It tried to persuade Zhou Yi. These are just appetizers. You can approach me. Prove that you have passed the dungeon's trial. This is your reward. Take the reward and leave. Faced with these temptations, Zhou-Yi realized, it's trying to lure me. If I choose to stop here, I can indeed get generous benefits immediately. But he remembered the life and death battles with his teammates. Timed mission. Uncover the secrets of the Mammoth Merchant Guild with your teammates. Zhou-Yi said to the Heart Devourer, these things are indeed very tempting. But it seems you've misunderstood something. He held his sword, slashing at the enemy. I came to Black Wind Valley, not to get a reward. He continued speaking while attacking. Whether it's the system's mission, or my teammates' grudge, or even the Zhou family's curse, none of it can be solved by your charity. The Heart Devourer said in surprise, you want to give up such an easy reward? Zhou-Yi affirmed, you are familiar with everything around me. You even know about the Zhou family's curse. It's hard not to suspect that this is a trap aimed at me. Zhou-Yi's body began to transform. He muttered, the purification crystal, the heart-calming jade. I want them all. You, he declared coldly, must die. Dragon God's body. After speaking, Zhou-Yi charged forward with his sword. Then he cut the Heart Devourer in half. The ground beneath suddenly shattered. The Heart Devourer spread its arms, merging with the ground below. A giant rock monster appeared before Zhou-Yi. The Heart Devourer, without a word, slammed a powerful punch into the ground. Instantly, the ground began to shake and then shatter. In a moment, everything seemed to be swallowed by this chaos. Zhou-Yi quickly escaped, avoiding falling into the deep abyss. But he saw that Su Yin wasn't as lucky as him. She fell unguarded. In a panic, Su Yin screamed, Brother Zhou-Yi. Hearing her call, Zhou-Yi also lost his composure. Su Yan. Zhou-Yi quickly dashed towards her. He quickly caught her, but as soon as he touched her, he fell into emptiness. He immediately knew what it was. Try to distract me with an illusion? Angrily, Zhou-Yi directly struck the Heart Devourer. Being discovered, it didn't panic at all, but instead laughed mockingly. Is that all you've got? Hearing this, Zhou-Yi only replied in a low voice. You'll find out if you try. The Heart Devourer began a new move. A white, lightning-like light flashed in its eyes. I originally wanted to reward you, to let you leave, but you are truly, stubbornly refusing to see the light. Different faces flashed through the Heart Devourer's mind. During the elimination sequence, I've already learned them all. Why don't you try them out? Then it stretched, and the images shattered. But suddenly, the Heart Devourer noticed something. What? Zhou-Yi appeared with his friends behind him. I was never fighting you one-on-one. As soon as these words were spoken, a blue dragon appeared. The soldiers behind Zhou-Yi also continuously fired arrows. Xuanya also charged forward powerfully, attacking alongside the soldiers. They all aimed at the dark monster, attacking it until it was shrouded in smoke and dust. In an instant, its image gradually faded. A shocking explosion followed, and the surrounding rocks shattered. The smoke and dust in front suddenly obscured everything. For some reason, glass shards appeared, greatly surprising Zhou-Yi. These mirror shards still haven't disappeared. Through a piece of glass, Zhou-Yi saw the image of a man kneeling. This image reminded him of someone. This is... Zhou-Yi tried to touch it, and suddenly, a golden energy enveloped him. The timeline began to rewind. 10 years ago, Black Wind Valley, a man was kneeling before something. Black tentacles were covering the man, and a voice emanated from them. You want to save your daughter? Although the man was terrified, he still managed to reply. The best priest in Tianlan said, without the 1,000-year mystic ice jade, she won't live to see spring. I heard of your deeds in the black market. I've traveled for 10 days, especially to ask for your blessing. The monster was very pleased to hear this. Blessing. A very fine word. I can give you enough wealth to buy all the medicinal herbs in the city. But you must do 3 things for me. Hearing this, the man was so scared he clenched his trembling hands. He managed to continue. What things? Countless gems suddenly fell from above, along with the monster's request. Use this wealth to attract more people to Black Wind Valley. The life force of the weak is the nourishment that sustains me. The souls of the strong can become my gatekeepers. The man's eyes were filled with disbelief upon hearing this. You want to kill them? The monster laughed loudly at this. It brought its sharp teeth close to his face. Don't be nervous. They come here voluntarily. Isn't that right? After all, Who can refuse the temptation of getting rich overnight? So, with no other choice, when he returned, he told his friend, I dug up some mystic essence stones in Black Wind Valley. One piece can be exchanged for 1,000 mid to low grade spirit stones. His friend was a bit skeptical. Isn't that a place where people go in and never come out? Last year, old Wong Wu took a team there. Not even their bones were left. Hearing this, the man found a way to add. That's because they didn't find the right path. I found the mineral vein. I'm still short on people. Work with me. I'll give you 30% of the profits from or we dig up. And so, with the man's help, more and more people were killed by the monster. This scared him so much that he couldn't stop vomiting. Tears streamed down his face, filled with remorse. This is a sin. A sin. They were greedy themselves. The monster saw nothing wrong with this. Why do you think they came to Black Wind Valley? To help you. They just wanted to get rich by stepping on others' bones. Not stopping there, he continued to lure others. Elder Foam. The price is negotiable. I just need your help with a little promotion. Not long after, his house was in turmoil. What happened, boss? The North City Guild said that if we don't hand over 80% of the profits, they won't let us continue. We don't have any backing. These thugs could kill us all. The man was furious when he heard this. This made him even more ruthless, despite the pleas of others. Boss Liu, it was I who was blind. Please spare me. From now on, whatever you say goes in the North City Guild. I was wrong, Boss Liu. From now on, I'll do whatever you say. He listened to the terrified screams of the others. Please spare me. And gradually, he no longer felt any remorse. When he stood before the monster, his expression was no longer fearful. My lord. Lu Xian stated his opinion very clearly. I want to build a merchant guild. On the surface, we'll mine and sell, or in secret, we can also select qualified people to enter the valley. The monster, of course, did not refuse. Phoenix. What will you name it? The name he came up with was Mamet, the mermaid. This time, the monster was a bit curious. Why this name? Lu Xian replied without much thought. I once went to sea and encountered a group of sea demons. They had the appearance of gods and beautiful singing voices, but they could lure people to jump into the sea and cause ships to crash into reefs. That time, I was the only one who survived by clinging to a piece of the ship. After hearing him, the monster immediately spat out something that looked like a human bone from its mouth. That name is quite lucky. Not long after, his business made great progress. Boss, this is the list of or produced this month. There are enough cold water crystal for the Zhou family's tribute. There are also 17 sets of nutrient bodies in the valley. Lu Xian was very satisfied, taking the list and replying, I know. He examined it carefully and commented, the quality of this batch of nutrients is a bit poor. Next time, have Madame Hong be more selective. Don't let any riff-raff be submitted. The assistant replied respectfully. Not stopping there, Lu Xian added also, this year's price will be increased by 2%. This was all that Zhou Yi had perceived during this time. This made him feel a bit strange. These fragments, they've recorded the cause and effect of 10 years so clearly. More and more glass fragments continue to fall. Then they gradually gathered like a vortex in Zhou Yi's hand. Very quickly, a purple stone appeared in his hand. The blue dragon from before also appeared to inform him. This is the dungeon's core. Possessing it is equivalent to possessing the entire dungeon. Even many medium-sized guilds might not have a dungeon. Now you have one. The benefits of this are immense. Obtain the Mirror Prison Core. Unlocked 30% of the dungeon's control rights. Can manipulate the basic rules of the space. Shuangya also gave him more useful information. From now on, you won't have to worry about resources. A dungeon is a gold mine. A money-making machine. You're a lucky kid. Now, try to use your mental power to feel the connection between you and the dungeon. Hearing this, Zhou immediately focused his mind. Energy was slowly absorbed by him. He was surrounded by circles of energy, a truly stunning sight. Ling Shi, who was carefully supporting Su Yan, was also affected by this energy. The circle of power grew larger and larger, spreading wider and wider. Zhou Yi also tried to focus more, and the more he saw, the more he understood. I feel like I can see every tree and blade of grass in the dungeon without using my eyes. It seems I can manipulate everything in the dungeon. During the explosion of power, a small figure appeared nearby. Zhou Yi's eyes were closed tighter and tighter, as if he were lost in his thoughts. But the next thing he saw was Zhou Yin in front of him. "Why are you here?" Zhou Yin turned to him and said softly, "I was worried about you. I found her out online and came over." Hearing this, Zhou Yi was angry and helpless, unable to speak. Seeing this, Zhou Yin hurriedly apologized to him. "I'm sorry." Shuangya, seeing this, also came to join the fun. "This little girl has a lot of guts, and her luck is pretty good too, now that you can control the dungeon. It won't be a problem, even if you keep her here." In this situation, he didn't know what else to say but to instruct her, "Be good. Otherwise, I'll send you back." As soon as he finished speaking, a notification immediately arrived. Time mission. Uncover the secrets of the Mammoth Merchant Guild with your teammates. Mission reward. Each participating member will receive an S-Rank skill book, X1. Status completed. System rewards. Zhou Yi's friends were also very surprised to see Zhou Yin. "Why are you here?" Shunling Feng even sternly reminded her. "It's dangerous here. What are you doing following us here? This isn't a playground." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Yi threw a notification over, handing his sister over to him. Shunling Feng. "Protect my sister well." Shunling Feng nimbly caught her and generously agreed immediately. Does that even need to be said? What is this? Before Zhou Yi could answer, all the information appeared on it. Bloodlust Barrage, Level 1S. Forms blood beads from the enemy's blood chi. The blood beads will gather to form a blood soul orb and be thrown at the enemy. Can cause a violent blood chi explosion. Shunling Feng looked at this thing as if he were about to go on a rampage. An S-rank skill book. Gilan, standing from a distance, was also extremely surprised to hear this news. What? Zhou Yi also quickly handed her another book. This is for everyone. Gilan looked at the book in her hand, unable to believe her eyes. Is this really S-rank? Ling Shi also couldn't hide her surprise. Something so precious. Why are you giving it to us? This was also what Ilan wanted to ask. Brother, do you know how much this is worth? On the black market, it's at least 7 million mid to low grade spirit stones per book, and you have to fight for it. Zhou Yi treated this as if it were nothing. The hidden reward for clearing the dungeon, divided according to class. Shunling Feng asked him blankly, "You're just giving it to us like that? Even my Shin family only has 3 S-rank skill books." Ilan felt this reward was too great for her. It's too precious. We just did some odd jobs with you in here. How can we take something so good? This thing was clearly very powerful. 3 Absolutes Formation, Level 1S. Summons the 3 Absolutes Formation. All enemies within the formation will enter a cursed state. Health is reduced by half. Zhou Yi still tried to persuade her to accept the gift. We cleared the dungeon together. I can't take all the credit. Ling Shi still felt she didn't deserve it. But this is too precious. Even with the class restriction, you could sell it for a lot of money. The thing she was holding was Elemental Forbidden Zone, Level 1s. Creates a space that isolates elements. Summons elemental crystals to strike and cause a secondary explosion. Deals massive damage to enemies. Hearing this, Zhou Yi gently walked over, patted her head, and said with a smile, "Is money more important than your life? Besides, the road ahead will definitely be harder. I can't let you all risk your lives with me empty-handed." As for Shunling Feng, he very happily accepted the gift. Very interesting. Next time, no matter who you're dealing with, I'll charge an alone. Hearing this, Zhou Yi could only cough dryly without a word. Tai Exen hugged the book in her hands, overjoyed. This is my first S-rank skill book. Next time we run a dungeon, I'll be the one to charge in first. Gilan, on the side, was extremely excited. I'll master the 3 Absolutes Formation. I definitely won't be a burden. Ling Shi, of course, felt the same as the other 2. Me too. Shunling Feng couldn't help but show off to Tai Exen. Look, it absorbs the enemy's blood chi, and then uses the enemy's blood chi to create an explosion. How cool is that? Tai Exen couldn't help but retort. Mine can directly eliminate low-level enemies. Yours still has to save up blood. Too weak. The thing she was holding was Raging Wave Earthshaker, Level 1S. Strikes the ground to create a shockwave. Enemies within the range take massive continuous damage. Low-level enemies are instantly vaporized. Hearing them bickering endlessly, Zhou Yi couldn't help but intervene. It's settled then. First, master your skills. Then we'll go meet the big shot hiding deep inside. Hearing this, Shun Ling Feng began to boast. Watch me learn it in 10 minutes. Hearing this, Tai Xin immediately retorted. Are you kidding? I can master the basics in 5 minutes. Helan, beside them, also spoke up. We should get ready too. Let's not be outdone by them. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Zhou Yi's sleeve. Suyin looked at him with a very happy smile and praised him. It seems you can always get everyone on the same page. Seeing her praise him, Zhou Yi gave a fake laugh. Perhaps, because we're teammates. I almost forgot about this. The thing he took out was heart-calming liquid. Suppresses the berserk factor of bloodline power. Stabilizes abnormal constitutions. This was what he wanted to give to Su Yan. Your bloodline issue can't be completely resolved for now. Take this just in case you need it. Not stopping there, he looked into Su Yan's eyes and said with a firm tone, Xiao Yan, I will do everything in my power to keep you from falling into trouble. Hearing these words, Su Yan was so moved that tears streamed down her face. Seeing this, Zhou Yi was very flustered, not understanding. Why are you crying again? Did I say something wrong? Hearing this, Su Yan's eyes reddened as she leaned against his chest and replied gently, No, I believe you, brother Zhou Yi. Meanwhile, at the Mamet Merchant Guild headquarters on the top floor, many researchers were gathered. The large stone in the center was emitting a very strange energy. This energy suddenly attacked the researchers, but they seemed unaware of their situation and still moved closer to the energy source. One of them looked at a man and asked worriedly, Boss, look. The other man replied very calmly. The core of this crystal stone is linked to the dungeon in Black Wind Valley. For 10 years, such chaos has never happened before. This person was someone Zhou Yi had met. He was Lu Xian. With that lord presiding, Black Wind Valley is an impregnable fortress. Those who barge in are merely nutrients delivered to the door. Lu Xian. But now chaotic energy has appeared. Could some accident have happened inside? Suddenly, his eyes widened abruptly as if witnessing something terrifying. A researcher was knocked into the wall by that energy in extreme pain. People nearby were also knocked down. The scene was extremely chaotic. One of them couldn't help but exclaim, It's broken. Lu Xian also felt something was about to happen, so he instructed his subordinates immediately. Send a message to Madame Hong. Tell her to go to Black Wind Valley immediately to investigate clearly. What exactly is causing trouble? Hearing this, the subordinate dared not say much. Yes, boss. Madame Hong was still disheveled with messy hair. She held her wound in some pain. Damn it, that holy night. If I hadn't always been cautious and spent a lot of money long ago to buy a resurrection item, I would definitely have died this time. Unfortunately, the resurrection item can only reshape the body. It cannot restore me to my peak state. Now, let alone manipulating the skeleton array. I can't even mobilize 10 corpses. Insufficient strength. For half a year, I can only nurse my injuries at the base. No one better think of leaving here. Unexpectedly, just as she thought this, a notification came for her immediately. The boss orders you to immediately investigate the abnormal energy in Black Wind Valley. Quickly report the results. These words were like a thunderbolt to Madame Hong. Go to Black Wind Valley? Now. This matter is probably beyond my strength right now. Black Wind Valley. Abnormal energy. Could it be that Zhou Yi playing tricks? My current state. Meeting him means only death. But if the Merchant Guild finds out I'm heavily injured, those guys eye my position. Like hunting dogs smelling blood, will definitely pounce to tear apart the power I worked so hard to accumulate. For me to climb to this position today, how much effort did I spend? I absolutely cannot let it all go down the drain. But I also cannot disobey Lu Xian's orders. Carrying anger, she could only force herself up to follow his words. Body like floating duckweed. Fate not decided by oneself. Prepare the car. On Zhou Yi's side, he was still trying to absorb the power. Strange details kept appearing in his mind. The Heart Devourer has always been guarding dark creatures. The inside story of the dark creatures must be hidden in these fragments. Finding it means knowing the enemy's weakness clearly. But one thing in there attracted his attention. Zhou Yi slowly reached out to touch that thing because he was extremely curious. As soon as he touched it, he seemed to fall into a demonic realm, grabbed by many demonic hands. Images of Zhou-Yi also began to manifest through the glass fragments. The scene became blurry. Everything surrounded Zhou-Yi. Zhou-Yi's eyes were tightly closed, sweating profusely, surrounded by a misty fog. Across his abdomen was a shining pearl. A dragon shadow nearby was staring at that pearl. Zhou-Yi opened his eyes, pursing his lips in worry. The information is too chaotic. Moreover, something is blocking me. His eyes were sharp as knives, emitting a turquoise color. Focus, Will. Like finding a signal in a storm. Try to listen and observe. Zhou-Yi sense it. Filter out the noise. An image of a man lying on his back with tentacles wrapped around him, even entering his mouth on the memory fragments. Sacrifice. A large fragment in front of him showed an image of a gate, like a black hole sucking giant stones from the ground. Passageway. On another fragment was an image of monsters of all shapes roaring. Territory. Open. A series of fragments rushed in continuously. They rushed fast with blinding light, forcing Zhou-Yi to raise his hand to cover his face. He jerked, opening his eyes wide, gasping as if he had encountered something terrible. Cold sweat fell ceaselessly on his face. Hand holding the stone, eyes full of thought. Xuanyi beside him saw his condition and asked, "What did you see? Why is your face so unsightly?" Zhou-Yi spoke slowly, but his eyes still looked distracted. Passageway. I understand. No wonder the demonic energy in the crystal core gave me an unusually familiar feeling. Xuanyi didn't quite understand and asked with her eyes, "What do you mean?" He slowly explained the situation. A few months ago, I fought with a demon race that sneaked into the spatial rift in the Gale Mountain Range. The aura here is exactly the same as theirs. Xuanyi gradually understood. You mean you saw the demon race in this crystal core? An image of a mouth full of giant sharp teeth surrounded by tentacles smiling eerily, eyeing the earth. Moreover, it's even worse than imagined. Through looking at the memories of the prison core, I discovered the dark creature is an otherworldly gate taking shape. It will transfer resources from the otherworld to the blue planet and have a merchant guild voluntarily offer up living people. It's called providing life. In reality, it's a sacrifice to open the real passageway. The monsters filled the terrifying space, waiting for their prey. Once it absorbs enough life energy, a complete gate, capable of allowing a large number of demons to pass through, will be completely opened. Xuanyi lowered its head slightly. Just like 100 years ago, it turned to ask Zhou, "Are you scared?" Zhou-Yi's eyes never left the gem in his hand. Not scared, cautious. Being impulsive won't solve the problem. Tai Xin and the others just went through a fierce battle. They're not yet familiar with the new powers they've gained. Their condition is not at its best. His face was filled with determination. His hand clenched into a fist. Rushing in recklessly is not bravery, but foolishness. It's not so strong that it's unbeatable. It's just that I and they all need time to become stronger than we are now. Xuanyi agreed with his thoughts, but was still a bit curious. Caution is the first important step for a hunter to survive. So how do you plan to get them to adapt? Sitting still won't train any skills. Zhou-Yi held the gem up to his face. His eyes were filled with a dangerous look and a knowing smile. Of course, we're not sitting still. Don't you feel that? This entire mirror prison is the most perfect training ground. Images appeared one by one after his words. I can initially manipulate it, or I can generate some simulated opponents, allowing everyone, under absolutely safe conditions, to fully experience the power and usage techniques of S-rank skills. He added another possibility. We can even conduct some pressure tests. Xuanyi laughed upon hearing his plan. Interesting. Zhou-Yi approached his teammates and said loudly, "Everyone, the plan has changed. We will temporarily not go deeper inside." Ling Feng turned around in confusion and asked, "Why?" Zhou-Yi explained his reason. The thing inside is very strong. Stronger than any enemy we've ever faced. I don't want anyone to get hurt because of insufficient preparation, or for something worse to happen. He added his plan for the upcoming battle. Before the final action, you all need to undergo special training. Tai Xin put her hands behind her head, confused. Special training? How do we train in this godforsaken place? On the contrary, upon hearing this, Ling Feng became quite excited. His eyes lit up. He clenched his fists. Special training? How do we train? An imaginary image appeared. Zhou Yi's face was expressionless. He controlled a puppet to attack. I will manipulate the dungeon's energy to generate simulated opponents with strength equal to yours, or even a bit stronger. The goal is only one, in combat that infinitely approaches reality, to exhaust all of your potential and completely master the power you've just gained. The more Ling Feng heard, the more excited he became, jumping up and down with a wide grin. Simulated combat. This is great. I'll be the first one. Ling Shi raised her hand worriedly, wanting to stop him. Shun Ling Feng. Your wounds have just healed. He seemed very eager for the training. Ling Feng flexed his arm to show he was completely fine. A small wound. It's been fine for a while now. Zoe seriously reaffirmed. Shan Ling Feng. This is not a game. The pain and pressure of the simulated battle are real. I will adjust the difficulty based on your performance. You might die many times. Unflinching and unafraid, Ling Feng, on the contrary, seemed even more determined and eager. You can't even do that. Zhou Yi let out a sigh and smiled with satisfaction upon seeing his teammates' unwavering determination and eagerness for the plan he had set. He activated his power. The gem flew up with swirling golden lights before everyone's eyes. The light enveloped Ling Feng's entire body. He stood there, receiving it without any panic or change in expression. The smoke turned purple and dissipated, revealing Ling Feng's figure in a cave-like space. From behind, a person completely wrapped in bandages, holding a sword, charged forward with nimble movements. Ling Feng, with his sharp senses, immediately noticed and spun around. A notification panel appeared. Simulated teacher. Class, Shadow Professional. Level, 35. Quality Gold. Skills, Shadow Step, Poison. Fatal Strike. His entire hair changed color like flames. His ears grew long and pointed like an elf's. Large horns grew on his head. With a half-beast appearance, Ling Feng condensed a fireball in his hand and aimed a fiery punch at the previous opponent. The fiery punch hit, but the enemy vanished like a wisp of smoke, dodging his attack. Seeing this, Ling Feng's eyes showed a hint of astonishment. He attacked continuously in all directions, but the enemy dodged just as quickly, making him spin like a top. Ling Feng, recognizing the enemy's strength, stomped his foot in frustration. A shadow user. Damn it! Suddenly, a blade swept across his neck, drawing blood. Ling Feng was surprised by the overwhelming speed. How can he be so fast? Ling Feng once again threw a powerful punch, but the bandaged man dodged it quickly. Outside, Zhou Yi was channeling power to maintain the formation. His eyes were intently focused on the images reflecting Ling Feng's fight, so I can even perceive the details of the battle. This way, I can make adjustments to the simulation and the scene. Shen Ling Feng is not familiar with the shadow system. First, I need to reduce the environmental interference. Once he adapts, I'll increase the difficulty. In the battle, as the enemy tried to get close, Ling Feng breathed fire like a dragon, trying to incinerate him. After being burned by the dragon's flames, the bandaged man vanished like a pile of ashes. But it wasn't over yet. Behind you. Ling Feng glanced back with a disdainful look. You even have to bring a team. Outside, Zhou Yi spoke to the others as more and more power poured into the gem. Are you ready? Helan, Ling Shi, Dai Xin. Su Yan was enveloped by that power. Everyone exuded determination. They were teleported away. Only Zhou Yun remained, hugging a wolf cub. Zhou Yun looked around with a slightly dazed expression. Her eyes, along with the wolf's, looked at Zhou Yi with anticipation. Understanding her thoughts, he said bluntly, "Don't even think about it." Rejected without mercy, her face fell in disappointment. Since she wasn't teleported, Zhou Yun sat down and built a snowman. Shuangya turned to the observing Zhou Yi and asked, "Kid, how does it feel to control this mirror core?" From the gem in his hand, images of everyone's battles appeared clearly before his eyes. It's magical. It's like holding a key that is both heavy and a perfect fit. He looked at the object in his hand and shared his feelings after using it. It's very weak, but I can indeed feel a kind of connection that is deepening every time I build and maintain it. The connection with this space becomes a little clearer. The power I can wield seems to have increased a little. Shuangyu was satisfied but spoke gruffly. I guess you have some talent. Remember, this thing is like a new arm you've grown. Use it often. Practice often. Only then can you command it with ease. When you can control it 100%, every tree and blade of grass in this entire dungeon will move according to your will. While the two were talking, Zhou Yun, who was playing a bowing game with the snowman she had just built, looked up, her eyes no longer innocent but filled with a sharp glint as she cut off the snowman's head. The person next to her continued the conversation. That is the true power of a dungeon master, Zhou Yi confidently affirmed before the majestic blue dragon. I will do it. Over here, Zhou Yun panted as she ran to where the snowman's head had fallen. She bent down and hugged the large snowball, which was as big as her body, right next to an ice wall. In that ice wall, the reflection of a group of people approaching could be seen. Zhou Yun's eyes widened in panic. Cold sweat dripped down her face. Zhou Yun fell backward in terror. The wolf cub beside her growled threateningly. She screamed, "Brother!" Zhou Yi was in front of her in a flash. He shattered the ice wall in front of him with a single, fluid motion. After shattering the object in front of him, he looked up and asked, "What's wrong?" Zhou Yun stood up, clinging tightly to his arm, unable to suppress her fear, and pointed forward. "It's her. She's here. That evil woman in the red dress. She's in the mirror." They both looked at the ice block in front of them. She affirmed, "She's in the mirror." The scene changes. The entrance to Black Wind Valley. A woman was draped in red silk with a floral pattern. Her eyes clearly showed fatigue. Behind her were burly men tightly wrapped in red cloth. She ordered, "You six go scout ahead. Be careful to conceal yourselves. Don't get discovered." The path ahead was obscured by snow. It looked dangerous, as if something was hidden behind it. Perhaps sensing a strange aura, Madame Hong suddenly raised her hand to stop them. "Wait a minute. 2 of you, enter the valley from the front. 2 of you, circle around to the back of the valley. Sneak in through the crack in the back." She looked down with a tired and worried expression. "The remaining 2 will protect me." Zhou Yi observed everything and thought, "My mental power is linked to the depths of the mirror prison core. My perception can extend to the entire Black Wind Valley. It's as if Black Wind Valley is covered in cameras. No matter how many tricks she has, she can't escape my grasp." His eyes were cold and sharp. In them was the image of the intruders. She's actually not dead yet. Her breathing is very chaotic. She probably used a secret technique to revive but hasn't fully recovered. He turned and patted his sister's head to comfort her. Her condition is unbelievably poor. She's walking right into a trap. "Xiao Yun, don't be afraid. I'll show you a game." Hearing this, Zhou Yun felt somewhat relieved. She asked in return, "What kind of game?" Zhou Yi said with a thoughtful expression, "Cat and mouse." On Madame Hong's side, she was observing. Something's not right. It's too quiet. With her intuition, she seemed to realize something. And there's a feeling of being watched everywhere. It's like being monitored by the entire valley. I must find the source of the abnormality. Only then can I report back to the boss. She ordered the 2 men wrapped in red cloth to advance. "You 2 go ahead. Be careful to conceal yourselves." The 2 men wrapped in red cloth ran quickly along the ice wall. Madame Hong, running below, exclaimed, "The first gate. It's been completely destroyed." Standing and looking at the ice surface that had been split in 2, she speculated. It's as if it was cut by a single sword strike. There's also a very familiar energy fluctuation remaining. A faint golden light emerged from the tentacles. They tried to wriggle as if hoping to be saved. She braked sharply on the ground, kicking up smoke when she saw what was before her. From the ground grew tentacles covered in a golden light. Madame Hong gritted her teeth. "Holy light, it really is him." She looked at the bracelet on her wrist and thought about her options. Should I report to the boss? Let the boss handle it? No. Doing so would expose my condition, and I wouldn't even be able to complete the mission. I should still contact the hidden monitoring point in the valley to investigate the situation first. If I can find Zhou Yi's location, that would be even better. But things didn't go as planned. Her bracelet continuously flashed red, signaling, "Connection failed. Connection failed." She was in disbelief. Even the guild's highest level secret communication is being blocked. Is it spatial interference? Impossible. Madame Hong closed her eyes. Red threads appeared on her hands, like a puppeteer trying to control her puppets. The puppet strings are linked by soul energy. They are not affected by other energy shields. Although there has been some kind of pressure since entering the valley that has greatly hindered the connection, The red threads spread everywhere. The two men wrapped in red cloth appeared faintly. I can still feel them. Suddenly, a dazzling light caused the two men wrapped in red cloth to turn and look. At the same time, over here, she suddenly coughed up blood, suspicious. The connection is gone. The two men wrapped in red cloth continued to cross mountains and cliffs. Suddenly, two strong forces acted on them, causing them to fall apart like threads that had lost their stickiness. Her face darkened in fear. The other two as well. Could Zhou Yi really possess a spatial skill? Or is it that there's more than one intruder? Madame Hong gritted her teeth in extreme anger, her hand clenched into a fist. He dealt with 4 combat puppets in an instant. I didn't even have time to react. In my current state, I have absolutely no chance of winning against him. From the sky, a girl with 2 pigtails looked down in surprise. Why is your face so pale, Sister Hong? Madame Hong quickly turned to question her. What are you doing here? The person next to her quickly landed on the ground. The sex tribute collector was passing by. Ingji showed a look of pity. When you were sick and better than before, I was the one who helped collect all the sex tributes. This mission will also be handled by me, right, Madame Hong? Madame Hong was angry and suspicious. Did you kill my puppets? Ingji was not pleased. She gently stroked her pigtail. I don't understand what Madame Hong is talking about. It seems you've run into some big trouble, right? Hurry back and recuperate. Who knows? There might be more than one intruder. Don't die here. Madame Hong grew paler. You're still as sharp-tongued as ever. Ingji gave a mischievous smile. Maybe it's from following you for too long. I've gotten used to it. Madame Hong and a few puppets ran in the opposite direction. Fine. You go ahead and scout. Suddenly, a chunk of ice fell right in front of Madame Hong, causing her to freeze. She quickly retreated with a panicked expression. Ingji looked up at the sky, surprised and puzzled. From the sky, dozens of people who looked just like her fell. Replicas. So many. When the clone attacked, she quickly dodged and shouted. Why do you have puppets like this, Madame Hong? Explain it to me. Madame Hong stood there dazed, looking at her own reflection in the ice, looking so haggard and weak. From within the ice, cries echoed. Your face. She was stunned. Madame Hong? Please spare me. We were best friends. Why did you push me, Madame Hong? For status, you even killed your own people. Over here, Ingji was still fighting the increasingly powerful clones, screaming. They're getting stronger, unlike the dead puppets from before. What kind of powerful being did you use to refine this one, Madame Hong? The girl continuously used various techniques to block the attacks of the other puppets. But in a short time, they quickly learned the skill and retaliated. Enraged, a terrifying power began to radiate from around her. Staring at the other puppets, she growled word by word. If I'm defeated by you fakes, how can I still have a place in the guild? Then she swung her arms, unleashing a massive force. She grabbed the nearest puppet by the neck and shouted, I've suffered no less than you, Madame Hong. Following that, the remaining puppets were quickly defeated by her in a single move. On the other side, Madame Hong saw the illusions of the people she had harmed. Their gloomy voices spoke. Oh, don't be mesmerized by that gold and silver. The cornbread we shared in the slums. Have you forgotten? Please spare me. I won't say anything. I can leave this place immediately and never return to Tianlan province. Your subordinate captured my fiancée. He said if I didn't do it, he would strip her naked and parade her through the streets. Have mercy. I will definitely tell everything I know. Don't be foolish. My 10-year-old son is still waiting for me at home. If you kill me, he will be an orphan. Please, for the sake of the child, let me live, even if I have to become a prostitute. As long as I can see him grow up, it's enough. Even if you just leave my body intact. Let me kowtow to my mother before I die, can you? Madame Hong. For status, you even killed your own people. Is the glory and wealth Lord Liu gave you more important than our 20 years of friendship? At the very end was the image of a woman with a gentle smile. She reached out her hand towards her. Little one, I told you, didn't I? Wipe the blood off your face and come with me. From now on, your name will be. Tears welled up in Madame Hong's eyes. Her voice choked. Adoptive mother. But in just a flash, the woman's expression changed. Her eyes, filled with hatred, lunged straight at Madame Hong. When you were young, I thought you were just stubborn. I I saved the best food and clothes for you. I never thought you ungrateful wretch would even harm me. Everything I taught you, you used it all against me. Madame Hong immediately raised her hand to block the attack. Adoptive mother. She unleashed red cloths that wrapped around a giant skull to control it. Madame Hong was panicked, shouting back at the words of the crowd from before. Now I can live in a house with floors paved with gold tiles. I can make others kneel and serve me bird's nest soup. The Ah Hong who shared cornbread died long ago in the cold wind of the slums. I put in so much effort to gain control of the business in Tianlan province. How could I leave any loose ends outside? If the dead could still keep their bodies intact and fulfill their filial duties, then wouldn't my reputation in Tianlan province these years be a joke? Instead of believing your temporary, desperate plea, I'd rather let you see with your own eyes how she will pay for your stubbornness. That way, you'll remember. Opposing me has always implicated those around you. Become a prostitute? Are you even worthy of saying that? My place is not a charity. You're not allowed to pay the price. You're dead. He's become an orphan. That's also something you, as a mother, brought upon him. What does it have to do with me? Lord Liu gave me glory and wealth. It wasn't a gift. I used my mind and my methods to earn it. It's much more real than the 20 years of empty, fleeting friendship you speak of. You call me ungrateful? That's also something you raised yourself. If you truly considered me important, you would have thought of a way to climb up with me back then. Not protect that pathetic, peaceful life of yours. And tell me not to fantasize. It's clear that you couldn't keep up with my pace. And you still wanted to drag me down into the mud. With the final words, she controlled the skull to release a massive wave of power. It shattered the crowd that had appeared in the illusion before. It seemed to be her haunting nightmares as well. The wave of power shot through the mirror and out. But at the same time, the mirror reflected the light back, causing it to bounce back. Ingji suddenly appeared behind her. I was almost killed by those replicas. Now it's your turn to give me an explanation, right? Madame Hong wrapped her in cloth. Then the energy that had been shot out earlier returned. A flash of light. She entered another illusion. This place was desolate and ruined. This is my memory. How can I be here? Behind Madame Hong, a monster opened its giant mouth as if to swallow her whole. She turned around angrily. Damn it. Still not stopping, are you? But behind her, the monster from before had disappeared. Only a mirror remained. A maze of mirrors and illusions. It's just a trick to trap me. Red threads began to emerge from her arm. Her eyes were cold. You want me to admit defeat? It's not that easy. Then, puppets created by Madame Hong gradually appeared. Interesting. Appear. It's a level 35 guardian puppet. She ordered. Smash these mirrors for me. Before the puppet could strike the mirror reflected its image, creating a black clone of the puppet that emerged from its shadow. The puppet seemed to sense something and glanced behind it. The two sides quickly engaged in a fierce battle. The sounds of clashes and impacts were enough to give an outsider goosebumps. On the other side, Madame Hong watched in panic as her own puppets suddenly started fighting each other. Stop! Stop! What's wrong with you? You are my puppets. Obey my command and stop. Watching the armor on the puppets gradually shatter, she screamed, stop. I said stop. No matter what she said, they continued to fight frantically. They finally stopped, but they were covered in injuries. Madame Hong trembled and cried out. What do you all want? Then, a puppet looked at Madame Hong. It gave a strange smile. Finally, everything disappeared. Her nerves were stretched taut. She glanced around in fear. It's not an illusion. It's control. He can even control my puppets. What kind of power is this? Madame Hong was so nervous she broke out in a cold sweat. She racked her brain, thinking, Zhou Yi's control over Black Wind Valley is completely beyond my understanding. And now I'm all alone. Of the 36 stratagems, the only thing she could do now was, I must run out immediately. Report the intelligence here to the boss. He will think of a way. Madame Hong ran quickly back the way she came. He will definitely have a way. Beneath her feet, the ground cracked into many fissures. Startled, she looked down. She discovered that the path from before had disappeared. It had turned into an ice slide. The sheer drop caused Madame Hong to slide straight down. Even the threads used for control snapped. After a while, she finally stopped, but she slammed straight into a solid wall. Madame Hong looked up helplessly. My puppets were interfered with. He's also toying with me. Now I'm like an insect that has flown into a spider's web. A toy in your hands. Do whatever you want. Zoe. If you have the guts, come out and kill me. Don't hide like a rat. Outside, he used his control over the illusion to see Madame Hong's pathetic state. Zhou Yi's voice echoed inside for her to hear. Struggle, just like the people you once treated as sacrifices. Feel this despair. He controlled the mirrors to let her see her current state. This stage was specially designed for you. Madame Hong began to negotiate with Zhou Yi. Zoe, the guild's power is far beyond your imagination. The boss still has an ace up his sleeve. Let me go. I can help you plead your case before Boss Liu. He replied nonchalantly, not interested. Losing her initial composure, she screamed, Zhou Yi. The guild's army will be here soon. You can't keep me trapped. A grotesque doll appeared in Madame Hong's hand. This is an explosive puppet created by the guild's top-tier refiner. The entire guild only has one. Zoe, you can't control everything. Let's see how you stop this. She unleashed a massive burst of power, shouting for those outside to hear. Even if I die, I'll destroy this place. The massive explosion left Madame Hong's body in a sorry state amidst the smoke and dust. She felt as if she had lost something, her expression dazed. When she came to her senses, she looked down and immediately discovered that her legs were completely gone. Zhou Yi's voice rang out coldly. You want to die? I haven't agreed to that yet. Madame Hong gently touched her head and laughed helplessly as tears streamed down her face. You are a demon. Just kill me already. He replied nonchalantly. Watching your prey struggle in despair isn't your favorite thing to do. Why is it that when it's your turn, you're so eager to die? You have quite the double standard. Madame Hong propped herself up with her hands and spoke with a sense of collapse. If you can control Black Wind Valley, did you also kill the woman from before? She lowered her head and mumbled. There are many like her who want to take my place. Zhou Heng and Zhou Xiaobai are still at the Zhou residence, right? She subconsciously looked up at the sky. It seemed she could see the person outside, her tone firm. That's right. A firm statement aimed directly at Zhou Yun, causing her to startle with unease. And your sister? Now, chains glowing with a blue light appeared all around, shooting straight towards Madame Hong, making her quite tense. The chains instantly hoisted Madame Hong's battered body up, forming a tight web that imprisoned her in the center. Zhou Yi's tone softened, but his expression remained unchanged as he glanced at his sister, standing behind him. Xiao Yun, don't look anymore. I'll handle this quickly. Zhou Yun turned her head, hesitating for a moment. She bravely stepped forward and said to her brother, Leave it to me. Zhou Yi looked back with a surprised expression. Xiao Yun. She clenched her fists. Before, she wanted to kidnap me. She wanted to harm you, and Sister Xiao Yan. I was scared of her. Zhou Yun's eyes now showed determination as she placed her hand on her chest and said clearly, But if I'm always afraid of her, she will forever be my nightmare. I can't always be scared like this. Let me do it. Zhou Yi reached out and gently stroked Zhou Yun's hair. His voice was gentle as he spoke to her, and the reassuring pat on her head made Zhou Yun a little shy. I'll be by your side. After speaking, he immediately teleported them both in front of Madame Hong, who was bound by chains all over her body. Her expression was excited, as if she had anticipated this. The little girl is here. Madame Hong sneered at the siblings standing before her. It feels good to be protected by someone else. Do you want to kill me too? Her face twisted into a crazed smile as she shouted, Do you dare? Madame Hong struggled violently, causing the chains to tighten around her, drawing blood. The wound on her leg, bound too tightly by the chains, began to bleed profusely. A few drops of blood even splattered onto Zhou Yun's face. She wiped away the drop of blood on her face, as if wiping away her own fear. Evil woman. Zhou Yun quickly created an ice crystal and declared, I'm not afraid of you. Madame Hong gave a provocative smile. With just that old thing, back then, you were hiding behind Zhou Yi. I still haven't forgotten how you were crying. And now you dare to point a weapon at me? Zhou Yun was not affected by her words. She controlled the ice crystal from her hand, piercing through her body and shattering the chains. Despite being seriously injured, she still spoke crazily. I am Madame Hong. Zhou Yi and the Zhou family were originally mine. Madame Hong laughed while holding a shard of the ice crystal. How could I lose to a little girl like you? Madame Hong aimed straight at Zhou Yun and threw the sharp ice crystal. D. Zhou Yi watched in horror and shouted, Xiao Yun. A wave of power emanated from Zhou Yun. Unafraid, she compressed the small ice crystal. You are not allowed to appear before my brother again. With that, Zhou Yun directly crushed the crystal into dust. Immediately after, countless ice crystals shot forward, piercing through Madame Hong's body. Blood splattered everywhere. Her eyes rolled back, turning white. It didn't stop there. Small shards of glass flew towards Madame Hong's body. They quickly sucked the blood from her body. Dungeon has absorbed Madame Hong's energy. Control of the mirror prison core has been upgraded to 35%. New guardian detected. Onjuiz Buiqing Shadow has been recorded in the dungeon's database. Zhou Yun spoke softly to Zhou Yi while holding the ice crystal. Brother, from now on, Xiao Yun doesn't want to be used by others to threaten you anymore. Sensing his sister's fear, Zhou Yi gently hugged her from behind. It's all over. You did very well, Xiao Yun. You've grown up. Hearing her brother's comforting words, Zhou Yun's eyes welled up with tears as she held his hand. Zhou Yi continued to praise his sister softly as Madame Hong's body quietly vanished. You're no longer the little girl who always needs protection. In another place, a map covered in red dots hung on the wall, and a man sat in a chair, observing it. At the same time, a girl emerged from the shadows and stood quietly behind Lu Xian. His voice was indifferent. I know. Her value is gone anyway. This intruder is no ordinary person. Lu Xian frowned at the compass in his hand. The secret there has been exposed. Hades' compass, epic tier item, made from the remains of a demon and deep abyss crystal. The core is inlaid with the remnant soul of a demon lord. The possessor can use the item to merge with the demon lord's energy, causing their own level and dark energy to increase greatly. Looking at the dense lightning on the compass, Lu Xian called out, Dark Howl. Immediately, a group of people appeared, kneeling on one knee, awaiting his orders. Their eyes looked as if they would do anything he asked. The members of Dark Howl included Feng Xian, level 41 Dark Elf, Gu Zhu, level 42 Necromancer, Shirkai, level 43 Dark Warrior, Shuirun, level 42 Dark Swordsman, Ying Ji, level 40 Assassin. Lu Xian sat in his chair, his cold eyes resting on his chin as he said, There's chaos in Black Wind Valley. I need to go clean up the mess. Our master is sleeping soundly. He must not be disturbed. Eliminate the intruder as quickly as possible. Lu Xian raised his hand, and red pills appeared in the air for each person. If necessary, you can use the blood essence pill to activate your potential. A blond man stood up and clasped his hands together. Rest assured, boss. Dark Howl will ensure that the intruder never returns. He suddenly shouted, Useless! Lu Xian stood up and waved his hand, and a purple energy enveloped the group. Go! His voice deepened as he ordered. Find the troublesome rat. A blurry image appeared, in a place like the endless hell of the underworld, where flames burned flesh. A person's complaint suddenly echoed. So noisy. Behind Madame Hong were dozens of others, tied up. Their hands were bound tightly behind their backs, unable to move. The next image appeared. She was kneeling respectfully before a man. This month, 177 people have been offered to the master. Then, the entire memory fragment shattered as if it had never existed. Zhou Yi, filled with anger, cursed. Damn Manhwa Merchant Guild. His cold blue eyes emitted a faint blue light. A murderous aura surged from the depths of his eyes like a tide. That female assassin was not absorbed by the dungeon when she died. The news of Madame Hong's death must have reached the guild. I'm afraid Lu Xian is on his way here right now. As for the guild, using living people for sacrifices and dealing with the demon clan, this evidence is best handed over to my teacher. He waved his hand and opened his screen. Only he can mobilize forces the fastest to stop Lu Xian and completely eliminate the guild. Wang Hui on the other side quickly answered the call. Zoe, contacted me at this time. Has something happened? Zhou Yi reported the situation without hiding anything. It's an emergency. I've discovered the secret of the Manhwa Merchant Guild Center in Black Wind Valley. He carefully recounted everything. The Manhwa Merchant Guild is using living people to nurture a dark creature in Black Wind Valley, but he still secretly concealed some things. I can't tell my teacher the truth about the Mirror Prison Core for now. I'll have to pin the information I investigated on Madame Hong. Thinking this, Zhou Yi lied without batting an eye and recounted the information I got from Madame Hong's mouth. I can be sure that this dark creature is a growing interdimensional gate. The purpose of the sacrifices is to accelerate the formation of this gate. Once it matures, the demon clan behind the gate will pour out endlessly. The Zhongsha nation will once again face the crisis of 100 years ago. Wang Hui showed no expression after hearing this. He coldly crossed his arms and continued to ask, "What is the current situation of the interdimensional gate?" He reported honestly, "Because it has absorbed too much energy, it has now entered a period of digestive hibernation. This digestive process is our final deadline. Once it's complete, the gate will be completely solidified." After grasping the entire situation there, Wang Hui immediately nodded and ordered their group, "Understood. I will immediately use my highest authority to contact the military. They will dispatch an elite unit to seal off Black Wind Valley at the fastest speed. As for you all, immediately. Right now, all of you retreat. This is an order." Zhou, he was clearly still a bit hesitant. But before he could finish speaking, blood-red lightning began to flash across the sky. The connection immediately had problems. The connection device between him and Wang Hui was also completely cut off. Lu Xian is here, even faster than I imagined. The others in the team reacted quickly to this strange phenomenon. Soon, they appeared at Zhou Yi's summons. Su Yan looked up, a bit suspicious, but still wanted him to confirm. "Brother Yi, this is..." He didn't answer a question, but instead turned his head in another direction and called everyone to look at the prism. "Everyone, come over here. There's an emergency." In the prism was the image of Lu Xian's group approaching from a distance. Zhou Yi carefully spoke, arranging for the group to escape. "Everyone, listen carefully. He has 5 subordinates whose levels exceed 40. He himself is level 46. The gap is too large. A direct confrontation will give us no chance of winning. I will get you all out of here first. I'll wait here for the army to arrive." Before he could finish speaking, Ling Feng shouted in protest, "I'm not leaving." He scratched his head. Although he was very worried about Zhou, he didn't know how to say it gently. "If you want to go, take them with you. I'm a man. Training isn't for turning tail and running. Besides, leaving you here alone to be a hero? In your dreams." Zhou, he showed no gratitude. Instead, he lectured him seriously. "Shun Ling Feng. This is not the time to be stubborn." The gap between level 40 and 26. But it wasn't just Ling Feng. Even a girl as gentle as Su Yin usually was retorted, "Brother Zhou Yi, I'm staying too." Not just her, but the rest of them also spoke up with determination, all wanting to help. "We are a team. No one should bear the danger alone. We want to help too. We can't just let you protect us every time. We've all obtained S-rank skills. Staying here, we can definitely help." Zhou Yi, however, seemed to have no emotional nerves. His deadpan face stretched out as he looked at them with exhaustion. This group of people with low levels but high courage is truly a headache. He didn't need them anymore. But before agreeing, he gave a long list of instructions. "If everyone has decided to stay, I will adjust the plan. I will forcibly distort space and separate Lu Xian from his subordinates. I'll pull the 5 of them into different areas. Each of you will deal with one of them, although I will be helping from the side. You must remember, this is not a drill. It's a real battle. You must use your full strength. Most importantly, do not fight to the death. Your primary goal is to stall for time until the army arrives. Once you feel you can't hold on any longer, immediately call for help from me. I will immediately move you away." Understood. Even after listening to the long speech, it didn't discourage them. On the contrary, their spirits soared as they replied, "It's about time." Understood. Don't worry. Leave it to us. At this moment, Lu Xian had slowly approached. Seeing the group standing there nonchalantly, he became furious. A thick purple mist erupted from behind him. "You things that don't know life from death. Get out here for me." Zhou, he spread his hand and began to open his own cubic space. Begin. Almost at the same time, Lu Xian's group was surrounded by golden threads of light. A strange patterned barrier gradually appeared beneath their feet. Sensing the aura of his subordinates fading, Lu Xian recognized its nature with just a glance. Spatial distortion. Not long after, Ingji was teleported to a ruined space. Suyin was already waiting. Seeing the enemy appear, she immediately leaped forward. She raised her greatsword high. However, her sword strike only managed to damage a soulless afterimage. Ingji's real body was completely unharmed. So this little mouse is a girl. She smirked, her face showing no worry or fear, only the arrogance of her level 40 status. A pity, a mere level 26. What can you do to me? Without a word in reply, the large sword in her hand spun. The tip of the sword shot forward like a stray bullet, but it only hit another afterimage. Yet, she didn't show the slightest sign of discouragement. On the contrary, her pinkish-purple eyes became even sharper, filled with determination. Her slender but powerful wrist rotated. She spun her body around, delivering another slashing strike. This time, she caught the real body. Shadow Strike could only use his hand to tightly grip the blade. However, his tone couldn't hide a hint of praise and appreciation. You can actually see through my chaotic shadow step, just like the previous times. Charon didn't say a word, simply twisting the sword hilt. Then, using both hands, she swung the blade with full force. Like showing off skills before a master, she managed to slash a corner of his robe. But Shadow Strike stood safely on flat ground, making Charon, who was trying to keep calm, begin to feel flustered. Even if he isn't an assassin who relies on brute strength, the power of a level 40 is still shockingly strong. But if I have to fight head-on, it certainly won't be that easy. Chu-yi observed the entire battle from a distance. He closed his eyes, silently sending her instructions via voice transmission. Charon, don't fight him head-on. His absolute speed and strength far exceed yours. But you can use the sensitive perception of the charm demon to lock onto his position. Then use the sword formation to force him to reveal himself. An assassin's advantage lies in stealth. Once he can no longer hide himself, his combat power will be greatly reduced. Shadow Strike, enraged by Charon's continuous attacks, stopped dodging and directly launched an attack. Go to hell. Facing the sharp steel shards being thrown at her, Charon heavily stabbed her sword straight into the ground. Everything around her seemed to slow down to the extreme. Those steel shards flew towards her, hitting her blade, and were deflected back. Beneath Charon's feet, a sanctuary circle appeared and expanded. Nether souls taking her shape began to disrupt the entire battlefield. This move is the Nether Soul Sword Shadow Formation. To explain this sword technique a bit, Nether Soul Sword Shadow Formation, Level 1S, summons sword souls to attack the enemy. Simultaneously, it creates a stiffness effect on the enemy, putting them into a poisoned state. When the sword souls disappear, they trigger a final strike. Therefore, no matter how many illusions or decoys Shadow Strike creates, they're all slashed to nothingness by the Nether Soul Sword Shadows. He was still speaking with disdain. A level 26 formation, when her sword shadow swung down and slashed across his body. Shadow Strike was stunned. He felt the stinging pain in his chest in disbelief. What? Only now did he begin to feel fear as he looked at the bizarre formation before him. For every second inside the formation, my speed decreases. I can't maintain a perfect stealth state. Moreover, I can feel my wound being gradually corroded. His face instantly turned pale. Sweat poured down like rain. This damn girl actually poisoned her sword. But then, Shadow Strike suddenly burrowed underground, as if he could phase through any terrain. Very quickly, he resurfaced again, with a perfect body, completely free of wounds. Although my level is high, my assassination skills are countered, fighting head-on inside this formation. I'll be suppressed to death. Shadow Strike muttered to himself. His body kept rushing towards Charon. The center of this formation must be that damn girl. Kill her, and the formation will break itself. He thrust his hand straight towards her abdomen. He shouted viciously, as if victory was already in hand. Got you. Even at this moment, Shadow Strike hadn't grasped the situation and was still arrogant about the level difference. Look at this. The level gap isn't something. But then, Charon grabbed the girl's wrist with her own hand and pulled it out of her abdomen. Shocking Shadow Strike himself. What are you doing? Charon held him tight, ignoring the blood soaking her clothes. At this moment, the sword floating above her head seemed to be gripped by dozens of hands simultaneously, pointing the sharp tip straight at the sky. Charon stared at him, ending this game with the final checkmate move. Sword's soul returned to silence. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, the ground was full of long, deep pits, as if someone had just plowed it up. An earth-shattering boom rang out. Ling Feng's berserk dragon claws were completely blocked by the enemy's sturdy steel shield. Yet he didn't feel discouraged at all. On the contrary, it was like he was injected with adrenaline, getting more pumped by the second. My flame dragon fist. I want to see how many of these your shield can block. His two hidden states were immediately activated. Blood Rage. Red Flame Fist. Ling Feng's opponent was a guy with brownish gold hair. He held the shield tight with one hand. The other hand gripped the spear shaft, thrusting forward while cursing. Ling Feng quickly used Dragon Chi to create a barrier, blocking the spear tip. In an instant, the battlefield was divided into two distinct colors of power. But Shi Kai's spear seemed sharper than Ling Feng had expected. Even though he tried to block it, the attack didn't end. It only extended further. Instead, he was being pushed back gradually. Cracks began to appear on the dragon shield where the spear tip pierced. Chu Yi, sensing this from afar, transmitted a reminder. Ling Feng. He is a level 43 Dark Warrior. His physical defense and strength are extremely high. Fighting him head-on is a guaranteed loss. Use Dragon Breath to burn him. Wear him down. Provoke him. Your chance lies in the opening after he goes berserk. Shi Kai, acting as if victory was certain, smirked. He began to act superior, feigning regret. This is the first time I've met someone with moves even more brutal than mine. Your techniques are powerful and decisive, and you don't reveal any obvious openings. Moreover, you're so young, yet already level 26. What a pity. Shi Kai put strength into his muscles and thrust his spear again. If it's a contest of strength, I won't lose. Remembering Chu Yi's reminder, Ling Feng began to change his attack direction. As soon as he retracted the dragon shield, he immediately punched the ground hard. I'm not going to trade blows with you. Shi Kai was surprised by Ling Feng's seemingly impulsive action. Combined with the dust cloud kicking up, he was momentarily dazed. Realizing this was a 1 in 1,000 opportunity, Ling Feng didn't hesitate and flew forward. An opening. He opened his mouth, attacking exactly as Chu Yi advised. Dragon Breath. Realizing the attack was too dangerous, Shi Kai immediately swung his spear to stab, forcing him to dodge. The Dragon Breath dissipated because of this. Shi Kai became increasingly frenzied. He stomped on the ground and spun his heel powerfully. Using his heel as a pivot, he launched his whole body forward. Holding the gleaming spear, he roared. Opening. I left that on purpose. Did you think a battle with a level 43 would be that simple? Shi Kai sensed the danger from Ling Feng. He started to get hasty, thrusting his spear with full force. Unfortunately, Ling Feng was tougher than a cockroach. His body nimbly dodged every stab, and he could still curse back. Damn it, you disobedient iron turtle. I was almost played by you, but that was just on the surface. There were several times he almost failed to dodge the spear, worrying him internally. This is taking too long. The absolute gap in level and strength is showing. If this continues, my blood will run dry sooner or later. Finally, that unfortunate moment arrived. Ling Feng wasn't agile enough and was knocked backward by Shi Kai. Unexpectedly, Chu Yi had been silently waiting for this moment all along. Right now, his power has increased, but his defense has become disjointed. Ling Feng heard the reminder. He struggled to get up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Nice hit. Seeing Shi Kai rushing over without giving him a chance to breathe, he continued to provoke the big guy. The harder you hit, the more excited I get. Ling Feng reached out his hand. This is the moment for him to return all these wounds. Didn't you say you like using strength to suppress me? Today, I'll let you taste what it means to pay a blood debt with blood. Shi Kai, having entered a berserk state, didn't have enough reason to see through this move. Instantly, the entire battlefield turned into a dark red pool of blood. Blood seemed to pour down from the sky and rise from the ground, covering everything. After a shout from Ling Feng, drops of blood the size of buns began to rush in from all directions. He couldn't dodge in time. Or rather, he couldn't dodge at all as these blood drops latched onto his body. Feeling his strength being gradually drained, his pupils began to contract in panic. They are sucking my vitality and power. Shi Kai crushed the blood sacs that were like leeches on his body. His berserk state made him even more irrational as he roared. What kind of evil art is this? Ling Feng didn't bother explaining, just stood there laughing with satisfaction. Iron Turtle. It's useless no matter how hard your shell is. Taste the flavor of your own power. Then, he muttered 4 words. Bloodbath Pool Rage. To explain this power a bit. Bloodbath Pool Rage, level 1S. Absorbs blood energy to form blood condensation beads on the enemy's body. The blood condensation beads gather and form a blood soul needle aimed at the enemy. It can cause a massive blood energy explosion. Therefore, all the blood soul beads sticking to Shurkai exploded simultaneously, creating a thick red mist covering the entire area. Outside the instant space, Chu-Yi was busy constantly observing everyone's situation in each separate space through the viewing glass. The first 4 space fragments, with his help, were proceeding smoothly. However, trouble began to arise on Xiaolan's side. A skeleton broke through a protective barrier and rushed forward, wanting to tear Xiaolan apart. Luckily, Chu-Yi outside noticed this in time. Xiaolan is in danger. He channeled power into his polygonal orb, starting to protect her from afar. Light Guardian. Immediately, a powerful barrier glowing with golden light appeared around Xiaolan, blocking the skeleton's hideous hand. Moreover, the power of the holy light easily purified the filthy white skeleton, making it scream in pain. Finally, the ill-fated skeleton could only turn into bone fragments beside the Light Guardian that Chu-Yi casually erected. Xiaolan was filled with gratitude. However, she didn't want to give up yet, and continued fighting for her friends. Thank you. I can still hold on. Chu-Yi didn't reply. He hurriedly looked to observe the situation of his teammates in the other 4 dimensions. Maintaining 5 battlefields simultaneously, the consumption of mental power is greater than imagined. Fortunately, the others are not in life-threatening danger for the time being. In the 6th dimension, his sister Chu-Yun was safely playing with a puppy. This made Chu-Yi feel more at ease. She's still very safe here. Now, I should deal with the biggest trouble. The most troublesome thing is naturally the content inside the largest viewing glass in front of him. In that place, Lu Xian was getting more aggressive with every move, slashing through, taking down 10,000 troops without any difficulty. To stop him from advancing further and buy time for his teammates to defeat their enemies, Chu-Yi had no choice but to summon pets to help. Guardians, manifest. From beneath the ground, hundreds of monsters of various sizes and races began to crawl up. They extended their long tentacles, breaking through the soil and rocks, appearing like a swarm of squirming worms. The scale of the Guardians' appearance grew larger and larger. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, there was nowhere without their presence. And those Guardians now had only one mission ordered by him. Stop him. In the middle of that danger-filled land, there was still a pair of feet walking leisurely without any fear. Lu Xian had both hands in his pockets. His sharp eyes looked down at the squirming tentacles on the ground with disdain. Ants. His body began to emit a terrifying aura. The pressure was so intense that the entire ground around him shook. The air instantly became thick and suffocating as the dust gradually settled. The figure of Madame Hong also slowly appeared there. Her eyes flashed a deadly red. She rushed forward with red aura ribbons and afterimages behind her, called the Red Silk Phantom Shadow Guardians. Lu Xian exclaimed, "Not bad, Madame Hong." He raised his hand to shoulder level. His sharp eyes widened. The tentacles were not idle either. Purple threads of spiritual energy shot out, quickly restraining Madame Hong, simultaneously pushing her backward. Her body was slammed hard onto the ground. Lu Xian continued to speak. "Don't hide behind the scenes anymore. Come out and die." With that, a bizarre compass appeared in his hand. Streams of blood-red spiritual energy rose before Lu Xian's indifferent face. They gathered together, forming a giant blood-red avatar right behind him. Lu Xian's arm slowly raised to shoulder level. Accordingly, the avatar's arm raised similarly. Lu Xian then struck his hand down as a signal. Shouting loudly, the avatar struck down a powerful palm strike, causing a large area in front of him to be destroyed, accompanied by loud explosions. Just as everything shattered, Chu-Yi's body leaped up, hovering in midair. Immediately, an attack was launched. A blinding golden light suddenly emitted from his forehead. Then, a barrier appeared in front of Chu-Yi, blocking the killing move just now. Lu Xian looked up and said, A level 30 rat actually blocked 50% of my power. The secrets on you are even more interesting than I imagined. The barrier in front of him slowly dissolved after blocking a rather strong palm strike. In the blink of an eye, he also jumped into the air, arriving right in front of Chu Yi. Just as Lu Xian launched an attack, his figure teleported behind his back. Lu Xian frowned and turned his head, asking suspiciously, "You hold the mirror prison core and utilize it to this extent. Should I call you a rare genius seen once in a century, or a fool who doesn't know life from death?" Chui kaimnu replied. Boss Lu flatters me too much, compared to your great career of using living people for sacrifice to nourish the Otherworld gate. These little tricks of mine aren't worth mentioning. He thought to himself. I knew those demonic beasts couldn't stop Lu Xian. Sending them out was just to buy a little time. He replied, "That trash Madame Hong, before she died, she actually revealed quite a lot to you." Chehe Wu Yi responded. People near death always want to trade secrets for a chance to survive. It seems he doesn't know that holding the mirror prison core allows one to see past memories. Lu Xian raised his hand to gather energy, threatening with an excited face. "Hand it over. I can let you die a bit more comfortably. Even give you a chance to work for me. A talent like you. It would be a pity to kill." Chu Yi transformed at this moment, laughing loudly as he replied, "Being a dog for so long. Have you forgotten the dignity of being a human?" Lu Xian continued with his negotiation. "A wise man submits to circumstances. As long as I am willing, I can awaken the demon race earlier now. By then, the entire Black Wind Valley will be taken over. You won't survive either." He completed his transformation, replying, "You wouldn't dare. Everything the Merchant Guild does, isn't it precisely to hide the secret before the master wakes up? Spreading rumors to cover it up?" Chu Yi's voice continued to ring out. "The master isn't ready yet. A lackey like you doesn't have the guts to expose this to the light." Hearing this, Lu Xian was so angry that veins popped out all over his face. Frowning fiercely, he raised his hand, cursing loudly. "What a sharp tongue. I will definitely pull your soul out and let you taste what it means to be better off dead." Just before Lu Xian launched his move, a golden formation map appeared above his head. Then, that blinding light struck straight down. Lu Xian hurriedly raised his hand, using his ability to try and block it. A golden avatar appeared, raising its hand to summon a sword. Then, the avatar raised the sword high, preparing to stab down. The target this giant sword tip aimed at was Lu Xian. He was inside a red barrier. Lu Xian, with eyes flashing red, shouted, "Hell, red torrent," taking dark energy from an extremely large range, forming a torrent of energy with destructive and corrosive properties. Chu Yi stood there observing. Inside the red sphere, a blinding spot of light appeared and expanded. Activate Judgment of Justice, level 5. Open the Holy Magic Circle. A beam of light pours down from the air to ambush the enemy within the formation. Finally, the Angel of Justice throws a light attribute long spear, causing destructive damage. Lu Xian's voice echoed deeply in the space, striking first to gain the upper hand. Tout excellent combat instant. What a pity, in the face of an absolute power gap. This little cleverness is meaningless. Just before the attack touched his body, Chu Yi clasped his hands in front of his face. Fragments appeared like mirrors. Lu Xian's face appeared on them. Then, the fragments were shattered by the red, spiritual energy. The killing move struck. Chu Yi was forced to jump up, retreating backward to dodge. Finally, he landed a certain distance away from the impact site. Chu Yi clutched his chest in pain. A trail of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. Lu Xian, along with his compass, coldly declared, "Very good. A level 30 ant actually managed to injure me. Into here. Fusion. Temporarily gain the Demon Lord's energy. Greatly increase all attributes." Lu Xian, with a glowing red avatar behind him, exclaimed, "To force me to use the power of the Origin Compass. You should be proud enough." He raised his hand, simultaneously declaring, "Perish." Chu Yi's eyes widened, looking over in shock. The attacking aura created a powerful atmospheric pressure. Lu Xian's force field struck directly at his position, causant terrifying destruction. Chu Yi's body was knocked away helplessly. When the force field ended and the dust cleared, he slid across the ground, bending over and using his hands to support himself so he wouldn't collapse. Chu Yi looked up, thinking, Level 46 plus epic grade items. The nature of his power has undergone a transformation. Even if my class counters his dark energy, under such a level difference, I don't have a chance of winning. He frowned, shouting with determination. Sharon. It turned out that, in that dimension, she was falling into a disadvantage. A sword was slashing towards her neck. Knocking the sword away, neutralizing the danger. An image from another dimension appeared, along with Lu Xian's voice. So you've been using the mirror prison core to maintain 5 mirror spaces all along. He stood there smugly. I was wondering why the Shadow Guard attacked for so long, but couldn't break through the defense line. On your home turf, it actually takes time for them to get out. But with you distracted, how can you possibly defeat me? Chu Yi stood up and replied coldly. No need for you to worry. He thought to himself, maintaining 5 mirror spaces and fighting Lu Xian at the same time. The mental consumption is too great. I can only gamble on this one move. Retract part of the mental power, maintaining the mirror spaces. Fully control the mirror prison core. Lu Xian leaped up, raising his red halberd high. Today I will let you know, the gap between level 30 and level 46 is like the difference between heaven and earth. He slashed down, shattering the ground. Debris flew everywhere. Chu Yi retreated in time and immediately swung his hand to counterattack. Punishment of light. Golden lightning poured down, all aiming straight at Lu Xian's position. He furrowed his sharp sword-like brows tightly, eyes never leaving the target. Chu Yi's iron chains stabbed into the ground, locking down the entire area around Lu Xian from all sides. Holy Thunder. Chains of Judgment, S- level 3. Manipulates Holy Thunder to form a prison, trapping the enemy in place. He pulled back to a safe distance and pressed his body against a large rock behind him. Chu Yi used it as leverage and stomped hard, launching himself forward with all his might. But in the center of those clanking iron chains, a bright red light was aiming. A blast destroyed the cage Chu Yi worked hard to create and shattered the sword in his hand. A thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. His hand still spread 5 fingers, preparing a move. Hanagat. A giant hand reached out to block Lu Xian's dark red light. But its destructive power was too strong, causing the hand of God to shatter as well. Chu Yi gritted his teeth, enduring the incoming pain, ignoring the blood misting into the air. Frosttooth opened its mouth wide, reaching out from behind to support him. I'll help you. 3 powerful forces collided, creating a massive explosion that swept across the ground. Frosttooth and Chu Yi fell to the ground. His body reverted to its original state after the transformation, and Frosttooth gradually faded away. Struggling to sit up, his body trembling, he looked at Frosttooth before him. Frosttooth, return. Chu Yi waited for him to withdraw successfully, then Lu Xian flew close. A dragon's soul about to dissipate? Truly seeking death. You're not bad. Too bad you met me. All trump cards are not worth mentioning in front of me. He looked at the mirror shards floating in midair with suspicion. Each mirror showed an image from different dimensions. In one place, Charon had countless feathers embedded in her body. Elsewhere, Ling Feng was beaten flat on the ground, unable to lift his head. Xiaolan wasn't doing any better than her teammates. She was being grabbed by the head and beaten by skeletons. In the 4th dimension, Ling Dong was pinned to the wall by countless arrows like a target practice dummy. Tai Xian was also stabbed by a sword, collapsing on a pile of ruins, looking like he had lost consciousness. Lu Xian laughed gloatingly. You can hardly protect yourself, yet you still want to protect others? Truly ridiculous. He just lifted a hand, causing Chu Yi to be crushed under the pressure of gravity. You're right now. Don't even have the qualification to save them. His hand tried to tense up, clawing into the ground to support the 1,000-pound weight. He shouted stubbornly, his eyes unyielding. Holy Thunder, Son of Apocalypse, S- level 3. Enter the stance of the Apocalypse. Status resistance increased by 60%. Lightning skill damage increased by 60%. Lasts for 15 seconds. He once again donned the magnificent armor, jumping up to strike at Lu Xian. He threw a punch. Lu Xian leaned back to dodge. The destructive power of the move was strong enough to shred the surrounding rocks. But his wrist was easily caught by Lu Xian. He launched a strike that made the weapon in Chu Yi's hand fall, revealing a triumphant smile. Lu Xian took advantage of the momentum to attack Chu Yi's face directly. One hand crushed the mask he was wearing. He held the mirror shard, showing Ling Dong being hit by countless arrows in front of his face. Listen, look, feel every one of your companions marching towards destruction. Experience the helplessness deep in your marrow. Lu Xian finished speaking. With a crack, he shattered that mirror. Countless cracks spread across the mirror surface. Chu Yi's eyes were bloodshot with rage. Veins popped out on his face, but he couldn't escape his hand. A series of ear-piercing sounds rang out. The atmosphere became terrifying. Lu Xian was actually startled. Surprise appeared in his eyes. A tall gate appeared in the space, carved with mysterious dragon figures. He looked to the side in bewilderment. His face showed anxiety. This fluctuation, something's wrong. Chu Yi looked at the mirrors, shaking violently. The energy of the mirror prison core had become extremely unstable. At this moment, a dark red pillar of light burst out from the void, twisting like a whirlpool, rushing straight into the sky. The newly appeared energy source attacked them, forcing Lu Xian to let go of him to shield himself. Chu Yi collapsed on the ground. His wrist, which Lu Xian had grabbed earlier, had turned a terrifying black. Terrifying mental attack. Pure. Primal. Even his soul trembles. It's an existence of at least level 60. Lu Xian looked at the newly appeared gate in panic and said, "No, impossible." Clearly, the digestion period hasn't ended yet. How could he wake up early? Is it because of the energy just now? Master, please calm down. Not now. I haven't prepared the sacrifices for you yet. The red gate creaked open. No response, only countless streams of black gas rushing out. Tentacles also began to extend. The thing inside seemed eager to escape. Chu Yi gasped, healing the wound on his right wrist while looking at the shattered mirrors. The spatial shield of the mirror prison core can't withstand energy disturbance of this level. All spaces are in chaos. The people inside also fell into the same dark void. The space has been erased. Is your side resolved too? Bloodblade. At the same time, those black tentacles stabbed into the ground. The ground cracked into large trenches. That thing sprouted up everywhere like mushrooms after rain, surrounding the group of people on the ground. Each tentacle aggressively smashed large rocks. The thing's voice screeched ear-piercingly. Hungry. Food. Energy. Food. The girls stood dazed. Supporting each other, they looked up at the thing covering the sky above their heads. Rocks were smashed to pieces by it. Its massive body struggled to rise from the abyss-like crack. Bloodblade looked at the massive thing, destroying everything with fear and amazement. Han Shu Ying. A tentacle suddenly wrapped around a girl and dragged her into the sky. She screamed in panic. "Help me, Captain." He watched that scene in horror, shouting her name. Feng Xian. Lu Xian also watched and muttered. "See ecchi." He reverted to normal. His eyes indifferent, devoid of emotion. Being chosen by the master is his blessing. He turned around, entrusting this place to his subordinates. "You stay here and protect the master. I'm going back to get a new batch of sacrifices." Lan Tsong blocked his way, exposing his deceitful face. "Boss, are you trying to abandon us?" Standing on the teleportation circle, he shouted loudly. "Insolent! I'm going to get more food to comfort the master." The thing's tentacles became denser and denser. It almost completely covered the ground. "It needs even more food." He coldly ordered them. "Remember to kill those people and feed the master." But the guy wrapped in tentacles resisted, refusing to obey. "No, let me go." The Bloodblade group frantically ran away to escape the thing's influence. "Quick, use the blood-drunk pill." He hurriedly took a blood-drunk pill and threw it into his mouth. The dark red pill was crushed between his teeth. As soon as he swallowed, power exploded. His pupils turned red as he turned around, aiming his spear. The tentacle quickly chased after him. It swept up dust and rocks everywhere. The thing finally revealed itself. It had no eyes or nose, only a mouth full of sharp teeth with tentacles that had dragged a few people in front of Chu Yi, growling. Low-quality energy. Noisy insects. Chu Yi's group of 5 stood under the shadow cast by that massive body. Everyone was silent. Countless eyes suddenly opened. The shapes inside each looked different, scanning everywhere. Hungry. Delicious food. Pure. Suddenly, a tentacle detected Churin and attacked her. Almost immediately, Chu Yi was the first to react, shifting his steps. He hugged Churin. lifting her up and running away from the attack. Chu-yi turned around, holding her tight. He used his broad back to take all the attacks to protect her in his arms. Brother Chu-yi. Chu-yi gritted his teeth, stopping the metallic taste of blood from rising in his mouth. He looked back at the thing that just shattered his shield. Strong corrosive power. Holy power is being consumed rapidly. The thing Lu Xian called Master seemed to go crazy. It roared, scattering dust, stealing food. Its tentacles aimed at Chu-yi and Charn again, attacking. Crime worthy of death. Tai Xian and Xia Lan were panicked, but the distance was too far. They could only call out names helplessly. Brother Yi, Jehei. Chu-yi was exhausted. He tried to prop up his drooping eyelids, muttering a few broken words. God, just then, a blue pillar of light appeared. Its powerful light illuminated the entire area. 5 pillars of light pierced through the tentacles from above, powerfully and decisively destroying parts of that thing's body. Next, countless blue beams shot down, smashing that dark monster to pulp. Chu-yi looked up in surprise at the magnificent scene before him. Finally, a little light shone on his desperate face. A large ship dispelled the clouds and flew in. This is the Northwest Demon Hunting Zone of China. All non-military units. Disarm immediately. Give up resistance. Standing high on the airship were Teacher Wang and Han Shan, arriving just in time to rescue them. The hatch beneath the airship slowly opened. White smoke puffed into the air with the sound of engines. 2 rows of people in white armor with advanced weapons stepped forward at the commander's order. Action. They quickly jumped down from the airship. Everyone carried a professional and strangely calm demeanor. Those who landed began destroying the monsters. More people landed continuously to support. The captain split off and walked straight to Chu-yi's group. He took out a crystal ball, speaking with worried eyes. Student Chu-yi, it's dangerous here. Please cooperate with me immediately to withdraw to a safe location. With that, he threw the ball straight at them at high speed, leaving a faint blue trail of light. The crystal ball shattered. Light enveloped all 5 people of Chu-yi's group inside. 4 bubbles formed, wrapping them into 4 groups and slowly floating up. Chu-yi held Charn in his arms, but still spoke worriedly to those remaining. Not good. That thing's energy reaction is increasing. It has been provoked. As soon as he finished speaking, the monster's tentacles swept wildly, making it difficult for fighter jets to approach. One by one, they were blown up by it in the narrow airspace. Behind the thick smoke of the explosions, strange-shaped monsters stood up, looking towards the rescuers. Their numbers somehow grew larger and larger. All of them rushed forward madly. One after another was shot down by laser guns. Bullets pierced through their bodies, sending them to dust. The reinforcement group still held their ground firmly. No one stepped back or panicked before the massive numbers. Fighter jets were mobilized to the battlefield again. Bullets rained down, submerging everything in a sea of fire. Han Shan stood commanding the operation, speaking sternly. Squad 1, Squad 2. Cover with firepower and pour it on. Suppress it for me. Squad 3. Kill the demonic creatures scattering around. Squad 4. Construct isolation barriers. Blockade the space. Just as his orders were given, Teacher Wang walked over. Han Shen, the situation is more complex than we thought. Its awakening level is extremely high. He turned his head to look at him. It doesn't matter. Even if the gate is fully formed, it must be closed for me today. After speaking, he turned his head to look straight ahead. Your good student has arrived. Sure enough, Chu-yi, holding Charin and the others, landed safely on the deck. As soon as he was safe, he looked at Teacher Wang and called out worriedly. The medical team rushed to assist. Everyone did their job, immediately starting to treat wounds and restore power for the team members. Someone knelt to check Charin's condition, frowning in worry. Don't move. She's poisoned very deeply. The toxin has invaded her heart and veins. His teammate held a healing staff, assisting while commenting. It will take at least half an hour to completely remove this poison. Chu-yi looked at Charin, weakly opening her eyes to look at him. Brother Chu-yi, I'm Yufina. You just handle your business first. At this moment, Teacher Wang walked up to them, clasping his hands behind his back, speaking gently. Don't force yourself anymore. Listen to the treatment arrangement. We will take over the battlefield. Chu-yi looked at him. That gate is absorbing attack energy. If the bombing continues like this, something bad will happen. I saw it clearly from below. Every time artillery fire hits its body, the black gas on the surface of the gate becomes a few degrees thicker. Han Shan calmly spoke up to reassure Chui. Kid, I understand your worry. His face remained expressionless. Only his eyebrows furrowed deeper. But in my dictionary, there is no problem that one cannon shot can't solve. If there is, that is to add another shot. Chui tried to stop him. Wait a moment. It really isn't a normal Otherworld gate. But Han Shan had turned back to command the operation. All units, attention. The firepower array will turn into a disordered saturation strike style. An attribute energy will randomly change every 30 seconds. Barrier squad, lock the space for me. Don't let even a single mosquito fly out. The firepower team decisively responded to his order. Yes, sir. The people of the barrier squad also shouted loudly like thunder. Yes, sir. Every single person was burning with fighting spirit to the end. Yes, sir. Fighter jets fired continuously. Bullets flew densely like an endless rain, all bombing a single point, causing that place to explode. But it didn't stop there. Following Han Shan's command, the firepower changed every minute and second, followed by grenades dropping down, prolonging the explosions endlessly. A group of people holding staffs lined up straight. Everyone was solemn, their aura imposing. Following Han Shan's direction, they began to set up the formation. A series of barriers spread out in various colors, covering a patch of sky. All element cannons. Columns of colorful light aimed at the monsters and fired down. Large and small explosions followed one another, tearing apart the formation of the strange beasts. They were repelled by that powerful destructive force. The explosions grew larger, affecting visibility somewhat. A series of fighter jets fired until their engines glowed red. Big and small collisions made the whole space chaotic. Those fighters seemed to detach from the main server. All fell down uncontrollably at the same time. Then everything exploded, shaking a vast area with blinding light. Suddenly, amidst that rain of bombs and bullets, Kuei Hung appeared with his magic swords. He rushed to fight the black tentacles of that thing. With one move, he shredded those tentacles. Kuei Hung landed on the ground. As soon as his feet touched the ground, the fragments fell around him. He stood there, looking forward with a tense expression, not daring to blink even once. But perhaps at this moment he realized he was truly tiny before that bizarre thing. Kuei Heng's pupils turned purple. Reflected in his eyes was the image of a vortex sucking away his soul. He stood there dazed, turning himself into a target practice dummy for the crazy, hungry monster. A series of blue lights shot out from that mouth-like thing in a disorderly manner. But the destination of all those lights was Han Shan's high-altitude fighter jets. And on the ground, the people in white armor couldn't escape the same fate as Kuei Hung. Han Shan looked in panic at the screen that had turned red before his eyes. This broken door actually reflected all our attacks back. A team member urgently reported the combat situation. General, the target's evolution speed far exceeds predictions. Both physical and energy resistance are continuing to upgrade. Teacher Wang saw the situation was bad and spoke up. Han Shen, we can't use conventional firepower. We need to quickly destroy its core. He was also deep in thought. Previously, when dealing with Otherworld gates, we used soldiers' lives to test, attacking one area at a time. Watching its reaction, thousands had to die to find the exact location of the core. His voice reached Chu Yi's ears, startling him. Squad 9, please prepare. In 1 minute, begin executing the core search mission. He didn't let go of Churin, but looked up at the two of them worriedly. Is the core the teacher mentioned the violent energy fluctuation? It's the most unstable point, right? Teacher Wang quickly explained. Correct. The core is the energy center of the Otherworld gate. It is also its weakest spot. Just destroy the core, and the gate will collapse on its own. This is the experience the military has summarized over hundreds of years. Just as his explanation ended, he said something that made both of them look at him in surprise. I might know where the core is. He took out a cube and let it float in his hand. The mirror prison core has absorbed the dark energy of this gate before. An energy imprint from the same source remains in the crystal core. Through it, I can vaguely sense an energy convergence point inside the gate. It reacts to all attacks. Han Shan squatted down in front of him, knowing the vague location of the core isn't enough. There is a spatial distortion field around the gate. All attacks will be displaced by it. Basically, they won't hit the core. He silently looked at his mirror prison core as if thinking about what he said. Then he clenched his fist, retrieving it. Determination appeared in his eyes. I can try to open a temporary shortcut. Go directly into the gate to find the core and mark it. But I need the military firepower to launch a full-scale feint attack. Attract its attention. Don't let it detect my movements. Teacher Wang immediately frowned and objected. Too dangerous. No. He looked at him. There is no other choice now. This gate is evolving. If we drag this out, only more people will be sacrificed. He was resolute and strangely calm. Some paths must be walked by someone first. Teacher Wang looked at him, his eyes heavy with worry, unwilling to watch his students step into danger. But behind him, Ling Feng and Tai Xin stepped forward, speaking generously. Count me in, brother. Let's rush in together. One more person means more strength. He angrily scolded. Nonsense. I do not agree. What level are you guys? Going in is seeking death. Stay right there for me. Han Shan looked at Shu Yi. Kid, do you know the risk of doing this? The dark energy inside the gate might cause you to lose consciousness, turning into a demon that only knows slaughter. Shu Yi was more serious than ever. I know, but I have to try. Seeing him firm in his opinion, he patted his shoulder and laughed happily. Very brave. If you can survive and come back, I will treat you to the best wine. With that, Han Shan turned back to control the battle with countless warning screens flashing before his eyes. All troops, listen to the order. Activate the highest firepower plan. All main cannons, main aircraft, blast that gate for me. All light attribute professionals, move forward. Use purification magic to suppress its demonic energy. Attract its attention. Everyone unanimously followed his words and summoned a giant sphere. The formation has changed. Light mages are gathering at the front. In the name of holy light, purify all darkness. Prepare to synchronize output. The main cannon group also quickly charged up, preparing to fire. Main cannons charged. Lock onto the Otherworld gate core. Wait for my command. Full force bombardment. The shields of the professional group took continuous hits. The shields can't hold much longer. Water mages supplement defense. Don't let the rays break through the defense line. At this moment, Teacher Wang stood behind assisting Chu Yi, focusing energy into his mirror core. I will supplement and stabilize the holy power for you. Just go ahead and do it. The item, absorbing the energy Chu Yi granted it, quickly glowed. Sweat poured down his face like a bath. Chu Yi's clenched teeth also showed the pressure. Huge weight pressing on his body and spirit. His eyes suddenly snapped open. The light in his eyes turned golden. He seemed to turn into a blinding beam of light, rushing past the heads of the elite soldiers and penetrating the gate. Chu Yi turned his consciousness into that intelligent light to find the core and stop that thing. The professionals tried their best. Everyone steadfastly attracted that thing's attention towards themselves. Earth Forbidden Spell. Earth Shield. From the wide-open Otherworld gate. A tall figure with long horns on its head was trying to break through and come out. It clamped its claws onto the gate, trying to squeeze out. Chu Yi was now just a human-shaped beam of light hovering in the smoky air. He flew in an arc over the heads of those strange beasts, going deeper. Finally, he found a giant sphere connected to the bottom by countless threads and a dense mass of strange beasts. Monsters stood there. That sphere seemed to have sentience. When Chu Yi's golden light entered, intending to attack, it opened its eye. Chu Yi was startled. His body instantly tensed because of the eye staring at him. Not good. I've been discovered. The eye, sensing the intruder, activated combat mode to deal with the stranger. It shot countless black tentacles towards Chu Yi. Every attack was dense, making it difficult for him to dodge. Its tentacles stabbed into the ground, destroying the standing space of the demons below. They also began to understand that a stranger had entered this place. The whole group rushed up madly, wanting to catch and tear him apart. At the same time, the item on Chu Yi's chest shone even brighter outside. It erected a fragile shield, trying to protect him from the fire of the monster horde. Chu Yi was temporarily safe behind that shield, but layer by layer was about to be broken by them. He didn't wait for death. Chu Yi calmly aimed precisely at the main target. His whole body, like a large gold-plated arrow, rushed towards that staring eye. Mark! A strike pierced through the center of the sphere and the eye inside the gate. At the same time, the gate also began to close. A golden pillar of light rushed out at wind-breaking speed. Teacher Wang, watching all this time, seeing him escape, immediately shouted, Han Shen! Yi Sujidit. Han Shan operated the screen, keeping up with the divine speed to coordinate the soldiers. Void-breaking artillery unit. Activate highest authority. Mark and fire in 10 seconds. His finger was placed right on the start symbol as the countdown numbers grew smaller. The eye inside the gate seemed to go mad. A shockwave poured out instead of its rage. Everything was sucked inside the gate by it. Everyone hurriedly held onto each other to ensure safety. All units, attention! The Otherworld gate suddenly lost control. Hold your positions. The entire formation was disrupted by the shockwave. Radar ineffective. Emergency descent. Power unit failure. Steering unit failure. The soldiers propped their swords against the ground for support. Priests, come. Wounded retreat to the back. Warriors hold the front left. Mages accumulate mana for the main ship. Han Shan was tense. His eyes widened watching the countdown reach 0. Fire. All firepower of the main ship aimed and fired at his command. A beam of destructive light tore through the wind. It rushed through the gate powerfully like a storm, plowing up the ground, sending rocks flying. The target of the bombardment was exactly the eye Chu-Yi had marked earlier. The monsters could only watch helplessly as the gate's core sucked their own power to hold on. Chu-Yi was horrified seeing this scene. He is devouring the demon race to block the attack. Han Shan strained his neck and shouted, "All forces full fire. Take its life while it's sick." He finished speaking. Fire from small ships concentrated to support, shooting a beam towards the core. The professional group also gave their little strength. Those who could still stand tried to get up. All their firepower was poured into this one strike, aiming straight at that eye and bombarding it. Teacher Wang also stepped forward, hands forming seals with his beautiful eyes closed. When he opened his eyes, they had turned into cold, golden light, full of divine power. A layer of golden clouds opened from the void. Teacher Wang's sword tip also revealed itself. Under the pressure, that giant. Yet that core still distorted everything to patch up the damaged parts. He is still repairing the Otherworld gate? At this moment, Chu-Yi looked up. He was attracted by the light of the giant sword summoned by Teacher Wang. This is Teacher's legendary grade weapon, Judgment Spear. He floated in the sky like a celestial being, surrounded by halos of divine golden light. I am the protector of order, the verdict of evil. In the name of light, I grant you. His great sword touched the ground. The earth split open. Dust blinded the sky. Complete purification. Holy judgment of great sin. It seemed to be the strongest strike landing. One strike pierced the core, trying to patch itself up. At the same time, Chu-Yi also vomited blood. Red blood splattered all over the mirror prison core in front of him. Churin, slightly recovered and guarding him, looked in panic as Chu-Yi collapsed. Brother Chu-Yi. Han Shan looked at him. His consciousness body was destroyed by the Otherworld gate. Now his spirit is heavily injured. We need to proceed with deeper treatment immediately. He immediately directed the healers to assist Chu-Yi. Quick, prepare the highest standard life support pod. Brother Chu-Yi, hold on a little longer. Han Shan didn't waste words. He immediately announced and coordinated everyone. All troops, attention. The Otherworld gate has been destroyed. Clean up the battlefield. Treat the wounded. Just as Han Shan said, the core was indeed destroyed. In its center was a large, deep hole. But they had underestimated that thing. The core actually sprouted red threads thin as silk, extending out, voicing its anger. Shameless invaders. The Otherworld gate was dyed red again. Countless red threads slowly pulled out, wrapping around it. Gotta? Impossible. Chu-Yi heard that voice and struggled to support his trembling body, speaking to Han Shan. It is using the flesh and blood of the demon race, wanting to reconnect a new Otherworld gate. Teacher Wang recognized the instability and immediately acted. Punishment domain. Purification. Golden purification light descended. Ring after ring swept clean a large area. He closed his eyes, but his brows were tightly knit as he controlled his magic power. Following Teacher Wang's command, the punishment domain expanded. It shone its rays downward. The monsters of the Otherworld screamed upon seeing that light, struggling ceaselessly. Those lights penetrated everything. turning that core into a sieve amidst angry roars. Blue Star people, do you think destroying it is enough? More cracks will appear everywhere. We will take back everything that belongs to us. The core exploded. Everything turned into nothingness. You will eventually pay the price. The monsters following it couldn't escape the fate of being purified either. All scrambled to run away, but not a single one escaped. Finally, that place left only a deep pit and a swirling red sphere. In the treatment room, Chu-yi was placed in a treatment pod. Charon stood anxiously aside, watching him. She saw Teacher Wong enter and looked up to ask, "Brother Chu-yi." Teacher Wong guessed what she wanted to ask and interrupted to encourage her. "Don't worry. With the enhancement of holy light and healing formations, he will wake up very quickly." Chu-yi finally gradually woke up. His tired eyes opened. He spoke intermittently through the breathing mask, each word difficult. It said, "We are the—" Teacher Wong suspiciously repeated the last words, startled. "Plunderers." He conjured golden light on his hand. His tone was still as gentle. "Close your eyes. Steady your mind. Leave other matters to teacher." Warm light followed Teacher Wong's palm, pressing onto the incubator right over Chu-yi's face. Once everything was done, Teacher Wong looked at Charon. "You stay here and watch first. I'm going to check the battlefield cleanup situation." She looked at him worriedly. "I will always be by his side." Meanwhile, outside was mostly cleaned up. The wounded were also regulating themselves. The rest split up to work and rest. Han Shan was reviewing information and looked cheerfully at Teacher Wong approaching. "Old friend, luckily we had you this time." Mainly it was Chu-yi finding the core's location. "I just did what should be done." "How are the casualties on the battlefield?" He showed everything to Teacher Wong for review. Over 30 dead, over 120 injured. Among them, light mages suffered the most casualties. Only lucky thing is the Otherworld gate was completely destroyed. Didn't let demonic creatures rush out. Consider it a blessing in misfortune. Teacher Wong looked at the list of the unfortunate and reminded Han Shan. "Record the names of the sacrificed soldiers. Later, I will personally go to their homes to offer condolences." Just as the two finished speaking, a screen displayed a call from a team member. "Captain Wong, Captain Hung. Emergency situation. We detected energy fluctuations of a medium-type rift in the abandoned Motto mine." Teacher Wong was calm, as if he was too used to this kind of thing. "Are there demonic creatures spilling out? How is the evacuation of civilians?" Han Shan raised his eyebrows slightly. "No demonic creatures to report for now. The mine has been abandoned. 5 kilometers around have completed emergency blockade. Headquarters order, inviting the 2 captains to immediately lead elites to assess and handle it." He immediately agreed. "We will set off immediately." But Han Shan had some hesitation. "Old Wong, emergency situation. That kid Chu-yi's perception of dark energy is something we haven't seen before. If he can..." Teacher Wong showed his displeasure, opposing his idea. "No." He looked at him, wanting to speak, but not knowing what to say properly. Teacher Wong looked towards the battlefield in front of him. Shen. Soldiers put on military uniforms. Pick up weapons. For what? Isn't it precisely so that the children can have a chance to grow up in peace? No need at the age of 19 to shoulder the things we are supposed to shoulder. The entire weight of this world? Memories of those young people wearing military uniforms appeared in his mind. 20 years ago, I once let a student like him, could clearly sense dark energy. That child was only 25 years old. Back then, we treated him as a living detector. In the end, even a complete corpse couldn't be found. Teacher Wong was resolute. Cold air poured out with every word. Chu-yi is not a tool. He is someone who can change the war. Precisely because of that, we cannot use him as a consumable product when his wings haven't fully grown yet. Now, even if the sky falls, big guys like us have to block it. Originally speaking seriously, Han Shan laughed and punched him. Damn it, you're absolutely right. I was too impatient. Let's go. Let's go send that damn thing to death first. Teacher Wong looked up, adjusting his clothes neatly. Don't use so much force. Notify down. All members capable of action. Complete assembly in 5 minutes. Supplies. Leave here for the logistics unit. 2 people, eyes determined and cold like hunting leopards, looked in the same direction. The next battle has begun. Outside, a new battle had started. Meanwhile, in the treatment room, a figure stood quietly, Slender fingers wearing black gloves gently touch the glass. With eyes closed, he looks much more obedient. Unlike usual, covered in thorns all over, Ms. Jing leaned close to the incubator, evaluating Chu Yi's quiet face. This stinky face actually makes many girls like him. Even my niece jumped up and down wanting to date you. She was busy talking and didn't notice Chu Yi's arm raising. However, I directly advised her to give up. Ms. Jing saw him groggily waking up and panicked, turning away to dodge. One hand covering her small mouth to hide the embarrassment. Hey, Deacon. She turned around, smiling and pretending. Student Chu Yi, you're awake? Chu Yi looked at her in confusion. Ms. Jing, did the teacher leave any instructions? How did you know? He looked at her mischievously, smiling as he jumped out of the treatment pod. Teacher isn't here. Instead, a confidant who isn't military personnel is waiting for me to wake up. I'm afraid teacher encountered some urgent matter. Right? Used to it. Ms. Jing crossed her legs on the chair. Right now, the guild master is on the way to the Motto Rift. The matter of Black Wind Valley exceeded the guild master's data. The guild master's original intention was to let you borrow the Ice Dragon Abyss of the Chu family to consolidate the foundation of the second transition. Never thought it would drag you into a war of such scale. The guild master feels very guilty about this. He hopes you can temporarily rest at the Chu family. Other matters will be discussed after the guild master returns. She leisurely continued. Besides, the guild master specifically instructed me to tell you. Lu Xian has been taken away by the military. He will be sent to the military court another day. The Netherine forces under him have been taken over and handled by the military. Although there are a few peripheral minions who escaped, but they have no achievements. No need to worry about revenge. Saying that, she conjured a token. This time he tried hard to save the situation. Outstanding merit. The military decided. All rights and usage rights of the Black Wind Valley area officially belong to your management. This is the land deed, the guild master said. The things in this place might solve the immediate crisis for the Chu family. Chu Yi took the land deed. Ms. Jing handed over. Teacher meant those lost crystal veins. Sure enough, teacher knows everything. She walked closer to Chu Yi, looking at him and a land deed in his hand. Words and items have been delivered. Farewell. As she passed by Chu, she looked at him with flirtatious eyes. Student Chu Yi, asking you one last time. Really not considering joining the Heavenly Axe Guild? He was cold and decisive. Not considering. She walked out the door, high heels stepping over the threshold and leaving. Chu Yi crossed his arms, sighing with annoyance as soon as she was out of sight. He took out the mirror prison core to check. The power of the second transition, in the face of real war, is still too small. Frosttooth appeared beside him, on the way to the peak. A lone wolf will eventually run out of strength. Borrowing force is not cowardice. He quietly continued. Frosttooth, the path I walk is unusually difficult. I need a... His eyes were hard and determined, looking into that emerald green light. Nation absolutely under control. Scene change. Chu Yi returned home and was welcomed by the whole family. Corridor of the Chu family. Brother, you suddenly let little Koei bring me back. I thought something happened to you. He gently hugged Chu Yun. It was the battle in Black Wind Valley that implicated you. Chu Yi looked at the two people with grateful eyes. Uncle Hung, Cousin Xiaobai. Thank you both. Taking care of Yin'er is what we should do. The matters you arranged in the letter have been settled. Chu Hung pointed behind him, inviting. Follow me. He was decisive. Chu Yun, young and not understanding, asked Chu Yi suspiciously. Brother, what are we going there for? He gently patted his sister's head. Going to the center of the Chu family's power. Taking back everything that belongs to you. At this moment in the Great Hall, quite a few people were sitting at a round table. Patriarch, suddenly calling us here. What exactly is the matter? I heard news today. Madame Hong is dead. What? Then what should our cold water crystal do? There are still dozens of children in the clan waiting to suppress their bloodline. Patriarch, this matter concerns the survival of the family. We must quickly find a new path. The third elder looked at the patriarch, thinking, the main seat is empty. The old man sits silently aside. Who's he waiting for? This situation seems a bit wrong. Just as he was suspicious, a noise rang out, making everyone at the table look in one direction. The large door opened. Several figures slowly entered under the surprised gazes of those present. Chu Yi, holding Chu Yun's hand, led the way, followed by Chu Hung and Xiao Bai. The third elder frowned even deeper when he saw the arrivals. His eyes were glued to the person who just entered. Chu Yi walked up to the patriarch, smiling and bowing. Patriarch, Yi is here. Seat. He followed the words. One hand pulled out the chair at the empty main seat and sat down. Chu Yi looked serious, hands clasped together, sitting quietly at the main seat looking at the people on a round table. The third elder, seeing his smooth action, frowned in anger. He slammed the table, shouting angrily, Chu Yi, is this a seat you can sit in? Do you have any respect for your elders in your eyes? The second elder beside him held his shoulder, smiling to mediate. Chu Yi, it's true you carry a high-purity bloodline, but you can't overstep your authority like this. Chu Yi rested his hands on the table, two eyes looking at them like an alpha wolf. I came here today, not to chat with you all. I want the Chu family to promise me one thing. Every word he said surprised even the little girl. Chu Yun will be the successor for the next term of the Chu family. The Chu family must use the best resources of the entire clan to nurture Chu Yun. Chu Yun will possess priority control over everything of the Chu family in the future. The third elder couldn't hold back, standing up and pointing straight at his face, shouting, Arrogant! How important is a successor? The Chu family inheritance for hundreds of years. How can we agree to let a junior returning to the main line dictate things? Patriarch, you must uphold justice. This is truly fishing in troubled waters, relying on a little talent. To be so ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth, wanting to hand over the Chu family's hundreds of years of enterprise to a damn girl. Chu Hung calmly spoke up. I testify. Chu Yun's bloodline concentration is indeed 3 times higher than mine. With her here, the Chu family might regain its glory. Xiao Bai also chimed in. Sister Chu Yun is very talented. Last week, the frost art that I taught her, she mastered the basics in one day. Chu Yi began to get intense. Chu Yun has the frost bloodline. She is a legitimate member of the Chu clan. As for whether she can be the successor or not, the pressure radiating from him filled the room, silencing everyone. That power forced the third elder to cover his face, but he still tried to talk tough. Insolent, daring to use force in a council hall. Just then, a stream of internal energy quickly surrounded where everyone was sitting. Chu Yi's eyes seemed covered by a layer of mist. He stared intently at the opponent. From within Chu Yi's body, that stream of internal energy surged out madly, momentarily terrifying everyone. Everyone unanimously sat quietly in their places. Momentarily, no one dared to say a word. The third elder was also blown back by this aura. His chest couldn't hold it, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. Just then, that power of Chu Yi revealed a looming blue dragon. The protective barrier in front of him also slowly cracked. The third elder's eyes couldn't hide the fear anymore. He hurriedly shouted, Chu Yun is still young. Moreover, she hasn't been back in the clan for long. Making her the successor is too negligent. Then where do we put the other outstanding disciples of our Chu family? I do not agree. The third elder thought to himself. This pressure clearly just passed the second transition. Why is it equal to level 40? And this ice dragon, this appearance, this dragon aura, Jeui Sepulkoldi, in the argument here, without crushing the old rules you rely on to survive, you will never understand. Sitting among the crowd, he spoke confidently. I am the new rule. The patriarch sitting beside him fell into deep thought. The authority contained within, retracting and releasing naturally. This kid's growth speed is truly astonishing. Chu, he continued. Every year, the Chu family, for the cold water crystal, has to pay a huge price to the Merchant Guild. Now, the lair of the Black Wind Valley Merchant Guild belongs entirely to me. The crystal reserves inside far exceed your imagination. I will grant the Chu family authority. Send absolutely trustworthy clansmen into Black Wind Valley to mine. With these resources, the Chu family bloodline can ensure countless future generations have nothing to worry about. And this is just the beginning. I will definitely find a way to remove the curse. The patriarch then instructed. Do as Chu, he said. Vangya, today, choose 100 clansmen to go to Black Wind Valley to station. Must quickly transport the crystals back. Chu Hung stood aside and quickly chimed in. He was happy. Heaven does not destroy my Chu family. Old man, The entire Chu family must remember this great favor of yours. The second elder was a bit confused. But isn't this another form of submission? Relying on strength to forcibly seize the position of power. Chuyi's eyes were cold as he asked back. Submission. What I give. In this world, you will never get it forever. Immediately after, he said again. Third elder. Every year, the Chu family buys qualifications for disciples. Dungeons. Costing how much money? To compete for a slot to enter the secret realm. How much price and favors must be paid? This is the normal state of the family. All aristocratic families are like this. Why do you ask this? Chu immediately said. What if the Chu family from now on possesses a fully mature, growth-type dungeon of its own, and, after clearing it, can get the recognition of the eternal rules? Immediately after, everyone fell silent simultaneously. The third elder suddenly burst into laughter. It seemed he didn't agree with him. Then he stood up abruptly. I see you are young, but mentally ill. 90% of the dungeons in China are in the hands of the 3 major guilds and the military. Families owning private dungeons can be counted on one hand. They're all top ancient families. Are you trying to tell me you have one in your hand? Chu channeled his internal energy. Whether it's true or false, you'll know at a glance. As soon as he finished speaking, those small blocks immediately gathered into a large lump. A polygonal shape flew up, surrounded by brilliant 7-colored lights. Immediately after, it turned into a large block of ice. According to Chu Yi's words, mirror prison diamond grade. Difficulty, normal. Hard, nightmare. Level requirement, level 15 to 35. Number of people requirement, 1 to 10. I set up the entrance and permanent dungeon in the central area of the Chu family. From now on, the descendants of the Chu family can enter the dungeon to train at any time. This is my second promise. Xiaobai was so surprised she covered her mouth. Really a dungeon? This is a resource that even large families may not have. Chu Hung continued. Correct. Every month, to let the clan disciples enter dungeons for training. My Chu family has to spend more than half of the profits. If we own a private dungeon, that means Chu Yun was stunned. The cold water crystal was help in times of need. This private dungeon truly gives our Chu family a path to heaven. At this moment, Chu quickly stood up. The Chu family will possess a trial ground that is inexhaustible. Endless use. Before finishing his words, he turned his back. No need to look at anyone's face. No need to spend a single penny anymore. He stared intently at the crowd. Does the third elder dare to try to check the quality of a mentally ill person like me again? Now he thought to himself, that door cannot be fake. It's real. He didn't just get resources. He also changed the fate of the Chu family. This young person before my eyes actually has unfathomable strength, far beyond my comprehension. Everyone immediately said, no need. Before we were blind, Miss Chu Yun will be the successor. This old man agrees 10,000 times. Ai is exceptionally talented, genius, has a vast heart. Truly God blessing our Chu family. Of course it is. Completely worthy. The patriarch then said again. If no one else objects, then, starting from today, Chu Yun will be the sole young master of the Chu family. Chu added. Meeting her is like meeting me. Her command is supreme. Scene changed to this side. Streams of aura constantly radiated. Chu sat there channeling internal energy, muttering. The descendants of the Chu family are generally level 13 to 20. So the basic parameters of simple monsters shouldn't be too high. The dungeon terrain is best set in a glacial area suitable for the Chu family. The ice demon wolves of the first level are set to level 10. Low IQ. High numbers. When dying, they will self-destruct, creating a small area of frost. Reducing movement speed. Through evaluation, it will be directly linked to the number of frost hits. Want to get a high score? Then you must learn distance control. Master the rhythm. Cannot stand still and cast. Second level. The environment will turn into a constantly changing ice crystal maze. Monsters added with ice crystal armor characteristics. Attacking only from the front is extremely ineffective. Force them to move. Find weak points. Learn how to observe. Here is best. And this place too. He spoke to himself. For hard mode, use the red silk phantom shadows generated after Madame Hong died and was absorbed by the mirror prison core. She exploited the Chu family for so many years. Now, using her hologram to train the Chu family descendants. can be considered a final contribution. Then, the crystal in front of him immediately glowed. It felt like all the power of heaven and earth was pouring in here. The light emitted was extremely cold. Even the spirit beasts roared in delight, accompanied by strings of brilliant golden light. Over here, the shadow of a girl loomed faintly somewhere. He was a bit surprised. Frosttooth, this is only 35% control. You can be so precise? He couldn't hide his satisfaction. 35% allows me to weave the dungeon like a creator. If it's 100% complete control, can I change the drop rules of the dungeon? Even bring monsters, power, real areas inside into reality? At this moment, suddenly something hit his head hard, making Chu-E scream in pain. It turned out to be a hit from Frosttooth. Designing the dungeon is to help the Chu family become stronger, not to satisfy the creator's desire of yourself. Remember, a true powerhouse controls power, not consumed by power. Chu-E wiped his sweat. I know, you are always right. At this moment, the shadow of a large cat slowly walked out. Chuyin looked at him coldly, her eyes somewhat deep. Brother. He walked over as soon as he saw her. Yunea, this outfit suits you very well. Tomorrow is the ceremony. Why are you so spirited? Chuyin quickly reported to Chu-E. These past few days, wherever I go, they all smile and say, "Hello, young master," to me. Please take care of us, young master. Pausing a bit, she said again. But can I really shoulder the representative responsibility of these two words, young master? I don't want to disappoint brother. I don't want to disappoint everyone. Hearing this, Chu-E couldn't hide his surprise. Chu-E couldn't help pinching the little girl's cheek. Silly girl, from the past until now, and forever, you will never disappoint me. Yunea, do you know what the Chu family is like? Reaching up to hug his arm, Chuyin asked back. Like what? Chu-E said coldly. A giant ship trapped in an old dream. The outside shines. Inside is a mess. Even wanting to beg for cold water crystals to barely keep alive with the enemy. But we shouldn't laugh at the Chu family, because we are also passengers on a ship. Without this ship, there will be another ship. If the waves are calm, we can still live peacefully day by day. But in Black Wind Valley, I saw a real war. If compared, the matches, the trials I experienced before were just games in a greenhouse. When the real waves hit, people on the old ship will all run away. He patiently suppressed the girl's anger, waiting, begging for the strong to protect. Fate will forever lie in the hands of others. Yunea, we can't just be passengers on a ship. We need to be the helmsman. Individual strength ultimately has limits. I need a force that belongs to me. Chuyin also spoke her thoughts. But building a new force requires wasting too much time and resources. And the Chu family possesses an existing foundation. It is the most ideal starting point. She was a bit stunned now. So brother chose to help the Chu family, wanting to turn it into our ship. We didn't hide it either. Correct. But if you want this old ship to be reborn and obey your command, then a key center is needed. Just as he finished speaking, he immediately closed his eyes. At this moment, a golden mark appeared on Chu-Yi's forehead. Reaching out to gently touch Chu-Yun's forehead, her eyes seemed a bit blurry too. Looking at the mark on her forehead, Chu-Yi then said again, "Your high purity, frost bloodline." And he seriously told Chu-Yun, "I won't change classes back for the Chu family. The patriarch and elders trust me, but they will also worry about outsiders holding power. But Yinner, you're the most perfect bridge connecting me to the Chu family. Also the only one. You are the orthodoxy acknowledged by the entire Chu family. With you holding the Chu family, you can thoroughly condense the power of the Chu family, forming the most solid alliance with me." Hearing this, Chu-Yun couldn't hold back her tears. She looked at Chu-Yi with emotion, then quickly replied happily, "I understand." Then she quickly smiled happily. "If I remain the little sister protected behind you forever, needing you to run back and forth, then what is the meaning of me awakening this bloodline? Brother, don't worry. I will become your most reliable right-hand man. This responsibility, I can shoulder it." Chu-Yi reached up to pinch her cheek. "Then starting from now, we siblings will fight side by side." "Jujun Pao that. I'm the young master now. You can't pinch my face anymore." Okay. Whatever Lord Young Master says counts." Frosttooth exclaimed in admiration. Did this kid awaken a mind-charming skill? Saying a few words tricked the little girl into boiling with enthusiasm, preparing to develop territory for him. Scene changed to another place. A loud voice rang out, inviting the descendant of the Chu clan, Chu Yun, to the ceremonial platform. Two girls stood below waiting, one worried and timid. One seemed a bit arrogant. From outside, Chu Yun walked in slowly and gracefully. People quickly whispered, "Is she the one about to become our young master?" Looked really small. Although young, this aura is extraordinary. Haven't you heard? Her frost bloodline purity is as high as 70%. What's the use of high bloodline purity? Managing a family doesn't rely on bloodline. Keep it down. Her biological brother is the #1 in a national university freshman tournament this year. Standing over there watching. Her that apart from that, she discovered a ownerless dungeon and offered it to the family. Just appointed as young master. Ownerless dungeon? No wonder. If I had a dungeon, I would go to the military to demand an official position. That's because your vision is small. Ling Feng was annoyed. This bunch of people dares to badmouth behind backs. Cowards. Xiaolan stood beside him and added, "Shun Ling Feng. I found you were even more protective of little Yuner than brother Yi." The little girl stepped forward and immediately said, "Chu Yin pays respects to the patriarch." He immediately said, "Today, in the name of the patriarch, I declare, appointing clansman Chu Yun as the young master of our Chu family. Meeting the young master is like meeting the patriarch. All matters in the clan will be under the young master's command." He turned his back and said to Chu Yun, "Kneel and worship the goddess. Sincerely praying for blessings is enough." Quickly following his words, she knelt down. Junior of the Chu family, Chu Yun, respectfully worships the ice goddess. Appointing clansman Chu Yun as the young master of our Chu family. Meeting the young master is like meeting the patriarch. All matters in the clan will be under the young master's command. Hereby taking an oath, inheriting the will of the ancestors, not disgracing the responsibility of the bloodline, not failing the trust of the clansmen, not fearing dangers in the future, not seeking personal glory, only seeking prosperity for the Chu family. Goddess above, this heart is sincere. Heaven and earth can witness. If I violate the oath, may I be backlashed by the frost, forever losing the power of the bloodline." Looking at the mark around Chu Yun, he immediately asked, "What is this?" Everyone was stirred up again. Did something go wrong with the ritual? Is the goddess rejecting her? Her origin is unclear. Angered the goddess. Seeing Chu Yi step up, Charan stepped up. "Brother Yi, don't rush. This isn't a bad thing. Resonance caused by little Yuner's bloodline purity. It's a divine miracle." Then she pointed over and said to him, "Look, over here." Chu Yun was indeed safe. She knelt before the goddess statue, safe and unharmed. Suddenly, the statue spoke. "Use this bloodline. Freeze all obstacles. Protect your oath. Frost shall become your authority." Chu Yun immediately raised her hand. The source of power wrapped around her arm. The snowflake-shaped mark on Chu Yun expanded. Chu Yun's body also floated up high. Facing this situation, Chu Yun was bewildered. Her eyes stared intently at the entity before her. The patriarch was surprised. Analysis. This is the awakening phenomenon of an S-rank talent. Divine grace baptism recorded in books. Then he looked at Chu Yun, unable to contain his curiosity. "Young master, your talent now is..." At the same time, the system panel quickly announced, "Inheritance of the ice goddess, rank S." Hearing this, he was overjoyed. Right. It's exactly this. It's the same talent as the ancestor of our Chu family when founding the enterprise. Ancestors' glory, reappearing in our Chu family. Everyone cheered. Heaven bless the Chu family. Heaven bless the Chu family. Heaven bless the Chu family. S-rank talent. Talent in legends. Our Chu family has hope for revival. At this very moment, Chu Yun finally regained her courage and slowly walked forward. "Fellow clansmen, I am Chu Yun. I know I'm still young. Qualifications are limited. Suddenly being in this position, I have some fear in my heart. Today the goddess bestowed blessings. Not because I, Chu Yun, am anything special, but because our Chu family needs hope, needs change, needs a brand new future. Starting from today, I am willing to walk with you all. We have resources. We also have strength. The path to becoming stronger is right under our feet." The crowd now cheered and accepted her. Young master, young master, young master. Charn was happy. Little Yinner has grown up. Chu, he was satisfied. The girl has always been brave. Just needed a chance. Up here. Chu Yin immediately gathered internal energy. Then, she struck it hard towards the front. A majestic scene quickly appeared before everyone. The crowd stared in silence. This is Mirror Prison Diamond Grade. Difficulty, Normal. Hard. Nightmare. Level requirement, Level 15 to 35. Number of people requirement, 1 to 10. Pointing at the ice slab she just created, Chu Yin immediately said, "Behind this door is one of the foundations of the Chu family's future. Mirror Prison Trial. It will become our strongest whetstone. As the young master, my first order is..." She frowned solemnly, acting like a young master. "Starting from today, Mirror Prison will establish an accumulation point board. The top 3 of the monthly accumulation point board, regardless of origin, regardless of background, can enter the treasure pavilion. Choose any precious item. Those in the top 10. Priority to use the purest cold water crystals for cultivation. I, Chu Yun, hereby promise that all resources will belong to those who work for the family." Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. She had completely convinced everyone. After these words, everyone cheered again. Below was noisy again. Whether intersect or outer sect. I didn't hear wrong, did I? Before, we had to give gifts to elders to have a chance to be selected for the trial dungeon. Now everyone can go. Finally, no need for background. I will rely on strength to get resources. Remember last year, going to the Evil Wolf Guild's dungeon? We risked our lives. 70% of the harvest was taken away. Now we have our own diamond grade dungeon. Hearing this, Chu Yun's face quickly became brighter. The third elder immediately added, "First, there was the divine grace baptism establishing orthodoxy, then revealing the dungeon to win people's hearts. Especially this accumulation point board is wonderful. Directly breaking the intersex monopoly on top resources, mobilizing everyone's enthusiasm." Chu Yi thought deeply. This little girl is absolutely not ordinary. He thought with satisfaction. Chu family is really about to change. Chu Yin stood above and shouted, "Who is willing to be the vanguard for the Chu family? The first person to step into this new journey." Everyone started discussing. "You go first. I still don't know if it's stable or not. What if we go in and can't get out?" Just as the young men were hesitating, a girl volunteered. "I will scout the path for everyone." Chu Yin didn't expect her to be the first volunteer, so her eyes showed some surprise. Xiao Bai immediately flew over and stood in front of Chu Yun. Before turning her head to enter, Xiao Bai said, "Young master, the Chu family has been suppressed for so many years. I don't want it to be destroyed in our era. Must keep the top reward for me." Everyone was no longer confused. "Young master, I also want to enter the dungeon. I want to prove myself. Young master, let me. We're going to. Forming a team will be safer." Under Chu Yi's thoughtful gaze, everyone spoke. "I want to let that kid from the Lin family see how I found it." At the same time, he secretly gathered internal energy. From the air, a large screen slowly appeared. A burst of admiration rang out again. Actually able to observe the inside. Live viewing. Isn't this high-level technology from the military? Later we can record and learn skills from experts. No need to fear dying unclearly anymore. What exactly is our young master's background? And everyone started to enter. Huang Fan class, pugilist. Level, 18. Challenge difficulty, simple. Team size, for people. Zhuzhong Flat, Mik. Level, 18. Challenge difficulty, simple. Team size, for people. Montak. Class, assassin. Level, 18. Challenge difficulty, simple. Team size, for people. Zhuzhong Flat, Bit. Level, 18. Challenge difficulty, simple. Team size, for people. Inside, thick fog surrounded the mountain. Demon beasts were waiting there. It seemed they were also mentally preparing to attack. Looking like they were speaking, very large numbers. In the fog, very fast speed. The wolves had no intention of stopping. They aimed at everyone and slowly passed through. Xiao Bai was nervous. Huang Fan, use Earth Tremor Fist to limit their charge. However, Ice Fog Art covers the rear within the wolf pack, disrupting their vision. Montak. Wait for the fog to rise then hide. Prioritize dealing with the slowed wolves. Huang Fan quickly responded. Right after Xiao Bai's sentence, everyone started channeling internal energy. And over here, Huang Fan struck up while using a move. Earth Tremor Fist shakes the ground of the area ahead, causing light damage and significantly reducing enemy movement speed. Everyone was fighting fiercely. The snow inside also began to break apart. Mo didn't want to be outdone. She immediately stepped forward. Mo's eyes were even colder than the snow wolves. She looked at it and observed its weak points simultaneously. But just as the deep cut slashed in, the wolf was unharmed, surprising her. How can this be? An explosion rang out. She was knocked far away, just like that. Mo's blood flowed out, just like that. Her leg scraped a thick patch. Just as Mo was about to fall, a voice rang out. Holy light. Protect. Only now did Mo realize. The wolf has protective armor, can't stab through. Moreover, explosions come with negative status effects. Everyone be careful. The system also warned. Affected by frost. Movement speed reduced by 30%. Last 10 seconds. Xiao Bai directed from behind. Change strategy. Huang Fan. Focus on knockback and control. Create a solo, fighting environment. However, use ice prisms to prolong attacks on the wolf pack's legs. Limit movement. Montak. Wander around to control. Prioritize dealing with low-health wolves about to self-destruct. Everyone outside was excited. Although Sister Xiao Bai is a priest, her control ability is very powerful. Reaction is too fast. Self-destruction is too scary. Such a large range, and brings such strong, slow effect. Look at Mo's pathing. After suffering a loss once, she can completely predict the wolf's attack route. The coordination of the four of them truly has no gaps. The Patriarch was also quite satisfied. I understand. This level tests control, direction, and team cooperation. Doing it alone definitely won't work. He looked at Chu Yi, thinking, ice armor body protection, death self-destruction. This dungeon design is extremely exquisite. This isn't leveling up. Clearly, it's learning how to become a true warrior on the blade's edge. The foundation of the Chu family's future 50 years is truly tied to this place. Is Chu Yi really that selfless? Just for the position of young master, offering such an important treasure? Am I really measuring a gentleman's heart with a petty man's mind? The third elder didn't believe it. Impossible. There must be another purpose that I haven't seen yet. Inside, time had only passed. 10 minutes later, the wolves were wiped out. The system announced again. After destroying several beasts, their rewards also increased. Xiao Bai looked at the system panel. She was also somewhat surprised. Everyone was happy. Good job, Xiao Bai. Actually leveled up directly. I still needed 1,000 more experience to reach level 9. Next level, I have to put in more effort. It's because everyone coordinated well. Without everyone, I basically couldn't get so much experience. Finally, Xiao Bai regained her confidence. Go! Let's go to the second level. Try to get everyone leveled up. The crowd was excited. That's the level up light. Sister Xiao Bai actually leveled up directly in the dungeon. Saw it. Leveled up. Going in once and leveling up. What are we waiting for? Let's risk it. I'm going to level up too. I need a team. Looking for a strong tank capable of explosive damage. Priest looking for teammates. Guaranteed win. Holy Father. Want anything? Kindness. The Chu family is unstoppable. We have our own dungeon. No need to worry about experience anymore. In the future, the Chu family's strength can definitely skyrocket. Juheng Wheatspa Tao Jujun. Young Master. This level up of Xiao Bai is worth more than 10,000 words. Everyone's enthusiasm has been ignited. Chuyin then said again, everyone don't rush. The dungeon will open in batches, group by level, ensuring everyone has a chance. The ceremony ends here. Those who want to enter the dungeon, go register for a team first. Half an hour later, the first group will appear. Everyone cheered excitedly again. Thank you, young master. Young master is wise. I feel dealing with ice crystal wolves. Prioritize highest control skills. High-level mages looking for front-line stabilizers. Assassin looking for teammates. Can output from behind. Chu Yi stood behind. He was staring intently at everyone, constantly discussing. Now Chu Yi channeled internal energy while thinking. Mining crystals handed over to the third elder. Dungeon management handed over to the Patriarch. Then handing the basic control rights of the Mirror Prison Core to Yun'er. Benefits and power are separated and balanced. Only by supporting Yunner together can they get the resources each wants. And me, holding the final authority and absolute power of the mirror prison. Transcendental, just observing. However, little Yun awakening the S-rank ice goddess inheritance was actually beyond my expectations. The resources and S-rank talent consumes are huge. Seems like next time I meet teacher, I need to get some benefits. I remember seeing a 10,000-year ice essence in his secret room last time. After returning, he sat on the bed, channeling internal energy again. The system announced, "Congratulations on completing the SS-Rank daily mission. Obtained reward, 20 free attribute points. Reward obtained, grade A recovery potion X10. After a while, he sighed and said to himself, "Open personal panel." So a series of information appeared. Been in Tianlan for so many days. Experience value only increased by 200,000. The next levels are still far away. Reaching out to the system panel, he swiped across, looking at a series of other information. These grade A, B+ potions, these basic equipment, are trash to me. Just right to save for the family reward warehouse. The stronger they are, Yunner's foundation in the Chu family will be stronger. Frosttooth appeared and wondered. Sibling affection? I thought you considered Yunner the true core. Seriously. Yunner needs reputation. The Chu family needs superficial hope. What I give her is the authority of a manager. True authority naturally must be in my hands. Pausing a bit, he asked again. Frosttooth, did you notice? I became stronger. The control degree didn't move at all, but initially devouring Madame Hong increased it to 50%. Speaking of this, he was a bit confused. I have a guess. Mirror Prison might be an incomplete product itself. It needs to devour strong beings, fuse power to complete itself. So on the surface, it looks like I increased control degree. Actually, it's upgrading its completion degree. According to your theory, those previous Dark Guards of Blackwind Valley weren't swallowed by the Mirror Prison core. Instead, it's a pity. Frosttooth replied. Correct. And Lucien, that was the strongest opponent I've met so far. If he could be devoured by the Mirror Prison, the harvest would definitely be amazing. Pausing a bit, he added, Kid, don't forget, although Lu Xian's level wasn't high, he could borrow the power of a demon lord. This time, if the military hadn't intervened, victory or defeat was still unknown. You can pursue power, but don't let greed cloud your reason. Quickly stretching, he reassured, Don't worry, the enemy that can make me go in there hasn't been born yet. Frosttooth said coldly immediately. Elegant brat. He glanced over then added. The otherworld gate of Blackwind Valley, finally. Umans. Before he finished speaking, someone knocked on the door from outside. Young master, a butler from the Xiong family is here. Miss Xiong Churin asked you to go over for a moment. He thought to himself, butler of the Xiong family? So late? Just opening the door, he immediately said, Uncle Fu. Why are you here? Uncle Fu entered and said, This old servant pays respects to Miss. Miss is diligent in this small Chu family. Probably just finished training, right? Churin replied, Practicing skills every day isn't bad. Uncle Fu, you had a hard journey, right? Why not come in to rest and drink a cup of tea? He slowly pulled out a handkerchief. Movements extremely skilled. Uncle Fu wiped his tears. The mistress misses Miss. Plus the internal family competition is coming soon. There are many things needing Miss to return to the clan to prepare. Specially ordered this old servant to come here to pick Miss up back to the mansion. Churin said, I naturally remember the family competition. But yesterday, I just talked on the phone with Mom. She didn't mention me returning. Just as Churin finished speaking, Uncle Fu stopped crying. He smiled brightly. Perhaps the mistress wanted to give Miss a surprise. Matters in the clan are piled up like a mountain. Please understand, Miss. Quickly set off with me. At this moment, Chu-yi walked out. Churin, is this your senior in the clan? Churin replied, Yes. It's Uncle Fu who watched me grow up since childhood. Chu-yi smiled brightly and shook hands. Hello, Uncle Fu. I am Chu-yi. Is there anything happening this time? He also exclaimed internally. Strong. Uncle Fu also kept a smile on his face. He also secretly admired. Churin quickly continued. Brother Chu-yi, I have to go back for a while to visit Mom. Hearing this, he was a bit surprised. Mom. Chu-yi smiled brightly and hugged her. Oh, Good thing. Follow me running here and there. Send my regards to Annie for me. Oncle fu bod respectfully. Young Master Chu is truly understanding. Then Chu secretly transmitted internal energy to her. Charon, thank you for always being by my side. Uncle Fu's eyes flashed a cold glint. He looked at him now, unable to help frowning. Charon also sensed the strangeness now. She stared blankly at her body emitting golden light. Immediately after, Charon said, using holy light to dry hair. Only Brother Chu, he would do that. He didn't deny it either. Be careful. If you encounter any difficulties, call me immediately. Uncle fustud azide impatiently. Miss, we should set off. Charon blushed. I'll change clothes then set off. Before leaving, she immediately said, Brother Chu, wait for me to come back and bring you the spicy rabbit head specialty of Sichuan province. Guaranteed to make you spicy enough to breathe fire. At this moment, Frosttooth appeared. What's wrong? Feeling something wrong? The smile on his lips instantly vanished. Chu, he looked serious. Can't say clearly. Just feel that Sichuan province and Tianlan have state teleportation arrays. Setting off in such a hurry doesn't fit common sense. At night, the place where Chewie lived was still extremely quiet. He looked at Frosttooth, then said again, Right. Just now I wanted to ask you. That Otherworld gate before being destroyed said Blue Star people are the plunderers, raising in captivity for 100 years. Do you know what exactly is going on? He said, Memories related to before the Eternal descended are all a mess to me. There are many cries. A lot of anger. Can't distinguish who. At this moment, a voice rang out. This problem? We have been searching for decades. Seeing Teacher Wong walking over, Chu Yi immediately said, Teacher, you're injured. He replied gently. He recounted. The Motto Rift is temporarily closed, but the price we paid far exceeded expectations. Casualties of light mages were the heaviest. Their threat, encountering magic energy, made them the primary attack targets. Teacher Wong then threw an object over. This is the core of the level 48 Demon Lord in the Motto Rift. Feel the energy inside a bit. Looking at the thing in his hand, Chu Yi hesitated a bit. This is, at the same time, Chu Yi's eyes flashed a bright light. Inside, monsters stood tall. From that thing, a stream of dark light quickly flew out. Chu Yi was stunned. That thing rushed straight at his face. It didn't stop there. Two beams of light rose just like that. He just stood still there. His face looked blank. Finally, Chu Yi couldn't help throwing that thing on the ground. Teacher Wong said, Same energy source as the demons of Black Wind Valley. Wild Wind Mountain Range. Meaning they come from the same Otherworld. Even the same force. He looked up high. Meaning, demons of the Otherworld are using intensity and scale never seen before. Wanting to enter our world. Scene change. The military and top guilds have gone deep into the Otherworld expeditions many times. Discovered some ruins. Not demonic architecture, but abandoned cities. Traces of civilization are of the same lineage as our Blue Star's lost ancient civilization. The military synthesized hundreds of pieces of information from Otherworld ruins. Basically can be certain. Teacher Wong said to Chu Yi, Una distantera unimaginable, a super civilization of Blue Star, once launched a colonial war. He replied, So what exactly is the eternal game? Is our world now an accident or a long-planned conspiracy? Teacher Wong then added, Why the eternal game descended. With our strength, we still can't know clearly. The only thing we can be sure of is we inherited a heavy and dangerous legacy, a beginning full of sin and hatred. He stared intently at him. Prepare yourself. Jaehui, this world needs you. Teacher Wong summoned a blue globe and said to him, Look, he explained. Medium rifts have the military and large guilds resisting, but small rifts, we basically don't have time to pay attention to. Last week, a small village in the south was slaughtered by demon dogs coming out of these 3 small rifts, killing more than half. Our defense line is being gradually encroached upon. If this continues, no need to wait for medium rifts to break through. Civilians will also fall into fear. This is the reason I looked for you. Chu, he went straight to the point. What do you need me to do? Teacher Wong revealed a faint smile. Hidden Dragon Platform. Those with outstanding combat achievements or potential not yet recognized by the highest level have no right to accept. You and your teammates proved in Black Wind Valley that you have the ability to destroy small rifts. The military decided to open Hidden Dragon for you. Inside are missions to handle small rifts. Staring intently at him, Teacher Wong asked directly, "Dare to accept?" Picking it up, Chu-Yi was extremely confident. "What is there not to dare?" He said to him, "I have helped you guys take leave from school. Just return before the final exam. Remember, if you encounter a rift you can't solve, contact the military immediately. Teacher, rest assured, we won't disappoint you." However, that night, Chu-Yi returned to his bedroom alone. Teacher Wong proudly messaged him, "Obtain the 10,000-year ice essence." Chu-Yi quickly clenched his hand. 2 blocks of ice immediately disappeared. The system immediately announced, "Identity verification passed. Welcome to login." He silently looked at the system panel. It requested him to input his data. As requested, Chu-Yi immediately input the data onto the board. Slowly sitting down on the bed, Chu-Yi continued to look at a series of system panels displaying text. He thought to himself, small rifts are even more dangerous than dungeons. Also have value. Only this is a suitable whetstone. More importantly, these rifts might hide surprises to let the mirror prison eat a full meal. Talking to himself, he calculated and typed. Then, special hell training officially begins. It was late at night. The moon high above was round. Deep in the forest, a group of people was walking slowly, extremely mysterious. At this moment, the ground cracked along with dust rising, startling them. Looking at the beast coming out, they said to each other confusedly, "What is that thing? Monster." With that, the beast pounced on everyone with a craving gesture. Immediately after, a strong beam of light struck straight down on its body. One of them was so scared he fell to the ground. But luckily for them, the other one was defeated immediately. He quickly looked around to see who saved them. The atmosphere had also relaxed a bit. Chu-Yi slowly descended from above. Don't be greedy for merit. Pay attention to coordination. Not finished yet. Those beasts quickly pounced as they saw their companion defeated. Ling Feng quickly flew over. Been waiting for you guys. Puppets in a mirror prison can't be as satisfying as real demons. Blubber Zerk. Flame Dragon Body. He used Red Flame Fist to punch hard at the beast while shouting excitedly, "Die for me." Everyone started to get enthusiastic. Power of the Earth. Listen to my command. Crush them. Rock Spear Piercing Strike. Over here, Xiaolan also had one. Heaven and Earth Mysterious Sect. Magic Spirit Bind Evil. Too late. Just as it bit down, luckily a shield blocked it. The girl beside used a move. Ice Mountain Slash. Chu-Yi commented from above. Song Xiaolan. Your spell preparation time exceeded 0.3 seconds. Today, increase mirror prison training by half an hour. She quickly replied, "Yes, Captain." Ling Feng praised while tearing apart the monster. Looking detailed. Jehui Kaimnivipiet. Shun Ling Feng. Red energy. Flame Fist overflowed by 17%. After 2 meaningless wastes of stamina. Increase training by 1 hour. Practice condensing power. Hearing him say this, Ling Feng couldn't help smiling brightly. And finally, only 15 minutes later, the monsters had fallen scattered all over the ground. Immediately, they were quickly absorbed. Dungeon absorbed Demon Dog energy. Mirror Prison Core Control Authority upgraded to 36%. Detected new Guardian added. Hell Demon Dog has been entered into the dungeon database. Chu-Yi seems satisfied. Mission complete. Next rift is 50 kilometers away. Set off. Those people looked at the backs of Chu-Yi's group in amazement. Who were they? Probably people from the military, right? Truly amazing. Those were all level 30 demon dogs. Over here, Ling Feng suddenly looked dazed. His eyes stunned as if he was about to faint. Falling backward, he said, "Not a drop left. Can't even squeeze out a spark." Everyone quickly said to him, "Brother, the number of poison hiding ones is too many. Can't kill them all. Basically impossible to kill them all. Mental power is about to run out. Disperse." Hands shaking. Can't draw talismans anymore. Immediately after, everyone was illuminated by a healing light straight down. Ling Feng's face slowly softened. He felt his breath starting to clear. Ling Feng immediately stretched with satisfaction. The feeling of fatigue disappeared. "So good," Chu-Yi said. Stamina. Mana recovered to 85%, remaining 27 poison hiding ones. Clearing time limit is 1 minute. All increase mirror prison training by 2 hours. Hearing Chu Yi speak, everyone asked back in shock. 1 minute. Looking at the monsters, Ling Feng shouted loudly and rushed up. Xiaolan flew behind saying, "Captain, the team's donkey can't be used like this." Xiaolan was unwilling. She shouted loudly, "This is exploitation. Exploitation. Chehui farnet lude. Song Xiaolan, your current movement trajectory is off by about 15 millimeters. You will be sprayed on the back by the acid of the ambusher on the right." Immediately after, Xiaolan immediately obeyed and dodged to the side, where acid had corroded the ground into a large hole. Xiaolan jumped in fright seeing it, but it didn't stop there. Her back had some acid on it. Chu Yi's eyes were cold as ice. He looked at her intently. Xiaolan was also scared by this look. "Thank you, Captain, for the reminder." From behind, the last few monsters were finally defeated by him. Chu Yi quickly ran over. Effective skill connection rate of team combat this time is less than 40%. He quickly healed everyone. Dai Xin, you blocked 17 attacks that could be dodged. Too reliant on defense. Wasting stamina. Chu Yi said. Ling Shi, you released magic in bad positions 3 times. Risk of accidentally injuring teammates exists. Xie Lang, when Ling Feng fell into a pincer attack from multiple places, your control wasn't timely, leading to him consuming too much stamina. However, Ling Feng, when mana was nearly exhausted, forced the flame dragon body, single-handedly killed the only variant, avoided dragging the team into a dangerous prolonged battle. He was extremely serious. Remember the feeling of squeezing potential in this desperate situation. The feeling in this instant is the key to the second transition. Everyone rest for 5 minutes. Then enter today's Mirror Prison special training. The whole group lay on the ground. Yes, Captain. Time passed quickly. 1 month later. Did you see that? That outer sect disciple of the Chu family actually wore grade B enchanted boots. Truly luxurious. Everyone was buzzing. Heard they have a diamond gray dungeon. Both inner and outer sect disciples can enter. This time my clear time was shortened by 1 minute. The Patriarch rewarded me with this grade A enchanted frost dagger. This time my clear time was shortened by 1 minute. The Patriarch rewarded me with this grade enchanted frost dagger. Soaking in there every day, a bunch of experts will appear. With this situation, the Chu family is about to rise. Chu, he continued, just hand over 50% of items obtained in the dungeon. Outsiders like us can also enter the dungeon. This is much more profitable than the Evil Wolf Guild. Let's go register together. At this moment, a stream of aura quickly rose, making everyone alert. A large car rushed in. Dust and smoke rose thickly. The driver seemed to have no respect. Chu Yi's group was momentarily stunned. Immediately after, the person from that car slowly stepped down. Gu arrogantly said, "Where's the manager of the Chu family? Get out here for me." Xiao Bai stepped forward. "Evil Wolf Guild? What are you doing at the Chu family? You all, doing what? What are you pretending to be confused for?" The dungeon business of Tianlan province has always been dictated by our Evil Wolf Guild. With that, he threw a Chu family member standing nearby to the ground. "You Chu family don't understand the rules. Stealing our business." He laughed scornfully. "Shouldn't you give us an explanation for this?" Xiao Bai frowned and said, "The dungeon is private property of our Chu family. On what basis should we give you an explanation? When the Evil Wolf Guild monopolized dungeons, exploiting other forces, why didn't you talk about reason?" Hearing her speak, Ge looked disdainful, holding his belly laughing. "Talk reason? Girl. In Tianlan province, the fist of our Evil Wolf Guild is reason. Today, either hand over the dungeon, or we will level the Chu family." Xiao Bai began to channel internal energy. "It seems enduring for the dungeon before made you forget who is the big king." At this moment, a hand quickly stepped forward and gently pushed Xiao Bai aside. Ling Feng sarcastically mocked, "Where did this stray dog come from?" Barking loudly at someone's door. Ge looked at him. "Brat, hair hasn't even grown fully, yet you dare to meddle in my business? Do you know who I am, little hero?" Ling Feng smiled and held up 3 fingers. "I count to 3. Take your dogs and get out of my sight." Ge was finally furious. Seeking death. "Get him. Cripple this brat first." Immediately after, he swung his club hard towards Ling Feng. He wasn't weak either. "I gave you a chance. You didn't cherish it. Dai Xin, She immediately struck hard towards those guys with one blow. Immovable fortress. With just one blow, both guys who rushed up immediately fell to the ground. Yahello. Have some skill. Attack together. Following his words, two guys behind immediately rushed towards Ling Feng. Xiaolan stared intently at the opponent. Immediately, she struck out two talismans. Universe borrowing law. 5 elements fixing base. Gravity. Slow talisman. Go. Both guys aggressively climbing up ignored the two talismans flying towards them. But now, word from the talismans flew out and bound both of them tight. The next two were beaten by Xiaolan until they crashed straight into ground. Gu stood stunned, watching his accomplices being defeated easily. Only now was he secretly afraid. What? Who exactly are these people? It didn't stop there. From behind them, a figure loomed in and out. Next was Ling Feng. He didn't hesitate to punch directly at Gu. Ji's eyes were bewildered. A fearful voice rang out. Level 27. With that, he was immediately punched once, seeing stars. Ling Feng asked back disdainfully. Level 27? Level 27 is enough for you to drink a pot. Xiao Bai covered her face in fear. One punch. Just one punch. A vice guild master of a level 33 guild was defeated by a level 27 young man. With one punch. At this moment, Gu immediately turned into a white wolf. He pounced, growling. One punch? This little damage is only enough to scratch my itch. Cheap mauted brat. See if I tear your mouth apart. But just as he pounced, he was blocked by two talismans immediately. He was knocked back by the words from the talismans, extremely angry. Too heavy. Looking at Xiao Bai, Gu didn't give up and roared again. I still have teeth. Ling she immediately blocked and said, Rock wall. A small mountain immediately rose up, causing him pain. Gu felt like his mouth was about to be torn apart. Ling Feng was disgusted, truly acting tyrannically. Even a rich young master like me looks down on people like you. Xiaolan and Ling, she combined forces. Fire attribute enhancement. Dance of fire and water. Ling Feng annoyedly punched him hard in the face, disgusted. Animal. With that, fresh blood sprayed from Ji's face. He could only close his eyes and endure. Lying paralyzed on the ground, Gu panicked. Monsters. These people are absolutely monsters. Ling Feng looked at him. Only this little skill. And you dare to come to the Chu family to act wild? Should I praise you for being naive or stupid? Face down on the ground, Gu secretly feared. These people are definitely not just level 27. Force exertion technique. Combat consciousness. Definitely obtained through countless battles. The benefits this dungeon brings are truly not small. Gu then refused to submit. Hey, brat. For against one to barely tie with me. Our guild master is a level 42 Dark Knight. He won't let you go. With that, from behind, a weapon was quickly spun in someone's hand. Obediently hand over the dungeon to avoid our boss killing your entire Chu family. With that, the spear stabbed close to Ji's crotch. Ling Feng looked at him calmly, then quickly asked, Want to kill? Chu he stood above, replying calmly. No need. Then he said to him, Get back and tell your guild master. Keep every piece of his land safe. If he dares to come disturb again, the one acting won't be me, but our captain. Scene changed to a large building. Light shone in blindingly like a castle. Inside, noise rang out constantly from a group of people. We risked our lives. Almost wiped out the whole army to get this thing. You open your mouth demanding 80%? How is this different from robbery? Big brother. According to previous rules, we submit 70%. The rest. Brothers by medicine, repair equipment. Wu Qi kicked him hard in the chest, then shouted loudly. Fuck you. Everyone was startled. Captain. Wu Qi had a cold face. The dungeon is an opportunity we occupied. Our territory, so follow our rules. Either submit 80% or stay here forever. Now, everyone was beaten up and looked at him with hateful eyes. His teammate immediately spoke up to stop him. Forget it, Captain. Last week someone resisted. Directly locked in the dungeon by them. Never came out again. Over here, both laughed happily. That crazy fire user. Totally torn to pieces. By then, kill all Chu family men. Women and the dungeon are all ours. However, just as a yellow butterfly passed by, those two immediately spat blood and collapsed. Moving to another direction. Here two guys were guarding the entrance. But as soon as that golden light appeared, both were blown away. A guy was screaming. That is, Guild Master of the Evil Wolf Guild. Level 42. Dark Knight, actually daring to make the Evil Wolf Guild lose face. This matter absolutely cannot be let go like this. Yin Jia beside said. According to Vice Guild Master G's description, cannot underestimate the opponent's strength. Especially that Chu. I am afraid. Bain also added. News came from Blood Eye's side. They refused to take the order, saying the target has too high risk. Both are Curse Warlock, level 32, and Assassin, level 32. Lei Eisnerd. I spit. A bunch of useless cowards. Guild Master, in my opinion, directly gather brothers. Take advantage of the dark to kill our way to the Chu family. Leave not even chickens or dogs. He held the position of Heavy Shield Warrior, level 33. Yin Guang was unwilling. No, fighting head-on is a bad plan. Convince those without guts. Go contact people from Poison Scorpion and Iron Hand. Tell them, the fat meat of the Chu family. Evil Wolf is willing to share some benefits. I want everyone to know the outcome of offending the Evil Wolf Guild. Go lick his fingers. Guild Master. Just killing is too cheap for them. Wait until we break through the Chu family. We'll tie up that girl Xiao Bai. Ahead, right? Besides Chu, there are also girls named Song and Tang. Tie them all up. I want to let them. Before finishing the sentence, a beam of light immediately strangled his neck. Ji's eyes widened, growling in anger. Who is it? But immediately after, he spat out a large mouthful of blood like a shower head. Go hurriedly held his neck. At this moment, Chu Yi's group appeared. He spoke coldly. It seems the lesson during the day was still too light. Slowly stepping out, Chu Yi spoke coldly. Core members outside, clean them up. These low-level trash fish. If they don't resist, knocking them out is enough. As for these gentlemen, I'll handle them. Ling Feng was excited, just waiting for this sentence. Yin Jia stared intently at him now. You are Chewy? Just a tiny level 30. And you dare to barge into my territory? Wu Qi charged forward first, channeling internal energy. Angel Body. Yin Jia also channeled internal energy, but was astonished. My curse is suppressed. This holy power, how can it be so strong? And the next attack struck straight at him. Punishment of light. Less than 5 seconds. Yin Jia had fallen, his whole body burnt black, scaring the others. Lei Hai hurriedly blocked with his shield in front. Steel Fortress. Berserk charge. Bastard. Go to hell. But at this moment, Chu Yi calmly flicked lightly, sending him flying far away. At the same time, Bai Yin sneaked an attack from behind Chu Yi. But just like the others, she was immediately blown away. Chu Yi flew up, striking across with a blow. Holy Cross. Although trying hard to defend, it seemed Lei Hai was completely no match for him. Jui, I want you to pay with your life. Dark Domain. Seeing his companions fall, Yin Guang couldn't help but startle. Staring intently at him, he shouted loudly. Chu Yi, I want you to pay with your life. A devilfish pounced over and he roared. Die for me. Soul-tearing slash. Looking at the big fish in front, Chu Yi couldn't help but disdain. Useless struggle. With that, he channeled internal energy to strike towards the opponent. Yin Guang's weapon shattered. He was so scared his face went blank. But he was still unwilling. Impossible. Your power. You can't be level 30. Chu Yi looked at him coldly. Did I allow you to leave? With that, Yin Guang was tied up tight. Chu Yi used judgment of justice. Tears streaming down, Yin Guang shouted loudly. No. As soon as he finished speaking, a source of light hot as the sun immediately descended on him. Watching Yin Guang fall, Chu Yi still looked at him coldly. At this time, he quickly gathered internal energy. Absorb high-level energy. Upgraded Mirror Prison Core Control Degree to 38%. Obtained new Dungeon Guardians. Dark Knight. Shadow Assassin. Curse Warlock. Heavy Shield Warrior. Detected Ownerless Dungeon Center. Do you want to fuse? Chu Yi quickly said. Fuse. But at the same time, strong light emitted from underground. Looking at the thing flying towards him, Chu Yi was stunned. What does it want to do? Staring intently at it, he was a bit surprised. This is, Chu Yi thought to himself, even becoming an ownerless object. Its consciousness of resistance hasn't dissipated. His eyes flashed a golden light. Chu Yi glared a sense. At the same time, golden light and that green energy merged together. Very quickly, after a long while, Both started to synthesize. The system immediately rang. Fusion successful. Obtained dungeon. Howling Forest. He thought to himself, although the mirror prison core can only summon one dungeon, possessing a second dungeon can give me more choices. But the dungeon content has uniqueness. If I release it for the Chu family to use together, other forces will definitely think the Chu family harmed the Evil Wolf Guild, so temporarily cannot make it public. To avoid those eyeing the Chu family's rise from getting desperate. Before the thought finished, cracks suddenly appeared where he stood. When Chu-yi realized, his whole body fell down. Looking at the items below, Chu-yi was briefly surprised. These are, quickly using appraisal art. Chu-yi saw everything inside those boxes. Chu-yi quickly speculated. This amount far exceeds the accumulation of a normal guild. Can see how miserably low-level professionals were exploited by them usually. With that, he quickly said loudly. Next, Chu-yi strolled around this place looking very relaxed, accidentally stepping on a stone slab. A majestic scene immediately appeared. Yahello gasped. His eyes seemed hypnotized. At this moment, a golden figure suddenly rushed past, startling him. Chu-yi secretly admired, thinking, that armor is... Now, those armors immediately looked forward. Small armors around also started to take positions. The whole group started aiming and firing. Those monsters were defeated immediately. Limbs of every single one were severed. The system rang out now. Do you want to accept the inheritance test of the Apocalypse Dragon Knight? Personally experience the authority of war? Face the shadow of destruction or not? Chu-yi thought to himself, inheritance of the Apocalypse Dragon Knight. No matter what it is, cannot miss it. Then he said, I accept. With that, a stream of aura immediately appeared, making him squint his eyes. Chu-yi felt like he was transmitted power. Is this the power of the Apocalypse Dragon Knight? And now the system immediately appeared. Mission, kill the Beast King. Chu-yi readied his fighting stance. Come on. At this moment, the beast rushed over and bit hard on Frosttooth. Its tentacles extended, simultaneously wrapping around the opponent's body. Now, a layer of bright weapon began to appear in Chu-yi's hand. Decisively rushing over, he slashed hard at the beast. Like a brave general, Chu-yi swung the sword in his hand continuously. It seemed before that pressure, the beast was also a bit dizzy as its tentacles were cut small. Eyes shining bright, Chu-yi skillfully shouted to summon Dragon Breath. Obeying his command, Frosttooth immediately blew out a stream of internal energy. That beast was simultaneously suppressed. It couldn't even resist. It didn't stop there. He and Frosttooth immediately rushed towards it. Raising the sword high above his head, Chu-yi shouted loudly. Slash! Immediately after, the mission was successful and Chu-yi returned to the present. Holding the stone under his foot, he thought to himself, this heaven and earth destroying power. He thought to himself, back then when fighting Lu Xian, I also erupted the armor form of the Son of Apocalypse. Chu-yi's face darkened. Armors worn by other knight classes after transition are equipment created by armor smiths. Completely different from my situation. He darkened his face, calculating. After that, no matter what method I used to force myself to erupt potential, I couldn't open that state again. The system rang out. Activated hidden mission. Inheritance of the Apocalypse Dragon Knight. He darkened his face. Actually a hidden mission. The system's hidden mission activated before. Reward was top-tier resources. Whether for this inheritance part, or the system reward. Vassal, I must get no matter what. Now, he calmly walked out of that room. Below were corpses scattered everywhere. Ling Feng's group had been waiting outside early. Everyone was talking very happily. Seeing him, he was happy. Handled. All core members have been destroyed. Not a single one escaped. Also found quite a few equipment and potions. Chu, he said. Leave these for the outer members and professionals. He was surprised. Why? These equipment and potions aren't bad. He replied. Small petty profits. Might as well yield benefits to these people. Increase the remaining influence value of Evil Wolf. Compared to this, there is something I need you guys to see. Taixin was surprised. What is it? Chu-yi said. This is something I found in the treasure vault. I feel something is wrong with this thing. Have you guys seen anything similar? Xiaolon looked intently. It seemed she realized something. She hurriedly said, I have seen something similar. Chu-yi quickly asked, when? Where? Xiaolon thought to herself. probably when I was about 6 years old. Behind the mountain of our sect, a fireball suddenly fell. The momentum was huge. Burned more than half the forest. Wait until the fireball burned out. Inside only remained his helmet. The style and pattern on the stone slab are exactly the same. At that time, the masters in the clan all thought it was a treasure. Took turns to appraise, but couldn't figure out how to use it. According to Xiao Lan's story, wearing it didn't add attributes either, nor activate any skills, just like a normal decorative item, although looking useless, because the way it appeared was too special. The master still felt it was an unawakened treasure, always kept in the family's myriad manifestations treasure pavilion. He quickly caught on. Myriad manifestation treasure pavilion? Chu Yi thought to himself. If Xiaolan is right, this helmet is the war soul, the target of the hidden mission. But how to enter the myriad manifestations treasure pavilion? Turns out the sect's treasure pavilion isn't easy to enter like the Evil Wolf Guild's secret room. Xiaolan's my bo li, brother. Do you want to enter the myriad manifestations treasure pavilion for this helmet? He quickly replied, yes. It relates to a very important mission. Ling Feng quickly chimed in. Is it the mission of that hidden dragon platform again? I thought there were only small rift missions there. He replied while thinking to himself, yeah, I can't tell them I have a system. Misunderstanding like this is fine too. Xiaolan was excited. Then your luck is too good. Our sect organizes a sect competition every 3 years. Winning the championship allows entry. Choose one level, any one treasure. Chu, he was interested. When will it be organized? She then calmly said, tomorrow. Chu Yi's face suddenly changed color. He shouted loudly. Tomorrow. Scene changed to another place. The latitude detector was working constantly. At this moment, Chu Yi's group quickly walked out from the teleportation formation. Ling Feng paled, blocking his front with 2 hands. This is already the 5th teleportation formation. I threw up all the dinner I ate. Tai Xin, standing beside, also added. Time is too tight. Shun Ling Feng. Persevere a little more. Ling, she also seemed unable to bear it. Lan Lang. I feel like everyone I see is spinning. Xialan stut besai zitsum. Almost there. Almost there. The next teleportation formation is Lingxi Temple. Xialan stut besai et siten li. Then go 3 more teleportation formations, and we arrive. Chui looked back and said coldly. Seize the time. Continue on the road. Everyone obediently replied immediately. Yes, Captain. Obey orders, Captain. Chehui thought to himself at this time. To make it in time for the sect competition starting tomorrow, we just need to, within limited time, constantly use teleportation formations for super long distance movement. Space torn multiple times. The burden on mind and body far exceeds prediction. Seems like later need to conduct anti-disturbance training. Over here, blue light quickly radiated. It moved diagonally around extremely magically. Just arrived. Ling Feng couldn't bear it, holding his face extremely nauseous. Finally, he couldn't hold back and vomited, while Xiaolan stretched excitedly. All right, everyone. Teleportation formations end here. We arrived at the Heavenly Dao sect. Famous reputation. This place is the mountain guarding formation of the Heavenly Dao sect separates inside and outside. Self-contained world. Tom doesn't have any. Not a single teleportation formation. Can go directly to the mountain gate. Xiaolan said, according to sect rules, to show respect to the mountain guarding formation. This last section of the road requires us to walk up sincerely. Ling Feng looked stunned. What is this guy saying? Chu Yi thought to himself. Maybe within 100 kilometers. Speeding up can arrive before the match starts. Now Ling Feng scratched his head and ears, shouting loudly. Are you kidding me? Xiaolan covered her mouth. She revealed a cunning smile. Raising the card in her hand high, Xiaolan continued. Trick you guys. Look at you guys scared like that. Our spirit Taoists naturally have a special way to enter. Then she gathered internal energy and said, look closely here. Cloud is the path. Wind is the ally. Talisman is the medium. Qi is the reliance. Ride the wings of heaven and earth. Control the Qi border. A paper crane quickly appeared following Xiaolan's words, flying high. Up. Ling Shi, seeing this scene, couldn't help exclaiming. So beautiful. Xiaolan sat on the paper crane's back looking at everyone. Quickly get on. The duration of the flying crane is limited. We fly directly in from midair. This is the VIP passage for spirit Taoists. just climbed on. The paper crane flew straight up into the air. Everyone was excited. Lan lan. Flying crane is even faster than riding a mount. Spirit Taoists are truly convenient. Can conjure whatever you want. Truly not bad. This is much more comfortable than teleportation formations. He looked at Xiaolon. His eyes also showed gentleness. Here Chui couldn't help asking directly. Xiaolon, is it that you don't want to return to the sect? Xiaolon hurriedly turned away. Brother, why ask like that? Returning to the place where I grew up since childhood. Why wouldn't I want to? Chui said. Starting from when we set off, you became more open than usual. But your smile is very forced. Moreover, on our way, every time the sect competition is mentioned, your eyes subconsciously avoid it. Leaning close to Xiaolon, he asked, your expression looks like you're constantly encouraging yourself. Xiaolon, is there something inside that you fear? She felt her face burning up. Discovered by you. Brother Xiaolon at me, really sharp. Ling Feng then said again. The final winner of the match can not only enter the Myriad Manifestations Treasure Pavilion to choose any treasure. Xiaolon Zipli can even obtain the Nine Heavens Thunder Art, the strongest secret technique passed down by the founder. He asked back in surprise. Nine Heavens Thunder Art? Sounds very powerful. She explained. Extremely powerful. Spirit Taoists obtaining this Thunder Art, even if the level is not high, can also refine high-quality weapons and pills. Just relying on these secret products, we can easily obtain a large amount of resources from the outside world. Can achieve self-sufficiency. Focus on seeking the heavenly Tao. This is also the reason Spirit Taoists are respected in major forces. Chui was secretly surprised. Self-sufficiency. Not begging outsiders. No wonder. Xiaolon was sad. The year I was 12, I obtained first place in the competition, according to Xiaolan's words. At that time, people of the entire sect surrounded me. The elders personally led her to the founder's statue to inherit the secret technique. Everyone thought Xiaolon would be the pillar of the next generation of the Heavenly Tao sect. And this also surprised the elders present there. Everyone's jaw dropped. She recalled that year. However, in the final inheritance ritual, under everyone's witness, the founder's statue rejected me. Xiaolon could not inherit the Nine Heavens Thunder Art. As she recounted, Xiaolon was endlessly sad. All elders came to investigate, but couldn't find any reason. It was like my very existence was not recognized by the founder's inheritance. So, overnight, from a genius praised by many, I turned into the strangest disciple in the sect. Speaking of this, Xiaolon didn't cry, but her eyes became listless instead. At this moment, a loud crying sound rang out, making Xiaolon startle and look over. Seeing her teammates sobbing, Xiaolon was bewildered. Ling, she couldn't help rushing over to hug Xiaolon. I lived with you for so long. I just knew you didn't live easily before either. Lon, later I will definitely treat you twice as well. Maybe that founder's statue was senile. Didn't see you were a good seed. You are the most wonderful person. Xiaolon had to comfort the crybaby girl instead. It's been so long. I've long been fine. Look, aren't I doing quite well now? Chui said happily. It was precisely because the path of the Heavenly Tao sect was cut off. You left to participate in the university entrance exam. Entered Suang University. Xiaolon Silmai Bo Zai Li. There gave me a new opportunity. Also let me meet everyone. He was endlessly satisfied. Very good. Then let the entire Heavenly Tao sect see clearly. The person they abandoned back then. How brightly she shines now. After chatting for a while, finally the paper crane moved into another teleportation formation. The scenery here was like a fairyland. Everyone was present here since when Chui's group's paper crane was still moving forward. Everyone was endlessly excited. At this moment, a mocking voice rang out, startling Xiaolon. Yo, I wondered who it was. That figure riding a phoenix flew past. Isn't this the genius of our Heavenly Tao sect, not seen in 100 years, who was personally rejected outside the door by the founder? Song Xiaolon. Junior sister Song, right? He is Chun Lei, the second disciple of the sect leader. What's wrong? Can't study at the university outside anymore? Xiaolon, although seeming to dislike him, still kept her manners. Second senior brother Chun. Long time no see, but Chun Lei was disdainful. Don't call so intimately. A person a founder doesn't recognize. I won't recognize either. Speak. Is it that you can't stand it outside anymore? Want to come back here to scavenge resources, right? Ling Feng couldn't hold back and acted. Immediately fire rose up, panicking Chun-Lei. My phoenix wings. After realizing the problem, Chun-Lei immediately shouted, Water come. So, water quickly poured straight down on that phoenix. Ling Feng laughed heartily. Look at your miserable appearance. Really looks like a chicken falling into water. Matches your pair of chicken wings just now very well. Chun-Lei was annoyed. You. Ling Feng continued to tease. Wrong. Should be bleb 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 bleh. Not you. He darkened his face. Hateful. Except for that boy on the left whose strength I can't see. The others are all second transition trash. Also worthy to provoke me? If not for the exam coming soon, I would definitely let them know my power. Chun-Lei then mocked again. Song Xiaolon, looking at your route. You want to visit that stubborn master of yours, right? But I advise you not to waste your energy. You go now. I'm afraid you won't even find a shadow. Xiaolon was startled and hurriedly asked, What happened to my master? Speak clearly. He laughed excitedly. Go see for yourself. Won't you know? This young master has no time to waste words with you. Xiaolon shouted, Chen-Lei. Chu-Yi quickly blocked in front of Xiaolon, he said. Did I allow you to leave? Chun-Lei was slightly startled. His eyes stared intently at Chu-Yi, somewhat stunned. At this moment, a golden light shot out, wrapping tightly around him and pulling him close to Zhou-Yi. He was brought right before him. Zhou-Yi slowly walked over. Chun-Lei slowly lifted his head and threatened him. How dare you make a move within the Tiandao sect? You're asking to die. But after he said that, sharp wolf-like gazes stared him down. Chun-Lei gritted his teeth. Is this a joke? This pressure. It's even more terrifying than when the sect master is angry. Who in the world are they? Zhou-Yi's voice was cold as he stared intently at him. What were you looking for? Chun-Lei trembled and immediately lowered his head. There was no doubt in his mind. If I move even a little, I'll become a corpse in the next second. And the auras of the three people behind him changed in an instant. Damn it. Where did Song Helan find these monsters? A wise man doesn't fight a losing battle. I'll just swallow this anger for now. I must report this to the sect master. She will be punished for her crimes. Then, he slowly and carefully spoke. I was looking for the disciplinary court. The disciplinary court won't let you off for attacking someone in the Tiandao sect. Chun-Lei's expression shifted to one of contempt. Song Helan, if you want to know, I'll tell you. After you left the mountain, the sect master ordered Master Bao to take on more disciples to pass on her legacy. Master Bao refused, no matter what. As he spoke, her face grew paler and paler. On top of that, because of what happened to you all those years ago, she has been neglecting her duties. She hasn't refined any artifacts or pills. Her cultivation level hasn't progressed at all, and she spends all day studying useless ancient books. The sect master, in his fury, punished her 3 months ago by sending her to the Wanxiang Treasure Pavilion to be a gatekeeper. She's forbidden from concocting pills, forbidden from refining artifacts, forbidden from cultivating, and all her sect allowances have been suspended. That's all I know. Lingxi quickly went to comfort her. Helan. Zhou-Yi's voice was cold, unwilling to accept it, but he had no choice but to turn and leave. Helan added, Back then, after I was rejected by the ancestral master's statue, the entire sect treated me like an outcast. Only Master never gave up on me. She searched through ancient texts everywhere to find a reason. In the end, it was Master who advised me to leave, to go out into the world and seek my own destiny. Master is my only remaining attachment to this sect. Chun-Lei left with a parting shot. Song Helan, you actually condoned an outsider attacking a fellow sect member. Out of respect for your pitiful master, I won't bother with you. Ling Feng couldn't hold back and shouted, Don't you dare try to leave, you brat. With that, he hurled an attack toward Chun-Lei. He shouted instantly, Azar, Tang Duan Lai, Hua Tui Ju Lai Fu, water guidance technique. Helan started to lose her composure. Yi. I have to go to the treasure pavilion right now. He quickly agreed. After that, everyone changed direction. Helan flew at her top speed to get there. The scene changes to the Tiandao sect, the Wanxiang Treasure Pavilion. The moment Helan arrived, she cried out. The 12 primordial spirit locking array. The sect master actually used the internal affairs forbidden guard formation. Master situation might be even more dangerous than I imagined. Master, you have to be okay. I'm coming to save you. A voice imbued with internal energy boomed from below. Halt, visitor. As soon as Helen arrived, she said, I'm looking for Elder Bao. If you try to stop me, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Xian shouted from below. The treasure pavilion is a place of great importance. Anyone who trespasses will be killed without mercy. At his command, the group took out their talismans. Thunder Cage, Earth Vine, Bagua Chi Guidance, Heavenly Net Formation, by the order of the 3 Pure Ones. Harness the power of the 42 Yang spirits. Thunder and fire form a net. Following Lin Xian's words, the platforms all flew up. Go! And so, a large net quickly unfurled, heading toward Helen. Zhou, he looked at Helen. Are you sure about this? She was resolute. Oomph. With that, her hand quickly brandished a Tao Tai talisman. Helen's hands moved with incredible skill. Her internal energy enveloped her entire body. And in an instant, several red sigils were drawn onto the Tao Tai talisman. It was quickly summoned. The net began to be sucked in. Helen shouted, Absorb. Lin Xian broke out in a cold sweat. That's the Tao Tai, spell-breaking talisman. Only direct disciples of the elders can cultivate that. Could she be? His eyes showed a hint of confusion. He couldn't stop the sweat from pouring down his forehead. Helen flew past him from the other side. Pardon the intrusion. With that, her hand flew straight toward Lin Xian's face. Seeing this, the others immediately charged forward. But it didn't stop there. Another person quickly rushed forward, shouting, Thunder Punishment. And just like that, a deafening explosion rang out as Helen flew toward him. Helen forcefully slapped a talisman on her opponent. Thunder Punishment. Instantly, a shocking explosion erupted. At the same time, a sword immediately slashed past her ear. Lin Xian was behind Helen. He aimed his sword at her and swung. But in the next moment, with just 2 fingers, Helen caught the sword firmly. She kicked out forcefully behind her, sending Lin Xian flying high into the air. He landed on the ground, then used his strength to launch himself up again. Lin Xian leaped up, attacking Helen continuously. But she easily dodged every blow. Helen then gripped the sword tightly and leaped high, preparing to attack. She bit her thumb open. A small amount of fresh red blood flowed out. Helen spoke as she dripped blood onto the sword. Senior brother, let me borrow your sword for a moment. She used her swift speed to wield the sword, attacking Lin Xian. He was thrown off balance, unable to block any of her strikes. Helen stopped and spoke calmly. Senior brothers, Helen is anxious to see her master. I do not wish to harm my fellow sect members. Please do not stand in my way any longer. Lin Xian used his internal energy to summon multiple swords, preparing to attack Helen. I'm afraid I can't do that. The sect master ordered that no one is allowed through. She stepped onto the stairs and said, Heavy pressure coin. Lin Xian broke into a cold sweat as he looked at the coin on his shoulder. The trajectory of this technique. It was from just now. He shouted, It's the Bagua enemy trapping formation. Everyone get out of here. Coins had also appeared on all the other sect members. The talisman in Helen's hand burst into flames. She coldly recited an incantation. The spirit of Kunlun opens the gate of the east. The water mansion guides the chi, shaking the perilous peaks. In the next moment, a dazzling source of power descended, enveloping everyone. Helen commanded coldly, Mountains wait. She solemnly placed her hand on the wall. She stared intently inside, as if contemplating something. Lin Xian shouted a flustered warning. The door is protected by the 12 primordial spirit locking array, set up by the sect master himself. Even if you manage to control us, there's no way you could dispel it. Helen swiftly pressed 2 fingers against the wall. A moment later, the dazzling golden wall gradually vanished. Helen glanced at them coldly. I passed the selection for the 12 primordial spirits when I was 8. I just didn't get along with the other 11 senior brothers and sisters at the time. Lin Xian, lying on the ground in a cold sweat, was terrified. A monster! Helen pushed open the tower door and called out, Moss. Her eyes widened. She was stunned by the scene inside. The room was a mess. Xuyin was lying down, gnawing on a pastry while looking at a chicken leg on a scroll. She glanced toward the source of the sound and asked lazily, Who is it? Xuyin sat up, her eyes sparkling. My dear disciple, what took you so long to come back? Helen's eyes welled with tears as she looked at her. Master, they said you were punished and sent here, that your allowances were cut, that you were suffering. I thought. Xuan laughed and scolded her cheerfully. Silly child, does your master look like she's suffering? It's peaceful here. No one bothers me. It's the perfect place to research things that interest me. She continued. As for the allowances, your master can just draw a few talismans and refine a few trinkets. Isn't that more than enough to trade for some snacks? Lingxi looked at the scene and whispered, Do you think Heelan's master looks a bit like? Zhou Yi grunted softly and said, cultivators can reverse their aging. She's probably not like us. Heelan introduced them. Master, these are the friends I made outside. I can entrust my life to them. Zhou Yi's group clasped their hands in respect. Junior Zhou Yi, Shun Lingfeng, Dang Lingxi, Wei Tiexin. We pay our respects to the third elder. Xuan couldn't help but praise them. A level 32 adjudicator, a level 29 warrior, a level 28 warrior, and a level 28 mage. To have reached such levels at your young age. Truly extraordinary. You are all good, hard-working children. Then, she patted Heelan's shoulder, praising her endlessly. And Lanner, you've leveled up to 29 in such a short time. That's wonderful. You must have suffered a lot out there, haven't you? Heelan said modestly. It's all thanks to E, our captain, who has been leading us in training and leveling up. We came back this time to help E get an item from the treasure pavilion. Xuan continued. The inner vault of the treasure pavilion cannot be opened without the sect master's order. No one can open it. That is an ironclad rule. She replied, I know. That's why I want to participate in the sect tournament this time. To enter the treasure pavilion legitimately. Upon hearing Heelan's words, Xuan took a bite of the pastry in her hand. She put her hands on her hips and declared boldly, Master will help you. The scene changes. The sky is filled with dark clouds mixed with faint light. Below is the Tiandao sect, the central martial arts arena. It is grand and vast in scale. At the head is Yangzi. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking down from above. The registrar announced solemnly, Time is up. Close the registration pools. As soon as he finished, he clasped his hands and channeled his internal energy. Suddenly, a voice rang out, stopping him. Wait a moment. The person shouted. A stream of spiritual energy shot toward the heaven pool. The person used spiritual energy to quickly register on the heaven pool's list. Xuan crossed her arms and smiled smugly. Registered. I'm registering on behalf of my disciple, Song Heelan. The registrar looked up at the list. Third elder. That's the heaven pool. The surrounding crowd exclaimed. Oh my God. It was thrown into the heaven pool. That's the competition bracket for second advancement powerhouses. Xuan listened to the surrounding chatter with a blank look. The third elder's actions are always so surprising. Is Elder Bao pretending to be confused? She suddenly panicked. I'm getting old. My hand slipped. How could I have thrown it in the wrong place? This is a disaster. It doesn't count. It doesn't count. Steward, quickly. Quickly help me get it back. I want to throw it again. Zhou, he crossed his arms and said to Heelan. When the token was about to enter the earth pool, a stream of spiritual energy hit it, forcing it into the heaven pool. She was startled, shocked by the realization. Someone wants to use the heaven pool to eliminate me. Heelan looked at him and asked, could you see the source of the spiritual energy? He answered, it came from a high platform. The technique was very subtle. She replied curtly, understood. Yangzi calmly walked forward. Junior sister Bao. Many have witnessed it. The heaven pool has been chosen. He looked down from above with a cold, reproachful gaze. As an elder, how can you treat the sect's rules like a child's game? Xuan retorted boldly. Sect Master Senior Brother. The sect rules only state that wherever the token falls is its destiny. It doesn't say you can't have a slip of the hand. My hand slipped. It was an accident. How can an accident count? I want to throw it again. The three elders hurriedly tried to intervene. Senior Sister Bao, the rules cannot be broken. It's better to let your grand disciple Song withdraw from the match. The heaven pool is full of second advancement powerhouses above level 30. If she goes up there, she's just seeking death. Exactly. Second advancement powerhouses can channel the power of heaven and earth to bless themselves. She doesn't stand a chance. That's right. If she takes her token out and withdraws now, there's still time. Yangzi said coldly, Song Heelan. If you're afraid, you may withdraw now. I could permit you to exit this meaningless match. Shuin looked at her worriedly. L'honneur, oui. Helan clasped her hands and spoke with solemnity. Sect Master Uncle, she said firmly, if the token has fallen into the heaven pool, then that is my destiny. This disciple is willing to accept this outcome. I will enter the heaven pool and participate in the match. Helan thought to herself. On the high platform are only the sect master, second uncle, fourth uncle, fifth uncle, and sixth uncle, who would want to harm me the moment I return to the sect. She continued, I also invite the sect master and the honorable uncles to witness for yourselves whether this disciple has wasted her time during these years away. The crowd of onlookers began to murmur noisily. She's crazy. She actually accepted. She has no regard for her own life. Just to show off. She's willing to throw away her dignity. Someone abandoned by the ancestral master actually wants to bring shame upon herself. Yangzi spread his arms wide and declared, if your mind is made up, then your wish shall be granted. The tournament officially begins. As soon as he finished speaking, the tournament officially began. The Heaven Pool displayed the first match. First match of the Heaven Pool. Song Helan versus Lei Zhe. The surrounding disciples broke into an uproar. Senior brother Lei Zhe, the sect master's top direct disciple. She's done for. She's dead for sure. When senior brother Lei fights, his opponents end up dead or crippled. She asked for death herself. She can't blame anyone else. This match is pointless. Chun Lei smiled maliciously, gloating to himself. Song Helan, let's see how you get out of this one. Ling Feng looked at them, crossing his arms in disdain. A bunch of frogs in a well. Ling Si asked worriedly, is he very strong? Helan smiled and replied, he's just a top freshman. Nothing to be afraid of. Shuin gently stroked her head. My girl, go on. Helan smiled and nodded. She quickly stepped onto the martial stage, mentally preparing for battle. Suddenly, a bolt of purple lightning struck down from the sky. Lei Zhe emerged from the lightning bolt and said contemptuously, Junior sister Song, if you surrender now, you can still keep some of your dignity. Helan deployed several talismans that flew around her. Enough talk. Let's begin. Lei Zhe immediately launched an attack at Helan, but she quickly dodged backward. He seriously tracked her movements, directing his purple lightning to strike at her. Helan leaped high into the air, using talismans to attack him. But Lei Zhe used a lightning whip to counter them. Below the stage, Zhou rested his chin on his hand, analyzing the match. He's using wide-area attacks to restrict Helan's movement, forcing Helan to confront him head-on. But the spiritual energy he's releasing is too wild, far exceeding what's necessary. At least a third of his power is being wasted on pointless displays and cover. He's already level 35. His control over spiritual energy shouldn't be this crude. Could it be that Song Helan has thrown his heart into chaos? Lingxi cheered silently. Be careful, Lan Lan. Shuin covered her face in panic. Io, my precious. That prodigal son. Lei Zhe held his weapon, puzzled. My speed has doubled. Why can't I even touch her? This lightning form manifestation consumes too much mental energy. I can't maintain it for long. Bright blue lightning bolts appeared at Lei Zhe's feet. He leaped into the air and roared. Let's see where you run now. The disciples below watched in amazement. It's here. Senior brother Lei's ultimate technique. Heavenly lightning cage. The rules, the speed, the angle. It's textbook perfect. Yangzi thought to himself. His spiritual energy is wild. The display is astonishing, but lacks refinement. He's wasting at least 30% of its power. At this moment, Helan raised a talisman. Focusing her observation, Lei Zhe's position was now completely engulfed in a torrent of purple spiritual energy. He was submerged within it. In the next moment, a large, dazzling golden flower appeared beneath Helan's feet. Shuin couldn't help but be surprised. Energy dissipating peach stream. This girl, going out into the world, once has really broadened her mind. Lei Zhe's lightning struck the lotus flower. Shuin analyzed aloud. Within the lightning's glow, the rigid lightning energy is guided by the spinning lotus petals. It's diverted into smaller streams of lightning, and then released outwards. The lightning struck, but it didn't faze the golden lotus at all. The fourth and second elders praised her one after another, circulating energy around her. Her spiritual power is contained, using skill to break through force. Excellent. This girl, Helan, what kind of fortuitous encounter did she have out there? Laisha roared in anger. These are all just cheap tricks, unworthy of a grand stage. Boundless earth, heed my command. Spirit lock formation, quake. Beneath Helan's feet, the ground violently cracked into large chunks. Suddenly, a sharp stone pillar appeared in front of Helan. A massive pillar unexpectedly pierced through the ground at extreme speed, formed from the sharp stone pillar. A powerful, giant fist prepared to strike her. Helan immediately cast a spell. The flow of spiritual energy is stagnant. The opening is too large. Xuan crossed her arms, puzzled. A basic spirit gathering talisman? Why draw that now? A talisman was drawn by Helan. Myriad phenomena returned to origin. Spirit hub inversion. The stone fist faced the talisman, and it froze in place. The next second, the stone fist crumbled and fell to the ground, sending rocks and dust flying everywhere. The crowd of onlookers shouted in astonishment. She used a spirit gathering talisman to drain the spiritual power of the Earth's spirit formation dry. Are you kidding me? Isn't a spirit gathering talisman only supposed to gently gather ambient spiritual energy to aid in cultivation? It can be used like that too? Xuan coughed and explained. It's not drawing from the heavens and earth, but from the formation. Brilliant. This move? Oh no. This technique is worthy of Bao Xuan's disciple. The second elder's face couldn't hide his shock. She used a spirit gathering talisman to drain the spiritual power of the Earth's spirit formation dry. Lei Zhe's face contorted as he yelled, "Heretical arts! Let's see how you block this move." He summoned many talismans to attack. Lord of the Nine Heavens, thunder. Heed my decree. Talismans and roaring thunder appeared in the sky. A bolt of lightning struck down. The surrounding ground cracked and flew apart. Helan was surrounded by lightning. She stood still within the circle. Helan began to channel her internal energy, preparing to attack. Heaven and earth, take your positions. Mountain and lake, let your chi flow. Shift the stars and change the constellations. Instantly, an explosion rang out, sweeping up rocks and dust into a frenzy. Lei Zhe watched, stunned, wondering to himself, how did she set up a formation like that? From behind him, Helan appeared. Your thunder domain lacks sufficient sword chi to take solid form. It lacks water vapor and cannot be smooth. It only retains the wild slaughter of thunder and fire. The 5 elements are imbalanced. Your foundation is flawed. Lei Zhe launched a bolt of lightning at her. Nonsense. But Helan easily dodged far away. She then released her talismans. The way of talisman formations lies in the interplay of creation and destruction. It lies in observing the fundamental nature of things. The talismans seemed to have a will of their own. They flew straight up. They aimed directly at Lei Zhe's formation and attacked. Loud explosions rang out ceaselessly. Lei Zhe looked up in horror. The spell of my thunder domain is broken. Impossible. What kind of dark art is this? Helan stood still, looking at him. Senior brother Lei Zhe, your lightning arts only have form. You have not yet grasped their spirit. She continued in a cold voice. You only see the brute force of power, but you have never understood talisman formations. Laish was indignant. He bit his lip, staring at Helan, unwilling to accept it. He recalled the past, his voice bitter. At 12 years old, I defeated a level 15 opponent in the Earth Pool's Thunder Arena. My talent in the talisman arts surpassed all my peers. A promising future. From a moment you joined the Tiandao sect. Everyone's eyes followed only you. I trained bitterly for 10 years. Yet it couldn't compare to your fleeting appearance. The future pillar of the Tiandao sect. That's right. Limitless potential. You easily snatched away everything that belonged to me. The attention, the resources, even the expectations of our master. Lei Zhe recalled the scene from his childhood. In that moment, I even thanked the ancestral master. He finally exposed your fake genius facade. You left. The world was finally quiet. I once again became the sole focus of the Tiandao sect. The only genius. I tried desperately. I seized every opportunity. And finally, I stood here. But why did you come back? Lei Zhe's face contorted as he roared. Song Helan, you shouldn't have come back. And you certainly shouldn't. Look at me with those eyes. Helan glanced down at him coldly from above. Lei Zhe screamed as the shirt on his body ripped apart. 9 heavens divine thunder. Burn my blood essence. Aid me. His body swelled. Lei Zhe's eyes widened as he threw his head back and roared. Thunder Dragon's Advent. A massive dragon with glowing eyes appeared. The surrounding lightning created an intimidating pressure. The disciples were stunned by the sight. This is the final form of the Nine Heavens Thunder Art. The world-ending Thunder Dragon. Senior brother Lei Zhe has already mastered it to this level. He's gone mad. Someone's going to die. Helan remained fearless. She stood still, looking up to assess the situation. Xuan crossed her arms and scoffed. Idiot, forcibly increasing his power. He has already damaged his foundation. After this battle, he would need a long time to recover from the internal injuries. The second elder shouted in alarm. Lei Zhe, disperse your spiritual energy immediately. Do you want to destroy your Tao foundation? Lei Zhe thought to himself, this is my ultimate trump card. I didn't plan on using it, but now I just need Song Helan to be utterly destroyed. Helan raised a single finger. She said coldly, stubborn, on the ground. The talismans began to glow at her command. Instantly, the talismans flew up at their master's order. She closed her eyes and raised her hand, controlling the talismans. Scattered, they are but paper. Gathered, they become a formation. Myriad phenomena return to the flow. Thousands of talismans intersected, weaving together as they floated in the sky. Lei Zhe's face was grim. He laughed maniacally to himself. Turn to dust for me. The dragon instantly shot forward to attack its opponent. Helan focused intensely, channeling her internal energy to form a hand seal. Spirit web, a net created from thousands of talismans. It blocked the dragon's path. A moment later, the net completely enveloped the dragon, forming a sphere. Helan formed a hand seal and whispered, disperse. The sphere then began to flash with light from within. She stared at the sphere, raised her hand, and commanded, divert. Inside the sphere, multiple streams of spiritual energy flashed, attacking the dragon. Helan's hands formed a 5-petaled flower. Purify. The dragon inside the sphere gradually dissolved into nothingness. The crowd below was so engrossed in the match that it didn't even blink. Helan raised her hand, looking straight at the sphere, and shouted. 5 elements cycle. Reverse and return to origin. Disperse. A massive, violente explosion érupted. Lei Zhe screamed in despair. Impossible. My thunder dragon. In the next second, he spat out a large mouthful of blood. It seemed Lei Zhe had reached his limit. He clutched his chest and spat out a large mouthful of dark blood. Helan walked closer to Lei Zhe and said, the dragon that destroyed you wasn't defeated by some profound, unpredictable talisman formation. It was defeated by the fundamentals you chose to ignore. Lei Zhe kept his head bowed. He said hoarsely, I lost. On the high platform, Yangzi stood with his hands behind his back, his face grim as he looked down. His face was cold as he looked down and slowly said, this battle. Yangzi declared, Song Helan wins. Below, Zhou Yi's group couldn't hide their joy. Suddenly, he continued, but the win is useless, causing Zhou Yi's group to quickly wipe the smiles off their faces. Yangzi's gaze was icy as he looked down. Song Helan, you were rejected by the founding ancestor of our sect. In front of everyone, he used thunder to deny you his inheritance. This is the will of heaven. If heaven does not grant it, you have no fate with my Tiandao sect, if not for the third elder's earnest pleas. You, whose Dao path was severed, should have been expelled from the sect back then. Helan clenched her fists and explained, Sect Master. The matter from that year, the cause is still unknown. Today, this disciple was fortunate enough to win. Perhaps this can explain that of the 3,000 great Daos. The path passed down by the ancestor is not the only one. He said heartlessly, nonsense. What you used today were all opportunistic tricks. You broke the fundamental rules of our specialized arts. This just proves that you walk a heretical path. The ancestor rejected you because he saw through your true nature. Yangzi declared bluntly, your victory, the Tiandao sect does not acknowledge. Out of consideration for your master, I will not cripple your cultivation. But from now on, you and my Tiandao sect are finished. Starting from this moment, you are forever forbidden from setting foot in this sect. As soon as he finished, a wave of power crashed down, causing Helan to spit out a mouthful of blood. This pressure, Xuan rushed over worriedly. Disciple, Ling Feng and Ling Si shouted in alarm. Helan, Lan Lan. Shuyin trembled with anger as she asked, "What do you think you're doing?" The fourth elder tried to placate her. "Senior sister, don't be rash. Just follow the sect master senior brother's decision. Song Healing will be fine." She summoned countless talismans, ready for battle. "You bunch of cowards. A level 55 bullying a level 29 child. And you're wasting time. Her Tao foundation has been damaged. She may never recover in this lifetime. If you don't get out of my way, junior brother, don't blame me for attacking." Lingxi broke into a cold sweat, staring ahead and shouting, "It's C." Zhou channeled his spiritual energy, creating a shield in front of Healing. She knelt on one knee and called out. His voice was cold with contempt. "In this so-called Tiandao sect, this heaven's will you speak of, who decides it? You? Or that mute stone statue?" Zhou, he asked coldly. "What is this righteous path you speak of? Is it your conservative, dogmatic lightning arts? The one and only truth? Or is it the great Tao walked by the tens of thousands of cultivators in this world?" He pointed directly at Yang Zi and said loudly, "Song Healing, at level 29, defeated a level 35. She used your own fundamentals. Based on the principles she comprehended herself. Tens of thousands of eyes are watching. And you want to dismiss it all with a single phrase, heretical path. You want to erase it all with a casual mention of heaven's will. As the sect master, you don't value talent. You don't listen to reason. Instead, you resort to oppressing others. Are you really protecting the ancestors' lineage? Or are you protecting the absolute, unquestionable authority of you, the sect master?" Yang Zi roared and launched an attack. "Insolence! Arrogant junior! How dare you insult the sect master and the ancestor?" Zhou, he asked scornfully. "Did I strike a nerve? Turning your shame into anger?" He stared at him, his voice cold. "It seems the Tiandao sect is full of people who can't distinguish right from wrong, who don't keep their word, and who use their strength to bully the weak." Shuyin suddenly opened her mouth and shouted in praise. "Well said." She leaped up, 2 talismans in hand, ready to attack. That was satisfying. Shuyin got into a fighting stance. "My disciple overcame all obstacles out there. She found her own Tao and returned. And you bunch of stubborn old fools, don't even ask for the reason. You open your mouths and want to sever her Tao path." She attacked while cursing. "To hell with your heaven's will. That incident with the ancestors' statue back then. Which one of you dares to beat your chest and say you've thoroughly investigated it? You only know how to uphold the ancestors' rules. But you've forgotten that the ancestors made rules to understand reason and to teach, not for oppression and control. Yang Zero Ared Bao Suin. You have repeatedly violated the sect rules, disrespected your elders, and slandered the ancestor. Your rebellious intentions are crystal clear." He held a golden pagoda in his hand, his brow furrowed. "Today, I will use the 9 revolutions refining pagoda to cleanse the sect. The sentence is death." The 2 elders behind him shouted, "Sect Master Senior Brother, please reconsider." But Yangzi didn't hesitate and threw the 9 revolutions pagoda. The 9 revolutions pagoda expanded, about to crush the 3 people below. Shuyin gritted her teeth, thinking to herself, the 9 revolutions refining pagoda. It's Xian Yangzi's life-bound magic treasure. It can melt gold and smelt iron. It can refine all things. It can even burn the soul. This old man is actually trying to kill me. She raised her hand and used her internal energy to push Heelin away. "Go!" As both Heelin and Zhou landed, she shouted, "Master!" He spoke up. "Trust your master. Don't let her get distracted." Shuyin clasped her hands and shouted, "You want to suppress me? It won't be that easy." She immediately formed a hand seal. Formation activate. Qian, Sun, 4 symbols, mountain suppression. Rise. A massive wall appeared, blocking the 9 revolutions pagoda. Yangzi's Fache Darkened. He snorted in contempt. Mia Politrex. As soon as he finished, a dragon-shaped flame appeared around the 9 revolutions pagoda. The fire dragon and the pagoda attacked the wall fiercely. A blinding light flashed, making it impossible for anyone to see. Shuyin bit her thumb and said, "It's not over yet." She channeled her internal energy and executed a technique. Li, Dy, Shun, Mediud Funemunukrizishern. Dozens of dazzling phoenixes soared up to confront the fire dragon. The fire dragon was relentless, clamping down hard on the phoenixes. The situation was tipping in the fire dragon's favor. Yang Zi said coldly, "Your talisman arts have indeed reached a state of transformation. The creation and destruction of the 5 elements. 10 myriades phénomènes création technique is as easy as turning your hand. Perfectly harmonious. If you had focused on the orthodox path, it's not certain you couldn't have surpassed me one day." Xu Yin's face was covered in sweat. She bit her lip hard, stubbornly refusing to give in. He raised his hand and said, "Unfortunately, the 9 Revolutions Refining Pagoda is a supreme treasure of the sect. It contains a sliver of pure yang law. Even if your myriad spells are revealed and are nimble and agile, in the face of fundamental power, in the end, it's just an egg hitting a rock." The 9 Revolutions Pagoda instantly pressed down. The phoenixes scattered in disarray. The fire dragon showed no mercy. It viciously bit down on the phoenixes. The 9 Revolutions Pagoda successfully crushed Xu Yin, causing the surrounding ground to shatter and fly apart. She spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Xu Yin's body fell back limply. Healing couldn't hold back her tears. She cried out tragically, "Master!" Xu Yin turned her head, smiled through her tears, and scolded, "Silly girl. What are you crying for? Your master is at the very least a 3rd advancement talisman grandmaster. This old pagoda wants to refine me? It's far from capable." She threw an object toward Helan and said, "These past few years, your master has read all the forbidden texts and secret records in the treasure pavilion. I've used every method to test them, and I found that this is the only object that has a mysterious resonance with you. It is definitely no ordinary item. You must keep it safe. Take your friends and leave the Tiandao sect. Never come back here again." Helan rushed forward, shouting in protest, "This disciple will not leave. Master!" The 9 Revolutions Pagoda pushed down hard on the ground, sending earth and dust flying everywhere. Helan's tears flowed endlessly. She watched the scene before her in agony. Yangzi, on the other hand, watched from above with a gloating expression. The object that Xu Yin had just thrown was now in Zhou Yi's hand. System notification. War Soul Helm detected. Updating hidden quest progress. He said to himself, "This is the goal of my trip. The War Soul Helm. It's trembling. It's not longing for a master." Zhou Yi frowned, holding the helm in his hand, but a vessel that can bear the will of war. He quickly put on, preparing for battle. Now, a surge of energy shot out from the helm. Zhou Yi continued, "I am your vessel." A stream of power shot high into the sky, radiating a terrifying pressure. The onlookers were stunned. Gasp. Helan, who was crying, stopped. She turned her head in a daze to look at that power. At this moment, Zhou Yi's entire body was now fully clad in armor. Fearlessly, he charged straight at the fire dragons. They opened their fierce mouths wide to swallow Zhou Yi whole. A loud explosion rang out. He channeled his internal energy and unleashed a blow. The energy flooded the entire space. The 9 Revolutions Pagoda was shaken by Zhou Yi's power about to fall. Another loud explosion rang out, dragging the surrounding rocks and earth with it. Yang Zi clutched his chest and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Impossible. Was that power? Xu Yin slowly walked out. I, Bao Xu Yin, am back again. Now looking at her, Helan hesitated. Master, as she remembered, years ago, all the cold stares, the ridicule, the gossip I endured in the sect. After being rejected by the ancestor's statue, countless nights, I doubted myself, helpless. Doubts about the orthodox path of lightning. Uncertainty about my own path. All the emotions, all the scenes. In this moment, it's as if they've been shattered by something. I see. I understand now. Up above, the group was in an uproar. Secmaster, are you all right? Helan said to herself. Lightning, what is it? Looking at Xu Yin, the group talked amongst themselves. It is absolutely not a submissive incantation, a tool to imprison the form of a talisman. At this moment, Helan slowly rose up, but rather the heavenly punishment that rejects filth. It champions righteousness. It breaks chains. Over here, Lingxi and Tiexin stood to the side, watching Helan. Now, Helan's eyes were cold as she spoke. Ancestor, if you're watching, if, when you founded this path, you carried a heart of justice and protection for the Tao, then please open your eyes and see. See the orthodoxy blinded by selfish desires. See the principles of the Tao twisted by power. Helan screamed, Tell me, and tell all my fellow sect members." The people below in the stands were bewildered. Has she gone mad? Helan continued to scream. What is the true path of the lightning arts? From the other side of the horizon, a golden beam of light shone from nowhere. At first glance, it looked like a galaxy. A strong wind began to blow. The surrounding trees couldn't help but shake violently. But it didn't stop there. The demonic beasts seemed to sense something. The magic treasures and weapons in the disciples' hands also reacted, startling everyone. What's happening? My magic treasure is stirring. My Batwa mirror too. In the next moment, they were all shocked. Heavens! Oh my God! Look quickly. It's the ancestor. The ancestor. He's truly manifested as a saint. Over here, staring intently at Helan. Those eyes. Even Shuyin couldn't help but be stunned. A disciple stammered, trembling and hesitating as he spoke. An ancestor. Below, the disciples immediately knelt on the ground and shouted, "All hail the ancestor!" The ancestor seemed displeased. He channeled his internal energy towards Helan. She gasped. Her eyes remained fixed straight ahead, without blinking once. In the next moment, the pain arrived. Helan couldn't help but let out a blood-curdling scream. Shuyin was terrified and couldn't help but shout, "Lanner!" Sweat poured down Helan's forehead. She was in so much pain, it felt like her whole body was powerless. A voice echoed from the void. Foolish child, to encounter power and know justice. To experience injustice and understand your true nature. The true meaning of the lightning arts. Have you awakened to it? Helan's entire body felt as if it had been cleansed. Her hair grew longer, and her clothes tore apart. He added, "The Tiandao sect inherited my lineage, but has gradually lost my soul. Today, I will use my remaining will to rectify your name. Continue the lineage. Wield the authority of heavenly thunder. Judge the heavens and the earth." Now, Helan looked incredibly enchanting, standing in the void with a majestic and overwhelming aura. The ground couldn't withstand this pressure. It finally shattered into countless fragments. Even Zhou, standing beside her, couldn't help but be impressed. Fearing his teammates would be injured by the shockwave, he quickly flew up to block the blow. "Over here," she bowed respectfully. "I am the Thunder Vigil Taoist." Disciple Song Helan pays her respects to the ancestor. Young Zi Watched Stunet. The ancestors will allow her to directly advance to the second tier. Moreover, it's the same as the ancestor's hidden profession. The ancestor has manifested as a saint to personally pass on the lineage. The ancestor's voice then echoed from the void. Xuan Yang. He quickly knelt and said respectfully, "Your disciple is here." The voice then struck fear into Yang Zi. "You manage the sect. Your duty is to protect the Tao. But power has gradually corrupted your heart and clouded your reason. Conservative and stubborn, suppressing talent. You nearly destroyed the lineage's inheritance. This crime is punishable." Yang Zi's face turned pale. He stammered, wanted to say more. "Ancestor, I..." Before he could finish his sentence, a wave of power struck him. Binding Yang Zi, the ancestor said, "Your punishment is to have your cultivation sealed. You will be cast into the lowest level of the silent thunder abyss. To have your heart cleansed by 10,000 bolts of lightning for 10 years. If you have not fully repented, you are not to leave the silent thunder abyss." Yang Zi was terrified. Yang Zi was terrified beyond measure. "Ancestor, spare me. This disciple knows his mistake." The second elder was so scared he fell backward. Sect Master Senior Brother is a level 55 Heavenly Master. Yet before the ancestor's remnant will, he is as helpless as a child. Then he added, "The position of Sect Master will be temporarily decided by the elders in council. Any major matter concerning the sect requires the approval of the Thunder Vigil Taoist, Song Helan." Then the ancestor looked at Helan. "Your cultivation has reached level 50. Your state of mind is clear. The day your Thunder Vigil is complete will be the day you take charge of the Tiandao sect. Bring glory to the lineage." The second elder replied respectfully, "We will obey the ancestor's decree." The ancestor then turned his gaze to Zhou Yi. "This young friend carries many kinds of fortune. He triggered the thunder of war, and awakened my remnant will to appear. This outcome is wonderful." As he said this, the ancestor also began to fade, endlessly satisfied. Before completely disappearing, the ancestor couldn't help but repeat, "Excellent." After the ancestor vanished, everyone fell silent, staring intently at Helan. Xuan joyfully rushed over to hug Helan. "Good, good. My good Lanner, the ancestor himself has acknowledged you. You are the true orthodoxy." The true orthodoxy. Lingxi's group was also overjoyed for her. "Lan, that was amazing. Helan, you were so cool just now." At this moment, it seemed Helan had regained her innate confidence. "Master, Lingxi, Tiexin." A tear fell as Helan smiled brightly. I found my path. Over here." Zhou Yi quickly descended from above to her side. The armor retracted, and the system panel immediately appeared. He had successfully completed the hidden quest, Inheritance of the Apocalypse Knight, War Soul Helm. Lingfeng quickly smiled and spoke up. "This Taoist girl is going to be the master of such a large sect. Zoi retorted Jesuali. Aren't you also a playboy?" He frowned and looked over. "What?" From far away, a strange mist suddenly appeared around everyone. In front of them, a girl with long blonde hair stood with her back to them, with two small children standing on either side, brushing her hair. Sweat suddenly beaded on the woman's face. She thought to herself, "This aura is..." Quickly using his skill to observe the situation. "Apocalypse Dragon Knight. The war agent I was most loyal to. Died protecting the Lord in the final battle. Authority throughout the myriad worlds." Condensing internal energy in her hand, the girl immediately summoned a stream of pale yellow light. Standing tall in her position, she then spoke again. "Never thought. The inheritance was broken. For 10,000 years. Yet it recovered on a mortal youth like this." And from the main hall, that stream of the girl's power kept flying far away from her position. From the air, that golden light carried words. "Zoe, if you can find the second war fragment, proving you indeed have the qualifications and luck to shoulder this authority, I will personally pass it on to you." Hearing this sound, Zhou Yi's eyes froze. He was stunned for a few seconds. Seeing him standing there dazed, Lingfeng couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Did bird poop fall on your head?" Zhou Yi didn't hide it and quickly spoke his thoughts. "Just now, I seem to have a feeling of being stared at." Lingfeng then panicked and looked at the helmet in Zhou Yi's hand. "Why is it cracked?" He thought to himself. Resisting the 9 revolutions smelting tower, even Inheritance Divine artifact would be damaged. More and more. That helmet showed even more cracks. Zhou Yi worried inside. Not good. Holy light power cannot restore it. On the contrary, it might cause secondary damage. The hidden inheritance mission of the Apocalypse Dragon Knight is clearly continuous. Why, after finding the helmet, did it not automatically activate the next stage? Then the system also appeared. He immediately reached out to select. Now Zhou Yi needs time to repair it for the mission to be reactivated. He understood the problem immediately. So that's how it is. The cracks affect the mission activation mechanism. Need to repair the helmet a bit. Lingfeng marveled endlessly. This helmet is really cool. It's just a bit cracked. But having said that, the Heavenly Tao sect specializes in weapon refining and talisman crafting. Wait for Song Xiaolan to deal with the sect matters. We'll find her and ask. Maybe there's a way to fix it. Staring intently at the helmet in his hand, Zhou Yi hesitantly hummed in agreement. Time passed quickly. Just like that, the deadline arrived. 3 days later, Tinshu Hall. Inside the hall, everyone stood silently. The atmosphere was extremely solemn. That patriarch had a majestic aura. His portrait silently stared at his disciples in front. Everyone looked at him with a serious attitude and high concentration. It felt like no one dared to breathe loudly. At this point, Xiaolan spoke loudly. Since the patriarch founded the Heavenly Tao sect until now, he established the teaching of gathering all. 10,000 dermas return to the origin. It has been 100 years now, but for nearly 30 years, the sect has gradually gone down the wrong path. Summoning the whole sect today is to... On her forehead, the black mark left by the patriarch immediately appeared and emitted a majestic aura. She said, "Restore order. Clean up the evils." Hearing this, the crowd below bowed respectfully, kneeling down to listen to the order. At the same time, the second elder immediately took out the scroll in his hand. Looking inside, the second elder read aloud. After 3 days of clear investigation by the Discipline Hall, it is now clearly investigated that the former sect leader Xian Yangzi committed 7 deadly sins. First, abuse of power, unauthorized transfer of resources. Xian Yangzi managed the sect for 37 years, taking over 70% of the pills, 60% of the weapons produced by the sect each year, used for wastage, trials, and other categories, secretly transported to his secular family, the Lei family. Not stopping there, he continued to read more. Second, altering the inheritance, severing the Dao lineage, in order to consolidate the Lei family's position in the outside world. Xian Yangzi used the excuse that mixed magic cultivation is detrimental. Successively banned 42 sets of inheritance classics of non-lightning magic, weapon refining system, leading to our sect's 10,000 dermas return to the origin, existing only in name. Hearing this, everyone discussed incessantly. That year, I wanted to learn Feng Shui divination. I searched everywhere, but couldn't find the classics. So they were banned. No wonder for decades. We only knew lightning magic and pill refining. Suedia immediately interactive. Third, persecuting dissidents. Persecuting fellow disciples. She spoke loudly and eloquently. That year, when Lanner was rejected by the ancestral master statue, it wasn't because fate forbade it at all. It was because this old scoundrel had already pulled some strings. He had already decided long ago that his grandson, Lei Zhe, would be the next sect leader. How could he possibly let a true genius stand in his way? At this, everyone became furious, each person voicing their anger. My father once publicly questioned the unfair distribution of resources. The very next day, he was punished and sent to the back mountain to grow medicinal herbs. He wasn't allowed to return to the front of the mountain for 10 years. That's right. And then there was senior sister Ming Xing. She was a first-rank awakened. She had a rare spirit summoning talent, but she was reprimanded for practicing unorthodox arts. She was forced to switch her cultivation to lightning arts. Xiaolan then spoke up again. As for his other crimes, bribery, nepotism, falsifying achievements, disrespecting the ancestors, they have all been recorded in the official files. They will be posted on the notice board for 3 days, for the entire sect to see. I know many of you were forced to take part in his schemes, or you were forced to remain silent, or you simply followed his orders. Today, the disciplinary hall has set up a confession hall. Anyone who comes forward voluntarily to confess, or who reports and exposes others, will receive a lenient sentence based on the circumstances. As she spoke, Xiaolan began to gather her internal energy. But if you conceal the truth and fail to report, or if you stubbornly resist, the smile on her lips vanished as Xiaolan's tone became threatening. You will be punished severely without mercy. Ling Feng and the others watched from the side, satisfied. Xiaolan is so cool. She has the complete presence of a true sect master. She handled that perfectly. Xian Yangzi has done more than enough damage as the sect leader. He treated the sect like his own personal treasury. If he were in my Shan family, his legs would have been chopped off and fed to the demonic beast long ago. After dealing with everyone in the sect, Xiaolan quickly returned. I'm back. Ling Shi rushed forward and threw her arms around her. Lan Lan, you are so amazing. I'm truly in awe. I want to be as cool as you, Lan Lan. Ling Feng had a question. Oh right. What about that Chun Lei? He's Xian Yangzi's second direct disciple. Should I go teach him a lesson? Xiaolan immediately replied. Chun Lei has confessed to doing a lot of Xian Yangzi's dirty work over the years. According to sect rules, his cultivation will be crippled. His related memories will be erased, and he will be expelled from the sect. The sentence is likely being carried out as we speak. As for restoring the helmet, I found someone within the Heavenly Dao sect. Besides the now imprisoned Xian Yangzi, the person with the highest skill in artifact refinement is Elder Imo Chue, who lives in seclusion in the back mountain. It was because he couldn't accept Xian Yangzi's methods that 20 years ago, he voluntarily resigned from his position as the head of the Artifact Refinement Hall. He's been living in seclusion in the back mountain ever since. Xiaolan continued. 3 days ago, I told Elder Imo Chue about the helmet. Today, Elder Imo Chue sent a reply. He said he could try channeling the Earth Core Thunderfire. She explained to everyone. The Thunder Fire Furnace is located in the forbidden grounds of the Back Mountain. It requires the spiritual power of at least 3 elder-level cultivators to maintain the furnace's array. Me, Master, and second Martial Uncle can handle that. However, Elder Mo Chue specifically emphasized that during the restoration process, the helmet will likely resonate intensely with the Thunder Fire. We need someone with an extremely strong spiritual sense, who also has a connection to the helmet, to stand by and stabilize its spiritual nature. That person can only be Yue. Ling Feng was shocked. What? She continued. But this process will be extraordinarily painful. It's like placing a part of your own consciousness into the furnace to be incinerated. Chui's expression turned serious as he asked, "When do we start?" Xiaolon quickly replied, "Tomorrow. Get a good rest today. The restoration process will be lengthy, and it will take a huge toll on your spiritual energy." And just like that, the next day arrived. Everyone followed Xiaolon toward the back mountain to meet him. The moment he saw Chu-Yi, Mo Chue immediately stepped forward. "You must be Chu-Yi." Chu-Yi respectfully cupped his hands in a salute. This junior pays his respects to Elder Mo Chue. The elder looked at Chu-Yi. "Young man, do you know the difference between restoring this item and restoring an ordinary magical artifact?" "Chehui repliet humebedi." "Please enlighten me, Elder." Mo Chue then explained. "An ordinary magical artifact. Its body is just a vessel. What you add is intent." According to him, the Earth Core Thunder Fire is both pure yang and unyielding. It can incinerate all things. It can also temper the laws of nature. But the Thunder Fire is too fierce. It needs guidance and regulation. Therefore, 4 steps are needed. Step 1. Use a talisman formation to block out external interference. As soon as he finished, Mo Chue shouted, "Origin Return Formation, open." Step 2. Connect to the Earth's ley lines. Ensure a stable supply of spiritual energy. At this point, the second elder was already struggling to stand firm. Now he continued. Step 3. Use the Will of Thunder as the main force. Forge the power of the Thunder Fire into the cracks. Pausing for a moment, Mo Chue looked over and then shouted a signal. "Girl song, guide the thunder." Following Mo Chue's words, Helan quickly condensed her internal energy. Origin of the 9 heavens, respond. Myriad thunders, heed the decree. Guide. And she launched it forcefully towards the lotus. As soon as the power was transferred into it, the flower immediately bloomed. Mo Chue quickly seized the opportunity and leaped up. Now to the time. Holding a heavy hammer in his hand, he aimed at the lotus and struck it repeatedly. As he worked, he said to Zhou Yi, "Fourth, you need to use the power of the holy light as a medium to harmonize the thunder fire and the conflicting will within the helmet." According to Mo Chue, if there is even the slightest mistake, the helmet won't shatter, but the spirit within it will be completely eliminated. It will become a dead object. Inside, the knight's golden helmet was being continuously repaired by the combined efforts of the 3. However, as he looked at it, he was momentarily confused. What's happening? The crack is getting bigger. Mo Chue pointed straight at him and then shouted, "Kid, don't move." With that, the large hammer in his hand struck Zhou Yi's head hard, leaving him dazed. Helan looked over worriedly. "What are you doing?" He quickly reassured her. "Don't be afraid. This soul-guiding strike of mine has sent 70% of his consciousness into the helmet. The spirit of this helmet is resisting restoration. Someone needs to enter its core consciousness and subdue it head-on. Over here." A loud explosion immediately rang out like a volcanic eruption. Xuan frowned and couldn't help but say, "You crazy old man. Are you trying to risk his life? What if his consciousness gets swallowed? Then they'll die together for sure." Staring intently from above, Zhou Yi was secretly terrified. This is the inner world of the helmet. Shattered, chaotic, filled with unwillingness. He spoke to it as if they were true friends. "I know you are unwilling, but continuing to resist will only lead to your complete collapse. Let me repair you. Let me make you whole again." At the same time, from within the helmet, the figure of a large warrior quickly emerged. A deep voice echoed from the air. "A mere mortal. How dare you look down on the authority of war? Are you worthy of wielding my body?" With that, the figure immediately raised its foot and stomped down hard on Zhou Yi. He was startled. He hurriedly raised his hands to block, preventing himself from being crushed. Helan was alarmed to see him spit out a mouthful of blood. He is bleeding. Chue quickly stopped her. Don't go over there. If you interrupt now, his consciousness will be trapped inside forever. He'll become a vegetable. He needs to bear this himself. Inside, Zhou Yi tried to persuade it. Your war ended with the fall of your former master. You should have a new master. The war's soul couldn't contain its anger and roared, arrogant. At the same time, the system panel immediately appeared. Righteous judgment opens a holy magic circle. A rain of light descends from the sky, striking enemies within the circle. Finally, an angel of justice throws a spear of light attribute, causing devastating damage. Now, the war soul was still stubbornly trying to crush Zhou Yi under its foot. From above, a dazzling golden light immediately appeared. Below, Zhou Yi managed to dodge just in time, narrowly escaping death. But it didn't stop there. The war soul charged forward again with overwhelming momentum. He swept his gaze over it. The internal energy in his body immediately manifested. The system panel appeared again. Decimating slash, level 5, B rank. He swung a blow. The war soul, terrified, quickly dodged to the side. Zhou Yi was fearless. He quickly condensed his internal energy again. Punishment of light can call down a magical lightning bolt of the light attribute on a designated enemy. The power of the lightning is affected by the caster's affinity with the light attribute. One man against one war soul. The battle was incredibly intense. Soon after, he launched another powerful blow at the war soul. Zhou Yi immediately spat out blood. This time, it seemed his injuries were not light. He quickly dropped to one knee. Zhou Yi gasped for breath, wiping the blood from his mouth. Zhou Yi's gaze became sharp again. But it didn't stop there. A burning gaze immediately appeared from behind Zhou Yi. He finally revealed himself. The war soul charged forward once more. He stared intently at his opponent and shouted, "Then I will make you submit to my will to fight." The attacks clashed relentlessly. Penitent Chase. Fist of Thorns combo. Holy Storm. Judgment descends. The war soul's golden helmet began to emit a colossal power. It seemed to be reacting this time. Outside, Helan was astonished. Why is the fluctuation so violent? Chue immediately added, "It's possible that the boy Zhou Yi is using a special method to appease it." The war soul's dark light began to fade. It seemed to be losing its momentum. At this moment, it stared intently at him and praised. To protect, to judge, to purify, to subjugate. But they can all coexist. So intense. Such a multifaceted will to fight. Finally, the war soul accepted him. "I admit, you are indeed worthy of bearing us." And at this moment, everything quickly recovered. Zhou Yi's wounds instantly healed. And inside the weapon furnace, the helmet had already been welded back to normal. The lotus in front of Chue was radiating a brilliant golden light. He was so surprised by this sight that he was left in awe. Chue was so delighted he beamed. Success. It's actively cooperating with the restoration. Hold steady. The final step. From the golden helmet, a sharp beam of light shot straight up into the void. Everyone present stared intently. They were all so stunned they couldn't speak. One of the men couldn't help but speak up. A celestial phenomenon. It seems our Tiandao sect has witnessed the birth of a legend today. And finally, the golden helmet was completely repaired, as good as new and gleaming. Now, the golden helmet immediately flew to Zhou Yi's side, as if wanting to acknowledge its master. The system panel appeared at this moment. War Soul Helm restoration complete. Restoration status, perfect. Spirit restored. Master acknowledged equipment properties. Thunderfire affinity. Greatly increases resistance to lightning attribute damage, and can absorb and convert it. Va Résonance. High synchronization with the host's will. Increases the power and judgment of all offensive skills. Ideng quest activated. Apocalypse Dragon Night Inheritance Quest 2. An unyielding will bury deep in the earth's ley lines. Beneath the dragon's spine, bearing 1,000 tons. Find the immovable foundation breastplate. Hint, go to the high mountain range. Longji Mines. Reward awaits. Montauk Hui was satisfied. Good kid. Not only did you restore it, you even made it acknowledge you as its master. I've been refining artifacts for many years. Countless treasures have passed through my hands. This is the first time I've seen such a strange item. Shuyin then ran over. Are you okay? Zhou, he wiped the blood from his mouth and quickly replied, I'm fine. My spiritual energy is a bit drained. But the gains were even greater. Being successful this time was all thanks to the elders' full support. Zoe bowed respectfully in gratitude. This junior is an amateur when it comes to the art of forging. Keeping this item with me would be like letting a pearl be covered in dust. Today I gift it to Elder Mo to express my sincerity. He was surprised. Divine gold. Mo Che hugged the large rock, his eyes about to pop out. A legendary artifact refining material. It's said to be able to bestow fortune and self-evolving spirituality upon artifacts. It can only be an S-rank divine object, and you have such a large piece. This is enough to be a family heirloom. Zhou, he said cheerfully. It's yours now. Mo Chue happily caressed his treasure. Young friend, if you have any forging matters in the future, just come find me. Zhou, he quickly replied. Then I thank you in advance, Elder Mo. Mo Chue then said, oh right. With this piece of divine gold from you, I can further strengthen the connection between this helmet and you. However, it will require tempering in the girl song's inherited thunderfire for half a month. He replied casually, half a month. Heelan, standing beside him, added. Then, you should stay at my Tiandao sect for now. He turned to look at Heelan. After restoring the helmet, I received a precise piece of information regarding another component. She also hesitated. That's true. Many high-level divine artifacts have a mutual resonance. They often lead to the whereabouts of other components. Don't worry. Leave your helmet to me. Zoe similit apologetikal. I'll have to trouble you then, Heelan. But Heelan just smiled brightly. Besides, Master wants me to reorganize the sect. I can't go with you. Where's your next destination? At this, Zhou immediately said, the High Mountain Range. The Longji Mines. Heelan was surprised. The Longji Mines? I remember that place. Produces obsidian and earth ley line crystals. Lingxi's group then walked in. You're safe and sound. That's great. Ling Feng looked at the girl beside him and then said, Tiexin, do you know about these Longji Mines? Tiexin smiled slyly. The Longji Mines are where Wan Jun, the mountain-suppressing martial emperor, my adoptive father, lives in seclusion and watches over. Ling Feng was a bit pensive. The mountain-suppressing martial emperor. He has quite a reputation. Is your adoptive father very strong? She quickly added, extremely strong. 30 years ago, he was already a renowned fist arts grandmaster on the central continent. Pausing for a moment, Tiexin's eyes suddenly filled with sadness. But, Lingxi continued. But what? Tiexin said, my adoptive father. He lost his right arm 30 years ago due to an incident. After that, his personality changed drastically. He went into complete seclusion. He rarely meets outsiders. He set an ironclad rule. Unless the mines are at a critical point of survival, anyone who trespasses will be personally invited out by him. Hearing this, Ling Feng asked, we're not going there to cause trouble. We have a serious matter to request. Can't we just explain it clearly? Besides, his daughter's friends can't even come to see him? Tiexin said sadly, Ling Feng, you don't understand him. He is very stubborn. I don't want everyone to make a wasted trip, or even cause a conflict. Zhou Yi then added, Tiexin, thank you for thinking of me. But I absolutely must go. If we can't get in, we'll find a way to get in. If he doesn't want to meet us, then we'll create a reason he can't refuse to meet us. Tiexin then said, that's right. Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. Let's just go first and figure it out from there. Hearing this, Tiexin's gaze softened. A bright smile bloomed on her face. Zhou, he thought to himself, the mountain-suppressing martial emperor, lost an arm and went into seclusion. Tiexin's difficulty probably can't be summed up by just the 4 words eccentric personality. There must be a deeper reason behind it. But no matter what, since the system has given the quest, there's no way I can miss it. At this moment, Mo Chue spoke up. The mountain-suppressing martial emperor. I know of him. The minerals produced from his mines are all top grade. It's just that after he issued the prohibition, he no longer sells or to the outside world. Heelan quickly became anxious. How about this? I'll bring a few elders from the Tiandao sect with you first. With the reputation of the Tiandao sect, maybe he'll be willing to talk. Mo Chue waved his hand. It's useless. Xian Yangzi already led people there before. He even offered to refine artifacts for him for free. Also said he would help refine the weapon for free. Zoe Risusurite. The Heavenly Tao sect needs you. It is also the battlefield for you to prove yourself. Stand firm here. In the future, the whole sect can become your support. Everyone quickly said, we will go to the mining area to scout the path first. Half a month later, bring the war's spirit to gather with us. Shalon seemed energized. Understand, brother, everyone just go with peace of mind. I will definitely protect this place well. Learn what should be learned, so that the Heavenly Tao sect will become Brother Yi's support in the future. Half a month later, I will definitely bring the helmet on time. Before leaving, Ling she couldn't help but shout, Lan Lan, Zaw Zaw Bet. We will miss you very much. Remember to eat on time. Don't just focus on drawing talismans. Shalon also waved back. Safe travels. Contact often if there's anything. Before leaving, Zhou Yi glanced over and left a blue butterfly. It just flew forward like that. The blue light was immediately blocked. Zhou Yi thought to himself, the energy of the mountain protection array is abundant. But where the nodes switch, there will be a small gap. Just right to let the void-guiding butterfly leave the next coordinates. Might not necessarily use it, but being prepared is no mistake. In the future, if the Heavenly Tao sect has changes, or we need to return urgently, we can have an extra path. Shalon also had her own thoughts. Brother, I will definitely become stronger. Strong enough to face any challenge in the future. Immediately after traveling for a while, a loud voice rang out. Guests, the Dragon Spine mining area you need to go to has arrived. Please get off. Before leaving, the driver didn't forget to remind. Remember to give a 5-star rating. Ling she felt a bit uneasy at this moment. The feeling here is very heavy. Breathing is a bit exhausting. The scale of the mining area is not small, but it's too quiet. Not only are there no signs of miners' activity, even the inherent sound of machinery is absent. Tiexin led the way. Ahead is where my adoptive father lives. Everyone stay close to me. Try to talk less. Let me handle everything. However, just as she was about to leave, Zhou Yi quickly grabbed her hand and pulled her back. Tiexin,